In his previous life, the protagonist overslept and failed to accompany his father into the mountains to hunt for money to pay his younger sister's school tuition. His father successfully shot a naive roe deer, but the scent of blood attracted a wolf pack that ambushed him. Although his father narrowly escaped with his life, one of his legs was severely mangled in the attack. After returning home, he could no longer hunt, and, as a result, his daughter missed her chance to go to school. A year later, consumed by depression, the father passed away. Their mother, after raising the sister to adulthood through years of hardship, also died shortly thereafter. The sister harbored deep resentment toward the protagonist, blaming him for their family's tragedy, and never came to see him even on his deathbed. Now, reborn back to that fateful morning, the protagonist is determined to correct his past mistake, and this time, he will go into the mountains with his father. Chapter 1. Redemption in the Snow. The bitter wind of the 12th lunar month sliced through the earthen walls of Hongwei Farm in Jiangmusi like countless tiny knives, howling mournfully. Lin Xiao jolted upright on the heated Kong, chest heaving, cold sweat instantly, soaking his coarse cotton pillowcase. He gasped for breath, nostrils filled with familiar scents, the smoky aroma of burning pine needles from the Kong stove, the tangy fermentation of the sauerkraut crock in the corner, and the crisp chill of snowflakes drifting through the window. "Isn't this our old farmhouse?" Lin Xiao murmured, eyes sweeping over the "Learn from Design and Agriculture" slogan pasted at the foot of the Kong. The edges still held fresh paste, clearly newly affixed. He touched his own face, smooth, taut, free of the wrinkles and sagging skin of a 50-year-old man. Throwing off the patched cotton quilt, he saw himself clad in a twice-mended blue cotton jacket, wrists slender, yet brimming with strength. This was his 19-year-old self. A wave of euphoria mingled with bone-deep remorse crashed over him. He had truly returned to December 1979, to the very morning that altered his family's fate forever. In his past life, it was precisely because he'd overslept and skipped accompanying his father, Lin Xiao, into the mountains to hunt for his sister's school fees that tragedy struck. Memories surged like a tide. That winter, his younger sister Lin Xiao had been accepted into the county's key high school. A tuition fee of 15 yuan, a significant sum for their farm household. His father, a renowned hunter on the farm, planned to venture into the mountains to bag a roe deer or wild boar to raise the money. That morning, both his motherly Guilin and father had called him repeatedly, but exhausted from partying with farm friends until midnight, he simply couldn't rise. Mumbling, "It's too cold and slippery. You'll manage alone, Dad," he rolled over and fell back asleep. That single nap cost his father a leg, robbed his sister of her future, and shattered their entire family. That day, his father actually succeeded. He shot a plump roe deer. But as he carried it home, the blood scent attracted a pack of starving wolves. Armed only with his old muzzleloader, his father fought desperately and barely escaped, but not before a wolf tore his left leg to shreds. The farm clinic, ill-equipped, failed to treat the wound properly. It festered, turned gangrenous, and they were forced to amputate below the knee. From then on, his father could never hunt again. The family's pillar collapsed. The 15 yuan was never raised. His sister tearfully ripped up her acceptance letter and stayed on the farm, working the fields with their mother. Once a cheerful, robust man, his father grew silent and withdrawn, staring endlessly at his hunting rifle in the corner. Within a year, depression claimed his life. Their mother, raising Lin Xiao and Xiaomei alone, wore herself out and passed away when Xiaomei turned 20. His sister never forgave him. She always said, "If not for your laziness that morning, Father wouldn't have been hurt and I could have left the farm." Later, she married a peasant from a neighboring village and lived unhappily. No matter how successful Lin Xiao became in the city, no matter how much money or gifts he sent, she refused them all. Even when he lay dying of a heart attack at 50, she never came to see him. In his final moments, he clutched a photo of his sister at 18, braided hair, eyes bright with dreams of the future. "Dad, Mom." Lin Xiao's throat tightened, voice choked with tears. He threw off the quilt and bolted barefoot toward the door. In the yard, his father Lin Xiao was bending over an old wooden sled, securing hunting gear. The runners, polished smooth by years of use, still held traces of last year's snow in their cracks. His father wore a faded army greatcoat, a leather belt cinched at his waist, and at his hip hung a gleaming hunting knife, the very one he'd brought back from military service, its brass fittings long dulled by time. "You crazy kid, running out barefoot? Want her toes to freeze off?" Lin Xiao straightened, frowning at his son's state, but concern warmed his voice. He clapped Lin Xiao's shoulder, palm rough and calloused from decades of handling rifles and farm tools. Seeing his father's familiar face, still strong, unbent by loss, Lin Xiao's eyes welled. In his past life, that shoulder had slumped after the amputation, never regaining its pride. He gripped his father's arm, voice trembling. "Dad, I'm coming with you into the mountains." Lin Jiangwo blinked in surprise, then chuckled. "Change your tune today? Yesterday you whined about the cold." His motherly Guilin emerged from the house, holding Lin Xiao's boots and gloves. "Good, you're up. Hurry and put these on. I made corn cakes for your rations." Lin Xiao snatched the boots, pulled them on, and took the cloth bundle from his mother for golden corn cakes and a small jar of pickled vegetables. He noticed the first strands of white in her temples. In his past life, constant labor had turned her hair fully gray before 50, aging her prematurely. His heart ached. This time, he vowed, "I'll ensure my parents live in peace and my sister get their education." "Dad, did you bring enough gunpowder and lead shot? And should we take bear traps?" Lin Xiao asked, helping inspect the gear. In his past life, he'd never cared about hunting, but now, fragments of memory surfaced, details his father might have overlooked. Lin Jiangwo eyed him, surprised. "Didn't know you knew these things. Gunpowder and shot are packed. Bear traps are too heavy. We're after roe deer today. Won't need them." But Lin Xiao insisted, "Bring them, Dad. If we meet wild boars or wolves, they'll save us." He knew. In his past life, his father had been defenseless against the wolf pack. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Jiangwo nodded. "All right, I'll trust you." He fetched 2 heavy bear traps from the woodshed and lashed them firmly to the sled's frame. Watching them, his mother smiled warmly. "Zhao's grown up, thinks of his father now." After breakfast, father and son set off, pulling the sled. The farm path lay buried under deep snow. The runners creaked softly, leaving twin tracks behind. The Wanda Mountains loomed ahead, draped in white. Bird calls echoed faintly from the woods, quickly swallowed by the wind. Lin Xiao walked beside his father, one hand on the sled's handle, the other clutching his coat collar tight. Past memories overlapped with the present, his heart pounding heavily in his chest. "Dad, let's head for the eastern hollow. It faces the sun. Roe deer like grazing on tender shrubs there," Lin Xiao suggested. In his past life, his father had met the wolves in the western hollow. The east offered open terrain, better visibility, and greater safety. Lin Jiangwo raised an eyebrow. "How do you know there are roe deer in the east? Old Wang told me just days ago he saw tracks in the west." Lin Xiao's mind raced. Old Wang, another hunter, had later confessed that his father originally planned to go east but changed course based on Wang's advice. "Dad, Xiao Li and I cut firewood in the east yesterday. We saw fresh roe deer tracks." Wang's sighting in the west must have been days old. Xiao Li was Lin Xiao's childhood friend, and Lin Jiangwo trusted him. Convinced, he adjusted course. "All right, we'll follow your lead to the east." Father and son trudged forward, ropes biting into their padded shoulders, each step requiring effort to pull their feet from the deep snow. Fresh snow soon covered their tracks. Lin Xiao knew every step was steering them away from past tragedy, but shadows of fate still lurked in the dark. At the mountain's base, they hid the sled behind a thick oak, camouflaging it with snow and branches. Lin Jiangwo unslung his muzzleloader, loaded powder and shot, tamped it down with a ramrod, and whispered, "Stay quiet in the woods. Step lightly. Roe deer have sharp ears. This rifle only holds 2 rounds. We must conserve them." Lin Xiao nodded, gripping his hunting knife, fingers brushing the frozen corn cakes in his pocket. Cold seeped into his bones, tension and resolve hardening his heart. Snow reached their knees in the forest, each step exhausting. Lin Xiao scanned the surroundings vigilantly. He knew winter wolf packs were desperate. Starving, they often attacked humans. Last time, 7 or 8 wolves had ambushed his father. After half an hour, Lin Jiangwo halted, signaling silence. He pointed to a pine grove ahead. "Look, tracks." In the snow lay a series of cloven hoof prints, slightly smaller than a hand, edges crisp, fresh roe deer tracks. A big buck, Lin Jiangwo judged by size. He reloaded his rifle with practiced calm. Lin Xiao quietly retrieved a bear trap from his pack, set it near the tracks, and concealed it under snow, leaving only a subtle trigger exposed. "Follow the trail, don't crush the prints," Lin Jiangwo instructed, then moved forward like a panther, silent and low. Lin Xiao trailed behind, steps feather-light, heart hammering in his ears, listening to snow sliding from pine boughs. 10 minutes later, the trees opened onto a sunlit slope. Snow here was thinner, revealing green shrub shoots. 3 roe deer grazed peacefully. The largest buck sported branching antlers, a glossy coat, and robust build. the very deer from Lin Xiao's memory. Lin Jiangwo raised his rifle, aiming at the buck. Lin Xiao noticed his hand steady, unlike the nervous tremor of solitude in his past life. He gestured subtly, aimed just below the front legs. This would cripple the deer without excessive bleeding or pelt damage, minimizing blood scent to deter wolves. Understanding, Lin Jiangwo adjusted his aim. He inhaled deeply and fired. Bang! The shot echoed through the woods, shaking snow from branches. The buck leapt, gave a short cry, stumbled, and collapsed. Only a small patch of dark red stained the snow. The two does fled into the forest. Sharp eyes, son. Lin Jiangwo clapped his shoulder, striding forward. He pinned the deer's neck, then slit its throat swiftly. Harsh but merciful, standard practice to minimize suffering and blood spread. Relieved, Lin Xiao helped drag the carcass onto a rope sling. They hoisted it between them, hauling it toward the hidden sled. The drag mark in the snow was more visible than expected, stirring Lin Xiao's unease. Dad, let's hurry. Blood scent draws wolves, he urged. Though safer ground, caution was vital. Lin Jiangwo nodded, and they quickened their pace downhill. They'd gone barely 100 meters when Lin Xiao's ears caught it, a faint rustling beneath the wind, like many paws on snow. Then, piercing howls erupted from the woods behind, sharp as ice shards, mad with hunger. Lin Jiangwo paled, dropped the deer, and raised his rifle. Wolf pack, at least 7 or 8. His hunter's ear never aired. Lin Xiao gripped his knife, palm slick with sweat that froze on the hilt. 9 wolves emerged, led by a black alpha larger than a mastiff, jaws dripping, eyes glowing green in the snow. The pack fanned out, closing in with low growls. The alpha sniffed the blood trail, then held the challenge. Lin Jiangwo shoved Lin Xiao behind him. Guard the deer. Only 2 shots. I'll take the leader. As if on cue, the black wolf lunged, a black lightning bolt, reeking of rot. Dad, aim for its eyes. Lin Xiao yelled, slashing at a gray wolf sneaking from the side. His blade gashed its foreleg. The beast yelped but charged harder, claws ripping Lin Xiao's jacket, spilling cotton. Lin Jiangwo held his breath, fired as the alpha's sword banged. The wolf shrieked, left foreleg shattered, crashing into the snow in a crimson spray. Before relief could come, 2 more wolves attacked from flanks. Lin Jiangwo swung his rifle like a club, cracking the left wolf's skull. The stock splintered, but the wolf staggered back. The right wolf sank teeth into Lin Jiangwo's calf, tearing through cloth and flesh. Dad! Lin Xiao kicked the wolf's belly. It recoiled but held fast, blood streaming down Lin Jiangwo's leg. Grunting, Lin Jiangwo seized the wolf's neck and plunged his knife into its heart. It convulsed and fell, hot blood splattering his face. Now the injured alpha rallied the remaining 6, fury doubling its rage. Dad, fall back to the western brush. Trap's there. Lin Xiao shouted. Back to back, they retreated toward the hidden bear trap. 1 wolf charged 2 eagerly. Snap. Its foreleg crushed in steel jaws, howling in agony as it thrashed. The pack faltered. Lin Xiao seized the moment, lunging at the nearest wolf, slashing its throat. Hot blood drenched him, stench flooding his nose. Lin Jiangwo jammed the broken rifle shaft against another wolf's throat, knee driving into its gut until it stilled. The alpha, dragging its broken leg, targeted Lin Xiao, the greater threat. Claws raked Lin Xiao's shoulder, 3 deep gashes burning like fire. Gritting his teeth, he drove his knife into the wolf's belly, twisting savagely. The alpha gave one last howl and collapsed atop him, warm blood soaking his jacket. The 4 surviving wolves eyed their dead leader, fear flickering in their eyes. After circling once, they slunk back into the forest. Lin Xiao shoved the heavy corpse off, struggling to stand. Pain seared through shoulder and arm with every move. Lin Jiangwo, pale and bleeding from his calf, checked his son's wounds first. Just flesh wounds. We'll poultice them at home. Together, they dragged the roe deer and 3 wolf carcasses to the sled, lashing them tight. Lin Jiangwo led. Lin Xiao pushed from behind. Blood stained the snow. Runners crunched over fur and bone. Pain, cold, and rope burns bit deep, but Lin Xiao felt an unfamiliar steadiness. This life father lives. The hunt succeeds. We won. Their sled, laden with hope heavier than meat, left determined, crooked tracks in the snow. At the village edge, night had fallen. His mother's anxious calls carried on the wind. Lin Xiao looked up. Her dim lantern swayed in the storm like a guiding star. He met his father's eyes. Exhaustion, yes, but also the light of survival. Chapter 2. Tanning hides over wolf stew. Jiangwo, Xiao, Motherly Guelon's voice cracked as her lantern revealed the bloodied father and son in their hall. Tears streamed down her face as she rushed forward, wanting to touch their wounds but afraid to hurt them. Quick, inside. I'll heat water and fetch herbs. Sister Lin Xiao followed, eyes lighting at the roe deer and wolf pelts, then filling with tears at her brother's torn shoulder. She supported his arm. Good, does it hurt? I'll stoke the fire. Lin Xiao patted her hand, smiling. Not at all. We've got meat, and your tuition secured. Inside, the Kong radiated warmth. Mother produced their precious bottle of liquor, last year's New Year ration, saved untouched. As alcohol stung their wounds, Lin Xiao sucked in air but stayed silent. She applied dried hemostatic herbs and bandaged them carefully, finally exhaling in relief. Guelon, stew the wolf meat first. Warm them up, Lin Jiangwo said from the Kong edge. Wolf meat was warming in winter, perfect for restoring strength after such exertion. Mother nodded, heading to the kitchen. Xiaomei hurried after her, feeding the stove, washing vegetables with practiced speed. After resting, Lin Jiangwo went outside. Snow fell lightly like salt. He dragged a medium-sized wolf onto a plank and called Lin Xiao. Come learn to skin it. This skill feeds a man on the farm. By lamplight from the house, Lin Xiao watched intently as his father drew his knife, making a precise circle around the wolf's hind ankle, avoiding veins and tendons, separating skin from muscle. Skinning wolves requires following the grain. Pelts are valuable. One slip ruins the price. Dad, why call it a tube pelt? Lin Xiao asked, fascinated. In his past life, he'd never paid attention. Lin Jiangwo's blade traced up the inner leg to the belly, avoiding soft abdominal skin. We start the hind legs, peel forward without cutting the back or head. The whole pelt comes off like a tube, hence tube pelt. Intact, no cuts, perfect for coats or sail. Lin Xiao nodded, marveling at his father's dexterity, knife dancing between skin and flesh, never piercing. Wrist control is key. Too light, it won't separate. Too heavy, it tears. The kitchen filled with rich aroma. Wolf meat, blanched and stewed with dried beans, bubbled in the iron pot. Steam curled from the lid, making mouths water. Xiaomei brought out hot water. Rest, drink. Meat needs more time. Lin Jiangwo sipped, then handed Lin Xiao the knife. Your turn. Follow my cut. The hilt was warm from his father's grip. Lin Xiao mimicked the motion, first shaky, then steadier as he found the right angle. Wolf hides thicker than roe deer's, fur denser. Wolves are predators. Their hides protect them. Winter pelts are most valuable. Thickest fur lasts decades in a coat. After an hour, they held a flawless gray-black pelt, fur gleaming, unblemished. Good work for first try, Lin Jiangwo said, rare praise warming his eyes. How do we treat it? Just hang to dry. Lin Xiao imagined a new winter coat. No, must tan it, or it'll stiffen and rot. We'll use the farm method, ash water instead of commercial tannins. Dinner awaited, a steaming pot of wolf stew, pickles, corn cakes. The meat, though chewier than pork, grew tastier with every bite. Xiaomei beamed. Better than New Year pork. Lin Jiangwo outlined their plan. Sell roe deer meat at the county supply store for tuition and New Year goods. Keep some wolf meat. Tin the pelts for a coat. Then he detailed tanning. 1. Scraping. Remove all fat and flesh with a bamboo knife, gentler than metal. 2. Soaking. Submerge in cooled wood ash water for 3 to 5 days, changing daily to prevent spoilage. 3. Kneading. After soaking, wring out and knead like laundry for days until supple. 4. Drying. Air dry in shade, never sun. Then comb, fur smooth. I'll make you a coat come spring. Wolf pelt outside, cotton lining. Warm as can be, he promised. Lin Xiao's heart swelled. In his past life, his father never tanned hides after the injury. He'd worn patch jackets for years. I'll help tan it, Dad. Learn the craft. Good. Tomorrow we process the rest, then start scraping. Around the table, talk flowed. Mother on farm irrigation plans. Xiaomei on her teacher praising her essays. Lin Xiao watched their happy faces, feeling solid ground beneath him. This life, I'll guard them, not just from wolves, but from poverty and regret. After dinner, Mother cleaned up. Xiaomei changed their bandages. Lin Jiangwo hung the pelt in the yard to air. Moonlight broke through clouds, silvering the fur. Lin Xiao stood watching his father, still upright, unbowed by fate. This is only the beginning, he thought. Tuition, comfort, peace for them all. But now he had purpose, courage, and a second chance. Xiao bed. Big day tomorrow, his father called. Lin Xiao obeyed. On the warm Kong, Xiaomei slept smiling. He closed his eyes, replaying the hunt, the skinning, the tanning lessons. Tomorrow would be another day of hope. Chapter 3. The affection of family in the cold house. As dawn broke, Lin Xiao was awakened by the sounds emanating from the courtyard. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up and peered through the frost-laden window. He observed his father, Lin Jiangwo, laboriously moving about the yard with a pronounced limp. Although the wound on his calf was bandaged, it was evident that he struggled to walk. His mother, Li Guilin, knelt nearby, meticulously sorting through the wolf skin they had peeled off the previous day, her voice filled with concern as she admonished, "Be careful, don't tug at the wound. If it's too painful, wait for Xiao to awaken before continuing." Swiftly donning his clothes, Lin Xiao stepped outside. The accumulated snow in the courtyard had been swept into a corner, forming a small snow mound. His father was cautiously scraping the remnants of fat and flesh from the wolf skin with a bamboo knife, skillfully maneuvering it in his hands, ensuring each stroke was thorough. "Father, let me help," Lin Xiao offered, approaching to take the bamboo knife from his father's grasp. His father glanced at him and nodded. "Be careful. Scrape in the direction of the fur and avoid cutting the skin." Bending down, Lin Xiao mimicked his father's actions from the previous day, beginning to scrape the wolf skin. The courtyard was modest, surrounded by earthen walls made of yellow clay. The remnants of corn drying from the previous autumn still hung from the wall's top. To the east, there was a small firewood shed filled with pine branches and dry wood. Next to it stood a rudimentary chicken coop housing 2 old hens. The family's sole fixed asset, which they could hardly bear to eat, relying on their eggs for a bit of money for oil and salt. The main house consisted of 3 earthen rooms, with walls constructed of clay mixed with straw, and a tiled roof, some of which had deteriorated, exposing the thatch beneath. Whenever it rained, water would leak into the house, and his mother would set out several basins to catch it. Hanging from the eaves were strings of dried red peppers, corn, and garlic. This was the family's meager supply of festive goods. "Xiao, go clean the entrails of the roe deer. I'll be making a stew for lunch," his mother called, bringing a wooden basin into the yard. Lin Xiao responded affirmatively and approached the sled to begin his task. The entrails were remarkably fresh. His mother intended to keep some for herself and preserve the remainder for entertaining relatives during the new year. "Father, why don't we raise a hunting dog? It would make our hunting endeavors much easier," Lin Xiao inquired as he worked. He had posed this question in a previous life, but his father had merely sighed in response. Now, he sought to understand the reason behind it. Lin Jiangwo paused his work, seated himself on a stone stool in the courtyard, lit a pouch of dry tobacco, and took a deep drag, the smoke dissipating swiftly into the cold air. "It's not that we don't want to. It's that we cannot afford it," his father replied, his voice tinged with resignation. Lin Xiao halted his work, listening intently. Raising a hunting dog from puppyhood requires a significant amount of food. We can barely feed ourselves, let alone have extra grain to spare for a dog. His father continued, tapping his pipe. "Moreover, training a hunting dog demands time and effort. Besides hunting, I need to work on the farm to earn my share. I simply don't have the time." He reminisced, "Your grandfather once had a hunting dog, but alas, it grew old, could no longer run, and eventually passed away." Lin Xiao nodded, a sense of melancholy swelling within him. On the farm, most hunters keep hunting dogs, as these loyal companions significantly enhance the efficiency and safety of the hunt. However, our family is too impoverished to afford even a single dog. My father relies solely on his experience and courage each time he ventures into the mountains to hunt, often taking considerable risks. By the way, father, will uncle come today? Lin Xiao recalled that his father mentioned handling the roe deer and wolves, suggesting that uncle might come to assist. Father is the second son in the family, with an elder brother, Lin Jianya, who is Lin Xiao's uncle. Uncle is a skilled carpenter, renowned in the vicinity of the farm. Families seeking to build houses or craft furniture often turn to him for help. Compared to our household, Uncle's family enjoys much better conditions and frequently provides us with assistance, sending over grains and fabrics. He should come. Yesterday, I asked your mother to send a message inviting him to help with the game and to take some roe deer meat along, father said. No sooner had he spoken than footsteps were heard at the yard gate, accompanied by Uncle's hearty laughter. "Jiangua, I'm here." Lin Xiao looked up to see Uncle Lin Jianya entering, pushing a sturdy bicycle with a large rear rack, where a cloth bundle containing grains and fabrics was secured. Clad in a blue khaki jacket and black cotton shoes, Uncle appeared vigorous and spirited. Following him was Aunt, carrying a basket filled with several steamed buns and a plate of pickled vegetables. "Brother, sister-in-law, please come in and sit down," Mother hurriedly welcomed them, taking the basket from Aunt's hands. "Sister-in-law, no need to fuss. We are just here to help," Aunt replied with a smile. Uncle approached the sled, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the roe deer and wolf carcasses. "Jiangua, your skills remain impressive. You've bagged quite a haul. It's all thanks to Shower." This child has made a significant contribution today, not only locating the roe deer, but also helping to fend off the wolf pack, Lin Xiao said, his voice brimming with pride. Uncle turned to Lin Xiao, patting his shoulder. Well done, young man. You've grown and achieved much. Even more impressive than your father in his youth. Lin Xiao smiled bashfully and promptly offered Uncle a pipe. Uncle and father busied themselves with processing the roe deer and wolf carcasses. Though a carpenter, Uncle had learned some skills in handling game from grandfather, and his movements were quite adept. Lin Xiao assisted them, occasionally passing tools. Meanwhile, mother and aunt were inside, preparing lunch. Jingua, I've already sent some roe deer meat over to your parents. They are doing well, but often think of you, urging you to visit when you can, Uncle said while working on the meat. Grandfather and grandmother lived with Uncle, whose brick house was significantly more spacious and well-lit than their own earthen dwelling. As grandfather and grandmother aged and their health declined, it was Uncle and aunt who took care of them. I understand. Once we finish up these tasks over the next couple of days, I will go visit them, father replied. Lin Xiao recalled that in his previous life, after father was injured, he seldom visited grandfather and grandmother, with mother occasionally bringing them supplies. When grandfather and grandmother passed away, father was unable to attend their funerals due to his mobility issues, which became a lifelong regret for him. In this lifetime, he is determined to ensure that his father spends more time with his grandparents. By the way, his third sister sent a message through someone yesterday, inviting us to visit her when we have the time. Her in-laws have slaughtered a pig for the new year, and they would like us to come over for a meal. His uncle added. This third sister is Lin Xiao's aunt, Lin Jianying, who married into the Wang family in the neighboring village. Her husband is an ordinary farmer, and their family lives modestly, yet they share a harmonious bond. The aunt is very filial, often returning to visit the grandparents and bringing gifts for his father's family. That sounds wonderful. Once we finish processing these game, I will take Xiao and Xiao Mei over to visit, his father said. Lin Xiao recalled that in his previous life, the aunt had also invited them to enjoy pork. But at that time, his father was injured and in low spirits, so they did not go. Later, the aunt passed away due to complications during childbirth, and his father felt immense guilt, believing that had they visited her, perhaps the tragedy could have been averted. In this lifetime, he is resolute in ensuring that his father visits the aunt and meets her children as well. By noon, the meal was prepared. The table was adorned with stewed roe deer meat, sautéed deer entrails, a plate of pickled vegetables, and several steamed buns. This was a rare feast for the family, and Lin Xiao Mei was delighted, occasionally serving her uncle and aunt with food. Uncle, aunt, please eat more, Lin Xiao Mei said with a smile. Xiao Mei, you are so well behaved. Eat up, the aunt replied, affectionately ruffling Lin Xiao Mei's hair. I heard you got accepted into the prestigious high school in the county. How impressive. You must study diligently and aim for university to bring honor to your parents. Lin Xiao Mei nodded, her eyes brimming with dreams. You need not worry about tuition. I have already prepared it. If it falls short, I will add more, the uncle declared. His father quickly interjected, Brother, there's no need for you to contribute. The money from selling this game is sufficient for Xiao Mei's tuition. That is of no concern. We are family, and it is only right to support one another. The uncle replied. Lin Xiao felt a warm glow in his heart. His uncle had always been very considerate towards their family. In his previous life, had it not been for his uncle's frequent assistance, their lives would have been even more challenging. He vowed to repay his uncle handsomely once he had the means. After the meal, the uncle and father continued processing the game, while Lin Xiao accompanied his aunt in conversation. She spoke about matters on the farm, mentioning that the captain had recently organized the team to repair the irrigation ditches in preparation for spring. She also mentioned that the neighbor, Zhang San, had recently hunted a wild boar and made quite a bit of money from it. Lin Xiao listened attentively, occasionally chiming in with comments. In the afternoon, the uncle and aunt prepared to leave. His father packed a substantial amount of deer and wolf meat for them. The uncle declined several times, but eventually accepted. Brother, sister-in-law, take care on your way back, his mother said, seeing them off at the gate. Dear sister-in-law, take good care of Zhang Wo and the children. If there is anything, do not hesitate to let us know, the aunt advised. After bidding farewell to his uncle and aunt, his father sat down in the courtyard to rest. Lin Xiao approached him and asked, Father, how did you meet mother? He knew little about his mother's past, as she had come from a different township. His father smiled and began to recount the story of how he and his mother met. Your mother is someone I came to know when I returned from military service years ago. The father's gaze was filled with reminiscence. It was a time when I had just returned from military service and was working on the farm. On one occasion, while I was in the town where your grandfather lived to purchase some goods, I happened to encounter your mother washing clothes by the river, and she accidentally fell into the water. As fate would have it, I was passing by at that moment, so I leaped in and rescued her. Subsequently, your grandparents deemed me a suitable match and consented to our union. Lin Xiao listened with rapt attention, captivated by the unexpected tale of his parents' first encounter. What was your mother's family like? He inquired further. The father sighed. Your grandparents have long since passed away. Your mother had 3 brothers, your uncles, who were ordinary farmers with modest means. They seldom visited, but during festivals, they would come to see your mother. What are your uncles doing now? Lin Xiao asked. Your eldest uncle, Li Dashan, farms in the village. Your second uncle, Li Dahai, works at a brick factory in town. And your third uncle, Li Dai, is employed by a construction team in the county, the father replied. Though their circumstances are humble, they often think of your mother and occasionally send some grain. The last time your mother was ill, it was your eldest and second uncles who came to help care for her. Lin Xiao nodded, reflecting on how, in his previous life, he had neglected his uncles, viewing them as lacking in means and capability. Now, he realized how inconsiderate he had been. Despite their modest circumstances, his uncles showed genuine concern for his mother. In this life, he vowed to foster a closer relationship with them and honor them appropriately. Father, once we sell the game, let us visit my uncles and bring them some meat, Lin Xiao proposed. The father paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That sounds good. It has been a while since your mother last visited her family. It would be a nice gesture. Hearing their conversation, his mother stepped out of the house, her eyes brimming with emotion. Xiao, you have truly grown up. In the following days, the father and son busied themselves with processing the game. They divided the venison and wolf meat into portions, keeping one for themselves, giving one to the grandparents and the elder uncle, another to the aunt, and preparing one for sale at the county supply and marketing cooperative. The wolf skin was treated according to the father's instructions. They scraped off the fat and flesh, then soaked it in a lye solution. While soaking the wolf skin, Lin Xiao diligently changed the lye solution daily and occasionally turned the skin to ensure thorough absorption. Meanwhile, his father worked at the farm to earn work points. Although the wound on his calf had not yet healed, he persevered, stating, while we have a bit of money now, we cannot simply live off it. We must continue to earn our keep. Lin Xiaomei spent her days reading in preparation for the upcoming high school semester. Their mother busied herself with household chores and also found time to visit the grandparents and aunt, bringing them some meat. Despite their continued modest lifestyle, the family was filled with hope and warmth. That evening, Lin Xiao and his father worked together to massage the soaked wolf skin. After several days of soaking, the skin had become quite supple, and they took turns kneading it, sweating profusely. Father, once we finish massaging this wolf skin, can it really be made into a fur coat? Lin Xiao asked as he worked. The father nodded. Indeed, once we finish kneading it and it dries, we will comb the fur to make it smooth, and then it can be fashioned into a coat. At that moment, I shall craft one for you and another for your mother, while the remaining wolf pelts can be sold for a modest sum. Lin Xiao was filled with anticipation, envisioning himself clad in a wolf fur coat, undoubtedly warm and comforting. Observing his father diligently working the pelts, he silently vowed that in this lifetime, he would ensure his family lived well, no longer subjected to poverty and hardship. Through his own efforts and the memories of his past life, he aimed to alter the family's fate, granting all his loved ones happiness and well-being. As night fell, the moonlight illuminated the courtyard, casting a serene glow upon the industrious figures of father and son. Inside the house, the soft snores of his mother and sister echoed, contributing to the tranquil and beautiful atmosphere. Lin Xiao understood that this was merely the beginning. Numerous challenges awaited him in the future. Yet, he possessed the confidence and courage to confront all adversities, striving to forge a life of happiness for himself and his family. Chapter 4. The Supply and Marketing Cooperative Schemes. After 3 days of relentless toil, the father and son duo finally completed the processing of their catch. 2 wolf pelts, tanned to a semi-soft state, were meticulously aired in the woodshed, spread open with bamboo poles to maintain their shape. The venison and wolf meat were divided as planned, with all designated portions delivered, leaving the remainder packed into 2 sturdy burlap bags, heavily resting on the sled. Although Lin Zhangwo's leg wound had yet to fully heal, he could walk normally, albeit with caution against exertion. That morning, even before dawn, his mother had prepared 10 corn cakes and boiled a few eggs to tuck into a bundle. Zhangwo, shower, take care on the road. The cooperative will be bustling, so keep an eye on your goods. And remember to choose thick paper for Xiaomei. Don't use flimsy ones that wear out in just a couple of days. Don't worry, mother, Lin Xiao reassured, accepting the bundle and assisting his father in securing the bags of meat. Besides the meat and wolf pelts, the sled also carried 2 pairs of cloth shoes made by his mother, intended as currency for bartering with the cooperative sales clerk. The father and son harnessed the sled, trudging towards town on the remnants of melting snow. The distance from the farm to the town was 8 miles, and the sled creaked over the frozen ground, emitting a rhythmic clatter that made the journey more arduous than walking through the snow. "Father, how much do you think we can sell these 2 wolf pelts for?" Lin Xiao inquired, pulling on the sled's rope with effort. He recalled how, in his previous life, after his father was injured, the family had sold off some meager pelts for a pitiful price. Lin Jiangwo gazed ahead at the town, where steam rose in the crisp air, and estimated. "These are winter pelts, dense and thick, and they are tube pelts. Each should fetch at least 15 yuan, so 30 for both should be a safe bet. Combined with the venison and wolf meat, we should make at least 20 yuan, enough for Xiaomei's tuition with some leftover." Lin Xiao calculated in his mind. 30 plus 20 equaled 50 yuan. Adding a few coins saved previously at home would not only cover his sister's tuition, but also leave a substantial amount as startup capital. He was particularly concerned about acquiring a hunting rifle. The old shotgun his father used was a relic passed down from his grandfather, requiring reloading after every 2 shots. With limited power, if they could purchase a semi-automatic rifle, both hunting efficiency and safety would significantly improve. Upon arriving in town, the streets were already bustling with activity. The cooperative's blue-tiled house stood out conspicuously among the surrounding earthen dwellings, adorned with a striking red and white slogan advocating economic development and supply assurance. Inside the glass windows, an orderly display of enamel basins, soap, and fabric beckoned passers-by to pause and observe. The father and son first parked their sled in the alley beside the cooperative, where Lin Jiangwo instructed, "You keep an eye on the goods here. I shall greet Director Wang, who is familiar with me and offers a fair price for furs." Lin Xiao nodded, leaning against the sled while surveying the surroundings. Not far off, several farmers carried baskets of vegetables, and a peddler pushed a bicycle, its wooden crate laden with sugar cubes and sewing supplies. He noticed 2 men in military overcoats conversing quietly at the alley's entrance, casting furtive glances toward the cooperative while handling a long object wrapped in cloth, suggesting a clandestine transaction. Lin Xiao's heart raced. The black market. This was precisely the place he sought, as items like shotguns and hunting dogs were unattainable through legitimate means and could only be procured in the shadows. Before long, Lin Jiangwo returned with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and glasses, Director Wang of the cooperative. "Xiao, quickly show Director Wang the wolf pelts." Lin Xiao hastily unwrapped the bundle, laying the 2 pelts on the ground. Director Wang crouched down to examine the fur, running his fingers through it and inspecting the tanning quality of the hides. He nodded appreciatively, declaring, "Jiangwo, your craftsmanship remains impeccable. These hides are uniformly tanned, with minimal fur loss, truly first-rate. I'll give you 35 for the pair. How does that sound?" Lin Jiangwo's eyes brightened at the offer, 5 more than he had anticipated. "Director Wang, that is quite generous of you." Wang chuckled, considering your long-standing contributions to the cooperative and the keen eye of this young lad for good merchandise. "What about the meat? Let me see its freshness." Lin Xiao unveiled the meat sack, revealing bright, firm roe deer meat, while the wolf meat, though darker, also appeared fresh and odorless. Wang squeezed the meat to gauge its elasticity, stating, "I'll give you 12 for the roe deer and 8 for the wolf, totaling 20. How about 58 altogether?" "Absolutely. That is splendid." Lin Jiangwo eagerly agreed. Director Wang instructed someone to take the meat and pelts inside, then produced a stack of cash from his pocket, counting out 58 and handing it to Lin Jiangwo. Receiving the money, Lin Jiangwo carefully tucked it into his inner pocket, producing a pair of cloth shoes from his bundle. "Director Wang, these were made by my wife. Please accept them if you don't mind." Wang did not decline, inspecting the stitching and commenting, "Your sister-in-law possesses remarkable skill. My wife is in need of such cotton shoes." The father and son followed Director Wang into the cooperative to begin their shopping for daily necessities. They quickly selected soap, salt, and sewing supplies as instructed by their mother. Lin Jiangwo also purchased a pouch of coarse tobacco for himself and a piece of blue fabric to craft a new cotton coat for his wife. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao headed straight for the stationery counter, where the selection of paper and pens was limited, mostly consisting of coarse paper and dip pens. He picked up a thick stack of rag paper, chose 2 pencils with erasers, and a block of ink, inquiring, "Comrade, how much for these?" The salesgirl, a young woman, glanced at the items and replied, "The rag paper is 15 cents a stack, pencils are 5 cents each, and the ink block is 10 cents, totaling 35 cents. Lin Xiao paid the money and carefully placed the paper and pen into his bundle. He then pretended to be casual and inquired, "Comrade, do you have any shotguns for sale here? My father's old hunting rifle is broken, and he wishes to replace it." The young woman hesitated for a moment and quickly waved her hand, Shotguns are controlled items. How could the supply and marketing cooperative have them for sale? You might want to inquire elsewhere. After saying that, she turned to attend to other customers, clearly unwilling to engage further. Unperturbed, Lin Xiao accompanied his father to the fabric counter and leaned closer to Director Wang, whispering, "Director Wang, with your vast experience, do you know where I might procure a shotgun? My father's old piece is truly beyond repair. He nearly encountered an accident last time he went hunting." Director Wang glanced around and lowered his voice. "Such items are not available through legitimate channels. Perhaps you might find them on the black market, but the risks are considerable. They are mostly outdated firearms discarded by the military, and their reliability is uncertain. Exercise caution while hunting, if all else fails. You could apply for militia firearms from the farm. It may be a hassle, but it is safer." Lin Xiao nodded and inquired further, "What about hunting dogs? Do you know where I might find some for sale, preferably puppies that can be trained?" Director Wang pondered for a moment. "There is an old hunter in Willow Tree Village to the east who has several litters of hunting dogs. It is said that they are purebred Northeast fine dogs. Though they do not come cheap, a puppy costs 20 yuan. However, he seldom sells them. You would need an introduction from someone he knows." Lin Xiao committed this information to memory. Although 20 yuan for a puppy was not inexpensive, he could manage to scrape together the amount. As for the shotgun, he would have to save gradually and devise a plan. After completing their purchases, the father and son exited the supply and marketing cooperative. Lin Xiao excused himself to go to the restroom and walked towards the alley he had noticed earlier. The two men in military overcoats were still there, and upon seeing Lin Xiao approach, they regarded him with suspicion. Lin Xiao feigned nonchalance as he squatted down to tie his shoelaces, overhearing one of the men say, "If that Type 38 rifle could be sold for 50 yuan, I'd let it go any longer, and it will get checked." The other replied, "No need to rush. Wait for someone knowledgeable. That last semi-automatic sold for 80. Lin Xiao's heart raced. Although the Type 38 was an outdated rifle, its power far exceeded that of his father's old shotgun, and 50 yuan was not an exorbitant price. Just as he contemplated approaching them, he heard his father calling from the alley, "Shower, what are you doing? We should head back." Reluctantly, Lin Xiao stood and walked towards his father, casting one last glance at the two men to memorize their features. As the father and son pulled their sled back home, they soon spotted a tall figure loitering ahead on the road. The figure wore a faded, tattered military coat, had disheveled hair, and bore a hearty smile. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and his father, his eyes brightened, and he quickly approached Shower. "Uncle Zhengwo, Tiger." Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart and hurried to greet him. This was his childhood friend, Lin Hu, who was 2 years older than Lin Xiao, tall and robust, possessing greater strength than his peers. In his youth, a severe fever had struck him, and due to his family's poverty, they could not afford a trip to the county hospital. They had to rely on the farm's old doctor who prescribed a few herbal remedies. Although the fever subsided, it had affected his intellect, making him slower in speech and action, and his straightforward demeanor earned him the nickname Tiger among the farm children, who were reluctant to play with him. Only Lin Xiao consistently stood by him, calling him Tiger. In his previous life, after moving to the city for work, Lin Xiao had made it a point to keep Tiger by his side. Although Huzi may not be the sharpest, he possesses a heart of gold and unwavering loyalty, always heeding Lin Xiao's words. Regardless of the challenges Lin Xiao faced, Huzi was invariably the first to leap into action to assist him. On one occasion, when Lin Xiao was bullied by local ruffians, Huzi, with bare hands, managed to chase away 3 of them, sustaining injuries that left him bloodied. After Lin Xiao's fortunes improved, he arranged a marriage for Huzi and even built him a house. Huzi remained by Lin Xiao's side until the end of his days. Reflecting on this, Lin Xiao's eyes glistened with moisture as he firmly patted Huzi's shoulder, inquiring, "Huzi, what brings you here?" Huzi scratched his head and grinned sheepishly. "I heard that Brother Shower had gone to town, so I came here to wait for you. My mother asked me to bring you some sweet potato chips." He then produced a paper-wrapped parcel from his coat, revealing golden, warm sweet potato snacks. Lin Xiao accepted the offering, feeling a warmth enveloping his heart. "Thank you, Huzi. And please extend my gratitude to your mother." Lin Zhengwo, smiling, remarked, "Huzi has become quite considerate. Come, let us return together. We shall have some roe deer meat at Uncle's place for lunch." Huzi's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Yes, roe deer meat is delicious." He then approached the sled, grasped the reins, and pulled with all his might. Huzi's strength made the sled much lighter, saving both Lin Xiao and his father considerable effort. On the journey, Lin Xiao asked Huzi, "What do you usually do at home?" Huzi replied while pulling the sled, "I help my mother with the fields and also go up the mountain to gather firewood. I want to learn hunting from Uncle Zhengwo, but no one has taught me." Lin Xiao felt a spark of inspiration, With Huzi's strength and willingness to work hard, if he could teach him to hunt and provide him with a hunting dog, he would undoubtedly prove to be a valuable ally. Moreover, Huzi's absolute loyalty would expedite Lin Xiao's hunting endeavors. Hunzi, if you wish to learn hunting, I will teach you, Lin Xiao declared. Once I save enough to buy a hunting dog, we shall venture into the mountains together, procure plenty of game, and use the earnings to find you a wife. Huzi halted, his face alight with disbelief and excitement. Really? Is that true, Brother Xiao? Will you really teach me to hunt? Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Of course it is true. Have I ever deceived you? Elated, Huzi leapt into the air, thumping his chest with enthusiasm. Rest assured, Brother Xiao, I will learn diligently. I have the strength to carry game and protect you from wolves. Lin Zhangwo, who had been listening, chuckled. Huzi is strong and has keen eyes. He is indeed suited for hunting. It is perfect that you teach him. You will be safer together in the mountains. Lin Xiao contemplated the future. Once he acquired the hunting dog, he would first take Huzi to familiarize him with the wilderness, teaching him to identify animal tracks, set traps, and gradually instruct him in the use of a firearm. With Huzi's assistance, he could expand his hunting scope, even daring to delve deeper into the forests in pursuit of more valuable prey. Upon returning to the farm, it was nearly noon. When Lin Xiao's mother saw Huzi accompanying him, she quickly prepared an extra fried egg and warmed up the leftover roe deer meat from the morning. Huzi sat by the Kong, savoring a large bowl of corn porridge with delight. Lin Xiaomei took out the paper and pen Lin Xiao had purchased, carefully placing them in her backpack. Spotting Huzi, she smiled and said, Brother Huzi, when school starts, would you like me to teach you to read? Huzi looked up, a bit shy, and replied, I am not very bright. I might not be able to learn. It is not difficult. I shall teach you to write your name, as well as that of Brother Xiao, Lin Xiaomei remarked. Lin Xiao also concurred, saying, Huzi, learning more characters is never a disadvantage. You will need them for keeping accounts when selling prey. Huzi nodded, taking a hearty bite of the corn cake. All right, I will learn. After finishing their meal, Huzi took the initiative to help Lin Xiao dry the wolf pelts. Lin Xiao led him to the woodshed, instructing him on how to turn the pelts to ensure even ventilation. Huzi approached the task with utmost seriousness. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, he executed each step with great care. Observing Huzi's earnest demeanor, Lin Xiao felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that Huzi would become his most significant brother and ally in this lifetime. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao sought out Xiaoli. Xiaoli was Lin Xiao's childhood friend, whose family owned a small convenience store on the farm and was well informed. Lin Xiao wished to inquire about the black market and the old hunter from Willow Village. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao intended to purchase a hunting rifle and hunting dogs, Xiaoli was taken aback. Xiao, have you lost your mind? Firearms are regulated. If you get caught, you could end up in prison. I am aware of the risks, Lin Xiao responded, but my father's old gun is utterly unreliable. Last time we ventured into the mountains, we nearly encountered trouble. I do not wish to acquire a new weapon. I only seek an old one, which I can keep hidden and use for hunting when necessary. Additionally, I want hunting dogs to accompany Huzi, as they offer greater safety. Xiaoli hesitated for a moment, then said, I am not very familiar with the black market, but my cousin resides in Willow Village, and he knows that old hunter. I will inquire on your behalf to see if we can establish a connection. That would be splendid. Thank you, Xiaoli, Lin Xiao replied. Pulling 50 cents from his pocket, take this to buy some candy. Xiaoli declined repeatedly, but ultimately accepted. Rest assured, I will ask tomorrow and let you know if I hear any news. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao handed the money earned from selling prey to his mother. She counted it, totaling 58 yuan, and combined with the 7 yuan previously saved, they had 65 yuan. She split the money into two parts, allocating 30 yuan for his sister's tuition and concealing the remaining 35 yuan beneath the bedding. This money is set aside for emergencies. If you wish to purchase a hunting rifle and dogs, we must save more. Lin Xiao nodded, aware that the income from this hunting trip was insufficient. He needed to devise a more comprehensive plan. That night, as Lin Xiao lay on the Kong, tossing and turning in sleeplessness, he contemplated. First, he must procure a hunting dog as soon as Xiaoli has news, then venture to Willow Village with the aim of finding a healthy puppy. Second, he must approach the matter of the hunting rifle with patience, establishing contacts in the black market to gather information before gradually saving money. Third, he should hunt alongside Huzi to expand their hunting range, targeting more valuable game such as wild boars, foxes, and even black bears, though they pose danger. Their pelts and meat were highly valuable. Finally, once he had amassed sufficient savings, he could discuss with his uncle the possibility of engaging in small business ventures, such as selling pelts in the city for greater profit. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold, gleaming light upon the hunting knife resting by the edge of the Kong. Lin Xiao touched the knife at his waist, a gift from his father. Still warm with his father's presence. He understood that the road ahead would not be smooth. It would be fraught with risks and difficulties. Yet, he had the support of his family, the companionship of a brother like Huzi, and the memories and experiences from his previous life. He is confident that through his own efforts, he can not only provide a good life for his family, but also establish his own career. "Xiao, are you asleep?" came his father's voice from nearby. Lin Xiao turned over. "Father, not yet." Lin Jingwo sighed. "I know you want to buy a hunting rifle and hunting dogs to catch more game. But I must tell you, hunting is fraught with risks, and one must not be too greedy. Especially in the deep mountains, there are many unknown dangers, so you must exercise caution." "I understand, father. I will be careful," Lin Xiao replied. Lin Jingwo nodded. "Huzi is a good lad, loyal to you. It would be wise to take him along hunting. You can look out for each other. Tomorrow, I will go with you to see if there is any news from Shaoli. If we can acquire hunting dogs, I will teach you both how to recognize animal tracks and set traps." Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart. Although his father spoke little, he had always supported him. As the night deepened, the farm lay in silence, occasionally interrupted by the distant barking of dogs. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, envisioning a future. He and Huzi, accompanied by hunting dogs, successfully hunting in the woods, his sister diligently studying at the county high school, aspiring to enter her dream university, his parents clad in new clothes, their faces adorned with smiles of happiness, and his uncle and aunt also thriving. He knew these visions were not mere fantasies. With hard work, they would undoubtedly come to fruition. Chapter 5. Fishing through the ice with ingenuity. Brothers collaborate for abundance. The morning frost, laced with chill, seeped through the cracks of the window, waking Lin Xiao from his slumber. The warmth of the heated bed lingered. Yet the absence of fresh firewood last night left the latter part of the night rather cold. He turned over, his gaze falling on the hunting knife hanging at the foot of the bed. Suddenly, memories of his father's teachings from a past life surged forth. His father, holding his hand, tying a noose of hemp rope soaked in sheep's blood to a branch of an oak tree, set 3 inches off the ground, just right to ensnare a roe deer's front leg. The trap needed to follow the lay of the land, tucked away in a sheltered spot, the snow covering it naturally, leaving no trace. These deeply buried memories became vivid, reminding him of ice fishing techniques he had seen in short videos during his previous life. The Liushi River lay 3 miles east of the farm, its surface thickly frozen in winter. Occasionally, the farmers would break the ice to catch a few small fish. Yet no one had ever managed to bring in a substantial catch. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he sat up briskly, grabbing his cotton jacket and dashing outside. This was a splendid opportunity to improve their circumstances. The fish in the Liushi River were particularly plump in winter, making it worthwhile for both sale and personal consumption. He would certainly involve Huzi, his honest and dependable brother, in this venture. With light steps, Lin Xiao made his way towards the eastern end of the village. The third house belonged to Huzi. He could find the south-facing wooden door even with his eyes closed. Today, however, it appeared even more dilapidated in the cold wind. The door panels cracked with 3-finger-width gaps. Last year, they had barely managed to reinforce it with frayed hemp rope, now half broken and swaying ominously in the breeze. The courtyard wall, constructed from yellow clay mixed with straw, had collapsed by half a foot in the western corner, revealing darkened straw inside. Bundles of dry firewood lay haphazardly at the base of the wall, clearly the result of Huzi's clumsy hands. He did not knock, but gently pushed the wooden door, which creaked open, startling the sparrows that had been huddled beneath the eaves to escape the cold. The courtyard appeared even more desolate than the outside. The only earthen house had several holes in its window paper, patched with yellowed newspaper, the edges curling in the wind, exposing the dark window frame within. The eaves hang desolately empty. In previous years, strings of corn and red peppers would have adorned this space. Yet this year, only a few bare rope ends remain. Beside the stove lies half a basket of unwashed sweet potatoes, their skins shriveled from the frost, leftovers gleaned by Tiger's mother from a corner of the farm's vegetable cellar yesterday. A vivid memory from 3 years ago abruptly surged into Lin Xiao's mind. It was a winter just like this when Tiger's father ventured into the mountains to trade for ginseng to treat Tiger's cough, only to mistakenly intrude upon a den of black bears. By the time the villagers found him, all that remained was a blood-stained cotton coat. With the pillar of the family fallen, their already meager existence crumbled further, relying solely on Tiger's mother, who toiled during the day at the farm for labor credits and stitched shoe soles at night for coarse grains, struggling to raise Tiger. Lin Xiao felt a pang in his heart. Just as he was about to call out, he noticed Tiger squatting by the stove, clad in a tattered military coat that had grown almost transparent from washing, poking at the flames in the stove with a matchstick. The firewood was damp, sending thick smoke swirling around the sparks, causing Tiger to cough violently, tears streaming down his face. He clutched a half-eaten corn cake, its edges hardened, clearly leftover from the previous day. Upon hearing the commotion, Tiger abruptly looked up, his face smudged with soot, and upon spotting Lin Xiao, he broke into a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "Shower go, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he hurriedly tucked the corn cake into his coat, as if afraid it might be snatched away. Lin Xiao understood that this was likely Tiger's breakfast. From within the house came a series of suppressed coughs, and Tiger's mother emerged, leaning against the doorframe. She wore a cotton coat patched with 4 layers, its cuffs worn to a shine, revealing the yellowed cotton stuffing beneath. Her hair had turned mostly gray, making her appear far older than her early 40s. Her high cheekbones and sunken eyes bore the marks of prolonged hardship and scarcity. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, she quickly rubbed her frostbitten hands on her apron, her voice hoarse. "Shower has come. Please, come in and sit. I'll prepare some hot water for you." Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands. "Auntie, no need to fuss. I have important matters to discuss with Tiger." His gaze swept across the room, the earthen bed covered with a mat that had a large hole, exposing the yellow earth beneath. The only wooden box was draped with an old cloth, its corners decaying. On the table sat a chipped coarse porcelain bowl, containing a small amount of corn porridge so thin it reflected a shadow, alongside a sickle with a dull blade, rusted beyond recognition. This was all that Tiger's family possessed, sustained solely by the strength of one woman. "Come with me to catch fish." Lin Xiao clapped Tiger on the shoulder, his voice booming above the cold wind. "The Liuxi River is frozen. I have a way to catch big fish. We can sell them and buy your mother a new cotton coat. And I'll get you a whole basket of steamed buns." Tiger's eyes instantly sparkled, the matchstick he held clattering to the ground. Forgotten as he dashed toward the woodshed. "I'll fetch the pickaxe. And the net." Tiger's mother hurried after him, pulling out an oiled paper bundle from her pocket, containing 2 slightly yellowed roasted sweet potato slices still warm. "Shower, take this to eat on the way. Tiger is clumsy. If he can help with his strength, please look after him a bit more." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke. Lin Xiao accepted the warm sweet potatoes, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. "Auntie, don't worry. Tiger and I are brothers. I will certainly take him along. I'll treat him to some roe deer meat at my house for lunch, and you should take a rest." As they conversed, Huzi emerged, shouldering a rusted pickaxe. With 2 net bags crafted from coarse iron wire, patched with layers of cloth, and a cloth bundle containing thick hemp rope, which he typically used for gathering firewood. Lin Xiao took the pickaxe, weighing it in his hands. The blade was sharpened from years of chopping wood. He patted Huzi on the arm and said, "Come. Brother will take you fishing, so your mother can enjoy a warm fish stew today." Although Huzi was unaware of Lin Xiao's methods, he had always trusted him implicitly, and he swiftly darted into the woodshed. Moments later, he reappeared, carrying the same rusted pickaxe, along with a chisel and the 2 patched net bags, plus the cloth bundle of hemp rope. "Let us go," Lin Xiao declared, taking one of the net bags and leading the way toward the flowing stream. The Liuxi River, a tributary of the Songhua River, was frozen over with nearly 2 feet of ice in winter, resembling a vast slab of dark blue-green glass sprawling across the wilderness. The sunlight glistened on the ice, casting a dazzling glare, while the distant surface was marred by fine cracks, yet it showed no signs of weakness. Lin Xiao crouched down, placing his palm against the icy surface, feeling the chilling touch seep through his skin. He recalled from a video in his past life that in winter, fish would gather beneath the ice where air bubbles formed. These bubbles indicated the presence of fish, as they emerged from the fish's breathing and the photosynthesis of aquatic plants beneath the ice. "Huzi, let us search for the places with bubbles," Lin Xiao urged, rising and walking upstream along the riverbank. Here, the Liuxi River curved into a large bend, creating a relatively tranquil stretch of water, with frosted reeds swaying in the wind. After walking roughly 100 meters, Lin Xiao abruptly halted. "Look here." The ice surface was indeed dotted with tiny bubbles, each one embedded within the ice, resembling scattered fragments of pearls. Huzi leaned closer, scratching his head in confusion. "Brother Xiao, what is the use of these bubbles? I've never caught any fish when I came to chisel ice before. There are fish schools below," Lin Xiao explained. "In winter, the water is cold, and fish tend to stay motionless, clustering in areas rich in oxygen. These bubbles signal abundant oxygen. Moreover, this is a bay where the current is slow, making it easier for the fish to linger." He instructed Huzi to hand over the pickaxe, gripping the handle firmly, and aimed for the area with the densest bubbles. Striking down forcefully, with a dull thud, The pickaxe made a white mark on the ice surface but did not break through. Lin Xiao adjusted his stance and began chiseling at the same spot with the pickaxe's sharp edge. Ice chips flew up, stinging his face like tiny needles. Yet he grew more vigorous with each strike. Huzi, anxious, reached out to take over. Brother Xiao, let me do it. I'm stronger. Hold on. Let us first create a small hole, and then we'll use the chisel to expand it, Lin Xiao replied, stepping aside and watching Huzi swing the pickaxe. Huzi's strength was indeed remarkable. With a single strike, the ice surface cracked in several fine lines. Lin Xiao quickly called for a halt. Switch to the chisel. Don't break the ice surface, or the fish will scatter. Obediently, Huzi exchanged the pickaxe for the chisel, while Lin Xiao squatted beside him, guiding him to carefully chisel along the edges of the small hole. The accumulating ice chips soon formed a small mound, revealing the dark blue-black ice underneath. Almost there. Just a bit more. Lin Xiao took the chisel, and with a deft motion, pried up a circular chunk of ice, which splashed into the water with a plop. The ice hole, about 2 feet in diameter, exhaled a cloud of white vapor, and the clear river water rippled, revealing the faint outlines of shadows moving beneath. There are fish. With excitement, Huzi shouted and was about to thrust the net into the water. Wait. Lin Xiao stopped him. Don't rush to catch anything. First, stir the water. He took the net, turned it upside down, and plunged it forcefully into the ice hole, then quickly stirred it in a clockwise motion. The wire frame of the net whirled in the water, creating swirling eddies, and the once clear river water became murky in an instant. Huzi looked puzzled. Brother Xiao, why are you stirring the water? The fish must have fled. This is to oxygenate the water, Lin Xiao explained while stirring. In winter, the ice cover is thick, and the oxygen level in the water is low, causing the fish to become lethargic. By stirring the water, air gets infused into it, increasing the oxygen levels and drawing the fish towards us. Moreover, the murkiness of the water conceals our shadows, preventing the fish from being frightened. After stirring for what felt like a long incense stick's duration, with his arms aching, he finally stopped and slowly pulled the net upwards. As soon as the net broke the surface, Huzi exclaimed in astonishment. The net was filled to the brim with silvery crucian carp, along with a few palm-sized loach. And the topmost fish, a carp, was still thrashing its tail, weighing no less than 3 pounds. So many fish. Huzi reached out to grab them, but Lin Xiao stopped him. Don't use your hands. The fish are slippery with a mucus coating. Just pour them directly into the cloth bag. The two untied the coarse jute rope they had brought, spreading the cloth bag on the ice. Lin Xiao poured the fish from the net into the bag. The fish flopped about, sending droplets of water splattering onto the ice, which instantly froze into tiny ice pellets. Let us go again. Lin Xiao plunged the net back into the ice hole. This time, he didn't stir, but carefully moved the net along the edge of the hole before pulling it up sharply. Once again, the net was filled with fish, including a hefty black fish that struggled fiercely, nearly tearing the net apart. Brother Xiao, you're incredible. Huzi squatted beside the bag, counting the fish with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling exhilarated. He knew this method was effective. Fishermen in the videos from his previous life did exactly this, and he was pleasantly surprised that it worked just as well in the Liushi River of 1979. This is just the beginning. Let us find a few more fish spots. Lin Xiao stood up, leading Huzi further upstream. With their first experience behind them, the two worked in perfect harmony. Lin Xiao focused on identifying areas with dense bubbles in the ice, while Huzi took charge of breaking the ice. Lin Xiao stirred the water to catch fish, each knowing their role. The second fish spot was beside a patch of reeds, where the bubbles were larger and denser, indicating the presence of bigger fish below. Huzi swung the pickaxe and quickly created a small hole. Lin Xiao carefully took over the chisel, cautiously enlarging the opening. This time, the ice was thicker, and it took a full quarter of an hour to break through. As soon as the hole was opened, a shadow of a large carp swam beneath the water. Huzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Xiao, what a big fish. Lin Xiao quickly thrust the net into the hole and stirred vigorously. This time he stirred for an even longer duration until his arm ached before slowly raising the net. As the net emerged from the water, it felt heavy. A massive carp, weighing around 10 pounds, was caught within, thrashing its tail and splashing water all over them. Weevee got it. Weevee caught the big fish. Huzi exclaimed, jumping with joy as he pressed down on the carp's head, helping Lin Xiao pull the net up. The large carp was golden all over, its scales shimmering in the sunlight, and its belly round and plump, clearly a sumptuous catch. Lin Xiao assessed the weight of the catch, estimating it to be at least 12 or 13 pounds, which could fetch around 5 yuan at the supply and marketing cooperative. This is splendid, Huzi. With this fish, our trip has not been in vain. He patted Huzi on the shoulder, and together they placed the carp into a cloth bag. The fish thrashed within the bag, prompting Huzi to quickly find a piece of ice to place atop it, stabilizing its movements. For the next 2 hours, the pair traversed the bends of the Liushi River, discovering 6 more fishing spots. Each location yielded a bountiful catch, ranging from a few to over 10 pounds. The cloth bag soon reached its capacity, leading Huzi to remove his tattered military coat and spread it on the ice, emptying the fish onto it. The coat quickly became a heap of fish, the variety increasing to include crucian carp, common carp, blackfish, loach, and numerous small fish whose names eluded them. As the sun reached its zenith, they finally paused. Lin Xiao estimated that they had caught at least 200 to 300 pounds of fish, with the large carp contributing significantly to the weight. Huzi, sitting on the ice, was panting heavily, sweat glistening on his brow, yet he wore a broad smile. "Shower, with so many fish, we can sell them for quite a sum, can't we?" "Indeed," Lin Xiao responded, equally fatigued, his cotton-padded jacket soaked with sweat, a chill creeping in with the wind. He gazed at the small mountain of fish on the ice, mentally calculating. The large carp and blackfish could be sold at the cooperative, a portion of the crucian and common carp could be kept for their own meals, and the small fish could be dried for winter stews, adding a delightful flavor. Moreover, there was ample to share with his grandparents and his uncles' and aunts' families, allowing them to savor the bounty as well. "Huzi, keep an eye on the fish here and ensure no wild dogs come to steal them. I'll head back to fetch my father to bring the sled for transport," Lin Xiao instructed. The village was still 3 miles away, and with so many fish, the two of them could not possibly carry them back. They required his father's sled. Huzi nodded, clenching his fists with determination. "Rest assured, Xiao, I will guard the fish fiercely. Anyone who dares to steal will be driven away." Lin Xiao stood and sprinted towards the village, the cold wind brushing against his face. Yet he felt no chill. His heart brimmed with joy, for this was the first time since his rebirth that he had achieved such a significant haul through his own efforts. Along the way, he encountered several villagers who, noticing his breathless haste, inquired curiously, "Xiao, why are you running so fast? I've been fishing in the river and caught a tremendous amount. Hurry to my house and ask my father to bring the sled." Lin Xiao called back with a smile, his feet never slowing. Upon returning home, he found his mother drying herbs in the courtyard. Seeing Lin Xiao return, drenched in sweat, she quickly handed him a bowl of water. "Xiao, what is the matter? Has something happened?" "Mother, we caught a lot of fish, 200 or 300 pounds. There's even a carp weighing over 10 pounds. Lin Xiao exclaimed, downing the water in one gulp. "Quickly call father to take the sled to the Liushi River to collect the fish. Huzi is still watching them." His mother was momentarily taken aback, dropping the herbs from her hands. "What? You caught 200 or 300 pounds of fish? You're not jesting, are you? Mother, how could I ever deceive you? Please hurry and summon father, and gather some large baskets and sacks. There are far too many fish to contain," Lin Xiao urged. Finally, realizing the urgency, his mother dashed into the house to call his father. Lin Jiangwo was inside, polishing an old shotgun when he heard the commotion. He quickly set the gun aside and rushed out. "Xiao, did you really catch that many fish?" "Father, come and see for yourself," Lin Xiao replied, pulling his father along as they headed outside. The mother hastily gathered several large baskets and burlap sacks, placing them onto the sled. The family of 3 pulled the sled briskly towards the Lu Stream River. As they neared the river, they spotted Huzi standing on the ice, wielding a wooden stick and vigilantly surveying the surroundings. A few wild dogs lingered nearby, their eyes fixated on the fish on the ice, yet they dared not approach, having been frightened away by Huzi. Upon noticing Lin Xiao and his family approaching, Huzi hurried over, exclaiming, "Xiao Ergu, Uncle Jiangwo, some wild dogs tried to steal the fish, but I scared them off." Lin Jiangwo gazed at the pile of fish on the ice, his eyes widening in astonishment. He quickly walked over and lifted a large carp, weighing it in his hands. "Goodness, this fish must weigh at least 12 pounds. Xiao, how did you manage to catch so many fish?" Lin Xiao recounted his method to his father, who nodded in agreement. "I never imagined there were so many techniques to fishing. Your ingenuity is truly remarkable." The mother, beaming with joy, swiftly grabbed a burlap sack and joined Lin Xiao and Huzi in packing the fish. The large carp was placed in a separate basket, while the black fish and sizable crucian carp were stuffed into the burlap sack, and the smaller fish were gathered into another basket. After half an hour of diligent work, they finally loaded all the fish onto the sled, which was now brimming and securely tied down, appearing quite heavy. "Let us head home," Lin Jiangwo called, grasping the sled rope, while Huzi and Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to assist. With the combined strength of the 3, the heavy sled finally began to move, leaving deep tracks on the ice. The sunlight bathed each face in warmth, radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. Lin Xiao glanced back at Lu Stream River, silently resolving to return every few days to fish, recognizing it as a steady source of income. On the way back, they encountered several villagers who, upon seeing the sled laden with fish, gathered around in awe. Zhangwo, your shower is truly impressive, having caught so many fish. This large carp is quite rare. It must fetch a good price. They exclaimed. Shower, teach us how you did it. We want to catch some too. The villagers clamored, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Zhangwo responded with a smile. All credit goes to Shower. He devised this method. Lin Xiao grinned and explained, it's simply about finding spots where bubbles surface, cutting through the ice, aerating the water, and then scooping them up. It's not difficult. Everyone can give it a try. He had no intention of keeping the method to himself. Firstly, it was too simple to conceal, and secondly, helping the villagers would foster better relationships, making future dealings at the farm more convenient. Upon returning to the village, word had already spread. Numerous villagers had gathered outside Lin Xiao's home to witness the spectacle, and their astonishment was palpable as they beheld the haul of fish. His uncle and aunt had also arrived, and upon seeing the abundance, his uncle chuckled, Zhangwo, your shower has truly prospered. He will earn a considerable amount from this. Lin Zhangwo beamed with delight. Indeed, thanks to Shower, we no longer have to worry about Xiaomei's tuition, and we can also prepare some goods for the new year. As Lin Xiao surveyed the lively scene in the courtyard, he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He recognized that this was merely the beginning. With the avenues of fishing and hunting available, life at home would surely improve. He turned to Huzi, who was helping his father unload the fish, his face radiating pride. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder, saying, Huzi, in the future, I'll take you hunting and fishing. Together, we shall earn money and live well. Tiger nodded vigorously, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. All right, Brother Xiar, I'm with you. Chapter 6. Fresh Fish, Grateful Hearts. Family gatherings warmed the soul as Lin Xiao unloaded the fish he had caught from the Liushi River into the courtyard. The sun hung low over the western mountains, casting a golden hue upon the frozen, rigid fish, which shimmered with a soft silver sheen. Lin Xiao crouched before the pile, sifting through the carp he intended to keep for sale, while the black fish were suitable for making fish balls. Ultimately, he selected a grass carp weighing over 2 pounds and gathered half a basket of palm-sized willow root fish and needlefish, carefully binding them into 2 bunches with straw rope, their weight substantial in his hands. Mother, I'm heading to Grandpa Chang's place, Lin Xiao called out to the kitchen, casually donning a dogskin hat. His mother, Li Guilon, was sweeping the icy debris from the courtyard and straightened up upon hearing him. Take some venison to Grandpa Lin. There's still a bowl left from yesterday's stew. Nice and warm. No need, Mother. The fish is fresh, and he enjoys river delicacies, Lin Xiao replied, waving his hand as he briskly walked towards the family quarters behind the farm office. The former farm director, Lin Shui, was a cousin of his grandfather, making him Lin Xiao's great-uncle by lineage. This elder had served as the farm director at Hongwei Farm for over 20 years, known for his integrity and fairness. Yet he had always shown particular kindness towards Lin Xiao and his family. In his past life, after his father lost a limb, it was Lin Shui who advocated for financial assistance from the farm. When his sister, Xiaomei, dropped out of school, he discreetly provided funds for her education. Even after the passing of his parents, it was he who managed the funeral arrangements, donning mourning attire to see them off on their final journey. Reborn. Lin Xiao felt a warm glow in his heart whenever he recalled these deeds, and repaying this kindness was etched deeply within him. The director's residence consisted of 3 brick and tile rooms, among the most respectable houses in the farm's family quarters. The courtyard walls were constructed from blue bricks, and 2 old elm trees stood at the entrance, their branches swaying in the wind adorned with strings of corn. Lin Xiao did not knock, but pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door, calling out, Great uncle, your eldest grandson has brought you some delicacies. On a bamboo chair at the entrance sat an elderly man clad in a dark blue cotton jacket, his hair gray, yet neatly combed, holding a clay pipe. It was Lin Shui. Upon hearing the voice, the elder looked up, his cloudy eyes instantly brightening. You little rascal, what trouble have you stirred up this time? Did you steal someone's chicken? With a chuckle, he set down his pipe and slowly rose to his feet. Though his back was slightly hunched, his spirit remained vibrant. Great uncle, please don't wrongfully accuse me. Lin Xiao raised the fish before him. Look at this fresh catch from the Liushi River. The grass carp is perfect for stewing, and the small fish are excellent for frying as a snack. Lin Shui squinted as he examined the fish, pinching the gills of the grass carp, which were a vivid red and plump. He nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. Genuine river delicacies. Did your father teach you this? Not at all. I devised my own method, drilling holes in the ice and catching a whole basket. Lin Xiao replied. pride swelling in his chest as he helped the elder brush off the snow that had settled on his shoulders. I also brought Tiger along. That lad is strong. And he did all the ice drilling. Tiger is a good boy, though he has had his share of misfortune, Lin Xiao sighed, gesturing for Lin Xiao to enter. Your grandmother is busy in the kitchen. It's perfect timing for her to prepare a bowl of sweet egg soup for you. Lin Xiao entered the house, where a warm ambience enveloped him. Against the wall stood a red lacquer wardrobe, atop which rested an old-fashioned radio, playing excerpts from the Red Lantern. The clattering sounds from the kitchen indicated that his third grandmother was crouched by the stove, tending to the fire. Upon seeing him, she smiled and added a piece of pine wood to the flames. Shower has arrived. Come and sit. I saved you some rock sugar and boiled eggs. No need to fuss, Grandma. I merely came to deliver fish. There's still some cooking to do at home. Lin Xiao placed the fish on the kitchen counter. Third Grandpa, when you stew this grass carp, please add plenty of ginger slices to eliminate the fishy smell. The small fish can be battered in cornmeal and fried. They are delightful. Lin Xiao, seated in a grand armchair in the main room, chuckled as he smoked his pipe. Only you would know so much. Your father didn't dare to catch fish until he was 10, yet here you are, at 19, bravely drilling holes in the icy depths to fish. Indeed, I possess more wits than my father. Lin Xiao grinned as he leaned closer, helping to tap the ash from his grandfather's pipe. By the way, third Grandpa, a few days ago, my father and I went into the mountains and caught a roe deer. I'll bring you some of the hind leg meat for you to nourish yourself. You, my child, are more considerate than your father, Lin Xiao remarked, affectionately tapping Lin Xiao's forehead. But do be careful in the mountains. During winter, the wild beasts are ravenous, particularly the black bears. Don't be reckless like your friend Huzi's father. A warmth spread through Lin Xiao's heart as he assured, rest assured, third Grandpa, I know my limits. My father and I only hunt along the foot of the mountain and do not venture deep into the woods. Besides, my eyesight is sharp. I can spot animal tracks from afar. Lin Xiao nodded, cautioning further, if you encounter a pack of wolves, retreat immediately, don't engage them. The family is counting on you. Third Grandma emerged with a bowl of sweet egg soup, steaming and garnished with a sprinkle of sugar. Quickly eat this, it will replenish your strength. Hunting in the mountains is exhausting, and you must eat well. Lin Xiao accepted the bowl, the sweet warmth sliding down his throat and into his stomach. He chatted with the elders, recounting amusing tales of Huzi sweating profusely while drilling ice and their previous hunting adventures with the roe deer, causing the couple to erupt in laughter. As the sun began to set, Lin Xiao stood to take his leave. Third Grandpa, I'm heading back. I'll bring you the roe deer meat another day. Lin Xiao accompanied him to the door, pressing a packet of tobacco into his hands. For your father. Let him smoke less of that pipe tobacco. He needs to stay alert when hunting in the mountains. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao found several neighbors gathered in the yard, eagerly discussing the pile of fish. He patiently shared his techniques for finding ice holes and distributed a few handfuls of small fish to familiar neighbors before squeezing into the kitchen. His mother was crouched by the stove, and upon noticing his arrival, she quickly said, Shower, come help me prepare the fish. I've just heated the pot. Lin Xiao rolled up his sleeves, selecting 2 carp weighing over 3 pounds and a basket of small fish. Preparing the carp was a meticulous task. He first snipped a small opening beneath the fish's gills, then cut along the belly down to the tail, extracting the entrails. He rinsed it repeatedly with clean water until the dark membrane inside was thoroughly cleaned, as it held the strongest odor and needed to be completely removed. The small fish were much simpler to handle. He merely squeezed out the gills and entrails and rinsed them with water. Mother, how's the pot doing? Lin Xiao placed the meticulously prepared carp on the cutting board and skillfully scored its skin with diagonal slashes, ensuring it would absorb the flavors during the stewing process. His mother lifted the lid of the pot, revealing the melted pork fat bubbling gently. Perfect. Quickly, put the fish into fry. Lin Xiao delicately lowered the carp into the pot, producing a sizzling sound as the flesh tightened upon contact with the heat, quickly turning golden brown. He gently flipped the fish with a spatula until both sides achieved a crispy, golden hue before transferring them to a plate. With some oil remaining in the pot, his mother tossed in slices of ginger, sections of scallion, and dried chili peppers, followed by 2 crushed cloves of garlic. After stir-frying until fragrant, she added 2 generous spoonfuls of bean paste, stirring until the oil turned a rich red. Add water, she called out. Lin Xiao promptly grabbed a bucket and poured half a bucket of hot water into the pot. Once the water boiled, he placed the fried carp back in, adding a splash of cooking wine and vinegar to eliminate any fishy scent, then covered the pot to let it simmer. How do we prepare the small fish? His mother inquired. Let us stew them with corn cakes. Lin Xiao replied, I'll go fetch the cornmeal. He scooped 2 bowls of cornmeal into a basin, added a bit of warm water, and sprinkled in some salt, kneading the mixture until the dough became smooth and pliable. By this time, the aroma of the stewing carp filled the air and the broth thickened. His mother added the small fish into the pot, while he pinched off pieces of dough, flattening them into thin cakes, half submerged in the broth and half exposed. Cover the pot and let it stew for 20 minutes. Lin Xiao instructed, placing the lid on the pot and adding a few dry twigs to the fire, which flared up and licked the bottom of the pot. The fragrance in the kitchen intensified, the savory scent of the carp mingling with the sweet aroma of the corn cakes, making one's mouth water. Lin Xiaomei rushed out from the house and peered into the kitchen. "Brother, when can we eat? I'm so hungry. Just a little longer." "Let us wait for Tiger and his aunt to join us," Lin Xiao replied, ruffling his sister's hair. "You keep an eye on the fire. I'll go call Tiger." Lin Xiao briskly walked to Tiger's house. Upon arriving at the door, he heard Tiger's mother coughing. He pushed the door open to find Tiger squatting in the yard chopping wood. Seeing Lin Xiao, he quickly set down his axe. "Xiao, what brings you here?" "Tiger, come home for dinner." Lin Xiao smiled. "My mother has stewed a big fish and made corn cakes. Go help your aunt up, and let us head over together." Tiger's mother emerged from the house, holding half-finished shoe soles, and awkwardly said, "Xiao, there's no need. We'll just eat a little at home." "Aunt, why be so polite?" Lin Xiao stepped forward, supporting her arm firmly. "You've always given me sweet potatoes. Now that we have fish stew at home, how could I not invite you? Besides, Tiger helped me catch the fish today. He deserves a proper reward." Tiger's mother tried to decline again, but Tiger rushed over with his axe in tow. "Mom, let us go. Xiao's fish is definitely delicious." He helped his mother put on her coat and guided her toward Lin Xiao's home. Upon returning, the stewed fish was ready in the kitchen. Lin Xiao lifted the pot lid, and a rich aroma wafted towards him. The carp had become tender, easily flaked apart with a gentle poke. The small fish had absorbed the flavors, and the corn cakes at the pot's edge were golden and crispy, with their submerged halves soaked in the savory broth. His mother served the fish and cakes, filling the table to the brim, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables and a dish of scrambled eggs. "Please, take a seat." The mother warmly invited Tiger's mother to sit down and served her a bowl of fish soup, made from the fresh fish that Xiao had caught after a long simmer. As Tiger's mother accepted the bowl and gazed at the tender fish meat within, tears unexpectedly streamed down her face. She wiped her tears with her sleeve and choked out, "Sister-in-law, your family is doing well. You needn't worry about us." Lin Xiao picked up his chopsticks and placed the largest piece of fish in her bowl, saying, "Tiger and I are brothers. You are my dear aunt. You cared for me in the past, and now that I have grown, it is my turn to look after you." Tiger eagerly grasped a corn cake, devouring it heartily while mumbling, "Mother, it's delicious. You must eat." Tiger's mother took a small piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. The exquisite flavor blossomed on her tongue, and tears fell once more. The years of poverty had left them with little more than the occasional steamed bun, and this meal was the most sumptuous she had enjoyed in 3 years. "Aunt, please do not be sad," Lin Xiao said earnestly as he set down his chopsticks. "When spring arrives and the weather warms, the mountains will be abundant with game. I will take Tiger into the woods to hunt. I will teach him to recognize tracks and set traps. Together, the 3 of us can work, selling what we catch to buy you a new cotton coat and new fabric for Tiger's clothes. Once we've saved enough, I will buy a hunting dog, making our hunts even more successful. Life will surely improve." Tiger's mother looked up at Lin Xiao with tear-filled eyes, her lips trembling. "Xiao, I believe that it is a blessing for Tiger to follow you." She stood and bowed deeply to Lin Xiao, saying, "Aunt thanks you for caring for us." Lin Xiao hurried to support her, exclaiming, "Aunt, what are you doing? Tiger and I are brothers. It is only right that we help each other." Lin Jiangwo raised his cup, taking a sip of wine before smiling. "Aunt, rest assured, Xiao has grown into a responsible young man. Our families will look out for each other, and life will surely get better." The mother chimed in, "Indeed, you must come over for meals often, as if it were your own home." Tiger's mother nodded appreciatively, clinking her bowl with the mother's, saying, "Sister-in-law, thank you." The atmosphere at the table grew increasingly lively. Lin Xiaomei shared amusing stories from school, while Lin Jiangwo and Tiger's mother chatted about farm life. Lin Xiao discussed plans for spring hunting with Tiger. Outside, the sky darkened, and snowflakes began to fall, settling on the window and forming delicate patterns of frost. Inside the kitchen, warmth enveloped the space, blending the aromas of the meal with the sounds of laughter, creating an ambience filled with comfort. Tiger, with a full belly, thumped his chest and declared, "Brother Xiao, I will do whatever you ask from now on. I have strength. I can carry the game and break the ice." Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "Good brother. Let us work hard together to ensure our families live well." Tiger's mother gazed at the two boys, a long-lost smile gracing her face. Her tears transformed into tears of joy. After the meal, Tiger's mother helped clear the dishes. The mother took her hand, pressing a piece of roe deer meat into it, saying, "Aunt, take this meat home to nourish Tiger." Unable to refuse, Tiger's mother accepted it, touched, and replied, "Sister-in-law, you are too kind." Lin Xiao accompanied the two women back home, and along the way, Huzi's mother repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Lin Xiao replied, "Auntie, there will be plenty more opportunities like this in the future. When I catch more fish, I will bring them to you." Upon returning home, he found Lin Xiaomei already asleep, a satisfied smile adorning her face. Sitting on the threshold of the kitchen, Lin Xiao gazed at the snow accumulating in the courtyard, his heart brimming with a sense of security. He understood that this was merely the beginning, as long as he and Huzi persevered together and with family by his side. The days to come would undoubtedly be as delectable and promising as the stewed fish they enjoyed that evening. His father approached and sat beside him, offering a cigarette. "Shower, you've grown up." Lin Xiao accepted the cigarette, lit it, and took a puff, the smoke swirling in the chilly air. He observed his father's profile, which appeared particularly distinct in the moonlight. The memory of his father's despair after losing a limb in his previous life lingered vividly, yet now, his father sat upright, hope radiating from his eyes. "Father, when spring arrives, let us repair the irrigation canal together. We will earn money to buy mother a new cotton coat and a new backpack for my sister," Lin Xiao declared. His father nodded, patting his shoulder. "All right, I will accompany you." The lingering aroma of the meal wafted through the kitchen, while distant barks of dogs echoed, enveloping the entire farm in the tranquil embrace of the night. Lin Xiao realized that his rebirth had not only altered his own fate, but also transformed the destinies of his family and Huzi's family. And this was merely the onset of their journey. Chapter 7. Categorizing fish and borrowing a cart for sales in the county town. The warmth of dinner still clung to the air, infused with the freshness of fish as Lin Xiao and Huzi squatted in the courtyard with an oil lamp in hand. Approximately 300 pounds of fish formed a small mound in the snow, the moonlight casting a cold, bluish hue upon the frozen bodies. "Huzi, let us categorize the fish into 3 types, Lin Xiao suggested, retrieving 3 large bamboo baskets from the corner and drawing 3 lines in the snow with a twig. The top basket was designated for carp and blackfish weighing over 3 pounds, representing the finest quality. The middle basket was for grass carp and crucian carp weighing between 1 and 3 pounds, and the bottom basket was reserved for small miscellaneous fish, such as nail fish and willow root fish. Huzi picked up a hefty blackfish weighing nearly 4 pounds and clumsily attempted to place it in the top basket, but its frozen body slipped from his grasp. Brother Shower, the supply and marketing cooperative in the town, only pays 80 cents per pound for fish. Why are we categorizing them so meticulously? He scratched the back of his head, exhaling a cloud of vapor that dispersed near the oil lamp. Lin Xiao, busy tying several large carp together with straw, looked up with a smile. "The town lacks sufficient people to consume 300 pounds of fish. We need to take them to the county town for sale. The larger fish have more meat and can fetch a higher price, while the small miscellaneous fish are inexpensive and can be sold as a bonus." Huzi's eyes lit up. "To the county town? I've never been there," he exclaimed. "Once we sell the fish, I'll take you to eat the most famous meat buns in the county." Lin Xiao patted his arm, continuing his work without pause. The two of them, illuminated by the oil lamp's glow, toiled for an entire hour before successfully categorizing the fish. The top basket contained approximately 80 pounds of large fish. The middle basket held 120 pounds of medium fish, while the remaining 100 pounds were all small miscellaneous fish, each covered with thick coarse cloth and weighed down with stones to deter wild dogs. "Huzi, you stay here and watch the fish while I go borrow a cart from Uncle San," Lin Xiao said, extinguishing the oil lamp. He called out to his mother from the main room, "I'm heading to Uncle San's house," and wrapped himself tightly in his cotton coat before heading towards the residential area. At Hongwei Farm, there is a cherished rubber-wheeled cart belonging to Third Grandpa, typically utilized for transporting fertilizers and delivering grain. It is a prized possession, seldom lent out. However, Lin Xiao was aware that Third Grandpa held a special affection for him. With a valid purpose, he would surely acquiesce to the request. As Lin Xiao entered the warmly lit home of Third Grandpa, he found the elderly man seated by the Kong, mending socks. "Third Grandpa, I wish to discuss a matter with you," Lin Xiao approached, explaining his plan to sell the fish in the county town. With 300 pounds of fish, the local market could not absorb them all, but the county town, with its larger population, would surely provide a better opportunity. However, the quantity was too substantial for the sled to handle, and he sought to borrow the cart for the journey. He assured that he would set off early the next morning and return by evening, promising to provide ample feed for the horse. Third grandpa paused, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The fish vendors at the eastern market in the county town are numerous. You too are young. Be cautious not to be taken advantage of. I shall lend you the cart, but your father must accompany you for added security. Lin Xiao quickly responded, Do not worry, third grandpa. My father's leg is not yet fully healed. He will rest at home. I will go with Huzi, who is strong, and no one would dare to bully us. Besides, I am quite persuasive and will ensure a good sale. He elaborated on his plan for the day, including pricing and the idea of including small fish as bonuses. Nodding in agreement, third grandpa rose and retrieved the cart keys from the wall. Very well. You may use the cart. There is half a bag of black beans in the stable. Take it to feed the horse. Remember, at the eastern market, there is a manager named Wang, an old acquaintance of your grandfather. Mention my name, and he will assist you. If any trouble arises, do not confront them directly. Seek out Manager Wang. Gratefully accepting the keys, Lin Xiao felt a warm glow in his heart. Thank you, third grandpa. Once the fish are sold, I will buy you 2 pounds of tea. Upon returning home, he found his father squatting in the yard, smoking. Surprised by the sight of the keys, he inquired, Did your third grandpa truly lend you the cart? Indeed, Lin Xiao replied proudly, shaking the keys. He even instructed me to mention his name to Manager Wang, ensuring no one dares to trouble us. Father, you can rest at home tomorrow. Huzi and I will handle it. Nodding, Lin Jiangua cautioned. The fish vendors in the county town can be unscrupulous. Avoid conflicts. If sales are sluggish, do not hesitate to lower the price. Safety comes first. At 4 o'clock the next morning, while darkness still enveloped the world, Lin Xiao roused Huzi. They led the cart to the stable to harness the horse. The old chestnut mare was gentle, standing patiently as they attached the reins. They loaded the categorized fish onto the cart, covering them snugly with blankets, though winter was frigid. It was crucial to keep the fish fresh for sale. Lin Xiao's mother had already prepared corn cakes and boiled eggs, packing them in a cloth bundle to hand to them. Eat on the way, and return early after selling the fish. Drive on. Lin Xiao cracked the whip, and the cart rattled away from the farm. Huzi sat beside him, cradling a hunting knife, a precaution Lin Xiao had advised. The night was deep, filled only with the sounds of hooves and wheels crunching over frozen earth, while distant stars twinkled, and the biting wind felt like tiny daggers against their skin. Brother Xiao, is the county town far? Huzi asked, tightening his coat, his voice still laced with sleepiness. Not far, just 40 miles. We shall arrive by sunrise, Lin Xiao replied, pulling out 2 eggs from the cloth bundle and offering one to Huzi. Have a bite to sustain you. As dawn began to break, the cart rolled into the county town. The East Market has come alive, bustling with farmers carrying their burdens, vendors pushing carts, and early rising residents eager to buy fresh produce. All jostling at the entrance. Following his great-uncle's instructions, Lin Xiao sought out Uncle Wang, the market administrator, and reported the name Lin Shui. Uncle Wang, a plump man in his 50s, brightened at the sight of the fish Lin Xiao brought. Ah, the eldest grandson of Shui? Come, let me show you a prime spot. Uncle Wang led them to a stall at the market's entrance, where foot traffic was at its peak. Lin Xiao and Huzi swiftly lifted the cotton quilt, arranging the fish on the stall. Large carp and black fish were neatly displayed at the forefront, their scales glistening in the morning light. Medium-sized fish were placed in the middle, while smaller varieties filled several large basins at the end. Lin Xiao found a wooden plank and inscribed the prices in charcoal. Large fresh fish at 15 yuan per jean, medium fresh fish at 1 yuan per jean. Small mixed fish at 0.8 yuan per jean, and a promotion for half a jean of small mixed fish free with any purchase of 5 jeans or more. Just as they finished setting up, a middle-aged woman approached. Young man, are these fish fresh? Where do you find such fresh fish in winter? Lin Xiao reassured her. Rest assured, these were just caught this morning from the Liuxi River. He held up a carp, pointing to its gills. Look at these gills, bright red and absolutely fresh. In winter, fish gather beneath the ice. I broke the ice to catch them, and they are even fatter than summer fish. The woman leaned closer to sniff, confirming the absence of any fishy odor, only a faint river fragrance. She nodded. Please weigh a 3-jean carp for me. It's my grandson's birthday today, and I want to stew fish. Certainly. Lin Xiao took the scale, selected a carp weighing 3 jeans and 2 tails, and after weighing it, handed it over. 3 jeans and 2 tails. I'll charge you for 3. That's 5 yuan. I'll throw in half a jean of small mixed fish. They make a delicious broth. The woman paid and left, satisfied with her purchase. With the first customer secured, a crowd quickly gathered, intrigued by how such fresh fish could be available in winter, eagerly inquiring. Weigh me 2 jeans of small mixed fish for frying with drinks. I want a black fish to nourish my son. Weigh me 5 jeans of medium fish, and add more small mixed fish as a bonus. Lin Xiao busily weighed the fish and collected payment, while Huzi assisted by handing over fish and bagging them. Although his movements were somewhat clumsy, he was earnest in his efforts. Within an hour, half of the medium fish had sold, and a considerable amount of small mixed fish had also been purchased. The money weighed down in a cloth bag, heavy with earnings. Amidst the bustling activity, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit and glasses approached, flanked by 2 young men carrying burlap sacks. He crouched down, examining a large carp closely, then sniffing it, he asked, "Young man, were these fish all caught today? How many jeans do you have left?" Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward. "Sir, they were all caught this morning, guaranteed fresh. There are about 50 jeans of the large ones, 60 jeans of the medium, and 80 jeans of the small mixed fish." The middle-aged man nodded. "I'm Lu, the procurement director of the county coal yard. We have over 300 workers, and winter meals can be monotonous. I'm looking to improve their dining experience. If your fish are fresh, I'll take them all." Lin Xiao's heart leapt with joy. The procurement director was indeed a significant client. He replied eagerly, "Director Lu, rest assured, my fish are absolutely fresh. If they're not, you needn't pay a single penny." Lu smiled. "The fish look good, but can you offer a better price? I shall take it all, and you shall save yourself the trouble of selling it again." Lin Xiao contemplated, realizing that the larger fish were priced at 15 yuan, the medium ones at 1 yuan, and the smaller ones at 0.8 yuan. If he sold all of them to him, it would certainly alleviate a great deal of hassle, and he could establish a long-term supply line with the coal yard, which would be considerably more advantageous than selling them individually. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Director Lu, since you are a significant customer, I shall offer you a discount. The large ones will be 13 yuan per jean, the medium ones 0.8 yuan per jean, and the small ones 0.6 yuan per jean. What do you think? This is at cost price." Director Lu was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Xiao's promptness and such a substantial reduction. He had expected a decrease of at most a dime. Yet Lin Xiao had slashed 2 dimes off the price, and his heart leapt with joy. This young man is quite generous. Let us proceed at your stated prices. I will have them pack the fish, and you can accompany me to the office to collect the payment. Certainly. Lin Xiao quickly called for Huzi to assist with packing the fish, while the 2 young men accompanying Director Lu stepped in to help as well. In no time, all the fish were packed into burlap sacks and loaded onto the coal yard-esque truck. As Lin Xiao followed Director Lu to the office to receive the payment, he learned that the coal yard workers primarily consumed cabbage and radishes during winter, rarely having the luxury of fresh fish. And Director Lu was troubled by the lack of a stable fish source. He grasped Lin Xiao's hand and said, "Young man, your fish is fresh, and the price is fair. I would like you to deliver fish to me twice a week, 300 jean each time, maintaining the same proportions of large, medium, and small fish as today. What do you say?" Lin Xiao's heart soared. This was indeed a long-term business opportunity. He nodded eagerly. "Director Lu, absolutely. I assure you that I will deliver fresh fish each time. If the weather turns cold and ice becomes a challenge, I will inform you in advance." Director Lu nodded in satisfaction, retrieved the money from his drawer, counted it, and handed it to Lin Xiao. The large ones weigh 51 jean, totaling 65 yuan and 3 jiao. The medium ones weigh 62 jean, totaling 49 yuan and 6 jiao. The small ones weigh 82 jean, totaling 49 yuan and 2 jiao. The total comes to 164 yuan and 1 jiao. Here is 165 yuan. You need not worry about change. Lin Xiao accepted the money with gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Director Lu. Next time, I shall bring you more small fish for the workers to make soup." Director Lu smiled. "No need for thanks. May our cooperation be delightful." Upon exiting the coal yard, Lin Xiao and Huzi, with the horse cart in tow and the heavy money in hand, were both elated. 165 yuan was equivalent to more than half a year's income for his family. "Brother Xiao, we have struck it rich," Huzi exclaimed, jumping with excitement, nearly toppling the cart. Lin Xiao quickly pulled him back. "Lower your voice. We must keep the money safe, lest it be seen." He divided the money into 2 portions, one of 80 yuan and another of 85 yuan, handing Huzi the 80 yuan. "Huzi, this is yours. Take it." However, Huzi stepped back, shaking his head vigorously. "Brother Xiao, I cannot accept so much. You were the one who devised the way to catch the fish and sell them. I merely assisted with breaking the ice. How can I take so much money?" "No, Huzi, this simply will not do." Lin Xiao frowned. "We are brothers. We caught the fish together, and the money must be divided equally. That is the rule. I care not for the rules. I only know you have treated me well." Huzi retorted defiantly. "My mother said I must not take advantage of you. At most, I will take 20 yuan. Anything more, I shall not accept. Lin Xiao understood Huzi's stubbornness. He was resolute, and if he insisted, Huzi would surely be upset. After pondering for a moment, he proposed, how about this, Huzi? In the future, as we embark on our hunting expeditions and catch fish to sell, we shall deduct the costs incurred, and I shall retain half of the profits. You will receive a quarter, while the remaining quarter will serve as capital to purchase hunting rifles, hunting dogs, and other essential tools. What do you think? The food we catch for our families will not be counted as expenses. Does that sound agreeable? Tiger scratched his head, pondering for a while, and ultimately deemed this arrangement feasible. By taking a quarter, he would neither take advantage of Lin Xiao nor neglect to support his household, all while saving to acquire a hunting dog for more convenient hunting. He nodded enthusiastically. Brother Xiao, it's settled then. We shall proceed as you suggested. Lin Xiao then exhaled a sigh of relief, counting out $41.25 from their earnings, and handed it to Tiger. This time, we sold a total of $165. Without deducting the costs, you will receive a quarter, $41.25. Here you go. Tiger accepted the money, carefully tucking it into his pocket as if it were a treasure. Brother Xiao, let us go buy some buns. The meat buns you mentioned from the county town. His hands rubbed together in anticipation. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Let us go? We'll buy 10 meat buns, 2 for your mother, 5 for my parents and sister, and we shall indulge in 3 ourselves. The bun shop in the county town was conveniently located beside the market, where steaming meat buns filled the air with an enticing aroma. Lin Xiao purchased 10 meat buns, packing them in a paper bag and handing 2 to Tiger. Hurry, eat while they're hot. Tiger took the buns and took a hearty bite. The savory meat filling burst in his mouth, causing him to gasp as he relished the flavor, unwilling to spit it out. Brother Xiao, these are truly delicious. Far better than corn cakes. Lin Xiao savored a bun as well, watching Tiger devour his with glee, which warmed his heart. He knew that Tiger had seldom tasted meat buns in his life, and he resolved to earn more money henceforth so that both Tiger and his mother could enjoy a better life. After finishing the buns, Lin Xiao visited the supply cooperative to purchase 2 pounds of tea leaves for Uncle San, a piece of floral fabric for his mother and sister to make new clothes, and a pound of fruit candy for his sister as a treat. As they returned home with the horse cart, the sun had risen high in the sky. Tiger sat on the cart's yoke, cradling the buns and fruit candy, humming a tune with a face full of joy. Lin Xiao cracked the whip, gazing ahead with a heart brimming with hope. With the coal yard as a long-term client, they could earn at least $300 weekly, and it wouldn't be long before they saved enough to purchase a hunting rifle and a dog. Life would undoubtedly improve. Brother Xiao, if we fish every week and deliver to the coal yard, then go hunting in the mountains, do you think we can buy a hunting dog? Tiger suddenly inquired. Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Of course. In no more than 2 months, we will have saved enough for a fine hunting dog. When that time comes, I shall take you deep into the mountains for a hunt and bring back a wild boar for your mother to make soup. Great, Tiger exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Upon their return to the farm, news of their venture had already spread. Their father and mother stood at the village entrance awaiting their arrival, rushing to greet them as they approached. Lin Xiao handed the fish earnings to his mother and presented the items he had purchased for the family. Her hands trembled with excitement as she gazed at the money. Xiao, did you truly sell this much? Mother, not only did we sell this amount, but I also secured a long-term supply contract with the coal yard, delivering fish twice a week, 300 pounds each time. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. The father, overwhelmed with emotion, was at a loss for words as he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, exclaiming, "What a remarkable young man you are." Lin Xiao then handed over the money to Huzi, who joyfully dashed home to share the good news with his mother. Observing Huzi's exuberant figure receding into the distance, Lin Xiao silently vowed to ensure that both families would enjoy a prosperous life through hunting and fishing. That evening, using the earnings from selling fish, Lin Xiao's mother purchased pork, preparing a hearty stew of pork and cabbage, accompanied by steamed buns. Huzi and his mother joined them for the meal. And at the dinner table, Huzi's mother, clutching the money Lin Xiao had given, was moved to tears as she fervently served him more dishes. "Xiao, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude," she said. "No need for such formalities," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "The best days are yet to come." Chapter 8. Setting traps in the mountain, encountering badger dens. Ingenious capture of 13 before the morning mist had fully dissipated. Lin Xiao was roused by a gentle sound from outside the window. Upon opening his eyes, he saw his sister, Xiaomei, tiptoeing on the windowsill, clutching a half-stitched pouch, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Brother, you mentioned taking Huzi up the mountain to set traps. Can I come too? I won't be a bother. I'll just help you gather some firewood." Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and sat up with a smile. There are wild beasts in the mountains. What would a little girl like you do there? Once I return with the game, I shall prepare badger oil for your frostbite, which would be far more beneficial. Xiao Mei pouted and slipped the pouch through the window gap. This is for you, embroidered by me, perfect for carrying fire starters. If you don't take me, remember to collect some beautiful feathers for me. I want to make a nest for the little hen. Lin Xiao picked up the pouch, noting its uneven stitches yet feeling the sincerity in her work, warming his heart. Understood, I promise to find you the finest feathers. After washing up and stepping outside, Huzi was already waiting at the gate with a hoe, 2 burlap sacks, and a roll of hemp rope at his feet. Shower, what trap shall we set today? Huzi asked, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. First, we'll head to the oak forest at the foot of the western mountain, where there are plenty of roe deer tracks, and then we'll search for rabbit burrows on the sunny slope. Lin Xiao picked up the hunting knife and fire starter from the corner, which fit perfectly into Xiao Mei's embroidered pouch. Let us go. We'll gather some dry pine needles along the way. They will be useful. As they exited the village, Xiao Mei hurried after them with a cloth bag in hand. Brother, mother asked me to bring you some corn cakes. And this bottle of water, infused with wild hawthorn, is deliciously sweet and quenching. She stuffed the cloth bag into Lin Xiao's hands and then pulled out a slingshot from her pocket, offering it to Huzi. Here, Huzi. This is for you to play with the little sparrows. Huzi accepted the slingshot, scratching his head and chuckling. Thank you, Xiao Mei. Now hurry back. Don't keep mother worried, Lin Xiao said, tousling his sister's hair as he watched her skip away before he and Huzi ventured into the mountains. At the foot of the western mountain, the oak forest's fallen leaves had accumulated half a foot deep, crunching underfoot. Lin Xiao crouched down, pointing to a series of distinct tracks on the ground. Look, these are the tracks of a roe deer, narrow in the front and wide at the back, with a spacing of over 2 feet, indicating it is an adult. He retrieved the hemp rope, which had been soaked in sheep's blood beforehand, from the burlap sack and selected a sturdy oak tree. Tying the rope snare 3 feet above the ground, the loop was about 5 inches in diameter, perfectly sized to ensnare the deer's front leg. Setting the trap required careful attention to the terrain, ensuring it was concealed in a sheltered dip with the snow laid naturally over it, leaving no trace. As Lin Xiao spoke, he skillfully used branches to evenly distribute the leaves around the snare, knowing that the curious roe deer would approach to investigate and, in lifting its foot, would become ensnared. Huzi, earnest in his studies, was diligently imitating the techniques beside a tree, albeit with the noose set a half-foot too high. Lin Xiao approached to assist him in making adjustments. If it's too high, it won't catch anything. If it's too low, it may be disturbed by the hairs. Remember, the distance from a roe deer's knee to its hoof is precisely 3 inches. That height is the most reliable. The two set several traps in the oak forest and proceeded towards the sunny slope, where low shrubs often concealed rabbits. The snow on the sunny slope had melted halfway, revealing the withered yellow grass shoots. Lin Xiao discovered a rabbit burrow, the entrance marked by fresh droppings. He extracted a mixture of carrot shreds from his sack to serve as bait, placing it a short distance from the burrow's entrance. Then fashioned a trigger trap from fine wire. The rabbit, upon exiting, would detect the bait and, upon touching the trigger rod, the noose would tighten. Lin Xiao brushed the dirt from his hands, suggesting, let us venture further in and see if fortune favors us. After walking approximately 2 miles into the mountains, they arrived at a sunlit earthen slope where Lin Xiao suddenly halted. Huzi, do you smell that? A pungent odor, perhaps? Huzi inhaled deeply and nodded. Indeed. It seems to be wafting from behind the slope. The two circled to the back of the earth mound, where they discovered several burrow entrances, the largest wide enough for a person to bend down and enter. The soil around the entrances was smooth from being trodden, and a few strands of gray fur lay scattered about. It's a badger. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a prized find. Badger meat is delectable. Their fat can treat frostbite, and their pelts command a good price. He crouched to observe closely, noting the presence of more than 5 entrances, irregularly distributed across the slope. This must be a badger den, he concluded, recognizing that there was likely more than one occupant within. Huzi tightened his grip on the hoe. Shall we go in and dig them out? No, the badger's teeth are sharp, and they can be lethal. Attempting to extract them directly would be too perilous. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, proposing, we shall employ a smoking method instead. You collect pine needles and dry leaves from the surroundings. The more, the better, and ensure they are dry for ample smoke. I will keep watch here to prevent the badger from escaping. Huzi dashed off, while Lin Xiao circled the burrow's entrance, marking each hole with stones, contemplating his strategy. In less than half an hour, Huzi returned, struggling under the weight of 2 large bundles of pine needles and dry leaves, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Is this enough? That will suffice, Lin Xiao replied, accepting the pine needles. Now, go and seal those 3 smaller entrances with stones. Make it tight, leaving no gaps. We shall keep the largest entrance at the top and the smallest at the bottom. Huzi quickly gathered several large stones, sealing the 3 smaller entrances securely and patching the gaps with soil. Lin Xiao then excavated a small pit beside the largest entrance, stacking the pine needles and dry leaves within, and propped several thin branches around the pit to create a rudimentary windbreak. The upper entrance would serve for smoking. The smoke would permeate the burrow, forcing the badger to flee through the smallest entrance below. Position yourself by that smallest entrance, Lin Xiao instructed, and hold your hoe at the ready. When the badger emerges, strike its head, but avoid using the blade, as it could damage the pelt. Understood. Huzi grasped the hoe tightly, squatting beside the small entrance, his eyes wide with anticipation. Lin Xiao retrieved a fire starter from his pouch, striking a spark that ignited the pine needles. The dry needles caught fire instantly, producing thick white smoke. Lin Xiao used a branch to direct the smoke towards the burrow, which soon began to emerge from the sealed holes as wisps of greenish smoke. Add some dry leaves, make the smoke thicker, Lin Xiao shouted. Huzi quickly handed over a handful of dry leaves. As the leaves were tossed into the fire, the smoke thickened, carrying the fragrance of pine needles and the charred scent of foliage, forcefully billowing into the burrow. While Lin Xiao tended to the flames, he listened intently to the sounds emanating from within. There were muffled cries and the scratching of claws against the earth. Brother Xiao, there's movement inside, Huzi exclaimed anxiously, his grip on the hoe tightening with perspiration. Lin Xiao nodded, adding another handful of pine needles to the fire. Patience, let the smoke accumulate sufficiently. Only then will they emerge. The badger is quite cunning. It will hide in the burrow until it can no longer contain itself. After approximately a quarter of an hour, the cries from the burrow intensified, interspersed with the squeaks of young badgers. Lin Xiao was startled to discover the presence of young ones. It appeared to be a large family. Just as he was about to speak, Huzi shouted, "They're coming out." A large badger burst forth from the burrow, its fur a dark gray, with mud caked at its jaws, glaring menacingly at Huzi. Huzi reacted swiftly, raising the hoe and striking down upon the badger with a resounding thud against its head. The badger grunted, convulsed for a moment, then lay still. "Well done," Lin Xiao exclaimed. But no sooner had he spoken than another badger charged out, this time a female, followed by 3 young ones. Huzi, in a flurry, first struck down the female badger, then used the hoe to restrain the frantically scurrying young ones. "Brother Xiao, there are too many," Huzi shouted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Lin Xiao hurried over to assist, witnessing a continuous stream of badgers emerging from the burrow, large and small, a total of 13. The 2 were soon overwhelmed. Lin Xiao drew his hunting knife to sever the leg tendons of the darting young badgers, while Huzi continued to subdue the larger ones with his hoe. After a strenuous half-hour, they had finally subdued all the badgers. Lin Xiao counted 5 large, 3 medium, and 5 small, totaling 13, with the largest weighing at least 30 pounds. "My goodness, so many." Huzi collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his hoe soaked with sweat. Lin Xiao, too, felt a sense of relief as he wiped the sweat from his brow. With so many badgers, they could not possibly carry them all back, and traveling through the village during daylight would draw unwanted attention. "Huzi, you stay here and guard against wild dogs stealing them. I will head down the mountain to call my father and approach from the village's rear to secretly transport the badgers back." "All right," Huzi nodded vigorously, gathering stones to pile around the badger carcasses. "Brother Xiao, hurry back." Lin Xiao acknowledged and raced down the mountain. Upon reaching the village entrance, he spotted Xiaomei squatting on a stone by the roadside, drawing circles with a twig. "Brother, why are you back? Did you catch something?" Xiaomei rushed over, her eyes bright with curiosity. "We've caught something good." Lin Xiao took his sister's hand. "Quickly return home and call father. Have him bring the sled from the back of the village and head to the slope on the sunny side of West Mountain. Be sure no one sees you. Remember to tell him to bring some hemp rope and sacks, lots of them." Xiaomei's eyes sparkled. "Did you catch something very big?" "I'll go with father." "No. It's dangerous in the mountains." Lin Xiao gently patted her head. "You wait at home for us. I'll bring you back something fun. By the way, do not mention this to mother. We wouldn't want to cause her any worry." Xiaomei nodded, turning and sprinting homeward, calling out, "Father, father, brother wants you to help with the game." Lin Xiao observed his sister's retreating figure with a smile, before continuing toward the village edge to meet his father. Before long, he spotted his father pushing a sled around the village corner, with Xiaomei stealthily trailing behind, a cloth bag in her hands. "Father, why did you bring her along?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Lin Jiangwo scratched his head. "This girl insisted on coming. claiming she wanted to bring you water. Xiao Mei raised the cloth bag. Brother, I brought pancakes and water. You must be hungry. Lin Xiao shook his head in exasperation, accepting the bag. Let us hurry. It's unsafe for Tiger to be alone there. Upon reaching the earthen slope, they found Tiger wielding a hoe to ward off a wild dog that had approached. When he saw them, he sighed in relief. Brother Xiao, you're finally here. Several wild dogs came by earlier, but I managed to scare them off. Lin Jiangwo, noticing the 13 badgers on the ground, was taken aback. Goodness, so many badgers. How did you catch them, Xiao? With pine needles for smoke. Lin Xiao briefly explained the process. Father, quickly bring out the burlap sacks and separate the badgers by size. We must not damage their pelts. The group hurriedly began placing the badgers into the sacks, 2 large ones in one bag, a medium one in another, and 2 small ones in yet another. 5 bags were piled onto the sled, securely bound with hemp rope. Xiao Mei crouched beside them, observing the small badgers with curiosity. Brother, this little badger is so adorable. Can we keep one? Lin Xiao patted her head. These badgers are wild and cannot be tamed. Besides, badger fat can treat your frostbite. I'll prepare it for you when we return. Xiao Mei nodded and took out a corn cake from her bag, offering it to Tiger. Brother Tiger, please eat some cake. You've worked up a sweat. After resting for a while, Lin Jiangwo hoisted the sled, while Lin Xiao and Tiger pushed from behind, with Xiao Mei walking alongside. Collecting fallen branches. To avoid drawing attention, they deliberately chose a small path around the village. When they encountered a few villagers gathering firewood, Lin Jiangwo simply remarked that they were fetching some dry wood from the mountains, and the villagers thought nothing of it. Upon returning home, their mother was busy in the yard drying herbs. Upon seeing the sled laden with burlap sacks, she exclaimed in surprise, Jiangwo, what have you brought? It's so heavy. Lin Xiao quickly pulled her into the house, whispering, Mother, we caught 13 badgers. Quickly close the yard gate, so no one sees. His mother promptly shut the gate and gasped in astonishment at the sight of the badgers. My goodness, so many. Xiao, you are truly capable. Mother, boil some hot water quickly. We need to process the badgers. Let us dry the pelts to sell for a good price. And we'll stew the badger meat for dinner. The fat will help Xiao Mei with her frostbite, Lin Xiao said, grabbing his hunting knife to begin. I'll handle it. You all rest. Lin Jiangwo took the knife, stating, I have experience with processing badgers. The pelts must be removed carefully to fetch a good price. He set up a wooden board in the yard, placing the largest badger on it, making a small incision in its abdomen with the knife, and skillfully peeling away the hide. Lin Xiao and Tiger assisted nearby, while Xiao Mei brought hot water to clean the removed pelts. Their mother busied herself in the kitchen, boiling a large pot of water in preparation for the badger meat. A faint scent of blood pervaded the yard, yet it was suffused with the joy of harvest. Xiao Mei held a piece of freshly stripped badger fur in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, Brother, this fur is so soft. May I have a pair of little gloves made from it? Of course, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Once it dries, Mother will craft them for you and embellish them with flowers. Nodding eagerly, Xiao Mei dashed to the kitchen to share her plans with their mother, who responded with a warm smile. Once I finish my tasks, I shall make them for you, ensuring they are exquisitely beautiful. The group toiled until dusk, finally processing all the badgers. 5 large badger skins and 3 medium-sized ones hung on a line in the yard, set to dry before being taken to the supply and marketing cooperative for sale. The pelts of the 5 smaller badgers were deemed suitable for crafting several pairs of gloves and insoles. The badger meat was divided into portions, one set aside for dinner, another sent to Uncle San's home, one to Huzi's family, and several portions salted for gradual consumption through the winter. As evening descended, the rich aroma of badger meat wafted through the kitchen. Their mother cut the meat into sizable chunks, briefly blanching it in boiling water to remove impurities before placing it in a pot with slices of ginger, segments of green onion, and dried chili peppers, along with a few pieces of rock sugar, allowing it to simmer slowly. Xiao Mei squatted by the hearth, adding firewood while her eyes fixated on the pot of badger meat, nearly drooling with anticipation. Huzi and his mother arrived, and upon noticing the badger skins hanging in the yard, Huzi's mother exclaimed excitedly, Xiao, you are truly capable. So many badger skins will fetch a handsome sum. Lin Xiao chuckled, replying, Auntie, Huzi and I caught them together. Once we sell them, I'll buy Huzi a new cotton coat. At dinner, a large pot of stewed badger meat was served, filling the air with its enticing aroma. The meat was tender and succulent, melting in the mouth, more fragrant than pork. Xiao Mei consumed the most, exclaiming between bites, Brother, this badger meat is delicious, even more so than fish. Huzi devoured his share eagerly, dipping his bread into the savory broth with great delight. Lin Jiangwo raised his cup, taking a sip of wine, and with a smile, remarked, Xiao, Your hunting skills have improved remarkably. Our family's days are bound to get better. Lin Xiao nodded, surveying his family and Huzi's, his heart swelling with a sense of accomplishment. He recognized that this was merely the beginning, with hunting and fishing as viable pursuits, alongside consistent supply from the coal yard. Their family's fortunes would soon flourish. After dinner, Lin Xiao poured the rendered badger oil into a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Xiaomei. Xiaomei, apply this badger oil to your frostbite daily, and it will heal quickly. She accepted the bottle with care, placing it gently in the drawer as if it were a treasure. Meanwhile, Huzi assisted Lin Jiangwo in gathering the dried badger skins. The two, quietly discussing, went to visit the cooperative to sell them. As night deepened, the badger skins swayed gently in the breeze, glistening softly under the moonlight. Lin Xiao lay in bed, reflecting on the day's adventures of catching badgers and contemplating the fish from the coal yard, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that as long as he and Huzi worked together, and with his family by his side, the days ahead would undoubtedly be as rich and fulfilling as the stewed badger meat of that evening, overflowing with happiness. Chapter 9. Fishing with the tide and preparing for bear hunting. As dawn broke softly, Lin Xiao was awakened by the commotion in the yard. Draped in a garment, I stepped outside to find Huzi standing in the center of the courtyard, wielding yesterday's pickaxe. The net bag at his feet gleamed, and he had a corn cake clamped in his mouth. Shower, hurry. We must go catch fish today. If we're late, the prime spots will be taken. Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and chuckled. What is the rush? The Liuxi River is so long. Surely there will be a spot for us. Just as he finished his morning routine, his mother emerged with 2 bowls of hot porridge. I heard you made a fortune selling fish yesterday. Several neighbors have already set off to the river with their tools, eager to learn from you. Lin Xiao paused mid-scoop, a sense of dread creeping in. Although the river teemed with fish, they gathered near the ice holes in winter, and if a crowd descended upon them, the schools would surely scatter. Come on, let us go. Lin Xiao quickly finished his porridge, grabbed his cotton coat, and dashed outside. Upon reaching the banks of the Liuxi River, he was met with a lively scene. Dozens of villagers were scattered along the shore, their pickaxes and shovels striking the ice with loud thuds, sending shards flying in all directions. Near the original fishing hole, a cluster of 5 or 6 villagers were taking turns hacking at the ice. Yet very few fish were surfacing amidst the chaotic marks on the ice. What should we do, Brother Xiao? They've taken all the good spots, Huzi exclaimed, stamping his feet in frustration. Lin Xiao squinted at the river, where the winter sun had just risen, casting a golden light upon the ice. He pointed to a spot 3 miles upstream. Let us go over there. There's a patch of reeds, and there must be fish nests beneath the ice. Though Huzi was skeptical, he followed Lin Xiao upstream. As they passed the group of ice hackers, someone called out with a laugh, Shower, come join us. Strength in numbers. No, Uncle Li, I'm heading upstream to scout. Lin Xiao waved, his pace unbroken. Upon reaching the reeds, he crouched down and tested the ice with his foot. It was at least 2 feet thick and quite solid. He pulled out the leftover corn cake from his pocket, breaking it into small pieces and scattering it on the ice, then gently tapped the surface with his pickaxe. Why are you scattering cake? Huzi asked, puzzled. To attract the fish. The aroma of the corn cake will penetrate through the ice, Lin Xiao explained, sketching a 3-foot diameter circle on the ice. We'll dig here. There must be fish below. With that, Huzi swung his pickaxe, while Lin Xiao observed the cracks in the ice. Be gentle. Don't strike too hard, or you'll scare the fish. Lin Xiao cautioned, holding Huzi's arm. He suggested starting with a small hole to gauge the position of the fish. Huzi nodded and cautiously created an opening the size of a bowl. As soon as he broke through, a flurry of fish shadows darted beneath the ice. There are fish. So many fish. Huzi shouted in excitement. Lin Xiao quickly urged him to widen the hole, then carefully lowered the net bag, moving it slowly along the ice. Pull up, but slowly, Lin Xiao called out. Huzi yanked upward, and the net was suddenly filled with carp and crucian carp, weighing at least 12 pounds. My goodness, so many! Huzi exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement as he hastily transferred the fish into the burlap sack they had brought. The two worked in perfect harmony. Lin Xiao focused on observing the position of the fish and directing the net, while Huzi took charge of breaking the ice and lifting the net. Lin Xiao understood that in winter, fish preferred to congregate around obstacles. The roots of the reeds beneath the ice formed natural fish nests, and this secluded spot, free from disturbances, was teeming with fish. In less than 2 hours, the 3 large sacks brought along were filled to the brim. Lin Xiao weighed them, noting they must weigh around 200 pounds, even more than last time. That's enough. Let us head back. He called out to Huzi, who was eager to continue chiseling the ice. As they walked back, they passed the group of villagers who wore expressions of despair, with only a handful of small fish lying on the ice. Xiao, how many did you catch? Uncle Li approached, his eyes widening at the sight of their bulging sacks. So much. How did you manage that? Just find the right spot. The fish tend to cluster beneath the reeds, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, refraining from divulging any fishing techniques. The villagers only knew to blindly chop at the ice, oblivious to observing the movements of fish schools. Even if he revealed the location, they likely wouldn't catch much. Upon returning home, his father had borrowed granduncle's cart, while his mother was busily chopping the remaining badger meat into pieces, wrapping them in coarse cloth. Xiao, send this badger meat along with the fish. Director Lu will surely be pleased, she said with a smile. Yes, I was thinking the same, Lin Xiao responded as he loaded the fish onto the cart, covering them with a thick quilt. Huzi, come with me to the county town. After delivering the fish, we'll check the price of badger skins at the supply and marketing cooperative. Huzi nodded enthusiastically, rubbing his hands together, as this was only his second visit to the county town. As the cart departed from the farm, Xiaomei chased after them, holding a cloth bundle. Brother, inside are the knee pads I sewed for you. It gets cold riding. Wear them to keep warm. Lin Xiao accepted the knee pads, feeling a warmth in his heart, and playfully ruffled his sister's hair. I got it. When I return, I'll buy you some candied hawthorn. Upon arriving at the coal yard, Director Lu's eyes lit up as he saw the fish and badger meat they had brought. Xiao, you are truly a timely blessing. I was just pondering what to prepare for the workers' lunch, he exclaimed. He instructed the workers to bring the fish and badger meat inside, then led Lin Xiao to his office, pouring them both a cup of hot tea. Xiao, I need to discuss something with you, Director Lu said in a lowered voice. A distant relative of mine holds a leadership position in the region, and an elder in the family has fallen gravely ill. The doctor has advised that bear bile is necessary for treatment, but despite searching, we have yet to find a hunter who can procure it. Do you know any reliable hunters? We are willing to pay a high price, no matter the cost. Lin Xiao's heart stirred at the mention of bear bile, a valuable medicinal ingredient. He recalled a deep pine forest in the West Mountain, where bears had once roamed, and he had even seen bear tracks in his previous life. Director Lu, how fortuitous. My father is an experienced hunter. I have accompanied him into the mountains since childhood, and he taught me how to extract bear bile. Lin Xiao stated with confidence, though he added a cautionary note about the dangers involved, emphasizing the need for suitable tools and a strong partner. Director Lu's eyes brightened instantly. Is that true? That's wonderful. The price is negotiable. If you can procure the bear bile, I can offer 1,000 yuan. If you can manage to bring in a whole bear, I'll add another 500, 1,500 yuan. Both Lin Xiao and Huzi were astounded, as this was an astronomical sum, sufficient to purchase several hunting rifles and even build a brick house for their family. Director Lu, rest assured, I will certainly manage it. However, I need to buy a hunting rifle first, as my previous one is broken, and using a bow and arrow is too perilous, Lin Xiao stated. Not a problem. Director Lu replied, retrieving 500 yuan from his drawer and handing it to Lin Xiao. This is a deposit. Go buy the rifle, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Once the task is completed, I will give you another 1,000 yuan and arrange a lighter job for you and your father at the coal yard, so you won't have to venture into the mountains to hunt anymore. Lin Xiao accepted the money, his heart brimming with excitement. Thank you, Director Lu. I assure you that I will procure bear bile within half a month. After delivering the fish, Lin Xiao instructed Huzi to return home in the horse-drawn carriage while he set off towards the black market in the county town, money in hand. He was aware that legitimate supply and marketing cooperatives did not sell hunting rifles. Only the black market held such opportunities. The county's black market was nestled in a narrow alley near the East City Gate, bustling with various stalls selling an assortment of goods. As Lin Xiao stepped into the alley, a middle-aged man clad in a black cotton coat approached him. Young brother, what do you need? Hunting knife, bow and arrow, or something more formidable? Lin Xiao, wary of his surroundings, lowered his voice. I need something formidable, preferably capable of taking down a bear. The man's eyes sparkled with interest as he gestured for Lin Xiao to follow him deeper into the alley, leading him into a humble earthen house. My name is Old Hay. What model are you looking for? Old Hay pulled out a wooden box from beneath the bed and opened it to reveal several rifles. Lin Xiao's gaze settled on a rifle approximately 4 feet in length, its body a rich brown hue, the barrel gleaming, with evident signs of wear on the stock. This was a Mosin Nagant, a Soviet model, chambered for 7.62 millimeters, known for its long range and formidable power, capable of taking down a bear with a single shot. Old Hay expertly cycled the action of the rifle. This one was discarded by the military, and it took me considerable effort to acquire it. It's the only one I have. Lin Xiao hefted the rifle, appreciating its substantial weight and excellent feel. He had seen descriptions of the Mosin Nagant online in his previous life and recognized it as a prime tool for bear hunting. Favored among hunters in the Northeast for its impressive range and penetrating power. How much? Lin Xiao inquired. 300 yuan, no bargaining. Old He replied. You wouldn't find this rifle at a supply cooperative. Even if you did, it would cost over 500 yuan and require a recommendation letter. That's too expensive. I only have 200. Lin Xiao placed the rifle down, feigning to leave. Old He quickly grasped his arm. Young brother, don't rush. The price is negotiable. You're going to hunt bears, right? This rifle is perfect. Others won't penetrate a bear's thick hide. How about 250? That's the lowest I can go. Lin Xiao pondered, considering that Director Liu had given him 500 yuan, leaving 300 for bullets and hunting tools. Thus 200 for the rifle was just right. I'll give you 200, and I'll also buy 50 rounds of ammunition, combining it for 220. Old He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded. All right, since you seem like a straightforward person, let us consider it a friendship. He retrieved 50 rounds of ammunition, placing them into a cloth bag, and handed Lin Xiao a gun holster. This holster is a gift for you. It will make carrying it easier. Remember, don't flaunt the rifle in public. Inspections have been strict lately. Lin Xiao accepted the rifle and ammunition. Passing the money to Old He, he carefully placed the rifle into the holster, slinging it over his back, and hastily exited the alley. Upon emerging, he spotted Xiao Mei squatting on a stone at the alley's entrance, a skewer of candied hawthorn in hand. Brother, why did you take so long? I've been waiting for you. Seeing him, Xiao Mei rushed over and offered him the candied hawthorn. I bought this for you. It's sweet and delicious. Lin Xiao accepted the treat, startled. What are you doing here? Who sent you? I came with Brother Huzi. He.S. waiting for you in the carriage, Xiao Mei replied. Her curiosity piqued as she eyed the holster on his back. Brother, what are you carrying? Nothing much, just tools for hunting. Lin Xiao hurriedly tucked his gun holster into his clothing, urging, we must return quickly. We do not want to worry our parents. Upon reaching the cart, Huzi's eyes widened at the sight of the gun on Lin Xiao's back. Go, what is that? A gun? Indeed, a Mosin Nagant, used for bear hunting. Lin Xiao replied in a hushed voice. Director Liu wants bear bile, and has provided a deposit of 500 yuan. We need to venture into the mountains to find a bear den. Huzi, both excited and apprehensive, asked, isn't that dangerous? There is certainly danger, but with this gun, our safety is greatly enhanced, Lin Xiao reassured, patting the holster. I will discuss it with my father. He has experience in bear den hunting. As the cart made its way back to the farm, the sky had darkened. Upon entering the yard, their father approached, his expression shifting upon noticing the gun on Lin Xiao's back. Xiao, where did you acquire that gun? Lin Xiao pulled his father inside, closed the door, and relayed the entire story of Director Liu's request for bear bile and the illicit acquisition of the firearm. After listening, his father sat by the Kong, frowning and silently smoking. Father, this is 1,500 yuan. With this money, we could build a brick house, provide medical care for my sister, and improve Huzi's family's living conditions, Lin Xiao argued. I understand the value of money, but hunting a bear den is too perilous. His father sighed. 10 years ago, I accompanied your grandfather to hunt a bear den, and your grandfather suffered a broken leg from a bear attack, nearly losing his life. While bears hibernate in winter and are sluggish, when enraged, they are uncontrollable. Anticipating his father's opposition, Lin Xiao retrieved the Mosin Nagant from his pocket and handed it to him. Father, this is a Mosin Nagant, powerful enough to kill a bear with a single shot. I am aware of a bear den deep in the pine forest of the western mountains. I spotted bear tracks while hunting last year, indicating an old bear hibernating in a sheltered cave. His father examined the gun, skillfully pulling back the bolt to check the barrel. This is indeed a fine weapon, Soviet-made. It was previously used by veterans in the army. After a prolonged silence, he finally nodded. Very well, I will accompany you. However, we must prepare adequately. We should scout the area first to locate the bear den and choose the right moment to strike. Lin Xiao's heart soared with joy. Thank you, father. I will scout the area tomorrow, and Huzi must accompany us. His strength will be invaluable for carrying tools and assisting, and we work well together. His father hesitated, but seeing Lin Xiao's resolute gaze and recalling Huzi's earnestness, he eventually agreed. All right, Huzi can come too. But we must make it clear to him that he must follow commands while in the mountains and not act recklessly. Lin Xiao quickly replied, rest assured, father. I will make it clear to him. That evening, Lin Xiao's mother prepared a pot of badger meat and steamed white buns. At the dinner table, Lin Xiao disclosed his plans to hunt bears in the mountains to his mother, who dropped her chopsticks in fright. Jiangua, shower, that's far too dangerous. Can we not go? We can forego the 1,500 yuan. Mother, it will be fine, Lin Xiao insisted, placing a piece of badger meat in her bowl. Father and I have experience, and with this fine gun, we will surely return safely. Once we earn the money, I will buy you a new cotton coat and hire a good doctor for my sister." Xiaomei joined in, grasping her mother's hand. "Mother, brother and father will definitely return safely. I have embroidered them a talisman for peace." As he spoke, he pulled out 2 embroidered pouches inscribed with the words safety from his pocket, handing them to Lin Xiao and his father. Upon receiving the pouches, his father felt a warmth in his eyes and reassured them, "Rest assured, we will return safely." After their meal, he summoned Lin Xiao and the eagerly awaiting Huzi to the edge of the Kong, dragging out a heavy wooden chest from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, they discovered not only a sharp hunting knife, a compass, and a thick fur coat, but also several specialized tools for bear hunting. A long iron-tipped spear, its gleaming tip exuding a chilling light, with a sturdy jujube shaft, a small whip wrapped in red paper, and a broad-bladed dagger. Its edge faintly rusted, yet still razor-sharp. "This fur coat belonged to your grandfather. Even bear claws cannot penetrate it. Keep the compass with you. It is easy to lose one's way in the mountains." Pointing to the frequently used tools, his father took the iron-tipped spear, explaining, "This spear is a formidable weapon for bear hunting. The bear's thick hide necessitates striking its vital points at close range. The small whip is used to startle the bear. A hibernating bear reacts slowly when disturbed, and the crack of the whip can confuse it. The dagger is for the final blow or for processing the prey. More efficient than a regular hunting knife." Lin Xiao and Huzi leaned in, cautiously touching the iron-tipped spear and the dagger, their eyes brimming with excitement. As Lin Xiao accepted these items, he was filled with profound emotion. His father then shared the techniques for raiding a bear's den. Bears hibernate in wind-sheltered caves, marked by fresh bear droppings and claw marks, as well as fur left from scratching. Before entering the cave, toss in a stone to listen for any movement. If the bear awakens, first ignite the small whip and toss it inside. While it is startled and flailing, I will hold the spear and shower. You aim for its vital chest area with the hunting rifle, while Huzi stands guard with the dagger, ready to deliver a finishing blow once the bear falls. Remember, never engage the bear head-on. Its strength can snap tree trunks." Both Lin Xiao and Huzi listened intently, nodding repeatedly, committing every detail to memory. Huzi clenched his fists, declaring, "Uncle, brother Xiao, you can rely on me. I have the strength to hold it down." As night deepened, Lin Xiao lay in bed, clutching the safety talisman embroidered by Xiaomei, feeling a mixture of excitement and anxiety. Though hunting bears is perilous, with meticulous planning, his father's experience, and the power of the Mosin Nagant, success was assured. He understood that this was a pivotal opportunity to change his family's fate. Acquiring Bearball would not only bring substantial rewards, but also leave a favorable impression on Director Liu at the coal yard, ensuring steadier business in the future. The moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the hunting rifle hanging on the wall. Lin Xiao touched the gun beneath his pillow, silently vowing to return safely and bring good fortune to his family and Huzi's. He closed his eyes, envisioning the path into the mountains and the steps for raiding the bear's den, and gradually drifted off to sleep. At dawn the next day, Lin Xiao, his father, and Huzi set off into the mountains, burdened with their tools. Huzi bore the heavy iron-tipped spear on his shoulder, his hands carrying a cloth bag containing the small whip and dagger, yet his steps remained light and lively. Xiaomei stood at the village entrance, waving the safety talisman. "Brother, Dad, Huzi come back early." The three waved back and turned to enter the forest. The winter woodland was enveloped in silence, save for the crunch of their footsteps on the crisp snow. The figures of the three gradually vanished into the depths of the forest, embarking on a perilous yet hopeful bear hunting expedition. Chapter 10: A fruitless search for the bear's den, yet a harvest of roe deer, a night in the woods. Roasting pine chickens as dawn broke, the forests of the western mountains remained shrouded in thick, impenetrable morning mist. Lin Xiao followed his father, Lin Jiangwo, and Huzi as they ventured into the mountain, treading through knee-deep snow. Lin Jiangwo carried a Mosin Nagant hunting rifle slung across his shoulder, a gleaming compass firmly gripped in his hand, while Huzi bore a long iron-tipped spear, its shaft wrapped in hemp rope for grip, and held a cloth bag filled with small whips and a knife in the other. Lin Xiao, leading the way, bore a hunting knife and a small sack of provisions, with a peace talisman embroidered by Xiaomei hanging at his waist. "Father, as you mentioned, the bear's den should be in a cave on the sunlit slope, sheltered from the wind. Shall we proceed towards Eagle Beak Cliff?" Lin Xiao's footsteps crunched in the snow. The trees loomed like phantoms draped in white veils, snowflakes occasionally cascading from the branches. Lin Jiangwo glanced up at the misty sky before checking his compass. Indeed, the area around Eagle Beak Cliff is densely forested, shielded from the wind and bathed in sunlight, ideal for bears. Stay vigilant along the way. He cautioned, bears leave deep tracks in the snow and scratch marks on trees. Huzi, trailing behind with wide eyes, gripped his spear tightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Uncle, can a bear really snap a tree branch with a single swipe? Lin Xiao turned back and chuckled. Absolutely. I once saw a bear bend a tree as thick as a bowl. He reassured him, but fear not. With my father's experience and this Mozenagant, no bear poses a threat. Lin Jiangwo interjected. While we venture into the mountains, keep your voices down. Bears hibernate and are sensitive to sound. A loud noise could either frighten them away or awaken them to confront us. The three trudged towards Eaglebeak Cliff. Lin Xiao constantly observing the traces along the path. In the winter woods, animal tracks were particularly evident, tiny rabbit footprints in the snow. Pine cones nibbled by squirrels hanging from tree branches. Yet, there were no signs of bears. No hoofprints the size of bowls, no scratch marks on trees, nor any scent-laden bear droppings. By noon, the morning mist finally dissipated, allowing the sun to hang high in the sky, though its rays offered little warmth. Lin Jiangwo found a sheltered rock and beckoned the others to rest. Let us have some provisions to replenish our strength. Lin Xiao retrieved corn cakes and pickled badger meat from his backpack, distributing them to his father and Huzi. As Huzi bit into his corn cake, he pointed towards a nearby oak grove. Brother Xiao, look, there are pine chickens in that tree. Following his gaze, Lin Xiao indeed spotted two brownish-gray pine chickens perched on a branch, pecking for insects in the crevices of the bark. Stay quiet. Lin Xiao set down his provisions, unsheathed his hunting knife, and picked up a stone. He signaled to Huzi and his father to remain still, crouching low as he stealthily maneuvered behind the oak. The pine chickens, although vigilant, were curious about the moving object. Lin Xiao tossed the stone aside, which landed with a thud in the snow. The two pine chickens, intrigued, tilted their heads towards the noise. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao lunged forward, swiftly aiming his knife at the wings of the chickens, careful not to pierce their feathers. Startled, the chickens attempted to take flight, their wings grazed, and they flopped helplessly onto the snow. Seeing this, Huzi quickly rushed over, pinning one down with excitement. I got it. Brother Xiao, you're amazing. What a delight. Tonight, we shall roast it, and it will be utterly delectable. Lin Xiao chuckled as he secured the legs of the pine chicken and placed them into a cloth bag. Lin Jiangwo approached. Inspecting the tracks in the snow, there were no signs of bears nearby. After our meal, we shall head towards the black pine forest. It is more secluded there, and perhaps the bear's den lies in that direction. The three of them hastily finished their rations and resumed their quest for the bear. The black pine forest was even more profound than the Eaglebeak Cliff, with towering pine trees shading the sky, allowing only scattered beams of sunlight to filter through the branches. The snow on the ground was thicker, reaching up to their thighs, making each step particularly laborious. Tiger carried the iron-tipped spear, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, yet he did not utter a word of fatigue. Uncle, look at that tree, Tiger suddenly exclaimed, pointing at an ancient pine tree. The others followed his gaze and saw several deep claw marks etched into the trunk, a significant portion of the bark stripped away. Lin Jiangwo's eyes brightened as he hurried over, crouching down to examine the claw marks. These are fresh. Look, the edges of the bark are still moist, not frozen hard by the snow. He wandered around the vicinity, but found no bear droppings nor any sign of a den. It was peculiar. There were only claw marks, yet no den to be found. Lin Xiao also felt puzzled. Logically, where there were claw marks, there should be a bear's den. He climbed onto a nearby large rock to survey the surroundings. The black pine forest undulated, and in the distance, he noticed a low-lying valley with a faintly discernible dark opening. Father, there's a cave over there, Lin Xiao shouted, jumping down from the rock. The three hurried towards the valley, their hearts racing with anticipation as they approached the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, their excitement waned. The cave indeed faced the wind and welcomed the sun, but the entrance was scarcely the size of a water bucket, and the snow on the ground bore no traces, clearly indicating that no animals had entered or exited for quite some time. Lin Jiangwo tossed a stone into the cave, producing a hollow echo, but no other sounds followed. It's empty. Perhaps a fox resided here once, Lin Jiangwo sighed. He suggested venturing further inside. If they could not find anything before nightfall, they would seek a place to camp. After another hour of walking, the sun began to dip in the west, casting long shadows of the three companions. While Lin Xiao was focused on the tracks in the snow, he suddenly heard his father exclaim, "Don't move." He quickly halted and followed his father's gaze. There, about 50 meters ahead, stood two unsuspecting roe deer, their heads lowered as they grazed on the dried grass below. The foolish roe deer were the most common prey in the northeastern forests, known for their curiosity. Instead of fleeing, they would often approach to investigate. Lin Xiao slowly unshouldered his hunting rifle, chambered a round, and aimed at the larger of the two deer. Bang! The shot echoed through the silent woods. The bullet striking true in the deer's chest. It staggered, collapsing into the snow, convulsing a few times before lying still. The other deer, startled, bolted but stopped short, turning back to curiously observe its fallen companion. Such fools! Lin Xiao laughed as he drew his hunting knife and dashed forward. The deer, sensing the approach of a human, finally decided to flee, but Lin Xiao was prepared, throwing the rope in his hand, which ensnared its leg perfectly. The deer tumbled to the ground, and Tiger rushed over to hold down its neck, while Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to sever its tendons with his knife. My word! These two deer must weigh a combined total of 80 pounds. Tiger excitedly patted the corpse of the roe deer, a broad grin spreading across his face. Lin Xiao approached, examining the wounds on the deer. A single shot had proven fatal, and its pelt remained intact, promising a handsome price. Although they had not found the bear den today, this unexpected bounty rendered their outing worthwhile. Lin Xiao nodded, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered regarding the reward of 1,500 yuan and the favor owed to Director Liu. He was unwilling to concede so easily. Father, let us search for one last hour. If we find nothing, we can set up camp, Lin Xiao suggested. Lin Xiao glanced at the sky, then nodded in agreement. All right, but we must start heading back. Venturing deeper as night falls may lead us astray. The three of them hoisted the roe deer and retraced their steps, yet still encountered no trace of the bear den. As the sun began its descent, Lin Xiao pointed toward a nearby hollow in the mountains. Let us camp there, sheltered from the wind and near a stream. The hollow indeed appeared to be an excellent choice, with a small stream frozen nearby and several flat stones suitable for building a fire. They set the deer and the hazel grouse aside and commenced erecting their tent, which comprised laying their animal skins and coarse cloth upon the stones, then fashioning a rudimentary shelter from branches to shield against the falling snow. Tiger, go collect some dry firewood, pine bark and needles that are thoroughly dry, to ignite the fire. Lin Xiao instructed. Father, I will chip some ice to melt for drinking water, Lin Xiao replied, diligently cleaning the hazel grouse. He plucked the feathers using his hunting knife, and then retrieved a flint from his pocket to ignite a small mound of dry grass. Preparing to singe the fine feathers of the grouse, Lin Xiao wielded a pickaxe, carving a hole in the ice by the stream. He used a gourd ladle to scoop some ice water, which he poured into the iron pot he carried. Tiger returned with a substantial bundle of dry wood, including a significant amount of resin-rich pine bark that would ignite fiercely and emit a pleasant aroma. Lin Xiao placed the iron pot on the stone hearth they had constructed, igniting it with the dry wood to begin boiling water. Once the water reached a boil, Lin Xiao briefly immersed the cleaned hazel grouse in the pot to remove any blood, then skewered it with branches to roast over the fire. The grouse required a gentle flame, as rushing the process would result in a charred exterior and an undercooked interior. As Lin Xiao rotated the branches, he sprinkled salt and spices over the bird, reminiscing, "Your grandfather used to roast hazel grouse in this manner when he took me into the mountains." The aroma was enticing enough to attract wild wolves. Tiger squatted beside the fire, his eyes fixated on the sizzling, oil-glossed hazel grouse, drool nearly escaping his lips. "Uncle, when can we eat? I'm starving." Lin Xiao chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. "Patience, it will be ready when the skin turns a golden hue." The crackling flames illuminated their faces with a rosy glow, as the savory scent of the roasted grouse mingled with the fresh aroma of pine, creating an irresistible allure. Before long, the hazel grouse was ready. Lin Xiao removed the golden, crispy bird from the fire, slicing it into 3 portions and handing them to Lin Xiao and Tiger. "Eat quickly, it's still warm." Tiger eagerly accepted his piece, taking a large bite. The tender meat infused with a hint of pine flavor, juices trickling down his chin as he mumbled, "Delicious, even better than stewed badger meat." Lin Xiao also took a taste, affirming its exquisite flavor. The meat was succulent and tender, with a crispy exterior and a delicate hint of spices. 3 individuals sat beside a crackling fire, savoring roasted pine chicken while sipping warm water, their day's weariness considerably alleviated. "Father, where shall we search tomorrow?" Lin Xiao inquired. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully on a chicken bone and replied, "Tomorrow, we shall venture to Shattered Stone Ridge, a place abundant with boulders and crevices, making it an ideal hiding spot for bears. However, the terrain is treacherous, so we must exercise utmost caution to avoid falling into the gaps." Lin Xiao nodded, recalling that in his previous life, he had indeed heard tales of bear sightings at Shattered Stone Ridge, though its perilous landscape deterred many from venturing there. After they finished the roasted chicken, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The forest was exceptionally silent, save for the whispering wind rustling through the treetops and the occasional distant howl of wolves. We must keep watch tonight. The wilderness is rife with beasts, particularly wolves, which are drawn to the scent of blood, Lin Xiao stated. We shall take turns. Each of us will guard for 2 hours. I will take the first watch. From the hour of the pig to the hour of the rat. Shower, you will guard the middle shift. From the hour of the rat to the hour of the tiger, and Huzi will take the final watch. From the hour of the tiger to the hour of the rabbit. All right. Both Lin Xiao and Huzi agreed. Lin Xiao retrieved a hunting rifle from his backpack, seated himself beside the fire, and vigilantly scanned the surrounding darkness. Lin Xiao and Huzi lay upon the prepared animal skins, wrapped snugly in thick cotton garments. Though they were in the wilderness, the presence of their father instilled a sense of security in Lin Xiao, and before long, he succumbed to slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Lin Xiao was awakened by his father's voice. Shower, it is your turn to keep watch. Rubbing his eyes, he sat up to find the fire had dimmed to a mere pile of glowing embers. His father handed him the rifle, saying, stoke the fire. Do not let it extinguish, for wild beasts fear the flames. If you hear any noise, do not fire immediately. Toss a stone first to ascertain whether it is merely a small creature like a hare. Understood, father, Lin Xiao replied, taking the rifle and adding a few dry twigs to the fire, which flared brightly, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He settled beside the fire, gripping the rifle tightly, his eyes scanning the area with vigilance. The night in the mountains was remarkably cold. The breath he exhaled quickly turned to frost. Wrapping himself tightly in his cotton coat, Lin Xiao still shivered from the chill. The hours of watch felt interminable. As he replenished the firewood, Lin Xiao reflected on the day's search for the bear den. He felt a lingering unease about the claw marks he had observed in the black pine forest. Bear claw marks should be deeper and wider, and it was peculiar that there were no other signs. Could he have misjudged? Or was the bear deliberately leaving misleading claw marks? Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a rustling sound emanating from the nearby woods. Lin Xiao's heart raced as he tightened his grip on the rifle and slowly rose to investigate the source of the noise. In the darkness, he discerned a shadowy figure moving, not large enough to be a bear. He picked up a stone and hurled it, producing a thud as it struck the snow. The shadow darted away in alarm, revealing itself to be merely a fox. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief and returned to his spot by the fire. From his pocket, he retrieved a safety charm embroidered by Xiao Mei, examining it in the firelight. The characters for safety were unevenly stitched, but remarkably clear. He touched the charm and silently prayed, tomorrow, we must find the bear den and return home safely. Before he realized it, 2 hours had passed. Lin Xiao roused Huzi, saying, Huzi, it is your turn to keep watch. Tiger rubbed his eyes and sat up, grasping the hunting rifle as he yawned. Shower, you can sleep soundly. With me here, no beast would dare approach. Lin Xiao smiled lightly, settled onto the fur coat, and soon drifted into slumber. Tiger remained by the fire, though somewhat drowsy. He steeled himself, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Mimicking Lin Xiao's actions, he added some dry twigs to the fire and placed the iron-tipped spear beside him. Firmly clutching the hunting rifle, he recalled his mother's words, urging him to follow Lin Xiao diligently, promising a brighter future, which filled him with determination. The mountain forest was particularly serene at the hour of the tiger. Even the sound of the wind rustling through the treetops had diminished. Just as Tiger began to doze off, a sudden crackle emanated from beside the fire, jolting him awake. Gripping his rifle tightly, he turned towards the source of the noise, only to spot a wild rabbit that had emerged from the shadows, nibbling on a bone of a grouse on the ground. A surge of excitement welled up within him. Quietly, he rose and stealthily approached the rabbit. The creature, sensing a disturbance, lifted its head and prepared to flee. With quick reflexes, Tiger lunged forward and pinned the rabbit down. It struggled fiercely in his grasp, but he held on tightly, exclaiming in exhilaration, Shower? Uncle, I've caught a wild rabbit. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao were stirred awake by the commotion. Upon seeing Tiger clutching a plump rabbit, they couldn't help but beam with pride. Well done, lad. You've got some skill. Lin Xiao clapped a hand on his shoulder. This rabbit should suffice for our breakfast. Roasting it will surely be delightful. Lin Xiao chuckled, Tiger, you've turned the night watch into an unexpected bounty. As dawn broke, the eastern sky was tinged with pale light. The trio tidied their belongings, shouldering the roe deer, grouse, and wild rabbit as they made their way towards the rocky hill. Their footprints, varying in depth, trailed through the snow, while the tent behind them lay cloaked in a blanket of snow, as if untouched by human presence. Lin Xiao led the way, firmly grasping the compass. His heart brimming with anticipation, he believed they would surely find the bear den today. Upon reaching the rocky hill, the sun had risen high. True to its name, the area was strewn with boulders of all sizes, some larger than houses, with a labyrinth of crevices that seemed to stretch endlessly. Be cautious. The stones beneath your feet are slippery. Do not fall, Lin Xiao cautioned, urging them to inspect the rocky fissures, for the bear den could very well be concealed within. The three dispersed, meticulously searching each crevice. Lin Xiao approached a colossal rock and suddenly noticed a sizable opening beneath it, standing taller than a person. The snow at the entrance bore a distinct set of hoof prints, large enough to fit a bull, accompanied by fresh bear scat. Father, Tiger, come quickly. I found the bear den, Lin Xiao shouted with excitement. Lin Xiao and Tiger hurried over, and upon seeing the prints and scat at the entrance, they were overwhelmed with exhilaration. This is it. Lin Xiao squatted down to examine the bear scat, still warm, indicating the bear was indeed within. Tiger tightened his grip on the iron-tipped spear, his eyes alight with tension and thrill. Uncle, Xiao, should we go in and retrieve the bear now? Lin Xiao shook his head. Not so fast. We must prepare first. Xiao, take out the small whip. Tiger, you guard the left side of the entrance with the spear. If the bear emerges, stab its eyes. I will enter the den with Xiao. I will use the rifle to restrain it, while Xiao will deliver the finishing blow with the dagger. Remember, once inside, do not speak. Follow my lead. The trio hastily prepared themselves. Lin Xiao loaded his shotgun. Lin Xiao brandished a small whip and a knife, while Huzi stood guard at the left side of the cave entrance, wielding a spear. Lin Xiao took a deep breath and nodded to Lin Xiao, and together they cautiously ventured into the cave. The interior was shrouded in darkness, permeated by a heavy, acrid scent, with the ground beneath their feet slick and treacherous. After traversing a mere dozen steps, a sudden chorus of snoring reverberated from within, causing loose stones to tumble from the cave's ceiling. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao exchanged glances, excitement igniting in their eyes. Surely a bear lay ahead. Lin Xiao slowly raised his shotgun, while Lin Xiao ignited the small whip and tossed it gently into the depths of the cave. With a crackle and pop, the whip detonated, its sound echoing loudly. The snoring abruptly ceased, replaced by a furious roar as a massive black bear charged forth from the shadows, its fur bristling and eyes ablaze with rage. Fire! Lin Xiao shouted, pulling the trigger. Chapter 11. A misguided encounter with a grizzly bear. The blast of the old shotgun echoed violently within the narrow confines of the cave, causing Lin Xiao's eardrums to ring. The bullet, with a sharp whistling sound, struck the bear squarely in the front shoulder. Yet, contrary to expectations, the colossal creature did not collapse. Instead, it staggered slightly, its forepaws carving deep gashes into the ground as it unleashed a roar that reverberated through the cave. This is bad. The old shotgun lacks the power. Lin Xiao's face paled as he shoved Lin Xiao aside and retreated hastily. Years of hunting in the mountains had imparted to him a keen understanding of his weapon's limitations. While adequate for deer and wild boar, it was utterly insufficient against the thick-skinned, muscular bear, especially one of this immense size. Just as Lin Xiao stumbled back to the cave entrance, he was met by the onslaught of a dark mass, propelled forward by a pungent gust. The winter sun pierced through the cave's mouth, illuminating the bear's glossy brown fur, each strand thicker than a man's thumb, standing erect like steel needles, glinting with a muted metallic sheen. This creature was not a black bear, it was a grizzly. Lin Xiao's voice trembled uncontrollably as he instinctively recoiled, his back slamming against the cold rock, barely managing to stabilize himself. The grizzly stood over 3 meters tall, its chest broad like a farmer's water barrel. The immense claws left deep marks in the frozen earth, each claw the size of a human hand, glinting menacingly like steel knives. The wound from the shotgun only oozed a trickle of dark red blood, insufficient to penetrate the skin, let alone harm the bones beneath. In the northeastern forests, grizzlies are tenfold more ferocious than black bears, and this towering specimen was a rare titan of the mountains. Its size far surpassed that of an ordinary grizzly, with sharper claws. In the wild, black bears and wild boars alike were mere prey, a true apex predator at the summit of the food chain. It gazed down upon the trio at the cave's mouth, its crimson eyes brimming with wrath, emitting a low growl that resonated like thunder rolling from the depths of the mountains, causing the snow beneath their feet to tremble ever so slightly. Lin Xiao hurriedly reached for the bullet pouch at his waist. His frozen fingers, stiffened by the cold, barely managed to extract a single bullet when the gaze of the brown bear fixed upon him, its eyes devoid of hesitation, embodying the predatory scrutiny of a hunter assessing its prey. In a moment of panic, his fingertips slipped, and the bullet clattered onto the snow, rolling to the feet of the colossal bear. The bear lowered its head to glance at the bullet, its immense head tilting slightly as if to mock the insignificance of such a weapon. It then raised its gaze again, its blood-red eyes locking onto Lin Xiao, who stood closest. "Father, be careful," Lin Xiao shouted, frantically attempting to pull the bolt of the Mosin Nagant. However, in the chaos of retreat, the rifle had become damp with snow, and now it was frozen solid. The bolt moved only half an inch before seizing up, resisting all efforts to budge it. A thunderous roar erupted from the bear, its 3-meter frame lunging forward, heavy paws sinking into the snow and leaving deep impressions. With a surge of momentum, it charged directly at Lin Xiao. The stench of the beast assaulted him, and he could even discern the drool dripping from its jowls and the yellowed fangs. Instinctively, he raised the old shotgun to shield himself, steeling his heart for the worst. In that critical moment, Huzi, stationed to the left of the cave entrance, suddenly bellowed, his core energy sinking deep. With both hands firmly gripping the iron-tipped spear's butt, he hoisted the lengthy jujube shaft onto his shoulder, aiming for the bear's hindquarters. He propelled himself forward like a taut bowstring. With a piercing sound, the sharp iron tip, infused with Huzi's full strength, penetrated the bear's rear, the shaft embedding nearly 2/3 into its flesh, leaving only a portion protruding. The excruciating pain caused the bear's forward charge toward Lin Xiao to abruptly halt. Its massive body twisted violently, flinging Huzi off the ground by half a foot. Huzi clung desperately to the spear, his knuckles whitening from the strain, his shoulder aching from the pressure of the weapon, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to release his grip. He understood this shot represented their sole chance. Relinquishing it would mean the end against this monstrous beast. The bear glared back with a ferocious intent, its crimson eyes ablaze with murderous rage. It raised a massive forepaw and struck down upon the spear. With a sharp crack, the jujube shaft, thick as a bowl, was shattered in two by the blow. Huzi stumbled back, barely regaining his footing after 2 precarious steps, still gripping the bloodied half of the spear. His face turned as pale as parchment. Yet he steadfastly maintained his gaze upon the bear, unwilling to yield even an inch. "Huzi, let go and run," Lin Xiao urged, his eyes reddened with urgency, his teeth biting into his lip. Seizing this fleeting moment, he finally managed to scrape away the ice from the bolt with his numbed fingers. With a click, the Mosin Nagant was chambered. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao retreated 3 steps, pressing his back against a boulder that reached half his height. His stiff fingers regained some dexterity, trembling as he loaded a bullet into the shotgun's chamber with a satisfying click. The bear, infuriated by the shattered spear and the defiance of this diminutive human, emitted a low growl before its massive body sank low, muscles coiling as it charged at Huzi like a runaway cart. Huzi realized too late, as he turned to flee. The bear's forepaw struck him squarely in the back. With a resounding thud, Huzi felt as though a searing iron rod had struck his back. An excruciating pain coursed through his body, sending him sprawling like a rag doll, flying 3 or 4 meters before colliding violently with a jagged rock. He coughed up a copious amount of blood, staining the snow at his feet, and collapsed, breath coming in shallow gasps. The brown bear showed no signs of hesitation. Relentlessly advancing through the snow, its heavy paws trampling over the blood Huzi had just spilled, leaving a trail of bloody footprints. Lowering its head, it revealed a gaping maw lined with yellowed fangs, the stench of its breath assaulting Huzi's senses as it prepared to snap at him on the ground. Bang! The sound of the old rifle erupted in the valley as Lin Xiao, eyes nearly shut, squeezed the trigger. The bullet struck the bear's neck with precision. Yet the thick hide seemed to encase it in iron, the projectile only penetrating half an inch before ricocheting off, leaving but a shallow mark of blood. Infuriated by the shot, the bear lifted its head, unleashing a furious roar directed at Lin Xiao, its massive frame pivoting violently to smash a nearby boulder, sending shards flying as it lunged towards Lin Xiao once more. "Monster, watch the gun," Lin Xiao shouted fiercely, his Mosin Nagant aimed steadily at the bear's skull. He gripped the rifle tightly, knuckles whitening from the strain, his gaze unwavering as he focused on the creature's forehead, the sole vulnerable point of the 3-meter beast. The only place where a single shot could be fatal. The bear charged with astonishing speed, the wind swirling snowflakes against Lin Xiao's face. And he could even see his own reflection in its eyes. Just as the bear's forepaw was about to strike his shoulder, it seemed to sense the threat of the gun, instinctively raising its head to shield itself with its thick skull. In that split second of hesitation, Lin Xiao pulled the trigger without a moment's doubt. Bang! The muffled gunfire reverberated through the narrow mountain pass as the 7.62mm armor-piercing round struck true, piercing the bear's forehead and driving through its skull to emerge from the back, accompanied by a spray of brain matter. The immense body of the bear stiffened abruptly, its forepaw halting mere inches from Lin Xiao's shoulder, the ferocity in its crimson eyes fading into bewilderment. It wobbled in mid-attack before collapsing heavily to the ground, the impact shaking the earth and sending snow flying high into the air. Despite this, its limbs continued to convulse violently, its hind paws tearing into the frozen ground, revealing the remarkable vitality of such a creature. A brown bear of this size would not succumb easily until its heart ceased to beat. Lin Xiao remained vigilant, acutely aware of the faint rasping sound still emanating from the bear's throat. He quickly stepped back 2 paces, keeping his rifle trained on the bear's head, taking a deep breath to steady his trembling arm. As the bear's convulsions lessened, he again squeezed the trigger. Bang! The second bullet struck squarely at the center of the bear's face, shattering its nasal bone and embedding itself within the brain. The shot decisively severed the life of the brown bear. Its limbs twitched violently twice before falling completely still, save for the slight rise and fall of its abdomen, a remnant of air escaping from its lungs. Lin Xiao discarded the gun, his fingers still trembling from the tension of the moment. Without pausing to catch his breath, he dashed madly over the bear's corpse to Tiger's side. "Tiger, how are you holding up? Stay strong." Tiger lay in the snow, his face as pale as parchment, blood continuously oozing from the corner of his mouth, his breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Upon seeing Lin Xiao rush over, he mustered the strength to lift his eyelids slightly, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful. "Xiao, I'm fine. I haven't caused you any trouble, have I?" Lin Jiangwo staggered over as well, his arm grazed by the shattered stones from the bear's earlier charge, blood beating at the surface. He disregarded the injury and crouched down to carefully lift the hem of Tiger's coat. The coarse cotton garment had been pulverized by the bear's paw, revealing a back marred with bruises, a prominent bulge near the scapula indicating a fracture. He probed Tiger's carotid artery and felt the faint rise and fall of his chest, his tense body relaxing slightly. Thankfully, only 2 ribs were broken, with no damage to the internal organs or spine. What a stroke of luck. Lin Xiao quickly retrieved the medicinal salve prepared by his father, a concoction made from mountain ginseng, angelica, and various herbs, specifically for treating injuries. He applied the salve cautiously to Tiger's wounds, then tore the thickest inner layer from his own coat, dabbing it with the strong liquor he carried, gently wiping away the blood from Tiger's lips. He then tore it into strips to securely bind Tiger's chest and back. "You foolish boy. Why must you show off your strength?" Lin Xiao's voice trembled with barely contained sobs, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was? If something happened to you, how would I explain it to your mother?" Tiger, gasping for breath, managed a weak smile. "If something happened to you and Uncle, how could I face Auntie? Years ago, when my mother had tuberculosis, it was Uncle who ran for 3 days and nights to find a doctor, even using half a bag of grain as payment. I've always wanted to repay you." Lin Xiao gently applied the medicinal salve on Tiger's back, tearing his coat to bandage him properly. "You foolish boy, why must you show off your strength?" He felt both exasperation and heartache, his eyes reddening. Tiger chuckled weakly. "If something happened to you and Uncle, I wouldn't know how to face Auntie." Lin Jiangwo squatted nearby, watching Tiger with admiration in his eyes. "Tiger is a good lad, loyal and true. Shower, first, let us get Tiger to a sheltered spot to rest. I'll take care of the bear and collect the gallbladder." Lin Xiao nodded and, together with his father, carefully helped Tiger to a large rock, allowing him to lean against a fur coat to rest. Returning to the bear's carcass, Lin Jiangwo produced a scalpel from a cloth bag and a sharp hunting knife. "We must be cautious when extracting the gallbladder. If we puncture it, it will lose its value." He crouched down, using the hunting knife to make a precise incision in the bear's abdomen before carefully peeling back the entrails with the scalpel. The strong odor of the bear's innards wafted through the air as Lin Xiao assisted, using a branch to push aside the obstructive viscera. Suddenly, Lin Jiangwo halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Shower, look. This is a copper gallbladder." Lin Xiao leaned in for a closer look and beheld the bear's gallbladder, which glimmered in a dark golden hue, its surface radiating a metallic sheen, notably larger than that of an ordinary bear gallbladder. "Copper gallbladder?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. In his previous life, he had heard from old hunters that bear gallbladders were categorized as common, iron, and copper. The common variety was the most prevalent. The iron gallbladder a rare find, and the copper gallbladder an extraordinary occurrence, possessing medicinal properties tenfold that of the ordinary bear gallbladder, and worth a fortune. Director Liu merely sought a common bear gallbladder, but if this copper gallbladder were presented to him, it would surely bring him immense joy. Lin Jiangwo carefully extracted the copper gallbladder, wrapping it in a clean cloth he had prepared beforehand, layering it with several sheets of oil paper, and tucking it into his inner pocket. This copper gallbladder was a treasure, more valuable than gold. If Director Lu were to obtain this, our future endeavors would surely prosper. Lin Xiao nodded, feeling a surge of excitement. Possessing this copper gallbladder would not only secure the promised reward, but also foster a deeper relationship with Director Lu. After procuring the bear gallbladder, Lin Jiangwo proceeded to extract all the bear's internal organs, placing them in a large wooden basin. Lin Xiao, puzzled, inquired, "Father, why do we need to remove these organs?" As Lin Jiangwo busied himself with the viscera, he explained, "There are traditions when hunting in the mountains. Having taken the life of the prey, one must hang the internal organs upon a tree to pay respect to the mountain deity, expressing gratitude for the bounty. To neglect this reverence invites misfortune on future hunts." Hu Zi, leaning against a rock, overheard their conversation and curiously asked, "Uncle, is there truly a mountain deity? Will honoring the mountain deity ensure our safety?" Lin Jiangwo glanced at him and smiled. "It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. This is a custom passed down by our ancestors, and we must abide by it." Lin Jiangwo carried the bear's entrails to an ancient pine tree nearby, selecting a sturdy branch to hang them upon. He then retrieved 3 incense sticks from his backpack, which he had specifically prepared before entering the mountains, lit them, and placed them at the base of the tree, bowing respectfully 3 times. "Oh, mountain deity, I, Lin Jiangwo, accompanied by my son Lin Xiao and my nephew Hu Zi, have ventured into the mountains to hunt and have taken a bear. We now present these entrails, beseeching your blessings for our safe return. And we vow to return for further offerings." Lin Xiao and Hu Zi followed suit, bowing 3 times in reverence. After paying homage to the mountain deity, Lin Jiangwo sat in the snow, regaling Hu Zi with the taboos associated with hunting in the mountains. The foremost taboo is to show disrespect to the mountain deity. Before each excursion, one must burn incense at the doorstep. Upon entering the mountains, one must pay homage to ancient pine and locust trees, as these are embodiments of the mountain deity. The second taboo forbids the hunting of pregnant female animals. Regardless of the prey, if one perceives it to be with young, it is imperative not to strike. Should one hunt a pregnant female, not only would they face divine retribution, but future hunts would yield nothing. In my youth, there was a hunter who shot a pregnant doe, and shortly thereafter, his son suffered a leg injury. Upon his return to the mountains, he could not even catch a rabbit. Hu Zi listened intently, momentarily forgetting his own discomfort. "Uncle, what other taboos are there?" Lin Jiangwo took a sip of icy water and continued, "The third taboo is to hunt during the mating season of animals. This is a time for species propagation, and to hunt then would provoke the mountain deity's wrath. The fourth taboo is to whistle in the mountains, especially at night, as the sound may attract malevolent entities and scare away game. The fifth taboo is to randomly collect items found in the mountains, particularly concerning the abandoned hunting gear and garments left by others, which may have been utilized in rituals for the mountain deity. Picking them up could invite misfortune. Likewise, those oddly shaped stones and peculiar plants should not be touched indiscriminately, as they may serve as tokens of the mountain spirit." Lin Jiangwo pointed towards the carcass of a brown bear, emphasizing the sixth taboo, the squandering of prey, regardless of the game obtained. Apart from the entrails offered to the mountain god, all remaining meat, fur, and bones must be taken away to avoid waste. Otherwise, the deity might perceive a lack of appreciation and refrain from bestowing future bounties. Lin Xiao added that upon entering the mountains, one must refrain from uttering ominous phrases, such as lamenting the absence of prey. Instead, one should confidently proclaim that fortune will surely favor them, ensuring a fruitful return. During the night watch, it is forbidden to point at the moon, as the elders believe that doing so might incur the wrath of Chang'e, resulting in the loss of one's ears. Hu Zi nodded, committing these prohibitions to memory. "Uncle, Brother Xiao, I understand. I shall abide by these rules when venturing into the mountains henceforth." Lin Jiangwo nodded approvingly. "You are a good child. Remembering these customs will serve you well. The mountains' rules are numerous, forged from the experiences of our ancestors, and should not be dismissed lightly." After resting for approximately an hour, Hu Zi felt considerably rejuvenated, able to sit up unaided. Lin Jiangwo and Lin Xiao commenced the task of processing the bear's carcass. The bear's thick fur was quite valuable, and Lin Jiangwo carefully skinned it with his hunting knife, striving to preserve the integrity of the pelt. Lin Xiao assisted by propping the fur up with branches to prevent it from becoming soiled. Once the skinning was completed, the two divided the bear's meat into several portions, binding them with hemp rope. The bear's meat weighed over 300 pounds, and combined with the 2 roe deer and the capercaillie, the 3 of them found it impossible to carry everything back. "Father, what shall we do?" There is far too much meat and fur for the three of us to transport, Lin Xiao inquired, his brow furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jiangwo replied, Shower, you take Huzi and the bear gallbladder down the mountain first, and fetch a few villagers to assist us. Tell them we have caught a substantial game, and ask them to bring a sled. Remember, conceal the bear gallbladder well. Do not let anyone see it. I will remain here to guard against wild dogs and wolves that may attempt to steal our spoils. Understood. Lin Xiao nodded, helping Huzi to his feet. Huzi, can you walk? Huzi stood up, testing his legs. Although his back still ached, he was able to walk. Brother Xiao, I'm fine. I can manage. Lin Xiao produced some provisions and water from his pack, offering them to his father. Father, please eat something. We shall return shortly. The two supported each other as they made their way slowly down the mountain. Huzi occasionally winced from sharp pains in his back, but he gritted his teeth, refraining from voicing his discomfort. Huzi, I feel sorry for you, Lin Xiao thought, grappling with guilt. Had it not been for Huzi rescuing his father, it might have been Lin Jiangwo lying on the ground. Brother Xiao, we are brothers. There is no need for talk of grievances, Huzi smiled. When my mother was ill and I lacked the funds for medicine, it was your father who found a physician for us and even covered the cost of the medication. I have long wished to repay you. Being of assistance this time brings me joy. Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart and patted Huzi's shoulder. From now on, we are like true brothers, sharing both fortune and hardship. After walking for approximately 2 hours, they finally returned to the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted Xiaomei sitting on a stone by the roadside, her eyes reddened, clearly anxious for their return. As soon as she saw them, she rushed over. Brother, Huzi, you're back. Where's my father? Are you both unharmed? We are fine. Huzi has sustained only a minor injury. Lin Xiao gently ruffled his sister's hair. Xiaomei, quickly run home and call for mother. Then fetch Uncle Li, Uncle Zhang, and Old Man Wang, and ask them to bring the sled. We need assistance transporting a significant catch from the rocky hills of Xishan. Remember, do not disclose the nature of the catch to anyone. Xiaomei nodded and dashed toward the village, while Lin Xiao supported Huzi as they made their way home. Upon reaching the doorstep, their mother approached, alarmed at the sight of Huzi's injury. Huzi, what happened? Are you hurt? Aunt, I'm fine. I just had a little fall, Huzi hurriedly replied, wishing to alleviate her worries. Their mother promptly prepared warm water and retrieved the family's medicinal supplies, carefully redressing Huzi's wounds. Before long, Uncle Li, Uncle Zhang, and Old Man Wang arrived, hauling the sled. As seasoned hunters from the village, they were intrigued by the news of Lin Jiangwo's remarkable catch. Shower, what kind of game did your father capture that requires so many hands? Uncle Li inquired. You will find out upon arrival. I assure you, it will astonish you. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, offering no further details as they began their ascent into the mountains. Xiaomei wished to join, but Lin Xiao stopped her. The mountain paths are treacherous. Wait for us at home, and I shall show you something thrilling upon our return. Upon reaching the rocky hill, they found Lin Jiangwo seated beside the carcass of a brown bear, smoking a pipe. Upon seeing them, he rose and declared, just in time, help me load the game onto the sled. The sight of the bear's massive body left Uncle Li and the others in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. Good heavens! Is this truly a brown bear? It's enormous. Uncle Li stuttered in astonishment. Indeed, it took considerable effort to subdue it, Lin Jiangwo chuckled. They swiftly set to work, loading the bear's meat, fur, and other game such as roe deer, capercaillie, and wild rabbits onto the sled, securing it all tightly with hemp ropes. While they worked, Uncle Li inquired, Brother Jiangwo, how did you manage to hunt such a large bear? In my lifetime of hunting, I have never encountered one of this size. Lin Jiangwo briefly recounted the bear hunt, particularly praising Huzi's bravery and Lin Xiao's marksmanship. The others nodded in admiration, giving thumbs up to both Huzi and Lin Xiao. Huzi is truly courageous. Xiao's shooting skills surpassed the master's. As they began their descent with the sled, they deliberately took a less conspicuous route back to the village to avoid drawing attention. Nevertheless, a few villagers caught sight of them. What is this? So heavy? One villager asked curiously. Nothing much, just a few roe deer we hunted, Lin Jiangwo replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. Upon their return home, their mother and Xiaomei were waiting at the door. The sight of the enormous bear carcass left them both speechless. My heavens, such a large bear. Xiaomei circled the bear's body, her eyes wide with curiosity. Brother, is this the bear you caught? How impressive. Lin Jiangwo instructed Uncle Li and the others to move the bear's meat and pelt to the yard, then rewarded each of them with 2 pounds of roe deer meat. Although they initially declined, they eventually accepted the reward, departing with great joy. Only Lin's family and Huzi remained in the yard. Lin Xiao then retrieved a cloth pouch from his pocket, carefully unveiling a copper vessel contained within. Mother, Xiaomei, look. This is the copper gallbladder, a treasure rarely encountered in a millennium. Lin Xiao's voice trembled with excitement. Both his mother and Xiaomei leaned in, their faces alight with astonishment at the sight of the dark golden copper gallbladder. Is this the bear gall? Why is it golden? Xiaomei asked, her curiosity piqued. This is the copper gallbladder, far more precious than ordinary bear gall, Lin Xiao explained. Director Lu requires bear gall to treat an elder. This copper gallbladder possesses tenfold the medicinal potency, and presenting it to him will surely bring him joy. Their mother nodded in agreement. This is indeed a remarkable item. We must safeguard it diligently to prevent its loss. That evening, their mother prepared a large pot of brown bear meat and steamed white buns. Tiger's mother also arrived. Upon seeing her son injured, she wept with sorrow, grasping Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao's hands while repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Aunt, please do not mention it. Tiger is our brother, and it is our duty to protect him, Lin Xiao reassured her. At the dining table, the aroma of brown bear meat wafted through the air, more enticing than that of roe deer or badger meat. Xiaomei indulged the most, exclaiming between bites, Brother, this bear meat is exquisite. It is more savory than any meat I've ever had. Tiger also consumed a considerable amount, and the pain in his back seemed to diminish. After dinner, Lin Xiao beckoned Lin Xiao to the edge of the Kong. Shower, tomorrow you shall take the bear gall to the county and seek out Director Lu. Present the copper gallbladder to him and clearly convey its rarity. Remember, maintain a sincere demeanor and do not be overly proud. Director Lu is a significant figure. Fostering a good relationship with him will benefit our family in the future. Father, I understand, Lin Xiao nodded. I will set out early tomorrow. And I will also take the brown bear's pelt to the supply and marketing cooperative to sell, purchasing some supplements for Tiger to help restore his health. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that is well thought out. Tiger is our benefactor. We must not neglect him. As the night deepened, Lin Xiao lay in bed, clutching the peace talisman embroidered by Xiaomei, his heart brimming with a sense of accomplishment. Though hunting the bear was perilous, it yielded not only the precious copper gallbladder, but also over 300 pounds of bear meat and a valuable bear pelt. More importantly, both Tiger and his father were safe and sound. Chapter 12. Meticulous preparation of bear gall and practicing marksmanship the morning after their return from the bear hunt. As dawn barely broke, Lin Xiao set a low wooden table in the courtyard, draped with a clean coarse linen cloth, beside which lay a ceramic basin, bamboo knife, fine cotton thread, and a small jar of dried lime, tools essential for processing the bear gall. When Lin Xiao approached with freshly boiled water, he observed his father delicately retrieving the cloth pouch from his pocket, as if cradling a rare treasure. Shower, come closer, Lin Xiao beckoned, urging him to observe. This copper gallbladder is invaluable. We must handle it with utmost care. One misstep could ruin this gem. He poured hot water into the ceramic basin, adding a spoonful of cool water. Testing the temperature with his fingers, it had to be just right, not too hot nor too cold, to cleanse the surface blood without damaging the gallbladder's wall. Speaking softly, he gently placed the copper gallbladder into the basin, using his fingertips to dab at it slowly, revealing the gallbladder's dark golden surface, which gleamed increasingly, with even the fine surface patterns becoming distinctly visible. Lin Xiao squatted nearby, watching intently as his father's rough yet remarkably agile fingers maneuvered the bamboo knife, which seemed to come alive in his hands, deftly scraping away the residual membranes from the gallbladder's wall. The processing of bear bile involves 3 essential steps: washing, air drying, and, most importantly, shade drying. It must not be exposed to sunlight or heat. Rather, it should be placed in a cool, well-ventilated area to allow moisture to dissipate gradually. As Lin Xiao spoke, he deftly tied a slip knot around the neck of the bile sac with fine cotton thread, ensuring the knot was neither too tight, which could rupture the sac, nor too loose, which would cause leakage of bile. Just then, Huzi peeked in, propped against the doorframe, clad in Lin Xiao's old cotton coat. His back remained somewhat stiff, but his complexion had improved significantly since yesterday, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Uncle, Brother Xiao, is this the copper bile we collected yesterday? Lin Xiao looked up and smiled. Perfect timing. Come over and learn. You'll find it useful for hunting in the mountains in the future. Huzi hurried to the table, cautiously leaning in, wary of exhaling too forcefully near the copper bile. After thoroughly cleaning the bile, Lin Xiao found a slender bamboo strip, gently inserted it into the knot at the neck, and hung it in a well-ventilated spot beneath the eaves. For the next 3 days, he would check it daily. If any moisture appeared on the surface, he would carefully absorb it with a clean cotton cloth. He had thoughtfully covered the copper bile with a bamboo basket to protect it from flies and other insects, ensuring that neither cats nor dogs could disturb it. Lin Xiao nodded, silently committing each step to memory, for this craft was a vital skill for survival in the mountains. Having completed the preliminary steps of processing the bear bile, Lin Xiao went to the kitchen to prepare porridge for Huzi. After Huzi had coughed up a significant amount of blood yesterday, their mother had unearthed a small stash of millet, adding 2 sun-dried red dates to create a thick, sticky concoction. Huzi, drink slowly. It's just been made and is quite hot, Lin Xiao said as he handed him a rough porcelain bowl. He then broke off a piece of freshly baked bear oil flatbread, crumbling it into the porridge to eat alongside it, a comforting meal to settle his stomach. This bread was made from corn, sorghum, and a small amount of beans, cooked with refined bear oil, making it quite fragrant. Huzi took the bowl and sipped a generous mouthful of hot porridge, warmth spreading through his stomach, easing the pain in his back. Brother Xiao, I feel much better. I couldn't sleep last night due to the pain, but this morning I was able to dress myself, he exclaimed, attempting to lift his arm. Though his movements were somewhat stiff, he was indeed able to move. Lin Xiao was taken aback. Just yesterday, their father had said Huzi would need at least 2 weeks of rest. The rapid improvement he demonstrated was remarkable. Their mother, bringing out pickled vegetables, was equally astonished. Huzi's recovery is truly extraordinary. In my youth, I witnessed a robust man from the village break his ribs and take a month to get out of bed. Lin Jiangwo, squatting in the yard to clean his hunting knife, looked up with a smile. This boy has always been sturdy. When he was 3, he fell from a cliff and only scraped his skin. Even then, I knew he was no ordinary child. In the following days, Lin Xiao busied himself between caring for Huzi and learning the craft. Each morning, he assisted his father in inspecting the copper bile. At noon, he changed Huzi's dressings and prepared soup, and in the afternoon, he accompanied his father to a barren hillside west of the village to practice shooting. Several straw targets adorned with circles stood on the hillside, meticulously crafted by his father for this purpose. Last time you hit the brown bear's forehead was mere luck. In terms of marksmanship, you still have much to improve, Lin Jiangwo said as he handed Lin Xiao the Mosin-Nagant rifle. Keep a steady grip. Press your shoulder tightly against the stock, and when aiming, open one eye and close the other. Align the notch, the front sight, and the bullseye into a straight line. He stood behind Lin Xiao, gently grasping his arm to correct the misaligned muzzle of the gun. Breathe steadily, he instructed. When you pull the trigger, do not jerk it. A gentle press will suffice. Following his father's guidance, Lin Xiao took a deep breath, aiming steadily at the target 20 meters away. Sunlight streamed through the gun's sights, casting a small glimmer on the bullseye. He slowly squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the edge of the target, a mere 2 fingers away from the center. Patience, try again. Lin Jiangwo handed him another bullet, reminding him that during a hunt, prey does not remain still, and one must cultivate the skills of speed, accuracy, and decisiveness. Throughout the afternoon, the sound of gunfire echoed across the barren hillside. Tiger sat nearby on a rock, basking in the sun while collecting spent shells for Lin Xiao, occasionally calling out, "Shower, you're off to the left." By evening, Lin Xiao's arm ached to the point of immobility, yet the bullet holes in the center of the target grew increasingly dense. Lin Jiangwo surveyed the target, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, there's progress. Tomorrow, I shall teach you moving target shooting. That is where true skill lies. In addition to honing his marksmanship, Lin Xiao also learned the art of trapping from his father. Together, they ventured into the mountains with a bundle of hemp rope and sharpened wooden wedges. On a trail frequented by wild rabbits, his father used the wedges to secure the rope, creating a noose approximately half a person's height, baiting it with fresh vegetable leaves. This trap needed to be buried an inch beneath the snow, leaving no trace. Once a rabbit stepped in, it would only tighten with struggle. Lin Jiangwo set several more snares in the pine forest, perfectly positioned for the capercaillie, which favored low-hanging branches. Once it landed, escape would be impossible. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, since his rebirth, he had developed an acute sensitivity to the signs of wildlife. Previously, while accompanying his father into the mountains, he could spend hours without spotting a single trace, but now, a mere glance at the snowy ground allowed him to distinguish between rabbit and squirrel tracks, even discerning the size of the prey and the time of its departure based on the depth of the prints. When they returned to check the traps the next day, they surprisingly captured 3 wild rabbits and 2 capercaillie, surpassing his father's usual haul. "Shower, your instincts are truly remarkable," Lin Jiangwo exclaimed, grinning widely as he carried their catch. "After 30 years of hunting, I've never seen such talent." Lin Xiao understood that this was likely a benefit of his rebirth. He dared not boast, merely chuckling as he assisted his father in gathering their spoils. For 3 consecutive days, The pair ventured into the mountains to check the traps, consistently bringing home at least 5 wild rabbits, for capercaillie, and even a half-grown roe deer, filling their yard with a bounty of meat that drew the neighboring children to peer curiously at their door. In these few days, Tiger's recovery astonished everyone. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, he managed to accompany Lin Xiao to the hillside to watch him practice shooting. Though he could not run or jump, his walking had improved significantly. His mother prepared a pot of roe deer soup to nourish him. Tiger eagerly consumed 2 large bowls, thumping his chest and proclaiming, "Auntie, in just a couple of days, I'll be able to join Xiao in setting traps in the mountains." On the morning of the 5th day, Lin Xiao finally announced that the copper vessel was ready. He carefully removed it from beneath the eaves. It had completely dried, its weight significantly reduced, the dark golden walls gleaming with a soft luster. It was firm yet pliable in his grasp, devoid of any moisture. Perfect. Lin Xiao carefully wrapped the copper gallbladder in a fine cloth and placed it in a small redwood box, a family heirloom passed down from Lin Xiao's grandfather, traditionally used to store sewing supplies. This method ensures preservation for 3 years without deterioration, maintaining the medicinal potency. Although the copper gallbladder is rare, it pales in comparison to the value of iron gallbladders. Nonetheless, it remains a remarkable find, significantly more potent than ordinary bear gall. Simultaneously, the tanning of the brown bear skin was completed. For several days, Lin Xiao diligently applied tanning paste onto the bear skin, repeatedly hammering it to soften the once stiff hide. Now, the bear skin had become supple and resilient, its rich brown fur still gleaming, smooth to the touch. This bear skin could be fashioned into 2 coats, providing warmth tenfold compared to cotton jackets in the winter. Lin Xiao laid the bear skin out in the courtyard, sunlight glimmering off the fur, creating a cascade of tiny sparkles. Lin Xiao glanced at the copper gallbladder in the redwood box and the intact bear skin, formulating a plan. "Father, Director Lu needs the bear gall to treat the elderly. While this copper gallbladder may not be a once-in-a-millennium find, it is indeed a treasure among rarities, far more effective than the average. Please take good care of the bear skin at home. I will accompany Tiger to the county to deliver the copper gallbladder and inquire if Director Lu requires the bear skin. If he does not, I shall sell it at the supply and marketing cooperative. You can rest easy at home, overseeing the drying of the copper gallbladder." Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. "What a splendid idea. I feel reassured to stay at home. You too must be cautious on the journey and exercise discretion when conversing with Director Lu." The tanning of this bear skin was no easy feat. It could fetch a good price to supplement our household expenses. Sitting nearby, Tiger toyed with the wooden gun Lin Xiao had crafted for him, and upon hearing this, he straightened up. Xiao, I want to accompany you. I am much improved now and can walk. I can even help with a handcart along the way. I have never been to the county before." Lin Xiao turned to his father, who contemplated and then nodded in agreement. "Very well. Let Tiger accompany you to broaden his horizons, and you can look out for each other on the journey. I will take care of cutting and salting the remaining bear meat and render some bear oil for the winter. It will make the pancakes delectable." Once the decision to visit the county was made, the family began preparations. Their mother sewed each of them a new coarse cloth bag and baked 20 bear oil mixed pancakes for provisions, along with boiling a few tea eggs, delicacies they usually reserved for special occasions, and packed them into the cloth bags. "When you reach the county, adhere to the rules. Do not speak out of turn or wander aimlessly, and always inquire about prices before purchasing," she advised while packing. Xiao, you are 2 years older. Be sure to keep an eye on Tiger. Conserve those pancakes. If they run out, you can buy the cheapest bowl of clear broth noodles at the noodle shop." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "Mother, do not worry. We will certainly follow the rules and avoid unnecessary expenses." Lin Xiao borrowed a handcart from the village, securely rolling the bear skin and fastening it tightly in the cart bed. The copper gallbladder rested close to him, wrapped in several layers of oil paper to prevent moisture. The night before their departure, Lin Xiao called Lin Xiao to the bedside, retrieving a patched cloth bag from under the bed. Inside lay a crumpled stack of bills and an IOU. "Here is 120 yuan, saved from the last sale of roe deer meat and wild rabbits. This is all the cash we have at home." Lin Xiao discreetly placed money into Lin Xiao's hands, his voice barely above a whisper. Director Lu had previously mentioned purchasing bear bile for 1,500 yuan. This copper bile was of exceptional quality. If the price offered were too high, do not demand exorbitantly. If too low, do not express discontent. Maintaining a good relationship with him is paramount. This IOU represents 30 yuan owed to us by Li Lauer from the east end of the village, borrowed last year and not yet repaid. Additionally, please withdraw 20 yuan from the credit union in the county for household necessities such as salt and thread. Here, I have 500 yuan. Saved from the sale of roe deer and wild rabbits last time. Lin Jiangwo handed the money to Lin Xiao, reiterating Director Lu's advice regarding the bear bile, emphasizing the importance of fostering good relations. Lin Xiao accepted the money and the IOU, feeling the weight of responsibility. 120 yuan in rural 1979 would require frugality to last half a year. The family could scarcely afford to buy Xiao Mei even a piece of candy. He understood that his father was gradually entrusting him with the family's burdens, and solemnly replied, "Father, I understand and will not let you down. Please take good care of mother and Huzi's mother. I will return as soon as possible." Early the next morning, before dawn, Lin Xiao and Huzi set off with a cart. Lin Jiangwo accompanied them to the village entrance, repeatedly cautioning, "Do not show off on the road, and ignore any dubious characters. If the supply and marketing cooperative offers a low price for the bear skin, consult a few more purchasing stations." Xiao Mei, rubbing her sleepy eyes, followed behind, holding 3-piece charms tied with red string. "Brother, Huzi, have a safe journey. Remember to buy me a piece of fruit candy." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Rest assured, I shall procure the cheapest fruit candy for you." The journey from the village to the county town stretched over 30 miles. All unpaved roads, particularly treacherous in the winter frost. Lin Jiangwo led the cart, while Lin Xiao and Huzi pushed from behind, their steps varying in depth as they progressed. Delicate snowflakes drifted down from the sky, cooling their faces, yet Huzi felt no chill, eagerly inquiring about the wonders of the county town. "Brother Xiao, are there tall buildings in the county? Are they taller than the village granary? Are there meat buns sold there? Do they smell better than our steamed buns?" Lin Xiao patiently answered his questions, reflecting on his own first visit to the county town at 18, accompanied by his father. Feeling the same mix of curiosity and trepidation as Huzi. By noon, they paused at a small noodle shop by the roadside. The rich aroma of meat broth wafted through the air as Lin Jiangwo ordered 3 bowls of noodles, adding 2 pieces of braised tofu. Huzi, cradling the steaming noodles, devoured them ravenously, oblivious to the splashes of broth staining his cotton coat. "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you," Lin Xiao chuckled, offering him a coarse cloth napkin while he savored his own meal, attentive to the surrounding sounds. At the next table sat 2 men in cadre uniforms, conversing in hushed tones. "Have you heard? The county supply and marketing cooperative recently acquired a fox pelt, selling it for 80 yuan. 80 yuan is nothing. I heard that Director Lu's elder is ill and is seeking bear bile, willing to pay a high price." Lin Xiao felt a stir within. It appeared that Director Lu's quest for bear bile was well known among the townsfolk. The delivery of the copper bile would undoubtedly yield superior results. After finishing their noodles, the trio resumed their journey. As the afternoon sun dipped toward the west, the outline of the county town finally came into view. Towering city walls encircled a cluster of modest dwellings, while distant chimneys billowed black smoke. The streets grew busier, populated by farmers clad in cotton coats, officials carrying briefcases, and young cyclists. Tiger, wide-eyed with wonder, closely followed Lin Xiao, fearful of losing his way. Guided by the address relayed by his father, the two pushed their cart toward Director Lu's residence. Lu's home was situated at the eastern end of the county town, within a compound for officials, guarded by a sentry at the entrance. Lin Xiao approached to state their purpose. After the guard reported inside, he soon emerged to grant them entry. The courtyard boasted several bare-leaved sycamore trees, with a brick-and-tile house nestled at its heart, adorned with a few potted plants on the windowsill. Even more refined than the grandest residence in their village, that of the Li family. Upon hearing the commotion, Director Lu stepped out to greet them. Clad in a navy blue official's uniform, and with his hair meticulously styled, he brightened at the sight of the cart behind the two. "You must be Lin Jiangwa's son, Lin Xiao." "Indeed, a promising young man. It seems you have returned laden with treasures." Lin Xiao promptly stepped forward. "Greetings, Director Lu. Thanks to your guidance, I have not disappointed. This is my brother, Tiger. We owe our successful bear hunt to him." Tiger, anxious, clenched his fists, his patched sleeves wrinkling behind his back as he offered his greetings. Once inside, Director Lu instructed the guard to serve hot tea. Just as Lin Xiao prepared to present the copper bile, Lin Jiangwa gestured for him to wait. Director Lu first inquired about the bear hunt, and Lin Jiangwa recounted the key details, particularly highlighting Tiger's bravery and Lin Xiao's marksmanship at a crucial moment. Director Lu nodded appreciatively, his gaze toward Tiger brimming with commendation. "This young man is indeed courageous. He is a fine prospect for the future." When Director Lu inquired about the bear bile, Lin Xiao cautiously retrieved the redwood box from his bosom and placed it on the table. "Director Lu, this is the bear bile we harvested. It is no ordinary bile, but a rare copper bile. While it may not compare to the legendary Millennium bear bile, Its medicinal potency surpasses that of the common variety, making it ideal for treating the elderly. Director Liu paused, then opened the box, revealing the dark golden copper bile within. His eyes widening in astonishment. He picked it up, examining it from various angles, his voice trembling with excitement. Is this truly copper bile? In my youth, I encountered herb illustrations from an old Chinese medicine practitioner, yet I never imagined I would witness it in person today. Such a rarity is indeed difficult to come by. Director Liu has a discerning eye, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. This copper bile's efficacy is tenfold that of ordinary bear bile, making it perfect for treating the elderly. Director Liu cradled the copper bile with great affection, then turned his gaze toward the cart at the entrance. What else does that cart carry? Lin Xiao quickly responded. It is the pelt of the brown bear, properly tanned. We wanted to ask if you would like it. If not, we shall sell it at the supply and marketing cooperative. Director Liu followed them to the courtyard, where he beheld the complete brown bear pelt, his surprise mounting. What a magnificent pelt! Tanned so expertly, it is indeed a rarity. I was just thinking of making a coat for the elderly. This pelt would be perfect. He turned to Lin Xiao and said, Brother Xiao, I shall take the copper gallbladder and bear skin. Initially, we agreed on a price of 1,500 for the bear gallbladder, and I will offer you 3,000 for the copper gallbladder and bear skin. What do you think? Huzi and Lin Xiao were taken aback. They had anticipated a mere 2,000. To their astonishment, Director Liu directly offered 3,000. Lin Xiao quickly shook his head. Director Liu, that is far too much. We cannot accept such a sum. Director Liu waved his hand dismissively. It is not excessive. The value of the copper gallbladder far exceeds this amount. I am getting quite a bargain. Moreover, you risked your lives to hunt these. You deserve this compensation. Unable to decline any further, Lin Xiao reluctantly accepted the money. Counting it meticulously, 2,500 in total, significantly more than expected. Director Liu insisted on inviting them for dinner, but Lin Xiao politely declined, stating that they needed to sell the bear skin and remaining game at the supply and marketing cooperative. Director Liu acquiesced, instructing the guard to help them store the bear skin temporarily inside, and he thoughtfully wrote a note. Take this note to Manager Wang at the cooperative. He will offer you a fair price, better than the purchasing station. Upon leaving Director Liu's residence, both men were elated. Lin Xiao counted the money in his hands, carefully dividing it into 2 stacks, one kept close and the other tucked into the fabric bag's compartment. Brother Xiao, I never expected it to go so smoothly. This money can buy so many mixed grain pancakes. Huzi beamed, forgetting the pain in his back. Lin Xiao chuckled, all thanks to the copper gallbladder and your brave efforts last time. Let us head to the cooperative, sell the remaining game and bear skin, and buy some sweets for Xiaomei. Following Director Liu's note, Manager Wang at the cooperative indeed greeted them with exceptional warmth. Upon seeing the wild rabbits, capercaillies, and roe deer meat they brought, he immediately offered a generous price, 5 yuan per rabbit, 3 yuan per capercaillie, and 2 yuan per pound for roe deer meat, totaling 58 yuan. Lin Xiao calculated and realized it was significantly more than the usual village prices, expressing his gratitude profusely. After selling the game and bear skin, Lin Xiao visited the grocery store to buy a piece of fruit candy for Xiaomei, wrapped in oil paper, along with 2 pounds of brown sugar and a small can of milk powder to nourish Huzi and his mother. Huzi eyed the piece of fruit candy, swallowing hard but refraining from asking for it. Xiaomei will surely love it. Lin Xiao smiled, patting his shoulder, and pulled out a mixed grain pancake made with bear fat from the fabric bag, handing it to him. Here, eat up. There are plenty left from what mother made. Huzi accepted the pancake eagerly, finding it more delicious than anything in the city. Upon exiting the cooperative, night had already fallen. The two decided to stay overnight at the guest house in the county, planning to return home the following day. The guest house room was simple, featuring a clay stove and a table with a missing corner, but it was clean and only cost 50 cents for the night. Lin Xiao carefully placed the money into his inner pocket and, after lying down, found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep, muttering to himself, I can't believe it. Who would have thought that a copper gallbladder and bear skin could fetch such a sum? Enough to buy mother a new cotton-padded coat and pay Xiaomei's tuition. Lin Xiao too was sleepless, leaning against the wall and gazing at the moonlight outside. 3,000 yuan, enough to build a brick house in this era, signified that brighter days were finally on the horizon for their family. He recalled the poverty of his previous life, the early withdrawal of his sister from school due to a lack of funds, and the illness that his father had suffered from overwork. In his heart, he felt an immense gratitude for this opportunity of rebirth. He was determined to ensure that his family would lead a prosperous life. Huzi, lying on the adjacent cot, had long fallen asleep, mumbling softly in his dreams, likely envisioning a feast of meat buns. Observing his naive, sleeping face warmed Lin Xiao's heart. After spending the last few days together, he increasingly felt that Huzai was a brother worthy of his trust. With Huzai by his side during their future hunts in the mountains, he would have a reliable companion. Early the next morning, the two began to pack their belongings in preparation for their journey home. As they pushed their cart out of the county town, the sun was rising, casting golden rays of light upon the dirt road and illuminating the path homeward. Huzai, clutching the fruit candies he had bought for Xiaomei, walked with a lightness that seemed to lift him off the ground. In the distance, they spotted Lin Xiao and Xiaomei eagerly peering beneath the large locust tree at the village entrance, Xiaomei holding a coarse cloth bag aloft. Upon seeing them, Lin Xiao hurried over, taking hold of the cart's handle. Was the trip successful? How much did you earn? Lin Xiao smiled as he handed over the money. It went smoothly. Director Liu gave us 2,500 for the copper pot, and the supply and marketing cooperative contributed 180 for the bear skin and game, totaling 2,680. Lin Xiao took the money, his hands trembling as he counted it repeatedly. Xiaomei rushed to Lin Xiao's side, her eyes fixated on the cloth bag in his hand. Brother, where are my candies? Halfway home, Huzai suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted, Shower, look! It's Xiaomei. Lin Xiao looked up to see Xiaomei, standing on her tiptoes beneath the locust tree. And upon spotting them, she bounced over joyfully. Brother! Father! Huzai brother! You're back! She reached Lin Xiao's side, her eyes glued to the cloth bag in his hand. Where are my candies? With a smile, Lin Xiao produced the piece of fruit candy wrapped in oil paper and handed it to her. Here, this is for you. The sweetest candy. Xiaomei accepted the candy, carefully unwrapping the oil paper and placing it in her mouth, her eyes squinting with delight at the sweetness. The family strolled toward the village, laughing and chatting, the sunlight casting elongated shadows behind them. In the yard, the bear meat had been properly cured, hanging beneath the eaves, while the rendered bear fat was stored in clay pots. The heavy money sat securely in Lin Xiao's embrace, and Lin Xiao knew that their good days were truly on the horizon. Chapter 13, Bartering for Meat. Fortune awaits. As soon as Lin Xiao pushed the cart into the yard, he was greeted by the rich aroma of cured meat. The eaves were adorned with pieces of bear meat, interspersed with fat and lean, tied with twine, gently swaying in the cold wind. His mother stood on a ladder, applying salt to the last few pieces of meat. Upon seeing the two return, she hurried down, still clutching the coarse cloth dusted with salt. You've finally returned. Come inside and warm up. I've saved you some hot roe deer soup. The moment Lin Xiao locked the money in the camphorwood chest, his knuckles trembled. The 2,680 yuan lay on the Kong table like a small mountain, prompting Xiaomei to lean over the table, counting it over and over while murmuring, Mother, can we finally buy me a new backpack? Her mother chuckled, giving her a gentle pat. Not only can we buy you a backpack, but we can also get you some lovely fabric to make a new dress. Lin Xiao savored a bowl of steaming soup, warmth radiating from his stomach to his limbs. As he gazed at the bear meat hanging beneath the eaves, he suddenly recalled the 800 pounds of meat that remained after the skin and bones had been removed. It was far too much for their family to consume alone, and despite the winter chill, it would spoil if left unattended. Father, we cannot finish all this bear meat, and it would be a shame to let it go to waste. I wish to consult with Uncle San about exchanging some of it with our neighbors on the farm. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. I was just thinking the same. Your Uncle San is the esteemed former secretary of the farm, well respected in the community. Consulting him will ensure that this endeavor is executed with prudence. Uncle San, Lin Xiao, had served 3 consecutive terms as the farm's secretary and had previously worked as a propaganda officer in the commune. He was known for his fairness and integrity, often sought for advice during neighborhood disputes or when the farm faced difficulties. Lin Xiao wiped his mouth, tucked a piece of bear fat mixed with flour into his pocket, and set off for Uncle San's house. It was just next door, with smoke curling from the chimney. Upon hearing a knock, Uncle San's wife opened the door with a smile. Shower, you've come. Hurry inside. Your Uncle San was just saying he needed to speak with your father. Upon entering, Lin Xiao found Uncle San seated on the Kong, calculating figures. He promptly set aside his abacus, exclaiming, I heard you and Huzi went to the county to sell bear bile? You fetched a good price, I presume? Lin Xiao briefly recounted the sale of the bear bile and skins, focusing on his idea of exchanging meat. Uncle San, after skinning and deboning, we have around 800 pounds of bear meat left, which we cannot consume ourselves. Times are tough for everyone, and some families can barely afford mixed flour. Rather than let the bear meat go to waste, we could trade it for grains, eggs, or if possible, some old items or ammunition. This way, we not only prevent waste, but also assist our neighbors. Uncle San stroked his goatee thoughtfully. That's an excellent idea. There are several families on the farm who are struggling, and some lack even enough coal to get through the winter. However, We must establish some guidelines to ensure the exchanges are orderly. I propose that 1 pound of bear meat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of cornmeal or 1 pound of millet. Eggs can be traded at 3 for 1 pound. And we'll calculate the value of grain and cloth coupons at market rates. As for ammunition, it is precious. 1 round from an old rifle can be exchanged for 1 pound, while one from a Mosin-Nagant can fetch 1.5 pounds. These terms reflect the market. He paused for a moment and added, old items must be evaluated carefully. We cannot trade indiscriminately. Additionally, we should prioritize those in need. Each family should receive 5 pounds of meat as emergency aid, and subsequent exchanges will follow the established guidelines. Speak with your father. We shall set up a table in the yard first thing tomorrow, and I will go door to door to inform everyone, ensuring everything runs smoothly. Lin Xiao nodded eagerly, appreciating Uncle San's thoroughness. At dawn the following day, Lin Xiao's yard buzzed with activity. Lin Jiangwo had set up an 8 immortals table, complete with a scale and ledger. Huzi assisted in arranging a few wooden stools. As the former secretary, Uncle San personally stood at the entrance, welcoming neighbors, and had even taken the time to write the rules for meat exchange on red paper, prominently displayed on the doorframe for all to see. The news had already spread, and the first to arrive was Uncle Wang, the farm's livestock keeper, carrying half a bag of cornmeal. Lin Jiangwo, Lin Xiao. I heard you could exchange grain for bear meat? Uncle Wang boomed, placing the cornmeal on the table. This is 20 pounds of cornmeal. I'd like to trade it for 10 pounds of bear meat to treat my children. I also have 5 eggs. Can we make it 12 pounds of meat? As Lin Jiangwo was about to speak, his great-uncle, the esteemed former party secretary, interjected with a benevolent smile to arbitrate. Old Wang. The rules are clear. 1 pound of bear meat can be exchanged for 2 pounds of cornmeal and 3 eggs for 1 pound. You are trading 20 pounds of cornmeal for 10 pounds and 5 eggs for 1 pound and 6 ounces, totaling 11 pounds and 6 ounces. I shall round it up to 12 pounds, and I'll waive the remainder, considering you have more children. Uncle Wang beamed with delight. Ah, great uncle, you are ever so fair. This bear meat is a true delicacy. My children have not had meat in 6 months. Lin Xiao picked up a knife and sliced a generous piece from the hanging bear meat, weighing it. Uncle Wang, 12 pounds even. Does that suffice? If not, I can add more. Uncle Wang hastily waved his hands. That is more than enough. I would feel embarrassed to take any more. Just as Uncle Wang departed, Aunt Zhang from next door arrived, carrying a wooden basin filled with 12 eggs and a roll of cloth tickets. Jiangwo, esteemed party secretary. I would like to exchange 20 eggs and a yard of cloth tickets for some meat, she said, a hint of shyness in her voice. My husband has been laboring at the construction site, exhausting himself, and I wish to nourish him. The great-uncle examined the cloth tickets. Always fair in his dealings, a yard of cloth tickets can be exchanged for 5 pounds of meat at market price and 20 eggs for 6 pounds and 6 ounces, totaling 11 pounds and 6 ounces. I will round it up to 12 pounds, and I will register the cloth tickets for you to submit to the farm's accountant later. As Lin Xiao was cutting the meat, Aunt Zhang inquired, gazing at the bear meat hanging under the eaves. Jiangwo, is this bear meat truly edible? I have heard from the elders that bear meat can be rather tough. Lin Jiangwo chuckled. Rest assured, while bear meat may be a bit coarser than venison, when stewed to tenderness, it is utterly delightful. I shall cut you a piece with some sinew. It pairs wonderfully with potatoes. Gratefully, Aunt Zhang thanked him and departed, elated with her meat. Throughout the morning, the yard was bustling with neighbors exchanging goods. Some traded grain, others brought eggs, and still others offered old items for barter. The farm accountant, Xiao Li, arrived carrying half a bag of millet to exchange for meat. Upon reviewing the records in the ledger, he couldn't help but exclaim, Shower, esteemed party secretary, you are truly performing a noble service. Several families at the farm are struggling and nearly out of food for winter. This bear meat is indeed a timely blessing. The great-uncle nodded in agreement. We are all part of this community. Mutual assistance is essential. We must unite as one. As they spoke, a series of coughs echoed at the entrance, and they saw Elder Li, supported by his grandson Li Jianjun, entering with the aid of a cane. Elder Li was the oldest resident of the farm, reputed to be from a prominent family in the capital before fleeing to Jiamusi after the fall of the Qing dynasty. He rarely ventured out and seldom interacted with neighbors. Jiangwo, I have come to exchange for some meat, Elder Li rasped. And Li Jianjun promptly helped him sit on a wooden bench. Lin Jiangwo quickly poured a cup of hot water and offered it to him. Elder Li, your health is fragile. How much meat would you like? I will cut you more and waive your payment. Elder Li waved his hand. We must adhere to the rules. Though I am poor, my dignity remains intact. He gestured for Li Jianjun to retrieve a cloth bundle from his pocket, cautiously placing it on the table. The bundle was layered, and upon unfolding it, revealed a small incense burner, no larger than a palm. The incense burner, crafted from bronze, exudes a gentle luster with a rich patina. Its surface is intricately adorned with delicate cloud patterns entwined with lotus motifs, interspersed with vividly rendered five-clawed dragons. Although it is covered with a light layer of dust, its exquisite craftsmanship remains undeniable. The base bears a clear inscription in regular script, indicating it was made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. However, the assembled crowd, primarily composed of farmers and grassroots officials, had never encountered a genuine Xuande furnace and regarded it merely as an ordinary antique. This small incense burner has been passed down through my family, and I believe that 50 pounds of bear meat should suffice. Uncle San leaned in closer for a better look. As an experienced former party secretary, he had seen much in his time, yet he failed to recognize the item as a treasure. His brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "Lida, this piece certainly appears old, but we are not connoisseurs of antiques. If it is not worth such a sum, we cannot accept it. It would violate our principles and be difficult to explain to everyone." Old Mrs. Li smiled knowingly. "I am aware of the value of this incense burner. During our family's flight from disaster, we brought along this precious item. 50 pounds of bear meat will not be a loss for me." Lin Xiao's heart suddenly raced. He had previously seen photographs of genuine Xuande furnaces in an antique market. The shape, patterns, and inscriptions of this incense burner were indistinguishable from the authentic ones, marking it as a rare Ming Xuande piece indeed. Suppressing his excitement, he took the incense burner into his hands. It felt heavy and was delicately crafted, with intricate carvings and a naturally rich patina. "Lida, this incense burner is quite remarkable. 50 pounds of meat is insufficient. I shall offer you 100 pounds and additionally provide 10 pounds of roe deer meat to bolster your health," he stated with deliberate nonchalance, wary of revealing too much. Old Mrs. Li paused for a moment before waving her hand dismissively. No, the rules cannot be altered. I said 50 pounds, and it shall remain 50 pounds. Lin Jiangwo also urged, "Lida, Shower speaks wisely. This item appears valuable, and 100 pounds of meat is not excessive." After a brief silence, old Mrs. Li sighed. "Truth be told, I am not trading for myself, but for the old Chen family next door. Old Chen's spouse is bedridden, and their children are young. In winter, they cannot even have a warm bowl of soup. At my age, I cannot consume much meat myself." The crowd began to understand. Uncle San, as the former party secretary, remarked with admiration, "Lida, your kindness is commendable. You are indeed from a scholarly lineage. Here's what we shall do. In my capacity as the former party secretary, I will authorize you to receive 100 pounds of bear meat, of which you may keep 50 pounds for yourself and send the remaining 50 to the Chen family, labeling it as winter relief from the farm. This way, we assist Old Chen while adhering to our principles." Old Mrs. Li's eyes glistened with gratitude as she promptly rose to express her thanks. "Thank you, former party secretary. Thank you, Jiangwo. Thank you, Xiao. If Old Chen finds out, he will undoubtedly be grateful to you all." After Li Jianjun departed with the meat, Uncle San gazed contemplatively at the incense burner. As a cautious former party secretary, he advised Lin Xiao, "Shower, this piece appears ancient. Take good care of it and refrain from showing it to others. If it is indeed a valuable item, losing it would be a pity, and attracting unwanted attention could lead to trouble." Lin Xiao nodded, carefully placing the incense burner into a cloth bag, concealing it close to his person. He understood its worth. In the future, it could fetch at least 1 million, a true rarity. "Brother Jiangwo, former party secretary, I wish to exchange 5 ration tickets for some meat," came the timid voice of Aunt Zhao. Her child was ill, and she wanted to prepare a nourishing meat broth for him. Uncle San, the old party secretary, waved his hand to invite her in. "Aunt Zhao, the farm is well aware of your situation. Here, take 10 pounds of meat. We won't accept any grain tickets. This is the farm's winter relief policy. Not a personal gift. Rest assured and take it." Aunt Zhao quickly shook her head, protesting, No, I cannot accept your meat without compensation." Lin Xiao then took a knife and cut off 10 pounds of meat, wrapping it in lotus leaves before handing it to her. "Aunt Zhao, please accept this meat. Your child's health is of utmost importance. We truly won't accept any grain tickets. When times improve, you can repay us later." As Aunt Zhao accepted the meat, tears streamed down her face. Thank you so much. I will certainly repay you in the future." During lunch, the courtyard fell into a temporary hush. Mother had stewed a large pot of bear meat and potatoes, and the aroma wafted throughout the yard. Huzi savored every bite, consuming bowl after bowl. Mother chuckled, "Huzi, slow down. There's plenty to go around." With his mouth full of meat, Huzi mumbled, "Auntie, this bear meat is incredibly delicious, even better than venison." Just as they set down their bowls and chopsticks, a voice called from the courtyard gate, "Is Lin Xiao home?" Upon stepping outside, Lin Xiao found it was Zhou Qiang, the militia captain from the farm, holding a handful of bullets. "Captain Zhou, you're here. Please, come in and have a seat." Zhou, a straightforward man, placed the bullets on the table. "Old party secretary, Brother Zhang Wo, I heard that bullets can be exchanged for bear meat. I have 20 old-style bullets here. According to the rules, that means 20 pounds of meat. It's for the brothers to enhance their rations." Lin Jiangwo examined the bullets, noting they were all brand new. "Captain Zhou, since these bullets are new and meant for the brothers, I'll give you an extra 5 pounds, making it 25 pounds. Uncle San, as the old party secretary, added, "Captain Zhou, your efforts in maintaining the farm's security are commendable. This additional 5 pounds is a subsidy from the farm to the militia and does not violate any rules." Zhou Qiang grinned. "The old party secretary and Brother Jiangwo are truly fair. To be honest, I acquired these bullets through someone from the county. I initially intended to keep them for patrols, but now I'd like to exchange them for some bear meat to boost the brothers' morale." Lin Xiao cut up 80 pounds of meat. Zhou Qiang, carrying the meat, patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Xiao, you were quite brave during the last bear hunt. If you ever need assistance hunting in the mountains, just let me know, and I'll bring the brothers along." Lin Xiao gratefully replied, "Thank you, Captain Zhou. I will surely rely on your help in the future." In the afternoon, more people came to exchange for meat. Some brought old clothes, others brought farming tools, and some offered vegetables from their own gardens. Even the farm's elementary school teacher, Mr. Sun, arrived with a few books in hand. "I don't have much to trade, but these books are ones I collected before. I hope to exchange them for some meat." Upon seeing the books, Lin Xiao recognized them as several Chinese and math textbooks, along with a copy of the Snowy Plains of the Forest. "Mr. Sun, I will gladly take these books and offer you 20 pounds of meat." Lin Xiao accepted the books, feeling delighted as Xiao Mei would be starting school next year, making these textbooks quite useful. Mr. Sun hesitated. "That's too much. These books are not worth that much meat." Uncle San, the old party secretary, smiled and said, "Mr. Sun, your role in educating and nurturing talent for the farm is invaluable. This meat represents the shared intention of the farm and our family, serving as support for education, which does not violate the meat exchange policy." As evening approached, the number of people exchanging for meat gradually dwindled. Lin Xiao and his third granduncle reconciled their accounts and discovered that they had exchanged over 500 pounds of meat for more than 300 pounds of corn flour, over 100 pounds of millet, more than 200 eggs, as well as 30 rounds of ammunition, over 20 grain tickets, 5 lengths of cloth tickets, and various old items. The yard was piled high with the acquired goods, resembling a small mountain. While tidying up, Li Jianjun returned, carrying a basket of eggs. "Shower, this is for you from my grandfather. He said that exchanging the incense burner for 100 pounds of meat was too unfair, so he asked me to bring you some eggs to make up for it." Lin Xiao quickly declined, saying, No, Uncle Li has already suffered a loss. We cannot accept these eggs." Li Jianjun placed the eggs on the table and insisted, "My grandfather said if you refuse, he will come himself to return the meat." With that, he turned and ran off. Lin Jiangwo looked at the eggs and remarked, "Uncle Li is truly a generous man." The third granduncle, as an old party secretary, nodded in agreement. Old Li used to be from a prominent family in the capital, adhering to strict etiquette and the principle of reciprocity. "By the way, Shower, I feel that incense burner is quite extraordinary. Though I cannot pinpoint what makes it special, it certainly appears more valuable than ordinary antiques. You must keep it safe and not allow the children to play with it." He was indeed more knowledgeable than the average person, but failed to identify it as a Schwanda furnace. That evening, the family gathered on the Kong, and Lin Xiao took out the incense burner, placing it under the light for a closer inspection. The burner's patterns were clear and flowing. The 5-clawed dragon motif majestic and imposing, its patina smooth and lustrous like jade, with the inscription made in the Schwanda period of the Ming dynasty neatly inscribed. Lin Jiangwo touched the incense burner and remarked, "This item certainly appears extraordinary. I once saw old antiques at the county's cultural center during a commune meeting, but none were as finely crafted as this one." They claimed it was a Qing dynasty antique, worth quite a sum. Like the third granduncle, he too failed to recognize it as a Ming dynasty treasure. "Father, this is not from the Qing dynasty. It is a Schwanda furnace from the Ming dynasty." Lin Xiao whispered excitedly, filled with fervor. "I have seen it introduced on television in my past life. Such Schwanda furnaces were crafted during the Schwanda period of the Ming dynasty, and their surviving numbers are exceedingly rare, truly a national treasure and worth a fortune." His mother was taken aback and quickly covered his mouth. "Lower your voice. Such a valuable item must not be disclosed. Be careful not to invite trouble." Xiao Mei, cradling the incense burner, curiously inquired, "Brother, how much can this incense burner be sold for? Can it buy a lot of fruit candies?" Lin Xiao chuckled and playfully pinched her nose. "It can buy a great many fruit candies, and also a new backpack and new clothes for you." Delighted, Xiao Mei hugged the incense burner tightly, fearful that it might be taken from her. The following morning, as Lin Xiao had just risen, he heard someone calling for him at the gate. Upon stepping outside, he saw Aunt Zhao carrying a basket of wild vegetables. "Shower, these are the wild vegetables I dug up this morning, brought for you to try." Lin Xiao quickly invited her in, saying, "Aunt Zhao, you are too kind. The meat we gave you yesterday was already meant for you. No need to bring us anything in return." Aunt Zhao smiled and replied, "I know, but I cannot take your things for free. Though these wild vegetables are not worth much, they are my humble token of gratitude. By the way, my child is much better now. After drinking the meat soup yesterday, the fever broke by evening." Lin Xiao felt a surge of happiness. "It is wonderful to hear your child as well. Should you face any difficulties in the future, please do not hesitate to let us know." In the following days, Lin Xiao's yard remained bustling with activity, and the remaining 200 pounds of bear meat were quickly exchanged. The exchanged provisions were sufficient to sustain the family for an entire year. Jars brimming with pickled eggs stood as a testament to their bounty. And over 50 bullets had been amassed alongside various receipts and old trinkets. The neighbors had grown increasingly close to Lin Xiao's family, frequently dropping by to offer homegrown vegetables or pickled delicacies. One day, Uncle San visited, holding a note in his hand. "Xiao, this is the list of impoverished households from the farm. Upon my assessment, you have aided 5 struggling families through your meat exchange, and they are all immensely grateful. The farm leaders have heard of your generosity and wish to present you with a model of mutual assistance certificate. What do you think?" Lin Xiao paused momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. "Uncle San, there's no need for that. We merely exchanged a few items, not for accolades." Uncle San chuckled and replied, "This certificate is a testament to your commendable actions and serves as an exemplary model for others. Rest assured, it will not be without reward. The farm shall also present you with 50 pounds of cornmeal and 10 pounds of coal." Lin Jiangwo interjected promptly, "Then thank you, old secretary. We shall gladly accept the certificate as a role model for the children." As the elder secretary, Uncle San continued, "Moreover, Old Li mentioned he knows a retired professor from the county's cultural center, an expert in antiques. If you wish to ascertain the value of that incense burner, you may consult him. However, I advise you to remain discreet should it indeed hold significant worth, to avoid inciting jealousy." Lin Zhao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Really? That would be splendid. I was just contemplating a confirmation, but I plan to hold on to it for now and refrain from seeking an appraisal. I fear the old professor may recognize it as a Schwanda furnace, leading to unnecessary complications." 2 days later, Lin Xiao made a special trip to the county town, seeking out the old traditional Chinese medicine practitioner mentioned by Old Li. The physician, surnamed Wang, owned a herbal shop in the town and welcomed Lin Xiao warmly upon learning he was referred by Old Li. After inspecting the incense burner, Dr. Wang donned his reading glasses, scrutinizing it for an extended period before employing a magnifying glass to examine the base's markings. "You possess a remarkable Qing dynasty imitation of a Schwanda furnace." Dr. Wang's voice carried a hint of excitement. "Observe the craftsmanship and the patterns. This ranks among the finest replicas. Should it attract a discerning collector, it could fetch no less than 5,000 yuan." Lin Xiao silently chuckled, relieved that the physician had not recognized it as an authentic piece, which aligned perfectly with his desire for discretion. "Thank you, Dr. Wang. I had presumed it was merely an ordinary antique. I never imagined it to be so valuable." Lin Xiao was astounded. 5,000 yuan in 1979 was a substantial sum, ample enough to construct a brick house with a significant remainder for investment. "Dr. Wang, are you certain it could sell for 5,000? The physician nodded affirmatively. "I once encountered a similar item in Beijing that sold for 6,000. If you wish to sell, I could connect you with collectors, albeit with a 10% commission." After pondering briefly, Lin Xiao decided against selling. "Thank you, Dr. Wang, but I prefer to keep it for now as a memento." The physician did not press further. "That is wise. Items like these tend to appreciate over time. Should you decide to sell in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Emerging from the herbal shop, Lin Xiao felt a surge of happiness. The meat exchange had unexpectedly yielded such a treasure, a delightful surprise indeed. He visited the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a pound of fruit candy for Xiao Mei, 2 yards of floral fabric for his mother, and a pack of cigarettes for his father, then joyfully made his way home. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao shared the old Chinese physician's assessment with his family, deliberately concealing the fact that it was an authentic item, only mentioning that the physician deemed it a Qing dynasty imitation worth 5,000 yuan. The family was taken aback. Lin Jiangwo expressed his astonishment. remarking, "Who would have thought that exchanging meat could yield such a valuable treasure? This is all thanks to you, Xiao." Their mother hurriedly locked the incense burner in the bottom of a camphor-wood chest, pressing down a few old garments atop it. "No one is to touch it. And certainly, we must not speak of it to outsiders. Safety comes first." That night, Lin Xiao lay in bed, his hand resting on the cloth bag containing the incense burner against his chest, his mind swirling with excitement. The bear hunting expedition had procured a copper gallbladder, fetching a handsome price, and the meat exchange had brought in ample supplies, along with the unexpected acquisition of a genuine Ming Xuanda furnace. Life at home was steadily improving. He realized this was merely the beginning. With these resources and treasures, he could pursue greater ambitions, acquiring superior hunting equipment, expanding his hunting grounds, and even collaborating with Director Liu on some legitimate small enterprises. Moonlight poured through the window, illuminating the mutual aid model award on the wall. A smile graced Lin Xiao's lips, for he understood that in this lifetime, he was not only committed to ensuring his family's well-being, but also intended to leverage the advantages bestowed by his uncle San, the esteemed party secretary, to uplift the neighboring farming community. With his steadfast brother, Huzi, his fair-minded uncle San, and the supportive Director Liu, along with the serendipitously acquired Xuanda furnace as his foundation, he felt confident that the days ahead would flourish abundantly. Chapter 14. Fishing for New Year's gifts in the cold month. As the lively meat exchange faded, the farm was enveloped in the chilling atmosphere of the 12th lunar month. The north wind whipped snowflakes against the window paper, producing a soft rustling sound, while the cured bear meat and dried chili peppers hung from the eaves, frozen solid like strings of deep brown icicles. Huzi's injuries had made remarkable progress. Within just 10 days, aside from a lingering stiffness in his back, he was able to move about the yard with Lin Xiao. Nevertheless, Lin Jiangwo repeatedly cautioned him against any strenuous activity, especially venturing into the mountains. "Shower, I'm getting restless staying at home all day. How about we take a stroll in the mountains? I can follow behind you and won't touch the hunting gear," Huzi suggested, his hands, red from the cold, resting on the doorstep as he watched Lin Xiao clean his hunting rifle, his eyes filled with longing. Lin Xiao placed the gun-cleaning cloth on the table and gently tapped his head, saying, "Father has insisted that you must rest for a full month to avoid lifelong complications. Besides, in this wintry season, the snow in the mountains is waist-deep, and the bears are hibernating. There's no prey to hunt." However, Lin Xiao had already devised a plan. As the new year approached, game in the mountains was scarce and perilous, but the tributary of the Songhua River to the west of the village had frozen over, concealing a multitude of plump fish beneath the thick ice. In previous years, intrepid villagers would drill through the ice to fish, with a stroke of luck allowing them to catch salmon weighing 7 or 8 jin, enough for personal consumption and to barter for New Year's goods. "Don't fret. Tomorrow I'll take you to the river to fish. It will be far more enjoyable than staying at home," Lin Xiao smiled, and Huzi's eyes lit up, leaping to his feet. "Really? Then I'll sharpen the ice chisel tonight." The next morning, before dawn, the two set out, pushing a cart laden with an ice chisel, fishing nets, wooden sledges, and 2 large wooden buckets. Huzi, bundled in Lin Xiao's old cotton coat, trailed behind, jogging eagerly, his breath forming a frosty cloud upon his brow. 3 miles from the farm, a tributary of the Songhua River awaited their arrival, where several villagers were busy chiseling ice on the river's surface, which glimmered with a blinding white light under the sun. The distant woods, cloaked in silver, resembled a traditional ink painting. "Shower, are you here to catch fish as well?" inquired Zhang Laojian, the seasoned fisherman from the farm, as his ice chisel struck the surface, producing a dull, thudding sound. He had been fortunate in recent days, having caught a 5-pound fish yesterday to make soup for his grandson. With a smile, Lin Xiao replied, "Uncle Zhang, we are hoping to try our luck as well. It's the end of the year, and we need some fish for the celebrations." With that, he chose a spot where the current was gentler and began to hew at the ice with his chisel. The ice was nearly half a foot thick, and after several strikes, he managed to carve out a hole the size of a bowl. Ice shards splattered onto his face, stinging from the cold. Huzi offered to assist, but Lin Xiao stopped him. "Just stand and watch, don't strain your back." He placed a fishing net into the hole, weighting it down, and carved a small hole nearby to tie a rope for marking, before standing up to catch his breath. "We must wait half an hour to check the net. In the meantime, let us see what Uncle Zhang has caught." Zhang Laojian had just pulled up his net, revealing 2 firm 2-pound crucian carps. "Not bad at all, Uncle Zhang," Huzi exclaimed, his eyes widening in delight. "Crucian carp stewed with tofu must be delicious." Zhang Laojian chuckled, stroking his beard. "This is nothing. Last year, I caught a 10-pound salmon and sold it for $20. Just then, Lin Xiao noticed his marking rope moving and called out, "Huzi, it's time to pull the net." Together, they exerted their strength to haul the net, which felt heavy and promising. Lin Xiao's heart leapt with joy. They must have caught something substantial. Huzi gripped the other end of the net, his face flushed, the ache in his back momentarily forgotten. As the net slowly surfaced, a salmon shimmering with silver struggled within, its tail splashing against the ice and sending droplets that instantly froze into tiny ice pellets. What a catch! It must weigh at least 8 pounds. Zhang Laojian leaned in for a closer look, unable to contain his astonishment. This is a fine specimen. It will fetch a good price. By the end of the morning, the two had accumulated over 20 pounds of fish, including salmon, crucian carp, and thin-scaled fish, filling 2 wooden barrels to the brim. Huzi was beaming, humming a tune as he pushed the cart. "Shower, shall we stew fish for dinner? And let us add some tofu. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll also prepare a bowl of fish soup to nourish your body." Upon their return home, their mother's eyes sparkled at the sight of so many fish. "So much fish. This will last us for several days." She selected a few small crucian carps to stew with tofu for dinner, salting the rest to hang beneath the eaves to freeze. However, Lin Xiao furrowed his brow as he sat at the table, deep in thought. "Mother, we need to deliver fish to Director Wang this week. We promised him 200 pounds, yet we have only managed to catch less than 30 pounds so far. We are far from our goal." His mother sighed in concern. "During the 12th month, the fish in the river are dwindling. It's always tough to catch them at this time of year. But we cannot fail to fulfill our promise to Director Wang." After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao devised a plan. "I will discuss with Uncle Zhang and the others about purchasing their fish at 50 cents per pound. The villagers often catch more fish than they can consume, mostly preserving them. They would surely be willing to exchange for some cash. We will keep this 8-pound salmon for Grandpa San and Uncle Li, and the rest we will eat ourselves, ensuring we gather enough to deliver to Director Wang." The mother nodded eagerly. "This idea is splendid. 50 cents per pound is quite reasonable, and the villagers will surely welcome it." That evening, the aroma of braised crucian carp and tofu soup wafted throughout the courtyard. Lin Jiangwo savored the fish soup while gazing at the fish and cured meats hanging from the eaves, reflecting, "This year has certainly been favorable. We have both meat and fish, along with ample grain." Lin Xiao put down his bowl and seized the moment to speak. "Father, Mother, I have an idea. After the new year, in the spring, let us save some money to build a 4-room brick house, and also renovate Huzi's home. Huzi has stood by me through thick and thin. His parents passed away early, and we must support him." The mother paused for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I have long wished to repair our home. This earthen house leaks in winter and summer alike. Huzi is a sensible boy. It is only right that we help him." However, Lin Jiangwo furrowed his brow. "Building a brick house is not inexpensive. A 4-room house will cost at least 2,000 yuan. And we will need to buy bricks and tiles and hire craftsmen. Renovating Huzi's house will also require several hundred yuan. We just sold the bear gall and bear skin and have over 2,000 yuan in hand. But if we spend it all on housing, we will have no funds left for spring hunting." "Father, I have calculated everything," Lin Xiao replied, well prepared. "After the new year, there will be plenty of game in the mountains. Roe deer and wild boars will be out. We can hunt more and sell the game. And also fish in the river, so we will have enough money saved by mid-year. Moreover, we have plenty of grain and meat, so we need not worry about food and drink. Huzi's house need not be extravagant. Repairing the roof and replacing the doors and windows will suffice, and 1 tea cost much." Huzi, sitting nearby, felt his eyes welling up upon hearing this and quickly interjected, "Shower, there's no need to repair my house. It's still livable." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Why are you being so polite? We are brothers. Your affairs are my affairs." Lin Jiangwo observed Huzi and then Lin Xiao, finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. We will first save money in the spring, and when we have sufficient funds, we will commence the work." Having made up his mind, Lin Xiao set off to the riverbank that very afternoon with money in hand. Zhang Laojian was tidying up his fishing gear to head home when he heard Lin Xiao's offer of 50 cents per pound for fish. His eyes brightened. "Xiao, that is a fair price. I've caught over 20 pounds these past few days, and aside from what I'll keep for myself, I have 15 pounds to sell you." Nearby, several villagers who were also fishing gathered around, each eager to sell their surplus to Lin Xiao. "Everyone, please hold on." Lin Xiao called out, "Today, I will take down names. Tomorrow morning, I will collect at my doorstep. Please bring your fish cleaned and ready. I will weigh them and pay immediately, no delays." The villagers cheered in agreement, praising Lin Xiao for his straightforwardness. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao set up a table in the courtyard, placing a scale and a bag of money upon it. The villagers arrived one after another. Zhang Laojian was the first, bringing 15 pounds of frozen fish. After weighing, Lin Xiao promptly handed him 7 yuan and 50 cents. This boy, Xiao, is swift in his actions. Zhang Laojian beamed with delight as he pocketed the money. Soon after, Uncle Wang and Aunt Li also arrived, some bringing 10 pounds, others 8. By noon, Lin Xiao had collected a total of 180 pounds of fish. We are still short 20 pounds, Lin Xiao informed his father. I will check with the educated youth. Chun and the others occasionally fish as well, and they might have some to spare. Upon arriving at the entrance of the youth commune, Chun, a fellow youth, hurriedly approached me, clad in a faded blue cotton jacket, his face etched with anxiety. 2 young companions trailed behind him, armed with wooden sticks. Lin Xiao, we finally found you. There's trouble. Wolves have been sighted near the commune. And they stole our cured meat last night, nearly injuring someone. Chen's voice trembled with fear. Though wolves are not commonly seen in this area, their presence is particularly perilous, especially during winter when food is scarce. Starving wolves may dare to attack solitary pedestrians, and the commune is comprised of defenseless young city dwellers. The farm does have militia, but most of them possess only basic patrol skills and lack experience in dealing with wolves. Naturally, Lin Xiao, the sole hunter of the farm, was the first person the youths thought to seek for assistance. Initially, Lin Xiao intended to inquire about the fish, but upon witnessing the urgency of the situation, he swallowed his question. Let us not rush. We can discuss the fish later. The matter of the wolves is far more pressing. Chun, please, take your time. What exactly happened? When did you first notice them? Were you able to discern their size? He ushered them into the house and poured them a cup of hot water. After taking a sip, Chen's emotions steadied slightly. Last night, our comrade Xiaoli got up in the middle of the night and saw a shadow moving by the firewood pile outside the yard. It looked like a dog, but it was much larger, with a tail dragging on the ground. He was so frightened that he quickly shut the door. This morning, we discovered that a significant portion of the cured meat in the yard was missing, and there were substantial paw prints on the ground. The chicken coop had also been breached, resulting in 2 chickens being killed, their necks bitten through. Another young comrade added, just moments ago, we spotted it near the woods behind the commune. It was quite large, with a grayish-yellow coat, standing beneath a tree, staring in the direction of our commune with its green eyes. We shouted, but it didn't flee, it just fixed its gaze upon us, which terrified us enough to rush here to find you. At that moment, Huzi arrived, clenching his fists. This wolf is far too audacious, daring to steal from the commune. Just wait until I deal with it. Lin Xiao shot him a stern look. Your back is still injured, you mustn't act recklessly. Wolves are not to be trifled with. We must first ascertain the situation. Lin Zhangwo soon joined them, and upon hearing Chen's account, his expression turned grave. Wolves are most ferocious in the depths of winter, driven mad by hunger. They will do anything, especially lone wolves, which are more unpredictable. The commune houses children from the city who have never encountered such peril. It is indeed dangerous. Shower, you must investigate the scene first, ascertain the wolf's movements and behaviors, and devise a careful strategy. Do not act impulsively. Safety is paramount. Understood, father. Lin Xiao turned to fetch his hunting rifle, ammunition, traps, and binoculars. He then informed his mother, Chun and the others at the commune mentioned they have 20 pounds of fish to sell. Please settle the account with them and gather 200 pounds to deliver to Director Wang tomorrow. He then addressed Chun, lead the way. I will first examine the scene. Huzi, return home with my father and help organize the fish. Do not wander off. Huzi attempted to argue but was firmly pulled away by Lin Zhangwo. The youth cadre station is situated at the eastern edge of the farm, comprising several earthen houses. In the courtyard, a significant portion of the cured meat has disappeared, and the ground bears a few distinct claw marks, slightly larger than an adult's palm, with the tips of the claws clearly defined. The wooden fence of the chicken coop has been breached by a sizable hole, and 2 lifeless chickens lie on the ground, their necks bearing deep bite marks. Look, right here, Chun, the youth cadre, pointed at the footprints. These are much larger than dog tracks. It must be a wolf. We have seen images of wolf paws in our books, and these resemble them perfectly. Lin Xiao crouched down to scrutinize the footprints, inspecting the bite marks on the chicken coop and the wounds on the dead chickens, his brow furrowing with concern. This is an adult wolf, quite robust, with sharp teeth and agile movements. The depth and spacing of the footprints indicate that it is strong, and its audacity to appear in broad daylight near the youth cadre station suggests that it is likely a lone wolf. Wolf packs typically do not exhibit such recklessness. A solitary wolf, free from the constraints of its pack, tends to be more ferocious and cunning. He circled the youth cadre station with binoculars and discovered a trail of fresh footprints at the edge of the eastern woods, which had traversed from the mountains. winding around the woodpile and into the courtyard. Fortunately, no one encountered it last night. Otherwise, it could have been perilous. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Xiao addressed Chun. We cannot rush to hunt it down. Our priority is to fortify our defenses and understand its patterns of movement before taking action. What should we do then? We can't even sleep at night, Chun replied, his face etched with worry. Lin Xiao calmly responded. First, we must strengthen our defenses. Reinforce the wooden fence in the courtyard, replace the chicken coop with sturdier wire, and ensure all doors and windows are securely fastened at night, leaving no gaps. Second, we will set traps. I have brought 6 animal traps to place along its likely paths of entry and exit, covering them with hay and snow, and sprinkling bits of cured meat as bait. If it approaches, it is highly probable that it will trigger a trap. Third, we will take turns keeping watch. I will inform Captain Zhou and request the militia to patrol around the youth cadre station at night, while I and several experienced villagers conceal ourselves nearby to monitor its movements. Should the opportunity arise, we will subdue it together, but we shall refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary to avoid accidental injury. Chen nodded eagerly. We will follow your lead. Let us reinforce the fence right away. Tell us what you need, and we will assist wholeheartedly. Lin Xiao produced the animal traps and began positioning them around the cadre station. I will place the traps by the woodpile at the forest exit, and under the wall opposite the chicken coop. These are all areas where it was active last night. You, go boil some hot water and gather sturdy burlap sacks and thick ropes. They will be useful if we manage to catch it. I will head to the militia to speak with Captain Zhou about arranging patrols. And then I will summon Uncle Zhang and a few experienced hunters from our village to assist in the watch. Lin Xiao first visited the militia, where Captain Zhou, upon hearing of the wolf's presence, immediately declared, "This is a serious matter. Tonight, I will take 3 militia members and divide into 2 teams to patrol the perimeter of the youth cadre station, ensuring the wolf does not breach our defenses." Subsequently, Lin Xiao went to Uncle Zhang's home. Upon learning of the wolf situation, Zhang readily agreed. Rest assured, Xiao, I will keep watch with you tonight. In my youth, I hunted wolves alongside seasoned hunters, so I possess some knowledge of the matter. Fellow villagers, Uncle Wang and Uncle Li, also volunteered to assist. When Lin Xiao returned to the educated youth station with Zhang Laojin and the others, the young intellectuals had already reinforced the courtyard fence and placed several empty iron barrels at the entrance and by the windows, which would create a loud sound when struck. Lin Xiao, everything is ready. Chun, one of the young intellectuals, approached with several pieces of cured meat in hand. This is the cured meat we saved. You suggested we sprinkle some crumbs as bait, and we have prepared it. Lin Xiao accepted the cured meat, scattering the crumbs near the animal traps. Then addressed the group. We will divide the night watch into 2 shifts. The first shift will be from dusk to midnight, with Uncle Zhang and me on duty. The second shift, from midnight until dawn, will be taken by Uncle Wang and Uncle Li. Everyone should remain indoors and turn off the lights, regardless of any commotion outside. If you hear us calling for help, strike the iron barrels to rally support. Captain Zhou and his team were patrolling outside and would maintain communication with them. After making the arrangements, Lin Xiao meticulously checked each animal trap to ensure they were securely fastened and the bait was perfectly placed. Zhang Laojin crouched in the wood shed, holding a finely sharpened hunting knife. Xiao, if this lone wolf steps into the trap, it will undoubtedly struggle fiercely. We must coordinate well, first bind its mouth, then secure its limbs so it doesn't bite us. Lin Xiao nodded, placing the hunting rifle beside him, the bullet loaded, and took out his binoculars. I will guard the window of the wood shed, allowing me to see both the courtyard and the forest exit. You keep watch at the door of the shed. We must remain silent. The wolf's hearing is exceptionally acute. As evening deepened, the north wind grew stronger, causing the branches to moan and the empty iron barrels in the courtyard to sway slightly, producing faint clattering sounds. Lin Xiao and Zhang Laojin hid in the wood shed, observing the movements outside by the moonlight. Zhang Laojin whispered, "In this cold lunar month, the wolf has been hungry for several days. It will surely come, though I wonder when it will reveal itself." Lin Xiao nodded, gripping the binoculars tightly, his eyes fixed on the direction of the forest exit. He understood that the confrontation with the lone wolf was only just beginning, and being thoroughly prepared was essential for success. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Xiao's mother was also busy. She, along with 2 young intellectuals brought by Chun, meticulously sorted the fish they had collected, filling 2 large barrels weighing exactly 200 jin. "This fish is cleaned so well," she smiled, saying, "Tomorrow morning, Xiao will deliver it, and Director Wang will surely be pleased." One of the young intellectuals remarked, "Aunt Lin. Lin Xiao is truly capable. Not only is he skilled at hunting, but he is also very reliable in handling matters. The price he offered for our 20 gene of fish was even higher than that of the supply and marketing cooperative. The mother beamed with pride, saying, "This child is sincere. Dealing with the villagers should be done this way." Putzi and Lin Jiangwo sat on the heated bed, discussing the wolf situation. "Dad, do you think Xiao can handle that wolf?" Putzi asked, his face filled with concern. Lin Jiangwo took a puff of his dry tobacco and replied slowly, "Xiao knows how to act with discretion and one to act recklessly. With Uncle Zhang and the others assisting him, there is no cause for worry. You need to take good care of your injury. Once spring arrives, you can join Xiao for hunting. By the way, tomorrow you should accompany Xiao to deliver the fish. And perhaps you can inquire with Director Wang if he has any news about the recent conditions in the mountains. He might know more." Putzi eagerly nodded. "All right. I have been wanting to visit the city and lend Xiao a hand." As night deepened, Lin Xiao and Zhang Laojian in the wood shed remained vigilant. In the distance, the occasional bark of a dog accentuated the profound silence enveloping the surroundings. Zhang Laojian extracted 2 frozen steamed buns from his pocket and handed one to Lin Xiao, saying, "Here, have something to fill your stomach. It's going to be cold tonight. Don't let yourself freeze." Lin Xiao accepted the bun, took a bite, and as the icy texture melted in his mouth, he felt a sense of reassurance. He understood that with adequate preparation, no matter how cunning the lone wolf might be, they could handle it. Unbeknownst to him, this confrontation with the wolf would not only elevate his standing at the farm, but also sow the seeds for unforeseen plans come spring. The next morning, after Lin Xiao and Zhang Laojian handed over their tasks to Uncle Wang and the others, he hurried back home. His mother had already loaded the fish onto the cart, wrapping them in thick cotton for warmth. "Quickly wash your face and have something warm to eat. After breakfast, go deliver the fish with Huzi," she instructed. His mother brought forth steaming corn porridge and pickled vegetables. After freshening up, Lin Xiao hastily consumed his breakfast and set off with Huzi, pushing the cart. On the way, Huzi, brimming with excitement, bombarded him with questions. "Brother Xiao, did the wolf come last night? If it did, would you have shot it?" Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, "The wolf didn't show itself. It's likely observing us, waiting to gauge our situation before taking action. There's no rush. We have plenty of patience." Upon reaching Director Wang's home, his eyes lit up at the sight of the cart brimming with fish. "Xiao, you truly keep your promises. These fish look remarkably fresh. My children have been talking about them for days," he exclaimed. Lin Xiao smiled, responding, "It's the least I could do, Director Wang. You've always looked out for us. This is but a small matter." He then continued, "By the way, Director, I need to inform you that a lone wolf has been spotted near our youth station. It stole some cured meat and killed a chicken last night. We are preparing to deal with it. Do you have any advice?" Upon hearing this, Director Wang's expression turned serious. "Lone wolves are exceedingly dangerous. I'm acquainted with some colleagues at the county forestry station. I'll inquire whether there have been any recent reports of wolf sightings in the area and let you know. Please don't take this lightly. If necessary, you can request assistance from the forestry station." Lin Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much. Having information from the forestry station will give us greater confidence." Director Wang handed Lin Xiao 100 yuan for the fish, discreetly slipping an extra 10 yuan into his hand. "This is for you and Huzi to buy some candy. You've both worked hard." Lin Xiao, unable to refuse, accepted it. On the way back, Huzi gleefully suggested, "Brother Xiao, let us use this money to buy some firecrackers for the New Year celebration." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "All right, and let us also get Xiaomei a new hair tie. And you a new cotton hat." Upon returning to the farm, Lin Xiao first went to check on the youth station. Uncle Wang and Uncle Li reported hearing wolf howls in the distance during the latter half of the night, but they had not seen the creature. Lin Xiao inspected the animal traps. While some bait had been consumed, the traps remained undisturbed. It seemed the wolf was indeed crafty, testing their defenses. He assured Chen, "A fellow youth, just hold on for a couple more days. I've spoken with Director Wang. He will contact the forestry station for professional assistance, which will be much more reliable." Chen expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lin Xiao. Your presence gives us peace of mind." In the following days, Lin Xiao organized the villagers and militia to take turns guarding the youth station while assisting his mother in preparing for the upcoming New Year festivities. With the leftover money from selling fish, he purchased a new backpack and floral fabric for Xiaomei, new cotton coats for his parents, new cotton shoes and a cap for Huzai, as well as some firecrackers and couplets. Although their earthen house was humble, it exuded a rich, festive atmosphere once adorned with couplets and the character for good fortune. During this time, Director Wang sent word that colleagues from the forestry station would be visiting soon, reminding them not to hunt wolves indiscriminately, as wolves are protected animals, and can only be driven away unless they pose a threat to personal safety. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Lin Xiao was chopping firewood in the yard when his granduncle approached with a piece of red paper. Xiao, the farm, is organizing a spring festival gala, and they want you to come on stage to share your experiences of bear hunting and preparing for wolves. I've been looking for you. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Granduncle, I'm not good at speaking. What should I say on stage? His granduncle chuckled. Just talk about how you hunted the bear and how you coordinated with Huzai. Let everyone learn from your bravery and attentiveness. This is also the leadership's intention, to set an example and inspire everyone. Unable to decline, Lin Xiao reluctantly agreed. Upon returning home, he informed his parents about the event. His mother joyfully exclaimed, "That's wonderful. It shows the farm leadership values you. You must prepare well and not bring shame to our family." Lin Zhengwo nodded in agreement. Speak steadily when you're on stage. Don't be nervous. Just treat it like a casual chat. On New Year's Eve, the farm's auditorium was packed with people, tables laden with peanuts, sunflower seeds, and candies, while red lanterns and banners proclaiming the Spring Festival Gala adorned the walls. Lin Xiao's family sat in the front row, with Huzai donning a new cotton cap and Xiaomei sporting a new hair ribbon, both brimming with excitement. As the gala commenced, the farm leadership delivered speeches, followed by performances from various production teams. There were renditions of model operas, traditional dances, and poetry recitations by the educated youth, creating a lively atmosphere. When it was Lin Xiao's turn to take the stage, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause, with Huzai cheering from below. "Go for it, Xiao." Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao ascended the stage. Looking out at the familiar faces of his neighbors, he suddenly felt at ease. He began by recounting the circumstances that led to the bear hunt, detailing how Huzai diverted the grizzly, the thrill of firing his gun, and how, after encountering wolves, he meticulously examined the scene, set traps, and organized the villagers and militia for guard duty, painting each detail vividly. The audience was captivated, occasionally gasping in astonishment. When he spoke of purchasing fish from his neighbors at a price above market value to deliver to Director Wang, while also assisting the educated youth in guarding against wolves, resounding applause erupted from the crowd. "I was able to hunt the grizzly thanks to Huzai's help, Granduncle's guidance, and the support of my fellow villagers," Lin Xiao proclaimed from the stage, his voice resonant. "In the future, I will continue to strive, hunt more, and support my neighbors, working together to improve our lives." The applause grew even more fervent, and Granduncle, seated in the audience, nodded in satisfaction. After the gathering, many villagers approached Lin Xiao to greet him, praising his bravery and competence. Chun Jiqing also came over, clapping him on the shoulder. "Lin Xiao, your speech was absolutely splendid. I never anticipated that not only are you an adept hunter, but you also articulate your thoughts with such clarity." Lin Xiao chuckled, responding, "Oh, it was merely idle chatter. I hope I didn't embarrass anyone." Chapter 15. The assault on the youth on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month. The biting winds of the northeast, laced with snowflakes, felt like countless tiny blades against one's face. Lin Xiao tightened his cotton coat, crouching in the snow outside the youth's dormitory. Fixated on a fresh set of paw prints beside a trap, his brow furrowed in deep concern. This marked the third instance in 3 days where he had discovered traces of a wolf. However, each time it was merely a solitary set of prints, neither attacking livestock nor approaching populated areas, merely meandering in proximity to the farm. "Brother Xiao, I believe it's just a famished lone wolf, rather timid. There's no need to worry unduly," Chun Jiqing remarked, approaching with a bowl of hot ginger soup, steam wafting from it. Chun Jiqing hailed from Beijing, sporting black-rimmed glasses, with ink stains adorning the back of his hand, evidently freshly engaged in writing spring festival couplets. Lin Xiao accepted the ginger soup and took a sip. Warmth cascaded down his throat, yet it could not dissipate the chill within his heart. "Brother Chun, observe these paw prints. The edges are quite distinct, and the wear on the claws varies. This does not resemble the work of a solitary wolf accustomed to hunting alone. Moreover, it follows different paths each time." Clearly surveying the terrain, he prodded the prints in the snow with a twig, declaring, "This is an old wolf, seasoned and more cunning." Nearby, Zhang Laojin squatted down, igniting his pipe and taking a deep drag, the smoke rings dissipating instantly in the frigid air. Xiao is correct. The snow has been relentless this year. Without a pause since October, the roe deer and rabbits on the mountains have either perished from the cold or hidden deep within the forest. The wolf pack must have run out of food to venture down. This old wolf is likely a scout sent by the pack. Wolf pack. Chun Jiqing's voice rose sharply, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose. "Uncle Zhang, are you certain? We have never seen a pack of wolves near our farm." Zhang Laojin tapped his pipe thoughtfully, his expression grave. "In my youth, I accompanied seasoned hunters into the mountains and witnessed the tactics of a wolf pack. When they are starving, they dispatch the most experienced old wolf to scout the area, discerning the habits and vulnerabilities of their prey before launching a collective attack. This old wolf has been lingering here daily, assessing our youth dormitory and the farm's watch patterns. Lin Xiao rose, brushing the snow from his clothing. We cannot afford to be complacent. Brother Chun, inform the youth to refrain from venturing outside tonight, and ensure all doors and windows are barricaded, particularly the rear window nearest the woods, which is the most perilous. I will speak with Captain Zhou and request the militia to intensify patrols, circling the youth dormitory and the farm every half hour, armed with rifles and firecrackers. In the following 3 days, Lin Xiao nearly resided at the youth dormitory. He, along with several robust youths and militia members, set over 20 traps at critical junctions surrounding the dormitory and hung strings of copper bells at the forest's edge. Any animal brushing against the branches would ring the bells. Yet, the old wolf seemed to have vanished into thin air, neither triggering any traps nor leaving new paw prints. And even the distant howls of wolves had ceased. On the 26th day of the 12th lunar month, the skies finally cleared. The sun hung in the overcast sky, casting a light devoid of warmth, yet illuminating the accumulated snow to a blinding brilliance. The villagers on the farm busied themselves with preparations for the new year, while young Li and Wang from the youth station began to entertain thoughts of their own. Li, a stout young man from Shandong, was impatient by nature. Wang, on the other hand, was a quiet southerner, his speech laced with the soft cadence of the Wu dialect. The two had been assigned to the farm together the previous year and had formed a close bond. Lin Xiao, we're heading to town to buy some supplies and send a few New Year gifts home. We'll surely return before dusk, Li urged, eagerly grasping a crumpled wad of cash in his hand. Lin Xiao, glancing at the dimming sky, felt a surge of unease. The town lay 10 miles away, and a round trip would take 4 hours. Nightfall would render the journey perilous. Perhaps we should check the supply and marketing cooperative instead, he suggested. Though the selection may be limited, it would save us a considerable distance. Wang adjusted his glasses and spoke softly. Lin Xiao, the New Year paintings and candies at the cooperative are sold out. I wish to buy some fabric for my sister's new clothes, and the store in town has a wider variety. We'll take the main road and avoid shortcuts. I assure you we will be cautious. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the hopeful expressions of his companions, he finally relented. He unsheathed a gleaming short knife from his waist and handed it to Li. Take this and shout for help if you encounter any danger. The main road is frequented by horse-drawn carts and travelers. Be sure to return before night falls. If you haven't reached the farm by then, seek shelter at Zhang's village along the way. Do not travel at night. Rest assured, Lin Xiao, Li replied, taking the knife and patting his chest in assurance. As he excitedly pulled Wang along to set off, Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the youth station, watching their figures gradually vanish into the snowy expanse, the wave of unease swelling within him like a stone pressing upon his heart. By 4 in the afternoon, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of orange and red. Lin Xiao was assisting his mother in gathering the cured meat when Chun, a fellow youth, rushed over in a flurry, his hair disheveled and his face drained of color. Lin Xiao, something's wrong. Li and Wang Haven returned. A jolt of dread coursed through Lin Xiao, causing the meat in his hands to fall to the ground. When did you notice they were missing? Has anyone seen them on the way to town? We started waiting at 4, and it's now past that without a sign of them. I asked Uncle Wang, who just returned from town. He saw them at the fabric store around 2 o'clock, and they were heading back then. Chen's voice trembled with unshed tears. Travelers on the main road said they hadn't seen them. Could they have taken a shortcut? This is dire, Lin Xiao exclaimed, turning and sprinting out of the yard, calling out as he ran. Huzi, go summon Captain Zhou. Gather all the militia, bring hunting rifles, ropes, and lanterns. Father, grab the first aid kit and a torch. Come with me. Hearing the commotion, Lin Jingwo immediately emerged from the house, clutching the first aid kit and torch, followed closely by Xiao Mei and their mother. Worry etched on their faces. Shower, it's too dangerous to enter the mountains after dark. Their mother grasped Lin Zhao's arm, tears brimming in her eyes. Regardless of the danger, we must go. If we delay, they may be lost. Lin Xiao pried his mother's hand away, casting her one last glance before dashing out of the yard. In less than a quarter of an hour, 15 militia members gathered at the farm's threshing ground, each holding a lantern or torch and grasping rifles or wooden sticks. Captain Zhou, shouldering a semi-automatic rifle, wore a serious expression and stated, Lin Xiao, how should we proceed? We will follow your lead. Lin Xiao surveyed the group and replied solemnly, Captain Zhou, take 5 men along the main road towards the town, calling out their names and asking any passers-by for information. I will lead the remaining individuals along the eastern shortcut. which is the most perilous route back to the youth commune. Everyone, hold your lanterns high and pay close attention to the footprints and bloodstains on the ground. If we encounter wolves, throw firecrackers to scare them off. Do not fire recklessly. Understood. Captain Zhou nodded and swiftly departed down the main road with his team, while Lin Xiao and the others, brandishing torches, set off towards the eastern shortcut. Huzi trailed closely behind Lin Xiao, clutching a hunting rifle. The wound on his back throbbing painfully due to tension and haste, yet he remained silent, gritting his teeth. The eastern shortcut was a narrow path flanked by dense poplar trees and thickets, with a thick layer of snow crunching beneath their feet. As night deepened, the torches illuminated only a few steps ahead, while the sounds of rustling branches and startled nightbirds in the woods sent chills down their spines. Lin Xiao, look. After walking approximately 3 miles, Huzi suddenly pointed to the ground and exclaimed. Lin Xiao halted, crouching down to inspect a chaotic array of footprints illuminated by the torchlight. Among them were 2 impressions from rubber shoes, accompanied by numerous wolf paw prints, deep and varied in size, indicating a considerable number. What was more distressing was the sight of several drops of dark red blood in the snow, now frozen into ice pellets, alongside a crushed paper bag spilling fruit candies. The wrapping emblazoned with the words "Big White Rabbit," which was Xiao Wang's favorite treat. It's their footprints. Lin Xiao recognized Xiao Li's shoe pattern, his heart plummeting. The wolf pack had attacked them here. He stood up and shouted into the night, Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, where are you? The only response was the howling north wind and the silence of the woods. Lin Jingwo sighed and placed a reassuring hand on Lin Zhao's shoulder. Xiao Air, stop calling. Let us follow the footprints and bloodstains. They must be nearby. Cautiously, the group advanced along the trail of blood and prints, the flickering torchlight casting shadows that danced ominously. After traversing about 2 miles, precisely 5 miles from the youth commune, a faint groan suddenly pierced the air. Help me. Someone. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened, and he quickly hushed his voice. Everyone, quiet down. The person is ahead. The group promptly extinguished several torches, leaving only 3 to light their way as they hurried forward. Navigating through a dense thicket, the sight before them caused all to gasp in horror. Clinging tightly to the trunk of an ancient locust tree, Xiao Li hung helplessly, his legs dangling above the ground. A large tear in his pant leg bled profusely, droplets falling onto the snow and freezing into dark red beads. His face was smeared with blood and terror, his lips tinged with violet. Upon seeing the glow of the torches, a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. Beneath the tree, the snow-covered ground was littered with torn fabric bags, several pencils, and half a pack of biscuits. A large pool of blood lay nearby, surrounded by a myriad of wolf paw prints, alongside remnants of wolf feces and a few strands of gray wolf fur. Xiao Li, we have arrived. Do not be afraid. Lin Xiao called softly, cautious not to alarm the nearby pack of wolves. He instructed 2 sturdy militiamen to form a human ladder, slowly approaching the tree trunk. We will bring you down, move carefully, and do not fall. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and the others, Xiao Li's tears streamed down his face, his voice trembling almost to a quiver. Brother Lin Xiao, Xiao Wang has been dragged away by them. Please save him. The 2 militiamen gently assisted Xiao Li down from the tree, and Lin Jingwo immediately stepped forward, producing a clean cloth to staunch the bleeding from his wound. Xiao Li trembled in pain, cold sweat beading on his forehead, yet he clung tightly to Lin Zhao's arm, unwilling to let go. Do not speak for now. Conserve your strength, Lin Xiao instructed, directing the militiamen to construct a makeshift stretcher with branches and jackets to carry Xiao Li. Uncle Zhang, take 3 men and escort Xiao Li back to the farm. Hand him over to Dr. Wang at the infirmary. Along the way, set off firecrackers at intervals to deter any wolf ambushes. Be careful yourselves. Zhang Laojin nodded, leading the others as they hurried with Xiao Li towards the farm. Lin Xiao remained with Hu Zi and the remaining militiamen at the scene, scrutinizing the area by the light of the torches. The dragging marks in the snow were distinctly visible, extending deep into the woods. Alongside wolf paw prints and a few strands of torn blue cotton thread, evidence from Xiao Wang's coat. Brother Xiao Air, let us pursue them. Hu Zi gripped his shotgun tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury, ready to charge into the depths of the forest. Lin Xiao grasped his arm, speaking firmly, no? The visibility in the woods at night is too poor. The wolves lurk in the shadows, and we would be sitting ducks. Observe the dragging marks. They are fresh. Xiao Wang must have been taken not long ago. After dragging their prey, wolves seek a safe place to feed. They surely won't wander far tonight. We must mark the location and return with hunting dogs and more manpower at dawn. Charging in now would be far too perilous. Lin Jingwo added, Xiao Air is correct. We cannot afford to lose anyone else. Let us return and plan our next steps in the morning. Huzi clenched his fists in frustration, his nails digging into his flesh, yet he understood the wisdom in Lin Xiao's words. Lin Xiao withdrew a piece of red cloth from his pocket, tying it to a nearby branch as a marker, and arranged stones in the snow to form an arrow pointing toward the dragging marks. He then waved his hand. Let us return to the farm. We must heighten our vigilance tonight to prevent any wolf attacks. On the way back, Lin Xiao learned from the militiamen carrying the stretcher that after Xiao Li was rescued, he recounted fragments of the attack. It turned out that after the two had finished their errands in town, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Seeing that the day was still young, Xiao Li proposed taking a shortcut back to the farm to save time. Initially, Xiao Wang disagreed, but he eventually relented to Xiao Li's persuasion and agreed to take the shorter route. However, shortly after entering the woods along the shortcut, they sensed movement behind them. Turning back, they spotted a limping, old wolf trailing them at a distance. Believing it to be the same solitary wolf from before, they drew the knife Lin Xiao had given them, hoping to scare it away. Yet, the old wolf merely howled, and from the forest emerged 7 or 8 wolves, swiftly encircling the two men. Xiao Wang gave me a push, urging me to climb the tree, while he himself hurled stones at the wolves. Xiao Li's cries, laced with desperation, resonated eerily in the cold wind. As I ascended, I beheld 3 wolves dragging him into the woods by his arms and legs. He shouted for me to disregard him and to survive. Upon hearing this, a profound silence enveloped everyone, the flickering torchlight casting shadows on their grave faces. Suddenly, Huzi struck the tree with his fist, causing the snow on the bark to cascade down. These brutes. Tomorrow, I shall avenge Xiao Wang. Lin Xiao placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, his gaze resolute. Fear not, we will surely avenge Xiao Wang. But tonight, we must remain calm. We must safeguard the farm and prevent further harm. By the time we returned to the farm, it was well past midnight. The light in the clinic still glowed, a warm hue spilling from the windows. As Lin Xiao and the others entered the farm, they spotted Chen Jiqing and several other youths anxiously stationed at the clinic's entrance. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Chen Jiqing rushed over. Lin Xiao, have you found Xiao Wang? What of Xiao Li? Lin Xiao shook his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. We have yet to locate Xiao Wang. He was dragged into the eastern woods by the wolves. We marked the area and will commence a search at dawn. Xiao Li is gravely injured and is currently undergoing surgery. What? A female youth covered her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. Will Xiao Wang be all right? Lin Xiao remained silent, merely patting her shoulder. He understood that no words of comfort could suffice at this moment. They must locate Xiao Wang as swiftly as possible. Whether alive or deceased, he must be brought back. At that moment, Captain Zhou returned, his face etched with fatigue. We scoured the main road, but found no trace of Xiao Wang, nor any anomalies. It appears he indeed took a shortcut and was ambushed. Lin Xiao nodded, pulling him aside. Captain Zhou, we must heighten our vigilance tonight. Organize the militia into 3 groups, rotating every hour, with a focus on guarding the eastern and northern entrances. Equip them with rifles, firecrackers, and torches. Should they spot any wolves, they must set off the firecrackers and fire their weapons as a warning. I'll get right on it. Captain Zhou, sensing the urgency, promptly gathered the militia to assign tasks. Lin Xiao then addressed Chen Jiqing. Send a youth to the town immediately to inform the commune, detailing our situation and requesting reinforcements. We are short-staffed, and given the wolves' cunning nature, professional assistance would be prudent. Chen Jiqing nodded vigorously. I'll do it at once. That night, the farm lay in hushed stillness, broken only by the footsteps of patrolling militia, the crackling of torches, and the occasional barking of dogs. Lin Xiao did not return home. Instead, he conferred with Lin Jiangwo, Captain Zhou, and Zhang Laojin in the militia's quarters to devise a search and rescue plan for the morrow. The flickering oil lamp cast a wavering glow upon their solemn faces. Tomorrow at dawn, we shall split into 2 groups. Lin Xiao indicated a rudimentary map laid out on the table. One group, led by me, will venture into the eastern woods to search for Xiao Wang, equipped with hunting dogs, shotguns, ropes, and first aid kits. The other group, under Captain Zhou's leadership, will maintain a perimeter around the farm and woods to prevent a wolf ambush and to support our efforts. Zhang Laojin added, I have already spoken with the old Wang family in the village. Their 2 hunting dogs will arrive early tomorrow. The 2 dogs, trained by the seasoned hunter, possessed an acute sense of smell, having never failed to track their prey. Moreover, we must bring along additional torches and firecrackers, for wolves fear both fire and loud noises, which could be vital for our survival in critical moments. Lin Jiangwo procured several talisman papers from his pocket and distributed them among the group, saying, These are peace charms I requested from the old Taoist on the mountain. Everyone should carry one for reassurance. He cautioned them to remain vigilant during the search, as the wolf pack could be lurking nearby. After deliberating on the plan, it was already deep into the night. Lin Xiao lay on the makeshift bedding, his mind restless, burdened by Xiao Li's lamentations and the potential peril facing Xiao Wang. He turned over and noticed Huzi, wide awake, his eyes reflecting anxiety and anger in the flickering oil lamp's glow. Still thinking about Xiao Wang, Lin Xiao inquired softly. Huzi nodded, his voice hoarse. Brother Xiao? Xiao Wang and I have herded cattle together, fished in the river, and he even taught me how to write. We promised to hunt together come spring. He said he wanted to save money to marry. We will find him tomorrow, Lin Xiao assured, patting Huzi's shoulder. But you must promise me to remain calm. Stay in the middle of the group and refrain from acting impulsively. Our goal is to locate Xiao Wang, not to confront the wolves recklessly. Huzi clenched his fists, remaining silent for a long moment before finally nodding resolutely. I will follow your lead. As dawn began to break, the sky lightened, and the distant crowing of roosters could be heard. Lin Xiao promptly rose to awaken the others. Upon stepping outside, he spotted the old Wang family's members leading two imposing hunting dogs. The dogs, with their glossy black coats and robust physiques, wagged their tails excitedly upon seeing Lin Xiao. Chun Jiqing arrived with several young people, brandishing prepared torches, firecrackers, and provisions. Lin Xiao, we wish to join you in the search. Many hands make light work. Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart as he observed the determination in their eyes. He nodded, very well. But you must stay in the middle of the group and not act independently. He assigned tasks, with some responsible for handling the hunting dogs, others for carrying torches, some for the first aid kits and provisions, and others for preparing the firecrackers. Once everything was prepared, Lin Xiao raised his torch and proclaimed, let us set forth. We shall bring Xiao Wang home. The group echoed his call with a chorus of determination, their voices imbued with a solemn resolve as they followed Lin Xiao toward the eastern woods. The two hunting dogs, excitedly sniffing the ground, dashed ahead, occasionally halting to bark furiously toward the depths of the forest. After approximately an hour of travel, they arrived at the marked location from the previous night. Lin Xiao instructed everyone to halt, pointing at the red cloth tied to a tree. This is the spot. The drag marks lead that way. He commanded the dog handlers to release their leashes, and the two hunting dogs immediately surged forward, following the trail of the drag marks. The group followed closely behind, their hunting rifles at the ready, eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilant alertness. The forest was eerily quiet, filled only with the sound of their footsteps, the dogs' barks, and the crackling of the torches, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. After another half hour of trekking, the dogs suddenly halted before a cave, barking furiously, their voices laced with anger and caution. Lin Xiao quickly signaled for the group to stop, extinguishing the excess torches, leaving only two to illuminate the path ahead. He and Zhang Laojian gradually approached the cave, and by the flickering light of the fire, they discerned torn fragments of blue fabric scattered around the cave entrance, remnants of the cotton coat that Xiao Wang had worn the previous day. Nearby lay several mangled biscuit wrappers. This is the place. Lin Xiao's voice trembled slightly as he gestured for everyone to remain vigilant. He picked up a stone and hurled it into the cave. The sound of the stone landing echoed within, and after a few seconds, low, guttural howls from wolves emerged from the darkness. Soon after, several wolves materialized at the cave's mouth, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light, fixated intently on the group outside. Not good. The pack is inside. Captain Zhou's voice called from behind, clearly indicating that his team had arrived as well. Lin Xiao suppressed the anger swelling within him and shouted, everyone, stay calm. Raise your torches. Throw firecrackers. The crowd immediately complied, and the torchlight illuminated the cave entrance while firecrackers exploded with a series of sharp pops that reverberated through the forest. The wolves, startled by the sudden light and noise, retreated a few steps but did not abandon their position, lingering at the cave entrance, unwilling to relinquish their prey. Taking advantage of the firelight, Lin Xiao surveyed the interior of the cave. Scattered near the cave wall were Xiao Wang's rubber shoes and several fragments of bones. The old, limping wolf stood guard over the bones, glaring fiercely at the entrance as if protecting its kill. At the sight of this, Huzi could no longer contain himself, raising his shotgun to fire, but Lin Xiao restrained him firmly. Don't act rashly. We must retrieve Xiao Wang's remains first. Lin Xiao's voice was hoarse yet resolute. Captain Zhou, form a perimeter and secure both sides of the cave entrance. Uncle Zhang, lead the hounds to hold the front. I will go for Xiao Wang's remains. That's too dangerous. Let me go? Huzi insisted. You're still injured. Stay here. Lin Xiao pressed him down, handing the torch to a nearby militiaman. He drew a short knife from his pocket and seized a burning piece of wood. Throw the firecrackers. Several firecrackers detonated simultaneously, startling the wolf pack and temporarily halting their advance. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao dashed into the cave, heading straight for the bones by the wall. The old wolf lunged at him immediately. Now, Uncle Zhang shouted, charging in with the hounds, which clamped onto the old wolf's hind leg. Lin Xiao took this opportunity to carefully gather Xiao Wang's remains and belongings into the prepared shroud, clutching them tightly to his chest. At that moment, the other wolves realized what was happening and surged toward Lin Xiao. Fall back, Captain Zhou shouted, directing his team to throw in more firecrackers. Using the ensuing smoke as cover, Lin Xiao bolted out of the cave, the shroud clutched close. Uncle Zhang and the hounds followed closely behind. The old wolf's hind leg bloodied from the hound's grip, yet it continued to howl fiercely at the cave entrance. Move quickly, Lin Xiao urged. Feeling the weight of the bones in his arms, each step felt like treading on a razor's edge. The wolf pack, unwilling to let their prey escape, pursued them with frenzied howls, but the torches and the continuous barrage of firecrackers kept them at bay. Just as they were about to exit the woods, the old wolf suddenly charged forward, clearly enraged. Fire! Lin Xiao shouted, aiming his gun at the old wolf's leg and pulling the trigger. The old wolf let out a pained wail, collapsing into the snow, causing the others to falter in disarray. At this moment, the distant shouts and cries of the militia echoed through the air. Reinforcements from the commune had arrived. It turned out that the youth sent by Chun Jiqing had hastened to the commune overnight, prompting the leaders to dispatch over 20 militia members for support. Upon witnessing the arrival of these reinforcements, the pack of wolves dared not linger any longer and retreated into the depths of the woods, dragging along their injured elder. The commanding officer dismounted and, noticing the shroud in Lin Xiao's arms, sighed heavily. You've worked hard. Let us take the deceased back. Lin Xiao nodded silently. The group escorted the stretcher bearing the remains of Xiao Wang, making their way slowly back to the farm. As the sun gradually rose, it illuminated the bloodstains and footprints in the snow, yet it could not dispel the sorrow that lingered in their hearts. Lin Xiao walked at the forefront, tightly clutching the shroud, his expression grave. He understood that this was not merely a rescue operation, but rather a confrontation with the wolves. And this struggle had only just begun. Upon returning to the farm, Lin Xiao promptly headed to the clinic. Xiao Li's surgery had concluded, and Dr. Wang informed him that it had been successful, but Xiao Li's right leg had suffered severe injuries, necessitating ample rest and forbidding him from getting out of bed in the near future. Upon seeing the shroud in Lin Xiao's arms, tears streamed down Xiao Li's cheeks as he struggled to sit up, only to be gently restrained by Dr. Wang. Xiao Wang's voice was hoarse. Lin Xiao settled beside him and softly patted his hand. We brought him back. We will give him a proper burial and ensure he departs in peace. Xiao Li closed his eyes, tears flowing down the corners, soaking the pillowcase. The ward was enveloped in silence, save for Xiao Li's muffled sobs and the howling wind outside. As Lin Xiao exited the clinic, he spotted Chun Jiqing and several other youths standing at the entrance, their eyes filled with sorrow. Chun Jiqing held out a notebook to Lin Xiao. This is Xiao Wang's notebook. He always carried it with him. Inside, there are letters he wrote to his family and some diary entries. We thought to send this to his family. Lin Xiao accepted the notebook, whose cover showed signs of wear, adorned with a simple drawing of a sunflower. He opened it to find neat, elegant handwriting, filled with longing for family and dreams for the future. In the last diary entry, Xiao Wang wrote, Today, Xiao Li and I went to the town to buy supplies for the new year. I bought a piece of floral cloth for my sister. She will surely love it. After spring, I hope to go hunting with brother Lin Xiao, save some money, and visit my parents soon. Upon reading this, Lin Xiao's eyes also glistened with tears. He closed the notebook and assured Chun Jiqing, I will personally send this to Xiao Wang's family and clearly explain the situation to them. That afternoon, the leaders of the commune arrived. After understanding the circumstances, they decided that the commune would take charge of Xiao Wang's funeral arrangements and would contact his family to inform them of the events, as well as provide compensation. Regarding the wolf pack issue, the leaders stated they would reach out to the county forestry station to request professional assistance in thoroughly addressing the threat posed by the wolves. As evening approached, Lin Xiao and the villagers gathered on the hillside behind the farm to select a burial site for Xiao Wang. The villagers and youth spontaneously helped dig the grave, some wielding shovels, others carrying hoes, laboring silently. The snow began to fall once more, delicate flakes settling upon the heads and shoulders of all, yet none paid it any heed. Lin Xiao stood beside the grave pit, cradling the shroud of young Wang, a heavy sense of guilt weighing upon his heart. If only he had resolutely prevented Xiao Li and Wang from venturing into town. If he had dispatched more individuals to escort them, or if he had discovered the wolf pack as track sooner, Perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Old Zhang approached him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Xiao, do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. The wolves were too cunning, and the weather turned against us, with the snow falling heavily. Young Wang, in the afterlife, would not hold you accountable. Lin Xiao nodded, yet the burden of remorse lingered. He understood that words were futile now. The only course of action was to swiftly neutralize the threat posed by the wolves, ensuring that such a tragedy would never be repeated. As night fell, the grave pit was finally prepared. With great care, Lin Xiao laid the shroud into the pit, while the villagers and the educated youth silently filled it with earth. The snow continued to fall, soon blanketing the grave in a delicate layer of white, resembling a pristine shroud draped over young Wang's south final resting place. Chun, one of the educated youth, produced a fountain pen and inserted it into the snow before the grave. Wang, this is your favorite pen, a token we leave for you. Rest assured, we will look after your family and seek retribution for you. The crowd bowed deeply before the gravestone, then slowly turned to make their way back to the farm. Lin Xiao lingered at the rear, casting one last glance at young Wang's gravestone, silently vowing, rest in peace, Wang. I will eradicate that pack of wolves and avenge you, ensuring that everyone at the farm can live without fear of their menace. Upon returning to the farm, Lin Xiao did not seek rest. Instead, he joined the commune leaders, Captain Zhou, and Old Zhang in the militia's quarters to devise a plan to hunt the wolves. The flickering oil lamp cast shadows upon their solemn faces as Lin Xiao pointed to the map spread across the table, meticulously analyzing the wolves' range of activity and potential den locations. Each individual listened intently, occasionally contributing their thoughts. Outside, the snow intensified, and the biting wind howled against the windows. Yet it could not dispel the determination of those gathered within. Lin Xiao understood that a fierce confrontation with the wolves was imminent, and he had to emerge victorious. Chapter 16. The encirclement on the mountain. The morning after young Wang's burial, the commune's loudspeaker crackled to life. The sharp electric sound entwined with the fervent voice of the official, resonating through every dwelling on the farm. Attention, all militia members and hunters. Assemble in the commune courtyard at 9 o'clock for the mission to encircle the wolf pack. Please bring your own provisions and weapons. Accuracy is paramount. As Lin Xiao assisted his mother in sorting through young Wang's belongings, he paused upon hearing the announcement, swiftly turning to grasp the Mosin-Nagant rifle leaning against the wall. This weapon had been procured from a scrap yard in the county, bearing the scars of battle, and while he had polished the barrel to a gleaming shine, it was nonetheless secondhand, prone to occasional jamming, far less reliable than the standard-issue weapons wielded by the militia. Shower, wait until I fill this jug with strong liquor. Lin Jiangwo emerged from the kitchen, a polished leather belt cinched around his waist, from which hung a short knife and a military water bottle, steam still rising from its mouth. In his hand, he grasped an aging revolver. The mountain air was cold, and a sip of liquor could stave off the chill, fortifying him against the wolves. He glanced at Lin Xiao's Mosin-Nagant and added, I've oiled your bolt. It should function smoothly now. I've also cleaned the chamber of this old revolver, so feel free to use it without concern. A voice rang out from outside the courtyard, infused with youthful urgency. Shower, go. Uncle Lin, we must hurry. Captain Zhou is urging us. As he entered, Huzi bore a long spear fashioned from a hoe, its tip forged from railway iron and honed to a lethal sharpness. At his waist dangled 2 cloth bundles filled with firecrackers. The trio hastened toward the commune courtyard, where they could already see people from various farms converging in the same direction. There were seasoned hunters wielding shotguns, militia members carrying rifles, and several young men brandishing axes and machetes, each bearing a solemn expression. The news of Xiao Wang's fate had spread throughout the commune, and no one wished to see a tragedy repeated. The courtyard was abuzz with voices. The playground was filled with people. Counting roughly, there were at least 100. In the center stood a wooden pole, adorned with the commune's red flag, and beside it, the commune secretary spoke into a megaphone, spittle flying with his fervent rhetoric. Comrades, the wolf pack has wounded our educated youth and shattered our peace. This hunt aims to eradicate these beasts entirely. For Comrade Xiao Wang's vengeance. Vengeance! Vengeance! The crowd echoed, their voices resonating so powerfully that snowflakes began to tumble from the eaves above. Lin Xiao stood on tiptoe to peer into the throng and spotted Captain Zhou with 4 militiamen from the farm, each gripping a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The dark barrels gleamed coldly in the morning light. These were the weapons Lin Xiao had long coveted, having grown up handling his father's old revolver. He was acutely aware of its limitations in range and accuracy. His acquisition of the Mosin-Nagant was an improvement, yet it still paled in comparison to the Type 56. He recalled seeing the Type 56 at the county's armed forces office. Its magazine could hold 10 rounds and allowed for rapid fire, with an effective range of up to 400 meters, perfect for dealing with a wolf pack. He couldn't help but steal a few more glances, his fingers instinctively tightening around the Mosin Nagant. Lin Xiao? Over here, Captain Zhou called, waving him over. The three of them maneuvered through the crowd, and Captain Zhou introduced the 4 militia members. This is Old Zheng, Xiao's son, De Lu, and Heir Zhu, our farm's most skilled marksman. For this mission, our farm will form a group of 7, tasked with searching from the rear mountain, encircling the wolf pack along with the Red Star farm to the east and the Xiangyang farm to the west, driving the wolves into the valley. Old Zheng, a man in his 40s with a weathered face, patted the Type 56 in his hands and smiled at Lin Xiao. Young Lin, you and your father are seasoned hunters. Once we enter the mountains, do guide us. This rifle is fine, but when it comes to tracking, you hunters possess the experience. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Uncle Zheng, you flatter me. We shall assist one another. I know the rear mountain well. There are a few concealed animal paths the wolves are likely to traverse. His gaze involuntarily fell upon the barrel of the rifle, and he swallowed hard, longing to touch it, even if it were merely to grasp the grip. Such a simple act would bring him immense satisfaction. At precisely 9 o'clock, the secretary of the commune issued a command, and the various teams began to depart in succession. Lin Xiao's group, designated as the search team for the back mountain, positioned themselves in the middle to rear of the formation. Prior to their departure, Captain Zhou distributed a rudimentary topographical map, marking the search route and rendezvous points with red ink. The terrain of the back mountain was intricate, replete with cliffs and caves, and everyone was urged to maintain distance and look out for one another, sounding their firearms to signal any signs of wolves. Lin Jingwo hefted the old shotgun in his hands, chambering a bullet, while Lin Xiao inspected the magazine of his Mosin Nagant, ensuring it was primed for action at any moment. The snow on the back mountain was even deeper than that below, reaching nearly knee-high, with each step demanding tremendous exertion. Lin Xiao led the way, wielding a slender wooden stick to occasionally part the underbrush along the path, meticulously examining the traces left in the snow. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, capable of discerning the subtle differences between the tracks of hares, pheasants, and wolves. The paw print of a wolf was broad at the front and narrow at the back, with distinct gaps between the toes, while the hare's tracks were dainty and star-shaped. Shower, do you think this is it? Huzi suddenly crouched down, pointing at a vague impression in the snow. The others quickly gathered around, observing a palm-sized mark with somewhat blurred edges, as if swept by the wind. Lin Jiangwo knelt to brush away the superficial layer of snow with his fingers, shaking his head. No, this is a roe deer's hoofprint. See the bifurcated traces? Wolf claws are not this wide. He rose and surveyed the surroundings, noting that roe deer typically did not wander alone, suggesting the presence of a herd nearby. However, in comparison to a pack of wolves, they were rather docile. Old Zheng, gun in hand, vigilantly scanned the surrounding woods. This back mountain is vast. If the wolf pack is hiding in a cave, it will be quite challenging to locate them. Shaolin, where do you think they might be hiding? Head upwards. Lin Xiao replied, gesturing towards the peaks ahead. Wolves prefer elevated vantage points to observe their prey, and the caves higher up are drier, making them suitable for winter. We will follow this animal trail upwards and split up to search once we reach the mountainside. He paused, adding, everyone, watch your step. There may be hidden ice beneath the snow, so be careful not to slip. The group ascended the animal trail, and as they climbed higher, the wind intensified, lashing their faces with icy snowflakes that stung sharply. Lin Xiao tightened his cotton jacket, yet beads of sweat soon appeared on his forehead. The climb itself was exhausting, compounded by the intense mental focus, and it wasn't long before he felt parched. He retrieved his water bottle from his pocket, unscrewed the cap, and took a refreshing sip. The cold water slid down his throat, momentarily dispelling some of his fatigue. Huzi, trailing closely behind, gasped for breath. Shower, these wolves are too elusive. We've been walking for almost 3 hours and haven't seen a single hair of one. They couldn't have gone too far, could they? Not at all, Lin Xiao asserted confidently. On the day of Xiao Wang's burial, I spotted fresh wolf droppings at the edge of the forest. They were dark in color and hadn't yet frozen, indicating they haven't strayed far. Furthermore, wolves have a strong territorial instinct and wouldn't easily abandon familiar ground. If we haven't found them yet, they are either concealed in a hidden cave or playing a game of hide and seek with us. Captain Zhou approached, offering Lin Xiao a piece of hardtack. Eat something to keep your strength up. We wouldn't want you to suffer from low blood sugar. The wolf is exceedingly cunning. After its last attack on Xiao Li and his companions, it has undoubtedly heightened its vigilance, aware that we are out to confront it, hence concealing itself even more discreetly. The group found a sheltered pile of stones and crouched down to eat their rations. The rations consisted of cornbread, frozen and hard as a rock, each bite sending a jolt of pain through their teeth. Lin Xiao broke off a small piece and chewed it slowly with the snow, yet his eyes remained vigilant, surveying the surrounding environment. Suddenly, he spotted several gray hairs hanging from the branches of a nearby pine tree, as if scraped off recently. "Look over there," Lin Xiao exclaimed, pointing towards the pine tree. The group immediately set aside their cornbread and gathered around. Old Zheng stood on tiptoe, using the butt of his gun to dislodge the hairs. Examining them closely, these are wolf hairs, just like the ones we found at the site of Xiao Li's attack. Lin Zhengwo approached, sniffing carefully. They still carry a hint of musk. They must have been shed not long ago. There's a game trail beside this tree. The wolf pack undoubtedly passed through here. The atmosphere instantly shifted to one of tension, with everyone gripping their weapons tightly. Huzi crossed his spear over his chest, warily scanning the surroundings. So where are they now? Could they be lurking nearby, watching us? Lin Xiao remained silent, crouching down to scrutinize the snow beneath the tree. In the snow, he discerned several indistinct paw prints, clearer than the ones seen before, indicating various sizes, likely left by the wolf pack. The tracks extended towards the mountain summit, vanishing into a thicket of dense underbrush. "They are headed for the mountain top," Lin Xiao declared, rising and pointing at the thicket. "There's an eagle's beak cave up there, deep enough to conceal a dozen wolves. I visited it once with my father while hunting. The entrance is obscured by vines, nearly impossible to spot unless approached closely." Captain Zhou immediately issued orders. "Old Zheng, Xiao's son, lead the way. Lin Xiao and his father will be in the middle, while Delu, Erju, and Huzi will bring up the rear. Ensure your guns are loaded. Raise the torches high and proceed cautiously, remaining alert to any disturbances." The group organized themselves according to the orders and slowly made their way toward the thicket. The underbrush was thick, its branches laden with snow that cascaded down at the slightest touch. Lin Xiao used a stick to clear the obstructing branches, his eyes fixed intently on the snow beneath, fearful of missing any signs. After traversing about half a mile, the thicket unexpectedly vanished, revealing an open area, at the end of which lay the eagle's beak cave Lin Xiao had mentioned. The cave was indeed well concealed, its entrance facing the mountain wall, overgrown with withered vines, rendering it nearly invisible from a distance. Lin Xiao gestured for everyone to halt while he and his father cautiously approached the cave entrance, peering inside by the light of the torch. The entrance was small, just large enough for a single person to bend down and enter. It was pitch black within, offering no visibility. "Is anyone in there? Oh no, are there wolves?" Huzi could not refrain from calling out, his voice echoing in the cavern. Lin Xiao shot him a glare. "Quiet. Wolves' hearing is 10 times more acute than ours. If there are any inside, they'll know we're here the moment you shout." He picked up a stone and tossed it into the cave. The sound of the stone hitting the ground reverberated for a long while, yet there was no response. Lin Zhengwo pulled out a fire starter from his pocket, igniting it before throwing it into the cave. The firebrand rolled on the ground, illuminating the interior of the cave. Inside, it was desolate, with only a scattering of animal bones and no sign of wolves. Once the firebrand extinguished, the cave succumbed to darkness once more. "No one. Oh no, no wolves," Huzi expressed his disappointment. Lao Zheng approached the cave entrance and tapped the wall with the butt of his gun, remarking, "This cave is quite deep. Could there be a fork? Perhaps the wolf pack is hiding in a side passage?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I am familiar with this cave. There is only one main path, leading to a dead end. Inside, there is not even a place to hide. The bones on the ground are old, at least 6 months, indicating that the wolves have long vacated this dwelling." Stepping out of the cave, he surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brow. "Strange. There are fresh wolf hairs, yet no tracks." Captain Zhou also sensed something was amiss. Could it be a ruse to lure us away? They intentionally left wolf fur to mislead us here while they flee to another location? That is a possibility, Lin Xiao acknowledged. Wolves are cunning, especially that old, limping wolf. With its vast experience, it surely anticipates our pursuit along the trail. By deliberately leaving clues, it aims to divert us, seizing the opportunity to forage elsewhere or even raid the farm. "What should we do?" Young Sun asked anxiously. "Should we continue searching here or return to guard the farm?" Lin Zhengwo pondered for a moment. "I believe the wolf pack will not attempt to raid the farm. The commune has organized a hunt, and there are certainly militia patrolling around the farm. They would not dare take such a risk. I suspect they are hiding in another cave. With so many caves on the back mountain, finding them will indeed be a challenge." Captain Zhou glanced at the sky, noticing the sun dipping low, casting an orange hue across the heavens. "Let us not rush to a decision. Nightfall is approaching, and visibility in the mountains is poor. Continuing the search is too perilous. We should find a place to camp and, at dawn, split up to search. This will also allow us to observe if the wolf pack ventures out under the cover of night. Everyone expressed their agreement. Lin Xiao suggested heading to an abandoned hunter's shelter halfway up the mountain, a place where the old hunters once stayed, offering a roof to shield from snow and protection from the wind, making it suitable for camping. After gathering their belongings, they made their way toward the shelter. As they walked, the snow fell increasingly heavier, transforming from sporadic flurries into large flakes that quickly blanketed the ground. The wind howled through the trees, producing eerie sounds reminiscent of whales. Lin Xiao tightened his cotton coat, feeling a growing unease. Such heavy snowfall might obscure all traces, complicating the search for the wolf pack come morning. This snow is truly ominous. Huzi shivered, his teeth chattering. Brother Xiao, I've heard that strange events occur on snowy days in the mountains. Is that true? Do not let your imagination run wild. Lin Xiao reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Snowy days in the mountains are indeed perilous, prone to disorientation and even avalanches, but there are no supernatural occurrences. If you are frightened, just stay close to me. Lin Jiangwo retrieved a flask of strong liquor from his pocket and handed it to Huzi. Take a sip to warm yourself. It's cold in the mountains, especially at night. Body temperature drops quickly, and we must not let ourselves freeze. Huzi grasped the water flask and took a hearty swig, the fiery liquor coursing down his throat, instantly warming him considerably. With a grin, he exclaimed, "Thank you, Uncle Lin. This drink is truly invigorating." After traversing for about an hour, they finally arrived at the abandoned hunter's shelter. Constructed from wood and topped with thatch, though somewhat dilapidated, it still provided refuge from the snow. Inside, the shelter was barren, containing only a clay stove and a few stones, with scattered dry twigs strewn across the ground. "Let us divide our tasks," Captain Zhou directed. "Old Zheng, Big Lu, go gather some dry firewood to warm ourselves. Xiao Sun and Air Zhu, clear the snow around the shelter and check for any concealed spots. Lin Xiao and his father, along with Huzi, will inspect the sturdiness of the shelter and ascertain if the roof leaks snow." The group promptly set to work. Lin Xiao and his father climbed atop the roof to examine the damage to the thatch. They discovered several holes, through which snow was seeping in. Lin Xiao found some sturdy branches to lay over the openings, covering them with a thick layer of thatch, successfully sealing the leaks. Meanwhile, Huzi was busy clearing the ground within the shelter, piling the dry twigs beside the clay stove for easy access when starting a fire. Old Zheng and the others quickly returned with a substantial amount of firewood, while Xiao Sun and Air Zhu finished clearing the snow around the shelter, even constructing a small snow mound at the entrance to shield against the biting wind. Old Zheng ignited the fire, and the dry wood crackled in the stove, flames leaping up to illuminate the entire shelter and bring warmth. The group gathered around the fire, shedding their soaked shoes to dry by the flames. Lin Xiao, glancing at the .56 rifle in Old Zheng's hands, couldn't resist asking, "Uncle Zheng, is this gun effective? Does it have a strong recoil?" Old Zheng chuckled, passing the rifle to Lin Xiao. "You'll find out for yourself. Just be cautious and don't misfire." Lin Xiao eagerly accepted the rifle, its weight substantial and reassuring in his grasp. He scrutinized the weapon, the black stock, the silver barrel, and the magazine adorned with distinct engravings. He gently pulled the bolt, a crisp and forceful click resonating in the air. Aiming at a stone beside the fire, he steadied the rifle, feeling no tremor. This rifle has minimal recoil and remarkable precision. Within 100 meters, it can hit 9 out of 10 targets, Old Zheng elaborated. "In the last shooting competition at the commune, I secured first place with this very gun. Unfortunately, ammunition is scarce. Each person has only been allotted 10 rounds for this hunt, and we must refrain from firing unless absolutely necessary." Reluctantly, Lin Xiao returned the rifle to Old Zheng, his envy growing. "If only I had a gun like this, I would feel much more secure against a pack of wolves." Lin Jiangwo patted his shoulder. "Once this hunt concludes, I will speak to the commune leaders to see if I can secure one for you. You are skilled with firearms and an experienced hunter. They should be amenable to the idea." Huzi leaned in, curiosity piqued. "Uncle Zheng, how far can this gun shoot? If we encounter a pack of wolves, could one shot take one down?" "Effective within 400 meters, if aimed at a vital spot, one shot can indeed fell a wolf," Old Zheng replied proudly. "Last time I hunted in the mountains, I encountered a wild boar and took it down with one shot to the heart." Surrounded by the warmth of the fire, the group engaged in lively conversation, the predominant topics revolving around hunting and the potential threat of wolves. Lin Xiao spoke little, frequently approaching the entrance of the shed to observe the situation outside. The snow continued to fall, intensifying to the point where the distant woods were obscured. As night deepened, a profound silence enveloped the mountains, broken only by the howling wind and swirling snow. "Shower, it's cold outside. Come in and warm yourself by the fire," called Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao entered the shed, shaking his head. "It's too quiet outside. There isn't even a bird call. Something feels off. Wolves are nocturnal creatures. With this heavy snow, they should be out hunting, yet there's not a sound." Captain Zhou grew serious. "Now that you mention it, I too sense something amiss. Logically, with such deep snow, prey would be hard to find, and the wolf pack should certainly be active. Why is there no activity at all? Could they have truly left the back mountains? Impossible." Lin Xiao asserted confidently. "Wolves are social animals. They do not easily migrate in winter. I suspect they are hiding in some concealed spot, waiting for us to lower our guard before emerging. Our vision is inferior to theirs at night. They will undoubtedly take advantage of the darkness. We must remain vigilant." Captain Zhou nodded, formulating a plan. "Tonight, we will divide into 3 shifts for the night watch, with 2 individuals per shift, each on duty for 2 hours. I will be with old Zheng for the first shift, the second will be Lin Xiao and his father, and the third shift will be Xiao's son and heir Zhu. Huzi and Lu should rest first, conserving their energy for tomorrow's search. Those on watch must stay alert and cannot doze off every 15 minutes. Toss a firecracker around the shed to scare off the wolves." The group expressed their agreement. Huzi and Lu leaned against the wall and soon fell asleep, their steady snores filling the air. Captain Zhou and old Zheng, armed, sat at the shed entrance, their eyes sharply scrutinizing the surrounding darkness. The fire in the pit gradually dwindled, prompting old Zheng to add some dry twigs, and the flames soared once more. Lin Xiao did not immediately rest. Instead, he and his father set about laying traps around the shed. They buried animal traps in the snow, covered them with straw and a layer of snow, and hung brass bells around the traps so that any animal triggering them would cause the bells to ring. Once the traps were set, the father and son returned to the shed, leaning against the warmth of the fire to rest. Lin Xiao closed his eyes, yet his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the wolf pack. Where could the old, limping wolf be hiding? Would it lead the pack to launch a nocturnal ambush? Would tomorrow's search yield results? These questions tangled in his mind like a chaotic web. He recalled Xiao Wang's notebook and the letter Xiao Wang had written to his family, reigniting the flames of anger within him. No matter what, he was determined to find the wolf pack and avenge Xiao Wang. Time passed, and Lin Xiao was roused by his father's gentle nudging. "It's our turn to keep watch," Lin Xiao whispered. Lin Xiao rubbed his eyes and noticed that Captain Zhou and old Zheng were dozing at the entrance, the fire's glow having dimmed significantly. He rose, stretching his stiff limbs, and picked up the Mosin-Nagant rifle, while his father grabbed the old shotgun. Together, they approached the entrance. Outside, the stillness persisted, with the snow falling even more heavily. Captain Zhou stood, yawning. "We're going to rest. Call us if needed." Lin Xiao nodded and sat with his father on a stone at the entrance. The snow continued to fall, the flakes landing softly on the ground, producing a gentle rustling sound. Moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow upon the snow-covered ground, barely illuminating the surroundings of the shed. Lin Xiao gripped the Mosin-Nagant tightly, his finger poised on the trigger, while his father rested the old shotgun upon his knee. Both were intently focused on the dark woods. "Shower, do not be overly anxious," Lin Xiao urged, offering Lin Xiao a piece of dry rations. "Consume something to maintain your strength. If the wolf pack truly approaches, we have traps, firecrackers, and firearms. There is no need for fear." Lin Xiao accepted the provisions, chewing slowly, yet his gaze remained fixed on the forest. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl echoed from the distance, its mournful sound piercing the stillness of the night. It was soon joined by several more howls, seemingly in response to the first. "They are coming." Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the rifle, his body tensing. The others in the shed awoke to the sound, with Huzi rubbing his eyes as he sat up. "What is happening? Is the wolf pack here?" "Silence," Lin Xiao hissed. "The wolves are still at a distance. They have yet to discover our presence. Everyone, prepare yourselves, load your firearms, and ignite the torches." The group sprang into action, seizing their weapons and lighting the torches. The shed was instantly illuminated, the flickering flames casting shadows on the anxious faces of all present. Lin Xiao and his father approached the entrance, peering into the dark woods illuminated by the moonlight and firelight, where they could just make out a few pairs of green eyes intently fixed on the shed. "How many are there?" Captain Zhou inquired softly. "At least 7 or 8, Lin Xiao replied, counting the emerald glimmers. "The lead wolf was likely the old, limping one. Observe that pair of eyes at the forefront. They are positioned a bit lower, indicating an injury." Old Zheng raised his 56 rifle, aiming at the foremost pair of green eyes. "Should we fire?" he asked. We should eliminate the leader first, then the rest will be easier to manage. Do not shoot. Lin Xiao interjected. The distance is too great. And in this darkness, we cannot discern vital targets. If we miss, we might provoke them. Let them approach closer, within the range of our traps, before we fire. The wolf pack gradually advanced towards the shed, the green eyes becoming increasingly distinct. Their footsteps were nearly silent upon the snow, a clear indication of their extensive hunting training. The old, limping wolf led the way, lowering its head and sniffing the ground as if assessing the surroundings. We're nearing the trap's range, Lin Jiangwo whispered. Lin Xiao nodded, retrieving a string of firecrackers from his pocket, igniting them before tossing them out. The firecrackers crackled against the snow, sparks flying. Startled, the wolf pack halted, cautiously surveying their surroundings. The old wolf emitted a call, as if to reassure the others, before continuing forward. Suddenly, a sharp crack rang out, accompanied by the tinkling of bells. One wolf had triggered the snare trap, howling in pain as it tumbled in the snow. The other wolves recoiled in fright, hesitating to advance further. Now is the time. Fire! Lin Xiao shouted, pulling the trigger of the Mosin Nagant. Lin Jiangwo immediately followed suit with the old shotgun. And old Zheng and the others fired their 56 rifles in succession, the gunfire resonating loudly in the tranquil night. The wolf that lay lifeless in the snow was felled by a hail of gunfire. Upon witnessing this, the other wolves immediately turned and fled into the depths of the forest, their emerald eyes swiftly vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Should we pursue? Huzi brandished his spear, ready to charge forth. Do not chase. Lin Xiao restrained him, cautioning that visibility was poor at night and the woods were fraught with numerous traps, making a pursuit perilous. Furthermore, we have already wounded one. They will not return in the immediate future. The group stepped onto the snow, illuminated by the flickering flames of their fire, revealing the slain wolf. It was of medium size, with a gray coat, indicating it was a young specimen. Old Zheng kicked the carcass, lamenting, "It is a pity we did not take down the old wolf. It would have made things considerably easier." Lin Xiao crouched to examine the wolf's remains. Its teeth were sharp, suggesting it was a formidable hunter within the pack. Its demise serves as a lesson for the others. Fresh bloodstains adorned its body, indicating recent hunting activity, and nearby, remnants of their prey were likely to be found. Tomorrow, we can follow the blood trail. Perhaps it will lead us to their den. Upon returning to the shelter, they rekindled the fire. Although the old wolf had escaped, they had at least managed to fend off the pack and eliminate one, marking a preliminary victory. Leaning against the wall, Lin Xiao contemplated the dancing flames, yet he felt no sense of relief. He understood this was merely the beginning. The cunning old wolf would not relent, and tomorrow's search would undoubtedly be fraught with greater peril. As snow continued to fall and the wind howled, the flames within the shelter blazed ever brighter, casting a resolute glow upon the faces of all present. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the Mosin Nagant, while his father, Lin Jiangwo, caressed the worn barrel of his old shotgun. They exchanged a glance, both finding determination reflected in each other's eyes. Tomorrow, they would undoubtedly locate the wolf's den, avenge Xiao Wang, and restore peace to the mountainside. Chapter 17. An unexpected encounter with the forest defense team unraveling the mystery in the early hours of the night. The snowfall had finally lessened, and the wind had abated, no longer howling like a knife through the air as it had earlier. As dawn approached, Lin Xiao was startled awake by the sharp crack of a branch breaking outside the shelter. He instinctively tightened his grip on the Mosin Nagant, preparing to rise, only to see his father, Lin Jiangwo, standing at the entrance, the old shotgun slung over his shoulder, gazing into the snow-covered expanse. It was merely the weight of the snow that broke the branch. Do not be alarmed, Lin Jiangwo reassured him, gesturing with a hand. The breath he exhaled formed a cloud of mist in the morning light. The snow has ceased, and daybreak is near. Let us prepare, and, once it is light, follow the blood trail of that dead wolf. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief and stood, rubbing his stiff knees. The others in the shelter began to awaken. Huzi yawned and stretched, wincing as pain shot through his shoulder from leaning against the wall too long during his watch. Old Zheng was busy cleaning the barrel of his Type 56 rifle, its muzzle glinting coldly in the dim morning light. Noticing Lin Xiao was awake, he nodded towards him, saying, "Xiao Lin, the wolf's carcass remains outside. The snow has not thoroughly covered it. We should be able to find the blood trail." After a quick wash, the group shared a meager breakfast of frozen bread, gnawing on it while standing in the snow. Lin Xiao stepped outside, holding the Mosin Nagant, and beheld the lifeless wolf sprawled in the snow, a thin layer of snow dusting its body, with dark red blood seeping from its side, forming a serpentine crimson line that wound into the depths of the forest. The snow still bore the paw prints of a wolf pack's hasty retreat from the previous night, scattered chaotically around a pool of fresh blood, likely the remnants of their recent prey. Lin Xiao crouched down, prodding the crimson stains with his finger. The snowfall had ceased. Ensuring the traces remained visible, following them would undoubtedly lead to their hunting grounds, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even to their lair. Just as he was about to rise, he was suddenly captivated by a peculiar set of footprints in the snow, causing his brow to furrow in concern. "Uncle Lin, what is the matter?" Captain Zhou inquired, approaching with a machete in hand. Lin Xiao remained silent, gesturing for the others to gather around. "Observe these footprints," he pointed out. "They differ from the usual wolf prints." The group followed his indication and noticed that the prints were smaller than typical wolf tracks, with faint claw marks. More intriguingly, there was a shallow dragging mark beside them, suggesting something had been pulled across the snow. Could it be an injured old wolf? Suzy scratched his head, recalling that the last time they encountered a threat, it was from a limping wolf. Perhaps its leg had not healed properly, leading to a dragging gait. Not an old wolf. Lin Xiao shook his head, his expression turning grave. Although an old wolf's prints might appear skewed due to its limp, the wear on its claws would be significant. These prints are fresh, and the dragging marks are consistent, not indicative of an injury. "I feel like these footprints are familiar, as if I have seen them before," he murmured thoughtfully, his fingers subconsciously stroking the stock of his old rifle. At that moment, a sharp gunshot resonated from the distant woods, followed by several shouts. The group immediately heightened their vigilance, with old Zheng and the others swiftly raising their rifles towards the source of the noise. Lin Xiao pressed down on old Zheng's barrel, cautioning, "Do not panic. That gunfire is from a standard rifle, accompanied by shouts. It does not resemble a wolf attack, but rather humans." "Could it be a search team from another farm?" Xiao Sun asked, his fingers trembling with anxiety. Lin Xiao shook his head. "The other teams have headed towards the valley. They wouldn't come this way. Let us proceed cautiously towards the sound, but do not fire recklessly." He led the way with his Mosin Nagant, followed closely by Lin Xiao and Suzy, while Captain Zhou brought up the rear with the other militia members, advancing towards the origin of the gunfire. After traversing approximately half a mile, they emerged into a clearing where a group of 7 or 8 individuals appeared, all clad in deep blue work uniforms, sporting the insignia of the Forestry Security Department on their chests and wielding semi-automatic rifles. At the forefront was a man in his 50s, his face etched with wrinkles, yet his gaze sharp. At his waist hung a sidearm and a red armband emblazoned with the title Section Chief. "Which farm do you belong to?" The leading man called out as he spotted Lin Xiao and his companions, raising his hand to signal them to halt. His voice resonating like a bell. "Do not move. State your identity." "We are the search team from Hongxing Farm, tasked with hunting the wolf pack." Captain Zhou stepped forward, producing his identification to present. "I am Zhou Qiang, the militia captain of the farm. This is our hunter Lin Xiao and his son Lin Xiao, along with several militia members. You are comrades from the Forestry Security Department, are you not?" The leader among them took the identification and scrutinized it before matching the faces of the group. Only then did he lower his guard and approach Captain Zhou, extending his hand. "I am Zhao Taizhan, the head of the security department of the forest farm. I have been tasked with patrolling the forest area to prevent wolf packs from attacking the timber stacks and workers' dormitories. Upon hearing that the commune organized a hunt yesterday, we wanted to lend a hand, but unexpectedly found ourselves here." His gaze swept over Lin Xiao's Mosin Nagant, a glimmer of approval crossing his eyes. The young man, despite his age, wielded a fine weapon. Lin Xiao quickly nodded in greeting, yet internally, he envied the equipment of the security department. Each member was armed with a Type 56 rifle, and Director Zhao even carried a pistol, far superior to the militia's gear. Zhao Taizhan seemed to sense his thoughts and smiled, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "This weapon is uniformly issued by the forest farm. Our department carries significant responsibilities, and having proper equipment is essential." Seizing the opportunity, Captain Zhou recounted the events of the previous night to Zhao Taizhan, including the assault on the educated youth, the search for the wolf pack's tracks, and the confrontation that ensued. As Zhao Taizhan listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, and upon hearing about the peculiar footprints in the snow, he immediately perked up. "You mentioned strange footprints? Take me to see them." The group returned to the outside of the hunter's shed, where Lin Xiao once again pointed out the peculiar tracks. Zhao Taizhan crouched down to examine them closely, measuring their size with his fingers, and his expression changed abruptly. Could these be the tracks of a bay? A bay? The group was taken aback, with Huzi scratching his head and asking, "Director Zhao, what is a bay? Is it a type of wolf?" Rising to his feet, Zhao Taizhan spoke gravely. "A bay is not a wolf, though it is a close relative. It is born with deformities, having particularly short front legs, rendering it unable to walk unaided. It must ride on the back of a wolf to move. Observe the drag marks beside these footprints. They are left by the bay's forelegs scraping along the ground. He paused before adding, the elders often say that wolves and bay conspire together. The wolf possesses strength, while the bay possesses cunning. The combination of the two makes them far more devious than a lone pack. Upon hearing the phrase wolves and bay conspire, Lin Xiao suddenly slapped his thigh. Yes, it's the bay. When I was young, my master took me into the mountains to hunt, and he described the bay to me, saying that its tracks are small and shallow, marked with drag marks. My master mentioned that bay are born deformed and find it challenging to survive. They are rarely found in ordinary wolf packs. Only those with exceptional survival skills will tolerate a bay because of its high intelligence, which can aid the pack in devising hunting strategies. No wonder this pack of wolves is so cunning. Captain Zhou suddenly realized, recalling that during the last attack on the educated youth, they first sent an old wolf to scout, and later, during the hunt, they deliberately left behind wolf fur to lead them to the Eagle's Beak cave. It turns out Bei was orchestrating their strategies from behind. Zhao Taizhan nodded, his expression growing even more solemn. That makes sense. Ordinary wolf packs would not dare to attack humans easily, nor would they confront so many militia members directly. But with Bei involved, the situation changes entirely. The Bei can deduce our routes from human tracks and formulate tactics, even more astute than seasoned hunters. He surveyed the group, adding, our security department has dealt with wolf packs frequently and is well aware of the Bei's formidable nature. A few years ago, the Western Forest Station encountered a formidable coalition of wolves, which not only claimed the lives of several livestock, but also injured 2 workers. Ultimately, a squadron of militia was dispatched to eliminate them. Curiously, Lin Xiao inquired, Chief Xiao, what are the primary responsibilities of the Forest Station's security department? Besides dealing with wolf packs, do you engage in other duties? Upon mentioning his responsibilities, Zhao Taizhan straightened his posture. Our security department has a multitude of duties. We can be regarded as the guardians of the forest region. Foremost among our responsibilities is forest fire prevention, which is of paramount importance. During the dry season, we patrol around the clock to prevent individuals from entering the mountains to burn brush or carelessly discard cigarette butts, and we also clear flammable materials from the forest area. Secondly, we combat illegal logging. Some unscrupulous individuals sneak into the mountains to cut down trees for profit, and we must keep a vigilant watch to apprehend them for communal handling. He paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, we ensure the safety of the forest workers. The region is home not only to wolves, but also to bears and wild boars. When workers are engaged in their tasks in the mountains, we must provide escorts. And in the event of a beast attack, we are responsible for driving them away or eliminating them. Additionally, the timber in the forest is state property, and we must supervise the woodpiles to prevent theft and illegal sales. When timber transport convoys are on the move, we also escort them to ensure the safety of the materials. Zhao Taizhan gestured towards his team members. Our team consists of exceptional individuals selected from the forest workers, either veterans or seasoned hunters, each proficient in the use of firearms and equipped with skills in wilderness survival, tracking, and first aid. Each year, the commune organizes training sessions with comrades from the armed forces to prepare for various emergencies. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. I have interacted with the veteran security personnel from your forest station. Indeed, they are formidable. A few years back, while hunting in the mountains, I encountered a blind bear, and it was your security team that came to my rescue. It was merely our duty, Zhao Taizhan replied with a smile, deftly steering the conversation back to the wolf pack. Now that we know there is a jackal among the wolves, we must proceed with greater caution. Jackals are cunning and can likely anticipate our pursuit along the blood trail, perhaps even laying an ambush ahead. Which direction do you intend to search? We should follow this blood trail deeper into the mountains. We are likely to discover their den, Lin Xiao suggested, pointing at the bloodstains on the ground. Last night, when the wolf pack fled, they must have returned to their lair. If we follow the blood, we are highly likely to find them. Zhao Taizhan pondered for a moment and said, the terrain in the deep mountains is intricate, with many cliffs and hidden ravines, and the jackal will undoubtedly exploit the landscape for ambushes. It would be prudent for our 2 teams to merge for a joint search. Our security department is familiar with the terrain, while you have hunters skilled in tracking. Cooperating would enhance our safety. Captain Zhou immediately concurred, excellent. With Chief Xiao and your team assisting us, we feel much more assured. After merging the 2 teams, they totaled 15 members. Zhao Taizhan and Captain Zhou devised a search plan. Zhao Taizhan, accompanied by 2 security personnel, would lead the way, familiar with the terrain to avoid hazardous areas. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao would follow in the middle, tasked with tracking the signs and observing the surroundings. Old Zheng, along with several militia and security team members, would bring up the rear and maintain vigilance, and Huzi would stay beside Lin Xiao, assisting in carrying spare ammunition and provisions. Before their departure, Zhao Taizhan distributed a red armband to each individual, emblazoned with the words hunting team. Wearing this will facilitate identification and prevent any misunderstandings with other search parties, he explained. Furthermore, he cautioned, when we encounter a pack of wolves, do not fire recklessly. Await commands from me and Captain Zhou. Focus your fire on the leading wolf and the jackal. Once the jackal falls, the pack will lose its cohesion. The group nodded in agreement, donning their armbands and arming themselves in preparation for the journey ahead. Lin Xiao meticulously checked the magazine of his Mosin Nagant to ensure an ample supply of ammunition, then took a swig of the fiery liquor his father had given him, feeling the warmth spread throughout his body. As the team ventured into the forest, Lin Jiangwo pointed to the ground, exclaiming, "Look here. These peculiar footprints are consistently aligned with the wolf tracks, indicating that the jackal is indeed riding on the wolf's backs." Moving in concert with them, the group leaned down to examine the small prints, which trailed closely behind the paw prints of the wolves, leading deeper into the woods. "This jackal is quite astute," Lin Jiangwo remarked. "By positioning itself atop the wolves, it can survey the path ahead and direct the pack's movements." Zhao Taizhan furrowed his brow, stating, "When we encounter the wolves, we must first eliminate the wolf carrying the jackal. Once the jackal is dislodged, it will lose its ability to command, and the pack shall falter." They proceeded along the blood trail into the mountains, and as they delved further, the forest grew denser. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting mottled shadows on the snow-laden ground. The snow accumulated thicker, reaching up to their calves, each step demanding considerable effort. Lin Xiao, positioned in the center, fixated on the traces below, anxious not to overlook any clue. "Shower, look ahead," Huzi suddenly shouted, pointing at a grand tree. Following his gesture, Lin Xiao noticed deep claw marks etched into the trunk, the surrounding bark stripped away, with several gray wolf hairs scattered on the ground. "This is a mark left by the wolves," Lin Jiangwo noted as he approached, running his hand over the scratches. "Wolves use claw marks to delineate their territory, indicating that we have entered their core activity area. Their den should be nearby." Zhao Taizhan promptly signaled the team to halt, lowering his voice. "Everyone, exercise caution. Load your firearms and prepare your torches. The jackal is surely aware of our presence, possibly lying in ambush nearby." The group immediately complied, raising their weapons and scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Lin Xiao cautiously approached the large tree, scrutinizing the traces on the ground. Aside from the wolf and jackal prints, he observed scattered animal bones, resembling those of a roe deer, marked with evident bite marks. "This is a feeding site for the wolves," Lin Xiao declared, rising to his feet. "The bones are quite fresh, likely consumed last night. The den cannot be far from here." At that moment, Lin Jiangwo suddenly tugged at Lin Xiao's arm, directing his attention to a section of the mountainside. "Do you see that wall? Is there not a cave entrance?" Following his gaze, Lin Xiao spotted a concealed opening in the mountainside, obscured by dense vines, revealing only a narrow gap that would be easily overlooked if not scrutinized closely. The snow-laden ground surrounding the cave entrance was dotted with the paw prints of wolves and the tracks of coyotes, fresh impressions layered upon one another, clearly indicating that this was the lair of the wolf pack. Even more unsettling was the tattered piece of blue fabric hanging from a nearby tree trunk, which Lin Xiao instantly recognized as the work attire frequently worn by the young intellectual, Xiao Wang, during his lifetime. "This is their old den." Lin Xiao's voice trembled as he gripped Mozina's fingers, turning pale from the strain. That fabric belonged to Xiao Wang. The brutish Huzi also recognized the cloth, his anger flaring as he raised his spear, ready to charge forth, only to be restrained by Lin Jiangwo. "Do not act impulsively," Lin Jiangwo admonished in a hushed tone. "The entrance is narrow, and we cannot ascertain what lies within. Rushing in would be tantamount to courting death. Have you forgotten how Xiao Wang met his fate? The coyote must be lurking inside, waiting for us to fall into their trap." Zhao Taizhan and Captain Zhou also recognized the fabric, their expressions darkening. The two conferred quietly, with Zhao Taizhan analyzing the terrain around the cave entrance. The cave faces east, sheltered from the wind and basking in sunlight. Indeed, an excellent hiding spot. The dense underbrush surrounding it provides perfect cover for an ambush. If we act now, we risk being flanked by the wolf pack from both sides. Captain Zhou nodded thoughtfully, his brow furrowed. "We are only 15 in number, with limited ammunition at our disposal. The cunning coyote has certainly anticipated our arrival and may have already laid a trap. We cannot force our way in, nor can we simply retreat," Lin Xiao asserted, crouching in the snow and pointing to the tracks extending from the cave entrance. Look at these traces. They vary in age, indicating at least a dozen wolves, with that coyote orchestrating from within. A direct confrontation would yield no advantage for us. However, it was no small feat to locate this place. If we retreat now and they relocate their den, finding it again will prove difficult. I propose we withdraw to the ridge in the distance and conceal ourselves, dispatching 2 individuals to return and notify the commune for additional reinforcements. The rest will keep watch at the cave entrance to prevent the wolves from relocating. This suggestion was met with immediate agreement from the group. Zhao Taizhan quickly made arrangements. I will leave 4 team members to guard the ridge alongside Lin Xiao and Huzi, using binoculars to monitor the cave entrance and signaling every half hour to report our status. Captain Zhou, you will lead the remaining members back to Gongquan Valley to fetch reinforcements, ensuring the commune brings additional ammunition and torches. And it would be best to request support from the armed forces. Remember to be cautious on the way back. Do not let the wolf scouts spot you. Once the plan was finalized, the group sprang into action. Captain Zhou, accompanied by Xiao Sun, Zhu, and 4 others, retraced their steps quickly, deliberately stepping in their previous footprints to avoid leaving any traces, even scattering dried leaves on the snow to obscure their path. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao led Zhao Taizhan and the others to the ridge on the west side of the lair, where the elevated terrain provided a clear view of the cave entrance, concealed by a dense grove of oil pines, rendering them less detectable. Zhao Taizhan retrieved a military-grade binocular from his backpack, specifically provided for reconnaissance by the Forestry Security Department. He adjusted the focus and handed it to Lin Xiao. Your eyesight is sharp. Take a look and assess the situation inside. Lin Xiao took the binoculars and carefully focused on the cave entrance. The darkness between the vines revealed nothing but the thick layer of hay covering the inside of the cave. Occasionally, a gray shadow flickered in the obscurity, accompanied by the low, mournful howls of wolves echoing from within, intermittent like a signal. There were at least 10 wolves inside, and he could see 3 lying in wait just inside the cave entrance. Lin Xiao lowered the binoculars and recounted his observations to the others. Although he did not spot the elusive creature known as the Bay, its presence was undoubtedly felt. The wolves moved with a distinct purpose, patrolling as if under command. Zhao Taizhan took the binoculars for a moment, nodding in agreement. Indeed, this is the tactic of the Bay. It need not show itself to orchestrate the wolves with such precision. In this weather, the pack typically seeks warmth in their den, yet their vigilance indicates they sense impending danger. Huzi lay in the snow, peering through the branches at the cave entrance, gripping his spear tightly. Uncle Lin, Brother Xiao, are we just going to wait here? Lin Zhangwo, seeking vengeance for Xiao Wang, patted his shoulder and handed him a piece of hardtack. Revenge requires cunning, not brute force. When the main force arrives, we will encircle the cave, set it ablaze, and ensure none of these creatures escape. Acting impulsively now will only lead to more casualties. Huzi clenched his jaw as he accepted the food, taking a large bite while keeping his gaze fixed on the cave. The group concealed themselves along the ridge, and Zhao Taizhan instructed one of the team members to periodically fire a signal flare into the distant sky. The red flare stood out vividly against the white expanse of snow, guiding Captain Zhou and his reinforcements while also intimidating the wolves within the cave. Lin Xiao and his father took turns observing the entrance with the binoculars, noting the heightened alertness of the wolves. Every half hour, a wolf would cautiously peek out, ensuring safety before retreating, a clear sign of the Bay's meticulous planning. As noon approached, the snow began to fall again, tiny flakes landing upon their faces, piercingly cold. Lin Xiao tightened his cotton coat, preparing to hand the binoculars to his father when a series of explosions echoed from the distant woods, 3 flares in quick succession, signaling that Captain Zhou had arrived with reinforcements. Zhao Taizhan immediately rose, gesturing for everyone to prepare. The reinforcements have arrived. As previously discussed, we will flank from the side and encircle the cave, ensuring not a single wolf escapes. The group sprang into action, crouching low as they maneuvered down the ridge. The snow made their progress cumbersome, and each step was taken with utmost caution to avoid noise. Lin Xiao led the way, his Mosinagant trained on the cave entrance. Mentally strategizing, once the encirclement is complete, we will sever the vines at the entrance, block the cave with dry branches, and smoke them out. No matter how cunning the Bay may be, it cannot evade the searing smoke and flames. Just as they were about to reach the designated encircling position, an urgent chorus of wolf howls erupted from the cave. Suddenly, the vines were violently thrust aside, and a massive wolf charged out, followed by 7 or 8 others, fanning out towards Lin Xiao and his companions. On the back of the lead wolf lay a small, deformed creature, the very Bay they sought. Clearly, The Bey had sensed the arrival of reinforcements and led the pack in a preemptive breakout. Fire, a warning shot. Summoned the reinforcements. Zhao Taizhan let out a powerful shout, raising his firearm and firing a shot into the sky. The crisp sound of the gun reverberated through the mountains and forests, prompting Lin Xiao and the other team members to also discharge their weapons in warning. The wolf pack, startled by the gunfire, halted their advance and swiftly turned to flee into the dense woods to the west under the command of a cunning jackal. The jackal, perched upon the back of a wolf, glanced back towards Lin Xiao and the others, its sly eyes glimmering in the snow, as if taunting them. Do not pursue. Lin Jiangwo grasped the eager tiger, cautioning him against chasing after the wolves. The west was strewn with rocky slopes and complex terrain. The wolves were familiar with the paths, and pursuing them would be unwise. Just as he finished speaking, Captain Zhou arrived with reinforcements, over 30 individuals armed with guns and torches, exuding a formidable presence. Chief Zhao, Uncle Lin, where are the wolves? Captain Zhou inquired breathlessly. Zhao Taizhan pointed towards the dense forest to the west. They fled towards the rocky slope, guided by that jackal. We cannot catch up. However, we have located their den and discovered the belongings of Comrade Xiao Wang. The group followed Zhao Taizhan to the cave entrance, where they beheld a piece of blue fabric, instantly casting a somber atmosphere. Several militia members, who had come from the educated youth background, felt their eyes welling with tears, their hands trembling around their gun barrels. Lin Jiangwo entered the cave to inspect and quickly emerged with a crumpled notebook, the very one Xiao Wang had used to document his experiences in the countryside. Within it were numerous animal bones and some fragments of human clothing, likely remnants of previous victims. The hay strewn about the den was fresh, and a few uneaten wild rabbits revealed that the wolves had lingered there for some time. Captain Zhou leafed through the notebook and handed it to Lin Xiao. You should keep this. If Xiao Wang's family comes seeking it, they will have something to hold on to. Lin Xiao accepted the notebook, its pages slightly yellowed from moisture. Yet the writing remained clear. Flipping to the last page, he read the words penned the day before Xiao Wang's demise. The snow has ceased. The plum blossoms on the back mountain should be blooming. When spring arrives, I want to go with Lin Xiao and the others to gather them. Lin Xiao's eyes instantly glistened with tears as he clutched the notebook tightly to his chest. Zhao Taizhan approached the cave entrance, his expression grave as he gazed towards the dense woods. Although the wolf pack has fled, we have discovered their den and discerned their movements. No matter how cunning the jackal may be, it must forage for food. By securing the animal trails on the back mountain and assigning patrols near the rocky slope, we will inevitably force them out. He then turned to Captain Zhou, stating, I will send someone back to the forestry station to gather more personnel to collaborate with the comrades from the commune. This time, we shall eradicate this pack of beasts and avenge Comrade Xiao Wang. Captain Zhou nodded in agreement and immediately organized the troops. Old Zheng, take a few men to set traps around the den and leave 2 behind to guard against the return of the wolf pack. The rest of you, follow me to clear the nearby animal trails, set up barriers, and coordinate patrols with the forestry comrades. The group promptly sprang into action. Some chopped trees, others dug pits, creating a flurry of activity in the snowy landscape. Lin Xiao crouched beside the cave entrance, carefully placing Xiao Wang's notebook into his embrace and retrieving the piece of blue fabric to tuck it within the notebook. He lifted his gaze towards the dense woods to the west, the direction from which the wolves had fled, a place where the jackal lay hidden. The icy snowflakes fell upon his face, yet he felt no chill, only a fire igniting within his heart. He gripped the Mosin Nagant tightly, the stock resting upon his shoulder, his gaze resolute. Regardless of the cunning of the jackal or the ferocity of the wolf pack, he would avenge Xiao Wang and restore tranquility to the mountainside. Lin Jiangwo approached his son, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder, the barrel of his old shotgun pointing towards the direction the wolves had fled. Fear not. They cannot escape. Though the jackal is clever, it relies on the wolves for support. As long as we guard the animal trails and sever their food supply, within 3 days, they will emerge to seek sustenance. That will be our moment for retribution. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the defenses of the mountainside were nearly complete. Tripwires and traps were set along the animal trails, and a pile of firewood was stacked at the entrance of the rocky slope, ready to be ignited as a blockade. Reinforcements from the forestry station had arrived, and together with the commune members, they formed 3 squads to patrol and keep watch in shifts. Lin Xiao and his father were assigned to the first night watch. Seated beside the campfire, weapons in hand, their eyes fixed on the dense forest to the west. The flickering flames of the campfire danced upon their faces as Lin Jiangwo retrieved a flask from his coat. Pouring a measure for Lin Xiao, drink a bit to warm yourself. Tonight will surely be tumultuous. The jackal will send scouts, and we must remain vigilant. Lin Xiao accepted the flask, taking a hearty swig, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, infusing warmth throughout his body. He gazed towards the cave entrance, now blocked by the pile of wood, leaving only a small opening sufficient for observation. As night deepened and the snowfall ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the forest, broken only by the crackling of the campfire and the footsteps of the patrolling guards. Leaning against the tree trunk, Lin Xiao clutched Xiao Wang's notebook tightly. Memories of his friend flooding his mind, the bespectacled young man, cultured and inquisitive, always trailing behind him, asking the names of the trees on the mountainside and the origins of the tracks left in the snow. Now, that vibrant soul was gone, leaving behind only a notebook and a scrap of cloth. A sound, Lin Jiangwo suddenly whispered, tightening his grip on the old shotgun. Lin Xiao snapped back to attention, following his father's gaze to see several pairs of green eyes glimmering in the darkness of the western forest, fixated intently on the group by the campfire. Those were the eyes of wolves, flickering like will-o'-the-wisps in the night, clearly sent as scouts by the jackal. Do not fire, Lin Jiangwo cautioned, restraining Lin Xiao, who was eager to shoot. They are merely scouts. Firing will alert them. Let them see. Let them know we are prepared. Indeed. The green eyes lingered for a moment in the shadows, seemingly sensing the heightened vigilance around them before gradually vanishing deeper into the thicket. Lin Xiao understood this was merely the beginning. The jackal would not relent, and the mountainside would not witness tranquility this night. Rising, he approached the campfire and added more dry wood, the flames roaring higher, illuminating the surrounding snow. The distant patrol had also spotted the scouts and signaled with a silent cue. The group by the fire tightened their grips on their weapons, eyeing the darkened forest with caution. Lin Xiao gazed into the pitch-black woods, silently vowing, Xiao Wang, hold on just a little longer. Come dawn, we shall avenge you. This time, neither the wolves nor the jackal shall escape. Chapter 18. Luring the enemy into the trap. A bloodbath to determine the fate of the wolf king. The waning rays of the setting sun bathed the snow-covered ground in a pallid golden hue, casting a somber glow over the white expanse of the forest. Lin Xiao crouched by the mouth of the wolf pack's den, gripping a sharpened wooden stick as he stuffed it into the crevices of the woodpile. According to the plan, they were to construct a three-tiered stack of dry firewood at the entrance, dousing it with waste oil brought from the lumber yard. Once darkness enveloped the land, they would ignite the pile, using the thick smoke to drive the wolves out of their lair. However, since the reinforcements arrived at 3 in the afternoon until now, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the only sounds emanating from the den were the occasional low howls of the wolves. An unsettling silence otherwise prevailed. Something felt amiss. Zhao Taizhan furrowed his brow, repeatedly scanning the thickets surrounding the den with his binoculars. Even if the cunning fox had devised a plan, the wolves could not possibly remain unresponsive for so long. Moreover, I had dispatched 2 team members to inspect the nearby game trails, only to discover that the snares we had set earlier had been tampered with, and the traps were half buried in snow. Lin Xiao rose to his feet, brushing the snow from his hands, his gaze sweeping over the encroaching shadows of the forest. As dusk deepened, the familiar pine grove took on an eerie quality. A chill ran down his spine, as if countless unseen eyes were fixated upon them, a sensation far more intense than the one he had experienced during last night's watch against scouts. Captain Zhao. Team Leader Zhou, Lin Xiao's voice bore a weight of concern. The fox is exceedingly cunning. Is it possible it anticipated our blockade at the den and has already relocated? Team Leader Zhou, directing several militia members to pour oil over the woodpile, turned back to respond. A relocation would hardly go unnoticed. We have set up 3 lines of defense around the area, and someone is monitoring the game trails. Even if they had moved, traces would remain. He gestured towards the den. I suspect the wolves are too frightened to venture out. Let us wait another half hour. Once it is completely dark, we shall ignite the fire. I refuse to believe they can endure the smoke indefinitely. Lin Jiangwo approached Lin Xiao, his old shotgun aimed steadfastly towards the dense western thicket. Shower, do not let your guard down. The fox excels at remaining motionless to outmaneuver its adversaries. My mentor once recounted an instance where they encircled a pack of wolves with cunning foxes for 3 days and nights without a sound, only to discover the wolves had long since escaped through a hidden passage in the back mountain, leaving behind a few old and weak ones to draw attention. Tiger dashed over, carrying a long spear and a frozen hare. Uncle Lin, Brother Xiao, do not worry. I just found fresh wolf droppings in a nearby tree, still warm, which means they haven't gone far. They might be hiding close by. Once we light the fire, we'll surely confuse them. And then we can open fire, guaranteed to make a clean sweep. Lin Xiao accepted the hare from Tiger, feeling its residual warmth. Yet, rather than easing his apprehension, it intensified it. He glanced skyward, The moon had quietly ascended, casting a silvery sheen upon the snow, reflecting a faint light. Under such conditions, one would expect the wolves to capitalize on the cover of night, yet they chose to remain nestled within their den, an exceedingly strange behavior. Captain Xiao, instruct the guards to draw closer, with particular attention to the rocky slope to the east. Lin Xiao suddenly remarked, the terrain over there is intricate, making it an ideal hiding place for individuals, and also the most likely area to be overlooked by us. Zhao Taizhan concurred with Lin Xiao's assessment and immediately whistled, signaling the sentinels on the eastern front to retract their defensive line. However, it wasn't long before the team responsible for the Eastern Watch returned, their faces pale. Captain Zhao, there is nothing unusual on the rocky slope to the east, but just moments ago, it seemed we heard stones tumbling down. We are unsure if it was merely the wind. The mention of rolling stones caused Lin Jiangwo's expression to shift dramatically. It was not the wind, he exclaimed. The wolf pack is clearing obstacles from the rocky slope, preparing to break through from that point. No sooner had he spoken than a resounding crash echoed from the cave's entrance, where a pile of firewood was unexpectedly knocked down by a wolf that had charged from within. This is bad. They are about to emerge, Captain Zhou shouted, promptly aiming his rifle at the cave entrance. The others followed suit, raising their weapons as they anxiously focused on the cave's opening. The dust from the collapsed firewood had yet to settle when a wolf burst forth from the cave. However, instead of lunging at the group, it sprinted toward the dense woods to the west, collapsing in the snow after a few paces, convulsing briefly before lying still. It was an old, frail wolf. It's a decoy, Lin Xiao shouted. Quickly retreat to the bonfire. But it was too late. Just as the group was drawn in by the attention of the old wolf, a cacophony of howls erupted from the rocky slope to the east, and countless wolves surged forth, enveloping the group in a fan-shaped formation. Damn it, we are surrounded, Zhao Taizhan cursed, raising his weapon to fire at the leading wolf. The sharp crack of gunfire reverberated through the forest, and the wolf let out a pitiful cry as it fell into the snow. Yet the wolves that followed showed no sign of retreating. Instead, they charged forward with even greater ferocity, their green eyes glinting with a sinister light in the moonlight. A sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Everyone, fall back to the bonfire and form a circular defense, Captain Zhou shouted, firing as he spoke. The group quickly gathered around the previously ignited bonfire, planting their torches in the ground to create a wall of flames. The wolf pack, wary of fire, dared not approach too closely, lingering outside the fiery barrier while emitting low, mournful howls, as if anticipating something. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao took stock of their numbers. Aside from the sentinels on the Eastern Watch who had sustained minor injuries, everyone else was unharmed. However, upon surveying the surrounding pack, he counted no fewer than 45 wolves, more than triple their earlier estimates. Even more alarming was the presence of an exceptionally large wolf at the rear of the pack. Its fur a rare shade of grayish-black, towering above ordinary wolves. It stood atop a rock, coldly observing the group. This was the Wolf King. And on its back lay a deformed coyote, its small head swiveling, its cunning eyes scanning the defensive circle as if searching for a weakness. It became clear that they had orchestrated this plan all along. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. They intentionally left remnants of their den and the young king to lure us here, then set an ambush around us, waiting for us to lower our guard before closing in. The old wolf that collapsed the firewood was also a decoy, designed to divert our attention, allowing the wolves on the eastern front to encircle us. Zhao Taizhan leaned against Lin Xiao, panting heavily. This wolf is exceedingly cunning, more astute than any I have encountered before. It knows that our numbers are many and that direct confrontation would yield no advantage. So it employs this tactic of luring us deeper into the wilderness, trapping us in this desolate mountainous region. Now that night has fallen, our reinforcements will not arrive anytime soon. We must rely solely on ourselves. Lin Jiangwo examined the ammunition in the old rifle, his expression grave. We are running low on bullets. Each person has no more than 10 rounds, and we must conserve them. When the wolf pack charges, focus on the ones at the front, attempting to use melee weapons as much as possible to save ammunition. He surveyed the surrounding terrain. The campfire could temporarily deter them, but once it extinguished, we would be in peril. Huzi, you and a few strong militia members are responsible for gathering firewood. Ensure the fire remains lit. Huzi nodded vigorously, shouldering his spear and moving to the campfire, along with several militia members, to stack the dry wood they had prepared around the flames. Under the moonlight, the shadows of the fire formed elongated shapes against the snowy ground, creating a stark contrast of light and dark. The wolf pack lingered just beyond the fire's edge, with occasional wolves daring to inch closer, only to retreat from the heat of the torches. After about half an hour of this stalemate, suddenly, the Wolf King emitted a low, haunting howl. Immediately, the pack, as if receiving a command, began an organized assault on their defenses. They split into 3 groups. One team drew fire from the front, another flanked from the western woods, while the third charged down from the eastern rocky slope, aiming directly for the campfire, seemingly intent on extinguishing it. Fire! Shoot the wolves flanking from the west, Zhao Taizhan shouted, raising his gun to fire. Lin Xiao and Captain Zhou also opened fire, and several wolves fell in response. Yet the wolves behind them showed no sign of retreat. Instead, they surged forward with renewed ferocity, some even carrying snowballs, attempting to hurl them into the fire. Use your spears. Do not let them near the fire, Lin Jiangwo yelled, raising the old rifle and aiming at a wolf carrying a snowball. The wolf was shot through the throat, dropping the snowball, which melted into a puddle upon hitting the ground. Huzi also raised his spear and thrust it toward an approaching wolf, piercing its belly. The creature let out a blood-curdling cry before collapsing in the snow, staining it crimson. However, the sheer number of wolves was overwhelming. 45 wolves attacked in waves, with one group retreating just as another surged forward, repeatedly battering their defenses like an unrelenting tide. Before long, a gap appeared in the western defense, and 2 wolves seized the opportunity to rush in, targeting the militia member who was gathering firewood. The militia member turned pale with fear and, in a panic, swung his torch at the nearest wolf. The wolf yelped in pain as it recoiled from the heat, but another wolf had already lunged forward, sinking its teeth into the militia member's arm. Save him, Lin Xiao shouted, raising his gun to shoot, but the distance was too close. Fearing he might hit the militia member, he abandoned his weapon, grabbing a nearby stick and rushing towards the wolf, striking it fiercely on the head. Dazed, the wolf released its grip, allowing the militia member to retreat back within the defensive perimeter, blood streaming from his arm, causing him to grimace in pain. As Lin Xiao repelled the wolf, a significant breach appeared in the defenses on the eastern side. 5 wolves formed a small squad, taking turns to ram their bodies against the pile of firewood beside the campfire, causing it to sway violently, with sparks leaping up to half a man's height. Observing this, Huzi immediately raised his spear and thrust it at the foremost wolf. The spear pierced through the wolf's body, yet 2 others had already lunged towards the woodpile, pressing their snow-covered bodies firmly against the flames. The fire crackled ominously, and thick smoke rapidly enveloped the area. Not good. The fire is going out, Captain Zhou shouted, shooting the wolf that was pinning down the firewood, then rushing over to hurl a bundle of dry twigs into the flames. The fire reignited, albeit much smaller than before, and the defensive barrier it provided diminished significantly. The Wolf King seemed to sense the weakening of the perimeter and let out a piercing howl. This time, the wolves charged with unrestrained ferocity. 7 or 8 formed a suicide squad, leaping into the fire with damp branches in their mouths, extinguishing the flames with their bodies and the twigs. Within a few minutes, the bonfire was completely snuffed out beneath the corpses of a dozen wolves and the wet branches, leaving only smoldering coals, and the original fire wall had utterly collapsed. With no barrier to impede them, 45 wolves surged forward like a flood unleashed. Lin Xiao raised his Mosin Nagant, relying on his hunting skills honed over the years, and fired repeatedly, killing the first 5 wolves in the charge. However, the wolves behind continued to rush forward, stepping over their fallen comrades, their eyes filled with a frenzied bloodlust. His ammunition soon depleted. He had no choice but to grab a spear at hand, standing back to back with his father, exerting all his strength with each thrust to barely fend off the onslaught of wolves. "Shower, watch your back," Lin Jiangwo shouted, raising an old shotgun to strike a lunging wolf. The butt of the shotgun landed squarely on the wolf's skull, which yelped in agony and collapsed. But at that moment, a massive wolf pounced from the side, targeting Lin Jiangwo's calf. By the time Lin Jiangwo realized the danger, it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the wolf's sharp teeth sank into his leg. "Father!" Lin Xiao cried out, attempting to rush to his father's aid. But a wolf suddenly lunged at him from the front, blocking his path. He had no choice but to thrust his spear, piercing the wolf's body, and then desperately sprinted towards his father. Yet he was still a moment too late. The wolf had already bitten down on Lin Jiangwo's calf, tearing viciously, and blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding snow crimson. Lin Jiangwo let out a pained scream, collapsing in the snow, the old shotgun slipping from his grasp. The wolf sought to pounce again, but Lin Xiao was quick on his feet, driving his spear through the wolf's throat. He crouched down, cradling his father's leg, only to see a gruesome wound on his calf, deep enough to sever the tendons inside, blood continuing to pour out profusely. "Father, how are you?" Lin Xiao's voice trembled as he hastily pulled out a cloth strip from his pocket, wrapping it tightly around his father's injury in a desperate attempt to staunch the bleeding. Yet, the wound was too severe. The cloth quickly became soaked with blood. Lin Jiangwo gritted his teeth against the searing pain, seizing Lin Xiao's arm. Shower. Do not concern yourself with me. Quickly seek out the Wolf King and the cunning thieves. Capture the king first. Once it is slain, the pack will descend into chaos. Lin Xiao lifted his gaze towards the rocky outcrop where the Wolf King stood, coldly observing the fray below. The cunning creature lay upon its back, its small head swiveling incessantly. With each rotation, the direction of the pack's assault shifted, indicating precise command. Surrounding militia and security personnel had suffered grievous losses. Old Jing's arm was bitten to the bone, while Zhao Taizhan bore a long gash across his cheek, blood trailing down his chin. Although Huzi fought valiantly, he was beset by 3 wolves simultaneously. His cotton jacket was in tatters, and a deep wound marred his shoulder. Huzi, charge with me, Lin Xiao bellowed, seizing the Mosin Nagant from the ground and retrieving an old shotgun from his father's grasp, strapping both weapons across his back. Grabbing a spear, he dashed towards the rocky formation. Observing this, Huzi promptly raised his spear and followed Lin Xiao, shouting, "Shower, I will accompany you." Block them, Zhao Taizhan shouted, firing his weapon to fell a wolf that attempted to impede Lin Xiao's advance. Everyone, concentrate your fire to clear a path for Xiao. Captain Zhou quickly organized the remaining dozen men, directing their fire towards the wolves ahead, forcefully tearing a narrow passage through the encirclement of 45 wolves. Lin Xiao and Huzi sprinted through the opening, desperately making their way towards the rocks. Along the way, wolves lunged from both sides and ahead. Lin Xiao's spear moved with such swiftness that only an afterimage remained, each thrust precisely piercing the throats or hearts of the wolves. Huzi swept his spear horizontally, repelling the wolves on either side. Their coordination was so seamless that they moved as one, trampling upon fallen wolves until they reached the base of the rocky outcrop. The rock loomed high, approximately 2 to 3 zhang, its steepness making it difficult to scale. Atop the precipice, the Wolf King coldly regarded Lin Xiao and Huzi, emitting a low growl as if to warn them. The cunning creature, perched on the Wolf King's back, fixed its beady eyes on Lin Xiao, a glint of malice and cunning evident within. "What shall we do, Xiao? The rock is too high. We cannot climb it," Huzi gasped, fending off the wolves leaping down from the rock. Lin Xiao surveyed their surroundings, spotting a large tree adjacent to the rock, its branches extending to the halfway point of the cliff. His eyes brightened. "Huzi, climb the tree with me. We shall leap across," he exclaimed, making his way towards the tree, with Huzi promptly following suit. The two swiftly ascended the tree. The slender branches trembled under their combined weight. Lin Xiao carefully traversed to the end of a branch, gauging the distance to the rock, and with a sudden leap, he soared to the halfway point of the cliff. Huzi followed closely, though his jump was slightly miscalculated, nearly sending him plummeting. Fortunately, Lin Xiao seized his arm in time, pulling him to safety. The two slowly began to ascend the fissures of the rock. The Wolf King, sensing their intent, leaped down from the summit, lunging towards Lin Xiao. The Wolf King was of considerable size, charging forward with a fierce gust of wind. Lin Xiao swiftly dodged, narrowly evading the Wolf King's attack. After missing its target, the Wolf King landed on a rock and turned, lunging once more at Lin Xiao. "Be careful, Xiao Air," Huzi shouted, brandishing his spear and thrusting it towards the Wolf King. The Wolf King disdainfully shook its head, swatting Huzi's spear aside with a paw, then pounced upon him. Huzi, frightened, stumbled backward, nearly losing his footing. Observing this, Lin Xiao immediately raised his spear, aiming for the Wolf King's eyes. The Wolf King was forced to halt its assault and evade Lin Xiao's spear, howling in fury. Seizing the opportunity while the Wolf King was distracted, Huzi retrieved the spear from the ground and thrust it towards the Wolf King again, this time aiming for its belly. Caught off guard by Huzi's sudden attack, the Wolf King was pierced in the abdomen, blood gushing forth instantly. With a pained cry, it turned and clamped its jaws around Huzi's arm. "Huzi!" Lin Xiao shouted, driving his spear through the Wolf King's shoulder. The Wolf King, in agony, released Huzi and collapsed onto the rock. Lin Xiao rushed over to support Huzi, who bore a deep bite mark on his arm, blood flowing profusely. "Xiao Air, I'm fine. Quickly go after Bei," Huzi urged through gritted teeth. Gesturing towards the top of the rock, Lin Xiao looked up to see Bei attempting to escape from the summit. He immediately set Huzi down and climbed towards the pinnacle. Bei, with its deformed front legs, was unable to crawl and could only shuffle backward on its hind legs. Upon spotting Lin Xiao ascending, it retreated in terror. Emitting sharp cries, Lin Xiao soon reached the summit, raising his spear to strike at Bei. Just then, the injured Wolf King suddenly pounced from behind. sinking its teeth into Lin Xiao's arm. Lin Xiao let out a cry of pain, dropping his spear. Enduring the excruciating agony, he drew out his Mosin Nagant with his other hand and aimed at the Wolf King's head, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck true, causing the Wolf King's body to stiffen and collapse onto the rock. However, in its dying moments, the Wolf King savagely bit down on Bei, severing its neck. Bei emitted a heart-wrenching scream before collapsing on the rock, soon drawing its last breath. The Wolf King lay lifeless as well, blood oozing from its head wound, the light in its eyes fading away. Lin Xiao sighed in relief, collapsing onto the rock as he observed the chaotic melee below. With the deaths of the Wolf King and Bei, the once orderly pack of 45 wolves descended into disarray, losing their command. They ceased their coordinated attacks, instead pushing against one another. Some wolves, sensing defeat, turned and fled into the dense forest. Zhao Taizhan and Captain Zhou seized the moment to rally the remaining fighters, wielding flaming torches and spears to pursue, killing several more wolves until the remaining pack completely scattered, vanishing into the depths of the night. Xiao Air, we did it! Huzi exclaimed, climbing to the top of the rock in exhilaration. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than darkness enveloped him, and he fell to the ground. Lin Xiao hurriedly rushed over, discovering Huzi had succumbed to unconsciousness from excessive blood loss. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao lifted Huzi and carefully descended the rock. Zhao Taizhan and Captain Zhou approached, their gazes falling upon the lifeless bodies of the Wolf King and the tiger nestled in Lin Xiao's arms, and they exhaled in relief. Shaolin, how is the tiger? Zhao Taizhan inquired anxiously. He has lost too much blood and has succumbed to unconsciousness, Lin Xiao replied, his voice tinged with fatigue. My father is also injured. His Achilles tendon has been bitten and requires immediate medical attention. Captain Zhou nodded, swiftly organizing the personnel. Old Zheng, take a few men to carry Uncle Lin and the tiger back to the commune's clinic without delay. The rest of you, follow me to secure the battlefield. Check for any surviving wolves and retrieve the fallen comrades. Everyone sprang into action, fashioning makeshift stretchers from branches and vines to carry Lin Jiangwo and the tiger. The other injured team members supported each other, while those unscathed took on the rear guard and began clearing the battlefield. Lin Xiao walked alongside the stretcher, one hand steadying his father's burden while the other gripped his weapon, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, wary of any lingering wolves that might return for a surprise attack. Under the moonlight, the snow was strewn with wolf carcasses and vivid streaks of crimson. Of the 20-plus team members, only a scant few remained capable of movement, rendering the scene a harrowing sight. As they journeyed partway, Lin Xiao cast a glance back at the mountains, now tranquil, illuminated solely by the moonlight reflecting softly off the snow. He knew that the fierce struggle with the wolf pack had come to an end, and peace had been restored to the mountains. Yet, the memories of this bloody battle would forever linger in his mind. His father's wounds, the sacrifice of the tiger, and the tragic demise of young Wang. Wang, we have avenged you, Lin Xiao silently vowed, then turned resolutely towards the direction of the commune, quickening his pace. He understood that many tasks awaited him. His father and the tiger required treatment, the grieving comrades needed solace, and the defenses of the mountains demanded fortification. But fear no longer gripped him, for he knew that united in purpose, they could surmount any obstacle. Upon returning to the commune, dawn was breaking. The doctor on duty had already received word and awaited their arrival with nurses at the clinic entrance. Upon seeing the procession bearing the wounded, the doctor immediately directed the nurses to usher Lin Jiangwo and the tiger into the emergency room, while the other injured team members sought the doctor's aid for their wounds. Lin Xiao stood vigil at the emergency room door, clutching a bloodstained spear, the chill emanating from him deterring those nearby. Zhao Taizhan approached and draped a dry cotton coat over his shoulders. Do not worry. The old doctor from the commune transferred from the military hospital possesses exceptional skills in suturing and mending. Lin Xiao nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the emergency room door. He knew that hunting was his father's greatest passion. Every ravine and slope of the mountains was familiar terrain for him. The thought of his father never being able to ascend the mountains again filled Lin Xiao with sorrow. Zhao Taizhan seemed to perceive his thoughts, letting out a sigh. Uncle Lin is an excellent hunter. He has endured these injuries for the sake of everyone. The commune will ensure proper arrangements. Let us await news from the doctor. I have faith in the old physician's expertise. The two stood at the entrance for over 3 hours until the emergency room door finally opened. The old doctor removed his mask, his face weary yet imbued with a sense of satisfaction. The surgery was successful, the tendon has been reattached, and the blood vessels have been preserved. However, you must be psychologically prepared. Although the surgery went well, It is imperative that this leg is not subjected to excessive strain. Nor should one engage in strenuous activities such as climbing mountains or hunting, as it may easily break again, making future repairs exceedingly difficult. Lin Xiao's heart sank. Although he had long anticipated this outcome, hearing the doctor articulate, it was still unbearable. He entered the emergency room and beheld his father lying on the hospital bed. His complexion as pale as parchment, his right leg swathed in thick bandages and elevated high. Lin Jiangwo smiled weakly upon seeing him. "Shower, I heard the doctor. It's all right. If I can't hunt, I won't, as you will be here for the family." Lin Xiao approached the bedside and grasped his father's hand, feeling its icy chill. He fought back tears. "Father, I shall manage the household affairs from now on. You focus on your recovery. Once you are well, we can tend to the garden together, which will be quite pleasant." Lin Jiangwo nodded, closed his eyes, and succumbed to a weary slumber. At that moment, a nurse approached Lin Xiao, informing him that Huzi had also escaped danger, though he had lost a considerable amount of blood and would require ample time to recuperate. Lin Xiao proceeded to another ward, where he found Huzi lying in bed, his arm bandaged heavily, soundly asleep. He gently closed the door and stepped into the courtyard of the clinic. The sky had brightened, with the morning sun rising from the east, casting golden rays upon the snow, creating a dazzling reflection. In the distance, at the commune square, discussions had already begun regarding the bloody battle of the previous night, yet Lin Xiao was burdened by the heavy cost of victory, which was grievously steep. Chapter 19. Family concerns and new honors. The morning sun began to melt the accumulated snow in the clinic's courtyard, producing a sticky crunch underfoot. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance, gazing at the brilliant golden halo on the eastern horizon. The tension that had gripped him throughout the night finally began to ease, and the cold sweat on his back was chilled by the morning breeze, making him aware that his clothes were thoroughly soaked. He rubbed his aching temples, tucked the provisions given to him by Zhao Taizhan into his pocket, and turned towards home. The Lin family resided at the foot of the mountain on the outskirts of the commune, in two earthen houses topped with thick thatch, encircled by a rudimentary fence within which several hardy fruit trees grew. From a distance, Lin Xiao spotted his mother, Wang Xiulan, standing at the fence gate, peering out. Clutching a partially finished shoe sole, the stitches distorted from her tight grip. Upon catching sight of Lin Xiao, her eyes brightened, then quickly furrowed with concern as she hurried towards him. "Shower, you have finally returned," Wang Xiulan exclaimed, grasping her son's arm and scrutinizing him. Upon noticing the bloodstains and the tattered cotton coat he wore, tears streamed down her face. "What happened? Did you fight with wolves? Where is your father? Why didn't he come back with you?" Lin Xiao quickly steadied his mother's trembling shoulders, speaking softly. "Mother, I am fine. It's just a few scrapes. Father has sustained some injuries and is currently at the commune clinic. The doctor assured me that the surgery was quite successful, so do not worry." He intentionally downplayed the situation, but Wang Xiulan, being shrewd, sensed his calm demeanor only heightened her anxiety. She clutched Lin Xiao's hand tighter. "A few injuries? What exactly is wrong? Tell me the truth." Lin Xiao sighed, realizing that he could not conceal the truth from his mother. He disclosed the unfortunate news that his father's Achilles tendon had been bitten and that the doctor had already treated the injury. However, he would no longer be able to hunt in the mountains. No sooner had he spoken than tears streamed down Wang Xiulan's face like pearls from a broken string, causing the sole of the shoe in her hand to fall to the ground with a thud. "He can never part from those mountains. What shall we do?" She wiped her tears and turned to head inside. "I will gather some things and accompany you to the clinic to care for him. His leg injury cannot be neglected." "Mother, please do not worry," Lin Xiao said, grasping her hand. "The clinic has nurses to attend to him, and you cannot stay there. I will first inform Huzi's family, and then return to accompany you to see father. Huzi is also injured, and his aunt must be quite anxious." Only then did Wang Xiulan recall Huzi and promptly nodded. "Yes, indeed. Poor Huzi. You hurry and inform them. I will boil some eggs at home for you to take to them as nourishment." Huzi's home was adjacent to the Lin family, separated by a fence. As Lin Xiao approached the entrance, he heard the sound of Huzi's aunt, Lu Guing, coughing in the yard. He gently pushed open the slightly ajar wooden door and saw Lu Guing sitting on the threshold, holding Huzi's cotton shoes and weeping profusely. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, she sprang to her feet and hurried over. "Shower, you have returned. Where's Huzi? Why didn't he come back with you?" "Aunt, please do not panic," Lin Xiao reassured her, steadying Lu Guing. "Both Huzi and my father are at the clinic. They sustained some injuries but are no longer in danger. Huzi has lost a bit of blood, but the doctor said he just needs to rest for a few days, and he will be fine." Lu Guiying's tears surged anew as she grasped Lin Xiao's arm. "Is the injury severe? Did it affect the bones? His father passed away early. and he is my only son. Aunt, you need not fret. Huzi is quite robust, Lin Xiao comforted her. He merely has a bite from a wolf on his arm, which required a few stitches, but it did not damage any bones. The clinic has doctors and nurses to watch over him, and I will frequently check in on him. If you go, who will tend to the pigs and chickens at home? That would only cause Huzi more worry. Once he is feeling better, I will bring him back to recuperate. Lu Guiying nodded through her sobs, understanding the wisdom in Lin Xiao's words. She wiped her tears and turned back inside to retrieve a cloth bag, which she thrust into Lin Xiao's hands. Inside are several steamed buns I made yesterday. Please take them to Huzi for nourishment. And here are a few coins I had saved for Huzi's future bride. If the clinic requires anything, use this to buy it for him. Unable to refuse her generosity, Lin Xiao accepted the cloth bag and offered Lu Guiying a few more words of comfort before turning towards the home of his great-uncle, Lin Shui. Lin Shui was the old secretary of the commune and held the highest status in the village. According to custom, he needed to be informed about the recent wolf hunt. Upon reaching the entrance of the old secretary's home, Lin Xiao noticed 2 bicycles parked in the yard, adorned with red silk ribbons, indicating that esteemed guests were present. As he stepped into the yard, the sound of hearty laughter echoed from within the house. Lin Xiao lifted the door curtain and saw the old secretary engaged in conversation with several individuals. Among them, 2 were dressed in cadre uniforms, pins clipped to their chests, unmistakably officials from the commune, while another wore a blue work suit from the forest station, adorned with the insignia of the security department. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, the old secretary's eyes brightened. Shower has arrived. Come in quickly. We were just discussing how to find you. The cadre from the commune stood up, smiling as he appraised Lin Xiao. You must be Lin Xiao, indeed a promising young talent. I am Zhang, a clerk from the commune, and this is Li, the head of the forestry security department. We have come specifically to commend you. Lin Xiao hurriedly approached to greet them, somewhat astonished at the swiftness of the recognition. Lin Shui gestured for Lin Xiao to sit, pouring water for everyone before speaking. Clerk Zhang, head Li, this young lad, along with his father and tiger, has accomplished a great feat. 45 wolves, plus that cunning jackal, were all dealt with thanks to them. Otherwise, our commune's residents would have suffered greatly. Headley set down his cup, his expression serious. Old secretary, we have all heard the news. Comrade Lin Jiangwo was injured by a wolf while protecting everyone, displaying remarkable bravery, and Lin Xiao and Comrade Tiger, disregarding their own safety, charged into battle, personally slaying the wolf king and the jackal. These are commendable achievements indeed. The forestry party committee has decided to honor them appropriately. Clerk Zhang added, not only the forestry department, but the commune party committee also places great importance on this matter. The wolf pack has plagued our commune for several years, causing significant loss of livestock and even injuring people. The resolution to this issue is entirely due to the valiant actions of comrades Lin Xiao, Lin Jiangwo, and Tiger. We have come to announce the commendation decision. Lin Xiao felt a surge of excitement, clenching his fists tightly. Clerk Zhang cleared his throat and retrieved a document from his briefcase. Reading aloud, after joint deliberation by the Commune Party Committee and the Forestry Party Committee, it has been decided, first, to commend all personnel involved in the wolf hunt with a public acknowledgement and a monetary reward of 50 yuan each. Second, Comrade Lin Jiangwo, having sustained injuries in the line of duty and exhibiting exceptional performance during the hunt, is hereby appointed as the gatekeeper of the Forestry Security Department, with a monthly salary of 30 yuan and entitled to the benefits of a formal forestry employee. Third, Comrade Lin Xiao, demonstrating bravery during the hunt by personally dispatching the Wolf King, is appointed as the captain of the newly established Agricultural Protection Team. Fourth, Comrade Tiger, who assisted Lin Xiao in slaying the Wolf King, is appointed as a member of the Agricultural Protection Team. Fifth, the Agricultural Protection Team will primarily collaborate with the commune militia to drive away and exterminate beasts that threaten crops, thus ensuring the safety of agricultural production. Comrade Lin Xiao will receive a monthly salary of 25 yuan, while Comrade Tiger will receive 20 yuan, along with allocated weaponry. Upon finishing the reading, Clerk Zhang and Headley handed over the monetary rewards and appointment letters. Lin Xiao gazed at the 50 yuan in his hand, feeling a flood of emotions. In this era, 50 yuan was no small sum. It could sustain an ordinary family for an entire month. Furthermore, his father had secured a formal position at the forestry department, albeit as a gatekeeper, allowing him to avoid the mountains and care for his leg injury, earning 30 yuan a month, which was significantly higher than the income from farming in the village. What thrilled Lin Xiao even more was the appointment to the Agricultural Protection Team and the provision of weapons. Headley retrieved a brand new Type 56 rifle from the box he had brought, presenting it to Lin Xiao. This Type 56 has been specially requested by the Forestry Department to be allocated to you as your weapon for the Agricultural Protection Team, with ammunition distributed monthly by the Commune's Armed Department. Additionally, Comrade Tiger's rifle has also been prepared and will be available for him to collect once he has recovered. Lin Xiao accepted the Type 56, feeling its weight in his hands. This firearm is considerably more lightweight than the Mosin Nagant he previously used, boasting a more formidable firepower, and it has long been the weapon of his dreams. He caressed the cold metal of the gun, his heart brimming with a profound sense of responsibility. From this moment forth, he would assume the role of the officially sanctioned captain of the Agricultural Protection Team, no longer merely the ordinary youth who followed his father on hunting expeditions. Lin Shui observed the firearm in Lin Xiao's hands, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. Excellent. With the Agricultural Protection Team and this weapon, we common folk shall no longer fear the beasts descending from the mountains. Shower. You must diligently fulfill your duties and not disappoint the trust that the commune and the forestry station have placed in you. Lin Xiao nodded solemnly. Rest assured, third grandfather, I will certainly do my utmost to protect the people and crops of our commune. Secretary Zhang further admonished, Comrade Lin Xiao. Although the Agricultural Protection Team is a newly established entity, the responsibilities it bears are substantial. In the event that any production team within the commune encounters wild beasts threatening their crops, they will report to you. And you must promptly take Comrade Huzi to address the situation. Take good care of the weapon, strictly adhere to the regulations governing its use, and refrain from lending it to others or abusing your authority. Lin Xiao assented to each instruction, carefully tucking the appointment letter and funds into his clothing. At that moment, his mother, Wang Xiulan, entered carrying a basket filled with boiled eggs and several steamed buns. Upon seeing the officials, she hurriedly greeted them. The old secretary introduced, Xiulan. This is Secretary Zhang from the commune and Section Chief Li from the forestry station. They have come to commend Shower and Zhang Wo. Hearing this, Wang Xiulan's tears fell instantly. Though this time they were tears of joy, she quickly distributed the eggs and buns from her basket. Thank you, leaders. We are grateful for your care towards our Zhang Wo. These are home-cooked eggs. Please have a taste. Secretary Zhang and Section Chief Li, unable to decline, each took an egg. The group continued to converse for a while, primarily regarding the work arrangements of the Agricultural Protection Team and Zhang Wo's employment at the forestry station. Section Chief Li informed Lin Xiao that Zhang Wo's duties would be quite light, merely overseeing the entrance of the forestry station, registering incoming and outgoing personnel and vehicles, with meals provided by the cafeteria at noon, making it well suited for his recuperation. Once he has sufficiently healed, he will be able to commence work. After bidding farewell to Secretary Zhang and Section Chief Li, Lin Xiao and his mother proceeded towards the clinic. Along the way, Wang Xiulan repeatedly exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Your father will no longer need to venture into the mountains for hunting, risking his life, and now he has a stable income, all thanks to your efforts." Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "Mother, this is earned by father himself. He was injured while protecting everyone, and this is what he rightfully deserves." Upon arriving at the clinic, Lin Xiao first visited Huzi's ward. Huzi had awakened and was leaning against the headboard, eating a bun. His eyes brightened upon seeing Lin Xiao. "Brother Xiao, you've come. How is my mother?" Lin Xiao recounted Lu Guing's condition and handed Huzi the eggs. "These are the eggs your aunt prepared for you. Eat them to regain your strength. By the way, I have good news. We have been commended." Huzi immediately sat up, excitement radiating from him as he inquired, "What commendation? Did they give us money?" Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, handing 50 yuan to Huzi. "Not only are we distributing money, but each person will also receive 50 yuan and an official job. I am the captain of the Agricultural Protection Team, and you will be a member. There will be a monthly salary, and you will be issued a rifle. Yours will be a Type 38. Huzi accepted the money, his hands trembling slightly. 50 yuan was a fortune for him. He gazed enviously at the 56 rifle in Lin Xiao's hand and said, "Shower, that gun looks truly impressive. Once I recover, let's join the Agricultural Protection Team and see if those wild beasts dare to descend from the mountains to harm our crops." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "Take good care of your injuries, and when you are well, we will go together." After leaving Huzi's hospital room, Lin Xiao entered his father's room. Lin Zhangwo had awakened and was leaning against the bed's headboard, staring vacantly at the sunlight streaming through the window. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Wang Xiulan enter, he smiled. "You're here." Wang Xiulan hurried over and grasped her husband's hand. "Zhangwo, I have wonderful news. The forestry station has arranged a job for you as a gatekeeper. You won't need to go up the mountain anymore, and you will receive a monthly salary of 30 yuan. Lin Zhangwo was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reddening almost instantly. Having spent his life hunting in the mountains, he had traversed through storms and sunshine, and every ravine and old tree in the back mountains was etched in his heart. That old shotgun had accompanied him for half his life. It was difficult to part with. Yet, gazing at the appointment letter in his son's hand and reflecting on how his son had personally slain the Wolf King to become a captain with official status, he felt a sense of pride that overshadowed his reluctance. He wiped his eyes and looked at Lin Xiao. Is this true? Lin Xiao nodded, handing the appointment letter to his father. Father, this is the forestry station's appointment letter, personally delivered by Section Chief Li. From now on, you will work at the forestry station, where meals will be provided in the cafeteria, and the work is light, perfect for your recovery. Huzi and I have also been appointed as members of the agricultural protection team, responsible for driving away the beasts that descend from the mountains. And we will receive a salary and be issued rifles. Lin Jiangwo took the appointment letter, his rough fingers caressing the paper's surface, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. He read it several times before carefully placing it in his bosom, as if cradling a rare treasure. He looked up at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with both reluctance and uncontainable pride. Excellent. Excellent. Our family has produced such a promising child. It was worth it. I have spent my life guarding those mountains, and now it seems you understand better how to protect this land. The work of the agricultural protection team is perilous. You must be more meticulous than I was, always calculating and not reckless as I was in my youth. I understand, Father, Lin Xiao replied, gripping his father's hand. You focus on your recovery. Once you're well, we will visit the forestry station together. I will work diligently to ensure a good life for both you and Mother. Wang Xiulan added, Yes, Jiangwo, we will no longer need to worry. I will go to the forestry station tomorrow to inquire about arranging a place for you to stay. So once your injury heals, you can start working. Lin Xiao accompanied his father and Huzi for a while at the clinic, fetching them hot water before turning to leave. As he reached the entrance, he spotted Zhao Taizhan and Captain Zhou waiting for him. Upon seeing Lin Xiao emerge, Zhao Taizhan approached with a smile. Xiao Lin, congratulations. Captain of the Agricultural Protection Team. We will be colleagues from now on. Let us keep in touch. Captain Zhou chuckled and remarked, Xiao Lin, henceforth, the issue of wild beasts in the commune will rest upon your agricultural protection team. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to communicate with the commune. We shall undoubtedly support you. Lin Xiao promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, Director Zhao, Captain Zhou, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, we would have been unable to handle the wolf pack. In the future, I hope to seek your guidance on various matters. After chatting for a while longer, Zhao Taizhan and Captain Zhou turned to depart. Lin Xiao stood at the entrance of the health clinic, gazing at the 56 rifle in his hands, his heart brimming with determination. He understood that this weapon represented not only an honor, but also a profound responsibility. From now on, he would accompany Huzi to safeguard the crops and the people of the commune, ensuring they would no longer suffer harm from wild beasts. By the time he returned home, it was already noon. Wang Xiulan had prepared a sumptuous lunch, featuring scrambled eggs with chives, stewed potatoes, and a bowl of braised pork, delicacies typically reserved for special occasions. Lin Xiao devoured the meal ravenously, relishing this most stable repast he had enjoyed in days. After finishing, Wang Xiulan began to tidy up, preparing to head to the health clinic to care for Lin Jiangwo. Lin Xiao, however, took the 56 rifle and went to the commune's armed forces department. According to regulations, firearm ownership required registration and the acquisition of ammunition. Upon presenting his appointment letter, the comrades at the Armed Forces Department promptly facilitated the necessary procedures, providing him with 50 rounds of ammunition. They cautioned, Captain Lin, this rifle is a fine piece. You must take good care of it and strictly adhere to the regulations regarding its use. Do not lend it to others nor misuse it. If you encounter wild beasts, try to drive them away first. Only if absolutely necessary should you resort to firing. Lin Xiao assented to their instructions, carefully stowing the ammunition in his pouch. After exiting the Armed Forces Department, Lin Xiao proceeded to the commune's office to discuss the work arrangements for the agricultural protection team with Clerk Zhang. Zhang informed him that, for the time being, the team would consist solely of him and Huzi, and that it would be officially established once Huzi had recovered. The commune had already allocated an office for the team, located in a corner of the commune courtyard, furnished with 2 desks, 2 chairs, and a filing cabinet. Accompanied by Clerk Zhang, Lin Xiao inspected the office. Though modest, it was remarkably clean, and he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. This was his first experience of having his own office and a formal job. He resolutely vowed to excel in his duties for the agricultural protection team, determined not to betray the trust placed in him by the commune and the populace. Upon leaving the commune office, Lin Xiao visited Huzi's home to inform Lu Guiying of Huzi's situation and to share the news about the agricultural protection team. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Guiying shed tears of joy, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Huzi finally has a formal job and even a firearm. It is all thanks to you, Xiao." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Auntie, this is Huzi's own accomplishment. He has performed admirably and deserves this honor." When Lin Xiao returned home, night had already fallen. He meticulously cleaned the 56 rifle, placing it on the bedside table, and carefully stored the ammunition away. As he lay in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his heart filled with excitement and anticipation. Chapter 20. The New Year. On the morning of the 30th day of the 12th lunar month, as dawn broke in northeast China, the biting cold wind whipped snowflakes against his face, stinging like tiny blades. Lin Xiao tightly wrapped himself in the newly made cotton jacket, clutching 2 lengths of hemp rope elegantly bound with red silk, as he strode briskly towards the commune's health clinic. Today was New Year's Eve, and after 3 days in the hospital, Huzi was finally being discharged. His father, Lin Jiangwo, had been restless all night, unable to find sleep, repeatedly lamenting the need to welcome the new year at home, insisting on returning together. At home, his younger sister, Xiaomei, awaited their arrival. The little girl had begun counting the hours since yesterday, inquiring of their mother several times when father and brother would come back. The snow along the roadside had been compacted into a hard, icy crust, crunching beneath his feet as he walked. When Lin Xiao passed the commune's supply and marketing cooperative, he made a deliberate detour inside. Manager Wang, busy weighing out sweets for the villagers behind the counter, greeted him with a smile. "Xiao, out on New Year's Eve? Your father and Huzi are being discharged?" "Uncle Wang, I'm here to buy some New Year provisions," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the festive goods: red paper, door gods, frozen pears, milk candy, and hanging whips strung with hemp rope. "Please give me 2 sheets of red paper, a pair of door gods, 2 jean of frozen pears, a jean of milk candy, and 2 jean of sunflower seeds and peanuts." He pulled out his wallet, counting out 5 yuan to hand over, an expense once unimaginable, but now, with the 50 yuan from his advance salary as the first month's pay for the agricultural team, along with over 3,000 yuan saved from hunting and previous accolades, he felt confident in his spending. The ox cart had been arranged with his great-uncle Lin Xiao the day before. The elder had understood his intent to fetch someone and had already harnessed the ox in anticipation. Manager Wang swiftly packaged the items, adding a handful of fruit candies. "Let the children enjoy a little treat. Your great-uncle came by this morning to tell me he saved the ox cart for you. It's tied up in the backyard. The Lin family at the farm has made quite a name for itself this year. Jiangwo has secured a good job, and you are now the team leader. This year promises to be prosperous." Grateful, Lin Xiao thanked Manager Wang and led the ox cart out from the backyard, where a thick layer of hay had been spread on the cart bed, cushioned further by a cotton mattress sewn overnight by his mother, Wang Xiaolan, to ensure his father's injured leg would not jolt. This mattress was filled with new cotton, a luxury only taken out during the new year. The courtyard of the health clinic also radiated the spirit of the new year, with 2 strings of frozen red fruits adorning the nurse's station window and a paper-cut food character affixed to the glass. As Lin Xiao steadied the ox cart, he heard Huzi's booming voice from the ward. "Brother Xiao, you've come." No sooner had he spoken than Huzi emerged, brandishing a small cloth bag, his arm bandage already removed, leaving only a faint scar, his face glowing with youthful vitality. "Be careful running. You've just been discharged. Don't jump around carelessly." Lin Xiao chuckled, patting his shoulder, just as he noticed his father being assisted out by a nurse, his legs still encased in plaster, secured with a wooden board suspended in midair. Upon spotting the ox cart, Lin Jiangwo's eyes brightened. "My son is so thoughtful. This mattress is well prepared." Wang Xiaolan had specifically instructed that his father's leg must not be exposed to cold. Lin Xiao had even placed a hot water bag under the mattress, which was now emitting gentle warmth. The nurse carefully reiterated the instructions. "Uncle Lin, do not put weight on the injured leg when you return home. Apply a warm towel twice daily, and come back for a checkup after the Lantern Festival. Huzi, keep the wound dry and maintain a light diet, avoiding overly greasy foods." Lin Xiao and Huzi promptly agreed, carefully assisting Lin Jiangwo onto the ox cart, allowing him to lean against the prepared cotton mat. They handed Huzi some frozen pears and milk candies, saying, "This will be a treat on the way. Your aunt must have prepared a splendid New Year's Eve feast at home." The ox cart ambled back home, sunlight filtering through the bare branches, casting dappled shadows upon the snow-covered ground. Sitting at the edge of the cart, Huzi nibbled on a frozen pear and excitedly remarked, "Xiao, do you think Aunt and my mother will stew pork with vermicelli?" I've been thinking about it every night in the hospital. It keeps me awake. Lin Xiao, resting against the cotton mat, looked at the two young boys with a satisfied smile, assuring, of course. Your aunt asked someone to buy 5 pounds of pork belly from the farm yesterday, saying it was to nourish you both. As Lin Xiao drove the ox cart past the grain-drying yard of the farm, he noticed several villagers affixing spring festival couplets. In previous years, Lin Xiao had written the family's couplets with soot mixed in water, the handwriting scrawled, and the red paper wrinkled. This year, Lin Xiao had deliberately purchased pristine red paper, intending to ask his uncle Lin Shui for assistance in writing. The elder was one of the few literate seniors at the farm, having once taught at the elementary school, and his couplets were renowned for their vigorous strokes, sought after by many workers each year. Upon arriving home, a rich aroma of meat wafted out, mingling with the fragrances of Sichuan pepper and star anise, tantalizing the senses. In the courtyard, Wang Xiaolan and Lu Ging were busily putting up couplets, while Lin Xiaomei, standing on tiptoe, handed glue to them, her little face flushed from the cold, humming a New Year song from the farm's broadcast. Lu Ging stood on a stool, holding the couplets, while Wang Xiaolan supported her from below, muttering, "Just a little to the left, yes, a line now. We must paste the couplets neatly for the new year to ensure a good harvest next year, and our lives will flow smoothly." Seeing the ox cart return, Lin Xiaomei was the first to react, dropping the glue and rushing over. "Father, brother, Huzi, you're back." Wang Xiaolan hurriedly set down the couplets and approached swiftly, exclaiming, "Finally, you're home. Come in and warm up. The Kong is already heated. Xiaomei warmed your father's mat this morning." Lu Guiying also descended from the stool, taking Huzi's hand and scrutinizing him. "You've lost a bit of weight, but you still look spirited. Come inside. I've made sweet soup with poached eggs, and Xiaomei is eager to share it with you." Upon hearing about the sweet soup, Huzi's eyes lit up, and he followed Lu Guiying into the house, with Xiaomei bouncing behind him, incessantly inquiring about Huzi's time in the hospital. Lin Xiao and Wang Xiaolan assisted Lin Jiangwo into the house, where the Kong was radiantly warm. Stepping inside enveloped them in a cozy atmosphere. The Kong table was adorned with sunflower seeds, peanuts, and the freshly bought milk candies. Lin Xiaomei's little doll rested in the corner of the Kong, alongside 2 pots of vibrant azaleas that Lin Xiao had dug up from the back mountains of the farm a few days prior, placed there to bring a touch of joy indoors. On the wall hung newly acquired door gods, Qin Shubao and Yu Qigong, exuding an imposing presence. This was the first time the family had bought such exquisite door god paintings, as they had previously only cut red paper gourds to hang on the door. "Father, please rest at the head of the Kong. I will go inform Uncle Shui to come over and write the couplets." Lin Xiao replaced the hot water in the hot water bottle and nestled it into his father's embrace. He then retrieved some red paper from the cloth bag. Granduncle's home was just next door in the workers' dormitory, a mere few steps away. The elderly man sat by the fire pit, enjoying his pipe. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he smiled and tapped his smoking pot, saying, "I've been waiting for your arrival. Your mother mentioned this morning, when she sent Xiao Mei to deliver rice cakes, that I had prepared the red paper for you. It's ready for you to choose the content." Lin Shui took out his brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, spread the red paper on the 8 immortals table, dipped his brush in ink, and asked, "What would you like written? It should reflect the circumstances of your farm and home." After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao replied, "Granduncle, my father has started working at the timber yard this year, and Huzi and I are in the agricultural protection team at the farm. Let us write something auspicious yet realistic, such as abundant harvests and prosperous families and peaceful living and good health at the timber yard. We can also add a couplet about the merits of protecting agriculture, bringing joy, and how Shui's selflessness brings fortune to share in your auspiciousness." Lin Shui nodded, deftly twisting his wrist as the brush danced across the red paper, swiftly completing 2 couplets and several auspicious characters, one of which he intentionally wrote upside down. This was to be affixed to the doorframe, symbolizing the arrival of fortune. He let the couplets dry before handing them to Lin Xiao, proclaiming, "This year, your family is doubly blessed." Once these couplets are displayed, the entire village will be envious. Back at home, Lin Xiao and Huzi worked together to hang the couplets. Huzi stood on a stool while Lin Xiao passed him glue, their collaboration seamless. Lin Jiangwo leaned against the heated brick bed, directing them. "The upper couplet goes on the right, and the lower on the left. Don't get it mixed up. The horizontal inscription should be centered, aligned with the doorframe." Meanwhile, Wang Xiaolan and Lu Guiying busied themselves in the kitchen. The sounds of chopping meat and vegetables mingling with the bubbling stew, creating a vibrant atmosphere of the new year. In northeast China, a sumptuous New Year's Eve feast is indispensable, especially for the families of farm workers who take pride in celebrating a bountiful year. Wang Xiaolan was stewing pork with vermicelli. Using fresh, fatty pork bought from an acquaintance at the timber yard, cheaper and fresher than what was available at the farm supply store. The meat simmered to tenderness, rich yet not greasy, while the wide vermicelli, favored by Xiaomei, soaked up the savory essence, becoming translucent and glistening. Lu Guiying was preparing fried lotus root, sandwiching the seasoned meat filling between slices of lotus root, coating them in batter and frying them to a golden crisp. The delectable aroma wafted through the dormitory complex, drawing the attention of curious children from next door peering over the wall. "Shower, come help your mother chop some firewood," Wang Xiaolan called from the kitchen. Lin Xiao promptly set down the couplets and grabbed an axe to chop wood. The pile of firewood in the yard resembled a small mountain, a stockpile he and Hu Zi had prepared before the new year. The winter in the northeast is frigid, and the heated brick bed must be kept warm, especially during the new year, to ensure the home feels blessed. After finishing the couplets, Hu Zi also rushed over to help. The two of them worked in tandem, quickly chopping a substantial stack of firewood. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Hu Zi grinned and remarked, "Shower, this year your firewood pile is truly monumental. Last year, I remember we went together to collect leftover coal from the farm." Lin Xiao nodded, feeling a sense of security in his heart. In times of hardship, our family could only gather remnants of coal and dry branches from the farm's boiler room during winter, often waking in the middle of the night from the cold. This year, however, with over 3,000 in savings and a stable income, I procured 2 tons of coal in advance and chopped enough firewood, ensuring a warm celebration. At noon, the yard resonated with the lively sounds of firecrackers, marking the villagers' ritual of honoring the kitchen god. In northeast China, it is customary to worship the kitchen god on the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, with another offering made on New Year's Eve, presenting sugar melons and snacks, praying for the kitchen god to speak kindly to the heavens and ensure peace on earth. Wang Xiaolan placed a plate of sugar melons and a bowl of clear water on the stove, lighting 3 incense sticks, murmuring a prayer. "O kitchen god, may you speak well on our behalf, bless our family with health and safety, and grant us a smooth year ahead." In the afternoon, 2 families gathered to make dumplings, a cherished tradition during the New Year celebrations in northeast China. Every household on New Year's Eve participates in this activity. The dumpling fillings consisted of 2 varieties, one with cabbage and pork, and the other with chives and eggs. Cabbage symbolizes wealth, while chives represent longevity. Wang Xiaolan and Lu Guiying were in charge of preparing the fillings, while Lin Xiao and Hu Zi rolled out the dough. Lin Jingwo leaned against the heated Kong, offering guidance, and Lin Xiaomei sat nearby on a small stool, diligently learning to pinch the dumplings, her small hands skillfully working with the dough. Lin Jingwo taught everyone how to craft dumplings in the shape of gold ingots, explaining that such dumplings would attract wealth and prosperity for the farm in the coming year, ensuring a flourishing household. The dough must be thicker in the center and thinner at the edges, preventing breakage during boiling. As Lin Jingwo spoke, he demonstrated the technique, emphasizing the importance of pinching the folds tightly to avoid exposing the filling, as this could signify a loss of fortune in the year to come. Hu Zi listened intently, yet his dumplings emerged crooked, some resembling little gold ingots, while others looked akin to small buns. Lin Xiaomei proudly held up her creation, which was merely a dough lump with some folds, eliciting laughter from everyone. Lu Guiying playfully remarked, "What you made is a mini gold ingot. It will surely bring in some small fortune next year." Lin Xiao's dough rolling skills were learned from his mother. He took a piece of dough and, with a rolling pin, deftly shaped it into a perfectly round wrapper, evenly thick with neat edges. Wang Xiaolan picked up a wrapper, added the filling, and with nimble fingers, quickly crafted a gold ingot-shaped dumpling, its folds meticulously aligned, resembling a delicate work of art. Halfway through, Wang Xiaolan retrieved a clean 5-cent coin from the drawer, scalded it with boiling water, and placed it inside one dumpling. Whoever finds this coin in their dumpling will enjoy great fortune and wealth in the coming year. Upon hearing this, Hu Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "I'm sure I'll find it. I've accomplished so much this year. My luck is bound to be good." Lin Xiao chuckled, "Not necessarily. Perhaps my father will find it. He is set to work at the forest farm next year and could use some good fortune." Lin Xiaomei raised her small hand, declaring, "I want to find it too. I want to bring blessings to our family." Wang Xiaolan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "All right, we'll save it for our Xiaomei. She is the most fortunate among us." As evening approached, the New Year's Eve feast was finally prepared, a table brimming with an array of dishes that dazzled the eyes. In the center of the table lay a large bowl of pork stewed with vermicelli, accompanied by fried coupling, braised carp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, soy sauce pork hock, and an array of cold dishes such as smashed cucumbers and seasoned black fungus. The chicken was a special treat for the new year, gifted from the farm's year-end dividends. As in previous years, it had been kept for egg production. This year, however, it was specifically slaughtered for the festive occasion. Finally, a steaming platter of pig slaughter dish arrived, featuring blood sausage, pork belly, and sauerkraut, which is an indispensable delicacy for New Year's in the Northeast. Its sour and fragrant taste whetted the appetite and complemented the meal, with the sauerkraut personally pickled by Wang Xiaolan during the summer, sealed tightly in a jar. Awaiting this celebratory time, Lin Xiao was assisted to the honored seat at the heated table, with Wang Xiaolan and Lu Guiying sitting on either side. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi perched on the edge of the Kong, while Lin Xiaomei occupied a small stool beside her mother. Lin Xiao raised his glass filled with sorghum liquor gifted by Director Li of the forestry farm, first toasting Lu Guiying. Auntie, I am truly grateful for your care of Xiaolan and Xiaomei these past few days, and for your help in preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. I raise this glass to you. Lu Guiying promptly lifted her teacup. Brother Jiangwo, your words are too formal. We are all old neighbors from the farm. And since Xiao and Hu Zi will be working together, it is only natural that we look out for each other. Lin Xiao followed suit, raising his glass in a toast to his father. Dad, I wish you a swift recovery and a smooth return to work in the coming year. Hu Zi also raised his teacup. Uncle Lin, I toast to your health. Lin Jiangwo took a sip of liquor, his face flushing with warmth as he gazed at the bountiful spread before him and the family gathered around, reflecting. In previous years, having a bowl of pork stewed with vermicelli was already a luxury. This year's feast is all thanks to Xiao and Hu Zi's good fortune. As they enjoyed dumplings, everyone hoped to find one that contained a coin. Hu Zi devoured his quickly, while Lin Xiaomei took her time, savoring each dumpling with a small spoon. Upon reaching the fifth dumpling, Xiaomei suddenly exclaimed, covering her mouth and frowning, Mom, something stuck in my teeth. Wang Xiaolan quickly set down her chopsticks and gently opened her mouth. Slow down. Let us see what it is. Xiaomei spat out a shiny 5-cent coin into her bowl, momentarily stunned before bursting into applause. I found it. I found the dumpling with the coin. She ran over to Lin Jiangwo, exclaiming, Dad, look. I'm going to have great luck next year. Lin Jiangwo chuckled, ruffling her hair. Our Xiaomei is the most fortunate. Surely she will be accepted into the key class at the farm's primary school next year. Wang Xiaolan smiled as she cleaned the coin and placed it in Xiaomei's little pouch. This is our family's little lucky star. The coming year will surely go smoothly. After the meal, the sound of firecrackers grew increasingly intense outside, illuminating the night sky with fireworks. The colorful displays burst above the snowy ground, creating a spectacular scene. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi lit the firecrackers they had purchased from the cooperative in the yard, the popping sounds causing the snow to tumble from the rooftops. Lin Jiangwo leaned by the window, his face breaking into a long-lost smile, while Wang Xiaolan and Lu Guiying tidied the dishes in the kitchen, humming a cheerful northeastern folk tune, all contributing to an atmosphere of festivity and harmony. During the New Year's vigil, everyone gathered around the fire pit, snacking on sunflower seeds and engaging in cheerful conversation. Lin Jiangwo recounted tales of past hunting exploits, sharing stories of wolf packs he had encountered in his youth and how he had once used an old shotgun to bring down a bear. Tiger listened with rapt attention, occasionally interrupting with questions. Uncle Lin, is the bear's hide particularly thick? Can a bullet penetrate it? Lin Jiangwo chuckled and replied, Indeed, it is thick, but if you aim for the vital spots, it can still be brought down. In the future, when your agricultural protection team encounters wild beasts, it is essential to remain calm and strike precisely at the vital points. Wang Xiaolan and Lu Guiying were mending clothes nearby. Wang Xiaolan crafted a new cotton coat for Lin Xiao and altered a new cover garment for Xiaomei, while Lu Guiying repaired the cotton pants that Tiger had torn with a wolf's claw. As they stitched, they engaged in casual conversations about their plans for the approaching year. Wang Xiaolan remarked, Once Jiangwo starts working, I will lend a hand at the farm's cafeteria. I can earn a bit each month to save for Xiaomei's education and for marrying off Xiaoer. Lu Guiying added, I plan to cultivate some vegetables in the small garden allocated by the farm come spring, which I can sell at the commune market. With that, I hope to save enough for Tiger to buy a new fountain pen and to get Xiaomei a new backpack. As midnight approached, Lin Xiao and Tiger ignited a string of firecrackers, symbolizing the farewell to the old year and the welcoming of the new, signifying the expulsion of past misfortunes and the arrival of good fortune. Amidst the crackling sounds, Lin Jiangwo produced 3 red envelopes, distributing them to Lin Xiao, Tiger, and Xiaomei. 20 for Xiaoer, 15 for Tiger, and 10 for Xiaomei, all as New Year's gifts. He encouraged Xiaoer and Tiger to diligently serve the agricultural protection team in the coming year, not to betray the trust of the farm and commune, while urging Xiaomei to study hard and aim for a good secondary school. Lin Xiao and Tiger received their envelopes with warmth in their hearts. In previous years, their father would give a mere few dimes as New Year's gifts, but this year, the generous amount reflected the improved circumstances at home. Tiger tucked the envelope into his pocket and solemnly assured, "Uncle Lin, you can rest assured. My brother Xiao and I will certainly do our best and not let you down." On the morning of the first day of the new year, before dawn, Lin Xiao was roused by the sound of firecrackers outside. According to the customs of Northeast China, it is customary to rise early on New Year's Day to pay respects to elders and enjoy dumplings, avoiding meat dishes as a symbol of a clean and fresh start for the year ahead. Wang Xiaolan had already prepared dumplings filled with vermicelli and eggs, fragrant and delectable. After enjoying the dumplings, Lin Xiao, accompanied by Tiger and Xiaomei, set out with treats in hand to visit the elders at the farm. The villagers greeted them warmly, showering Xiaomei with sweets and praising Lin Xiao and Tiger as the little heroes of the farm. Upon reaching the home of their great-uncle Lin Shui, the elderly gentleman distributed red envelopes to each child and took Lin Xiao aside, advising, "Xiao, you are now the captain of the agricultural protection team and a young pillar of the farm. You must lead by example, do tangible good for the workers, and avoid arrogance. The protection team not only deals with wild beasts, but must also assist farm workers in need." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly, "Great uncle, I understand. And I will certainly work hard to live up to your and the farm's trust." Upon returning from the New Year visits, Lin Xiao noticed his father sitting in the courtyard basking in the sunlight. The cast on his leg had been removed and replaced with thick gauze. Lin Jiangwo smiled upon seeing him return, saying, "Xiao, just now, Director Li from the forest farm and Director Zhang from the agricultural farm visited. They informed me that after the 15th day of the new year, I can commence work at the forest farm. They also brought us a bag of flour, a barrel of soybean oil, and 2 pounds of frozen pork." Wang Xiaolan also approached, saying, "Indeed. Director Zhang mentioned that the agricultural protection team is a key focus of the farm's support. In the future, any equipment or supplies you require will be readily approved by the farm, allowing you to work boldly and safeguard our farmland." Chapter 21. The reunion on the first day of the new year and visiting elders on the second day. As the morning light of the first day of the new year gently spilled over the farm's fence, the accumulated snow in the yard was splattered with red and white remnants of firecrackers. Lin Xiao was awakened by Xiaomei's laughter. The little girl, clad in a newly tailored floral cotton jacket, was crouched in the yard gathering unexploded firecrackers. With her tiny, frost-bitten hands tightly clutching several duds, she bounced over to Lin Xiao, exclaiming, "Brother, look at how many I collected. Later, let's go to the open space and set them off with Brother Huzi." Wang Xiaolan had already set breakfast on the Kong table. In addition to the simple dumplings, there was a plate of fried cakes and a bowl of sweet wine with egg, traditionally enjoyed on the first day in Northeast China, symbolizing progress and sweetness. Lin Jiangwo leaned against the Kong, leisurely smoking a hand-rolled cigarette. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he gestured toward the snacks on the table, saying, "After breakfast, go to your uncle's house to pay your respects. Your grandparents are waiting there, so the family can gather together." Lin Xiao picked up the prepared bundle, which contained 2 pounds of milk candy, a pound of sunflower seeds, and a piece of braised pork wrapped in newspaper, specially saved for his grandparents. As he stepped outside, he found Huzi waiting in the yard, holding a thermos. "Brother Xiao, I won't go to Uncle's house. Uncle Lin's leg isn't fully healed yet, so I'll stay home to help watch over things. If anything comes up, I can lend a hand." Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart and patted Huzi's shoulder, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. I'll bring back fried cakes from Uncle's house when I return." Uncle Lin Jianye's home is situated at the eastern end of the farm's staff dormitory, just a short distance from Lin Xiao's home. Before even entering, the sounds of children playing echoed from the yard. Uncle's 2 sons, Lin Chong and Lin Wei, were engaged in a snowball fight. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Huzi arrive, they immediately paused, calling out to their little uncle Huzi and running over. "Come inside to warm up." Aunt Zhang Guilan lifted the door curtain to welcome them, a cloth towel in her hand. "Your grandparents were just talking about you." The warmth of the Kong inside was more vigorous than in Lin Xiao's home, with grandfather and grandmother seated in the middle, wrapped in thick quilts. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, grandmother waved her hand eagerly. "Xiao, come here. Let grandmother take a look at you. This child has made something of himself, becoming the captain of the agricultural protection team. Truly a source of pride for our Lin family." Lin Xiao sat beside grandmother, handing her the bundle. "Grandmother, this is a treat for you and grandfather, along with some braised pork. Please try it." Grandfather Lin Xiaotian, a man of few words, held his smoking pipe, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao, nodding appreciatively. "Good, good. It's important to care for your elders. How is your father's leg?" He must be careful when he returns to work at the farm after the new year. Lin Jiangwo responded with a smile from the side. Don't worry, father. The doctor said he is healing well, and the work at the gate is light. Uncle Lin Jianya emerged from the inner room, carrying a jar of sorghum liquor, and clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, You've done a great service this time, so we must toast to your achievements. As he spoke, Huzi poured a bowl for Lin Xiao and himself, while Lu Guing playfully tapped him on the back of the head, chiding, You're still a child. What do you need alcohol for? I'll serve you a bowl of sweet wine instead. Laughter erupted around the room as Xiaomei tugged at the hands of Lin Chong and Lin Wei, chattering excitedly about the tradition of finding coins in the New Year's Eve dinner, declaring herself the family's little lucky star. The midday reunion feast was particularly sumptuous. Auntie had prepared a pot of chicken stewed with mushrooms, while the bear meat brought by Lin Zhao's family was stir-fried with green peppers. Its firm and chewy texture combined with the pepper's fresh spiciness, prompting the children to eagerly help themselves. Grandma served Lin Jiangwo a piece of bear meat, saying, Eat more to strengthen your legs. You must not neglect your health. She also placed a chicken wing on Xiaomei's plate, saying, Our Xiaomei is a lucky star. Eat more to gain strength. At the dining table, Lin Jianya discussed the farm's plans for the upcoming year, mentioning the need to expand corn cultivation and emphasizing the importance of the agricultural protection team to safeguard the seedlings from wild animals. Lin Xiao promptly assured him, Uncle, rest assured, come spring, I will patrol the fields with Huzi to ensure the crops are well looked after. Hearing this, Grandpa stroked his beard with satisfaction, remarking, One must have this earnest diligence. It's more dependable than when your father was young. The family continued their revelry until the afternoon, finally making their way home. Xiaomei clung to Lin Zhao's back, clutching the red envelope money from their grandparents while sucking on a piece of milk candy, mumbling, Brother, can we still celebrate the new year with Uncle's family next year? Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, feeling that the warmth of reunion was sweeter than any delicacy. Early on the second day of the new year, Wang Xiulan arose to begin her bustling preparations. She neatly cut the previously sun-dried roe deer and bear meat into uniform pieces, wrapping them in oil paper into 3 large bundles. She also cleaned the wild chickens and hares caught by Lin Xiao and Huzi, dividing everything into 3 portions as gifts for her 3 brothers-in-law. Observing his mother packing the basket, Lin Xiao couldn't help but say, Mother, that's plenty, there's no room for more. Wang Xiulan wiped the sweat from her forehead and tucked a small jar of lard into the basket's crevice, insisting, What's wrong with bringing more? In the past, our family was in dire straits, and it felt embarrassing to visit your uncles empty-handed. They would always stuff us with rice and flour and buy sweets for Xiaomei. Now that we are faring better, these wild delicacies are fresh. Let them enjoy some as a way to repay their past kindness. Lin Jiangwo sat by the Kong, watching his wife busily at work, adding, Let Xiao accompany you. He can lend a hand on the way and engage in discussions about the agricultural protection team with your brothers. Huzi, showing his thoughtfulness, offered to stay behind to look after me, demonstrating his growing maturity. Wang Xiulan nodded, stuffing some dried wild mushrooms into the basket, saying, Huzi is a good boy. When we return, we'll save him a generous portion of the roe deer meat. The ox cart had been arranged in advance with Uncle Lin Shui, who had made sure to feed the ox well and laid 2 layers of cotton padding on the cart's floor. Wang Xiulan held Xiaomei in her arms as they settled inside, while Lin Xiao took his place at the front, gripping the reins. As soon as they left the farm, snow began to fall gently, creating a delicate layer of frost on the ox's back. Xiaomei leaned over the edge of the cart, gazing at the snowy scenery along the roadside, clapping her hands in excitement. Mother, doesn't that tree look like our family's rhododendron? My uncle resides in Wanjiao, a quaint village nestled 30 miles away, embraced by mountains and water. After a journey of over an hour in an ox cart, we finally glimpsed the ancient locust tree at the entrance of the village, adorned with red lanterns from the New Year festivities. Upon our arrival, a child called out that Aunt Wang had returned, dashing into the village, and shortly thereafter, 3 uncles emerged to greet us with brisk steps. The eldest, Wang Dashan, a robust farmer with a sun-kissed complexion, had just finished tending to the winter vegetable cellar, wielding a hoe in hand. Upon seeing the ox cart, he hurried over to assist with the unloading, his eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of roe deer and bear meat in the basket. Sister, you've brought too much. We have plenty at home. There's no need for such extravagance. The second uncle, Wang sporting a pair of reading glasses, chuckled as he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Xiao has grown so tall. The last time I saw you, you were just a lad trailing behind your brother-in-law on hunts, and now you've become the captain. The youngest, Wang Sanha, brimming with energy, scooped up Xiaomei and tucked a piece of candy into her pocket. My little niece, how I've missed you. The ants also came forth, offering warm water for everyone to warm their hands. Aunt Li Guilian grasped Wang Xiulan's hand, chattering about family matters. Sister, how is your husband's leg? Is everything settled for Xiaomei's schooling? Meanwhile, Aunt Zhang Cuihua busied herself brushing the snow off Lin Xiao's coat. Come inside quickly. The Kong is warm, and I've prepared some stewed frozen pears to ease your fatigue. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude, explaining that Tiger would stay behind to care for his father, prompting the ants to praise Tiger as a thoughtful and caring child. My uncle's home, a spacious 5-room tiled house, was far more accommodating than Lin's adobe dwelling. The Kong was adorned with a brand new floral mat, while the Kong table was laden with sunflower seeds, peanuts, sugar cubes, and home-roasted soybeans. As soon as Xiaomei was set down by her uncle, she was encircled by her cousins. Cousin Wang Jianjun produced his slingshot for her amusement, while Cousin Wang Wan excitedly showed her an embroidered pouch she had crafted. The little girl quickly bonded with her cousins, filling the room with the joyous sounds of children's laughter. Wang Xiulan and the 3 uncles settled on the Kong's edge, engaging in casual conversation. The eldest uncle sighed. Last year's rainfall was poor, leading to a significant drop in corn yields. Thankfully, the subsidies from the forestry station barely suffice for us. Wang Xiulan promptly offered the roe deer meat she had brought. This meat is best when stewed. Let Aunt prepare it for you, a nourishing treat. The second uncle adjusted his glasses, remarking, your family seems to be faring well now. With Xiao as the captain and your husband employed at the forestry station, truly a secure position. Seated nearby, Lin Xiao listened intently to the adults' chatter, occasionally interjecting about the agricultural protection team. Suddenly, the third uncle recalled something and leaned in. Xiao, your protection team deals with wild beasts, right? I have something to tell you. There's a place called Haixiao behind our village, and it seems wild boars have been sighted recently. About 7 or 8 miles away. No one dares to venture there. Lin Xiao perked up, sitting up straight. Uncle, please elaborate on what you know. The third uncle sipped some hot water and continued. About half a month ago, an old hunter from the village went to gather firewood in the back mountains. He ventured quite far and caught sight of a group of wild boars rummaging around the roots of the wild fruit trees in the valley. There were at least 7 or 8, with a particularly robust boar leading the pack. Since then, no one has dared to approach. The area is fraught with jagged black stones, making the path treacherous. And being so far from the village, it would be difficult to call for help if something were to happen. Lin Xiao hurriedly inquired. Have the wild boars approached the village? Have they harmed anyone or ravaged the crops? His second uncle responded, they haven't come this way yet, as it is quite distant. However, the old hunter mentioned that there are several sweet potato pits in the hollow that villagers use to cultivate, which are likely disturbed by the boars. Once spring arrives and sowing begins, if the wild boars decide to venture closer to the village, our crops will undoubtedly suffer. Lin Xiao contemplated this, realizing that even bringing down 2 or 3 of those wild boars could yield a significant profit. He thoughtfully remarked, Third uncle, after the 5th day of the new year, I will come with Huzi to explore Haishi Hollow. Third uncle quickly waved his hands. That is out of the question. It's too far. The mountain paths are treacherous, and the black stones are quite slippery. If anything were to happen, no one would know. Lin Xiao patted the 56 caliber gun at his waist. Do not worry, third uncle. Huzi and I have ample hunting experience and will bring additional gear. When we successfully hunt the boars, we shall distribute some meat to every household in the village. Wang Xiulan, standing nearby, expressed her concern. Xiao, it is so far from the village. Please don't take any risks. Lin Xiao reassured her, Mother, I am aware of my limits and will scout the area before taking action. The midday meal was particularly sumptuous. Aunt cooked tender roe deer meat, which was fragrant and delectable. Second aunt prepared stir-fried wild chicken shreds, fresh and appetizing, while third aunt deep-fried chunks of wild rabbit, crispy on the outside and tender within. The table was adorned with homemade pickled vegetables, spicy kimchi, and a steaming pot of pork stew. The 3 uncles took turns pouring wine for Lin Xiao, who, unable to refuse, drank 2 cups of sorghum liquor, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Xiaomei and her cousin sat at a small table, relishing their meal. Cousin Wang Jianjun served her a piece of roe deer meat, saying, Xiaomei, eat more to grow taller. Cousin Wang Wan offered her some fried cakes from her bowl. This is sweet, you will surely love it. The little girl, with her cheeks puffed up, did not forget to serve her third uncle a piece of wild rabbit meat. Third uncle, you should also eat. This meat is incredibly delicious. After the meal, Wang Xiulan and the ants began to clear the dishes. Auntie pulled Wang Xiulan's hand and said, Sister, you've brought so much. We have little to return. I made a pair of tiger head shoes for Xiaomei and sewed you a cloth bag. Please do not think it beneath you. Wang Xiulan accepted the tiger head shoes, her eyes glistening with tears. Your craftsmanship remains impeccable. Xiao Mei will look splendid in them. In the past, our family was poor, and we often relied on your generosity. Now, I only bring a few things, and you are still so gracious." After the meal, Lin Xiao followed his three uncles to the high slope at the village's edge. His eldest uncle pointed into the distance. "Do you see that? Following that ridge west-northwest for about 7 or 8 li, there is a dark area known as Haishi Hollow, filled with black stones, markedly different in color from the surrounding mountains. Usually, we only venture to this ridge before turning back. No one goes further." Lin Xiao gazed in the direction his uncle indicated and discerned a shadowy expanse beneath the distant horizon, obscured by layers of mountains, making it impossible to discern the exact terrain. He quietly committed the rough direction to memory. Upon returning to his uncle's home, Xiao Mei was outside with her cousins, building a snowman. The children used coal balls for the snowman's eyes, a carrot for its nose, and wrapped Xiao Mei's floral scarf around it, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Lin Xiao approached and crafted a tall hat for the snowman with a shovel, while he set off firecrackers nearby, startling the children, who covered their ears and scurried away, yet couldn't resist peeking out to see. Dinner consisted of dumplings, with my aunts preparing 2 types of fillings, one with cabbage and pork, and the other with pickled cabbage and lamb. As we gathered around the heated Kong to wrap the dumplings, Xiao Mei eagerly joined in, her dumplings appearing somewhat crooked and revealing their filling. Yet the aunts praised her for her cleverness. My eldest aunt, smiling, remarked, "Xiao Mei is quite resourceful. She will undoubtedly grow into a fine young lady." During dinner, my third uncle brought up the topic of Haixiao, saying, "That place has only been visited by old hunters. The path is treacherous, littered with gravel. You must wear non-slip shoes when you go. If you cannot find them, it's best not to venture too deep. Safety is paramount." Lin Xiao nodded. "I understand. When we go, I'll have Huzi and me first reach the ridge and then seek the exact location." My second uncle added, "There's an ancient pine tree on the ridge, which serves as a landmark. Once we reach that tree, turn west, and we will be close to Haixiao." That night, Lin Xiao and Huzi slept on the Kong in the eastern room, where their cousin Wang Jianjun squeezed in to discuss hunting. Wang Jianjun, full of excitement, exclaimed, "Shower, after the 5th day, can I join you? I wish to see what hunting is like." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and replied, "Hunting is perilous. You should stay home and wait. Once we hunt a wild boar, I'll save you the finest cut of meat." The following morning, Wang Xiulan prepared to leave, and the 3 uncles and aunts packed numerous items for her. The eldest uncle contributed a bag of flour he had ground himself. The second uncle provided several pounds of cotton, and the third uncle bought Lin Xiao a pair of rubber shoes, saying, "These shoes are non-slip, perfect for you and Huzi when you climb the mountain." Xiao Mei, clutching the cloth doll gifted by her cousin Wang Wan, was reluctant to part ways, tearfully saying, "Cousin, I will come back to play with you next time." Wang Wan smiled and replied, "All right, next time I'll embroider you a more beautiful pouch." As the ox cart started moving, the 3 uncles and aunts stood at the village entrance, waving goodbye. Xiao Mei leaned over the edge of the cart, bidding farewell to her cousins until the village disappeared from view, at which point she reluctantly settled down. Wang Xiulan sighed, "Family ties are the strongest. Even when we were poor, your uncles never looked down upon us. Now that life has improved, we should visit them more often." Lin Zhengwo nodded in agreement. "We should come every year, allowing the children to maintain these familial bonds." On the journey back, the snow had ceased, and sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a dazzling glow upon the snowy ground. Lin Xiao contemplated the situation regarding Haixiao and told Wang Xiulan, "Mother, Haixiao is far from Wangjiakao. Huzi and I will set out early to familiarize ourselves with the terrain before taking any action. We will certainly avoid unnecessary risks." Wang Xiulan sighed, "I trust your judgment. But that place is quite distant. You must look out for each other with Huzi." Upon returning home, Huzi was assisting Lin Zhengwo with washing his face. Seeing Lin Xiao return, he hurried over, exclaiming, "Shower, you have returned." Lin Zhengwo chuckled. "Huzi is very attentive, even more so than you, Shower." Lin Xiao handed the meat he had brought back to Huzi and elaborated on the situation at Haixiao. That place is 7 or 8 li away from Wangjiakao. My uncle only indicated the general direction. We must first locate the ancient pine tree on the ridge as our beacon. Lin Zhengwo approached with a reminder. The village is distant, making resupply and calls for help inconvenient. Ensure your equipment is fully prepared. While scouting, pay close attention to tracks and droppings. Only act once you ascertain the movements of the wild boars. Xiao Mei, standing nearby, assisted by sewing a cloth cover for Lin Xiao's bullet pouch, adorning it with a small Fu character. "Brother, take this with you. It will ensure your safe return." Lin Xiao affectionately patted his sister's head, warmth swelling in his heart. He understood that this venture to Haishi to hunt wild boars was not merely to alleviate the villagers' plight, but also to reassure his family that he possessed the capability to protect this land and those around him. On the third and fourth days of the Lunar New Year, Lin Xiao and Huzi visited the elders of the farm to pay their respects while preparing their hunting gear. Lin Xiao specifically informed his third grandfather, Lin Shui, about their expedition to Haishi, emphasizing the considerable distance from the village. Lin Shui furrowed his brow in contemplation. I visited that area once in my youth. It is entirely composed of dark slate, treacherously slippery when it rains. You must carry extra ropes and torches. If you lose your way, ascend to higher ground and navigate back toward the farm. Lin Xiao and Huzi nodded earnestly, committing the advice to memory. On the fifth day, the family partook in dumplings, symbolizing the dispelling of misfortune. After the meal, Lin Xiao and Huzi began to organize their hunting equipment. Lin Xiao carried the 56 rifle on his back, a dagger secured at his waist. Along with a tightly bound bundle of hemp rope, Huzi hoisted a Type 38 rifle, wielding a hoe and sickle for digging traps and clearing brush. Wang Xiaolon packed a bulging cloth bag with pancakes and pickled vegetables, adding 2 thermoses, one with hot water and the other with meat soup, cautioning them against hunger in the wilderness. Lin Zhangwo patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Remember your uncle's markers. If you cannot find them, do not force your way through. Safety comes first. Xiaomei ran over, holding the embroidered cloth cover, and tied it onto Lin Zhao's bullet pouch. Brother, you must return safely. I am eagerly waiting to eat wild boar meat. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, setting off with Huzi towards Wangjiao. Chapter 22. Practicing shooting on the journey. On the morning of the 5th day, the fog had yet to dissipate, and the farm's fence was adorned with a delicate layer of frost. As Lin Xiao stepped through the courtyard gate with his 56 rifle slung over his shoulder, he spotted Huzi standing beneath the old locust tree, supporting the Type 38 rifle, with a bulging canvas bag at his feet filled with a machete, a short knife, and the provisions prepared by Wang Xiaolon. Shower, all is ready. Huzi's voice conveyed excitement tinged with nervousness. It was his first serious hunting expedition. Last night, he had polished the rifle 3 times, and even the bolt felt warm to the touch. The machete and knife gleamed with a sharp shine. Lin Zhangwo, leaning on his cane, accompanied them to the door, gripping a crumpled piece of paper that bore a simple route map. You can save nearly 2 miles by circumventing the West Mountain. This path was laid out during my youth while hunting. There is a crooked oak tree along the way. Beyond that tree lies a fork. Turn left and do not stray. He patted Huzi's shoulder, advising, the Type 38 has strong penetration. Aim for smaller game without targeting vital areas to preserve the whole carcass for easier handling. Lin Zhao's 56 rifle delivers powerful fire. Refrain from using it on small game. Let Huzi practice with it. Use the machete for clearing paths, and keep the short knife close for protection. Do not be careless. Understood, father. Lin Xiao accepted the route map, folding it neatly into his pocket. He then retrieved 2 thermoses from the canvas bag. This meat soup was prepared by mother. It will warm us on our journey. Lin Zhangwo gently patted the backs of the 2 companions, advising them to look out for one another on the journey and not to act recklessly, emphasizing the importance of an early return. Lin Xiao and Huzi nodded in agreement before turning to embark on the path leading to Xishan. The morning mist still lingered over Xishan, and the shrubs lining the trail were adorned with frost, crackling underfoot. Huzi, bearing his rifle, led the way, his eyes wide with alertness, frequently pausing to listen intently. Following closely behind, Lin Xiao grasped a branch in hand, occasionally clearing away the thorns that obstructed their path. Do not rush to fire. First observe the footprints and droppings. Small game typically follows fixed foraging routes, he instructed. Just as he finished speaking, he spotted a shadow of gray-brown moving within the thicket a mere 3 meters ahead. Something's there. Lin Xiao urgently pressed Huzi's shoulder, signaling him to crouch down. Before them, a half-grown gray rabbit was nibbling on the tender buds of the bushes, its ears twitching as it cautiously surveyed its surroundings. Aim at its front leg. Avoid hitting the belly, or the meat will be ruined, Lin Xiao whispered into Huzi's ear, guiding him to adjust the rifle's aim, urging him to steady his breath and follow the sights as he squeezed the trigger. Huzi's hand trembled slightly. He took a deep breath, fixating on the rabbit in his sights, and steadily pulled the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet whizzed past the rabbit's ear, startling it into a frantic dash into the underbrush. Ah! Huzi lamented, slapping his thigh in frustration. Lin Xiao chuckled, patting him reassuringly on the back. It's all right. The first time is always like this. The sights weren't steady. Notice its escape direction. There's an open area ahead. We can circle around to intercept it. They cautiously navigated to the opposite side of the thicket and, indeed, discovered the rabbit crouched beside a rock, panting in distress from the earlier scare. This time, Lin Xiao refrained from taking over, instead offering guidance. Aim for its hindquarters. The meat there is ample. Even if you miss slightly, it will still be alive. Huzi raised the rifle again, closing his eyes to stabilize his nerves. When he reopened them, the sights were firmly aligned with the rabbit. Bang! The shot rang out once more, and the rabbit fell, twitching briefly before lying still. I got it. I hit it, Huzi exclaimed, bounding forward to retrieve the rabbit. Whereupon he noticed the bullet had struck perfectly at the hindquarters, leaving only a small wound and the meat intact. Look, Brother Xiao, he beamed, holding the rabbit aloft with pride. Lin Xiao nodded approvingly. Well done, you've made considerable progress. Clean it up and attach it to your backpack. We'll add it to the meal at Uncle's house tonight. As they continued onward, just past a gnarled oak, the distinct sounds of cooing echoed from the forest ahead. It's a mountain chicken. Lin Xiao signaled for Huzi to conceal himself while he maneuvered to the other side of the woods. Shortly thereafter, he spotted 4 mountain chickens foraging for seeds on the ground, their plumage glistening, evidently well fed for the winter. You take the 2 on the left, but take your time. First, aim at the one on the edge, steady yourself before firing, Lin Xiao whispered. Huzi quickly raised his rifle, held his breath, and slowly squeezed the trigger. With a loud crack, the outermost chicken flopped down. The remaining chickens, startled, attempted to take flight. Huzi reacted swiftly, adjusting his aim and firing again, successfully bringing down another. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao added a shot, but unfortunately ruined half of one chicken's body in the process. Well done. 2 successful shots in a row, Lin Xiao exclaimed as he approached. Let us take the 2 intact ones for Uncle, while we can have the damaged one ourselves. The one that escaped is of no concern. Honing your skills is the priority. Huzi swiftly grasped his firearm, this time devoid of tension, as he steadied his aim at the mountain chicken to his left. Almost simultaneously, Lin Xiao also pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots echoed. The left mountain chicken collapsed instantly, while the one on the right was severely injured, its feathers scattered across the ground. Ah, your gun is too powerful, Lin Xiao remarked with a resigned shake of his head, picking up the fallen mountain chicken. We'll eat this damaged one ourselves. And the one you shot will go to Uncle's family. Taking stock of the 2 mountain chickens he had shot, Huzi felt a surge of confidence. The pair collected their game and ventured deeper into the western hills. At midday, they rested by a small stream. Lin Xiao produced pancakes and pickled vegetables, while Huzi went to fetch water, taking the opportunity to clean the gray rabbit he had shot earlier. Brother Xiao, after firing those 2 shots, the recoil has left my shoulder aching even more, but my aim seems to have improved, Huzi said, nibbling on his pancake while massaging his shoulder. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, that's right. The more you practice, the more you find your rhythm. When we encounter more game later, you'll take the lead in shooting while I guide your aim. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the branches, casting a warm glow on the snowy landscape. As they crested a ridge, they spotted 3 medium-sized wild rabbits nibbling on roots in the slope ahead. Perfect for you to practice, Lin Xiao urged, pulling Huzi down behind a stone. Take your shots from left to right. Don't rush, it's fine if you miss. Huzi nodded, lifting his gun and slowly aiming at the leftmost rabbit. After a deep breath, he pulled the trigger, and the rabbit fell in response. He quickly adjusted his aim to the middle rabbit, firing before it could react, and struck again. The last rabbit, startled, dashed down the slope. Huzi pursued and aimed but missed, hitting a stone instead. No worries. 2 hits out of 3 shots is impressive, Lin Xiao encouraged, patting him on the back. The rabbit meat was firm and would be perfect for braising for Uncle's family. Just as they finished packing the wild rabbits, they heard rustling in the nearby bushes. A small badger was dragging roots toward its burrow. Badger meat is delightful, perfect for a soup for the children. Lin Xiao pointed at the badger. Aim for its foreleg this time, and try not to injure the internal organs. Huzi lifted his gun, this time without hesitation. He aimed and fired, the bullet grazing the badger's leg. Startled, the badger darted for its burrow, but Huzi quickly fired again, hitting it squarely in the lower back. He rushed over and pinned the badger down with his knife, declaring, got it. Lin Xiao approached to inspect the catch. The wound is minor, and the meat remains intact. That second shot was timely. Your reflexes have improved significantly. We'll practice more when we encounter another game. There's no rush to head to Uncle's home. After walking for about an hour, as the sun began to set, the outline of Wangjiku village finally came into view. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted their third uncle, Wang Sanha, returning from the fields with a hoe over his shoulder. His eyes brightened at the sight of their game hanging from their backs. Shower, Huzi, you're back. Come inside. Your aunt has been asking about you. He took their backpacks, weighing them with a smile. My goodness. You've caught so much game. Tonight will surely be a feast. Huzi chuckled, shaking his shoulder. Third uncle, I practiced shooting several times on the way. And my shoulder is sore, but my aim is improving. Upon entering my uncle's courtyard, I found my aunts sitting under the eaves, meticulously selecting vegetables. Upon seeing us, they hurriedly approached, exclaiming, At last you have arrived. Was the journey cold? Come inside and warm up. My cousin Wang Wan from the third uncle's family also ran out, her excitement palpable upon spotting the mountain chicken in Tiger's hands. Mother, we have a mountain chicken. Tonight we can enjoy chicken soup. Inside, the heated Kong was ablaze with warmth, and my eldest uncle, Wang Dashan, was seated at the head, puffing on his pipe. Upon noticing Lin Xiao and Tiger, he beckoned them to sit, inquiring, Was the journey smooth? You didn't take a wrong turn, did you? Lin Xiao smiled and shook his head, replying, We followed the route drawn by my father. I made sure Tiger practiced his shooting. He fired 7 or 8 shots, improving remarkably from missing at first to hitting consistently. He then unpacked his backpack, laying out the spoils on the Kong table. These 2 mountain chickens and 3 wild rabbits were all shot by Tiger, with minimal wounds and intact meat. This badger will be stewed for the children, and we shall keep the damaged chicken for ourselves. The 3 uncles gazed at the gathered game, unable to suppress their admiration. Tiger, this child truly possesses talent. For a first hunt, he is remarkably skilled. Tiger scratched his head, blushing slightly, and humbly attributed his success to Lin Xiao's guidance. Wang Xiulan emerged from the inner room, holding a thick cotton coat. You must be frozen from the journey. Quickly put this on. I will fetch some hot water for you to wash your faces. It turned out that Lin Xiao had sent a message ahead, prompting Wang Xiulan to arrive a day early to assist in the preparations. The eldest and second aunts took the game to the kitchen, and soon the sound of boiling water filled the courtyard. The third uncle poured hot tea for Lin Xiao and Tiger, remarking, I inquired about the Blackstone Hollow. The old hunters mentioned recent signs of wild boars. However, the area is shrouded in fog in the mornings, so it would be wise to wait until it clears before venturing in. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. We plan to set out early tomorrow, gathering at the old pine tree on the ridge before exploring Blackstone Hollow. After warming up with the tea, Tiger engaged the third uncle in conversation about their hunting adventures, vividly recounting the morning's exploits with the gray rabbit and mountain chicken. The third uncle nodded in approval. You two work well together, but do exercise greater caution in Blackstone Hollow. It is far more perilous than West Mountain. Lin Xiao reassured him, Do not worry, uncle. We will scout the area first to ascertain the situation before making any moves. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen grew more pronounced as the eldest aunt prepared badger soup, adding red dates and goji berries, filling the courtyard with a delightful fragrance. The second aunt stir-fried the mountain chicken with green peppers, creating a dish that was both fresh and spicy, while the third aunt chopped the wild rabbits into pieces, marinating them in soy sauce before braising, their rich colors stimulating appetites. Wang Wan lingered at the kitchen door, peeking in occasionally and asking, Mother, when will dinner be ready? At dinner, the table was laden with an array of dishes, featuring a large bowl of badger soup at the center, flanked by stir-fried mountain chicken, braised rabbit, pickled cabbage, and the spicy kimchi prepared by my uncle's family. The 3 uncles took turns pouring wine for Lin Xiao and Tiger, with the eldest uncle chuckling, In the past, we used to provide for your family. Now the tables have turned, and you bring us wild game. Truly, fortune shifts in cycles. Lin Xiao raised his wine glass, saying, Uncle, we are immensely grateful for your past care. This game is but a small token. After we hunt the wild boar tomorrow, we shall share with every family in the village. Tiger also raised his wine cup, filled with sweet wine, yet imbued with the spirit of strong liquor. Eldest uncle, second uncle, third uncle, I, along with Xiao shall surely bring back a wild boar tomorrow, ridding you of this pest. Second uncle adjusted his spectacles, cautioning, Do not be overly ambitious. Safety must come first. If it proves too challenging, return, and we shall devise another plan. Wang Wan sat at a small table, savoring badger soup with delight. Third aunt handed her a piece of rabbit meat, urging, Wan, drink more soup. It will nourish your body. Wang Wan, in turn, offered Tiger a morsel of mountain chicken. Brother Tiger, your marksmanship is impressive. Do exercise caution during the hunt tomorrow. Tiger smiled, responding, Rest assured. I will coordinate with Xiao Ge. There will be no issues. After the meal, Lin Xiao and Tiger followed the 3 uncles to the high slope at the village's edge, using the moonlight to reconfirm the direction to Haixiao. Eldest uncle pointed to a distant shadow, advising, Tomorrow morning, the fog will be thick. Once you reach the ridge, wait for the fog to clear before venturing further. The black stones in that area are frosted and exceedingly slippery. Tread carefully. Lin Xiao produced the route map he had drawn during the day, marking key locations under the moonlight. We shall enter from here, follow this stream, and we should be able to find traces of the wild boar. Upon returning to their uncle's home, Wang Xiulan had prepared the Kong for them, laying thick cotton mattresses and placing 2 hot water bottles atop. Rest well tonight. Gather your strength for the hunt tomorrow. She tucked in their covers and added, Your aunts and I have brewed some ginger soup. Drink a bowl before bed to ward off the chill. Lin Xiao and Tiger received the ginger soup, downing it in one gulp, feeling warmth envelop them. Tiger lay in bed, restless and unable to sleep, his heart a mix of excitement and anxiety. Xiao, do you think we will catch a wild boar tomorrow? He whispered. Lin Xiao opened his eyes, gazing at the beams of the ceiling. We certainly shall, but wild boars are fierce. Stay close behind me, follow my commands, and refrain from firing without instruction. Tiger nodded. I understand. I will stay right with you. Outside, the moonlight streamed through the window paper, casting a gentle glow on the floor. Lin Xiao recalled his father's admonitions, the expectations of his uncles, and the anticipation of Xiao Mei waiting for the wild boar meat. He silently resolved to ensure their success the following day. Closing his eyes, he mentally rehearsed the hunting process, first scouting the path, then tracking traces, setting traps, and finally aiming for a vital point to shoot. Each step must be executed flawlessly. At dawn the next day, before the sun had risen, Lin Xiao was awakened by the sounds of activity in the courtyard. He rose to find his 3 uncles already bustling about. Eldest uncle was sharpening an axe, second uncle was preparing ropes, and third uncle was checking their gear. Xiao, are you awake? Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is nearly ready. Eldest aunt entered with a basin of hot water. I have boiled some eggs. Eating them will give you strength for the hunt. Tiger also awoke, rubbing his eyes as he stepped outside. Xiao, when shall we set off? Lin Xiao smiled. No need to rush. Let us have breakfast first, and we shall depart once the fog disperses. He took the hot water, washed his face, and felt significantly more alert. In the courtyard, Wang Xiulan was helping to set the table. Upon seeing them, she smiled. I sent a message to your father last night. He mentioned your practice with the gun went smoothly, which has eased his mind. Breakfast was bountiful, featuring boiled eggs, fried cakes, millet porridge, and leftover braised rabbit from the previous night. Lin Xiao consumed 2 eggs and a bowl of millet porridge, tucking 2 more eggs into his pocket for sustenance on the journey ahead. Huzi also partook generously, patting his belly and exclaiming, I'm full and ready to tackle the wild boars. After their breakfast, the dawn had barely broken, and the mist had almost entirely dissipated. Lin Xiao and Huzi slung their rifles over their shoulders and donned their gear, preparing to embark. 3 uncles and Wang Xiulan emerged to bid them farewell. The eldest uncle clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, advising, take care, return early. Wang Xiulan's eyes brimmed with concern as she cautioned, Xiao, be sure to stay safe. If you can't find them, come back. Do not take unnecessary risks. Huzi raised his rifle, assuring her, Aunt, worry not. After all my practice, I will certainly assist Brother Xiao in hunting the wild boars. Lin Xiao and Huzi nodded in agreement, turning towards the ridge that lay ahead. Their figures gradually faded into the morning mist, leaving their uncles and Wang Xiulan standing at the village entrance, watching them depart. As they walked along the path leading to the ridge, Lin Xiao's steps were steady, each footfall firm on the ground. He understood that ahead lay not only the ferocity of wild boars, but also a trial of courage and intellect. Huzi followed closely behind, gripping his rifle tightly, his gaze resolute as he remained vigilant, occasionally alerting Lin Xiao, Brother Xiao, there are tracks from wild beasts over here. Before long, the duo reached the old pine tree on the ridge. Lin Xiao halted, gazing towards the direction of the black stone hollow, where he discerned a dark mass in the distance, faintly revealing exposed black stones. This is the place, he declared solemnly. Let us observe for a moment to ensure there are no anomalies before proceeding. If we encounter an emergency, we will retreat towards the ridge. The open space will allow for maneuvering. Huzi nodded in agreement. I trust your judgment, Brother Xiao. Lin Xiao meticulously scrutinized the surroundings of the black stone hollow. The hollow was eerily quiet, save for the rustling of the wind through the bushes, and no signs of wild boar activity were to be found. Let us venture in and explore, he suggested, gesturing for Huzi to follow him as he advanced towards the black stone hollow, moving with utmost stealth to avoid making any noise. Huzi closely trailed behind, his rifle already chambered, his eyes scanning the vicinity with keen alertness. Sunlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows as the tense hunt was about to commence. Chapter 23. The battle at Blackstone Hollow. The morning breeze atop the ridge still carried the chill of frost. Lin Xiao squinted. meticulously scanning every corner of the black stone hollow. Apart from the dark stone piles and the withered yellow shrubs, not a single wild boar was in sight. The absence of hunting dogs proved to be a challenge. Rubbing his reddened hands together for warmth, he retrieved a piece of flatbread from his backpack, breaking it in half and offering a portion to Huzi to sustain them. Let us follow the rocky path along the edge of the hollow, staying alert for hoofprints and droppings. These signs are invaluable. Huzi accepted the flatbread, taking a hearty bite as he mumbled, "Brother Xiao, what do wild boar tracks look like? I fear I might miss them." Lin Xiao crouched down, pointing to a vague imprint on the ground. "Observe this. It is broader than that of domestic pigs, with 3 pointed hoof impressions at the front and a rounded back. This is made by a wild boar. And here are droppings. If they are fresh and dark, it indicates they are not far off." He then pulled out a small cloth pouch from his pocket, revealing dried mugwort. "Should we draw near? Holding this will help mask the scent of our sweat." After the two had finished their breakfast, they tightened the provisions and water in their backpacks. Lin Xiao checked the magazine of his rifle, ensuring that the bullets were chambered, and tucked his short knife securely at his waist, making certain it was easily accessible. Huzi, mimicking Lin Xiao's actions, pulled the bolt of his rifle twice to confirm its readiness, then rubbed his sore shoulder from yesterday's practice, assuring, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao. I won't slow you down this time." The terrain of Haishi-Ao was more intricate than anticipated, covered in dark brown shale that had been soaked by winter's snow, making it both slippery and brittle underfoot, emitting a crackling sound with the slightest misstep. Lin Xiao led the way, wielding his machete to occasionally clear obstructing shrubs, moving with such stealth that his footsteps barely grazed the ground. Huzi followed closely behind, his gaze fixated on the earth, anxious not to overlook any traces left by wild boars. After approximately 15 minutes, Lin Xiao abruptly halted, signaling for silence. Huzi quickly held his breath and followed Lin Xiao's gaze, spotting several clumps of fresh grass flattened in a nearby crevice, accompanied by a few heaps of dark brown droppings, adorned with undigested jujube pits. These were fresh, likely left no more than half an hour prior. Lin Xiao leaned closer to sniff the droppings, prodding with a twig, estimating that the wild boar must be of considerable size. He raised his head to assess the wind direction, noting that it was blowing from the depths of the valley towards the ridge, and swiftly pulled Huzi behind a nearby stone ledge. "The wind is in our favor. We should approach from downwind, or they will catch our scent." They crouched low, maneuvering along the stone ledge deeper into the valley, the gravel beneath their feet occasionally slipping, startling the mountain sparrows into flight. Huzi felt his heart race, gripping his rifle tighter, his palms slick with sweat. The path downwind was more arduous, nearly devoid of a clear trail, filled with steep rocky slopes and thorny brambles. Lin Xiao forged ahead with his machete, the blade producing soft thuds as it struck the underbrush, pausing every few steps to listen intently. Huzi followed, his trousers torn by thorns, yet he dared not make a sound, occasionally seeking Lin Xiao's guidance through furtive glances. After creeping for over half an hour, beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, and their cotton jackets were dampened by the dew in the crevices. Just as Huzi felt he could no longer endure, Lin Xiao suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to lie low. Following Lin Xiao's gaze, Huzi spotted a large stone hollow about 20 meters ahead, where a young, yellow-haired wild boar lay curled up basking in the sun, its golden-brown fur glistening in the sunlight. "Wonderful." Huzi's eyes brightened, instinctively raising his rifle. But Lin Xiao, quick-witted, seized the barrel and whispered urgently in his ear, "Don't move. Have you forgotten how loud the rifle is? There are bound to be larger boars nearby. One shot would scare them all away." Realizing his folly, Huzi lowered his weapon, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Lin Xiao gestured for Huzi to remain still while he crawled forward a few meters, concealing himself behind a larger black stone, cautiously peeking out to observe the scene. Upon a closer glance, his heart raced as he discovered a vast congregation of wild boars hidden in the ravine behind the stone den. A magnificent boar, comparable in size to a calf, leaned against an ancient pine, rubbing its flank, leaving deep gouges in the bark. Its bristly mane stood erect like steel needles, and 2 curved tusks protruded from its mouth, each nearly a foot long, glinting ominously in the sunlight. Surrounding the boar were 6 or 7 sows, some foraging in the earth with their snouts for hidden roots, while others grazed on fallen sour jujube fruits beneath the trees. Beside a smaller yellow pig in the stone den, 2 slightly larger yellow piglets frolicked and chased one another. Goodness! This old boar must weigh at least 500 or 600 pounds, far more formidable than what his uncle had described. Lin Xiao inhaled sharply, hurriedly scurrying back to Tiger, whispering urgently, "When I give the signal, we fire simultaneously." Aim for the young pig in the stone den or the nearby sow. The young pig is tender and will save it for my uncle. I'll take down that big boar. Its hide is thick. So aim for the head. Hitting anywhere else is futile. Remember, aim for the head. I'll target the young pig. Tiger's eyes widened. Fixated on the plumpest young pig in the stone den, his finger poised on the trigger but deliberately easing the pressure. Lin Xiao nodded, slowly raising his rifle, aiming at the head of the boar. Though the boar's skull was tough, its eyes and the area behind its ears were its weak points. A well-placed shot could prove fatal. He took a deep breath, gauging the wind's direction to ensure his bullet would remain unaffected. Fire! Lin Xiao commanded in a low tone, simultaneously pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! The two shots rang out almost in unison. Tiger's bullet struck the young pig's head with pinpoint accuracy, and the pig fell without a sound, lifeless in the stone den. Lin Xiao's bullet, however, veered slightly as the boar had just brushed against the pine. Striking its nape instead, blood gushed forth, splattering against the nearby black stone, a vivid contrast. Oh no, Lin Xiao thought, alarmed. The wounded boar emitted a deafening roar, abruptly halting its previous actions, turning to fix its blood-red eyes on the two hidden figures. The surrounding sows and piglets scattered in panic, with two sows even fleeing deeper into the ravine. This creature was indeed formidable. As the saying in northeast China goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. There was truth in it. Lin Xiao grabbed Tiger and dashed towards a nearby pile of rubble, shouting, "Split up! Dive into the crevices!" The boar's roar sent tremors through the ground, dislodging stones as it disregarded its neck wound, its short, sturdy legs propelling it rapidly towards Lin Xiao. In an instant, it was mere meters away, its tusks glinting menacingly, the stench of its breath assaulting Lin Xiao. As he ran, Lin Xiao turned to fire, but in his panic, he could not aim properly. The bullet merely grazed the boar's back, further igniting its ferocity. Tiger, having sprinted a few paces, turned to see the boar relentlessly pursuing Lin Xiao. In a moment of urgency, he halted, pivoted, and aimed his gun at the boar's head, prepared to fire. The bullet grazed the ear of the wild boar. Although it did not strike a vital point, it caused the creature pain, prompting it to abruptly turn and charge towards Huzi. "Huzi, run!" Lin Xiao shouted, seizing the opportunity to dart into a nearby crevice between the rocks. Huzi, startled to his core, turned and scrambled up the rocky incline, the boar hot on his heels, its hooves clattering against the gravel like a drumbeat echoing in Huzi's heart. In his panic, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance, and grasped at a nearby thicket to steady himself. At that critical moment, Lin Xiao had ascended a gnarled pine tree, lying flat on a branch, firmly raising his rifle, aiming at the boar's head. "Beast, take this," Lin Xiao bellowed, pulling the trigger. The bullet struck the side of the boar's face with precision, blood and brain matter erupting forth. The boar staggered, taking 2 more steps forward before collapsing heavily to the ground, its legs twitching a few times before falling still. Huzi sat on the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks, nearly dropping his rifle. Lin Xiao jumped down from the tree and hurried to the boar's side, giving its body a kick to confirm its demise before letting out a sigh of relief. He then fired another shot into the boar's head. This creature has a tough life. It needed a finishing blow. Approaching Huzi, he patted him on the shoulder. "Are you all right? Thanks to you, I would have been caught." Huzi took a moment to recover before standing, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "Shower, I was terrified. That old boar was ferocious." After a brief respite, Lin Xiao pointed towards the fleeing sow and her piglet in the distance. "We cannot let them escape too far. Otherwise, they will wreak havoc on the crops. We should split up. You pursue the straggling piglet, and I will chase the injured sow. Remember, aim for vital points and do not waste bullets." Huzi nodded, grasping his rifle and heading after the fleeing piglet. Lin Xiao then set off after the sow, having noticed during the earlier gunfire that it had been grazed on the ear by a stray bullet, causing it to run in a panic, albeit at a slower pace. Following the hoofprints on the ground, he quickly caught up to the sow. Upon noticing she was being pursued, the sow turned, baring her teeth and roaring at Lin Xiao in an attempt to intimidate him. Undeterred, Lin Xiao steadied his rifle, aiming directly at her eyes, and fired. The sow fell without a sound, twitching a few times before lying still. Just as he caught his breath, he heard a gunshot from nearby. Lin Xiao rushed over to find Huzi crouched on the ground, grinning at the piglet before him. "Shower, I hit it. A shot right to the forehead," Huzi exclaimed proudly. Raising his rifle, Lin Xiao approached to inspect, finding a bloodied hole in the piglet's forehead, confirming its lifelessness. "Well done, your aim is improving. Hitting the head is the way to go." The two of them dragged their quarry back to the massive boar, looking at the 3 hefty wild pigs on the ground. their hearts swelling with a sense of accomplishment, yet their bodies weary and aching. Lin Xiao gently caressed the body of the wild boar, its temperature alarmingly high. He exclaimed, "This is bad. This creature has been galloping wildly, and its body is heating up excessively. We must quickly eviscerate it. Otherwise, within an hour, it will begin to rot, and the meat will be ruined." He retrieved a cleaver and a knife from his backpack and found a clean stone to serve as a cutting board. "Tiger, go gather some dry twigs and find a flat stone. The small creek is frozen solid in this frigid winter. We will need to melt snow for water shortly. Hurry, be swift." Tiger, not daring to delay, hurried off to collect dry twigs while Lin Xiao promptly began to process the wild boar. He first made an incision in the boar's abdomen with the cleaver, and a rush of hot, foul-smelling air escaped. He quickly extracted all the internal organs. His movements astonishingly swift, skills learned from seasoned hunters, as a moment's delay could spoil the meat. He set aside the wild boar's stomach. Wiping it with snow, this stomach is a valuable medicinal material. Dried, it can fetch a good price, so it must not go to waste. The remaining organs he strung together with vines and hung them from a nearby tree, as per the hunting tradition, leaving them for the mountain's other beasts as a gesture of gratitude. By the time Tiger returned with dry twigs and stones, Lin Xiao had already finished processing the boar's innards and was using snow to cool the interior of the boar's belly. "Brother Xiao, aren't we going to skin the wild boar?" Tiger asked, puzzled. Lin Xiao shook his head. "The skin of this wild boar is thick and coarse, covered in bristles, rendering it useless. It would only take up space, so we will leave it here along with the entrails as an offering. Quickly, let's start a fire to melt the snow. We still need to process the sow and the little yellow pig." They worked in tandem. Tiger kindled the fire to melt the snow while Lin Xiao continued to process the other two wild boars with practiced skill, swiftly completing the task and cooling their bellies with snow. Once the 3 wild boars were processed, the 2 collapsed onto the ground, only to realize that dusk had descended. The sun's last rays had long vanished beyond the mountain's edge, leaving only a murky twilight. Tiger gazed at the wild boars on the ground, a frown forming on his face. "Brother Xiao, it's so dark now. We cannot possibly carry these back, especially the large boar, which weighs 500 or 600 pounds. We can hardly lift it." Lin Xiao furrowed his brow as he surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he pointed to a wide stone crevice nearby. "Do not fret. Let us first build a shelter in that crevice for the night. Tomorrow morning, I will fashion a sled from branches to haul the little yellow pig and the sow down the mountain to fetch my uncle for assistance, then return for the large boar." Without hesitation, they first moved the processed wild boars to a wind-sheltered spot, covering them with branches and dry grass to prevent wild animals from stealing them during the night. Then they took the cleaver to cut sturdy branches, propping them at the entrance of the crevice as a frame, and laid a thick layer of dry grass atop as a roof. An improvised yet sturdy shelter was soon erected. Inside, Tiger kindled a fire, the warm glow illuminating the shelter. They piled snow on the stones near the fire, allowing it to melt slowly into water, finally providing them something to drink. Lin Xiao pulled 2 eggs from his pocket and handed one to Tiger. "Have this to stave off hunger. We will feast properly when we return tomorrow." Tiger accepted the egg, peeled it, and savored it slowly, glancing at the night sky outside. "Brother Xiao, do you think wild beasts will come at night?" Lin Xiao patted the 56 rifle beside him and reassured, "Rest assured, with this in our possession, wild beasts shall think twice before approaching. We shall take turns keeping watch. I will guard during the first half of the night, and you during the latter half. The fire must not be extinguished, as it provides warmth and wards off creatures." He then retrieved the leftover flatbreads from the day, breaking one in half to share with Huzi. After their modest breakfast, they settled down for rest, for there were tasks awaiting them the following day. Huzi, after finishing his meal, leaned against the corner of the hut and fell into a deep slumber, exhausted from the day's labors. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat by the fire, gun in hand, attentively listening to the sounds outside. The mountain night was tranquil, the only noises being the rustling of the wind through the bushes and the occasional distant howl of wolves. He occasionally added more firewood, watching the flickering flames while contemplating the plans for the morrow. First, he would seek 2 straight branches to construct a sled frame, binding them securely with vines. Together, the young piglet and the sow weighed no more than 200 pounds, making it manageable for the sled. Upon reaching his uncle's home, he would enlist a few strong laborers, bringing along a carrying pole and rope, which would ease the burden of transporting the boar. In the latter half of the night, Huzi took over for Lin Xiao, who quickly fell asleep, only to be awakened by Huzi at dawn. A thin layer of ice had formed on the snow outside, crunching beneath their feet. After a simple meal of flatbread, they began crafting 2 sleds, for the wild boar was too heavy for a single sled to bear. Lin Xiao selected 4 birch branches, each as thick as a bowl, and paired them to carve straight. He then tied crossbeams to each branch at intervals of half a foot, securing everything firmly with vines, resulting in 2 sturdy sleds. They decided to test the smaller one first. Lin Xiao and Huzi lifted the piglet onto one sled and gave it a gentle push. It glided effortlessly. They then placed the sow onto the other sled, also with ease. The greatest challenge lay with the boar, which they decided to conceal under hay for a while, calling for help to haul it later. Lin Xiao grasped the main rope at the front, while Huzi supported it from the side, chanting a rhythm as they slowly began to move across the snowy terrain. "Let us head straight back to my uncle's." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, tugging at the rope, while Huzi's face turned crimson from exertion as they slid step by step towards Wanjiapo. The wind on the ridge bit at their faces, and sweat soaked their cotton jackets. Yet the thought of the substantial profit from such a large catch invigorated them. Upon reaching the entrance of Wanjiapo village, their third uncle, Wang Sanha, along with their eldest uncle, Wang Dashan, and several villagers awaited their return. Having noticed their absence the previous night, the uncles had sent villagers with tools to assist. Upon seeing the two struggling with the sled, the third uncle exclaimed, "My heavens! You truly captured this beast." He promptly rallied the villagers to help, with some pulling the rope and others pushing from behind, and together they managed to haul the sled into the village. Breathless, Lin Xiao informed, "Third uncle, the boar remains in the mountains. Let us call upon the villagers to help retrieve it for a hearty stew at noon." The eldest uncle clapped his thigh in approval, saying, "What a splendid idea. The village has supported our crops for so long. It is indeed time to treat everyone to a feast." He turned to instruct the villagers to fetch water and build a fire, while sending the third uncle to borrow the largest iron pot in the village, previously used by the production team for boiling feed, which would be perfect for stewing the meat. Wang Xiulan ushered Lin Xiao and Huzi inside, offering them warm water to wash their faces and presenting them with clean cotton jackets to change into. "Quickly warm yourselves. I shall gather some pickled vegetables, for wild boar stew pairs exquisitely with them." Before long, the yard of my uncle's home became a lively scene. Villagers busily chopped firewood, scrubbed pots, and assisted Lin Xiao in processing the game, while children gathered around the sled, their eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Xiao and Huzi held steamed buns, munching as they led the way, with the villagers following behind, exchanging laughter and chatter. Huzi, surrounded by the crowd, animatedly recounted the hunting escapade. When he spoke of the wild boar chasing after them, gasps of trepidation filled the air, and cheers erupted when he described Lin Xiao firing a shot that struck true. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao guided the group, occasionally cautioning them about the slippery ice beneath their feet, his mind already calculating how to meticulously prepare and dry the wild boar's stomach upon their return, which promised a considerable income. Upon reaching the hollow in the mountain, the villagers, spotting the wild boar covered with straw, could not resist approaching to inspect it. They pried open the straw with crowbars, and upon seeing the magnificent size of the boar, exclamations of astonishment erupted. "Goodness, such a large wild boar. I've lived over 50 years and have never seen one like this," exclaimed Elder Wang, the village's seasoned hunter. "This creature is exceedingly ferocious. It has harmed several individuals venturing into the mountains. For you two to have brought it down is truly impressive." Third uncle directed the villagers, "Don't just stand there. Quickly, let us fashion a frame. Secure the carrying poles tightly. We shall make a large sled to haul it back." The villagers promptly sprang into action, binding 4 stout carrying poles into a sturdy frame and lifting the wild boar onto it. 12 individuals formed 2 groups, 6 in front and 6 behind, chanting in unison, "1, 2, lift." With third uncle's command, the boar was steadily raised and placed onto the sled, as the 2 main figures followed behind. The entire procession grandly making its way toward Wang Jiao. As the sun gradually ascended, it illuminated the snow-covered ground, casting a dazzling radiance that reflected on the villagers' faces, all aglow with the joy of bountiful harvests. In the center of the yard, a large iron pot was set up over a roaring fire, water bubbling enthusiastically. Lin Xiao and third uncle deftly removed over 40 pounds of marbled meat from the wild boar, slicing it into sizable chunks and tossing them into the pot along with pickled vegetables, ginger slices, and the few star anise available in the village. Aunt and second aunt stood nearby, occasionally using a large iron spatula to stir the contents, and soon the enticing aroma of the meat wafted throughout the village, drawing curious onlookers from neighboring hamlets. The remaining boar was carefully relocated to a shaded area, covered in snow to preserve its freshness. The piglets and the remaining meat were placed in the wood shed, awaiting distribution. By midday, The wild boar stew was finally ready. Third uncle set up several long tables in the yard, and the villagers, bringing their own bowls and chopsticks, gathered around. Despite the boar's strong smell, the prospect of indulging in such rich meat was a rare delight, and no one expressed disdain. Third uncle ladled generous portions for everyone, each receiving a hefty piece, complemented by their own cornbread or flatbreads, savoring the feast with grease glistening on their lips. Xiao heir, this child has a promising future. This wild boar meat is truly delectable, better than during the new year. The villagers praised as they dined. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi sat at the main table, toasting with their uncles, their hearts filled with a profound sense of security. After the meal, Lin Xiao discussed the distribution with his uncles. The female pig will be shared among the 3 uncles. It will sustain us for quite a while. The piglets and the remaining pork will be taken to the county tomorrow using an ox cart to sell. In the afternoon, after the villagers dispersed, Lin Xiao and Hu Zi began to tidy up the game they intended to sell. 2 individuals meticulously divided the remaining meat of the wild boar into 2 halves, wrapping them securely in clean burlap. The sow and the small yellow-haired pig were similarly enveloped in burlap. The restaurants and butcher shops in the county recognized this fresh game. Third uncle approached Old Xuan to arrange for a bullock cart. Upon learning that it was for transporting wild boar meat for sale, Old Xuan readily agreed, promising to bring the cart by early the next morning and to provide an oilcloth to shield against the snow. Meanwhile, Third aunt diligently stitched 2 sturdy fabric bags to hold the cured wild boar meat and the dried wild boar stomach, which could be sold to the apothecary for some monetary gain. They packed provisions for the journey to ensure they would not go hungry. That night, Lin Xiao and Hu Zi lay on the Kong in the east room, unable to sleep as they tossed and turned. Hu Zi, clutching the fabric bundle containing several pieces of stewed meat gifted by third uncle, excitedly declared, "Brother Xiao, once we sell this, I want to buy my mother a piece of floral fabric for a cotton-padded jacket." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, suggesting, "With the money, we should renovate your house. It must be difficult for Aunt to endure the harsh winter without proper comfort." As the moonlight filtered through the window, the 2 discussed the sights of the county and their future plans until they finally drifted off to sleep in the early hours of the morning. The next day, at the break of dawn, Old Xuan's bullock cart arrived at their doorstep. Villagers came to assist, loading the wrapped wild boar meat and the small yellow pig onto the cart, covering it with oilcloth and securing it tightly. Aunt prepared a full bag of steamed buns and pickled vegetables for the 2, while second uncle handed Lin Xiao the wrapped wild boar stomach. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi took their places on the yoke of the bullock cart as Old Xuan guided the bull, and the cart creaked its way toward the county. Chapter 24. Selling pork at the county fair. The bullock cart creaked over the cobblestone streets of the county, where the melting snow left a thin layer of ice along the roadside, making each step particularly cautious. Lin Xiao, seated at the front, surveyed his surroundings with a vigilant gaze. This was his first visit to the county since his rebirth. The county of 1979, while not as prosperous as in later years, buzzed with life. The state-owned shops along the roadside displayed striking red signs, and the cheerful ringing of bicycle bells echoed through the crowd. "Brother Xiao, up ahead is the state-owned restaurant." Hu Zi pointed towards a building of blue bricks and tiles, from which wisps of smoke curled from the chimney, and a wooden sign reading state-owned restaurant hung at the entrance. A queue of individuals clad in blue work uniforms awaited their turn to buy buns. Lin Xiao nodded and called to Old Xuan, "Uncle Xuan, please park the cart in the alley beside the restaurant, ensuring it does not obstruct the road." Old Xuan acknowledged and skillfully tugged the reins, guiding the cart into a quiet alley, halting beneath an old locust tree. Lin Xiao adjusted his cotton-padded jacket, lowering his hat brim, and instructed Hu Zi, "Stay here with Uncle Xuan and keep an eye on the cart. I will check inside the restaurant. Remember, do not wander off. Guard our belongings closely." Hu Zi nodded earnestly, gripping tightly onto the Type 38 rifle, a means of protection, as the bounty from the mountains was valuable and could attract ill-intentioned individuals. Old Xuan reassured him, "Go ahead without worry. I will watch over things here." And the bull is secured. Lin Xiao straightened his clothing and stepped out of the alley. The aroma of freshly cooked meals wafted from the state-owned restaurant, mingling with the scent of steamed buns and the rich fragrance of braised meat, causing his stomach to rumble in response. He lifted the cotton curtain on the door and stepped into the establishment, instantly enveloped by the warmth radiating from the heating system. Inside, 8 square tables were arranged, half of which were occupied by patrons. The waitstaff, clad in white jackets, gracefully navigated between the tables, balancing trays in their hands. "Comrade, what would you like to eat?" A server approached, holding a small notebook and pen. Lin Xiao smiled softly and lowered his voice. "Comrade, I am not here to dine. Rather, I wish to inquire if your restaurant purchases fresh wild boar meat." It was just hunted from the mountains and is still warm. The server hesitated for a moment, assessing him from head to toe. Noting his simple attire yet sincere demeanor, he replied, I cannot make that decision. You'll need to consult our chef. Please wait a moment while I summon him. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared, clad in a greasy apron and a white towel draped around his neck. An expression of impatience etched on his face. Who was looking to sell wild boar meat at this hour? There are many fakes around. This man was Chef Lu, who had honed his culinary skills for over 20 years and was notorious for his discerning palate. Lin Xiao quickly approached him, respectfully stating, Hello, Chef Lu. I assure you, this wild boar meat is genuine. I just hunted it this morning at Xiao. The boar weighed between 500 to 600 pounds. And there are also young sows and piglets, all cleaned and ready, waiting on a cart outside. Chef Lu raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with Xiao, a place deep in the mountains known for its wild boar population. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Very well, let us go take a look. If it is indeed authentic, we can discuss further. But if you dare to pass off domestic pork as wild, I will not let you off easily. Lin Xiao nodded eagerly, leading Chef Lu towards the alley. Upon seeing Lin Xiao bringing someone, Huzi and Uncle Laoshuan quickly stood up, with Huzi instinctively moving closer to the cart. Chef Lu approached the cart, lifting a corner of the oilcloth, and was met with the enticing aroma of fresh meat. He squatted down, feeling the texture of the pork, examining the color, and gradually, his initial impatience waned. This was indeed wild boar meat. Standing up, he pointed at the meat and remarked, However, our restaurant cannot consume much of this. Furthermore, the sow's meat is too tough, while the boar's meat, although firm, is rather gamey, which does not appeal to our guests. Lin Xiao's heart sank, but he quickly responded, Chef Lu, the meat from the young piglet is tender and perfect for stir-frying or braising. Guests will surely enjoy it. Look at this little piglet, it's barely grown. And the meat is at its freshest. Chef Lu examined the young piglet and nodded. This piglet does appear promising. Very well, how much do you want per pound? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment. Currently, pork on the market was priced at 12 yuan per pound. Although wild boar meat was rare, he knew the price should not be too high or too low. Tentatively, he suggested, Chef Lu, what do you think of 8 mao per pound, including skin and bones? This little piglet weighs a total of 55 pounds, which comes to 44 yuan. Chef Lu frowned, mentally calculating the worth of the piglet's meat, acknowledging that it was indeed worth that price. Moreover, the restaurant was in need of fresh wild fare to attract customers. He waved his hand dismissively. All right, we shall settle on that. However, 44 yuan sounds unappealing. I will give you 45 yuan, just to round it off. But I have one condition. Should you hunt any more fresh piglets or roe deer in the future, you must reserve them for our restaurant first. Lin Xiao, upon hearing this, nodded vigorously, no problem. In the future, if I come across good stock, I will be the first to bring it to you. Master Lu summoned 2 assistants from the restaurant, who then carried the young man with yellow hair into the kitchen. From his pocket, Lu produced a cloth bag and counted out 45 yuan, handing it to Lin Xiao. Gratefully, Lin Xiao accepted the money and tucked it into his inner pocket. Expressing his thanks to Master Lu, Lu patted his shoulder and said, Young man, you seem genuine. Let me share a location with you where you can sell your leftover meat. It will surely sell out. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Master Lu, where do you mean? Lu replied, At the Huang Taishan mine in the east of the city. Set up your stall at the back entrance. The miners there earn good wages, come from well-off families, and have a substantial appetite, particularly for hearty meats. Wild boar meat is a rarity. They will be eager to buy. However, you must arrive early, otherwise, you may miss the best spots. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you so much, Master Lu. I will certainly reserve the best goods for you in the future. After bidding farewell to Lu, Lin Xiao revealed the 45 yuan to Huzi and Uncle Laoshuan. Huzi's eyes widened in astonishment. Shower, that's quite a sum. Enough for me to buy several pieces of beautiful fabric for my mother. Uncle Laoshuan chuckled. You certainly have a knack for this. It's remarkable that you've sold 45 yuan worth in such a short time. Lin Xiao tucked the money away and said, Uncle Laoshuan, Huzi, let us first sell the wild boar stomach. Master Lu mentioned a Yixingtang pharmacy in the east. My second uncle knows the owner and can secure a good price. After selling, we can head to the Huang Taishan mine and grab something to eat along the way. Uncle Laoshuan drove the ox cart towards the eastern part of the city. The streets of the county gradually buzzed with activity, with vendors selling candied hawthorn, frozen pears, and fresh vegetables. Huzi leaned against the cart, curiously observing the stalls, incessantly asking, Shower, look at those candied hawthorns. They are so vibrant. Let us buy a fuchon for Xiaomei. She will surely love them. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, Once we finish selling the meat, I will buy you tuchon. Before long, they arrived at the Yixingtang pharmacy. The storefront was modest, adorned with a sign proclaiming its commitment to healing, and a faint scent of herbs wafted from within. Lin Xiao entered the pharmacy, cradling the wild boar stomach wrapped in cloth. Behind the counter sat an elderly man in reading glasses, diligently working the abacus. This was the proprietor, Mr. Li. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am the nephew of Wang Sanhe from Wangjiao. He sent me to deliver something to you," Lin Xiao said as he approached. Mr. Li looked up, adjusted his glasses, and scrutinized Lin Xiao. "Ah, the nephew of Sanhe. Please, sit down. What have you brought?" Lin Xiao handed over the cloth package. "Mr. Li, this is a fresh wild boar stomach I just procured from the mountains. It has been thoroughly cleaned and dried. My second uncle mentioned you might be interested." Mr. Li opened the package, examined the wild boar stomach closely, and inhaled its scent. He nodded approvingly. "Indeed, this is a fine specimen, undamaged, excellent medicinal material." He set the wild boar stomach down and continued. "You have both large and small ones here. The larger can fetch 15 yuan, while the smaller ones can be counted at 4 for 8 yuan. Altogether, that amounts to 47 yuan. What do you think?" Lin Xiao calculated in his mind. The price exceeded his expectations, and he quickly replied, "Thank you, Mr. Li. That sounds perfect." Mr. Li retrieved 23 yuan from his drawer and handed it to Lin Xiao, adding, "In the future, if you acquire more of such fine medicinal materials, do not hesitate to bring them to me. I will gladly buy them." Lin Xiao promptly agreed and expressed his thanks once more before exiting the pharmacy. Returning to the ox cart, Lin Xiao carefully placed a total of 92 yuan, comprising the 47 yuan earned and the previous 45 yuan, into a cloth bag. "We sold 47 yuan worth," Lin Xiao exclaimed with a smile. "Let us now purchase some provisions before heading to the pyrite factory." Uncle Lao Xuan guided the ox cart and spotted a stall selling meat buns by the roadside. Lin Xiao took out 2 yuan to buy 12 substantial meat buns, which were generously filled and had a thin skin, far superior to the industrial buns of later generations. The three of them sat on the ox cart, devouring the meat buns with gusto. Huzi, famished, quickly consumed 3 and still felt unsatisfied, reaching for a 4th. "Shower, these meat buns are truly delightful. Far more flavorful than the steamed corn buns at home." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Eat at your leisure. No one is competing with you. I saved 6 for you." Uncle Lao Xuan also relished the buns, remarking between bites, "These are indeed quite good. I usually hesitate to buy them." Lin Xiao had 3 for himself and reserved the final 3 for Uncle Lao Xuan. Once they were satiated, the ox cart arrived at the back entrance of the pyrite factory. The back entrance was a spacious dirt road, lined with several vendors selling vegetables, daily necessities, and ready-to-eat foods. Lin Xiao instructed Uncle Lao Xuan to park the ox cart in an empty spot, and together with Huzi, they lifted the oilcloth to reveal 2 sizable piles of wild boar meat. The large boar, weighing between 5 to 600 pounds, yielded a substantial 520 pounds of meat after processing, while the sows produced 180 pounds from a 200-pound carcass, and with the addition of a small yellow-haired pig. The cart was filled to the brim. They arranged the meat neatly, ensuring that half of the small yellow-haired pig was prominently displayed. Next to it, they placed a small wooden board inscribed with charcoal, announcing fresh wild boar meat at 0.9 yuan per pound, regardless of the cut. Shortly after setting up, a man in mining attire approached, carrying a lunchbox. His eyes lit up upon reading the sign. "Young man, is it true that wild boar meat is all 0.9 yuan per pound? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Lin Xiao quickly nodded. "Rest assured, brother, it's a fair price. We just caught it this morning from Haixiao, still warm. Just look at the color. It's not like domestic pork." The man squatted down, touched the meat, and sniffed it, breaking into a grin. "It definitely has the flavor of wild boar. I used to be a hunter in the mountains. I can tell just by the touch. Give me 10 pounds of the fattier cuts. My wife and kids love this." Lin Xiao promptly grabbed the scale, deftly selected a piece of meat with a good mix of fat and lean, weighed it, secured it with straw, and handed it over. "Brother, it's exactly 10 pounds and 3 tails, totaling 9 yuan. The man readily produced 9 yuan, walking away while calling out, "Fresh wild boar meat here, 0.9 yuan per pound, regardless of the cut. Come take a look." This announcement drew the attention of nearby vendors and passers-by, transforming the previously quiet stall into a bustling scene. "Give me 20 pounds. My family is large. Young man, I need 15 pounds, with some bones for soup. I want 8 pounds to make meat filling for my child." The shift change for the miners coincided perfectly, and the workers in their uniforms surged forward, crowding around the stall to purchase the meat. Lin Xiao and Huzi worked with clear roles. Lin Xiao handled the weighing, accounting, and money collection, while Huzi selected, bundled, and passed the meat. Though they were hurried and flustered, they maintained an orderly pace. Uncle Lao Xuan was not idle either, helping to maintain order and loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, please be patient. There is plenty for all. There is more than enough meat, and I assure you it is fresh." Everyone in Lin Xiao's vicinity had managed to calculate a little extra, and they all believed that this young man knew how to conduct business. An elderly miner, a frequent hunter, approached and examined the texture of the meat, proclaiming to those around him, "This is indeed genuine wild boar meat. I have encountered the wild boars from Haixiao before, and the meat has this firm consistency. At 0.9 yuan per gene, it is quite a bargain. Domestic pork has risen to 1.2 yuan now. This is a steal." His words instilled further confidence in the crowd, and the number of buyers increased. One miner bought 30 gene at once, grinning as he remarked, "Such fresh wild boar meat is rare. I'll buy more to cure and enjoy for a long time." Lin Xiao, while weighing the meat, smiled in response. "You have a discerning eye, brother. Cured wild boar meat is even more fragrant, delightful in stews and stir-fries." As the sun began to set, the throng at the stall gradually diminished, and more than half of the meat on the ox cart had been sold. Just then, a man dressed in a cadre uniform approached, flanked by 2 staff members. The last few miners gathered at the stall greeted him with smiles. "Secretary Zhang, are you here to buy meat too?" This was Zhang Jianjun, the logistics secretary of the mine, responsible for the procurement of supplies for the canteen. He nodded and turned to Lin Xiao. "Young man, is this wild boar meat freshly hunted? How much do you have left? Our canteen needs to procure a batch to improve the workers' meals." Lin Xiao's heart leaped with joy as he quickly replied, "Hello, Secretary Zhang. Yes, it was just hunted this morning. The male boar yielded 520 gene, and the female 180 gene. I have sold quite a bit, but there should be about 300 gene left, guaranteed fresh. I will keep half a shoulder of the young boar to take home." Secretary Zhang crouched down to examine a piece of meat closely, sniffing it before nodding in satisfaction. "Very good, fresh meat with a firm texture. Indeed, it is quality. We will take all 300 gene. Come with us to the canteen to weigh and settle the payment. If the quantity is sufficient, we would like you to deliver any future quality goods directly to our canteen." Lin Xiao eagerly agreed. "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. I assure you, the quantity will be accurate and substantial." He, along with Huzi and Uncle Lao Xuan, loaded the remaining meat into several large bamboo baskets destined for the canteen, following Secretary Zhang's staff to the dining hall. Upon arrival, after weighing, it turned out to be a substantial 303 gene. Secretary Zhang instructed the accountant to calculate at 0.9 yuan per gene, totaling 272.7 yuan. The accountant handed Lin Xiao 273 yuan. "Young man, I rounded off the change for you to make it whole. In the future, if you have fresh wild boar meat, please inform us in advance. Our canteen will be a steady customer." Lin Xiao gratefully accepted the money, repeatedly thanking them. "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. Thank you, accountant. I will contact you immediately when I have quality goods." The head chef of the canteen also chimed in. "Young man, your meat is indeed excellent. Next time, just come directly to me." After agreeing, Lin Xiao, along with Huzi and Uncle Lao Xuan, exited the dining hall empty-handed, their hearts brimming with joy. Returning to the empty ox cart, Lin Xiao organized the money he had earned. 45 yuan from selling the young boar, 47 yuan from the wild boar stomach, and 186.3 yuan from individual sales to miners, with the canteen procurement yielding 273 yuan. After deducting the 1.2 yuan spent on the meat packaging, the total profit amounted to an impressive 551 yuan. This figure astonished the trio, with Huzi leaping in excitement. "Shower, we've struck it rich. So much money." Uncle Lao Xuan, gripping the reins, reflected, "I could work a decade with the ox cart and never earn this much. You two have truly struck gold this time." Lin Xiao could hardly contain his excitement as he meticulously divided the money into 3 portions. One portion was carefully wrapped in cloth and tucked close to his body, while the other 2 were neatly packaged. "Uncle Xuan, here are 10 yuan for you. We are immensely grateful for your help with the cart and maintaining order. This is rightfully yours. Huzi, we shall divide the rest when we return. I will hold on to it for now." Uncle Xuan quickly declined, saying, "I merely drove the cart. I cannot accept so much. 5 yuan is sufficient." Lin Xiao insisted, pressing the money into his hand. "Uncle Xuan, please take it. We will need your assistance again in the future." Only then did Uncle Xuan accept the money. The trio tidied up the ox cart, and Uncle Xuan carefully wrapped the half of the little yellow fur and placed it in the center of the cart, covering it with an oilcloth to shield it from dust during the journey. Huzi, holding the remaining meat buns, offered them to Lin Xiao and Uncle Xuan. "Brother Xiao, Uncle Xuan, Let us have a bite to replenish our strength for the road. Lin Xiao accepted the buns, and the three quickly consumed them while sitting on the cart's yoke. With a shout, Uncle Xuan urged the ox cart toward Wang Jiao. As the sun set, the shadows of the three elongated, intertwining with the creaking of the cart and their laughter, gradually fading along the country road. Chapter 25. Returning home to share the spoils of the hunt, the ox cart creaked over the frozen earth at the farm's edge, and the distant brick houses came into clearer view, with smoke curling from chimneys, stretching long into the twilight. Lin Xiao sat at the yoke, cradling the heavy cloth bag, his fingertips tracing the contours of the stacked coins, feeling more secure than ever. Huzi clutched the 2 strings of candied hawthorns Lin Xiao had given him earlier, their sugary coating glowing red in the sunset, yet he refrained from taking a bite, saving them for his sister, Xiaomei. "Shower, Huzi. We are just about to the farm's edge. I will not venture further," Uncle Xuan said. Reining in the oxen as the cart came to a halt at a fork in the road, he turned to the 2 boys, his face etched with fatigue yet adorned with a satisfied smile. "Thanks to you both, I have benefited from this journey. Keep that half of the little yellow fur safe. I will head back to the village, as it is on my way." Lin Xiao promptly leapt down from the cart and retrieved the 10 yuan he had prepared earlier. Offering it to Uncle Xuan, "You must accept this money. Without your help, we could not have transported so much meat, let alone sold it at such a good price." Uncle Xuan initially resisted, but Lin Xiao firmly pressed the money into the pocket of his cotton-padded coat, saying, "If you do not accept it, we may not dare to trouble you again next time." With reddened eyes, Uncle Xuan finally accepted the money and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "Good lad. You have a kind heart. Should you need someone to run errands in the future, do not hesitate to find me." Huzi also jumped down, holding the half of the little yellow fur, and bowed to Uncle Xuan. "Thank you, Uncle Xuan. Next time we hunt, I will save you the finest cut." Uncle Xuan waved him off with a smile and called to the oxen as he set off toward Wang Jiao. Lin Xiao and Huzi exchanged glances, grasping the meat and holding the candied hawthorns, and quickly made their way home to their dwelling by the edge of the farm. As they approached their doorstep, they saw their mother, Wang Xiulan, leaning against the doorframe, peering out. Upon spotting them, she rushed forward, saying, "At last, you have returned. Your father has been restless since this afternoon, checking the door every little while." She reached out to take the meat from Lin Xiao's hands, weighing it in her palm, her eyes sparkling with delight. "What a large piece of meat. This will last us quite a while. Mother, this is the meat of the little yellow fur. It is the most tender." Lin Xiao smiled as he entered, presenting a candied hawthorn skewer to his younger sister, Xiaomei. "Xiaomei, I brought you some sweet hawthorn." The girl, with her hair styled in pigtails, instantly lit up, gingerly taking a bite of the treat and squinting with delight. "Brother, it's so sweet." "Thank you." Lin Jiangwo was seated on the edge of the Kong, gripping his cane, his expression filled with anticipation. Lin Xiao hurried over, placing the cloth bag on the Kong table. "Father, we had an exceptionally good sales day. Look." Lin Jiangwo adjusted his glasses, watching as Lin Xiao poured a stack of colorful bills onto the table, his fingers trembling slightly. "Good, very good." Beside them, Huzi smiled as he watched Xiaomei relish her sweet snack. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "Huzi, please go back and let your aunt know that you're coming over for braised meat tonight. I'll have my mother prepare extra." Huzi nodded eagerly. "All right, Brother Xiao, I'll head back now and ask my mother to bring some homemade pickled vegetables along. They pair wonderfully with braised meat." He knew Lin Xiao was a trustworthy friend, and hunting with him had always been rewarding. Ever since Huzi's father had tragically passed away while hunting 3 years ago, life had become quite difficult for his family, relying solely on his mother, Zhou Guilin, to stitch and mend while he took odd jobs. Now, being able to hunt alongside Lin Xiao brought hope for a better future. Not long after Huzi departed, Zhou Guilin arrived carrying a small basket of pickled vegetables. With a cheerful demeanor, she entered and greeted, "Sister Xiulan, I heard you're making braised yellow-haired meat. I brought some freshly pickled vegetables. They add the perfect flavor to the dish." She exchanged warm greetings with Wang Xiulan, passing her the pickled vegetables, and affectionately ruffled Xiaomei's hair. "Xiaomei has grown even prettier. This candied hawthorn suits you perfectly." The kitchen of Lin Xiao's home had already become lively, with Wang Xiulan busily preparing the yellow-haired meat. Lin Xiao squatted by the stove, tending to the fire, its crackling flames casting a rosy glow on his face. "Mother, let us cook more. Huzi and Aunt Guilin will be joining us for dinner." He added a log to the fire, pleased with the earnings from their sale, intending to purchase some supplies for home and good medicine for his father. Wang Xiulan smiled in response. "Understood. I've cut a large piece of meat. It will be more than enough for us. Your father mentioned you're considering buying a hunting dog. If you can find a good one, it will ease the burden of hunting in the future." Lin Xiao nodded. It's not decided yet. I'll assess the situation first. A hunting dog indeed makes a difference, capable of tracking prey and alerting us to danger. As they spoke, Huzi returned. Zhou Guilin handed the pickled vegetables to Wang Xiulan. Sister Xiulan, my pickles are perfectly fermented. They enhance the flavor of the braised meat. Wang Xiulan accepted the vegetables. Sister Guilin, you've arrived. Please sit down. The meat will be ready shortly. Xiaomei, fetch a stool for your aunt. Xiaomei obediently brought a stool, and Zhou Guilin affectionately patted her head. Xiaomei is truly well behaved. Huzi leaned closer to Lin Xiao, whispering, Brother Xiao, have the earnings been divided? Lin Xiao smiled, pulling him to the edge of the Kong and counting out 125 yuan from the table. He handed it to Huzi. We made a total of 550 yuan. As we agreed, you'll take a quarter, and I'll round up the remainder to give you 150. Huzi stared at the thick bundle of money in his hands, his eyes widening in astonishment. He hurriedly presented it to Zhou Guilin, who had just stepped in. Mother, look, 150 yuan. Zhou Guilin took the money, her fingers brushing over the warm bills, and tears welled up in her eyes. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a substantial sum of money. During the most prosperous times in her family, they could only save a mere dozen coins each month. Shower. I truly thank you, Zhou Guilin said, wiping her tears, her voice somewhat choked. Since her father had passed away in the mountains 3 years ago, life had been arduous for the two of them. If it weren't for you bringing Huzi along to hunt, we wouldn't know how long we would have to endure this hardship. This money will allow us to celebrate the new year well, and even buy Huzi a new cotton jacket. Lin Xiao quickly replied, Aunt Guilin, please do not mention it. Huzi has contributed significantly while hunting with me. This is rightfully his due. We will go into the mountains together in the future and earn even more money. Life will surely improve. Lin Jiangwo chimed in. Indeed, Sister Guilin, as the children thrive, our prospects will brighten. Huzi is a hard-working lad. He is fortunate to be with Shower. As they spoke, the aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Wang Xiulan emerged with a large pot of stewed meat, steaming and fragrant, filled with pickled vegetables and slices of ginger, instantly filling the room with its delightful scent. Dinner is ready. Wang Xiulan placed the pot on the Kong table and brought over a plate of flatbreads and a dish of pickles. Hurry and eat, it's freshly made and still warm. Xiaomei picked up her chopsticks and took a small piece of meat, exclaiming with a puff as it was hot, yet reluctant to spit it out. She mumbled, delicious. Even better than the meat during the new year. Huzi stuffed a large chunk of meat into his mouth, grease dripping down his chin. Aunt, Brother Shower, you must eat. This little yellow-haired meat is simply tender. Zhou Guilin watched the children relish their meal with joy. She, too, took a piece, savoring the combination of the meat's flavor and the sourness of the pickled vegetables, which warmed her heart and stomach. During the meal, Zhou Guilin gazed at Lin Xiao and earnestly said, Shower, I have an idea. When the weather clears in a few days, I will call the village carpenter to repair the leaks in our house and replace the tiles. This house has been leaking for years. We couldn't afford to fix it before, but now with this money, we must make proper repairs. She paused, looking at Huzi with hopeful eyes. If we save a bit more, I can arrange a wife for Huzi, fulfilling my wish as a mother. Huzi's face flushed, and he quickly lowered his head to focus on his meal. Mother, I am still young. Laughter erupted among them, creating a particularly warm atmosphere in the room. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Aunt Guilin, that is a splendid idea. When the weather clears, I will also come to help. I am capable of assisting with the repairs. Zhou Guilin quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you so much, Shower. You truly have a kind heart. After the meal, Wang Xiulan and Zhou Guilin began to clear the dishes. Xiaomei lay on the Kong, playing with the small clay figurine Lin Xiao had bought her, while Lin Xiao and Lin Jiangwo sat at the edge of the Kong, smoking. Lin Jiangwo took a puff of his cigarette and slowly said, Shower, there is something I wish to discuss with you. See if it piques your interest. Lin Xiao sat up straight. Father, please go on. Today, when I visited the market and observed the card games, I overheard Old Li from Logistics mentioning an old hunter at the 852 farm, surnamed Zhao. Recently, while hunting, he encountered a frenzied wild boar, which injured his leg. Now, he lies bedridden and will likely never hunt again. Lin Jiangwo flicked the ash from his cigarette. Old Li mentioned that the old hunter intends to sell several of his hunting dogs and their recently born pups to raise some money for treatment. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He had long desired to acquire a few hunting dogs. Previously, hunting relied solely on the experiences of myself and Huzi. If we had hunting dogs to assist in tracking and cornering the prey, not only would our efficiency increase, but it would also mitigate the risks involved. Father, do you know how many hunting dogs that old hunter possesses? What breeds are they? Lin Xiao inquired eagerly. I'm not exactly sure how many, Lin Jiangwo replied. But old Li mentioned there are 3 or 4 large dogs, along with a litter of pups. The most remarkable among them is a small blue dog, which is a low-head scent hound. Old Li explained that hunting dogs are categorized into high-head and low-head types, each possessing distinct advantages. High-head and low-head. Lin Xiao had only heard of hunting dogs being classified as slender or local breeds. He was unfamiliar with this terminology. Huzi also drew closer, intrigued. Lin Jiangwo nodded and continued. Old Li used to be a forest ranger in the mountains and understands a bit about hunting dogs. He said that high-head scent hounds are those that track scents in the air. Their keen noses can follow the aroma of prey even if it has fled far away, as long as the scent lingers. These dogs are suitable for hunting in open areas such as ridges and grasslands, where they can swiftly locate traces of their quarry. And low-head scent hounds track scents on the ground? Lin Xiao asked. Precisely, Lin Jiangwo affirmed with a proud glance at his son. Low-head hounds sniff along the ground, accurately identifying the footprints and droppings left by the prey. Even if the prey weaves through thickets, leaving faint traces, these dogs can trace back to the source. They are ideal for hunting in dense forests or rocky terrains, making it difficult to lose track of the quarry. Moreover, Old Li mentioned that low-head hounds are often more intelligent and can learn a variety of commands when properly trained. Huzi's eyes widened with excitement. Shower. If we could acquire both types of these dogs, our hunting endeavors would become far less strenuous. Lin Xiao was equally exhilarated. Had he had hunting dogs to assist when pursuing wild boars, he would not have had to wait in the mountains for so long. Father, how much does Zhao the old hunter sell his dogs for? Can we afford them? Old Li mentioned that the price had not been set, and the old hunter was selling out of necessity, so he likely wouldn't demand an exorbitant sum. Lin Jiangwo added that the large dogs had been hunting companions of the old man for many years, rich in experience, and if the pups were trained well, they would also become excellent hunting dogs, especially that little blue low-head hound. The old hunter was reluctant to part with it, but if one approached sincerely, a good deal could possibly be negotiated. Lin Xiao began to calculate in his mind. After selling meat, he had earned 400, and combined with his previous savings, he had enough to purchase several hunting dogs. Father, I shall visit the 852 farm tomorrow. Lin Xiao resolved. The farm is over 40 miles from here, and walking would be too slow. I will borrow a cart from the farm office. I can go in the morning and return by afternoon. After finishing the dishes, Zhou Guilin approached and overheard their conversation. She promptly exclaimed, Shower, I'll accompany you. I have a distant relative at the 852 farm who knows Zhao the old hunter. If we go, I can vouch for you, and perhaps we can obtain a better price. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. That would be wonderful, Aunt Guilin. With your assistance, we are sure to succeed. Huzi chimed in eagerly. Shower, I'll go too. I can help you drive the cart and select the dogs. Lin Xiao nodded. Very well. The 3 of us shall go together. Huzi, wake up early tomorrow and join me at the farm office to borrow the cart. Aunt Guilin, please get ready. We shall depart after breakfast. Chapter 26. The curtain falls on the predecessor. Joy in a good dog as dawn broke. The roosters at the farm began to crow. Lin Xiao quickly sprang from his bed, neatly folding his quilt before stealthily exiting the house. In the kitchen, the sound of activity could be heard. His mother, Wang Xilan, was bent over tending to the fire, steam rising from the pot, carrying the enticing aroma of corn porridge. Mother, you're up so early? Lin Xiao approached and added a piece of firewood to the stove. You'll be traveling a long distance. You need something warm to sustain your strength, Wang Xilan replied, straightening up and wiping her hands on her apron. I've prepared corn porridge, steamed sweet potatoes, and boiled eggs for you to take along. Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart and nodded appreciatively. Thank you, mother. You should rest. I can handle the fire. Before long, Huzi arrived, dressed in a faded cotton coat, carrying a fabric bag. Brother Xiao, my mother packed some pickles and pancakes for us to take as provisions. Lin Xiao accepted the bag with a smile. Let us go find Grandpa San at the yard to borrow the cart. Aunt Guilin should be ready soon. The two hurried towards the yard, the farm unusually tranquil in the early morning, with only a few early risers carrying tools toward the fields. The brick house of the yard emerged from the morning mist, and the old secretary, Lin Jianya, was practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Upon seeing the two, he paused and smiled. Shower, Huzi, you're here so early to borrow the cart, I presume? Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward. Grandpa San, how did you know? Lin Jianya patted his shoulder. Your father told me last night that you would be heading to the 852 farm to buy hunting dogs. I've instructed old Zhang from the stable to prepare the cart for you. It's the one drawn by the swift horse, chasing wind, strong and fast. He called out, Old Zhang, bring the cart out. The sound of hooves echoed from the stable as old Zhang let out a brand new cart. It's bed-lined with thick straw. Secretary, the cart is ready. Old Zhang exclaimed with a grin. Chasing Wind is the fastest horse in our yard. You'll surely reach the 852 farm by noon. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa San, and thank you, Uncle Jean. We'll return promptly and not delay any tasks. Just then, Zhou Guilin arrived, carrying a small basket. Shower, Huzi, I'm here. I brought some eggs and a small jar of honey for old Zhao. He has hurt his leg and needs to recuperate. Lin Jianyan nodded approvingly. Sister Guilin is very considerate. Old Hunter Zhao is a deserving man, so make sure to have a good chat with him. He pulled a note from his pocket. This is the contact information for the secretary at the 852 farm. If you encounter any issues, just mention my name. Lin Xiao took the note carefully and tucked it away, then helped Zhou Guilin onto the cart. Huzi took his place at the reins, cracking the whip and calling out. Giddy up. Chasing Wind snorted and galloped forward, the cart rolling toward the direction of the 852 farm. As the morning fog gradually lifted, sunlight bathed the cart in warmth and brightness. The cart traveled along the rural dirt road, the rhythmic sound of hooves echoing distinctly. Zhou Guilin sat in the cart, recounting stories about old Zhao. He was once the most renowned hunter in our area, capable of taking down a wild boar single-handedly in his youth. He was exceptionally kind to the hunting dogs, treating them as if they were his own children. When I visited the 852 farm, I often witnessed him grooming the dogs and feeding them meat. Curious, Huzi asked, Aunt Guilin, how did old Zhao get injured by a wild boar? He's so formidable. Zhou Guilin sighed. I heard it was a boar that had gained supernatural strength, weighing over 1,000 pounds, with tusks more than a foot long. Old Zhao chased it for 3 days and nights, finally cornering it in a cave. However, he was caught off guard and was gored by the boar from the side, resulting in a broken leg. Lin Xiao felt a heaviness in his heart. 1,000-pound boar was indeed a formidable opponent. He recalled the last boar he had hunted, which weighed only 500 to 600 pounds, and it had already taken considerable effort. What happened next? Was the boar killed? Lin Xiao inquired. Zhou Guilin nodded. It was killed. Old Zhao shot it through the eye with a hunting rifle, but he collapsed himself. It was a passing forest ranger who rescued him. After more than 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the 852 farm. The farm was considerably larger than the one where Lin Xiao and the others resided, with numerous brick houses surrounding the main area and stalls lining the roadside. Zhou Guilin directed Huzi to stop the cart at a fork in the road, saying, Up ahead is old Zhao's home. We will walk from here. The cart can stay here. The three of them proceeded in the direction indicated by Zhou Guilin, and it wasn't long before they spotted a low earthen house. In the yard, 2 dogs were tied up, barking energetically. An elderly man, clad in a patched cotton jacket and with a bandage wrapped around his leg, sat on a small stool at the entrance, his complexion pale. It was old Zhao. Upon seeing the 3 approach, the old man raised his head, his eyes filled with caution. Who are you looking for? Zhou Guilin hurriedly stepped forward, her demeanor respectful. Uncle Zhao, greetings. I am Zhou Guilin from Wangjiao, a distant niece of Uncle Li. I've visited your home before. I heard you were unwell, so we came to see you and brought you a little something. She handed over the basket and gestured to Lin Xiao and Huzi. These 2 are young men from our farm, named Lin Xiao and Huzi. They are also hunters and heard you wish to sell your hunting dogs, so they came to have a look. Old Zhao scrutinized the 3, recognizing Zhou Guilin, and his expression softened. Ah, Guilin, come in and sit. He sighed, glancing at the hunting dogs in the yard, his gaze filled with reluctance. It's unfortunate. With my leg injury, I can no longer hunt. It would be a torment for them to stay with me. It's better to find them a good home. As Lin Xiao entered the yard, his attention was immediately drawn to the 2 dogs. One was a sturdy yellow dog with a golden coat, slightly unkempt yet gentle in demeanor, lying by old Zhao's feet and occasionally nudging the old man's hand with its head. This was the loyal old dog, Da Huang, who had accompanied him for many years. The other was a sleek black dog with long limbs, its nose twitching as it attentively surveyed its surroundings, exuding a sense of readiness. This was the hunting dog intended for sale. Uncle Zhao, is this the hunting dog you wish to sell? Lin Xiao asked softly, his gaze fixed on the black dog. Old Zhao nodded, first stroking the yellow dog at his feet, his expression tender as if he were gazing upon family. This yellow dog is named Da Huang. It is an ordinary house dog that has been with me for 10 years. How could I bear to sell it? It will be perfect to keep me company and guard the house. As he spoke, he gestured towards the black dog, a hint of pride in his tone. This black dog, named Hazy, was a purebred hunting hound with an exceptionally keen nose, capable of detecting the scent of prey from 3 miles away on the mountain ridge. It would relentlessly pursue its quarry, never missing a mark. He paused, his voice growing somber, tinged with an unmistakable sorrow. Once, I had 5 hunting dogs, all companions who fought alongside me. In the last encounter with a wild boar, 4 of them perished while trying to protect me. Old Xiao wiped the corner of his eye, adding that He Zi had sustained a broken hind leg from the boar's charge and had only recently recovered after 3 arduous months of care. If it weren't for my leg being utterly useless, I would never dream of parting with He Zi. Lin Xiao felt a pang in his heart. He could empathize with old Xiao's sentiments. For a hunter, a hunting dog is akin to a comrade or a family member. Uncle Xiao, rest assured, if we acquire De Huang and He Zi, we shall treat them well and ensure they suffer no hardship, Lin Xiao said earnestly. Old Xiao scrutinized Lin Xiao's sincere eyes, and his taut expression gradually softened. You strike me as a genuine person, not one to mistreat dogs. There are also a few puppies in the backyard, offspring of my previous low-headed hound, a total of 4, just a month old. Among them, there is one with a blue coat, a purebred low-headed hound, even smarter than its mother. They all possess great potential. With proper training, they could become excellent hunting companions. As Lin Xiao followed old Xiao into the backyard, he found the simple doghouse where 4 fluffy puppies huddled together for warmth, emitting soft whines. One particular grayish-blue puppy stood out, despite being the smallest. It always positioned itself at the edge, its little nose incessantly sniffing, eyes sparkling with intelligence. Uncle Xiao, I will take all 4 of these puppies, especially this blue-coated one. It exudes a certain cleverness, Lin Xiao declared, squatting down to gently pat the little hound's head. The pup surprisingly did not shy away, but instead leaned in to lick his fingers. Old Xiao paused in surprise, then broke into a long-lost smile. Taking them all is wonderful. It saves me the trouble of finding homes for each one. The puppies have just weaned, so I will prepare some rice soup mixed with meat paste for you to feed them every hour on the journey. He glanced at He Zi by the gate, lowering his voice further. He Zi has been with me for 5 years and is quite perceptive. If you treat it well, it will surely be of great assistance to you. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, Lin Xiao exclaimed, filled with excitement. Old Xiao waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. I have but one request. If you happen to hunt something good, and it is convenient, please send some my way. I would love to savor the taste of wild game once more. Lin Xiao immediately nodded. Absolutely. Every time we return from a hunt, we will bring you some meat. I won't cheat you on the price. Old Xiao rubbed his hands together, contemplating. He Zi, having proven its worth in the mountains, is worth 80 yuan. The 4 puppies, especially the blue-coated low-headed hound, are quite valuable. Let's call it a total of 100 yuan, making it 180 yuan altogether. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao pulled out 200 yuan from his pocket and handed it over. Uncle Xiao, here is 200 yuan. Use the extra 20 yuan to buy some bones for your recovery and treat De Huang to something nice. Old Xiao hurriedly declined. No, I cannot accept so much. We agreed on 180 yuan. Lin Xiao firmly pressed the money into his hand. Uncle Xiao, please take it. Your leg is injured and you require nourishment. Moreover, De Huang and He Zi have accompanied you for many years, so it is only fitting that we contribute a little more. Zhou Guilin echoed. Uncle Xiao, please accept this. It is the children's heartfelt intention. With reddened eyes, the elderly Zhao accepted the money and turned to retrieve 2 fabric bags from inside. One contained rice soup and minced meat for the young pups, to be fed every hour during the journey. The other held several old garments belonging to De Huang and He Zi, intended to keep them warm in their nest during the cold winter. He unsteadily approached He Zi, loosening the hemp rope tied to the post, and gently spoke. He Zi, from now on, follow your new master and hunt well. Do not be mischievous. He Zi seemed to understand, nuzzling the palm of Zhao's hand with its head and emitting a soft, mournful whine, its tail drooping without its usual wag. Zhao Elder placed the rope into Lin Xiao's hand. He Zi hesitated, glancing back at its old master and then at the rope in Lin Xiao's grasp, but ultimately followed Lin Xiao obediently, looking back every few steps, its eyes filled with reluctance. He Zi is quite perceptive, it responds to its name, and should not be struck or scolded, Zhao Elder called out, his voice tinged with sorrow. Standing at the doorway, he supported himself against the frame, while De Huang stood as well, barking twice in He Zi's direction as if bidding farewell. He Zi paused, turned back to call out to its old master and De Huang before continuing onward with Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced back at the elderly man and the yellow dog standing at the door, his heart awash with mixed emotions. He bowed deeply to Zhao Elder and assured, Uncle Xiao, rest assured, I will take good care of He Zi and will bring it to visit you soon. The 3 of them led He Zi and carried the young pups back to the cart. Lin Xiao placed the pups in a corner cushioned with hay, covering them with the old clothes, and set the bag containing rice soup and minced meat beside them. Unlike ordinary dogs, He Zi did not roam about. Instead, It squatted by the cart, its gaze fixed on the direction of Zhao Elder's home. Only when the cart began to move did it slowly withdraw its gaze. Quietly lying beside the wheel, occasionally letting out a low whimper. When Huzi attempted to pat its head, Hazy gently dodged but showed no hostility. It still remembered its old master. Zhou Guilin sighed. It will be fine in time once it becomes accustomed to you. On the journey, Lin Xiao followed Zhao Elder's instructions, feeding the pups every hour. He saved a portion of the minced meat, offering it to Hazy with his palm, saying, "Hazy, have something to eat." Hazy sniffed, but did not open its mouth, merely raising its head to observe him with wary eyes. Lin Xiao did not press the matter, placing the minced meat on the wooden planks nearby and continuing to feed the pups. It was only as the sun set and the cart neared the farm that Hazy hesitantly consumed the piece of meat, then lay down quietly in the corner. Upon returning to the farm, it was already afternoon. Lin Xiao first escorted Zhou Guilin home before heading back with Huzi. Wang Xiulan and Lin Zhengwo had been waiting at the door and rushed forward upon seeing the two men leading 2 large dogs and carrying 4 pups. "You're finally back. Is this the hunting dog you bought? It looks spirited." Lin Zhengwo had long been waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return with a black dog and 4 adorable pups, he hurriedly approached. He first scrutinized the black dog, then picked up one of the green-coated pups for a closer inspection, his eyes brimming with admiration. "What a splendid dog. This black one is a purebred hound. Just look at how keen its nose is. Its body is all muscle, truly a fine specimen for hunting. This green-coated pup is even rarer, a quintessential hound in appearance. Once it matures, it will surely surpass the black one in utility." Lin Xiao gently placed the pups into a basket lined with old cotton, then poured a bowl of warm water for the black dog on the ground. The dog did not drink immediately. Instead, it squatted at the door, vigilantly surveying the unfamiliar yard, its ears perked up, ready to alert at the slightest sound. Lin Zhengwo beckoned Lin Xiao to sit beside him and lowered his voice, saying, "Hunting dogs recently changed to a new owner often behave this way. They are wary and nostalgic, and you cannot rush them. Raising a hunting dog requires a bond of trust. It must know you harbor no ill intentions, gradually coming to consider you one of its own." He gestured towards the water bowl, explaining that feeding and changing water must be done personally. Speak to it often, even if it doesn't respond. It will become familiar with your voice. There are also some rules you must remember. Lin Zhengwo continued. You shouldn't feed a hunting dog too much. Being 7/10 full is sufficient, as being too full will detract from its hunting spirit. Since it has just arrived home, do not pressure it into training right away. Take it for walks around the yard every morning and evening to help it acclimate to its surroundings. The black dog is a hound. Once it grows accustomed, you may take it to the hills to practice its scenting skills. As for the green-coated pup, wait until it is a month old before slowly introducing it to training, allowing it to bond with the black one first. Rewards and punishments must be clear, but never resort to hitting. Hunting dogs are perceptive and will hold grudges if mistreated. Lin Xiao listened intently, committing each word to memory. In the subsequent days, Lin Xiao followed his father's advice. Each dawn, he would take the cooked meat that the black dog favored, softly calling, "Hazy, come out for a walk." Initially, the black dog remained motionless at the door, and Lin Xiao did not rush it. He simply placed the meat at the entrance and waited patiently. It was not until the 3rd morning that the black dog hesitantly approached, picked up the meat, and retreated to a corner to eat. After finishing, Lin Xiao called again. "Hazy, let us go for a walk." This time, the dog did not hide, but silently followed Lin Xiao, maintaining a respectful distance of a couple of steps behind. Lin Xiao led it around the edges of the farm, conversing as they walked. "Hazy, up ahead is the threshing ground, filled with grain in autumn. Over there is the small river, where we can drink water in the summer." The black dog listened intently, its nose frequently sniffing the surrounding scents. When it heard the bark of a strange dog, it instinctively positioned itself in front of Lin Xiao, adopting a protective stance, only relaxing once the perceived danger had passed. Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that the black dog was beginning to acknowledge him as its master. On the 5th morning, Lin Xiao decided to test the bond they had formed by hiding a piece of meat in the woodpile in the yard, calling out, "Hazy, help me find where the meat is." The dog hesitated momentarily, its nose twitching, then followed the scent to the woodpile. With a couple of digs, it uncovered the meat and presented it to Lin Xiao. Overjoyed, Lin Xiao patted its head, exclaiming, "Hazy is truly remarkable." This time, the black dog did not retreat, but instead nudged its head against Lin Xiao's palm. The pups, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, particularly the green-coated one, circling the black dog. Remarkably, the black dog did not chase it away, but gently nudged the little one with its nose. The little cubs are gradually maturing. and Lin Xiao has named the green-haired one Qingya, hoping it will thrive like the tender shoots of spring. Qingya indeed demonstrates a cleverness surpassing the other 3 cubs. Within just a few days, it has learned to follow the footprints of Haizi. Whenever Lin Xiao hides meat in the grass, Qingya is always the first to discover it. During feeding time each day, Lin Xiao first serves Haizi before distributing the food among the cubs. Haizi, in a display of brotherly affection, often picks up a morsel from its bowl to share with Qingya. Every day after school, Haizi comes to help and wishes to groom Haizi. Initially, Haizi resists, but on the 6th day, Lin Xiao gently reassures, Haizi, Haizi is one of us. Let him groom you. Haizi glances at Lin Xiao, then at the comb in Haizi's hand, and finally concedes, lying down obediently as Haizi begins to comb its fur. Look how affectionate Haizi is towards you, Brother Xiao. Haizi laughs, as his hands work tirelessly to smooth out Haizi's disheveled black fur. By the 7th day, Haizi has fully acclimated to its new environment. Each morning, at Lin Xiao's call, it rushes over with its tail wagging gently. At night, it vigilantly lies at the door, alert to any rustling in the wind. One evening, a wild dog intrudes upon the yard, attempting to steal a chicken. Haizi springs into action, swiftly driving the intruder away, returning proudly to Lin Xiao, eager for praise. Lin Xiao affectionately pats its head and rewards it with a piece of meat, exclaiming, "Well done, Haizi." Haizi, with the meat in its mouth, joyfully scampers to a corner to feast, its tail wagging even more fervently. Wang Xiaolan grows increasingly fond of Haizi, preparing fresh coarse grains mixed with meat for it daily, occasionally boiling bones as a treat. Haizi truly understands us. It protects the home and listens well, she remarks while changing the cotton lining in the cub's basket, smiling. Look how good it is to Qingya, like a caring elder brother. Once Qingya matures, the two will surely make a formidable hunting pair, one sniffing the air and the other tracking footprints. Lin Jiangwo observes the interactions between Haizi and the cubs with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Shower. Haizi has grown quite familiar with you. Tomorrow, take it to practice its scenting skills on the ridge behind the farm. Leave Qingya at home for now. We'll take it along later. Lin Xiao's eyes light up. He has long wished to test Haizi's abilities. He eagerly agrees. Great. Tomorrow, I'll go with Haizi and teach him how to work with the hunting dog. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao and Haizi set off with Haizi. Lin Xiao does not carry a hunting rifle, merely a few pieces of cooked meat as rewards, wishing first to gauge the sharpness of Haizi's sense of smell. As they reach the foot of the mountain, Haizi becomes animated, sniffing the air intently, its tail raised high. Lin Xiao calls out, Haizi, see if you can detect the scent of prey. Haizi immediately dashes ahead, frequently glancing back at Lin Xiao as if urging him to keep pace. Not far along, Haizi suddenly halts, barking twice at a thicket, its barks short and powerful. Lin Xiao senses it has discovered something and quickly pulls Haizi behind a tree. Stay quiet and let us see what it is. Haizi gradually approached the thicket, lowering his body in preparation for an ambush. After a while, a gray rabbit darted out from the bushes, and Haizi immediately sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of the wind. The rabbit raced forward, weaving through the grass. Yet Haizi skillfully followed its scent. Lin Xiao and Haizi trailed behind, witnessing Haizi pounce fiercely, pinning the rabbit beneath his paws before triumphantly returning to Lin Xiao with the catch, his tail wagging with pride. Lin Xiao joyfully patted Haizi's head and offered him the prepared cooked meat, exclaiming, Haizi, you're remarkable. This is your reward. Haizi, savoring the meat on the ground, was soon joined by Haizi, who gazed at the rabbit in awe, saying, Brother Xiao, Haizi is truly incredible. This hunting dog lives up to its reputation. That morning, with Haizi's assistance, Lin Xiao and Haizi successfully captured 2 rabbits and a pheasant. Each time Haizi caught prey, he would return to Lin Xiao to seek praise, wagging his tail in delight after receiving his reward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao taught Haizi how to cooperate with the hunting dog. If Haizi barked twice short and sharp, it indicated the discovery of prey. If he howled long, it meant danger, and they must hide quickly. Haizi listened intently, nodding occasionally to remember the lessons. By noon, the two returned home with their catch and Haizi. Wang Xiaolan, seeing the bounty, greeted them with a smile. Haizi is truly capable to catch so much on his first outing. Lin Jiangwo took the rabbit, weighing it in his hands, and praised Haizi. This dog is astute, and your teamwork is impressive. With a few more days of practice, you could hunt in the mountains. Lin Xiao looked at Haizi, who lay contentedly by his feet, feeling a surge of joy. The efforts of the past week had indeed borne fruit. After lunch, Lin Xiao prepared the largest rabbit, instructing Haizi to deliver it to old Master Zhao. Haizi, tell Uncle Zhao that Haizi caught this, and reassure him that we take good care of Haizi. Huzi nodded and set off with the rabbit. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat in the yard, watching Qingya and the other pups frolic around Haizi, who patiently played with them, occasionally using his paw to gently nudge Qingya, creating a scene filled with warmth. In the evening, Huzi returned with a message from old Master Zhao. Uncle Zhao says thank you and that Haizi did not embarrass him. He asked me to tell you that Haizi is afraid of thunder and to pet him during storms. Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, committing this message to memory. That night, Wang Xiulan stewed the rabbit meat, and Lin Xiao served Haizi a generous bowl, placing it before him. Haizi sniffed the air, glanced up at Lin Xiao, and then began to eat. Qingya and the pups gathered nearby, and Lin Xiao fed them some meat paste, filling the yard with the aroma of food and the soft sounds of the little ones. Lin Zhangwo, sipping his drink and observing the harmonious scene in the yard, chuckled. Xiao, Haizi has completely bonded with you, and Qingya is growing quickly. In another half-month, once Qingya is sturdier, we can take them into the mountains together. With these two hunting dogs, one adept at tracking high and the other low, our hunting endeavors will be far more fruitful. Lin Xiao nodded, watching as Haizi finished his meal and affectionately nudged his leg, filled with anticipation. Chapter 27. The heavy snow seals the mountains. The far eastern leopard strikes just past the vernal equinox. The willows on the farm had just begun to sprout tender yellow buds, and no one expected the sudden arrival of a late spring chill. The day before, there had been sporadic light rain, but by the early hours of the night, the north wind had swept in with snowflakes hammering against the window panes, creating a cacophony that lasted through the night. The following morning, as Lin Xiao opened the door, the world had transformed entirely. The previously thawed ground was once again frozen solid. Icicles hanging from the eaves were nearly a foot long, and the fields and hills in the distance were blanketed in thick snow, rendering even the most familiar paths unrecognizable. This dreadful weather was colder than the depths of winter. Tiger, bundled in a cotton coat, burst inside, shaking the snow from his feet, his breath dissipating in the frigid air. Brother Xiao, are Qingya and the pups all right? My mother sent me to bring you some coal. Lin Xiao stepped aside to let him in, pointing to the dog's nest by the heated bed with a smile. Rest assured, I've moved them closer to the warmth, layering them with 3 blankets of old cotton for comfort. In the bamboo basket beside the heated bed, 4 tiny pups were snuggled against Qingya, who protected them in the center, their little noses twitching gently with each breath. Haizi lay by the coal brazier at the door, merely lifting his eyelids to acknowledge Tiger's entrance before burying his head back into his paws. Since becoming familiar with Lin Xiao, Haizi had lowered his guard around Tiger, but even the most spirited hunting dogs were reluctant to move in such bitter cold. Wang Xiulan entered with steaming bowls of corn porridge, handing one to each of the boys. Drink up while it's hot to warm your bodies. It looks like this snow will last for 3 days and nights. Your father's leg isn't healed yet. He's resting on the heated bed and just mentioned not to let the pups get cold. He also warned you not to wander outside. The snow is too deep, and it could be dangerous. Lin Xiao took the bowl and had just sipped when he heard the rapid clatter of hooves outside, followed by frantic shouts. Is Lin Xiao home? Urgent summons from the farm office. The 3 exchanged glances, sensing something was amiss. In such heavy snowfall, the office would only send someone on horseback for a significant matter. Lin Xiao set down his bowl and swiftly walked to the door. As he unlatched it, he saw the office messenger, Xiao Li, riding a chestnut horse, its coat covered in snow, his face flushed and lips tinged with purple from the cold. Lin Xiao, come with me to the office. There's been a grave incident at the 7th farm. A leopard has attacked someone. A leopard? Lin Xiao's heart sank. While wild boars and wolves occasionally roamed the mountains and forests surrounding the farm, leopards were a rare sight, especially one that had harmed a person. Tiger also approached, his face a mask of shock. Li Gu, was it an ordinary leopard? Xiao Li shook his head, his voice trembling. It's not an ordinary leopard. It's a Far Eastern leopard. The old man Shin from the 7th farm went up the mountain to gather firewood and was partially eaten by that beast. When his family found him, his intestines were hanging from a tree. The moment those words were spoken, it felt as if the temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Wang Xiulan's bowl clattered against the stove, her face turning pale instantaneously. Lin Xiao clenched his fists. He had seen the Far Eastern leopard in documentaries from the future. It was a far more ferocious creature than the ordinary leopard, massive in size with a terrifying bite force. A top predator in the northeastern forests. I'll accompany you to the office. Lin Xiao turned and entered the house. Seizing the hunting rifle and fur coat from the wall, he secured a lead rope around Haizi, saying, Huzi, keep an eye on the little ones for me. I shall return shortly. Haizi seemed to sense something amiss, rising to follow closely behind Lin Xiao, emitting a low, mournful whimper from his throat. Xiao Li hurriedly interjected. The secretary instructed you to take the hunting dog. It may come in handy. Lin Xiao mounted his horse, and Heisey dashed through the snow, his hooves crunching on the frosted ground. Xiao Li led the way, the horse galloping swiftly, snow splattering against their trousers and forming icy clumps. Along the way, Xiao Li intermittently recounted the events. Old Chun went to the back mountain yesterday afternoon to gather firewood, and usually he returns home by dusk. However, he did not come back until midnight, prompting his son and relatives to search for him. They found a dreadful scene in the oak grove halfway up the mountain. The courtyard of the scene was already crowded with people, including cadres from the farm and farmers from the nearby 7th Division who had come to relay the news. Old Secretary Lin Jianya stood on the steps, his face ashen. Upon seeing Lin Xiao arrive, he waved urgently. "Xiao, you have come. Hurry inside. I need to inform you of the situation." Following him into the office, Lin Xiao found the room shrouded in smoke. Several officials clad in military overcoats were gathered around a map, debating fervently. Despite the roaring charcoal in the brazier, the gravity etched on their faces remained unyielded. "Xiao, your father has trouble with his leg, so I didn't want to disturb him. I specifically sent for you," Lin Jianya said, handing Lin Xiao a cup of hot tea. He pointed to a location on the map. The incident occurred in the oak grove behind the 7th Division, over 20 miles from our headquarters. Old Chun was attacked by a leopard while gathering firewood. By the time his family found him, it was too late. The evidence of the beast and its fur has been identified as that of a northeast leopard, driven mad by hunger to descend and harm a human. How could a northeast leopard wander into this area? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. While wild boars and wolves occasionally roamed the forests surrounding the farm, northeast leopards were exceedingly rare. This creature was tenfold more ferocious than wolves. If it had begun attacking humans, it would pose an insatiable threat. He recalled tales from village elders in his youth, who spoke of northeast leopards dwelling deep in the mountains, never approaching human settlements unless driven by extreme hunger. Lin Jianya sighed. It is still a consequence of last winter's heavy snowfall, which caused many deer and wild boars in the mountains to freeze and starve. This beast must have been driven by desperation to venture into the back mountain. Old Chun was a simple man, with an elderly wife and 3 children. How will they survive now? The most alarming part is that the elders say once a beast has tasted human flesh, it becomes emboldened, knowing humans are easy prey, and will undoubtedly return. We must eliminate it swiftly. Zhao Taizhan, the head of the 7th Division, took over the conversation, his expression somber. That statement holds true. The old customs of our northeastern mountains dictate that once a carnivorous beast has savored human flesh, it will no longer fear humans. Ordinary wild animals flee at the sight of people, but those that have tasted human blood will stealthily follow, targeting the elderly and children. Old Chun was ambushed while gathering firewood. This creature must have been observing him for some time. He paused, lowering his voice. What is even more sinister is that Old Chun met his end in such a brutal manner. According to our northeastern customs, a person who dies violently outside cannot be brought into the village for their funeral. They cannot even enter their ancestral graveyard. They must be laid to rest in a temporary shelter outside the village. His family was deeply troubled. With the biting cold, the body would soon become rigid, complicating the funeral preparations. Lin Xiao felt a weight in his heart. He had a modest understanding of the taboos surrounding the aftermath of an untimely death, which were deeply rooted in the customs of rural northeast China, rules that no one dared to transgress. The atmosphere inside the room was heavy with silence, smoke swirling lazily around the ceiling, as no one uttered a word, save for the occasional crackle of the charcoal fire in the brazier. Lin Jianya turned to Lin Xiao, his eyes brimming with expectation. "Xiao, you are our farm's most skilled hunter. Last year you took down a boar weighing over 600 pounds. This task rests solely on your shoulders. The farm will provide you with the finest hunting rifle and ammunition, along with 2 strong young men to assist you." "I'm going," Lin Xiao replied without hesitation. He glanced toward the entrance where He Zi was listening intently, his eyes sharp with vigilance. "No need for others. He Zi will accompany me. He is strong, and we work well together. We should also bring He Zi. His keen sense of smell will help track the leopard. I will use my own rifle. It feels more natural." As Lin Xiao stepped out of the office, he saw He Zi rushing toward him, followed closely by Lin Zhengwo's apprentice, Zhu. "Brother Xiao, my father heard about the incident and sent me with this," Zhu said, handing over a cloth bag. "Inside is my master's old hunting knife and several custom-made bullets. He insists you must use these for the leopard. He also advised you not to underestimate it. Leopards are more cunning than wild boars. You must find suitable cover before firing." He Zi had already bundled himself in his cotton coat, clutching a brilliantly sharpened machete. "Brother Xiao, I'm going with you. My mother has packed food and a water bottle for me. She said we can't rest until that leopard is slain. Old Chun is like a sworn brother to my father. I must avenge him. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder, feeling a swell of gratitude. Good brother, we shall go together. But remember to follow my lead. No impulsive actions. Half an hour later, the farm's cart was ready. It was laden with a tent, bedding, provisions, a water bottle, Lin Xiao's hunting rifle, several custom bullets, as well as ropes and traps for hunting. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi settled onto the cart, while He Zi crouched beside the yoke, scanning the surroundings with alert eyes. Lin Jianya stood at the entrance, calling out to the cart, "Shower, stay safe. If things seem amiss, retreat immediately. The farm will devise another plan." The cart struggled through the thick snow, its wheels leaving deep ruts in the white blanket. The driver, Old Yang, familiar with the road, sighed as he wrapped himself in his cotton coat. Old Chun has had a hard life. He came here from the east in his youth, finally establishing roots, only to meet such a fate. According to our customs in northeast China, a person who dies unexpectedly cannot be brought inside the home, and we must stifle our cries. We cannot weep as one does for a normal death, for fear of attracting malevolent spirits. Lin Xiao gazed out at the snow-covered mountains and forests, which lay eerily silent, devoid of even the chirping of birds. Suddenly, He Zi halted, barking sharply twice at the thicket by the roadside. Lin Xiao quickly instructed Old Yang to stop the cart. "What is it, He Zi?" He Zi trotted over to Lin Xiao, nuzzling his leg, then turned to gaze deep into the woods, his nose twitching as he sniffed the air. Lin Xiao disembarked from the carriage and crouched to examine the traces in the snow. Large paw prints indicated that a formidable wild beast had passed through, and they were unmistakably those of a leopard. Hu Zi approached, his expression grave. "Brother Xiao, do you think the leopard is still nearby?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "The footprints are from yesterday. They have already frozen solid." "Uncle Yang, how much longer until we reach the entrance of Kaifenchang village?" Uncle Yang glanced at the sky. "Approximately 3 to 4 miles more, just beyond that grove of poplar trees." The carriage continued onward, and as they emerged from the poplar grove, they beheld several barren old elm trees standing at the village's entrance. Beneath the elms was a makeshift grass shelter, propped up by a few tree trunks, covered with oilcloth and dry grass. Strands of yellow paper hung around it, rustling in the cold wind, imparting a sense of desolation. Surrounding the shelter were several individuals clad in mourning attire, heads bowed in silence, even the sound of a child's cry subdued to a whisper. Uncle Yang halted the carriage and murmured, "That is Old Chin's mourning shelter. According to tradition, a person who died an unnatural death must be laid to rest outside the village for 3 days, and instead of a coffin, a thin wooden box must be used, as it is believed that heavy resentment would be brought into the village otherwise. The shelter must also face away from the village to ward off malevolent spirits." Lin Xiao and Hu Zi alighted from the carriage, and He Zi followed suit, silently crouching at Lin Xiao's feet upon seeing the mourning shelter. A young man donned in white mourning garb approached them briskly. He was Qin Chang, the son of Old Chun. His eyes were swollen like peaches, and traces of tears lingered on his face. He wore a mourning cap woven from hemp, with a broken chopstick inserted into it. This is a custom in northeast China for those who die unexpectedly, indicating that the deceased met an untimely fate rather than dying a natural death. "You must be Brother Lin Xiao, right? My father asked me to wait for you here." Qin Chang's voice was hoarse. Lin Xiao nodded and gazed toward the shelter, where a thin wooden box lay, covered with a red cloth. Typically, those who die naturally are covered with white cloth, but for those who die unnaturally, red cloth is used to suppress malevolent energy, as passed down by tradition. At the entrance of the shelter was a small offering table, upon which rested a bowl of plain rice and a pair of chopsticks, but no incense burner. For the deceased of unnatural causes cannot accept the worship of their descendants, lest they diminish the fortunes of future generations. My father has been prepared by the village's elders, who said he could not be left exposed to the wilderness, or else the resentment would intensify. Qin Chang spoke softly. Hu Zi gazed at the humble mourning shelter, his eyes reddening. "Xiangzi, this is too unjust for Uncle Chun." Qin Chang forced a bitter smile. "There is nothing that can be done. These are the customs." The village's old shaman had visited and declared that his father had fallen victim to a wild beast, marking him as a victim of a particularly tragic death. The mourning period could not exceed 3 days, after which he must be buried far from the village in ancestral tombs. Without a headstone, only a black stone placed atop the grave as a marker. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, aware of the harshness of this tradition. The people of the northeast forests hold a deep reverence for the matter of unnatural deaths, fearing the anger of spirits could bring calamity upon the village. The old shaman had also claimed that the leopard dared to prey upon humans because the mountain spirits could no longer restrain it. necessitating its swift removal lest further misfortune ensue. Cheng spoke as he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. This is a map of the back mountain that I drew. I have marked the places where my father often went to collect firewood. The oak forest is right here. And there's an open area where my father met with misfortune. He hesitated to touch the scene, recalling the old saying that the place of a sudden death should not be disturbed until the malevolent beasts have been dealt with. Lin Xiao took the map and examined it closely. Were there any traces of a leopard at the scene? Perhaps paw prints or fur? Cheng nodded. Yes. There were large paw prints on the open ground in the oak forest, bigger than my palm, along with a considerable amount of black fur. Uncle Zhou, who hunts in the village, confirmed that it belongs to a northeast leopard. That leopard took half of my father and left. Uncle Zhou said this was not out of hunger. It was a deliberate act, a form of provocation, or perhaps a way to mark its prey. Lin Xiao felt a heaviness in his heart. It was indeed true that beasts that had tasted human flesh would behave this way. They would view humans as easy targets and might return to their hunting grounds repeatedly. Xiangzi, tell me, are there any places nearby where the leopard might be hiding? Such as caves, crevices in the rocks, or sheltered hollows. As he spoke, he retrieved his hunting rifle from the carriage and checked the bullets. The heavy slugs would undoubtedly inflict fatal wounds on a leopard. Chapter 28. An adventure up the mountain to eliminate future threats. Chen Chong wiped away his tears and pointed toward the northwest direction of the village. If you walk 3 miles into the oak forest on the back mountain, there's an eagle's mouth cave, which faces east and is sheltered from the wind. It is deep and dry inside, often providing refuge for wild beasts during winter. There's also an abandoned brick kiln at the west end of the village. Last winter, I saw wild boars foraging there. The brick kiln has numerous passages and could conceal large creatures. He paused, his voice growing heavier. The most critical issue is that my father's spirit is being kept outside the village, and according to tradition, someone must guard it. My brother and I are taking turns, but the old shaman said that the guardian's strong life force can suppress evil spirits. However, who knows if they might become the leopard's target? Lin Xiao felt a jolt of apprehension. The guardian exposed outside the village all night was indeed in the greatest danger. He patted Chen Chong on the shoulder. You go back and keep watch. We will head to the station to discuss strategies with the secretary and the security chief to ensure your safety. Chen Chong nodded gratefully and turned back towards the spirit tent, his frail figure appearing particularly fragile amidst the wind and snow. Old Yang drove the carriage, carrying Lin Xiao and Huzi towards the station of the 7th Division. The station was a brick building, grander than the typical farmer's home, and a group of villagers had gathered outside, all wearing anxious expressions. As the carriage approached, they surged forward. Is that Lin Xiao? We've been waiting for you. That leopard won't come into the village at night, will it? My granddaughter is only 5. A middle-aged man in a blue uniform, with a pistol at his waist, pushed through the crowd. He was Zhou Tiniu, the security chief of the 7th Division, with bulging muscles and a scar running from his brow to his jaw. A remnant from a youth spent battling wild boars. Quiet. Let Lin Xiao speak with the secretary first. Zhou Tiniu's booming voice commanded silence, instantly calming the crowd. He clasped his hands toward Lin Xiao. Brother Lin, I have long admired your reputation. We all heard about the wild boar you took down last year. We are counting on you this time. Lin Xiao followed Zhou Tiniu into the station office, where Zhao Shuyi, the secretary of the 7th Division, was squatting by a brazier, smoking. The ground was littered with a pile of cigarette butts. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he promptly rose to offer his seat. Lin Xiao, please take a seat. This matter has stirred great unease among the villagers. Last night, 3 families reported hearing the roar of a leopard outside the village, and they have not dared to close their eyes all night. As soon as Lin Xiao settled down, he addressed the matter directly. Secretary Zhao, Captain Zhou. This leopard is a northeast leopard, significantly larger than the common leopard, with formidable biting power. Most importantly, it has already tasted human flesh. He paused, observing the grave expressions on their faces before continuing. The seasoned hunters of the mountains are well aware that once a carnivorous beast has savored human flesh, it will regard humans as soft prey and will not easily vacate this region. Moreover, this creature is exceedingly cautious. After experiencing a setback, it will avoid humans, and any hasty attempts to hunt it in the mountains will render us mere targets. It lurks in the shadows, launching ambushes from concealed positions, making it nearly impossible for us to defend ourselves. Zhou Tiniu furrowed his brow. What shall we do? We cannot simply stand by and watch it harm more people. Can we? I have already organized over a dozen militia members, all armed with hunting rifles and homemade guns, preparing to search the mountains tomorrow. Absolutely not. Lin Xiao immediately interjected. The heavy snowfall has rendered the mountain paths treacherous. Every footprint will be evident, making us easy targets. The northeast leopard excels at climbing trees and can pounce down upon us before we even have a chance to aim our homemade guns. Zhao Shi sighed. Then what do you propose? We cannot allow the villagers to remain confined in their homes indefinitely. The work in the fields still awaits. Lin Xiao retrieved a map drawn by Qin Chang from his pocket and spread it on the table. Firstly, we must establish protective measures. Captain Zhou, lead a team to inform the entire village to confine all poultry and livestock. Reinforce chicken coops and pigsties with sturdy wood, board-up windows. And prohibit anyone from opening doors or windows at night, especially keeping children indoors. Secondly, we need to manage the scent of food in the village. Lin Xiao pointed to the village area on the map. The festive pigs that were slaughtered for the new year are hanging from the eaves, emitting a strong smell of blood, which will undoubtedly attract the leopard. Villagers should move the pork indoors or bury it beneath the snow, securely wrapped in plastic. Kitchen waste must not be discarded haphazardly. It should be concentrated and disposed of in the village's dung pit, covered thickly with snow. Zhou Tiniu nodded. I will arrange for these tasks to be done immediately. However, Old Qin's mourning shed remains outside the village, and Qin Chang and the others must keep watch over it. What should we do about that? Lin Xiao's expression darkened. This is precisely the crux of the matter. The leopard will see Old Qin as prey and will surely return. The mourning shed serves as the perfect bait. I, along with Huzi, will lie in wait near the shed with Haizi. Zhao Shi quickly shook his head. That is far too dangerous. The leopard prowls at night, and in the pitch darkness, you will not be able to see it. The greater the danger, the greater the safety, Lin Xiao explained. Haizi has an acute sense of smell and is more sensitive at night than during the day. He will detect the leopard's presence before we do. Huzi and I will hide behind the firewood stack next to the mourning shed, covering our faces with black cloth. As soon as the leopard approaches, Haizi will bark, and we will shoot. Zhou Tiniu stood up, slamming his hand on the table. I will accompany you. More hands mean more strength, and my revolver is highly accurate at close range. Lin Xiao contemplated for a moment before agreeing. Very well, but you must follow my command. Do not fire until the leopard is close. We cannot afford to alert it prematurely. Once their plan was settled, Zhou Tiniu immediately took a few militia members to notify the villagers. Zhao Shi instructed the cook to prepare a pot of boiled eggs and corn cakes to serve as provisions for Lin Xiao and the others. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Xiao and Haizi went to survey the terrain near the mourning shed. The shed was situated beneath an old elm tree, beside a pile of dry firewood for winter, which provided an excellent hiding spot. On the western side of the spirit shed lies a depression, where the snow accumulates to a depth of half a person. If the leopard were to approach from that direction, Haizi would certainly catch its scent in advance. Xiao Ergu, are we really going to keep watch here for an entire night? The snow is far too heavy, Huzi remarked, tightening his cotton coat and stamping his feet for warmth. Lin Xiao unloaded the tent from the cart and set it up behind a stack of firewood, leaving a small opening to observe the spirit shed. Tonight presents the perfect opportunity. The leopard has gone hungry for 2 days and is bound to arrive. Wrap yourself in this thick quilt, lest you freeze. We shall take turns dozing, he advised. As dusk fell, Zhou Tiniu returned with good news. The villagers have made all the necessary arrangements. Their poultry and livestock are secured, and the pork is hidden away. I stationed 2 militia members near the brick kiln and Eagle Beak Cave on the western edge of the village to keep watch, ready to fire a warning shot at the first sign of trouble. He produced 2 hand grenades from his pocket. These are the last 2 remaining from the command post. They might prove invaluable in a critical moment. After nightfall, the wind and snow intensified, the howling northern wind whipping snowflakes against the tent, creating a whistling sound. Inside the spirit shed, a horse lamp flickered, casting a dim yellow light through the oilcloth, creating a hazy shadow on the snow-covered ground. Qin Chang and his brother remained vigilant within the shed, adhering to Lin Xiao's instructions to keep conversation to a minimum, only occasionally adding oil to the lamp. Lin Xiao, Huzi, and Zhou Tiniu sheltered behind the firewood stack, while Haizi lay at Lin Xiao's feet, ears erect and nostrils flaring. Lin Xiao positioned his hunting rifle through the gaps in the firewood, aiming it at the open space before the spirit shed, the solitary bullet already chambered. The cold metallic feel heightened his alertness. Listen closely to Haizi's movements. If he growls softly, it indicates something amiss. If he barks wildly, it means the leopard is near, Lin Xiao whispered. Time slipped by, and the thermometer inside the tent registered a drop to over -20 degrees Celsius. Huzi's lips turned purple from the cold, and he attempted to rub his hands together for warmth, but Lin Xiao restrained him. Stay silent. Too much noise will give us away. Zhou Tiniu produced a flask from his coat and offered it to Lin Xiao. Take a sip to warm yourself. It's high proof, so it won't harm you. Lin Xiao took a small swig, the strong liquor coursing down his throat, providing a momentary warmth. Around midnight, Hazy abruptly lifted his head. Emitting a low whimper, his tail tightly tucked between his legs. Lin Xiao instantly tightened his nerves, signaling the others to remain still as he peered through the gaps in the firewood. Through the swirling snow, he discerned a yellow figure swiftly approaching from the depression, moving like the wind, and within moments, it was near the spirit shed. It was a northeast leopard. It was even larger than Lin Xiao had imagined, its golden fur glinting coldly under the dim light, with black rosettes resembling scars. The leopard did not immediately approach the spirit shed. Instead, it crouched in the snow several meters away, its green eyes fixed intently on the wooden box inside the shed, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air, confirming whether its prey was still present. Lin Xiao held his breath, finger poised on the trigger, waiting for the leopard to come closer. Yet the leopard remained unusually cautious, merely observing from its position, occasionally glancing at the Chun brothers inside the shed. Hazy's whimpering grew louder, his paws scraping against the snow, evidently unable to contain himself any longer. Suddenly, the leopard seemed to sense something, abruptly turning its head in the direction of the firewood stack. Lin Xiao's heart raced. Had they been discovered? At that moment, the lantern in the shrine suddenly extinguished, having been accidentally knocked over by Chun Chang's younger brother. The leopard, startled by the commotion, let out a low growl and lunged towards the shrine. Fire! Lin Xiao shouted, pulling the trigger. The gunshot echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Yet, the fierce wind and heavy snow, combined with the dim light, caused the bullet to strike the snow beside the leopard, sending up a cloud of snow. The leopard, taken aback, turned to flee, but Zhou Tiniu fired immediately, the bullet from the shotgun narrowly missing the leopard's ear. Pursue! Lin Xiao was the first to charge out, followed closely by Hazy, who aimed to bite at the leopard's hind legs. The leopard roared in anger, turning back to swat Hazy with its paw, sending him flying with a pained yelp. Witnessing this, Hazy brandished a machete and rushed forward, but the leopard, unwilling to engage, swiftly vanished into the snowdrifts of the hollow, disappearing in an instant amidst the swirling storm. Lin Xiao hurried to check on Hazy, who had a gash on his shoulder, blood staining the surrounding snow a vivid red. Hazy! Lin Xiao cradled him with concern, pulling out some hemostatic powder from his pocket to sprinkle on the wound. Do not be afraid, it will be all right. Hazy nudged his head against Lin Xiao's hand, emitting a faint whimper. Chun Chang and his brother rushed out from the shrine, their faces pale upon seeing the blood on the ground. Lin Xiao, are you all right? Zhou Tiniu cursed. This beast is truly cunning. We nearly hit it. Lin Xiao shook his head. It's fine. At least we scared it away. It shouldn't return tonight. He carried Hazy back to the tent, tending to the wound, while Hazy kindled a fire nearby to ward off the cold. That night, the three took turns keeping watch, and no further sounds from the leopard disturbed their vigil. As dawn broke, the wind and snow lessened, and Zhao Shui arrived with the cook, bringing warm porridge and buns. Upon seeing Hazy's injury, he promptly said, "There's a veterinarian at the base. I'll have him come to check on Hazy." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude to Zhao Shui and devoured the buns, his hunger intensified by the night's lack of sleep and the earlier struggle. The veterinarian examined Hazy's wound, declaring it to be a mere flesh wound, with no damage to the bone, assuring that he would recover in a few days. Lin Xiao sighed with relief, but just as he laid down in the tent, before he could close his eyes, he heard urgent footsteps outside, accompanied by the frantic calls of militiaman Shaoli. Lin Xiao? Captain Zhou, there's trouble. Startled, Lin Xiao leapt up, grabbing his hunting rifle and rushing outside. He saw Shaoli, flushed and panting, his hat askew. Who? Upon spotting Lin Xiao and the arriving Zhou Tiniu, began to stomp his feet in agitation. I just followed the funeral procession to the burial site, and near the woods, I caught a glimpse of a yellow figure flash past. It was over 50 meters away, and judging by its size and markings, it must be that northeastern leopard from last night. Why didn't you say anything sooner during the burial? Zhou Tiniu furrowed his brow. Shaoli hurriedly explained. Chun Chang and the others were in the midst of the burial, and the old shaman warned against making noise near the graves, fearing it would disturb the deceased. I didn't dare to raise the alarm, and as soon as I escorted them back to the village, I rushed over to inform you. That beast has been lurking in the woods. Surely it hasn't gone far. Lin Zhao's expression darkened instantly as he turned and strode towards the base office. Secretary Zhao? We must convene a meeting immediately. In the office, Zhao Shui had just lifted a porcelain cup when he heard Lin Zhao's words, promptly setting it down. What has happened? Has the leopard reappeared? In the vicinity of Old Chen's grave, a creature has been spotted, fixated on the funeral procession. Lin Xiao indicated a desolate area on the map, asserting that this beast, driven by hunger, dared to stalk the mourners, revealing its utter disregard for caution. Zhou Tiniu slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "I will lead the militia in a search. I refuse to believe we cannot capture it." Lin Xiao restrained him, stating, "During the day, it hides in the treetops or crevices. We will not be able to locate it. What is more concerning is if it perceives our defenses and flees to another site. What then?" A heavy silence enveloped the room following his words. The adjacent sites, 2nd and 5th sections, were populated with many elderly and children. Should the leopard venture there, the consequences would be dire. Zhao Shi, smoking a cigarette, furrowed his brow in contemplation. "What do you propose we do? We cannot simply watch it escape." Lin Xiao tapped the map at Eagle Beak Cave. "It failed to secure prey last night and again this morning. It will undoubtedly return to its hiding place. Eagle Beak Cave and the abandoned brick kiln are the most likely refuges. I will ascend the mountain with Haizi, following its trail. It is injured, and its footprints and blood will be evident. If we locate its lair, we can resolve this issue. I will accompany you." Zhou Tiniu and Huzi chorused in unison. Lin Xiao turned to Huzi. "Haizi is injured. You must remain at the base to care for it and assist Secretary Zhao in monitoring the village. Should any commotion arise, sound the alarm." He then addressed Zhou Tiniu. "Captain Zhou, accompany me. Bring your pistol and 2 grenades, along with provisions and water. We shall depart immediately." Huzi, flustered, interjected, "Brother Xiao, I can fight too. Take me with you." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "Caring for Haizi is a significant task in itself. This leopard is cunning. A larger group may inadvertently reveal our position. Just the 2 of us will suffice." Zhao Shi quickly added, "I will have the cook prepare 2 bags of cooked meat and steamed buns, along with 2 military canteens filled with hot water." Before long, Zhou Tiniu returned, equipped with not only his pistol and grenades, but also a machete and 2 traps. Lin Xiao checked his hunting rifle, loading the single-shot shells into his pouch, and retrieved the map drawn by Chun Chong the previous day, tucking it into his coat. Huzi emerged, cradling Haizi, who lay in his arms, gazing at Lin Xiao with a low whimper, as if urging him to exercise caution. "Brother Xiao, if you cannot find it, return early. Do not force the confrontation," Huzi called out. Lin Xiao turned back, waving as he followed Zhou Tiniu out of the village. Upon reaching the vicinity of Old Chin's temporary resting shelter, Lin Xiao instructed Zhou Tiniu to halt. "Look here." In the snow, a distinct trail of footprints extended into the forest, edged with faint bloodstains, marks left by the leopard after being bitten by Haizi the previous night. Lin Xiao crouched, measuring the size of the footprints with his fingers. Each pawprint was as large as a hand, with a broad stride, confirming its substantial size. The bloodstains appeared fresh, likely left after it departed the grave this morning, heading directly towards Eagle Beak Cave. He pulled out the map again to confirm the route, follow the footprints, and remain vigilant of the surrounding treetops and rock crevices. It may be lying in ambush. Zhou Tiniu gripped his machete tightly, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Rest assured, I once traversed these mountains during transport in my youth. I possess sufficient awareness. If it dares to show itself, I shall give it a volley." Lin Xiao shook his head, urging caution. "Let us first locate its lair. It is injured and likely lacks agility. This is our opportunity." The 2 followed the tracks, trudging through the snow-laden forest. The snow barely reached their knees, and every step required considerable effort as they compacted the snow beneath their feet. Occasionally, snow from the branches would cascade down, chilling them to the bone. Lin Xiao led the way, his gaze fixed intently on the prints and surrounding signs, while Zhou Tiniu followed closely behind, his back pressed against Lin Xiao's, vigilant and observing the movements around them. The distant forest lay in profound silence, broken only by their footsteps and breaths, while the injured northeast leopard perhaps lurked nearby, waiting for them to draw closer. Chapter 29. The cunning leopard almost strikes back. The snow in the forest was thick, and each step required them to first compress the snow before leveraging the rebound to lift their legs. The soft, crunching sound of snow against their trousers resonated clearly in the stillness of the woods. Lin Xiao walked ahead, his Type 56 rifle slung casually over his shoulder, the stock resting against his side, his fingers poised on the cold trigger guard. His heightened senses, sharpened by his rebirth, enabled him to detect the slightest sounds around him. The gentle rustle of snow sliding off branches, the distant flapping of unknown birds, and the heavy breaths of Zhou Tiniu behind him. "Brother Lin, the snow is quite thick. Do you think the beast's tracks are obscured?" Zhou Tiniu wiped the snow from his face, the steam of his breath crystallizing into frost by the scar on his brow. He held the borrowed Type 38 rifle carefully, a prized possession of Huzi's, and his grip was meticulous. The barrel moved in sync with his gaze, As the scar from a past confrontation with a wild boar throbbed faintly in the cold wind, a reminder of the lessons the forest had imparted. He never underestimated any beast. Lin Xiao crouched down, tracing a clear imprint in the snow with his fingertips. The print was larger than a hand, with distinct outlines, revealing fresh tracks of the far eastern leopard. The edges were clean and unblemished, indicating that the creature had not sustained any injury and was in prime condition. Rest assured, these tracks are recent and untouched by the snow, he confirmed, rising as his peripheral vision caught a slight movement in the branches of a nearby old pine tree. Snow cascading down without the flutter of startled birds. A sudden chill crept up his neck. Since his rebirth, this instinct had never misled him. The feeling of being watched, sensed previously in the pine grove, resurfaced. A pair of cold, greedy eyes lay hidden in the shadows, reminiscent of the hunting gaze of a far eastern leopard he had seen in a documentary, patiently lying in wait for a moment of vulnerability in its prey. Tinyu, come a little closer. Let us move back to back, Lin Xiao whispered, tightening his grip on the Type 56. Zhou Tinyu quickly understood, stepping forward to align their backs. The muzzle of his rifle aimed toward the treetops Lin Xiao had just scrutinized. What is the matter? Is something amiss? I cannot see clearly. But the beast is definitely following us, Lin Xiao replied, scanning the surrounding trees. The northeast leopard excelled at utilizing the terrain for concealment, uninjured. It was merely observing for any weaknesses, waiting for their fatigue to strike. The two maintained their back-to-back stance as they advanced, taking lighter steps. Lin Xiao could distinctly perceive the tautness of Zhou Tinyu's back muscles, while the rhythmic pounding of his own heart echoed in his ears. The stillness of the forest became increasingly oppressive, with only the sound of crushed snow and their intertwined breaths creating a palpable tension. As if counting down to an imminent clash. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived, with the sun perched directly overhead, casting dappled shadows through the sparse branches. The bloodstains on the snow became increasingly vivid, the dark red marks striking against the pristine white landscape. Suddenly, Lin Xiao raised his hand, signaling for a halt. Faint sounds of flowing water emerged from the valley ahead, mingled with the brittle crackling of ice. Before them lay Eaglebeak Pool. Zhou Tinyu followed his gaze. Observing the peculiar pool that remained unfrozen even in the biting cold of winter, a watering hole for the mountain's wildlife. Last year, he had encountered a herd of roe deer here, numbering 7 or 8. As soon as he uttered these words, he noticed Lin Xiao had already begun to tread lightly toward the water, moving like a solitary wolf poised for the hunt. Eaglebeak Pool was modest in size, taking on an irregular oval shape, its water swirling with an inky green hue, steam rising gently and coalescing into a thin layer of ice along the shore. The muddy ground around the pool was peppered with a chaotic array of hoofprints, sharp marks from roe deer, rounded impressions from wild boars, and a particularly conspicuous set of large paw prints left by the elusive far eastern leopard, with fresh bloodstains at their center, indicating a recent presence. It drank here, Lin Xiao mused, crouching by the water's edge, observing the muddy traces. The spots where the leopard had tread were shallow puddles, reflecting fragments of the sky above. His attention was suddenly drawn to several golden strands of fur near the puddle, smeared with moisture and mud. Each strand about the size of a fingernail, evidence of the far eastern leopard's presence. This beast cannot have gone far, Zhou Tinyu exclaimed, tightening his grip on his rifle. The area surrounding the pool offered two paths, one leading to Eaglebeak Cave, and the other to the rocky slope of the western hill. Shall we split up and search? Let us reconvene by the pool in half an hour? However, Lin Xiao shook his head, his gaze scanning the rock face by the pool. There are crevices below the cliff. It could be hiding within. You search towards Eaglebeak Cave, while I investigate this side of the cliff. Maintain a distance where we can hear each other's gunshots, and should you detect any movement, fire a warning shot. Do not approach alone. This beast is uninjured and possesses formidable explosive power. Caution is imperative. Zhou Tinyu nodded, gripping his rifle as he stealthily made his way toward Eaglebeak Cave, his footsteps barely audible on the snow. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao tightened his grip on his firearm, advancing cautiously towards the rock face. The cliff was adorned with withered vines, resembling grotesque wrinkles, with crevices of varying sizes, the largest capable of concealing a curled adult, revealing a few dry grasses that suggested a beast's nest. As he approached the larger crevice, a faint scent suddenly wafted towards him, a subtle but distinct odor of blood, intertwined with the musky scent of fur. His heightened sense of smell post-rebirth rendered this aroma acutely vivid, penetrating his mind. Lin Xiao held his breath, slowly raising his rifle, aiming at the mouth of the crevice, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire. The stillness within the crevice was palpable, broken only by the whispering wind rustling through the vines. Just as he prepared to lean in for a closer look, a barely audible crack echoed behind him, the sound of a twig snapping underfoot. It was so subtle that had it not been for his acute senses, he would have never noticed. Instinctively, Lin Xiao abruptly turned and pulled the trigger. Bang! The sharp crack of the .56 caliber gun echoed through the valley, the muzzle flash illuminating his taut features. He caught sight of a yellow figure diving down from the vines above the rock face, its golden fur gleaming coldly in the sunlight, black ring patterns resembling scars embedded in its flesh, and its green eyes filled with ferocity. The beast's sharp foreclaws, accompanied by a rush of wind, aimed for his head. Indeed, it had concealed itself among the vines, choosing a most cunning angle for its ambush. The bullet struck the leopard's right hind leg with precision. A chilling roar erupted from the leopard, its momentum abruptly stalling. This was its first injury, the searing pain altering its movements, yet it still lunged forward with inertia. Lin Xiao felt an immense force collide with his chest, sending him sprawling backward like a severed kite, his back crashing heavily against the rock wall, darkness clouding his vision, a metallic sweetness surging in his throat. Before he could regain his composure, icy claws landed on his shoulder. The sharp tips, akin to 5 daggers, swiftly tore through his coat and flesh, blood gushing from the wound, staining his shoulder's fur. The excruciating pain made Lin Xiao shudder. Instinctively, his left hand clutched the leopard's foreleg tightly, while his right hand raised the .56 caliber, summoning all his strength to smash the butt against the leopard's head. Bang! The stock struck solidly against the leopard's forehead. The creature yelped in pain, retreating 2 steps, a low growl emanating from its throat, its green eyes fixed intently on Lin Xiao, its recently injured hind leg trembling, faint blood seeping into the snow beneath it. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao rolled over and scrambled to his feet, cradling his bleeding shoulder as he retreated, maintaining a safe distance while keeping the .56 caliber aimed at the beast. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from a distance, accompanied by Zhou Tiniu's furious shout, "Brother Lin, I'm coming." The bullet from the Type 38 rifle struck the rocks beside the leopard, sending sparks flying. Startled by the gunfire, the leopard turned its gaze toward the source of the sound, a flicker of hesitation crossing its eyes. Having just sustained an injury, its combat capability was greatly diminished, and with Zhou Tiniu's arrival, the odds were decidedly against it. Thinking of fleeing? Not a chance. Lin Xiao shouted defiantly and pulled the trigger once more. However, in his haste, the bullet struck the leopard's flank, failing to hit a vital area. The leopard screamed in agony and darted toward the rocky slope to the west, its injured hind leg dragging behind, leaving a long trail of blood in the snow, a conspicuous mark for tracking. "Don't pursue. Tend to your wound first." Zhou Tiniu rushed over, his expression changing drastically upon seeing Lin Xiao's injury. The wound was 3 inches long, deep enough to expose bone, with blood continuously flowing, staining half of his coat red. Yet Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, gritting his teeth. "It's nothing, just a surface wound. It has lost so much blood, it can't run far. We must pursue. If it reaches the 2nd division, we will be in trouble." Unable to dissuade him, Zhou Tiniu reluctantly retrieved some hemostatic powder and bandages from his backpack. Lin Xiao bit down on a twig, enduring as Zhou Tiniu sprinkled the powder onto the wound. The excruciating pain made him tremble all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead, the twig creaking under the pressure of his bite. Zhou Tiniu deftly wrapped a bandage around his shoulder, tearing off the sleeve of his cotton jacket to provide an additional layer of support, tying it tightly to stem the bleeding temporarily. They could seek a veterinarian for proper treatment once they descended the mountain. Lin Xiao picked up the fallen .56 semi-automatic, examined the bullets, and retrieved a spare magazine from his backpack. The bloodstains on the snow were strikingly vivid, resembling a crimson ribbon that guided their path forward. The 2 men hastened their steps along the trail of blood. The pain in Lin Xiao's shoulders seemed to diminish significantly under the influence of adrenaline. A singular thought occupied his mind. He had injured the leopard and must capture it. In this era, a leopard was a treasure trove. Its skin could be fashioned into a coat, its bones could be used to brew medicinal wine, and its meat would provide sustenance for his family. It could not be allowed to escape. The rocky slope to the west was strewn with boulders of various sizes, and the accumulated snow here was shallower, making the blood trail even more pronounced. Lin Xiao and Zhou Tiniu's footsteps echoed against the stones as they pursued their prey. After approximately half an hour of tracking, the bloodstains ahead intensified, and drag marks in the snow indicated that the leopard was nearing its limit. It was just ahead. Lin Xiao lowered his voice, signaling Zhou Tiniu to ease his pace. They crouched low, utilizing the rocks as cover as they advanced cautiously. as they rounded a towering boulder. The sight before them took their breath away. The far eastern leopard lay on a flat rock, its front paws cradling its head, its injured hind legs stretched out, the blood on the snow having congealed to a dark red. Its breathing was labored, each gasp accompanied by a painful whimper. Now was the moment. Lin Xiao sprang to his feet, aiming the 56 semi-automatic at the leopard's head. Startled, the leopard lifted its head abruptly, its green eyes filled with a frenzied glare. It knew its end was near and, with a sudden surge of desperation, leapt from the rock towards Lin Xiao. Though its speed was not as fierce as before, it charged with a fierce resolve to take down its assailant. A wounded beast often becomes more ferocious. Careful, Zhou Tinyu shouted, raising his rifle to fire. Don't shoot. You might hit me, Lin Xiao quickly retorted. He sidestepped the leopard's pounce while raising his 56 semi-automatic again, aiming at the leopard's flank and pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the leopard in the abdomen, and it let out a cry, collapsing yet still struggling to rise, unwilling to surrender. Lin Xiao would not grant it the chance. He took a deep breath, suppressing the pain in his shoulder, gripping the 56 semi-automatic tightly as he aimed at the leopard's head. At that moment, the leopard had managed to lift itself partially, its green eyes fixed on him. Letting out a final roar, Lin Xiao's fingers steadily pressed the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck true, piercing the leopard's brow. The creature's body froze momentarily in midair before crashing heavily into the snow, convulsing a few times before lying still. The green eyes lost their luster. The snow beneath its head stained crimson, quickly melting into a pool. Both men exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the rocks as they gasped for breath. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting warmth upon them, yet could not dispel the chill that clung to their bodies. Zhou Tinyu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, saying, Brother Lin, your composure is truly commendable. Moments ago, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. When that beast lunged at me, I believed you would be unable to evade it. Lin Xiao chuckled softly, the movement aggravating the wound on his shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain. The greater the peril, the more one must maintain composure. Panic begets disaster. Rising to his feet, he approached the lifeless body of the leopard, squatting down to examine the creature meticulously. It was robust, its fur intact, marred only by the gunshot wound. This brought him a wave of elation. In this era, capturing such a far eastern leopard was an extraordinary boon. Its pelt could be fashioned into a magnificent coat, offering both warmth and dignity during the winter months. The bones could be steeped to create a medicinal liquor for his father's leg ailment, and the meat could nourish the elders and children at home. Truly a multifaceted bounty. According to the age-old customs of the mountains, one must hang the entrails of a dangerous beast from a tree as a gesture of gratitude to the mountain deity, serving as an offering to the spirit of the wilderness. Lin Xiao retrieved an old hunting knife from his backpack, its blade glinting coldly in the sunlight. This was the knife gifted to him by Lin Jiangwo, remarkably sharp. He carefully sliced open the leopard's abdomen, extracting the entrails intact. Finding a sturdy vine, he secured the viscera and hung it from the thick branch of an ancient pine tree. This was the most straightforward method of honoring the mountain, devoid of superfluous ritual, yet steeped in reverence for the forest. Zhou Tinyu rose as well, gazing at the entrails suspended from the branches, nodding appreciatively. Indeed, my father used to hunt in this manner, believing it would inform the mountain deity that we were ridding the land of threats rather than senselessly taking life. He approached the leopard, weighing it in his hands. This beast must weigh at least 160 pounds. Can the two of us carry it? He stood up, mimicking Lin Xiao's earlier gesture, bowing 3 times. Although he was not a hunter, he understood the customs of the mountains and held profound respect for the mountain deity. When my father killed wild boars, he would do the same, claiming it would lessen the repercussions. Lin Xiao assessed the leopard's size and then glanced at his injured shoulder. We shall take turns carrying it, slowly making our way down the mountain. I shot this leopard. It is my responsibility to bring it home. In this age, every part of the leopard is valuable. Its fur for a coat, its bones for medicinal liquor, and its meat for sustenance. We cannot afford to waste it. Zhou Tinyu nodded vigorously. Absolutely. This leopard, captured through your skill, rightfully belongs to you. I possess greater strength, so I shall carry it first. You can follow alongside. The two of them bound the leopard's carcass securely with a rope, with Zhou Tinyu taking the initial burden as they descended the mountain. The weight of the leopard was immense, causing him to stumble. It was not long before he was drenched in sweat, his labored breaths forming clouds of vapor in the frigid air. Lin Xiao quickly took over the rope. Allow me to carry it. You rest for a moment. He hoisted the leopard onto his shoulder, the pain in his wounded shoulder flaring intensely, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed onward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the two finally emerged from the forest. In the distance, they spotted a crowd gathered at the village entrance of Kaifanchang, where Huzi held Haizi in his arms at the forefront. Upon seeing them return with the leopard, Huzi shouted, "Shower go, Tinia go, you have returned." Haizi wriggled free from Huzi's embrace, limping over to Lin Xiao, circling him with joyful whimpers. The villagers surged forward, and upon witnessing the lifeless body of the leopard, they erupted in joyous cheers. "It's dead. Finally, it's dead. Lin Xiao is truly remarkable. He is our savior. We need no longer fear the leopard descending the mountain to harm us." Chen Chong squeezed through the crowd, and, upon seeing the leopard's carcass, knelt down with a thud, bowing 3 times before Lin Xiao and Zhou Tinyu. "Thank you. Thank you for avenging my father. With this, he can rest in peace." Lin Xiao hurriedly helped him to his feet. "Please rise. This is what we ought to do. Old Chen was a good man, and he did not deserve such a fate. I brought down this leopard, and according to tradition, I must take it home. Once I have dealt with it, I will send some leopard meat to your family for you to taste." Chen Chong nodded repeatedly, tears streaming down his face. Yet a smile of relief graced his features. "Thank you, brother Lin Xiao. Your vengeance for my father is more than enough. I cannot possibly accept your leopard meat." Zhao Shi also rushed over, and upon seeing the leopard's body and the wound on Lin Xiao's shoulder, he quickly exclaimed, "Hurry, the veterinarian is already waiting. You must go to the clinic to treat your wound. I will have someone guard the leopard until you return to take it home." Lin Xiao nodded, reminding the villagers to keep watch over the leopard's body, ensuring it remained undisturbed, before following Zhao Shi to the clinic. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon him, elongating his shadow. The pain in his shoulder remained acute, yet his heart was filled with joy at finally having subdued the leopard, which would bring many benefits to his household. Inside the clinic, the veterinarian was preparing disinfectants. Huzi trailed closely behind Lin Xiao, wearing an anxious expression. "Brother Xiao, does it hurt? If I had known, I would have accompanied you up the mountain." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Taking care of Haizi is a significant contribution. Haizi lay by Lin Xiao's feet, nudging his trousers with concern evident in his eyes. The veterinarian carefully unwrapped the bandage from Lin Xiao's shoulder, his brow furrowing upon seeing the wound. "It's a bit deep, but fortunately, it hasn't damaged the bone or become infected. I will disinfect it, stitch it up, and prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication. In half a month, it will heal nicely." Lin Xiao nodded, gritting his teeth as the veterinarian treated his wound. The sting of the disinfectant made his body tense, yet he refrained from uttering a sound. Outside, the villagers' chatter mingled with their curiosity about the leopard. Zhou Tinyu entered, smiling. "Brother Lin, everyone outside is praising your prowess. This leopard is a fine creature. Once we prepare the hide, you can make a magnificent coat, and the whole village will envy you. By the way, I must clean Huzi's rifle before returning it. It's quite a reliable weapon." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Thanks to your assistance, once everything is settled, I will send you and Secretary Zhao a piece of leopard meat as a token of my gratitude." Zhou Tinyu quickly waved his hands. No, you've earned this yourself. We cannot possibly accept it. I am just pleased to have helped you take down this beast." He paused for a moment before breaking into a grin. "Brother Lin, you truly have a kind heart. Very well, I shall heed your words." He set the leopard hide aside and sat by the fire pit. "Secretary Zhao mentioned he would commend you and me. Perhaps we might even receive a reward." Lin Xiao shook his head. "I seek neither fame nor fortune. I merely wish to prevent further harm from the leopard." Chapter 30. A fortuitous encounter in the city as dawn's gentle light began to seep into the world. Lin Xiao was roused from his slumber by the commotion in the courtyard. He sprang up, the wound on his shoulder still throbbing. Yet it did little to dampen his enthusiasm for the day's significant undertaking, the processing of the Far Eastern leopard, an event eagerly anticipated by his family for several days. Upon opening the door, he spotted his father, Lin Jiangwo, squatting in the center of the yard, wielding a gleaming, sharpened knife. Beside him, a wooden board was laid out with plastic sheeting, while his mother, Zhao Xiulan, poured hot water into a large basin. His sister, Lin Xiaomei, stood on tiptoe, peering eagerly towards the entrance. "Awake? How is your wound?" Lin Jiangwo inquired, casting a concerned glance at him. Lin Xiao stretched his shoulder. "It's nothing, father. The veterinarian stitched it up well. It doesn't hinder me." "What about the leopard?" "I've had the workers bring it back. It's just arrived at the gate. And Tiniu and Huzi are helping to unload it," replied his father. Zhao Xiulan wiped her hands and handed him a warm bun. "Eat this first. You'll need your strength for handling the leopard." A shout from Zhou Tiniu echoed from the entrance, prompting Lin Xiao to rush outside. He beheld a handcart carrying the leopard's lifeless body, draped in coarse cloth, as Zhou Tiniu and Huzi struggled to lower it. Brother Xiao, we are utterly exhausted. This beast is truly heavy, exclaimed Huzi, wiping the sweat from his brow, his gaze fixated on the leopard's corpse. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. Once we've processed the meat, I'll save you the tenderest piece to take home for your mother to stew. Together, they lifted the leopard onto the wooden board in the center of the courtyard. Lin Jiangwo pulled back the coarse cloth, revealing the robust Far Eastern leopard, admiration flickering in his eyes. What a fine specimen. The fur is intact, though marred by a few bullet holes, which slightly affects its quality. Care must be taken during the tanning process, or it could spoil. He grasped the sharp knife and made a small incision on the leopard's hind leg, explaining that the skinning should commence from there, delicately separating the skin from the flesh. Lin Xiao squatted beside him, assisting by passing tools and pulling at the fur. His father's technique was deft, the knife appearing almost alive in his skilled hands, effortlessly parting the skin from the meat. In the past, while hunting with your grandfather, I skinned many pelts. The leopard's hide is the most challenging due to its toughness and close adherence to the muscle, Lin Jiangwo elaborated. See here? We must be cautious. There is thick skin near the front legs, which makes for excellent collar material. We cannot afford to damage it. As the sun ascended higher, a faint scent of blood permeated the courtyard. Zhou Tiniu and Huzi assisted in stretching the removed leopard skin, propping it up with bamboo poles to dry. Once unfurled, the skin was nearly the size of a small bed, its golden fur adorned with black spots, shimmering in the sunlight. The 3 bullet holes starkly visible on the right hind leg, side, and forehead. What a pity about this pelt. If only it were flawless. It could fetch a higher price, lamented Zhou Tiniu. Lin Xiao, however, remained unperturbed. It's fortunate we were able to bring it down. That is far better than allowing it to harm anyone. Next came the butchering of the leopard meat. Lin Jiangwo skillfully sliced the meat into pieces. The hind leg meat being the most substantial, cut into large chunks. The tenderloin was set aside in a separate basin. The innards, except for those reserved for Shishan, were thoroughly cleaned, intending to prepare them as delicacies. Lin Xiaomei assisted with washing. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at the leopard meat. Father, is leopard meat delicious? Is it more flavorful than pork? Lin Jiangwo smiled, remarking that the leopard meat was firm and required ample spices during cooking to mitigate any gamey flavor. The crucial task lay in the preparation of the leopard bones and the leopard whip. He meticulously extracted the bones, placing them in a cool shade to dry. For leopard bones steeped in liquor are most nourishing. His grandfather had once prepared a jar, and it was through such remedies that his father's leg injury had healed. Once dried, he intended to find a large jar, adding goji berries and angelica for a year-long infusion. He carefully set aside the leopard whip, wrapping it in grass paper. This was even more precious and warranted individual attention for future enhancement of one's vitality. Lin Xiao's face flushed, and she quickly turned away to assist with the meat. By noon, the leopard had been thoroughly processed. In the courtyard lay a large leopard hide, with dried bones stacked in the corner and a basin filled with neatly cut meat. Zhao Shilan had simmered a pot of leopard meat, the aroma wafting throughout the yard. The group gathered around the table, savoring the succulent meat and warm soup, feeling enveloped in a comforting warmth. Brother Xiao, this leopard meat is truly exquisite. It surpasses venison in flavor. Huzi exclaimed, his hands greasy as he gnawed on a piece of leopard leg bone. In the afternoon, Lin Jiangwo began teaching Lin Xiao the art of tanning leopard hide. The process commenced with scraping the skin to remove any fat and muscle, as neglecting this could invite pests. He retrieved a smooth bamboo knife from the corner, a skill learned in his youth from an old hunter. The bamboo's resilience made it ideal for delicate work, as it did not harm the skin, unlike iron knives. He meticulously scraped the inner side of the hide, ensuring to follow the direction of the fur with even pressure. Too light would leave residue, while too heavy risked tearing the skin. Lin Xiao took the knife from his father, emulating his technique. Initially, his wrist lacked strength, causing the knife to slip across the hide, either leaving a layer of fat or nearly puncturing it. Lin Xiaomei crouched nearby, her small hands wiping the grease from the knife. Brother, take your time. Father maintains a steady wrist while scraping. Heeding his sister's advice, Lin Xiao focused intently, gradually finding his rhythm after half an hour of practice. Once the skin was scraped, it needed to be soaked in lime water. The lime and water were to be mixed in a 10-to-1 ratio. Too concentrated would burn the skin, while too diluted would fail to cleanse the blood. As Lin Jiangwo prepared the lime solution, Lin Xiaomei fetched a small stool to assist in pouring clean water into the vat, splashing onto her trousers without concern. Father, I'll help you monitor the water level. Halfway up the vat is just right, isn't it? Lin Jiangwo nodded with a smile. Exactly, my daughter has an excellent memory. Once the lime water was prepared, they carefully submerged the leopard hide. with Lin Xiao placing a stone slab atop to prevent it from floating. So it needs to soak for 3 days? I'll come daily to help my brother change the water. Lin Xiao ruffled her hair. No need. I can manage on my own. Your assistance in preparing vegetables and cooking is far more important. In the following days, Lin Xiao diligently checked on the soaking leopard hide, changing the water as scheduled. During his free time, he crushed the leopard bones and combined them with pre-prepared medicinal herbs in a jar, pouring in high-proof liquor and sealing it tightly. Once the leopard bone liquor was ready, he planned to share some with his grandfather, reserving the rest for his father's leg ailment. Lin Jiangwo gazed at the jar with anticipation, while Lin Xiao, nodding in agreement, harbored other intentions. He wished to deliver a jar of leopard bone liquor to Director Lin of the security department at the forest farm, hoping to cultivate a favor. Director Lin, whose full name is Lin Weidong, previously served as a company commander in the military. After his discharge, he was assigned to the forestry station as the head of the security department, known for his integrity and esteemed reputation within the organization. Last winter, Lin Xiao accompanied the community's wolf hunting team to protect the populace from harm, and Director Lin personally witnessed his extraordinary courage. Subsequently, the community and the forestry station deliberated on assigning Lin Jiangwo to the position of gatekeeper in the security department, both to commend Lin Xiao's contributions and to accommodate Lin Jiangwo's leg injury, although the formalities had yet to be completed. Lin Xiao intended to take advantage of the opportunity to deliver the leopard skin to expedite the process. The gatekeeper's role was both leisurely and stable, allowing him to keep an eye on the family, making it an ideal arrangement for his father. 3 days later, the leopard skin had soaked sufficiently. Lin Jiangwo and Lin Xiao together retrieved the skin, rinsing it thoroughly with clean water before laying it on a wooden board and securing the corners with nails to allow it to dry naturally. Once dried, it would require sanding to soften the leather, ensuring that the coat produced would be comfortable. While securing the leopard skin, Lin Jiangwo remarked that after sanding, a bit of oil would complete the tanning process. A further 2 days passed, and the leopard skin was completely dry. Lin Xiao meticulously sanded the inner side of the skin until it was as smooth and soft as fine cloth. Lin Xiao, holding a block of wax used by their mother for sewing, gently rubbed it around the bullet holes, explaining that wax would enhance the sheen of the fur, making the holes less conspicuous. As she applied the wax with her small hands, the golden fur gleamed more brilliantly, and Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating his sister's cleverness, as it indeed improved the appearance. Watching from the side, Lin Jiangwo picked up some animal fat and handed it to them, stating that a final application of oil would lock in moisture, thereby perfecting the skin. Lin Xiao dipped his hands in the oil, while Lin Xiao assisted in evenly spreading it over the edges, and together they meticulously prepared the leopard skin. Lin Jiangwo nodded in satisfaction, confident that the skin would fetch a good price when sold. Lin Xiao neatly folded the leopard skin, wrapping it in coarse cloth. He also poured a jar of leopard bone liquor from a wine vat into a glass bottle, sealing the top with fabric. Father, I am going to the forestry station to ask Director Lin if he would like to purchase this leopard skin. Lin Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood his son's intention. You wish for him to assist in finding me a job? Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. Yes. The gatekeeper position in the security department would suit you well, and Director Lin, having served in the military, will surely look out for us. Lin Jiangwo hesitated. Isn't it inappropriate to approach someone with an offering? Zhao Xiaolan approached and remarked, what is there to be embarrassed about? Director Lin knew your grandfather, and besides, our leopard skin and leopard bone liquor are valuable items, not mere gifts. After contemplating, Lin Jiangwo nodded. Very well. Go ahead and be polite in your conversation. We wouldn't want them to think we are seeking favors. With the leopard skin slung over his back and the leopard bone liquor in hand, Lin Xiao made his way to the forestry station. The station was not far from the village, and he arrived within half an hour. The office of the security department was adjacent to the main gate of the forestry station. As Lin Xiao approached the entrance, he noticed Director Lin engaged in conversation with a staff member. Director Lin, he called out. Turning to see who it was, Lin Weidong smiled and said, Lin Xiao, I heard you hunted a leopard a few days ago. Impressive. 2 individuals entered the office, Lin Xiao placing the leopard skin and leopard bone liquor upon the table. Director Lin, he began, this is the leopard I personally hunted, and the tan skin is for your inspection. Moreover, I have brought you some leopard bone liquor, which I hear is beneficial for your back. Please do not decline it. Lin Weidong glanced at the leopard skin, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. What a fine hide. It has been tanned meticulously, though it is regrettable about these few bullet holes. I cannot accept the skin, however. There are regulations at the Forestry Bureau that prohibit receiving items from the public, as it could result in disciplinary action. He pushed the leopard skin back towards Lin Xiao, allowing his gaze to settle on the jar of leopard bone liquor. After a moment's hesitation, he added, "Yet, since this liquor is a token of your goodwill and crafted by your own hand, I shall accept it as a gesture of your kind intentions." He paused, his tone softening. "I have been monitoring your father's situation closely. The approval from the commune has been granted, and it merely awaits my registration. Once his leg is healed, he can report directly to the security department." Lin Xiao felt a pang of disappointment. He had not anticipated that Director Lin would refuse the gift. Noticing his disheartened expression, Lin Weidong smiled reassuringly. "Do not lose heart. I shall recommend someone to you who will undoubtedly accept this leopard skin." Director Zhou Mingyuan of the state-run market in the county is a straightforward man, just over 30, and he deals in such mountain goods and furs. He is an old acquaintance of mine. I shall write you a note to present to him, and you are sure to fetch a good price. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened, and he promptly replied, "Thank you, Director Lin." Lin Weidong patted his shoulder. "Rest assured about your father's matter. Once he is well, he can come to the security department to seek me out. I shall reserve a position for him." Filled with joy, Lin Xiao bowed deeply to Director Lin. "Thank you so much, Director Lin." Lin Weidong penned a note and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Take this to Zhou Mingyuan and mention that I sent you." With the leopard skin on his back and the leopard bone liquor in hand, Lin Xiao hurried towards the county town. The journey from the forestry bureau to the town spanned over 20 miles, requiring more than 2 hours on foot. His shoulder wound had yet to heal completely, and the weight of the leopard skin quickly brought beads of sweat to his brow. Passing by a supply and marketing cooperative, he observed someone riding a bicycle and inwardly resolved, "Once I sell the leopard skin, I must buy a bicycle. It would make traveling to the city much more convenient." At last, he arrived at the state-run market, the largest in the county, boasting 3 stories and adorned with the sign of the Dongfanghong state-run market. The flow of people was incessant. Lin Xiao entered the market, located the office, and knocked on the door. "Come in," came a youthful voice from within. Upon entering, Lin Xiao beheld a young man clad in a Zhongshan suit, seated behind a desk, spectacles perched on his nose, exuding an air of refinement. It was Zhou Mingyuan. "Are you Director Zhou?" "I am Lin Xiao from the 7 Points Farm, sent by Director Lin Weidong," he introduced, extending the note. Zhou Mingyuan took the note, glancing at it with a smile before rising. "Ah, so you are the one introduced by Director Lin. Please, have a seat." He poured Lin Xiao a cup of warm water. "Director Lin has spoken of you. You are the one who bravely hunted the man-eating leopard. A true hero." Lin Xiao, feeling bashful, replied with a modest smile, "It was merely my duty. I have come today to sell this leopard skin to the market," Lin Xiao stated, carefully laying the skin upon the table and gently unfolding it. Zhou Mingyuan leaned in closer to examine it, running his fingers over the fur. "What a magnificent hide. The quality is truly exceptional. The fur is thick and lustrous. It is indeed regrettable that these 3 bullet holes diminish the value. Had they not been present, I could have sold it for an additional 200. He lifted his gaze to Lin Xiao and remarked, "I have known Director Lin for quite some time. Rest assured, I shall not deceive you. How about I offer you 1,400? This is a generous price, as typically, such hides would fetch no more than 1,200. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a lucrative sale. 1,400 in 1980 was a substantial sum, considering that an ordinary worker earned merely over 30 a month, equating to more than 3 years' wages. "Thank you, Director Zhou. I am profoundly grateful," Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Zhou Mingyuan smiled. "No need for thanks. The hide is worth this amount. I perceive you to be a genuine individual, and I wish to cultivate a friendship with you. Should you acquire more fine furs in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall provide you with the best prices." Lin Xiao promptly handed over a bottle of leopard bone liquor he had prepared. "Director Zhou, this is my homemade leopard bone liquor. Please have a taste." Zhou Mingyuan accepted it without hesitation, placing it on the table. "By the way, while you are in the city, do you have anything in mind to purchase? The department store is well stocked, and I can offer you a discount." Lin Xiao hesitated momentarily before replying, "I wish to buy a radio and a bicycle, but I lack the industrial tickets." In 1980, obtaining a radio and bicycle required industrial tickets, and the prices were not modest. A standard transistor radio cost between 70 to 80 yuan, while a better quality semiconductor radio exceeded 100. Bicycles were even pricier, with brands like Forever and Phoenix costing over 180 yuan, and they were quite difficult to procure. Lin Zhao's family had always struggled financially, having never even owned a radio, let alone a bicycle. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingyuan chuckled. "Industrial tickets? A trivial matter. I happen to have a few on hand. Consider them yours." He retrieved 5 industrial tickets from his drawer and handed them to Lin Xiao. "I shall charge you at cost for the radio and bicycle. The Phoenix bicycle is 180, and the Shanghai semiconductor radio is 120. What do you think? Lin Xiao quickly replied. Thank you immensely, Director Zhou. I will settle the payment right away. There's no rush. Let me first take you to select your items. Zhou Mingyuan guided Lin Xiao to the home appliances section of the store, where various radios and bicycles were displayed. The radios came in several models, including compact transistor radios and larger semiconductor versions. The bicycles featured brands like Forever, Phoenix, and Flying Pigeon, available in black and blue. Lin Xiao chose a Shanghai semiconductor radio, which boasted an attractive black casing with several knobs, capable of tuning into multiple stations. He also selected a sleek black Phoenix bicycle. Its frame polished and sturdy in appearance. These two will suffice, Director Zhou, Lin Xiao stated with satisfaction. Zhou Mingyuan arranged for the radio and bicycle to be packaged, noting that the payment would be deducted from the proceeds of the leopard hide. 1,400 minus 180 for the bicycle and 120 for the radio would leave 1,100, which I shall provide to you in cash. Lin Xiao, holding the 1,100 cash, pushed the bicycle and carried the radio, feeling elated. He bowed to Zhou Mingyuan, saying, Director Zhou, I am truly grateful today. In the future, I shall be sure to bring you any fine goods I come across. Zhou Mingyuan smiled and replied, No need for formality. Do visit often. Should you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I still have some influence in the county. Lin Xiao pushed his bicycle, making his way home. A radio hung from the handlebars, drawing the admiring gazes of passers-by. In 1980, few could afford both a bicycle and a radio, and Lin Xiao felt a swell of pride within him. He recognized this was merely the beginning. With this newfound wealth and the assistance of Director Lin in securing a job, life at home was destined to improve significantly. After more than 2 hours of walking, he finally arrived at the village. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Huzi and several children playing. When they noticed Lin Xiao with his bicycle and radio, they rushed over. Brother Xiao, you bought a bicycle and a radio, exclaimed Huzi in astonishment. The other children chimed in excitedly. Wow, a Phoenix brand bicycle. It's so beautiful. Can I listen to the radio? With a smile, Lin Xiao switched on the radio, tuning it to a station playing music. The clear, melodious voices emanating from the radio attracted even more villagers. Lin Xiao is truly capable. He sold the leopard skin for money and bought a bicycle and a radio. That bicycle must have cost over 100 yuan. And the radio, how extravagant. The villagers murmured, their eyes brimming with envy. As Lin Xiao returned home with his bicycle, the people in the yard were left speechless. Lin Zhangwo and Zhao Xiulan gazed at the gleaming bicycle and the brand new radio, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Xiaomei was the first to rush over, grabbing Lin Zhao's arm and shaking it. Brother, is that really a radio and a bicycle? I can't believe my eyes. She tiptoed, eager to touch the radio, yet hesitated, her small hand hovering in the air. Lin Xiao chuckled and handed her the radio. Be careful with it. It's for our whole family, and now you'll be able to listen to storytelling. Lin Xiaomei cradled the radio with sparkling eyes, gently touching the knob. Brother, can we play The Legend of Yu Fei? Last time, Arya said she could listen to it on her dad's radio. Of course we can. Later. I'll teach you how to tune it, Lin Xiao replied, patting the bicycle. This is for Dad. Now, when he goes to work or we head into the city, we won't have to walk anymore. Zhao Xiulan approached, caressing Lin Zhao's face. My son is truly talented. Our family's life will surely improve. Lin Zhangwo looked at the bicycle, his eyes filled with excitement. A Phoenix brand bicycle. I never even dared to dream of this. How did things go with Director Lin? Lin Xiao responded. Director Lin didn't take the leopard skin but promised to reserve a position for you as a gatekeeper in the security department. Once your leg heals well, you can start working. Lin Zhangwo trembled with joy. That's wonderful. I can finally earn money, and our family has hope. He surveyed the leopard skin, bones, and the newly bought radio and bicycle in the yard, a sense of contentment washing over him. My son has grown up and can support this family now. That evening, Lin Xiao placed the radio on the stone table in the courtyard. Lin Xiaomei brought a small stool to sit beside him, her tiny hands gripping the knob tightly. Lin Xiao patiently guided her in tuning the radio. See, turning it clockwise finds the stations. When the static diminishes, that means you've found one. After a couple of adjustments, the crisp voice of storytelling flowed from the radio. It was indeed the legend of Yu Fei. Lin Xiaomei clapped her hands in delight. We found it. It's the legend of Yu Fei. The courtyard fell into a serene silence, with both adults and children gathered to listen intently. Lin Xiaomei sat upright, fearful of missing a single word, occasionally whispering explanations to her nearby companions when the narrative reached a particularly thrilling point. Zhao Xiulan brought sunflower seeds and peanuts to share with everyone, while Lin Zhangwo engaged in conversation with the elderly neighbors, his gaze frequently drifting towards the children by the radio. a smile perpetually gracing his lips. Lin Xiao observed his sister's focused profile and then glanced at his parents' contented expressions, quietly slipping the remaining money into his mother's hand. "Mother, please take this money to buy some fabric for a new dress for my sister and some medicine for father's leg." As Lin Xiao surveyed the scene before him, his heart swelled with emotion. Since his rebirth, he had, through his own efforts and foresight, not only vanquished the menacing leopard but also secured employment for his father and purchased a radio and a bicycle for the family. He understood that this was merely the beginning. Many more opportunities awaited him in the future. He was determined to use his own hands to provide a better life for his family, to lift them entirely out of poverty. As night deepened, the villagers gradually dispersed. Just as Lin Xiao was about to carry the radio inside, Lin Xiaomei rushed over with a piece of clean velvet cloth. "Brother, use this to wipe it." Mother says velvet 1T scratched the surface. She stood on tiptoe to assist Lin Xiao in cleaning the radio's exterior, while he crouched down to clean the bicycle chain. The siblings worked in perfect harmony, one attending to the upper part while the other focused on the lower. Zhao Xiaolan approached with 2 bowls of hot soup, urging them, "Take a break and warm yourselves with some soup." Lin Xiaomei accepted a bowl and first offered it to Lin Xiao. "You drink first, brother. You've worked hard all day." Lin Xiao pushed it back towards her. "You've been listening for quite a while too. You should drink first." Zhao Xiaolan watched the 2 siblings exchange with a smile, saying, "There's enough for both. Do drink up." As Lin Xiao savored the hot soup, he observed his sister taking small sips and glanced at the leopard skin hanging on the wall, feeling a profound sense of contentment. This was the warmth he yearned to protect after his rebirth, a family that was safe and harmonious. Chapter 31. Spring returns with new scenery. Planning for a new home in March, the snow in northeast China had not yet fully melted, but the sunlit hillside was already sprouting patches of fresh green. The willow branches were budding with tender yellow shoots, and the air was imbued with the moist fragrance of thawing earth. Lin Xiao trudged home with half a bag of roe deer meat slung over his back, the wound on his shoulder having healed completely, leaving only a faint scar that was nearly imperceptible. Following closely behind were 5 figures. The foremost, Haizi, was robust and agile, his hind leg from last year's leopard attack now fully healed, running with the steadiness of a mountain. Right behind him was Qingya, the most robust of the lot. Standing 50 centimeters tall and weighing nearly 30 pounds, his golden fur adorned with black stripes, reminiscent of his mother, but with an added spark of vitality in his expression. The other 3 cubs waddled behind Qingya, playfully frolicking, yet careful not to stray too far, remaining close to Lin Xiao and Haizi. Not far off, Huzi hurriedly approached, shouldering the rifle provided by the commune, its stock adorned with 2 wild chickens, the spoils from their recent hunt. "Haizi, keep an eye on them. Don't let them wander into the ditch," Lin Xiao called back, nodding towards Huzi. Today had proven fortunate, with both the roe deer and wild chickens in hand. It was just the right opportunity to enhance Xiaomei's meals. Haizi abruptly halted his steps, turning to bark a couple of low growls at the frolicking cubs, his tone imbued with authority. Instantly, the 3 little ones fell silent, obediently positioning themselves beside Qingya, who lifted her gaze to Lin Xiao, her tail gently swaying as if assuring him she would look after her younger siblings. Tiger approached, grinning, and remarked, "Xiao ergo, your keen eye is unmatched. You spot that roe deer hidden in the thicket while my rifle has yet to see action today." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, reflecting on the significant transformations within Haizi, the cubs, and Tiger over the past 3 months. Haizi had evolved from a cautious sentinel to a true leader of the pack. Qingya, a natural hunter, had the audacity to accompany them up the mountain at just 3 months old, and Tiger had become increasingly adept at hunting, his rifle, a well-maintained Type 38, gleaming in the sun. The last time they encountered a wild boar, Tiger had skillfully shot its leg, proving invaluable. Upon reaching the village entrance, they spotted Lin Xiao's father, Lin Jiangwo, clad in his security uniform, engaged in conversation with a few old neighbors. Since his leg injury had fully healed a month ago, Lin Jiangwo had reported to the Forest Security Department, where he was responsible for recording and patrolling the main gate of the forest. The work was leisurely, with a monthly salary of 37 yuan and 50 cents, though not particularly high. It provided stability and a consistent schedule. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Tiger, Lin Jiangwo approached with a smile. "Looks like a fruitful day, huh? Roe deer and wild chickens?" "Yes, we hunted them in Dongshan Valley. Just in time for Xiao Mei's weekend visit. I'll make her a stew with the roe deer meat." Lin Xiao handed the roe deer to his father, while Tiger presented the wild chickens, saying, "Uncle, these 2 wild chickens are for you to make soup." Lin Jiangwo received the game, his eyes gleaming with joy. "Tiger, you've worked hard too. let us hurry home for dinner. By the way, your uncle's family is coming over this afternoon. Having heard we're building a new house, they're here to help with preparations. Tiger waved his hand dismissively. Uncle, there's no need for such formality. Hunting with Xiao Ergu has taught me a great deal. Lin Jiangwo continued. Your sister has been doing remarkably well. She is now attending high school in the county and ranked third in her class during her first monthly exam. The teachers praise her intelligence. At the mention of his sister, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile. After selling the leopard skin 3 months ago, the family had saved some money, prompting Lin Xiao to discuss with his parents the prospect of sending Xiao Mei to high school in the county. Previously, due to their financial struggles, despite her excellent grades, Xiao Mei could only attend the community middle school, which lacked the quality of education found in the county. With their improved circumstances, it was only natural to provide her with the best education. Lin Xiao sought assistance from Zhou Mingyuan, who without hesitation contacted the principal of the county high school. With Xiao Mei's outstanding academic record, her enrollment was processed smoothly, and she even secured a scholarship, alleviating some of the family's burden. Xiao Mei had also made her family proud. After moving to the county, she dedicated herself to her studies and would share joyful news during their phone calls, bringing happiness to the entire family. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao heard Xiao Mei's laughter echoing from the yard. He stepped inside to find her squatting on the ground, feeding the cubs. Dressed in a slightly faded blue school uniform, her short hair framed her youthful face, radiating the innocence and vitality characteristic of a high school student. Upon spotting Lin Xiao's return, she sprang to her feet. Brother, you're back. Was the roe deer large? I promised Mother we'd make a stew tonight and prepare some blood sausage as well. It's quite big, enough for us to enjoy 2 meals. Lin Xiao set down his backpack and walked over to gently stroke Qingya's head. Qingya affectionately nudged his palm, while the other 3 little cubs gathered around, eagerly rubbing against his pant legs. Xiao Mei smiled and said, Brother, Qingya has become increasingly obedient. When you're not home, it helps guard the house. It barks at strangers at the door but refrains from biting, demonstrating remarkable restraint. Their mother, Zhao Xiulan, emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. You're back? Quickly wash your hands for dinner. Your uncle, aunt, and cousin are all here. On the clothesline in the yard, Lin Jiangwo's uniform and Xiao Mei's school uniform hung side by side. In the corner lay a pile of dried mountain goods, mushrooms, wood ear fungus, and several fox and raccoon skins, all acquired by Lin Xiao and Huzi over the past 3 months. Since spring began, the forest had become abundant with game, and the two ventured into the mountains almost every other day, consistently returning with bountiful catches, from rabbits and pheasants to roe deer and wild boars. After selling their spoils, their savings had grown significantly, now exceeding 6,000 yuan, a sum that was once unimaginable. Cousin Lin Chong was squatting in the yard, feeding the little cubs. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, he stood up and said, Brother, you're back. I heard you're planning to build a new house. My father and I think it's a splendid idea, and we've come to lend a hand. At the dinner table, the aroma of stewed roe deer permeated the entire room. Uncle Lin Jianjun sat at the head of the table, pouring a glass of wine for Lin Xiao and Lin Jiangwo. Xiao is making progress, thinking of building a new home for the family. As your uncle, I must certainly help. Our old house has indeed stood for many years, leaking wind and rain. It's high time for a change. Lin Jiangwo raised his glass and clinked it with his elder brothers. You truly have a good heart, rushing over when you heard we are building a house. Lin Xiao also lifted his glass, saying, Uncle, I appreciate your effort in coming here. Lin Jianjun waved his hand dismissively. Family should never speak of trouble. Setting down his glass, Lin Xiao continued, Now that the weather has warmed up and the frozen ground has thawed, I wish to build a new house. The place we live in now was passed down from grandfather and has stood for nearly 30 years. It leaks in the rain and is damp in the summer. Given our current circumstances, it is the perfect time to construct a spacious brick house, allowing you all to live more comfortably. Zhao Xiulan paused for a moment, her eyes shimmering with tears. A new house? I have dreamt of living in a brick house. But, Xiao, building a new house requires a considerable amount of money. Doesn't it? Our savings may be sufficient, but we shouldn't spend it all on the house. Lin Xiao smiled reassuringly. Mother, rest assured, building the new house won't cost too much. I've inquired, and constructing a 5-room brick house, including the courtyard wall and yard, will require about 3,000 yuan. The remaining funds will be kept for emergencies, as well as for Xiao Mei's tuition and living expenses. It will be enough. Xiao Mei exclaimed excitedly, Brother, are we really going to build a new house? Will I have my own room? Of course. I will ensure you have a south-facing room with ample light for your desk and bookshelf. Lin Xiao affectionately patted his sister's head. Lin Jianjun interjected, Do not worry about the finances. If needed, I have some savings to help out initially. I also have contacts in construction materials. I can assist in bargaining when the time comes. Lin Jiangwo pondered for a moment before nodding. I think it is a good idea. Our house truly needs replacing. Previously, we lacked the means, but now that conditions have improved, it is indeed time to build a new home. Merely constructing a new residence necessitates the procurement of land for the homestead, as well as enlisting a construction team and purchasing building materials, all of which require assistance. Lin Xiao remarked, Father, I have already contemplated this matter thoroughly. Chief Lin has connections both at the forest station and the commune. He can assist with the approval of the land for our homestead. Director Zhou, being acquainted with many in the county, can help us acquire building materials at wholesale prices and can also recommend a reliable construction crew. With their assistance, these tasks will be easily managed. Huzi added, Brother Xiao, I will inform my father, and when it comes time to build, our family will lend a hand. Upon mentioning Chief Lin and Zhou Mingyuan, Lin Jiangwo nodded in reassurance. Chief Lin is a man of integrity. During my last visit to work, he specifically told me to seek his help in times of difficulty. Director Zhou is also commendable. When you sold the leopard skin, he offered a very fair price and even provided you with an industrial invoice. With their support, the construction of the new house will surely proceed smoothly. Then it is settled. Lin Xiao clapped his hands. Tomorrow, I shall approach Chief Lin to secure the approval for the land. Xiaomei chimed in happily. That sounds wonderful. Once the new house is completed, I want to invite my classmates over. Lin Jianjun smiled. Very well, and at that time, your uncle will prepare a feast of pig's head soup to properly entertain your friends. Zhao Xiaolan added with a smile. Indeed, I will cook something delicious for you all. Early the following day, Lin Xiao, carrying the leopard bone wine he had brewed himself, made his way to the forest station to seek out Chief Lin. For the past 3 months, Lin Xiao had maintained regular contact with Chief Lin, occasionally bringing him fresh game, while Chief Lin had looked after Lin Jiangwo, providing him with various forms of assistance at the forest station. Huzi went to the commune to report the housing project. As both were members of the commune's agricultural protection team and needed to inform the commune of their intentions. As Lin Xiao approached the entrance of the security department, he spotted Chief Lin directing workers in the transportation of saplings. Chief Lin, Lin Xiao called out. Chief Lin turned, recognized him, and smiled, saying, Lin Xiao, come in and have a seat. Once inside the office, Lin Xiao placed the leopard bone wine on the table. Chief Lin, this is my newly brewed leopard bone wine. Please have a taste. Chief Lin graciously accepted it, placing it in the cabinet. You young man, you always bring something when you visit. Now tell me, what brings you here today? Is there something you need? Lin Xiao chuckled. You understand me well, Chief Lin. I wish to build a new house and require approval for a piece of land. I would like your assistance in finding out how to proceed with the formalities. Huzi has already informed the commune and suggested that a word from you would smooth the process. Chief Lin nodded. Constructing a new house is indeed a commendable endeavor. Securing land for it is not difficult. You simply need to obtain a note from the old secretary at the commune. We are old comrades, and I will speak to him. It will be no trouble at all. Your agricultural protection team has made contributions to the commune, so this matter will be straightforward. Chief Lin then picked up the phone and called the commune, explaining the situation to the old secretary. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Xiao and said, all sorted. The old secretary has asked you and Huzi to visit him at the commune tomorrow, and he will assist you with the paperwork. He also mentioned that, considering your team's efforts in eliminating leopards and wild boars to protect the community, the fee for the land will be halved. Lin Xiao was overjoyed, exclaiming, thank you immensely. Chief Lin, you have truly been a great help. Chief Lin smiled. No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. By the way, do you need a construction team and building materials for your new house? I am acquainted with the captain of a construction team, whose craftsmanship is commendable and whose fees are reasonable. The timber yard has its own brick kiln and lumber yard, and I can assist you in obtaining internal pricing. Is that true? How wonderful! Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Director Lin retrieved a note from his drawer and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, this is the address and phone number of Captain Wang from the construction team. Go seek him out and mention that I referred you. As for the building materials, you can directly visit the brick kiln and lumber yard at the timber yard and simply give my name. Lin Xiao carefully accepted the note, expressing his gratitude. Director Lin, you have truly been so considerate towards my family. I am at a loss for how to thank you. Director Lin patted his shoulder, replying, your agricultural protection team has made significant contributions to the commune. It is only right to take care of you. Your father has also been diligent in his work at the timber yard, so I must lend my support. Upon leaving the timber yard, Lin Xiao hurried to the county town to find Zhou Mingyuan. Over the past 3 months, Lin Xiao and Zhou Mingyuan had grown closer. with Lin Xiao often bringing fresh mountain goods to Zhou Mingyuan, who, in turn, frequently provided assistance and shared insights about market trends in the county, helping Lin Xiao achieve better prices for his mountain produce. Meanwhile, Huzi went to Captain Wang's home to inquire about the situation, as the skills of the construction team were crucial. As Lin Xiao arrived at the state-run marketplace, he spotted Zhou Mingyuan conversing with a clerk. Zhou Mingyuan approached Lin Xiao with a smile, asking, "Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Do you have more delightful mountain goods?" "Director Zhou, I am not here to sell mountain goods this time. I seek your assistance," Lin Xiao replied, explaining the matter of building a new house. Zhou Mingyuan listened attentively and responded, "Building a new house is indeed a significant undertaking. What assistance do you require? Please feel free to let me know. I would like to ask if you could help me find cheaper building materials, and regarding the construction team, although Director Lin has recommended one, and Huzi is already gathering information, I would still appreciate your oversight," Lin Xiao stated. Zhou Mingyuan smiled. "This is a trivial matter. I am acquainted with the manager of the county's building materials factory. I will speak with him and ensure you receive wholesale prices for cement and rebar, cheaper than the internal rates at the timber yard. As for the construction team, I know several reliable ones. I will have them compare with the one recommended by Director Lin and select the best option." Zhou Mingyuan then picked up the phone and called the manager of the building materials factory, explaining the situation in detail. After hanging up, he turned to Lin Xiao, declaring, "It's all set. The manager said for you to go directly to the factory and mention my name. He will personally make arrangements for you. Regarding the construction team, I will provide you with a response this afternoon, ensuring I find you one with excellent skills and fair charges." Lin Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Director Zhou. I truly appreciate your constant help." Zhou Mingyuan patted his shoulder, saying, "We are friends. There is no need for such formality. By the way, how much building material will you need for your new house? I will ask the manager to reserve it for you to avoid any shortages." Lin Xiao replied, "I plan to build 5 brick and tile rooms, along with a courtyard wall, which will require approximately 5,000 bricks, 2 tons of cement, and some rebar and timber." Zhou Mingyuan noted this down. "All right, I will inform the manager to ensure you have enough." Upon returning from the county town, Lin Xiao found Huzi and his uncle's family discussing the house construction in the yard. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Huzi promptly exclaimed, "Xiao Gu, I inquired about Captain Wang, and his craftsmanship is indeed commendable. I have observed the houses he previously constructed. The brick joints are meticulously aligned, the walls are smooth, and his fees are reasonable, 8 yuan per square meter, significantly lower than others." Lin Xiao recounted the assistance provided by Zhou Mingyuan, to which Lin Jianjun nodded in agreement, stating, "Director Zhou is a reliable individual. With his help, there will undoubtedly be no issues regarding building materials." Lin Xiao shared the good news with his parents, and the family was overjoyed, beaming with delight. Xiaomei excitedly asked, "Brother, when shall we commence construction? I can hardly wait to reside in our new home." Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "Tomorrow, Huzi and I will head to the commune to apply for the land for our house, and then we will look at building materials. Uncle will assist in arranging transportation for the materials, and we anticipate beginning the foundation work by early next month." The following day, Lin Xiao and Huzi arrived early at the commune to meet with the elderly secretary. The secretary, a sprightly gentleman with graying hair, welcomed them with a smile, saying, "You must be Lin Xiao and Huzi. Lin Weidong has informed me about your commendable contributions to the commune, particularly in safeguarding crops and villagers by eliminating leopards and wild boars. You are good lads." Lin Xiao and Huzi humbly responded, "We are merely fulfilling our duties, secretary." The secretary then produced 2 application forms and handed them to the pair, saying, "Here, please fill these out. I have selected a site for your land at the eastern edge of the village. It has a favorable elevation, ample sunlight, and proximity to the road, facilitating future travel. The fee is originally 200 yuan, but I shall reduce it to 100 for you." After completing the application forms and paying the fee, the secretary issued them a notification of approval for the land. With the document in hand, the 2 young men felt a surge of happiness. Upon exiting the commune, they went directly to Captain Wang's residence to finalize the construction plan and commencement date. Captain Wang, a man in his 40s with a sun-kissed complexion and calloused hands, exuded the aura of a seasoned laborer. Upon learning that they were referred by Section Chief Lin, he warmly stated, "Section Chief Lin has spoken highly of you. Heroes of the Agricultural Protection Team, rest assured, your new house will be sturdy and aesthetically pleasing." Accompanying Captain Wang, Lin Xiao inspected his previous constructions, which were indeed impressive, brick joints aligned, walls even, and the courtyards thoughtfully arranged. Gaining confidence, Lin Xiao preliminarily discussed the construction plan with Captain Wang, to build 5 rooms of brick and tile, with a central living area flanked by 2 bedrooms. And to the east, a kitchen and a storage room, all enclosed by a brick wall, featuring an elaborate entrance gate. Captain Wang affirmed, following this plan, we can commence foundation work by early next month. I will send a few workers to stake out the area to ensure the dimensions are accurate. In the afternoon, Zhou Mingyuan called Lin Xiao to express that the construction team he recommended was also quite reliable. However, having heard from Huzi that Captain Wang's skills were commendable, he encouraged them to proceed with Captain Wang. Lin Xiao returned the call to express his gratitude for Zhou Mingyuan's assistance, to which Zhou Mingyuan responded with a smile. No problem, just choose what you feel is best. Regarding building materials, he informed Lin Xiao that he had already coordinated with the factory manager, allowing them to collect supplies at their convenience. Lin Jianjun also arranged for a tractor to transport the building materials, confirming that they would begin hauling cement and steel bars the following Monday. In the days that followed, the entire family busied themselves with preparations for the construction of their new home. Lin Xiao and Huzi went to the county's building materials factory to procure cement and steel bars. The factory manager indeed offered them wholesale prices. 2 tons of cement cost merely 180 yuan, which was over 60 yuan cheaper than the market rate. The steel bars were also significantly less expensive, with 100 jin costing only 35 yuan. Uncle Lin Jianjun, accompanied by his cousin Lin Chong, went to the brick kiln and lumber yard at the forest farm to collect bricks and timber. Thanks to the intervention of Section Chief Lin, the bricks cost merely 3 fin each, totaling 150 yuan for 5,000 bricks. The timber was also quite affordable, with several large beams and rafters costing only 200 yuan. Huzi's father also came to assist, helping them plan the layout of the yard, suggesting they reserve a small vegetable garden to grow some produce and save on purchases. Upon arriving at the new homestead with the building materials, Lin Xiao invited several neighbors to help unload the truck, offering each one a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of soda. The villagers expressed their admiration, saying, Lin Xiao and Huzi are truly capable. They can afford to build a brick house at such a young age. Indeed, the young men from the agricultural protection team are remarkable, excelling at hunting and being reliable in their endeavors. Lin Xiao smiled, saying, it's all thanks to everyone's assistance. Once my house is completed, I hope you all visit often. Lin Jianjun distributed cigarettes to everyone, saying, during the construction, I will undoubtedly require your help, and I will treat you all to a feast of pork stew. On this day at the end of March, just as dawn broke, Captain Wang arrived at the new homestead with 5 workers. Lin Jiangwo had taken a half-day off specifically to wait there early. Lin Jianjun and Lin Chong also arrived with shovels and hoes. Huzi and his father hurried over as well. Zhao Xilan and Andy were at home preparing breakfast, eager to provide a hearty meal for the workers. Although Xiaomei had school, she rose early to join them, helping by passing tools and bringing water. Lin Xiao handed each worker a cigarette, expressing gratitude for their efforts and requesting that they first mark and excavate the foundation. Captain Wang, smiling, assured him, rest assured, we will ensure everything is done meticulously. He retrieved a tape measure, chalk line, and wooden stakes from his bag, beginning to lay out the lines on the homestead. First, he determined the orientation of the house, securing the 4 corners with stakes, measuring the dimensions with a tape measure, and snapping chalk lines. The house would face directly south, providing excellent light. The foundation needed to be dug 1.5 meters deep to prevent freezing in winter and to ensure sturdiness. As he laid out the lines, he explained to Lin Xiao and Huzi, who listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Lin Jianjun chimed in, Captain Wang is correct. In northeast China, we must dig the foundation deeper, otherwise, it can crack due to the frost in winter, which would be troublesome. After completing the layout, the workers picked up their shovels and began excavating the foundation. Lin Jiangwo, Lin Jianjun, Lin Chong, and Huzi joined in the digging, while Xiaomei stood nearby, handing out water and wiping sweat. Haizi and the little ones also arrived. Haizi squatted beside the homestead, vigilantly watching for any disruptions, while Qingya and the other little ones played nearby, occasionally running over to nuzzle Lin Zhao's leg, as if cheering everyone on. As the sun rose higher, both the workers and helpers were drenched in sweat, yet smiles adorned their faces. Zhao Xilan and Annie arrived with breakfast, consisting of steamed buns, dumplings, eggs, and a pot of millet porridge. Everyone, take a break and have some breakfast before continuing. They sat on the ground, eating breakfast and chatting. Captain Wang remarked, given the current progress, we should be able to outline the foundation by noon, and deepen it in the afternoon, allowing us to finish tomorrow. Lin Jiangwo nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you all for your hard work. At noon, I will have Xilan prepare a chicken for everyone to enjoy a nourishing soup. Huzai chuckled, responding, Uncle, There is no need for such extravagance. It is our duty to lend a hand. Lin Jianjun affirmed. Indeed, you have all toiled for so long, and you deserve a proper reception. Lin Xiao observed the diligent workers and the emerging outline of the foundation, his heart brimming with anticipation. This was not merely a house. It represented a new beginning for the family's happiness, a testament to his efforts since his rebirth. Chapter 32. Hunting in the Deep Mountains, Encountering the Injured. A sudden crisis as soon as the soil pit for the new house's foundation took shape. Lin Xiao made plans with Huzai to venture into the mountains for hunting. It was not out of necessity for meat, but rather the arrival of spring had awakened the wild ginseng. And Lin Xiao hoped to strike fortune by locating a few mature roots to sell at the county's herbal shop for a substantial profit. More importantly, Huzai had been persistently mentioning the underutilization of the rifle, and Lin Xiao wished to take him into the deep mountains for some practice. As the duty of the agricultural protection team was to safeguard the mountains and the villagers, and becoming well acquainted with the terrain would serve them well. On the day of departure, the sun shone brightly, and the morning fog had yet to lift. Lin Xiao shouldered a bamboo backpack, carried a Type 56 rifle, and secured a hunting knife at his waist, followed closely by Haizi and Qingya, who had grown into a medium-sized hunting dog. The Type 56 rifle was uniformly issued by the Agricultural Protection Team, and Lin Xiao maintained it in pristine condition. Its chamber filled with ammunition and 2 spare magazines hanging at his waist. Qingya, now nearly reaching Lin Xiao's knees, sported a golden coat that glistened in the morning light, with robust muscles propelling her swiftly yet consistently in step with Lin Xiao. Huzai, armed with his own rifle, followed suit, appearing poised for any eventuality. Where shall we head today, Brother Xiao? Huzai inquired as they walked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I spotted a herd of roe deer in the Dongshan Gully last week. Shall we venture that way? Lin Xiao shook his head and pointed towards the shadowy Black Wind Pass to the west. That area is shaded, with fertile soil conducive to wild ginseng growth. Furthermore, the terrain is complex, making it an ideal opportunity for you to familiarize yourself, which will be beneficial for future patrols of the Agricultural Protection Team. Haizi seemed to understand, letting out a couple of low barks towards Black Wind Pass before darting ahead. Indeed, Black Wind Pass lived up to its reputation. Upon entering the mountain's mouth, a refreshing breeze greeted them. The trees here were notably sturdier than elsewhere, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that obscured the sun. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of decaying leaves, soft to the touch, and the occasional sighting of wild honeysuckle bearing red seeds could be seen. Qingya excitedly led the way, her nose pressed to the ground, continuously sniffing, occasionally stopping to let out low growls at the thickets, signaling Lin Xiao of any signs of prey. After approximately an hour of trekking, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand, signaling Huzai to halt. What is it, Brother Xiao? Huzai whispered, instinctively gripping the rifle stock. Lin Xiao pointed towards a nearby thicket, urging him to listen closely. A faint rustling sound accompanied by the light thud of hooves reached their ears. Qingya crouched down, her body tense, her gaze fixed intently on the underbrush. It's a wild boar, weighing at least 200 pounds, Lin Xiao whispered, slowly unsheathing his hunting knife. Huzai, you should circle around to its rear and shoot its hind leg. Avoid hitting vital areas. We want it alive, as the meat will be fresher. Huzai nodded, crouching low as he maneuvered to the side of the thicket. Lin Xiao picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully into the thicket. A piercing howl echoed as a dark wild boar burst forth from the underbrush, its tusks glinting ominously. At the moment the boar charged towards Lin Xiao, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the creature's left hind leg with precision. In agony, the boar attempted to flee, but Qingya promptly lunged at it, sinking her teeth into its other hind leg. Haizi also rushed forward, barking furiously at the boar's throat, restraining its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao pounced, pressing his hunting knife against the boar's neck, commanding it to remain still. The boar struggled momentarily, but realizing it could not escape, it succumbed. Lying down with a grunt. Lin Xiao, you're incredible, Huzai exclaimed, rushing over to pat Lin Xiao on the shoulder. This boar will sustain both our families for several days, and we can sell the remainder for quite a sum. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, retrieving a rope from his backpack to securely bind the boar's 4 legs. Let us find a place to hide it for now and return later. We need to gather ginseng first. If we delay, the sprouts will wilt. The 2 men dragged the boar behind a large tree, covering it with branches before continuing deeper into the mountains. The depths of Haifengku exuded a profound tranquility, sunlight filtering through the gaps in the foliage, casting mottled spots of light upon the ground. Lin Xiao crouched down, meticulously observing the vegetation underfoot. Wild ginseng tends to flourish near linden and oak trees, often accompanied by certain grasses. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he pointed to a few small plants beneath a linden tree. Huzi, look, those are wild ginseng leaves. They approached cautiously, clearing away the surrounding weeds, and indeed discovered several wild ginseng plants adorned with tender yellow buds, one of which had a robust root, suggesting it was at least 10 years old. We've struck gold, Lin Xiao. Huzi whispered excitedly. This old ginseng could fetch at least $50. Lin Xiao signaled for him to be quiet and took out a small shovel and a deer bone needle from his backpack, beginning to excavate with care. Extracting ginseng requires precision. One must follow the root without disturbing the fine hairs, as even the slightest mishap could damage the roots and diminish its quality. Just as Lin Xiao was about to unearth the prized ginseng, Qingya suddenly began barking frantically towards the distant cliff, her voice tinged with urgency and unease. Huzi perked up, alertly gazing in that direction. Lin Xiao felt a tightening in his chest and promptly set down his tools, signaling Huzi to ready his gun. Something is amiss, be cautious. They followed the direction of Qingya's gaze and soon discerned a figure lying beneath the cliff. Is that a person? Could it be a lost villager? Huzi tightened his grip on the gun, his eyes filled with wariness. Lin Xiao shook his head. It's hard to say. Villagers seldom venture into high Fengqiu. Let us approach and observe, but remain concealed. Crouching low, the two men stealthily advanced under the cover of the trees. As they moved closer, the scent of blood grew stronger, causing Lin Xiao's heart to race. Upon reaching the base of the cliff, they finally made out the figure on the ground, a white-haired elderly man in patched coarse clothing, his face and body smeared with dirt and blood. The pant leg of his right leg was soaked with blood, clinging tightly to his skin. His eyes were closed, lips cracked, and his breath faint, clearly indicating he had sustained severe injuries. Sir, please wake up. Lin Xiao knelt beside the elderly man, checking for a pulse. There was a heartbeat, albeit weak. He lifted the old man's trouser leg, drawing in a sharp breath at the sight of a ghastly bullet hole, with the surrounding flesh charred by gunpowder. Unmistakably, a gunshot wound. Tiger leaned in closer, his expression shifting as he saw the injury. It's a gunshot wound. What do we do now, Brother Xiao? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao declared, let us not waste time. Saving this man is our priority. Tiger, help me carry him. I'll lead the way. We must hurry to the medical station at the base. Tiger nodded, carefully hoisting the old man onto his back. Though the old man was not particularly heavy, Tiger moved cautiously, fearful of aggravating the wound. Lin Xiao instructed Huzi and Qingya to scout ahead while he remained vigilant, observing their surroundings. As they hurried along, Lin Xiao and Tiger alternated carrying the old man, quickening their pace toward the base. Occasionally, the old man would regain consciousness, mumbling incoherently about old young bandits and old Mauzi's gun, before slipping back into unconsciousness. Lin Xiao's unease grew. The mention of bandits alongside a gunshot wound suggested a more complex situation than they had anticipated. After more than 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the medical station. Upon seeing the old man's injury, Dr. Zhang's demeanor turned grave. This is a gunshot wound, and the infection is severe. My facilities are limited. He must be transferred to the hospital at the logging site. Lin Xiao urged. Please, first assist him with bleeding and disinfecting. We will find a vehicle to take him to the hospital. Dr. Zhang promptly retrieved hemostatic agents and disinfectants to treat the old man's wound. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao rushed to the office to inform the site manager of the situation. Upon learning of the gunshot wound, the manager wasted no time, arranging for an ox cart and dispatching 2 staff members to assist. Tiger hurried to the security office to inform Director Lin of the incident. As the ox cart set off, Director Lin arrived, brandishing a handgun. I'm coming with you. A gunshot wound is serious and may involve dangerous individuals. Upon reaching the logging site hospital, they were instructed to contact the local police station. Lin Xiao nodded, helping the old man onto the cart, which ambled toward the hospital, while Lin Xiao occasionally offered the old man sips of water. By evening, they finally arrived at the hospital. The doctors immediately began to treat the old man, while Director Lin went to file a report at the police station. Lin Xiao and Tiger waited anxiously outside the operating room. Unable to contain himself, Tiger asked, Brother Xiao, do you think the bandits the old man mentioned are the mountain outlaws? Lin Xiao shook his head. It's hard to say, but since he mentioned old Mauzi's gun, it could very well be cross-border intruders. After approximately an hour, the operating room light extinguished and the doctor emerged, sighing with relief. Fortunately, we acted swiftly. The bullet has been removed and did not damage the bone. However, he has lost a considerable amount of blood and will need ample time to recuperate. Finally, the weight on Lin Xiao and Tiger's hearts lifted. Shortly thereafter, Director Lin arrived with 2 police officers, one of whom was a young woman in her 20s, sporting shoulder-length hair and sharp, keen eyes. Lin Xiao, Tiger, this is Officer Su Yan, the new recruit from the county police station, responsible for maintaining order in this area. Director Lin introduced. Su Yan stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello, I appreciate your prompt assistance to the injured. We now need your cooperation in the investigation. Please recount how you discovered the victim. Her voice was crisp and commanding, imbued with an undeniable authority. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi exchanged glances and recounted the events surrounding their encounter with the old man in detail, including the ramblings he uttered while unconscious. Mentioning the names of the old bandit and the gun, Su Yan listened intently while jotting down notes, occasionally interjecting with inquiries. Did you notice any other traces of individuals at the site where you discovered the injured man? Perhaps suspicious footprints or shell casings? No, they replied. We only saw the old man alone. Apart from his footprints, there were no other signs of anyone else. However, we did notice signs of trampling in the thicket above the cliff, suggesting that the old man must have rolled down from there, Lin Xiao recalled. Su Yan nodded thoughtfully, remarking, it seems he was forced down the cliff by the bandits in their pursuit, narrowly escaping with his life. At that moment, a commotion arose from the hospital room, and the old man had awakened. Su Yan immediately said, let us inquire about the specifics of the injured man's condition. Upon entering the room, they found the old man sitting up. Although his complexion remained pale, his spirits had visibly improved. Upon noticing Su Yan in her police uniform, he exclaimed with excitement, Officer, you have arrived. Old Yang has been killed. Su Yan quickly reassured him, please calm down, sir. Take your time and tell us what transpired. After sipping some water to steady himself, the old man recounted the events. His name was Yang Leaguai, a veteran ginseng farmer from the 6th Division, who had dedicated decades to the trade and possessed numerous old ginseng sites. This particular time, he and his partner, Old Yang, ventured deep into the Haifengku to harvest ginseng from an old site, a wild ginseng plant that was at least 30 years old, a treasure they had long anticipated. We ascended the mountain at dawn and successfully unearthed that old ginseng. Just as we were preparing to descend, we encountered a group of 5 individuals, all armed with standard-issue rifles and dressed in tattered clothing, their expressions fierce and threatening. Yang Leaguai's voice trembled as he recalled the horrifying scene. We attempted to hide, but they spotted us. When they inquired if we had seen anyone else, we replied in the negative, and they sought to seize our ginseng. Old Yang refused to comply and engaged in a dispute, at which point they opened fire without hesitation, and Old Yang fell to the ground. Yang Leaguai's voice choked with emotion. I was so terrified that my legs went weak. I turned to flee, and they pursued me, firing shots. I was struck in the leg, and, as I reached the edge of the cliff, with them closing in, I had no choice but to shut my eyes and roll down. When I regained consciousness, I found myself surrounded by those 2 young men. Su Yan furrowed her brow and inquired, did you get a good look at their faces? Any distinguishing features, such as tattoos or scars? Yang Leaguai pondered for a moment before replying. The leader had a noticeable scar on his left cheek, extending from the corner of his eye to his mouth, which was quite alarming. The others wore hats, obscuring their faces, but they spoke with a distinct accent, clearly not from our area. Su Yan nodded and turned to Lin Xiao and Hu Zi, saying, step outside with me for a moment. Once outside the hospital room, Su Yan lowered her voice, stating, to be frank, this group consists of cross-border smuggling bandits, armed and extremely dangerous. Recently, they infiltrated from the border, committing robbery and murder along the way. We have pursued and intercepted them several times, resulting in the death of 8. To our surprise, 5 more have managed to escape to Haifengku. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi were stunned, never anticipating an encounter with such perilous individuals. Su Yan continued, the terrain of Haifengku is complex, with dense forests providing them ample hiding spots. It seems that Old Yang and Yang Da were unfortunate enough to stumble upon their hideout, which led to their silence. Fortunately, Old Yang survived after tumbling down the cliff. What shall we do now? Should we organize a search party? Inquired Chief Lin. Su Yan shook her head. We have already requested support from the county bureau, and reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. Until then, we must not alert them. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi, being members of the agricultural protection team and familiar with the terrain of Haifengku, were asked for assistance. Of course, Officer Su, we will help, they replied in unison. Su Yan advised, for the time being, refrain from venturing deep into Haifengku for hunting. If you do go into the woods, be vigilant for any suspicious signs, such as fresh campfires, discarded cans, or unfamiliar footprints. Should you discover anything, do not act recklessly. Immediately report to the local station through the base. Rest assured, Officer Su, we will remember, Hu Zi assured, thumping his chest. Su Yan then produced 2 whistles from her pocket and handed them over, saying, "This is an emergency contact whistle. If you find yourselves in danger, blow it 3 times, and nearby patrol officers will hear you. Additionally, here is my contact information. You can reach out to me directly if needed." She passed a note with her phone number to Lin Xiao. After conveying her instructions, Su Yan visited old Yang in the hospital, urging him to rest well and to call the nurse if anything arose. Chief Lin organized staff from the base to care for old Yang and ensure his safety. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi planned to return home, as their families awaited news. As they walked back to the village, dusk had fallen, and moonlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, illuminating their path. Hu Zi couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Xiao? I never imagined those bandits would be so ruthless, firing guns without hesitation." Lin Xiao nodded, his heart heavy. "Indeed. We must exercise caution when going up the mountains in the future. We cannot afford to be careless. Officer Su is right. We should remain observant until the reinforcements arrive." Haizi and Qingya led the way, cautiously surveying their surroundings. Qingya seemed to sense the danger, no longer playful but closely following Lin Xiao. He gently patted her head, silently grateful for her vigilance, as it was her alertness that had led to the discovery of old Yang. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao recounted the events to his parents and uncle's family. The family was taken aback, with Zhao Xiaolan exclaiming, "Shower, Hu Zi, you must avoid Haifenku from now on. It is far too dangerous." Lin Jingwo added, "Indeed, those bandits are armed. Although you both have a Type 56 and a Type 38 rifle. You are just 2 against many. It is too perilous. If the police station needs assistance, let me go. I work in the security department at the logging company and understand a thing or two about protocol. Father, rest assured. We are aware of the gravity of the situation and will not act impulsively," Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao comforted. "Officer Su mentioned that everything will be fine once the reinforcements arrive. We are merely assisting by keeping an eye out for tracks and will not confront the bandits directly." Lin Jianjun added, "Xiao is right. Now is a crucial time for building the new house. You must not take any risks. When you go hunting in the mountains, stay close to the village and avoid venturing deep into the wilderness." Xiao Mei brought over a cup of hot water and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, "Brother, please be careful. Our teacher has told us to protect ourselves first when encountering bad people." Lin Xiao gently ruffled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will be cautious. By the way, you must also pay attention to your safety at school in the county. Come home early after classes and avoid secluded places." Xiao Mei nodded in agreement. "Yes, I understand, brother." That night, Lin Xiao lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep as the words of Elder Yang and the admonitions from Su Yan echoed in his mind. The gang consisted of 5 individuals armed with standard-issue rifles, and they had committed murder. They were undoubtedly desperate criminals. The terrain of Haifenku was complex, and they hid within it like ticking time bombs, posing an imminent threat to the villagers' safety. He recalled the area near where he had found Elder Yang, which seemed to have a flat expanse. At that time, he had been too focused on saving the man to examine it closely. Perhaps that region bore traces of the bandits' activities. Lin Xiao resolved to return to the vicinity of Haifenku the next day. Not to delve into the depths of the mountains, but to observe the surroundings where he had discovered Elder Yang, hoping to uncover some clues. He recognized the danger involved. Yet as a member of the agricultural protection team, safeguarding the villagers was his responsibility. Beside him, Hei seemed to sense his thoughts, moving closer and resting his head on Lin Xiao's leg, emitting soft purring sounds. Lin Xiao patted Hei's head, glancing at Qingya, who lay at the door, feeling slightly reassured. With Hei and Qingya present, he would at least have an early warning of any danger. Furthermore, he and Hu Zi each possessed a firearm, providing them with a measure of self-defense should an emergency arise. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao awakened Hu Zi and shared his thoughts. Hu Zi hesitated. "Brother Xiao, Officer Su advised against our going into the deep mountains. Do you think it is too close to the bandits' activity range if we approach the area where we found Elder Yang?" Lin Xiao replied, "We will be cautious, remaining concealed in the vicinity and not venturing too deep. Besides, with our weaponry, a Type 56 and a Type 38, we have sufficient firepower to retreat if necessary." Elder Yang mentioned that the bandits had attacked in that region, so they must have left traces behind. The 2 of them, accompanied by Hei and Qingya, set off towards Haifenku, deliberately taking a side path to approach the area beneath the cliff where they had discovered Elder Yang. As they neared the flat clearing, Qingya suddenly halted, lowering her body and emitting a low warning growl, her tail taut like a bowstring. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi immediately concealed themselves behind the bushes on the hillside, peering through the gaps in the foliage toward the clearing. Though no figures were visible, the traces on the ground were unmistakably clear. Brother Xiao, look, Hu Zi whispered, pointing towards the center of the clearing. Lin Xiao followed the direction indicated, and before him lay a clearing marked by several flattened patches of grass, unmistakably the remnants of a tent. Scattered across the ground were a few tin cans, inscribed with foreign characters that were indecipherable to him. Beside this, a pile of ashes from a recently extinguished campfire revealed a few animal bones, suggesting that someone had camped here not long ago. More crucially, distinct footprints were visible on the ground, their coarse patterns and large size indicating they did not belong to the local villagers' typical rubber shoes. Lin Xiao took out his binoculars for a closer inspection and noted that the ashes still retained a faint warmth, while droplets of water on the cans had yet to fully evaporate, indicating that this group had departed only recently. He gestured for Hu Zi to remain silent, and the two continued their observation for several more minutes, confirming the absence of any movement before quietly retreating. Brother Xiao, this must be the bandits' campsite. Judging by the traces, they must have just left, perhaps to scout the area or search for food, Hu Zi whispered as they withdrew. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, these foreign cans and unfamiliar footprints align perfectly with what old Yang described. This is undoubtedly their temporary camp. We must hurry back and report these findings to Officer Su. The duo hastened towards the command center, their hearts racing with a mix of tension and excitement. The proximity of the bandits' campsite to where they had discovered old Yang suggested that the criminals might have been nearby during their rescue operation, oblivious to each other's presence. Their exhilaration stemmed from uncovering vital evidence of the bandits' encampment, including tent remnants, foreign cans, and strange footprints, which would provide precise guidance for the support teams in their search. Upon returning to the command center, Lin Xiao immediately contacted the police station to relay the details of the bandits' campsite to Su Yan, including the specific location, tent traces, foreign cans, residual warmth from the campfire, and the unfamiliar footprints. After hearing the report, Su Yan's tone shifted to one of seriousness mixed with excitement. Excellent. These clues are crucial. Stay put. I will bring my team to investigate the site immediately. Remember, do not leave the command center and do not disclose this matter to anyone to prevent any leaks. After hanging up, Lin Xiao and Hu Zi sat in the office of the command center, gripping their rifles tightly, their hearts filled with anticipation and anxiety as they awaited the commencement of a search operation targeting the bandits. Chapter 33. Teaming up to search the mountains for bandits. Barely half an hour had passed since the call ended, when the sounds of hurried footsteps and chatter echoed from outside the courtyard. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi exchanged glances, grabbed their rifles, and swiftly exited the room. The courtyard was now bustling with officers clad in navy blue uniforms, armed with standard-issue rifles, militia members sporting red armbands carrying 56-style rifles, and personnel from the Forest Security Department in work uniforms with sidearms at their waists. The assembly of approximately 80 individuals was serious in demeanor, yet could hardly conceal their excitement. Amidst the throng, Su Yan donned a crisp police uniform, her waist secured with a tactical belt, and in her hands, she held a hand-drawn topographical map. She was engaged in conversation with a robust middle-aged officer, adorned with the insignia of 2 bars and a star upon his shoulder. Upon spotting Lin Xiao emerge, Su Yan immediately gestured. Lin Xiao, come here. Allow me to introduce you to Director Zhang of our precinct. Turning to face Lin Xiao, Director Zhang's dark visage bore a keen gaze as he grasped Lin Xiao's hand with considerable strength. Young man, your report on the clues yesterday was commendable. Thanks to your discovery of the bandits' camp, we were spared from aimlessly wandering in the black wind. You flatter me, Director. It is the duty of our agricultural protection team. Lin Xiao politely responded, casting his gaze over the crowd, but failing to spot Hu Zi. Just then, Hu Zi emerged from the office, clutching Lin Xiao's backpack. Brother Xiao, I informed Director Zhang that I will stay behind to guard the house. The building materials for the house are piled at the village entrance, and with Uncle and the others getting on in years, should the bandits descend, my presence will help maintain order. A warmth spread through Lin Xiao's heart, recognizing that Hu Zi had taken on the responsibility of watching over their home to spare him worry. He patted Hu Zi's shoulder. Be careful, and if anything arises, contact the base immediately. I'll leave a communication post with you. Just as he finished his instructions, a voice called out from outside the courtyard, Zhao Shilans. Lin Xiao rushed over to find his mother approaching him briskly, a cloth bag in her hand. She opened it to reveal 2 fluffy white buns, a small jar of pickled vegetables, and several pieces of cooked meat wrapped in oiled paper. Xiao, take these with you. It's cold in the mountains. And if you feel hungry, have a bite. Her voice quivered with emotion as she reached out to touch the 56-gram bulletproof vest on Lin Xiao's shoulder, hesitating as if fearful of damaging it. Stay with the group. Do not act recklessly, and you must return safely. Following closely behind was Lin Xiao, wielding a brilliantly polished hunting knife. Take this knife, it's sharper than the one on your belt. Remember to obey Director Zhang and Officer Su's commands. Your safety is paramount. Lin Xiao accepted the cloth bag and knife, feeling a pang of sorrow at the worry etched on his parents' faces. Yet he stood tall, managing a smile. Father, mother, do not worry. With so many of us and the police officers leading the way, we will be fine. Moreover, as a member of the agricultural protection team, safeguarding our village is my responsibility. The nation has nurtured us. Now that it needs us, I cannot falter. These words, spoken by the 20-year-old Lin Xiao, resonated with a conviction beyond his years. Zhao Xiaolan paused momentarily, then wiped away her tears and nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao understood that this was a belief forged through 2 lifetimes. In his previous life, he had enjoyed the nation's protection during peaceful times, and now, on the brink of turmoil, he felt compelled to contribute to the defense of his homeland, facing danger without hesitation. He bowed respectfully to his parents before turning towards the gathering, where Hazy had already settled at his feet, its tail gently sweeping the ground as if encouraging him. Silence. Director Zhang ascended the steps and proclaimed loudly, "We shall now allocate tasks. Comrade Lin Xiao is familiar with the terrain of Fangs. He will lead us directly to the bandits' temporary camp. Upon arrival, we will split into small teams for the search, each comprising 15 individuals and accompanied by 1 police officer. Maintain open lines of communication. If any bandits are spotted, raise the alarm immediately, and no one is permitted to act alone." A collective response echoed from the crowd, the sound resonating so powerfully that it caused the branches of the trees bordering the courtyard to quiver slightly. Su Yan approached Lin Xiao and handed him a military compass, saying, "Take this. It will guide you better than the sun when lost in the mountains." Lin Xiao accepted the compass, and as their fingertips brushed against each other, both paused momentarily, caught off guard. A faint blush crept onto Su Yan's cheeks as she quickly turned to address the team. "Each squad, please count your numbers. We shall depart in 5 minutes." Lin Xiao watched her retreating figure, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. The brief contact had radiated the warmth of youth, starkly contrasting with her usual composed demeanor. He shook his head, refocusing on the path ahead. Hazy had already moved to the gate, waiting for the team to commence their journey. The squad advanced toward Fangs in a grand formation, with Lin Xiao leading the way, Hazy walking alongside him, occasionally darting into the bushes to scout for safety before returning. Su Yan trailed a half-step behind, studying the terrain map in her hands and occasionally referencing the surrounding landmarks. "Lin Xiao, how long do you estimate it will take us to reach the camp from here?" "Usually, it takes me and Huzi an hour and a half, but with a larger group, it might take around 2 hours." Lin Xiao replied without turning, his gaze scanning the forest ahead. "After we pass the second gully, there is a large forest where it's easy to hide. We should slow down and remain vigilant." Immediately, Su Yan relayed the command, and the team's pace slowed. The police and militia spread out in a fan shape, cautiously advancing. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow on Lin Xiao, who wore a blue work jacket. The shoulder of his garment gleamed under the sun, and his steps were steady and resolute. Su Yan observed his silhouette, marveling at this young hunter who not only possessed an intimate knowledge of the terrain, but also demonstrated an adeptness in commanding the team, entirely unlike an untrained farmer. "You seem well-versed in the ways of the forest." Su Yan quickened her pace to walk alongside Lin Xiao, inquiring softly. Lin Xiao smiled, having hunted for 5 years. "I've come to understand the temperament of the mountains. It is essential to remember which woods harbor beasts and where the fog tends to settle. Otherwise, survival becomes precarious." He paused, gesturing toward a linden tree ahead. "See that tree? It bears 3 scratch marks on its trunk, my markers from last year. Beyond this tree, after 300 steps, lies the entrance to the second gully." Following his direction, Su Yan indeed spotted the 3 distinct scratches on the trunk, her astonishment deepening. Initially, she had assumed Lin Xiao was merely fortunate to have stumbled upon the bandits' trail. However, it became evident that this young man possessed considerable skills. What intrigued her further was the clarity and maturity in his speech, accompanied by a composure that surpassed his years, in stark contrast to the restlessness exhibited by other youths in the village. The team successfully traversed the second gully and, at noon, finally reached a level clearing. Director Zhang immediately commanded the team to disperse for security and convened a meeting with the squad leaders. The traces of tents were still distinctly visible on the ground, along with foreign canned food containers and the remnants of a campfire, all preserved as Lin Xiao had observed the previous day. Several police officers were conducting a site investigation, marking the locations of footprints with chalk. The bandits could not have ventured far, as fresh trampling marks were evident among the surrounding vegetation. Lin Xiao pointed towards the thicket at the edge of the clearing and said to Director Zhang, "Moreover, they have taken all the weapons and luggage," indicating that this was a planned relocation rather than a hasty escape. Director Zhang nodded, gesturing towards the topographic map. Haifengku is shaped like a Y. To the left lies Eagle Beak Cliff, and to the right is Broken Soul Valley, both of which are defensible yet challenging to assault. We will divide into 5 teams. One team will head to Eagle Beak Cliff, the second to Broken Soul Valley, the third will remain at the camp, and the fourth and fifth will search the surrounding areas. Lin Xiao, with your extensive experience, joined Su Yan's team to Eagle Beak Cliff. Lin Xiao and Su Yan exchanged glances and replied in unison, "Understood." The first team, consisting of 15 members, was quickly assembled. In addition to Lin Xiao and Su Yan, there were 13 police officers and militia members. The militia shouldered Type 56 rifles, while the police were equipped with standard-issue firearms, all appearing spirited and ready. Su Yan produced a whistle and a walkie-talkie. Everyone remember, 3 short whistles signal assembly, 2 long and 1 short indicates the discovery of a target. And in the event of danger, immediately call for assistance via the walkie-talkie. Lin Xiao, lead the way. Lin Xiao nodded, signaling He Zi to scout ahead while he and Su Yan positioned themselves in the middle of the formation, gradually making their way toward Eagle Beak Cliff. Eagle Beak Cliff, named for its resemblance to the beak of an eagle, features steep cliffs, with only a narrow goat path winding through the mountains, accommodating just a single person. As Lin Xiao led the charge, he used his hunting knife to clear the thorny brambles along the path. "Officer Su," he cautioned, "the path is narrow. Let everyone maintain a distance of 5 meters apart to prevent anyone from being struck by falling stones from above." Su Yan promptly relayed this command, and the team adjusted their formation, proceeding slowly along the narrow trail. "You seem quite familiar with the terrain here," Su Yan remarked as she walked beside Lin Xiao, observing his adeptness at evading traps laid by hunters to ensnare small game, which Lin Xiao easily identified. "Were these traps set by you?" she inquired. "No," he replied. "They were left by older hunters. Nowadays, very few utilize them." Lin Xiao crouched down to inspect the wear on one of the snares. Concluding that it had not been disturbed for at least 6 months, let us not concern ourselves with it. As they continued on their journey, Su Yan gradually opened up, sharing with Lin Xiao that she had graduated from the Provincial Police Academy last year and had been assigned to the county police station for only 3 months. "This is my first time participating in such a large-scale search operation. My family has a military background. Both my father and brother serve in the armed forces. Growing up in that environment, I've always aspired to contribute to national defense. Although I'm not from Northeast China, but from Hebei, I've often heard stories about the local customs and culture, and upon graduation, I proactively applied to come here, believing I could make a significant impact near the border." Su Yan gazed at the towering trees surrounding them, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. "The mountains in the northeast are far more majestic than I had imagined. Though I'm certain winter here is much colder than in Hebei, I can endure the cold. My family has long prepared warm gear. The mountains of the south are delicate, while ours in the northeast are rugged, each with their own temperament," Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. "In fact, there are tricks to navigating. Observe the direction of the tree bark. The southern side is smooth, while the northern side is covered in moss. Additionally, at night, if you find yourself lost, simply look for the North Star." Su Yan listened intently, pulling out a small notebook to jot down his advice. "If there is an opportunity in the future, would you teach me how to hunt? I've always wanted to try." Lin Xiao paused momentarily, turning to regard Su Yan. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow upon her face. Her shoulder-length hair was tousled by the wind, and her eyes sparkled with the unique resolve and aspirations characteristic of a soldier's offspring, a stark contrast to her usual seriousness while solving cases. "Hunting is quite arduous. It requires rising early and braving the night, and one might encounter danger," Lin Xiao murmured. However, Su Yan waved her hand dismissively. "I fear not hardship. My family has taught me from a young age that to thrive in this profession, one must endure. Moreover, since I am responsible for maintaining order in this area, I must understand the circumstances of the mountains and forests. I cannot remain an outsider forever." Lin Xiao gazed into her steadfast eyes, a ripple of emotion stirring within him. And he nodded. "Once this search operation concludes, I shall teach you." The team scoured Eagle Beak Cliff for an entire afternoon, but aside from a few scattered footprints, no trace of the bandits was found. As dusk fell, the various squads returned to camp, none having sighted the bandits, except for the 4th team, which discovered a male corpse near Soulbreaker Valley. When Lin Xiao and Su Yan arrived, the body had already been laid out in a clearing beside the camp, covered by a white cloth. Old Yang was supported by someone as he approached, and upon seeing the body beneath the cloth, he trembled and lifted a corner of the fabric, tears streaming down his face. Old Yang. It's Old Yang. The corpse was dressed in coarse fabric similar to Old Yang's, with a grotesque gunshot wound in its chest. It was indeed his partner, Old Yang. Director Zhang's expression turned grave as he instructed that the body be covered again. Send 2 men to transport the body down the mountain overnight, notify his family, and report the situation here to the county bureau. As night gradually descended, Director Zhang decided to set up camp for the night and continue the search the following day. The militia began to erect tents and gather firewood, while the police took turns standing guard. Lin Xiao assisted in setting up the tent. And just as he sat down to rest, he noticed Su Yin approaching with a steamed bun in hand. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Have this to tide you over, she said. Lin Xiao accepted the bun and took a bite. The aroma of the freshly made bun filled his mouth. A special treat from his mother. Thank you for today. Had it not been for your guidance, we would never have found this place, Su Yin said softly. Sitting beside Lin Xiao and watching the flickering flames of the bonfire, Lin Xiao shook his head. It's nothing. Protecting the village is my duty. By the way, didn't you express an interest in learning to hunt? The night has just fallen, and it's the perfect time for the foolish roe deer to forage. Let us go and try our luck. Su Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately stood up. Really? Is it dangerous? Rest assured. There are no signs of bandits nearby, and foolish roe deer are timid creatures. They won't harm us. Lin Xiao picked up his rifle, greeted the officer on guard, and led Su Yin and He Zi into the forest. Not long after entering the woods, He Zi halted, growling softly towards the front. Lin Xiao immediately signaled for Su Yin to crouch down. Be silent. Something is afoot. Su Yin held her breath and followed Lin Xiao's gaze. Spotting a medium-sized roe deer grazing on the grass in a nearby clearing, its coat a warm shade of brown, with a short tail and undeveloped antlers. Clearly a young deer. Is this the foolish roe deer? Su Yin whispered, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Lin Xiao nodded, slowly raising his rifle. Observe it. It doesn't flee at the slightest commotion and even looks back. That's its folly. He squeezed the trigger, and the bullet struck the deer's leg with precision. The roe deer, in pain, jumped twice on the spot, surprisingly not fleeing, but rather turning its head with curiosity towards Lin Xiao and Su Yin. See, I told you it was foolish, Lin Xiao chuckled as he stood up and approached to pick up the deer. If it were a rabbit or a wild boar, it would have vanished in an instant. Su Yin followed him, observing the roe deer in his hands, unable to suppress her laughter. It really is quite foolish. No wonder it's called a silly roe deer. In truth, it was not truly foolish, but rather overly curious. As Lin Xiao tended to the deer's wounds, he recounted. In the past, when hunters missed their shots, they wouldn't need to chase after the deer. It would eventually return, curious about what had just struck it. Moreover, in winter, if a roe deer spotted a campfire in the snow, it would approach for warmth, sometimes even jumping into the hunter's tent. Isn't that silly? Su Yin laughed heartily, marking the first time since arriving at the police station that she felt so relaxed. Watching Lin Xiao skillfully treat the deer's wounds, his movements clean and decisive, and his gaze focused, her fondness for him deepened. You seem to know everything, she murmured. Back in the village, did anyone ever say you were different from others? Lin Xiao paused his actions, looking up at Su Yin. The moonlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her face and revealing her clear, curious eyes. He understood that he could not share the experiences of his 2 lives, so he merely smiled, saying, I've read a few more books than others, that is all. Su Yin did not press further. She sensed his reluctance to divulge more, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. She squatted down to assist Lin Xiao in organizing their catch. In the future, when you have the chance, please tell me more stories about the mountains. I've just arrived and know little about so many things. I will rely on your guidance. Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart as he observed her earnestness and nodded in agreement. Of course, as long as you don't mind if I'm not a great storyteller. Upon returning to the campsite with the deer, they found the bonfire roaring. The militia members, noticing their catch, gathered around eagerly to lend a hand. Some went for water, others fetched roasting racks, and a few took out salt and spices from their backpacks. Su Yin sat beside the fire, watching Lin Xiao as he directed the others in roasting the deer, expertly making incisions on the meat, applying the seasoning, and then placing it on the rack to turn slowly. I didn't realize you could roast deer too, Su Yin said, handing him a bottle of water. You must be thirsty after a long day. Lin Xiao accepted the water, taking a sip. The cool spring water flowed down his throat, easing the fatigue of the day. When I used to go hunting with Hu Zi, we often roasted our catch in the mountains, so I learned over time, he replied with a smile. Once it's done, you must try it. I guarantee it will be more delicious than the barbecue in the city. The deer meat sizzled over the fire, fat dripping into the flames and crackling loudly, its aroma soon enveloping the entire campsite. Everyone gathered around the bonfire, eagerly awaiting the roasted meat while engaging in light conversation. Leaning against Lin Xiao, Su Yin softly asked, "Do you think the bandits might be watching us nearby?" Lin Xiao shook his head, gesturing towards the surrounding mountains and forests. No, Hazy just patrolled the area and found no signs of anyone. The outlaws, being desperate men, would not dare linger nearby. They had undoubtedly retreated deep into the mountains. Will we be able to find them tomorrow? Su Yan's voice carried a hint of concern. Lin Xiao gazed into the flickering flames of the campfire, his expression resolute. We certainly will. They are burdened with weapons and supplies, making their movement cumbersome. And the Black Wind Pass is a dead end. As long as we secure all exits, we will eventually locate them. Observing the unwavering determination in his eyes, Su Yan's worries gradually dissipated. She had faith in Lin Xiao's judgment. This young hunter always exuded an unexpected sense of security. At last, the roe deer meat was perfectly roasted, its golden exterior exuding a tantalizing aroma. Lin Xiao cut a piece of the tenderest meat and offered it to Su Yan. "Give it a try." She accepted the morsel, blew on it gently, and took a delicate bite. The meat was succulent, imbued with a unique fragrance, surpassing any roasted delicacy she had ever tasted. "It's delicious." Su Yan's eyes sparkled as she took another hearty bite. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at her childlike delight. It was the first time he had seen such a lively side of her. As they savored the roasted roe deer, the atmosphere within the camp gradually became more vibrant. Lin Xiao and Su Yan sat together, engaging in soft conversation, transitioning from tales of mountain game to amusing anecdotes from the village, discussing her shooting training at the police academy and her experiences in a military family. Lin Xiao discovered that Su Yan embodied both the decisiveness of a military descendant and the delicate tenderness of a woman, devoid of any airs of urbanity. Likewise, Su Yan realized that although Lin Xiao was a hunter, he possessed a wealth of experience in the wilderness and unique insights, displaying a calmness in the face of danger that rivaled seasoned veterans. As night deepened, Director Zhang organized the personnel for watch duty and instructed everyone to return to their tents for rest. Lin Xiao accompanied Su Yan to the entrance of her tent and softly advised, "Get some rest. We have to search the mountains tomorrow." Su Yan nodded, gazing into his eyes, and gently cautioned, "Be careful too. Don't rush to the front." A warmth spread through Lin Xiao's heart as he nodded in acknowledgement. "Don't worry. I will be cautious." Upon returning to his tent, Lin Xiao found himself utterly devoid of sleepiness. Leaning against the tent wall, Su Yan's smile and words reverberated in his mind. This capable yet gentle police officer illuminated his mundane existence like a beacon. He recognized that he had developed feelings for Su Yan, yet now was not the time for such thoughts. Capturing the outlaws was of utmost importance. Beside him, Hazy lay at his feet, emitting soft snores. Lin Xiao patted the dog's head and glanced outside at the campfire. The officers on watch were vigilantly scanning the surroundings, while distant howls from wild beasts echoed through the tranquil woods. Clenching his .56 semi-automatic rifle, Lin Xiao silently vowed to find the outlaws, to protect this mountain region and its villagers, and to safeguard the light that resided within his heart. At dawn the next day, as the first light began to break, the camp buzzed with activity. After a simple breakfast, Director Zhang convened another meeting to revise the search strategy. Based on yesterday's findings, the outlaws are likely hiding within the dense woods between Eagle Beak Cliff and Soulbreak Valley. Today, we will concentrate our forces to search this area, ensuring that all teams maintain open communication and provide timely support when necessary. Lin Xiao and Su Yan's team continued to be responsible for the direction of Eagle Beak Cliff, this time delving deep into the dense forest for a thorough search. Before departing, Su Yan approached Lin Xiao and handed him a first aid kit containing hemostatic medicine and bandages. "Take this. It may come in handy if you get injured," she advised. Lin Xiao accepted the kit, placing it into his backpack, and smiled at her. "Thank you. Do be careful. Stay close behind me and don't stray too far." Su Yan nodded, her grip on her handgun tightening, her gaze resolute. The team set off once more, heading into the dense woods of Eagle Beak Cliff. Lin Xiao led the way, with Hazy patrolling vigilantly beside him, while Su Yan followed closely, scanning the surrounding forest with a watchful eye. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled light on the ground, and the air was infused with the sense of grass and earth. Chapter 34. Fierce battle and rescue of the severely injured. As dawn broke, the campfire was reduced to its last embers, and Lin Xiao was roused by Hazy's soft barking. Rubbing his eyes, he emerged from the tent to find Su Yan already dressed and checking her sidearm and radio. Good morning, Lin Xiao, she greeted him with a slight wave, her voice tinged with a subtle excitement. Director Zhang just informed us that all teams will depart in 10 minutes. Our team will continue to focus on searching the dense forest of Eagle Beak Cliff. Lin Xiao nodded, quickly finishing his morning routine. He retrieved a steamed bun from his backpack, a gift from his mother, and began to eat. The communication whistle left by Huzi hung from his waist, while his father's hunting knife was secured to his leg. His shoulder-mounted Type 56 rifle was already loaded with ammunition, its stock warmed by the sweat of his palms. Hazy squatted at his feet, its tail wagging gently, as it sniffed the air, clearly ready to set off. 10 minutes later, the 15-member team gathered at the edge of the camp. Su Yin stood at the forefront, holding a topographical map, her expression serious. Yesterday, we only searched the perimeter of Eagle Beak Cliff. Today, we will venture into the dense forest. Lin Xiao will lead. Hazy will scout ahead, and everyone should maintain distance, observing the ground for any signs. If you notice anything unusual, signal immediately, and do not fire your weapons without orders. The militia members hefted their Type 56 rifles, while the police officers gripped their standard-issue firearms, responding in unison, understood. The team set out, treading on the morning dew. Lin Xiao led the way, with Hazy darting like a flash of yellow lightning, occasionally plunging into the underbrush or pausing to sniff the air ahead. The morning forest was shrouded in thick mist, with sunlight streaming through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the damp ground. Su Yin followed closely behind Lin Xiao, her keen military upbringing sharpening her perception of danger. Lin Xiao, look at these footprints. Su Yin suddenly halted after about half an hour of walking, pointing at a series of tracks on the ground. Lin Xiao crouched down to examine the prints, which matched perfectly with those discovered at the camp. Coarse patterns, large sizes, and fresh mud along the edges, indicating they had been made not long ago. These are the footprints of bandits, heading deeper into Eagle Beak Cliff, Lin Xiao asserted confidently. They seem to be in a hurry, likely relocating. Suddenly, Hazy began barking frantically at the dense forest ahead, its voice urgent with warning. Lin Xiao and Su Yin exchanged a glance, immediately signaling the team to take cover. The two individuals crouched low, advancing cautiously under the guidance of Hazy. As they maneuvered around a dense thicket, they stumbled upon a clearing strewn with fresh, bloody entrails, those of a wild boar, still exuding warmth, evidently processed not long ago. Nearby lay a bloodied military knife, hinting at a recent struggle. We're getting close. Lin Xiao whispered to Su Yin. The boar's entrails are still warm. They must be nearby. Su Yin nodded, her gaze sharpening. Everyone, pay attention. Mute your radios and communicate through gestures. Proceed slowly and silently. Her voice was low yet resonated with an undeniable authority. The militia and police immediately complied, silencing their radios and gripping their weapons tightly, carefully following Lin Xiao and Su Yin. The group fanned out in a crescent formation, akin to a pack of stealthy cheetahs on the hunt. Lin Xiao's heart raced. He could distinctly hear his own breath and the suppressed gasps of his comrades. Hazy led the way, his body pressed to the ground, tail taut, pausing intermittently to sniff the air before continuing onward. After traversing roughly 2 miles, the mist ahead began to dissipate, revealing the crackling sounds of burning wood. Lin Xiao and Su Yin halted, signaling the team to hold their position. They crouched low and crawled forward, peering through the low shrubs. Ahead, on a slope, they spotted a substantial stone nest surrounded by a scatter of rubble, from which a thin wisp of blue smoke wafted. Below the smoke, vague silhouettes could be seen moving about. There were 5 individuals, all concealed behind the pile of stones. Lin Xiao retrieved his binoculars, scrutinizing the stone nest's condition. The individuals were armed with rifles, gathered around a campfire roasting meat, their vigilance alarmingly low. Su Yin took the binoculars next, observing intently. Indeed, the bandits lounged carelessly among the rocks, with their leader, a man bearing a scar on his left cheek, gnawing on a piece of roasted meat, while others cleaned their weapons or chatted, oblivious to the impending threat. It seems they did not anticipate our arrival here, Su Yin remarked, a cold smirk gracing her lips. However, their choice of location is astute. The stone nest is defensible, and the rubble provides natural cover. Just then, Lin Xiao noticed a militia member reaching for his radio, evidently intending to alert Director Zhang. Su Yin swiftly placed a hand over his, gently shaking her head and signaling him to remain still. Once the militia member lowered the radio, Su Yin whispered, "We cannot alert them. The radio's sound might reach their ears. Moreover, we are too far from the camp. By the time reinforcements arrive, they will have already fled." She pointed towards a narrow path along the mountainside. "Do you see that small trail? We can circumvent them from there and catch them off guard. Once we fire, the other squads will hear the gunfire and rushed to our aid. Lin Xiao gazed in the direction Su Yin indicated, silently admiring the trail's concealment. Hidden within the dense underbrush, nearly undetectable unless one looked closely. Moreover, the path allowed them to approach the stone nest from behind, facilitating a pincer attack. "I will accompany you," he declared. Lin Xiao proactively volunteered, asserting his marksmanship and familiarity with the terrain, which he believed would be beneficial. Su Yin hesitated momentarily, aware that Lin Xiao was merely a hunter without formal military training, and involving him in direct combat could be perilous. Nevertheless, she recognized the precision of his shooting yesterday. He had successfully struck a roe deer in the leg with a single shot. Furthermore, his knowledge of the landscape surpassed that of others. "All right, you may accompany us." Su Yin ultimately conceded with a nod, "But you must stay behind me, follow my commands, and refrain from acting independently." Quickly, Su Yin organized the operation. 8 militiamen and 2 police officers were to remain concealed at their current location, responsible for maintaining a frontal diversion. Upon hearing gunfire from the rear, they were to launch an immediate attack. Meanwhile, she would lead Lin Xiao, 2 police officers, and 4 militiamen along a narrow path around the mountain's waist. After the allocation of roles, Su Yin, accompanied by her flanking team, stealthily approached the small path under the guidance of Lin, Xiao, and Haizi. The path proved to be exceedingly narrow, barely accommodating a single person, with a steep slope alongside it that posed a risk of falling. Lin Xiao led the way, using his hunting knife to clear thorns along the roadside, thus paving the way for those behind him. Su Yin followed closely, her gaze vigilant as she observed the surroundings, with the 2 police officers and 4 militiamen trailing behind, each proceeding with utmost caution to minimize any noise. Haizi scouted ahead, occasionally stopping to growl softly at the surroundings, reminding everyone to remain alert. After approximately half an hour of careful navigation, they finally reached the rear of the stone den. Su Yin signaled for everyone to conceal themselves in the underbrush, while she and Lin Xiao crouched on the ground to assess the situation within the stone den. The bandits were still gathered around the campfire, roasting meat, blissfully unaware of the unexpected presence lurking behind them. Their target was the lead bandit, distinguished by a scar on his left cheek. Su Yin lowered her voice and retrieved her standard-issue rifle, expertly chambering a round as she aimed at the scarred face. "I will shoot to injure him, Lin Xiao. You will deliver the fatal shot. The rest will suppress the other 4 bandits. On my command, 3, 2, 1, fire." Bang! Su Yan's shot rang out first, the bullet striking the scarred bandit's shoulder with precision. He let out a pained cry, dropping the meat he was holding, and turned to seek refuge behind a pile of rocks. Lin Xiao had been poised for this moment, and as the bandit turned, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet found its mark in the bandit's chest, causing his body to stiffen before collapsing to the ground, twitching briefly before lying still. The sudden eruption of gunfire startled the remaining 4 bandits, yet they were seasoned outlaws, quick to react. They immediately discarded their meat, seized their rifles, and took cover behind the rocky outcrop. The 2 police officers and 4 militiamen responded promptly, opening fire as the sounds of the 56 type and standard rifles echoed through the forest. However, as the bandits were sheltered behind the rocks, most bullets struck the stones, failing to inflict any significant damage. Lin Xiao's gaze remained fixed on the fallen scarred bandit, watching the blood surge from his chest and splatter against the stones. A gruesome sight that stirred a tumultuous wave in his stomach, overwhelming him with a nauseating sensation. He covered his mouth, desperately suppressing the urge to vomit, completely dazed. This was his first experience of taking a life. Although he was aware that the victim was a notorious criminal, the gruesome scene was still unbearable for him. "Be careful!" Su Yan's sudden cry pierced the air. Before Lin Xiao could react, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck the stone beside him, shards flying and grazing his cheek, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Lin Xiao abruptly regained his senses and realized he was in grave danger, quickly ducking behind a large tree, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Lin Xiao, are you all right?" Su Yin scrambled to his side, her eyes filled with concern as she spotted the wound on his cheek. Lin Xiao shook his head, wiping the blood from his face, gripping his firearm tightly. "I'm fine. Let's continue the fight." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to forget the horrific image, peering through the gaps in the tree to assess the positions of the criminals. For bandits, concealed by the rocky terrain, began a frenzied counterattack. Their aim was precise, evidently the result of professional training, as bullets incessantly struck the underbrush surrounding their concealed team, sending leaves and debris flying. One militia member inadvertently revealed his position and was struck in the arm by a bullet, collapsing to the ground with a scream. "Quick, save him!" Su Yin shouted, prompting two police officers to provide covering fire while another militia member seized the opportunity to crawl over and drag the injured comrade to safety. This isn't working. We cannot suppress their firepower, one police officer urgently communicated to Su Yan. Their weapons are standard-issue rifles from the Russians, with a greater range than ours. And their cover is too formidable. Frowning, Su Yan's gaze swiftly swept over the surrounding terrain until it landed on a tall pine tree adjacent to the rocky outcrop, its branches extending perfectly over the criminal's position. Lin Xiao, do you see that pine tree? Su Yan pointed it out to him. Your aim is excellent. Could you climb up and suppress them from above? Lin Xiao followed He Zhisheng, recognizing the tree as an ideal sniping spot. He nodded. I'll give it a try. With that, he tightened his grip on his firearm and, under the cover of darkness, sprinted towards the pine tree. The bandits soon realized his intent and opened fire, bullets striking the ground around him, kicking up clouds of dust. Utilizing his agility, Lin Xiao dodged left and right, finally reaching the base of the pine tree. Using both hands and feet, he swiftly ascended the tree. Having grown up in the mountains, climbing was second nature to him. In no time, he found himself perched on a sturdy branch, affording him a clear view of the situation in the rocky outcrop. The four bandits were hiding behind the stones, wildly shooting in the direction of Su Yan and her team, completely oblivious to the presence of another person above them. Holding his breath, Lin Xiao slowly raised his firearm, aiming at a bandit who was reloading his magazine. Bang! The bullet struck true, hitting the bandit's head, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. The remaining three bandits were immediately thrown into disarray, glancing up at the tree in alarm. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao fired again, hitting another bandit in the shoulder. He's in the tree. He's in the tree. One bandit shouted, raising his rifle to shoot at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao quickly flattened himself against the branch as bullets whizzed past, narrowly missing him and striking the tree trunk. As Su Yan seized the moment to command the others to launch an attack, the sounds of gunfire from the 56 type assault rifles resonated once more, suppressing the bandits to the point where they could scarcely lift their heads. Lin Xiao crouched on a branch, wary and vigilant, continuing to search for an opportunity to shoot. At that moment, he spotted a bandit retrieving a black object from his pocket, and upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be a hand grenade. The bandit pulled the pin and glanced towards Su Yan's concealed position before hurling the grenade with force. Lin Xiao's pupils dilated in shock, his mind momentarily blank. Yet his body reacted instinctively before his consciousness could catch up. He leapt down from the pine tree like an agile leopard, dashing towards Su Yan. Su Yan, be careful, he shouted. In the instant the grenade landed, he lunged onto Su Yan, shielding her with his back. Boom! The grenade exploded, the tremendous force propelling Lin Xiao and Su Yan through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Xiao felt as if a hammer had struck his back, a searing pain coursing through him, and darkness enveloped him as he groaned and lost consciousness. Though Su Yan was protected beneath Lin Xiao, she too felt the impact, her head spinning but remarkably unharmed. Struggling to rise, she saw Lin Xiao sprawled on the ground, his shirt shredded and blood staining the earth beneath him, causing her heart to clench in anguish. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? She cried, clutching him tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Wake up, please don't scare me. The bandit who had thrown the grenade, realizing it had not struck Su Yan, prepared to fire again. However, Su Yan abruptly lifted her head, her eyes bloodshot, and raised her pistol, resolutely pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, the bullets striking the bandit squarely in the chest and head, causing him to collapse to the ground, lifeless. At that juncture, the distant sounds of gunfire and battle cries approached. Director Zhang, accompanied by other squad members, rushed to the scene upon hearing the commotion. The remaining 2 bandits, witnessing the overwhelming arrival of police and militia, recognized their impending doom and attempted to flee, only to be ensnared by the meticulously laid trap of the officers. Following a fierce exchange of gunfire, the 2 bandits were swiftly neutralized. Director Zhang hurried to Su Yan's side, noticing the unconscious Lin Xiao, and urgently inquired, Su Yan, what happened? How was Lin Xiao injured? Embracing Lin Xiao, tears streamed down Su Yan's face as she replied, Director, Lin Xiao shielded me from a grenade blast. Please, call for a doctor. Zhang's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted into the radio, Quick, send medical personnel. We have a severe injury at Eagle Beak Cliff. Several militia members and officers cautiously lifted Lin Xiao, making haste towards the camp. Su Yan followed closely, gripping Lin Xiao's hand tightly, her heart heavy with guilt and concern. As she gazed at Lin Xiao's pale face and the blood seeping from his back, she silently vowed, Lin Xiao, you must be okay. If anything happens to you, I can never forgive myself. Beside them, Hazy nuzzled Lin Xiao's arm repeatedly, emitting low whimpers filled with anxiety and worry. Having accompanied Lin Xiao on hunts for many years, it had come to regard him as its most cherished companion. Witnessing Lin Xiao's injury and unconsciousness felt like a knife piercing its heart. Upon returning to the camp, the medical personnel awaited with stretchers and emergency equipment. They promptly commenced urgent treatment for Lin Xiao, executing a series of actions, stanching blood flow, bandaging wounds, and administering intravenous fluids with remarkable precision. Su Yin stood nearby, her heart racing as she observed the busy figures of the caregivers. Director Zhang placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, saying, "Rest assured. This young man has a resilient spirit. He will be all right." Elder Yang also hurried over, and upon seeing the unconscious Lin Xiao, tears streamed down his face. Such a good child, injured solely to protect us common folk. May the heavens safeguard him and ensure his safety. Other militia members and police officers gathered around, their hearts filled with admiration as they gazed at Lin Xiao's pale face. It was due to his bravery and sacrifice that they had successfully eradicated the bandits, safeguarding both the forest and the villagers. After the medical team completed their work, they carefully lifted Lin Xiao onto a stretcher, preparing to transport him to the forest hospital. Su Yin immediately declared, "Director, I will accompany Lin Xiao to the hospital. I leave everything here in your capable hands." Director Zhang nodded in agreement. "Very well, go ahead. I will be here. Should anything arise, contact me immediately." Su Yin followed the stretcher, briskly heading toward the forest hospital. Sunlight filtered through the branches of the woods, casting a glow upon her, yet offering no warmth. She clutched Lin Xiao's hand tightly, her mind consumed by a singular thought. "Lin Xiao, you must awaken. I am still waiting to learn hunting from you, to hear your tales of the mountains." She dared not dwell further, hastening her pace in hopes of reaching the hospital swiftly, so Lin Xiao could receive better care. Hazy trotted alongside the stretcher, occasionally stopping to growl at the surroundings, as if to shield Lin Xiao on his journey. He understood that Lin Xiao had been injured while protecting that female officer, and he was determined to guard him until he regained consciousness. In the distance, the gunfire had subsided, and the sunlight gradually dispelled the mist, illuminating the entire Black Wind Pass. This harrowing operation had concluded with the complete annihilation of the bandits, yet the safety of Lin Xiao weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Su Yin gazed at the unconscious Lin Xiao on the stretcher, silently vowing that regardless of the cost, she would ensure his safety. The bond between her and Lin Xiao had quietly ascended to new heights amidst this trial of life and death. Chapter 35. Dreaming of past lives. Awakening to mortal ties, the stretcher jostled along the rugged mountain path, Lin Xiao's pallid face rising and falling with each step, his bangs dampened by cold sweat clinging to his skin. Su Yin jogged alongside, her right hand gripping Lin Xiao's icy hand tightly, while her left hand continuously wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A lump of burning cotton seemed lodged in her throat, rendering her voiceless. Hazy mirrored her movements closely, his golden fur muddied with dust and grass, his once vibrant eyes now filled with anxiety. Occasionally, he nudged Lin Xiao's arm with his head, emitting soft whimpers. "Faster, please, faster," Su Yin cried hoarsely to the militia members carrying the stretcher, her voice tinged with desperation. For militia members took turns, their foreheads pulsating with veins, drawing in breath like bellows, yet their feet dared not pause for a moment. The journey from Eagle Beak Cliff to the camp, which typically required an hour, had been completed in a mere 40 minutes. The medical personnel at the camp had long awaited their arrival at the crossroads. Upon seeing the stretcher, they rushed forward to secure the wounds with tourniquets and administer hemostatic injections, their movements swift and heart-wrenching. "He must be sent to the county hospital at once. The equipment here cannot handle such severe blast injuries." The elderly doctor, removing his blood-stained gloves, gravely informed Su Yin and Director Zhang. "There are extensive soft tissue contusions on the back, at least 3 ribs fractured, and the possibility of a concussion. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." Director Zhang made a prompt decision, immediately dispatching someone to the command post to requisition the only jeep and assigning 2 police officers to escort them, while he remained behind to manage the subsequent arrangements. The roar of the jeep's engine shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Su Yin cradled Lin Xiao's head in the back seat, striving to maintain a comfortable position for him. His breathing was as faint as a flickering candle in the wind, each inhalation accompanied by the rise and fall of his chest and muffled groans of distress. The bandages on his back quickly became soaked with blood, staining Su Yan's police uniform crimson. "Lin Xiao, hold on. We will reach the hospital soon. We promised to hunt together. You cannot break that promise." Su Yan whispered in his ear, tears cascading onto his cheek and trailing down his jawline into his collar. The jeep sped along the dirt road, its wheels rumbling over potholes, causing Lin Xiao's body to tremble slightly. Su Yin pressed firmly on his shoulder, attempting to alleviate the pain caused by the jarring motions. Her eyes were fixed on the fleeting scenery outside. The distance from the forest farm to the county seat was over 30 miles and would usually take an hour and a half. Today, however, the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, kicking up dust that swirled like a yellow dragon. At one point, Lin Xiao briefly regained consciousness, his blurred vision catching sight of Su Yin's tear-streaked face. He attempted to lift his hand to wipe away her tears, but lacked even the strength to move his fingers. A faint groan escaped him before he succumbed once more to unconsciousness. The emergency room at the county hospital was ablaze with light. As Lin Xiao was wheeled into the resuscitation room, the attending physician, upon witnessing his injuries, immediately sounded the emergency alarm. Soon, 5 or 6 doctors and nurses clad in white coats surrounded him, the beeping of the heart monitor, the clatter of surgical instruments, and the commands of the doctors intertwining to create a tense symphony of life. Su Yin was barred from entering the resuscitation room, and as she gazed at the closed door, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Fortunately, she was supported by the accompanying police officers. "Officer Su, do not worry. Brother Lin Xiao has the protection of fate. He will surely pull through." A young officer offered her a cup of hot water, speaking softly to comfort her. Su Yin accepted the cup, yet her fingers trembled uncontrollably, the hot water spilling onto her hands unnoticed. Leaning against the corridor wall, her mind replayed the moment Lin Xiao had rushed to her aid. His yellow figure had appeared like a flash of light, instantly shielding her, only to be followed by the deafening explosion and the cascade of flying debris. Had it not been for Lin Xiao, it would have been her lying in the resuscitation room, perhaps having already met her demise. The lights in the resuscitation room shone for a full 3 hours. When the lead surgeon finally emerged, fatigue was etched across his face, difficult to conceal. Su Yin rushed forward, grasping the doctor's arm. "Doctor, how is he? Is he out of danger?" The doctor removed his mask, sighed deeply, and spoke with a grave tone. "We have performed debridement surgery, removing the embedded stones from his back and addressing the fractured ribs. However," he paused, retrieving a critical condition notice from the pocket of his white coat. "He has lost a significant amount of blood, and the delay in treatment has exacerbated his condition. Although there are no penetrating injuries, the proximity of the explosion has inflicted severe damage to his internal organs. He is currently in a deep coma, and whether he awakens depends on his will to survive." A critical condition notice? Su Yan's voice turned hoarse as she took the thin piece of paper, feeling its weight as if it were 1,000 pounds. The words critical condition pierced her heart like 2 sharp daggers. Memories flooded her mind. The smile of Lin Xiao as he recounted the tale of the foolish deer on the mountain, his earnestness while teaching her to find her way, and his warning, "Su Yin, be careful," as he lunged towards her. Tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Xiao's consciousness seemed to drift in an endless abyss of darkness, where silence reigned, devoid of sound and light, rendering him unable to perceive his own body. After an indeterminate time, he faintly heard a familiar crying, laden with heart-wrenching anguish, piercing through his eardrums like needles. He struggled to open his eyes, but his eyelids felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. Suddenly, a faint light emerged from the darkness, and he moved towards it, the path beneath his feet becoming clearer. It was a familiar rural road, leading to a newly dug grave, where a young figure knelt before it, clad in a faded shirt, hair disheveled, and tear-streaked cheeks. As Lin Xiao approached, he realized it was the 20-year-old version of himself from a past life. His former self was weeping at the grave, voice choked with sorrow. "Why did you leave us? Dad is gone too, and my sister is still in middle school. What will happen to our family?" Lin Xiao's heart clenched painfully as memories surged back. His mother, consumed by grief after his father's death, passed away less than a year later. They had been impoverished, unable to afford the treatment she needed, helplessly watching her health deteriorate day by day. After their father's passing, his mother fell ill from overwork and despair, and his sister, wanting to ease the burden, had dropped out of school to work, harboring resentment towards him for a lifetime. "I am useless, truly useless," his past self lamented, pounding the ground with mud and grass clinging to his hands, unable to save his own mother, let alone provide a better life for his family. Lin Xiao yearned to comfort his despairing former self, but found himself as an invisible presence, unable to make contact. He stood helplessly by, witnessing the heart-wrenching cries of his past self at the grave, the heartache rendering him numb. Just then, a familiar voice called out from afar, "Xiao, Xiao, wake up." The voice, rich with a northeastern accent, belonged to his father, Lin Zhengwo. Lin Xiao was startled. This voice was not the hoarse tone of his father during his illness, but rather a powerful, youthful sound. He gazed in the direction of the sound. As the darkness gradually receded, revealing a different scene before him. His new house was being built, his father wielding a hoe, laboring in the field. His mother cooking at the stove, and his sister Xiaomei returning home from school, clutching a perfect score on her exam. Have I been reborn? Lin Xiao murmured, as memories surged in his mind like a tidal wave. He recalled that he had returned to 1979, when his mother was still alive, his father's leg uninjured, and his sister Xiaomei excelling in her studies, currently in junior high. Through hunting and ginseng gathering, he had earned a substantial income for his family and was in the process of constructing a new home, with life steadily improving. He also remembered the spirited police officer Su Yin, the search operation in the mountains, the grenade, and the moment he lunged to protect her. I cannot die. Lin Xiao's consciousness began to sharpen. I have yet to provide my parents with a good life, to witness my sister's acceptance into university, or to fulfill my promise to teach Su Yin how to hunt. He strained to open his eyes, to respond to his father's call, but his eyelids remained heavy, and his throat felt as if it were clogged with cotton, rendering him voiceless. He sensed someone holding his hand, warm and familiar, his mother's hand, and another hand, cool to the touch. It was Su Yan's. Shower, wake up. Mom has made your favorite pork with vermicelli. It's still warm. Zhao Xiulan's voice filled his ears, laden with deep concern and anguish. Lin Xiao yearned to reassure his mother that he was fine, but could only scream in his heart. He felt his mother's hand trembling, heard his father's suppressed sighs, and sensed the cold sweat from Su Yan's palm. A fierce desire to survive surged from the depths of his being. He could not succumb just yet, for there was still so much to accomplish, so many to protect. However, fatigue washed over him like a tide, and the consciousness that had just ignited began to blur once more. He felt like a feather, floating in midair, the calls around him gradually fading away. Just a little more sleep, Lin Xiao told himself, before sinking into a deep slumber. This time, however, the corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, imbued with a hint of determination. In the hospital room, Lin Zhangwo and Zhao Xiulan stood vigil by Lin Zhao's bedside, gazing at their son's pale face and the tubes that filled his body, tears streaming down their cheeks uncontrollably. They had rushed to the hospital upon receiving notification from the security department of the logging company. At that moment, Zhao Xiulan was spreading lime on the foundation of the new house, and upon hearing the news, the lime scoop fell with a clatter, causing her to faint on the spot. Upon regaining consciousness, the couple did not take the time to tidy up, hastily running to the main office and jumping into a jeep to the county hospital. My son, how could you end up like this? Zhao Xiulan leaned over the bed, gripping Lin Zhao's hand tightly, her voice choked with emotion. Our lives were just starting to improve. The new house isn't finished. You haven't even married yet. Why must you endure such suffering? Lin Zhangwo, standing beside her, furrowed his brow, chain-smoking, with a pile of cigarette butts accumulating on the floor. He looked at the wounds on his son's body, feeling as if his heart were being sliced by a knife, yet he held back his tears, continuously comforting his wife. Xiulan, don't cry. Shower is a good boy. He will pull through. He certainly will. Xiaomei stood by the bedside, her small hands gripping the sheets tightly, tears cascading down like a string of broken pearls. She dared not cry out, fearing it might disturb her brother's rest, and could only bite her lip in silent prayer. Memories of her brother buying her a new backpack, taking her to the mountains to gather wild fruits, and promising to support her education flooded her mind, filling her heart with dread at the thought that if her brother did not awaken, their family would crumble. Su Yin stood at the doorway of the hospital room, observing the Lin family's sorrowful scene, her heart heavy with guilt and self-reproach. She approached Lin Zhangwo and Zhao Xiulan, bowing deeply and speaking with a choked voice. Uncle Lin, Aunt Lin, I am truly sorry. It is because of me that Lin Xiao has ended up like this. Had it not been for my presence, he would never have ventured into the mountains, nor would he have been injured. Zhao Xiulan raised her tear-streaked face to look at Su Yin and shook her head. Officer Su Yin, do not blame yourself. We understand that Shower is part of the agricultural protection team. Safeguarding others is his duty. Moreover, his willingness to risk his life to save you signifies that he is a responsible child, and we are proud of him. Despite her words, the pain in Zhao Xiulan's voice was unmistakable. Aunt Lin, please listen to me, Su Yin implored, crouching down to take Zhao Xiulan's hand, her gaze resolute. Lin Xiao was injured while saving me. If he does not awaken, I, Su Yin, vow before heaven that I will be your daughter for life. I will take on Xiaomei's tuition, assist in building your new home, and ensure your well-being in your old age. I will never go back on my word. Both Lin Zhangwo and Zhao Xiulan were taken aback. They had not anticipated such declarations from the young police officer. observing their astonished expressions. Su Yin continued, I come from a military family, and my father instilled in me the values of gratitude and reciprocity. Lin Xiao saved my life, and I owe him a debt I can never repay. Even if he awakens, I will honor you as my own parents, for that is my duty. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. Lin Jiangwo regarded Su Yin's unwavering gaze, his emotions in turmoil. He could see that this officer was sincere, not merely exchanging pleasantries. He placed a hand on her shoulder and sighed. Officer Su Yin, we appreciate your intentions. Xiao is a fortunate child, and I believe he will surely awaken. Even if he does not, we cannot burden you. You are still young and have your own future to consider. Uncle Lin, this is not a burden, Su Yin replied, rising to wipe the tears from her face. This is my heartfelt choice. From the moment Lin Xiao leapt to protect me, I knew he was someone worth dedicating my life to repay. All I wish now is for him to awaken quickly. Even if he forgets me upon waking or chooses not to acknowledge me, I will continue to care for you. At that moment, the heart monitor emitted a series of urgent beeps, the previously steady heart rate suddenly accelerating. Lin Xiao's fingers twitched and his eyelids fluttered. Doctor! Doctor! Su Yin shouted, her voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. The doctor, who had been patrolling the corridor, rushed in upon hearing her call and upon seeing the data on the monitor. His face lit up with astonishment. The patient is responding. Quickly, prepare for examination. The doctor, while instructing the nurse, approached the bedside and shone a flashlight into Lin Xiao's pupils. Lin Xiao's pupils slightly constricted. Although his eyes remained closed, it was evident that he had regained some consciousness. Wonderful. This is a positive sign. The doctor exclaimed excitedly. It indicates the patient possesses a strong will to survive. As long as we continue to monitor him, the prospects of awakening are quite promising. Hearing the doctor's words, Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiaolan embraced each other, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Xiaomei, too, wiped away her tears and grasped Lin Xiao's hand tightly, exclaiming, Brother, please wake up. It's Xiaomei. Standing nearby, Su Yin gazed at Lin Xiao's slightly quivering eyelids, her heart finally feeling a sense of relief. She understood that Lin Xiao could hear their voices and was making an effort to awaken, for his family and for her as well. After conducting a thorough examination, the doctor informed everyone, the patient's condition has shown some improvement, but continued observation is necessary. You may take turns watching over him and speak to him frequently to stimulate his nerves, which will assist in his recovery of consciousness. Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiaolan nodded eagerly, with Zhao Xiaolan taking a seat beside the bed, recounting stories from home, discussing the progress on their new house, and sharing Xiaomei's academic achievements, her voice gentle and filled with hope. Su Yin remained, finding a chair in the corner of the room, silently keeping vigil over Lin Xiao. As she observed his pallid face, she silently vowed, Lin Xiao, you must wake up. Once you do, I will take you to dine at the finest restaurant in town. I will learn to hunt with you, and I will help you build a new house for uncle and aunt. I promise. I will never allow you to suffer any harm again. As the daylight outside gradually faded, the lights in the room exuded a soft and warm glow. The beeping of the heart monitor became steady and robust, and Lin Xiao's breathing began to even out. Lin Jiangwo stepped out to fetch dinner, while Zhao Xiaolan and Xiaomei remained by the bedside. Su Yin continued to sit in the corner, her gaze intently fixed on Lin Xiao. Haizi lay at the door, resting his head on his paws, occasionally lifting his head to glance at Lin Xiao, emitting a low whine, as if cheering on his master. As night deepened, Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiaolan, persuaded by Su Yin, went to a nearby guest house to rest, while Xiaomei dozed off beside the bed. Su Yin stayed at Lin Xiao's bedside, gently holding his hand, whispering, Lin Xiao, I know you can hear me. Do you remember? You promised to teach me how to hunt once the search was over, and you said you would tell me stories of the mountains. I'm still waiting for you. You cannot break your promise. Pausing, her tone softened. Since I was young, my father would speak of the bravery and responsibility of men from northeast China. I never believed it until I met you. Though you are merely a hunter, your courage and integrity surpass many of the police officers I've encountered. Lin Xiao, please wake up. I long to journey with you to Haifengku, to witness the sunrise over the mountains together. At this moment, Su Yin's voice caught in her throat. She lowered her gaze to Lin Xiao's hand, suddenly feeling his fingers twitch slightly, as if responding to her words. Startled, she raised her head. Her eyes fixated on Lin Xiao's face, where she noticed his eyelids tremble once more, and the corners of his mouth seemed to lift ever so slightly. Lin Xiao, did you hear me? Su Yin exclaimed with palpable excitement. I am here, waiting for you to awaken. She clutched Lin Xiao's hand tightly, her heart brimming with anticipation. She understood that Lin Xiao was valiantly striving to break free from the darkness and return to this world filled with hope to come back to her side. And she would remain here, steadfastly watching over him until he opened his eyes and graced her with that familiar smile. The moonlight cascaded through the window, gently illuminating Lin Xiao's face and casting a soft halo upon his pallid cheeks. The ward was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor and Su Yan's gentle whispers. In this tranquil night, a miracle of life was quietly unfolding, while a bond that transcended life and death awaited its day to blossom. Chapter 36. Awakening. Eavesdropping from the sickbed in the third-floor ward of the county hospital. The scent of disinfectant lingered day after day. Lin Xiao lay on the bed by the window, his eyes tightly shut and his complexion as pale as parchment. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest and the regular beeping of the heart monitor confirmed his ongoing battle against the specter of death. Zhao Xiaolan had nearly made the ward her home, with a folding bed positioned beside Lin Xiao's, vigilantly watching over her son. She always clutched a clean towel, occasionally wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Lin Jiangwo, meanwhile, shuttled daily between the hospital and the family homestead, overseeing the construction of their new house, while delivering fresh clothes and meals to his wife and daughter. His once straight posture now seemed slightly hunched. Every evening at 6 o'clock, the ward door would be gently pushed open. Su Yan, clad in olive green police attire, entered with her badge glinting softly in the sunset. In one hand, she carried a thermos. In the other, a bouquet of wild chrysanthemums picked from the hospital garden, fresh from her shift at the police station. A hint of fatigue lingered on her face, yet she always managed to muster a warm smile upon entering. "Auntie Lin, how are you feeling today?" she greeted while deftly setting down her belongings and rolling up her sleeves to fetch hot water. "I brought some millet to make porridge. Let's wipe Lin Xiao's hands." The doctor said that physical contact can help awaken his consciousness. Zhao Xiaolan quickly rose, her eyes filled with gratitude. "Officer Su, I am so sorry to trouble you again. It has been 7 days. Your daily visits are not only a disruption to your rest, but also a burden on your resources." Su Yan smiled and shook her head, gently placing the warm towel on Lin Xiao's icy hands, her movements tender as if handling fragile treasure. "Please don't say that, Auntie. Lin Xiao is in this condition because he saved me. What I do is merely my duty. Besides, learning from you how to care for others will prove useful in my work when I encounter injured individuals." Though she spoke lightly, her heart tightened as her fingertips brushed against the gauze on Lin Xiao's back, which still seeped blood. Initially, the hospital nurses would deter her, insisting that non-family members could not linger for extended periods. Each time, Su Yan would present her police badge and negotiate with the head nurse, eventually securing a daily 2-hour visiting period. Over time, the nurses became familiar with this tenacious officer, sometimes even reserving a seat for her and discreetly assuring her, "Officer Su, do not worry too much. The patient's vital signs are becoming increasingly stable. Perhaps he will awaken any day now." Each time she heard these words, Su Yan would nod vigorously, her eyes shimmering with hope like stars in the night sky. As she gently wiped Lin Xiao's hands, she would softly converse with him, sharing anecdotes from the office and discussing the transformations in the mountains. Lin Xiao, today Director Zhang mentioned that a permanent patrol team has been arranged at Haifengkou, so the villagers no longer need to fear when they venture into the mountains to gather ginseng. "By the way, I utilized the navigation tips you taught me yesterday. When responding to a call to find a lost child in the woods, I relied on the moss on the tree bark to determine the direction, successfully leading the child back to safety." She picked up a wild chrysanthemum from the side and brought it close to Lin Xiao's nose. "Take a whiff of this. It blooms in the hospital garden and differs from the wild chrysanthemums in the mountains, having a more subtle fragrance. Once you awaken, I shall take you to see it." Zhao Xiaolan sat nearby, observing Su Yan's focused profile, her heart a tumult of emotions. This young woman was only a few years older than her own daughter, yet she possessed a maturity and sense of responsibility that belied her age. It was evident to Zhao that Su Yan's concern for her son was not merely a matter of repaying a debt. The worry and care reflected in her gaze were genuine and unfeigned. Several times, she contemplated speaking to Su Yan, but each time she hesitated, thinking it premature to discuss such matters while her son remained unconscious. The following morning, a tall figure unexpectedly burst into the ward. Huzi, drenched in sweat and carrying a cloth bag, rushed in and, upon seeing Lin Xiao in the hospital bed, fell to his knees beside him, tears streaming down his face like pearls from a broken string. "Brother Xiao, please wake up. It's me, Huzi. Don't scare me like this." His loud voice reverberated through the ward, causing the foredrip to tremble slightly. Zhao Xiaolan hurried over to restrain him. "Huzi, keep your voice down. Don't disturb your brother Xiao's rest. Huzi wiped his tears and choked out. Auntie, I'm so sorry for brother Xiao. If I had gone with him to search the mountains, he wouldn't have been injured. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have stayed home. As he spoke, he pulled an item from the cloth bag, a fox pelt, its fur gleaming, evidently freshly skinned. I caught this fox yesterday in the mountains. I thought of brother Xiao feeling cold in winter and wanted to make him a scarf for when he wakes up. He placed the fox pelt on the bedside table, grasping Lin Xiao's hand tightly. Brother Xiao, please wake up soon. If you don't, I'll take care of uncle and auntie in your stead. Build you a new house. Foolish child, what nonsense are you saying? Lin Zhangwo entered just in time, carrying breakfast, and interrupted Huzi. Your brother Xiao is blessed and will surely awaken. Besides, if he hears you say such things upon waking, he'll scold you for being so hopeless. Huzi scratched his head, embarrassed as he dried his tears. Uncle, I'm just too anxious. Brother Xiao is my best friend. If anything were to happen to him, I could never find peace in my life. Huzi remained in the ward throughout the day, occasionally wiping Lin Xiao's face or massaging his legs, incessantly chattering about village happenings. Brother Xiao, your new house has just laid the foundation, and I, along with Uncle Jianjun and the others, have helped level the ground. We'll ensure it's built sturdily. Also, Hazy has been sitting at your doorstep every day, refusing to eat. I've tried feeding it meat, but it won't touch it, waiting for your return. When he grew animated, he would thump his chest in assurance. Once you wake up, we'll go hunting at Haifinka together. I'll act as the bait, and I promise we'll catch the biggest wild boar. Until dusk arrived, Su Yan reluctantly watched Huzi depart. Before leaving, he grasped Su Yan's hand earnestly and said, Officer Su, you must take good care of Xiao. If he awakens, inform me at once. Su Yan smiled and nodded, reassuring him, do not worry, I shall. He will surely strive to awaken upon hearing your words. As she observed Huzi's figure fade at the corridor's end, warmth enveloped Su Yan's heart. It was indeed a blessing for Lin Xiao to have such a brother. Days passed, and Lin Xiao remained in slumber, yet the atmosphere within the ward gradually lightened. His complexion began to regain color, and his breathing became steady and robust. After a checkup, the doctor reported that all his indicators were improving, and he could awaken at any moment. Zhao Xiulan's smile grew more frequent whenever Su Yan visited. She would take her hand and share amusing anecdotes from Lin Xiao's childhood. When he was young, he was quite adventurous. At the age of 5, he dared to accompany his grandfather up the mountain to gather bird nests, returning with eggs to share with the village children. Su Yan listened intently, occasionally inquiring, was he mischievous as a child, ever reprimanded by his elders? Zhao Xiulan chuckled, oh indeed. Once, he secretly took the family's hunting rifle, intending to hunt with Huzi. But he broke the stock and received a thorough scolding from his father, crying the entire afternoon. Yet, just days later, he forgot the pain and was off to the mountains again. Su Yan envisioned Lin Xiao as a child and couldn't help but smile. The ward was imbued with warmth and joy. On the evening of the 7th day, Su Yan arrived as usual, carrying a thermos. Zhao Xiulan had gone to the canteen, leaving only her and Lin Xiao in the ward. She placed the thermos on the table, filled with the chicken soup she had specially prepared, as the doctor had advised that it aids in healing. Approaching the bedside, she adjusted Lin Xiao's pillow and spoke softly, Lin Xiao, today marks your 7th day in this state. Both I and Auntie are waiting for your awakening. Huzi visited you yesterday. He said he wants to hunt bears with you once you wake up. I advised him against it, saying it is too dangerous, but he was quite insistent. She took Lin Xiao's hand, cradling it in her palm and gently stroking it. Do you know? I always believed that police officers should protect the public, never considering that I might need protection myself. When you lunged to shield me, my mind went blank, and all I could hear was you calling my name. It was then that I realized what it truly meant to feel a fluttering heart. Back in the police academy, my father would often say to seek a partner who is steady and reliable. I never paid much heed until I met you, and only then did I understand his words. Su Yan's voice carried a hint of shyness. Her cheeks tinged with pink as the setting sun bathed her face in a soft glow. Though you are a hunter, you possess more responsibility than many I have encountered. You care for your family, your brothers, and are always willing to lend a hand to strangers. I know it may be premature to express this, especially since you remain in slumber and I do not know your feelings. However, she paused, gathering her courage to continue. I still wish to tell you, Lin Xiao. I have feelings for you. Once you awaken, if you reciprocate my affections, we shall together care for auntie and uncle and safeguard this beautiful forest. If you do not harbor any affection for me, I shall still regard you as the most significant person in my life, devotedly caring for you and your family for all eternity. At that moment, she felt a gentle movement from the hand in her palm. Su Yan abruptly lifted her head, gazing incredulously at Lin Xiao, who lay on the hospital bed. She noticed his eyelids fluttering slightly, and a faint smile seemed to grace the corners of his mouth. Lin Xiao? Su Yin tentatively called out, her voice trembling. Lin Xiao's consciousness gradually resurfaced, as if emerging from the depths of the ocean. The sounds around him shifting from indistinct to clear. He heard the cries of Hu Zi, the worries of his parents, and Su Yin's tender whispers. Especially her earlier confession, which washed over him like a warm tide, enveloping his entire being. After much effort, he finally managed to open his eyes. Before him was the sterile white ceiling and the 4 drip hanging above. As he turned his gaze, he beheld Su Yin sitting beside the bed. Clad in an olive-green uniform, her hair slightly disheveled and her eyes bloodshot, yet still radiantly beautiful. Upon seeing Lin Xiao awaken, Su Yin's eyes glistened with tears. She quickly stood up, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao? You're awake. I'll go fetch the doctor." Lin Xiao's voice was hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. He extended his hand, gently grasping the hem of Su Yin's clothing. "I'm fine, no need to call the doctor." Su Yin halted her steps. Crouching beside the bed, holding his hand, "Are you truly awake? How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Her voice brimmed with worry and excitement, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Lin Xiao gazed at her tear-streaked face, his heart aching for her. He wished to raise his hand to wipe her tears away, but found his arm too heavy to lift. "I'm fine," he reiterated, his voice slightly clearer now. "Just a bit thirsty." Su Yin promptly stood and poured a glass of warm water, carefully using a spoon to feed it to him. After a few sips, the dryness in his throat eased considerably. "Did you hear that?" Su Yin set down the cup, suddenly standing as if her heart had been pierced. Her cheeks flushing crimson and her gaze evasive. She hastily waved her hands in denial. "You don't misunderstand. I was just trying to stimulate you to wake up by talking. It was all nonsense. Don't take it to heart." Flustered, she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, unable to meet Lin Xiao's eyes, her voice betraying her nervousness. I'll go call the doctor now. You just woke up and need a thorough examination." Observing her flustered demeanor brought warmth to Lin Xiao's heart. He understood that her previous words were a genuine outpouring of emotion during his unconsciousness, and now, faced with the revelation, it was only natural for her to feel embarrassed. Furthermore, he comprehended that her affection for him might be intertwined with a sense of gratitude, and to confront her with this realization too abruptly might be somewhat premature, even leading her to feel as though he were leveraging his life-saving favor against her. With this thought, Lin Xiao suppressed his own fluttering emotions, managing a gentle smile. His voice still hoarse yet soothing. "All right, then please summon the doctor. Thank you for staying by my side and speaking with me. Otherwise, I might not have awakened at all." Upon hearing his words, Su Yin visibly exhaled in relief, her gaze regaining a semblance of composure as she promptly nodded, stating, "It is only right. You were injured while trying to save me, so caring for you is my duty." With that, she fled the ward, only pausing in the corridor to touch her flushed cheeks, her heart racing. In that moment when Lin Xiao had awakened, she feared her innermost feelings had been wholly exposed, causing her palms to sweat with anxiety. Fortunately, Lin Xiao refrained from further inquiry. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for words. Leaning against the wall, she gently patted her chest, a vague sense of melancholy washing over her. Did he truly not comprehend, or was he merely pretending not to understand? At that moment, Zhao Xiaolan returned with a meal box. Upon seeing Lin Xiao awake, she accidentally dropped the box with a loud clatter, rushing over to embrace Lin Xiao's shoulders, weeping uncontrollably. "My son, you have finally awakened. You terrified your mother." Hearing her cries, Lin Zhengwo rushed in from outside, and upon seeing his son awake, he was so overwhelmed with emotion that he could hardly speak, simply wiping away tears. The doctor soon arrived to conduct a thorough examination of Lin Xiao. After the examination, the doctor smiled and announced, "You are recovering splendidly, better than we anticipated. We'll observe you for a few more days, and if there are no complications, you can be transferred to a regular ward. After some time, we will conduct a follow-up examination. With proper rest, you will soon be fully healed." The Lin family and Su Yin breathed a sigh of relief, their faces adorned with long-awaited smiles. Word of Lin Xiao's recovery swiftly reached the logging site and the village. The first to rush over was Hu Zi, who, upon seeing Lin Xiao awake, embraced him tightly, laughing and crying simultaneously. "Xiao ergo, you have finally woken up. I knew you would be fine." He then excitedly produced a fox pelt, exclaiming, "Look, I caught this fox for you. Once you are well, I will make you a scarf." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "All right, once I recover, we will go hunting together." In the following days, visitors to see Lin Xiao came in a steady stream. Director Zhang, accompanied by officers from the police station, brought Lin Xiao a certificate of honor and a monetary reward, praising him as a hero of the people. The leaders from the logging site also visited, promising to commend Lin Xiao and to assist with building materials for his family's new home once he recovered. Villagers brought eggs and brown sugar, crowding the hospital room to overflowing. Su Yin continued to visit daily after work, her demeanor slightly more bashful than before. While her actions in caring for Lin Xiao remained adept, she rarely spoke tenderly to him as she had previously. Most often, she engaged in conversation with Zhao Xiaolan or quietly sat nearby, peeling fruit. Lin Xiao refrained from addressing the shift, occasionally initiating conversations about amusing tales from the mountains or Hu Zi's hunting misadventures, gently guiding her to relax. Lin Zhangwo and Zhao Xiaolan observed all of this, nodding in approval as they recognized their son's discretion in matters of the heart, understanding that relationships should not be rushed. They secretly conspired to invite Su Yin over for dinner once Lin Xiao was well, to express their gratitude and gauge her feelings towards the family. Lin Xiao's recovery progressed rapidly. Within a few days, he was moved to a regular ward. He was able to sit up and eat independently, engaging in normal conversations once more. Su Yin gradually became less reserved, occasionally taking the initiative to share stories about her workplace and her childhood experiences in the military family compound. Lin Xiao always listened attentively, sometimes even discussing his plans for the future after his rebirth. He mentioned that once he regained his strength, he hoped to partner with Hu Zi to manage a forest, aiming not only to protect the ecosystem but also to engage in sustainable hunting and ginseng harvesting, thus improving their family's livelihood. Su Yin listened intently, her eyes sparkling with approval. What a wonderful idea. Nowadays, we advocate for scientific development. Your approach not only preserves the forest but also increases income. I can speak to the leaders at the Forestry Bureau to seek policy support. Their relationship gradually warmed in this relaxed and natural interaction, developing a deeper mutual understanding than before. One day, as Su Yin was peeling an apple for Lin Xiao, he gazed at her focused profile and suddenly said, "Su Yin, once I recover, let's go watch the sunrise at Haifengqiu. The sunrise there is breathtaking, and from the mountaintop, we can see the entire forest bathed in golden light." Su Yin looked up, her eyes sparkling. "That sounds wonderful. I have never seen a sunrise in the mountains. You must tell me all about the scenery there." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Absolutely. Once I am well, I will take you ginseng hunting and teach you how to distinguish between wild and cultivated ginseng. I will show you how to hunt, how to aim, and how to avoid traps. I want you to thoroughly understand and fall in love with this forest." Su Yan's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, softly confessing, "I already love it." Seeing the light in her eyes filled Lin Xiao's heart with warmth. He refrained from mentioning any declarations of love, instead holding Su Yan's hand firmly and saying with conviction, "Su Yan, when I recover, I would like to invite you over for dinner. My mom's braised pork noodles are absolutely delicious. I also want you to see the foundation of our new house. Once it's built, I'll reserve the best south-facing room for you." Su Yan's cheeks turned a shade pinker as she gently nodded, her voice sweet yet resolute. "Yes, I will definitely come. I will remember your plans. Once you are discharged, we will go to the Forestry Bureau to handle the paperwork together and secure the forest." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm and radiant glow on their intertwined hands. The hospital room was suffused with an atmosphere of happiness, while outside, birds chirped merrily, as if blessing their union. Lin Xiao understood that this life-and-death ordeal not only brought him love, but also imparted the profound significance of existence. He vowed to cherish this hard-won rebirth, to value every person around him, and to create a blissful future with his own hands. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the hospital room, Zhao Xiaolan and Lin Zhangwo exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes brimming with contentment. They realized that their son had finally found someone worthy of a lifelong commitment, and their family was on the brink of new hope. Chapter 37. Discharge and return home. As March arrived in northeast China, the harshness of winter began to wane, and the morning mist lingered. A crowd of early risers gathered at the county hospital entrance. Lin Xiao, clad in a new cotton coat lovingly sewn by his mother, emerged slowly with the support of his father, Lin Zhangwo, while Su Yin followed closely beside him, carrying a cloth bag filled with medicine and nutritional supplements. After a month of recuperation, his complexion had returned to a healthy flush. Although the wound on his back had not fully healed, he could move normally, albeit with restrictions on vigorous activity. "Slow down, Xiao, or sit tight." Zhao Xiaolan grasped her son's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance and concern. "Once we reach home, make sure to rest well and refrain from running around. I've prepared some chicken soup for you. You can enjoy it as soon as we get back." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "Mom, I understand. You need not worry. I'm no longer a 3-year-old child. Su Yin stood beside them, holding a cloth bag containing the medication prescribed by the doctor and some nutritional supplements. Aunt Lin, please do not fret. I will make time to visit him at home. And should he feel unwell at any moment, he can call me anytime. The trio first walked to the county bus station, boarding a large bus heading to the town. The bus was crowded, filled with the mingled scents of coal smoke and humidity. Lin Xiao leaned back against the seat, gazing out at the swiftly passing fields and adobe houses, his heart swelling with emotion. Just a month prior, he had lingered at the threshold of death as a severely injured patient, yet now he was being discharged, and it all felt like a dream. He turned to look at his father beside him. His once straight posture seemed to have regained some vigor, and a long-missed smile adorned his face. Recalling Su Yan's confession he had heard during his unconsciousness, a wave of warmth washed over Lin Xiao as he covertly glanced at Su Yan across the aisle. She was engrossed in the documents in her hands, sunlight streaming through the bus window and illuminating her olive green uniform, rendering her particularly enchanting. After more than an hour of bumping along, the bus arrived in the town. Lin Jiangwo had earlier arranged for a bullock cart through an acquaintance, which awaited them outside the station. The driver, old Zhou from the farm, greeted Lin Xiao with enthusiasm. "Shower, you've finally been discharged. Come on, hop on." The three climbed onto the cart, which was laden with hay, and old Zhou cracked the whip, the hooves of the oxen thudding rhythmically against the dirt road. After a little over half an hour, the silhouette of Hongqi Farm came into view, the air infused with the refreshing scents of pine needles and earth. Hazy, the family dog, caught wind of Lin Xiao's presence from afar, bolting towards him like a streak of yellow lightning. The dog circled around Lin Xiao's legs, tail wagging like a rattle drum, emitting joyful whines. Hazy, settle down. I'm fine now. Lin Xiao crouched down, gently stroking Hazy's head, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao gazed at the familiar adobe house, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. It was within these walls that he had been reborn into 1979, and it was here that he had experienced warmth like never before. Zhao Xilan promptly poured her son a cup of hot water and presented some snacks she had prepared earlier. "Hurry and eat something. You must be hungry after the journey." Lin Xiao accepted the snack, taking a bite. The familiar taste instantly grounded him. "Come on, shower. Let us go see the new house," Lin Jiangwo said, setting down his luggage and leading his son outside. Su Yin followed along, eager to see the foundation of Lin Xiao's new home. The new house was being constructed on the vacant lot beside the old one. It was no longer just a foundation. Workers were diligently building the walls, neatly stacking red bricks that had already risen to a height exceeding that of a person. Several craftsmen stood on scaffolding, skillfully applying cement with their trowels. "Look how neatly the walls are constructed. Uncle Jianjun and the others helped with this, and their craftsmanship is exceptional." Lin Jiangwo pointed at the new house, pride radiating from his face. "You need not worry about the building materials. The farm's leadership assured us they would cover part of the costs, and I've arranged to purchase the rest. At this pace, in just half a month, the framework will be completed, and by the end of the year, we will undoubtedly be able to move in." Lin Xiao gazed at the house under construction, his heart brimming with anticipation. In his previous life, he had never built such a fine home for his parents. In this life, he was determined to provide his family with a spacious and bright new residence. Su Yin circled the new house, nodding in approval. "This location is excellent, with ample light and good ventilation. Be sure to inform me when the framework is raised. I will come to lend a hand." Lin Jiangwo responded with a smile. "Certainly. We will definitely invite you to celebrate the raising of the beams." Observing Su Yan's earnest expression filled Lin Xiao with warmth. He realized that this young lady was gradually entering his heart and becoming a part of this home. In the afternoon, a clear sound of gongs and drums shattered the tranquility of the village. Lin Xiao was sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun when he noticed a procession approaching the village entrance. Led by Director Wang of the County Public Security Bureau and Secretary Li of the commune, both attired in Zhongshan suits, followed by several police officers and commune officials, who were holding banners and certificates. Director Zhang and Su Yin trailed behind, both wearing smiles. "Is Lin Xiao at home?" Secretary Li's booming voice resonated. Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xilan hurried to greet them. "Yes, yes. Secretary Li, Director Wang, please come in." Curious villagers gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Huzi squeezed into the crowd and waved excitedly upon spotting Lin Xiao. Director Wang waved his hand, smiling. "We won't be going inside. We are here specifically to present an award to Comrade Lin Xiao." He cleared his throat and raised his voice. "Dear fellow villagers, today we are here from the County Public Security Bureau and the commune to commend Comrade Lin Xiao for his courageous performance in the pursuit of border-crossing bandits." The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed upon Lin Xiao. Director Wang continued, during this pursuit, Comrade Lin Xiao actively participated in the search, facing the ruthless bandits without fear, bravely fighting alongside the police. Not only did he assist law enforcement in successfully locating the bandits, but he also selflessly protected the officers at a critical moment, sustaining injuries in the line of duty. His actions safeguarded the lives and property of the people and laid the foundation for the successful eradication of the bandits. As his words concluded, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Huzi, particularly excited, shouted, "Brother Xiao is the best." Once the applause subsided, Director Wang continued. After deliberation by the County Public Security Bureau and the Commune, it has been decided to award Comrade Lin Xiao the title of Outstanding Youth and appoint him as the captain of the Joint Patrol Team at Hongqi Farm, composed of militia members from various production teams, all under Comrade Lin Xiao's command. Director Zhang stepped forward, presenting a banner emblazoned with the words "Valiant" and "Fearless," protecting the homeland to Lin Xiao, along with a certificate of honor and an appointment letter. Director Wang took a red envelope from an officer behind him and handed it to Lin Xiao, saying, "This is your bonus, 500 yuan. We hope you continue to embody this spirit of bravery and lead the Joint Patrol Team in safeguarding the security of Hongqi Farm." In that era, 500 yuan was a substantial sum, prompting gasps of astonishment from the villagers. Lin Xiao received the banner, certificate, and prize, feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement within him. He rendered a somewhat imperfect military salute, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Director Wang. Thank you, Secretary Li. I shall not betray the trust bestowed upon me by the organization, and I will diligently lead the patrol team to ensure the safety of our fellow villagers." At that moment, Director Wang took a black holster from the officer, containing a pistol. Considering the unique nature of the patrol team's work, it was decided to equip you with a Type 54 pistol with 15 rounds of ammunition. Director Wang solemnly handed the holster to Lin Xiao, stating, "Comrade Lin Xiao, this pistol is a state-issued weapon, and you must strictly adhere to the firearm management regulations. You may not discharge it unless absolutely necessary, and you are required to promptly submit a report after each use." As Lin Xiao accepted the holster, he felt the weighty responsibility it carried. He understood that this pistol symbolized not only honor, but also accountability. He saluted once more, assuring, "Rest assured, I will strictly comply with the regulations and safeguard this weapon." After the commendation ceremony concluded, Director Wang and Secretary Li exchanged a few words with Lin Jiangwo and his wife, reminding them to take good care of Lin Xiao's health before departing. The villagers gathered around, enthusiastically congratulating Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, you are truly impressive. You've become the captain. The 1,500 yuan prize is enough to build several houses. With Lin Xiao as our captain, we will feel even safer in the mountains." Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiulan stood proudly nearby, beaming with joy. Su Yan approached Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with admiration. "Captain Lin, I hope to receive your guidance in the future." Lin Xiao, amused by her teasing demeanor, smiled back, "Officer Su, I will need your assistance. The patrol team's work relies heavily on the support of the police station." They exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. That evening, Zhao Xiulan prepared a sumptuous feast, featuring Lin Xiao's favorite dishes such as pork stew with vermicelli, chicken with mushrooms, and braised fish. Lin Jiangwo opened a bottle of aged white liquor, pouring himself a glass and half a glass for Lin Xiao. "Shower, today is a momentous day. Let us toast together." Lin Xiao raised his glass and clinked it with his father's. "Dad, thank you both. I dedicate this drink to you and Mom." Xiao Mei chimed in joyfully, "Brother, you are amazing. Now I can hold my head high at school." Zhao Xiulan playfully added a piece of rib to her son's plate. "Hurry and eat. Don't just talk." This incident turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Not only had he returned safely, but he also received such great honor. He must work diligently henceforth, living up to the trust of the organization. Lin Xiao nodded, resolutely committing himself to labor earnestly to provide a better life for his family. The next morning, shortly after finishing breakfast, Lin Xiao heard the sound of a cane tapping against the ground in the yard. Upon stepping outside, he discovered it was Elder Yang visiting, dressed in a thick cotton coat and leaning on his cane. With a cloth bag slung over his back and a smile on his face, he approached. "Elder Yang, what brings you here? Please come inside." Lin Xiao hurried forward to assist him. Elder Yang waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, "I heard you were discharged from the hospital, so I came to see you." He entered the house and settled into a chair, producing a paper package from his cloth bag and handing it to Lin Xiao. "This is a supplement I prepared for you, made with wild jujubes and goji berries from the mountains. It will aid in the recovery of your wounds." Lin Xiao promptly took the cup, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Yang, for your generosity. Zhao Xiaolan poured a cup of hot water for old Yang. Brother Yang, we owe you so much. If it weren't for your timely warning last time, Shower and the others wouldn't have been able to locate the bandits so swiftly. Old Yang sighed. In truth, I must also extend my thanks to Lin Xiao. Those bandits not only stole my belongings, but also took the life of my old comrade. Had Lin Xiao and the others not arrived in time, my own life would have been in jeopardy. Lin Xiao, you not only saved my life, but also avenged my old friend. This kindness I shall never forget. Lin Xiao hurriedly replied. Grandpa Yang, please do not say that. Protecting our fellow villagers is my duty. Old Yang gazed at Lin Xiao, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man, not only brave, but also wise. I know you often venture into the mountains to hunt. Who knows, you might stumble upon ginseng one day. I am getting old, and my legs no longer allow me to dig ginseng, so I thought to pass on my decades of experience to you, as a cherished memory. Lin Xiao felt a stir of emotion. He knew old Yang was renowned in the village for his ginseng harvesting skills, and had unearthed many fine specimens in his youth. To receive his authentic teachings was a rare opportunity. Grandpa Yang, how can I accept such a treasure? Your skills are invaluable, Lin Xiao exclaimed. Old Yang chuckled. No matter how precious a treasure is, it serves no purpose without an heir. I have no children, so I regard you as my own son. I trust you to carry on this knowledge. He took a sip of hot water and began to impart the techniques of ginseng harvesting. In this trade, one must be adept at observing the mountains, identifying the plants, tracing the signs, and digging lightly. Precision is paramount. First, one must observe the mountains. Ginseng thrives in the shade rather than the sun, typically found in mixed coniferous and broadleaf forests at altitudes between 800 and 1500 meters, particularly on the north-facing slopes where linden, oak, and pine trees coexist, as these conditions are most conducive to ginseng growth. Moreover, ginseng prefers clean environments. Excessive underbrush, particularly amaranth and lamb's quarters, should be avoided, for these plants are detrimental to ginseng's growth. As he spoke, old Yang gestured with his hands. Lin Xiao listened intently, quickly taking notes with paper and pen. Old Yang continued. Next is the identification of plants. Ginseng leaves are distinctive, trifoliate with finely serrated edges, and a deep green hue with a glossy finish. However, newly sprouted ginseng seedlings closely resemble asarum. It is crucial to distinguish between them, as asarum leaves are smaller and lighter in color than ginseng leaves. Additionally, ginseng is often accompanied by protective plants such as wild roses and mountain daisies, which shield it from wild animals. Tracing signs is equally important. Once ginseng reaches 3 years of age, it will flower and bear fruit, which are red and resemble small lanterns, making them quite conspicuous. However, one must practice the principle of digging large while leaving small. Small ginseng must be left to grow further. Furthermore, ginseng has a well-developed root system, with numerous fibrous roots beneath the main root, each adorned with small nodules known as pearl dots. The more pearl dots present, the higher the quality of the ginseng. Old Yang retrieved a piece of dried ginseng from his cloth bag and handed it to Lin Xiao. Look at this. It is an aged mountain ginseng with 5 leaves. Observe how many fibrous roots it has and how prominent the pearl dots are. Lin Xiao took the ginseng and examined it closely. The main root was robust, the fibrous roots plentiful, and the surface adorned with numerous tiny pearl dots. Indeed a rare and exceptional specimen. Yang Leiguai continued, stating that the most crucial aspect of digging ginseng lies in the gentle approach. When excavating, one must first clear the soil surrounding the ginseng, avoiding metal shovels in favor of a deer bone or bamboo knife. Delicately scraping away the earth while meticulously untangling the fibrous roots, ensuring that not a single root is broken. Otherwise, the ginseng's value would significantly diminish. It is essential to draw a circle around the ginseng, with the diameter being twice that of the root system, and then to dig inward from the outer perimeter. Should one encounter stones or tree roots, one must not forcefully excavate, but rather gently shift them aside. Once unearthed, the ginseng should be wrapped in moss and then enveloped in leaves to maintain its moisture, thereby ensuring its freshness. Yang Leiguai's tone was grave, revealing his earnestness regarding the practice of ginseng harvesting. Lin Xiao promptly inquired, Grandpa Yang, are there any taboos associated with digging ginseng? Yang Leiguai nodded. Indeed, there are many. First and foremost, one must pay homage to the mountain deity before commencing, seeking their blessing for a fruitful harvest and personal safety. Furthermore, one should maintain silence. Loud noises may startle the ginseng, causing it to flee. After harvesting, it is imperative to refill the hole and plant a small ginseng or another plant in its place, to preserve the vitality of the earth. Additionally, one should avoid digging at night when the air is laden with energy, which can lead to peril. and visibility is poor, risking the severance of roots. Rainy days are also unsuitable for excavation, as the soil becomes overly saturated, causing the roots to rot. After sipping some warm water, Yang Leaguai continued, "Allow me to share with you a few old spots I frequented in my youth, where you are sure to find 5-leafed old mountain ginseng." He produced a yellowed piece of paper from his cloth bag, adorned with a rudimentary map marking several locations. This site is called Eagle Beak Gulch, located behind the Eagle Beak Cliff on the farm's back mountain, where I harvested a 5-leafed old mountain ginseng 2 decades ago. And then there's Broken Soul Valley, filled with numerous rocks. Beneath the stones lies fertile soil, home to many fine ginseng plants. However, the terrain in Broken Soul Valley is complex, with many old traps, so one must exercise caution when visiting. Yang Leaguai pointed to another location on the map. The Immortal Cave is also promising. A mountain spring flows nearby, with sweet water and moist soil, ideal for ginseng growth. I harvested a 4-leaf ginseng there 10 years ago, and I suspect it has since matured into a 5-leaf specimen. He handed the map to Lin Xiao. "Keep this map safe. These locations are quite concealed, known only to me." Lin Xiao accepted the map, his heart brimming with gratitude. "Grandpa Yang, thank you. I will never forget this kindness. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost to care for you." Yang Leaguai chuckled. "I have no particular demands. Merely hope that you adhere to the principle of leaving the small and preserving the large when harvesting ginseng, safeguarding the mountain's resources. I also wish for you to pass on my knowledge, ensuring that this craft does not fade into obscurity." Lin Xiao solemnly nodded. "Rest assured, I will uphold the rules and diligently carry forward your wisdom." Yang Leaguai continued to converse with Lin Xiao for quite some time, sharing numerous experiences from his youth in ginseng harvesting. It was only at noon, after Lin Xiao invited him to lunch, that he departed, leaning on his cane. Holding the map, Lin Xiao felt a surge of exhilaration within him. He was aware that with Yang Leaguai's experience and these old haunts, his future endeavors in the mountains to unearth ginseng would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. Furthermore, his role in the Joint Logistics Patrol Team necessitated an intimate familiarity with the mountainous terrain surrounding the farm. Thus, while foraging for ginseng, he could simultaneously conduct patrols in the woods, achieving 2 objectives with one effort. As he stepped into the courtyard and gazed at the distant mountains and forests, his heart brimmed with anticipation. He envisioned himself patrolling the woods alongside the patrol team, safeguarding the safety of his fellow villagers. He imagined discovering precious old mountain ginseng, which would provide his family with greater financial stability. He pictured the successful completion of a new house, where his parents and sister would reside in spacious, well-lit quarters. He saw himself standing side by side with Su Yin in the woods, admiring the breathtaking sunrise. He noticed Haizi squatting at his feet, seemingly attuned to his emotions, its tail gently wagging. Lin Xiao patted Haizi's head, silently vowing to himself, in this lifetime, he would live earnestly, work diligently, and protect those around him, making his life all the more extraordinary. Chapter 38. Shooting on Yinhua Island. By the end of March, Hongqi Farm was already imbued with the warmth of spring. Icicles under the eaves melted into trickling streams, and patches of fresh green emerged from the frozen earth in the corners of the yard. Lin Xiao sat beside the foundation of his new house, clutching a twig and tracing patterns in the ground. His gaze drifting toward the office area of the farm, where Su Yin was on duty today, her olive-green figure occasionally appearing at the intersection. For over a month, Su Yin had been visiting his home almost every other day, sometimes bringing Western ointments, other times delivering white steamed buns from the commune canteen. And her rapport with Zhao Xiaolan deepened with each visit. Yet, Lin Zhao's concerns weighed heavier in his heart. His initial suspicion of Su Yan's distinguished background surfaced the day after the commendation meeting, when Director Wang shook Su Yan's hand and inquired about her father's well-being with a tone of respect that was anything but ordinary towards a mere police officer. Lin Xiao felt a jolt of realization. Later, when Su Yan casually mentioned having practiced shooting at a military shooting range with her father during her childhood, it struck him profoundly that her family background was far from that of an ordinary family at Hongqi Farm. Although he had revitalized his family's fortunes through hunting and ginseng foraging since his rebirth, and had even become the captain of the Joint Logistics Patrol Team, enjoying a certain prominence within the farm, he knew that the disparity between his humble origins and Su Yin's family was vast. The phrase matched by social status weighed heavily on Lin Zhao's heart. He was not oblivious to Su Yan's feelings. Her sincere confession during his unconsciousness echoed in his mind, and the concern and shyness reflected in her eyes whenever she looked at him were unmistakable. However, Lin Xiao understood all too well that marriage was never merely a matter between 2 individuals. How would Su Yan's parents react if they discovered their daughter had developed feelings for a farm youth born to a hunting family? Even if Su Yan were to insist on her affections, what could he offer her in terms of a respectable life? He could not allow her to endure the hardships of life alongside him, relying on hunting and ginseng for sustenance. He needed to establish a tangible enterprise. Lin Xiao forcefully thrust the twig into the ground, the sharp crack of the breaking branch jolting him from his reverie. Relying solely on hunting and sporadic foraging for ginseng was insufficient. The income was unstable and the ceiling far too low. He recalled the ginseng field map provided by Yang Leiguai and contemplated the mountains and waters surrounding Hongqi Farm, his mind swirling with a vague thought. He must first excel in his duties with the patrol team, leveraging his familiarity with the woods to amass some capital. And as for the specifics of his endeavors, he would have to ponder them gradually. Only by leading a more prosperous life and solidifying his foundations could he muster the courage to stand before Su Yan's family. With his fighting spirit ignited, Lin Xiao dusted himself off and resolved to consult with Huzi. Huzi was his most trusted brother, known for his honest and straightforward nature, as well as his willingness to put in hard work. If he could enlist Huzi's help, whether it was for ginseng gathering or hunting, they would surely gain an advantage. As he approached the main road of the farm, he noticed many villagers pointing towards Huzi's home, their faces brimming with envy. Puzzled, Lin Xiao quickened his pace. Upon arriving at Huzi's doorstep, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The dilapidated earthen house of the previous year had been transformed into a brick abode, with neatly arranged gray-blue tiles and smooth, even walls. The crooked earthen walls had been replaced with a sturdy stone courtyard wall, and a charming little doorstep had been constructed, adorned with 2 pots of vibrant spring flowers, blooming splendidly. The sound of clinking could be heard from the courtyard as Lin Xiao pushed open the ajar wooden door and called out, "Huzi, are you home?" Huzi poked his head out from inside, his dark face illuminated with a broad smile, clad in a brand new blue khaki jacket. "Xiao, you're here. Come in and take a look." He hurried forward, grabbing Lin Xiao and leading him inside. "I was just thinking of finding you. I've just finished tidying up the house." Lin Xiao surveyed the interior, where the freshly pasted window paper gleamed brightly. A new floral quilt adorned the earthen bed, and a porcelain basin inscribed with "Serve the People" sat on the table, a stark contrast to the previous year. "You've done well for yourself. Have you struck it rich?" Lin Xiao chuckled, playfully punching Huzi's arm. Huzi scratched his head, a bit bashful. "It's all thanks to you. The last time you had me deliver those fox and wolf pelts to the county supply and marketing cooperative, I coincidentally ran into a buyer from Harbin who wanted them for export, offering a price 30 higher than usual. With that money, I thought I'd renovate the house to ease my mother's worries about leaks." He paused before adding, "Oh, and the commune also granted us relief funds," acknowledging my active participation in the hunt for bandits, deeming me a half-hero. Huzi's mother emerged from the inner room, a bowl of sweet syrup in hand, her face beaming with joy. "Shower, have some sweet syrup. Thanks to you for having Huzi work hard. Otherwise, how could our family enjoy such a good life? Look at this house. It's all thanks to Huzi and Uncle Jianjun building it themselves, saving quite a bit on labor costs." Lin Xiao accepted the syrup, feeling genuinely happy for Huzi. This boy had endured hardship for most of his life, and now he was finally reaping the rewards. "Auntie, please." There's no need for formality. After a sip of syrup, Lin Xiao got straight to the point. "Huzi, I'm here to discuss something with you. Spring has arrived, and it's time to get to work in the mountains. I was thinking we should team up for ginseng gathering and hunting, so we can look out for each other and save some capital for legitimate ventures." Huzi's eyes lit up as he thumped his chest and declared, "Shower, I'm with you. Whatever you say goes. You saved my life, so following you is certainly the right choice." Lin Xiao nodded and cautioned, "But there's no rush. First, let's ensure we're in good shape. By the way, with the thawing of spring, the small lake over at Yinhua Island should be unfrozen. Since we have some free time today, shall we take a stroll and check it out? Perhaps we could catch some wild ducks or rabbits, bringing a couple home to enhance our meals." Upon hearing the word hunting, Huzi immediately perked up, turning to rummage through the house for his hunting rifle. "I've been eyeing Goose Nest Island for quite some time," he exclaimed. "Last year's heavy snowfall had frozen the lake, but now that it's thawed, there must be plenty of wildlife gathering around. I'm going to fetch my gear right away." With Lin Xiao's assistance in adjusting the sights, Huzi's rifle had become significantly more accurate than before. The two of them packed several steamed buns, a water flask, and a deerbone knife. Huzi also took along a cloth bag to carry any game they might catch, leading his dog, Haizi, towards Goose Nest Island on the west side of the farm. Along the way, several farm workers were tilling the fields. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, they greeted him warmly. "Captain Lin, off to hunt, are you? If you catch any wild ducks, be sure to let us have a taste." Lin Xiao responded with a smile, his resolve to accumulate more capital growing stronger. An idea struck Lin Xiao. The implementation of a responsibility system was inevitable, and Huzi's words served as a reminder. There was no need to rush. It was prudent to first assess the situation. However, Lin Xiao said, "We can prepare in advance. Old Yang has given me a few spots for ginseng harvesting. Once the weather warms up, we can go gather some and accumulate more capital." Huzi's eyes widened in excitement. "Harvesting ginseng can earn us quite a bit, right?" Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "As long as we can find quality ginseng, we will surely reap rewards." As they spoke, the outline of Goose Nest Island gradually came into view. This island, which spans several dozen acres, is actually a small lake with a modest island at its center. Each spring, wild geese nest here, hence the name. At this moment, much of the ice on the lake had melted, leaving only some remnants along the shore, while the water was crystal clear, revealing the gently swaying underwater vegetation. The reeds along the lake's edge had just begun to sprout tender shoots, displaying a faint green hue, and the distant calls of wild ducks could be heard. "Hush, keep it down," Lin Xiao signaled for silence, guiding Huzi to hide behind an old willow tree. Through the gaps in the branches, they observed a shallow area of the lake where a dozen wild ducks frolicked, some pecking at the aquatic plants, while others flapped their wings to preen their feathers. These ducks were plump, with feathers of a grayish-brown hue, at the peak of their edibility. "Let us split up and encircle them. I'll approach from the left, you from the right. When I fire as a signal, drive them towards the center," Lin Xiao quietly instructed. Huzi nodded, gripping his rifle tightly as he crouched to maneuver to the right. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, nestled close to the reed thicket, slowly advancing to the left. The reeds of early spring were still small and insufficient to fully conceal him, so he lowered his body as much as possible, using the terrain for cover. Huzi, understanding the situation, lay flat on the ground, tail tucked tightly between his legs, revealing only his vigilant eyes. As they drew nearer to the wild ducks, Lin Xiao could hear the sound of their wings splashing against the water. He quietly raised his rifle, aiming at the plumpest male duck. This standard-issue rifle, issued during recognition ceremonies, was far more accurate than his old shotgun. Holding his breath, Lin Xiao gently squeezed the trigger. The sharp crack of the gunfire shattered the tranquility of the lakeside. The male duck fell to the ground, and the other wild ducks, startled, took to the air, flapping towards the center of the lake. "Quickly, drive them towards the center," Lin Xiao shouted, rising to pursue. Tiger also charged out from the right, raising his gun to the sky and firing a shot, causing the wild ducks to scatter in all directions. Blackie, like a streak of yellow lightning, dashed into the shallow waters and pounced on an injured wild duck, returning triumphantly with it clutched in his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao fired 2 more shots, bringing down 2 more wild ducks. In less than 10 minutes, the skirmish came to an end. The 2 of them had collectively shot 5 wild ducks, each plump and weighing over 10 pounds in total. Tiger, brimming with excitement, held up the wild ducks, grinning from ear to ear. "Shower, you are incredible. We've bagged so many in such a short time. It's enough for several hearty meals for our families." Lin Xiao wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a smile, "This is nothing. Just wait until summer when we come here to fish for blackfish. That will truly be exhilarating." The 2 found a clean spot to sit down, taking out steamed buns and a kettle of water to eat. The breeze by the lake, laden with moisture, felt refreshing against their faces. Lin Xiao gazed at the distant lake surface, his thoughts drifting to Su Yan. How wonderful it would be to enjoy a spring outing here with her. He silently vowed to quickly establish his enterprise. Once he had enough confidence, he would express his feelings to Su Yan and pay a visit to her parents. "Shower, look over there," Tiger suddenly whispered in awe, pointing towards a densely reed-covered shallow area by the lake. Following his gesture, Lin Xiao squinted and discerned a massive shadow moving slowly beneath the water, stirring up the silt below, occasionally revealing a piece of bluish-gray shell. "It's an old turtle." Lin Xiao's eyes sparked with excitement. Given its size, it must weigh at least 10 pounds. In early spring, old turtles are nourishing and even more precious than wild duck meat. The 2 crept closer, carefully observing behind the cover of the reeds. The old turtle lay basking in the sun at the bottom of the water, its head and 4 legs exposed while its irregularly patterned shell, adorned with strands of aquatic plants, glistened. This old turtle was quite wary and must not be startled. Lin Xiao whispered instructions. "You go pick some sturdy reed stalks nearby, and find a large stone to weigh down the cloth bag at the shore. I will go into the water to catch it." The early spring lake water still bore a bone-chilling coldness. Lin Xiao rolled up his trousers and stepped in, the water barely reaching his knees before a shiver coursed through him. Gripping his deer bone knife, he slowly advanced towards the old turtle's position, treading lightly to avoid disturbing the water. The old turtle seemed to sense something, its head lifting slightly as it scanned the surroundings warily. Lin Xiao immediately halted, holding his breath, his body frozen in place. After a lengthy pause, the old turtle relaxed its vigilance, burying its head back into the mud. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao quickened his pace, lunging beside the old turtle and firmly pressing down on its shell. The old turtle, startled, struggled violently, its forelegs thrashing in the water, splashing waves that nearly pulled Lin Xiao into the deeper waters. "Tiger, come help me," Lin Xiao shouted. Tiger promptly dropped what he was holding and leaped into the water to assist. One of them held the shell down while the other grasped the old turtle's neck. With immense effort, they finally managed to lift it. Indeed, this old turtle was colossal. Its shell was larger than a basin, weighing approximately 12 to 13 pounds. Its sturdy legs continuing to thrash in resistance. "Goodness, if we sell this at the county supply store, we could fetch quite a sum," exclaimed Huzi excitedly. Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, "We won't sell it. We shall keep it for ourselves, to nourish my mother and your mother. Eating the old soft-shelled turtle in spring is the best for one's health." The two placed the turtle into a cloth bag, binding it securely with a rope, and gathered some dry twigs by the lakeside, intending to roast a few wild eggs for a taste on their way back. Huzi gazed at the turtle in the bag, grinning from ear to ear. "Shower, today has truly been a bountiful harvest. With wild ducks and the old turtle, we shall celebrate splendidly tonight." Lin Xiao wiped the beads of water from his face. Though he trembled from the cold, his heart felt warm. "Let us go and gather some wild eggs to fill a large bag." By the time they had everything arranged, it was already afternoon. The setting sun cast a golden hue upon the lake's surface. The two, carrying 5 plump wild ducks, a hefty turtle weighing over 10 pounds, and a bag full of wild eggs, leisurely made their way back to the farm, leading their dog, Heisey. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who, upon seeing their catch, gathered around in awe. "My goodness, such a large turtle. Captain Lin truly has skills. Those wild ducks are also quite fat. If we stew them tonight, the aroma will waft down the street." Chapter 39. Farewell, my concubine. Restoring vitality as the sun dipped. Painting the dirt road of Hongqi Farm in warm golden tones, Lin Xiao and Huzi entered the yard with their heavy spoils. Zhao Xiaolan was squatting by the stove, preparing vegetables. Hearing Heisey's cheerful barking, she looked up and immediately set aside the spinach to approach them. "Oh my, what treasures have you brought back?" Upon seeing the plump wild ducks and the turtle larger than a basin, her eyes lit up. "My goodness, such a large turtle. It must be over 10 years old. Auntie, we caught this on Yinhua Island. It weighs at least 12 or 13 pounds. Huzi eagerly claimed the credit, setting the cloth bag down with a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao smiled and added, "The old turtle in spring is the most nourishing. I plan to send half to Uncle's family so that Grandpa and Uncle can also regain their strength. We shall share the rest with Huzi's family." Zhao Xiaolan nodded repeatedly. "You always think ahead. We still have an old hen at home. I will prepare a dish of farewell, my concubine, for you, to help mend your injuries." She turned to call into the kitchen, "Xiaomei, come help out. Your brother has brought back good things." Immediately, light footsteps echoed from inside, and Xiaomei rushed out with her backpack. Upon seeing the catch on the ground, she clapped her hands in excitement. "Brother, what a huge turtle. We'll have a feast tonight." Lin Xiao affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and called to Huzi, "You go back and tell Annie, take these 2 wild ducks home. And once I've prepared the turtle, I'll send half over to Uncle S' house and invite them over for a lively evening." Huzi agreed, eagerly carrying 2 wild ducks away. Lin Xiao then crouched down to begin processing the turtle. Preparing the turtle was a skilled task. Zhao Xiaolan specially retrieved a sturdy hemp rope from the woodshed. Lin Xiao first bound the turtle's limbs and neck tightly with the rope to prevent it from thrashing about and causing harm. To prepare the turtle, the first step was to bleed it, ensuring the meat would not have a fishy taste. Zhao Xiaolan guided him. Find a porcelain bowl and make a small incision in its neck, allowing the blood to drain cleanly. Do not waste it, as it can be used as seasoning later. Lin Xiao picked up a sharp kitchen knife from the stove and gently made a small incision on the neck of the old soft-shelled turtle, allowing its crimson blood to drip into a porcelain bowl. The turtle struggled a few times before gradually losing its strength. After draining the blood, Lin Xiao placed the turtle into a large basin and poured hot water over it. "This makes shedding the shell easier," Zhao Xiaolan explained. "Use a small knife to cut along the junction of the skirt and shell, then carefully peel it away. Be sure to clean out the internal organs, especially the gallbladder. Be cautious not to rupture it." Following his mother's instructions, Lin Xiao first traced the skirt of the turtle with the small knife, then slowly removed the hard shell, revealing the tender, pale meat within, carrying a faint fishy scent. He meticulously cleaned the internal organs, saving the liver and heart while discarding the rest into the trash bin. The skirt was a prized delicacy, rich in gelatin and most flavorful. Zhao Xiaolan leaned in to inspect, nodding in satisfaction. You've done a clean job. Now soak it in clean water for half an hour to remove the blood. While the turtle soaked, Lin Xiao went to the chicken coop to catch an old hen. This hen had been raised for over 3 years, plump and with glossy feathers. Lin Xiao skillfully grasped the hen by its wings and made a small cut on its neck. After draining the blood, he immersed it in hot water to scald it, then began to pluck its feathers. Xiaomei assisted nearby, placing the plucked feathers into a bamboo basket while humming a song taught at school. Half an hour later, the turtle had soaked sufficiently. Lin Xiao retrieved it, cutting it into evenly sized pieces and placing them into a bowl, adding a splash of cooking wine and slices of ginger to marinate and eliminate the fishy odor. The hen was also ready. He chopped the meat into pieces and combined them with the turtle in a large basin, rinsing everything in clean water 3 times. Next, it was time to stew. Zhao Xiaolan added some firewood to the stove and placed a black clay pot over the flames, first sautéing the ginger and green onions until fragrant, then adding the turtle and chicken pieces, stirring until they changed color before adding water. Lin Xiao followed his mother's directions, adding a bit of lard to the clay pot. Once the oil was hot, he added the ginger and green onions, releasing their aromatic essence, before pouring in the turtle and chicken pieces. After a sizzling sound, the savory aroma began to waft through the air. He continuously stirred until the surface of the meat turned golden brown, then added an ample amount of clean water and covered the pot. It needed to simmer on low heat for at least 2 hours to ensure the meat became tender and the broth flavorful. Zhao Xiaolan added some slow-burning wood to the stove. I'll head to the vegetable garden to pick some greens. We can prepare a cold spinach dish to balance the richness. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao processed the remaining half of the turtle, placing it in a clean bamboo basket. Then took 2 wild ducks and set off towards his uncle's home. Uncle Lin Jianya lived just east of the farm, not far from Lin Xiao's house. As he approached the entrance, he spotted his grandfather, Lin Laoshuan, sitting in the courtyard weaving bamboo baskets. "Grandfather, uncle," Lin Xiao called out. Lin Laoshuan looked up, noticing the bamboo basket in Lin Xiao's hands, and promptly set aside his work. "Shower has come. Come in and sit. Your injury has yet to heal properly. Why are you still running about?" Lin Jianya also emerged from the house, and upon seeing the turtle and wild ducks in the basket, exclaimed in surprise. "What a large turtle. Where did you get it?" "I caught it at Yinhua Island," Lin Xiao replied, handing over the basket. "Spring has arrived, and this turtle is quite nourishing. I've saved half for you. Let us stew it for dinner. My mother is preparing a dish of farewell, my concubine, and invites you both to join us." Old Lin laughed heartily. "My eldest grandson is indeed dutiful. Now that your injury has healed, it's time to nourish yourself properly. I will come by this evening and bring you a bottle of my medicinal wine. Applying it to your back will invigorate your blood flow." Lin Xiao sat for a while, conversing with his uncle and grandfather about the recent happenings at the farm, and shared his intention to form a team for ginseng harvesting. Lin Jianya nodded in agreement. Harvesting ginseng is a fine endeavor, but safety must be your priority. Your Uncle Yang is experienced. Make sure to consult him. If you need assistance, just let me know, and I can send your cousin along with you. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, uncle. Once the weather warms up, I will discuss it further with you all." Upon returning home, the garden was already infused with the fragrant aroma of farewell, my concubine. The clay pot on the stove was bubbling, the broth rolling as the savory scent of meat mingled with ginger and scallions, making one's mouth water. Xiaomei was squatting by the stove, occasionally lifting the lid to check. "Brother, you're back. The soup is almost ready. It smells so good." Lin Xiao approached, lifting the lid to find the old turtle and chicken stewed to tenderness, the broth a milky white with a delicate layer of oil floating atop. Zhao Xiaolan was adding goji berries and red dates into the pot, saying, "Just 10 more minutes, and it will be ready." Tiger's mother and Tiger were also present, sitting inside the house. Indeed, the sounds of Tiger's mother and Zhao Xiaolan chatting filled the air. Lin Xiao entered, smiling. "Auntie, Tiger, you're here." Tiger's mother quickly rose. "Shower has returned. You're too kind, bringing us wild ducks." Tiger leaned closer, whispering, "Brother Xiao, when can we eat farewell, my concubine? I'm almost starving." Lin Xiao chuckled, patting his head. "Just wait 10 more minutes, and I promise you'll have your fill." Before long, Uncle Lin Jianya and Grandfather Lin Laoshuan arrived. Grandfather held a wine gourd, smiling. "Xiao, this is the medicinal wine I've been brewing for 5 years, made with mountain ginseng and goji berries. I'll apply it to your injury this evening." Lin Xiao quickly accepted it. "Thank you, Grandpa." 10 minutes later, Zhao Xiaolong finally emerged with the clay pot. Placing it at the center of the table, the moment the lid was lifted, a rich aroma wafted through the air, prompting everyone to inhale deeply. How delightful! Xiao Mei eagerly grabbed her chopsticks, attempting to pick up a piece of meat. Zhao Xiaolong gently tapped her hand. Not so fast. Let us have some soup first. It's the most nourishing. Zhao Xiaolong served each person a bowl of soup. Lin Xiao took a sip, finding the broth rich and savory, infused with the gelatinous essence of the turtle and the fresh aroma of the hen, warmth flowing from his throat to his stomach. A most comforting sensation. Mother, this soup is exquisite. Xiao Mei mumbled as she drank. Tiger, on the other hand, devoured his soup voraciously, quickly requesting another bowl. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you, Tiger's mother chuckled, offering him a piece of turtle skirt. This part is rich in nutrients. Have some more. Tiger chewed on the skirt, mumbling, delicious. Even better than pork. Grandfather Lin Xiao also enjoyed a bowl of soup, nodding in approval. This turtle is well stewed, tender, and flavorful. Xiao, be sure to eat plenty. It will aid your recovery. As everyone gathered around the table, savoring farewell my concubine, they engaged in lively conversation. Lin Jianya spoke of recent developments at the farm. I've heard the commune is about to implement a responsibility system. Our farm might also be a pilot site. If I could lease some land, I would plan to cultivate corn and soybeans, and I am certain the harvest would surpass previous yields. Lin Zhao's heart stirred, and he inquired, Uncle, what if we were to lease the water surface? Would the commune agree? Lin Jianya paused, shaking his head as he replied, I have not heard of leasing water surfaces. However, the small lake at Yanhua Island is communal property, typically frequented by fishermen. If we could secure a lease for aquaculture, it would indeed be a splendid idea. Yet, I am uncertain if the commune would approve. Lin Xiao nodded in silence, though his mind was already whirring with possibilities. After dinner, Huzi's mother and Huzi returned home. Lin Xiao poured some medicinal liquor for Lin Xiao, instructing him to apply it to the wound on his back. Grandfather, this medicinal liquor is truly effective. It warms my skin, and the pain has subsided, Lin Xiao remarked. Lin Xiao smiled. This liquor is infused with mountain ginseng, goji berries, and angelica, known for its remarkable ability to invigorate circulation and dispel stagnation. Your injury is healing. Do not overexert yourself. The ginseng gathering can wait. Uncle Lin Jianya added. Shower, as the captain of the Joint Logistics Patrol, focus on your responsibilities. You may ponder ginseng gathering and aquaculture once you fully recover. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Understood, uncle. I will be cautious. Once everyone departed, Lin Xiao sat in the courtyard, gazing at the stars, his thoughts crystallizing. The small lake at Yanhua Island boasted excellent water quality and ample space, making it ideal for aquaculture. Although the responsibility system had yet to be formally implemented, signs of leniency from the commune were emerging. If he could secure a lease early, he would gain a competitive edge. Once policies relaxed, he could even establish a hotel or agritourism venture along the lakeshore, offering hunting experiences that would undoubtedly yield substantial profit. He recalled the scene he had witnessed at Yanhua Island that day. The crystalline waters and lush aquatic plants provided an excellent environment for breeding carp, grass carp, and soft-shelled turtles. If he could introduce high-quality fish fry and nurture them meticulously, he could see returns within a year. Moreover, the market price for soft-shelled turtles was lucrative. If he could cultivate them artificially, the profits would be considerable. However, all of this would have to wait until his injury healed completely. For now, his priority was to recover while diligently managing the logistics patrol, ensuring that personal ambitions did not interfere with public duties. Nonetheless, securing a lease for the water surface would not be a straightforward task. He would first need to apply to the commune and persuade the farm leaders and fellow villagers. Additionally, a substantial initial investment would be required for purchasing fish fry and constructing aquaculture facilities. Lin Xiao felt the weight of the bonus in his pocket. 500 yuan was a decent sum, yet insufficient for starting the aquaculture venture. It seemed he would need to devise a plan to earn some money and accumulate the necessary capital. He contemplated that once his injury had fully healed, he would accompany Huzi to the ginseng field mentioned by Old Yang, hoping to unearth a few quality roots to gather enough initial funds. At that point, formally proposing the lease of Yanhua Island would not be too late. Chapter 40. The young hunting dog begins to shine by mid-April. The Red Flag farm had entirely shed its winter chill. The wild grasses along the ridges had grown to knee height, and the mountains were ablaze with blooming azaleas. The new house of Lin Xiao's family had reached the roof, the red bricks and green tiles gleaming under the sun. The carpenter stood on the scaffolding, measuring the wooden beams and calling out, Captain Lin, we can raise the beams tomorrow. Remember to prepare firecrackers and red cloth. Lin Xiao stood beside the foundation, clad in a blue work jacket. The wound on his back had completely healed, leaving only a faint scar. He smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, Master Wang. The firecrackers and red cloth are all prepared. We are merely waiting for the auspicious hour tomorrow." Zhao Xiaolan approached with a water jug, pouring water for the craftsman. "Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Come to my place tonight for dumplings, meat-filled." While the craftsman took a break, Lin Xiao pulled his father, Lin Zhengwo, aside. "Dad, tomorrow's beam raising is a significant event. The villagers and the construction team will be here to help. I was thinking of going into the mountains to hunt a big wild boar, stew it in a large pot, and treat everyone to a hearty meal." Lin Zhengwo's eyes brightened. "Excellent idea. After feasting on vegetables and tofu for so long, everyone is craving meat. But be careful with your injury. Take Huzi along and bring a few dogs." "I've already planned for it," Lin Xiao replied confidently. "Huzi has been well trained. And the half-grown pups from Qingya also need some practice. This is a perfect opportunity to train them as hunting dogs. I'll find Huzi now. We can catch the wild boar today and prepare it before the beam raising tomorrow." As Lin Xiao reached the courtyard entrance, he saw Huzi running towards him with a Type 38 rifle slung over his shoulder, followed closely by the wagging-tailed Huzi. "Brother Xiao, I was just looking for you," Huzi said, his dark face brimming with excitement. "My mother told me about the beam raising tomorrow and suggested I join you in the mountains for a bit of luck. If we manage to catch a wild boar, we'll hold a lively beam raising feast." "Precisely my intention," Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Turning back into the house to retrieve his standard rifle and rummaging through the firewood room to find 5 sturdy hemp ropes, which were meant for Qingya and the pups. They made their way to the backyard, where Qingya was lying in the sun with 4 half-grown yellow pups. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Qingya perked up her ears, and her tail wagged joyfully. These 5 dogs were a litter of hunting dog descendants purchased from an old hunter last winter. Huzi, the male, was robust and keenly perceptive. After more than 6 months of training, he had already earned the title of lead dog. Qingya and the other 3 yellow pups were his siblings. Still young and untested in the field, Lin Xiao had established a rule. Huzi, as the lead dog, commanded the group, while the other 4 acted as support dogs, each with a specific role, following Huzi's lead to ensure an orderly hunt. "Today, we'll venture into the mountains for a feast." Lin Xiao crouched down, giving Huzi's back a hearty pat as a sign of affirmation, and then patted each of the 4 pups on the head, tying the hemp ropes around their necks. "Huzi, you are the lead dog, responsible for tracking and engaging the game. You'll also direct the others. You 4, as support dogs, stay close to Huzi. Respond to his signals, and hold on tight once you catch something. No reckless charging." As he spoke, he pulled a piece of dried meat from his pocket, first giving it to Huzi and then distributing small pieces to each of the pups. "Perform well, and there will be a feast upon our return." The pups eagerly grabbed the meat, their tails wagging like rattles. Qingya even nudged against Huzi's leg, displaying a submissive demeanor. Early the next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Xiao and Huzi set out, carrying provisions and water flasks while shouldering their rifles. Lin Xiao led Huzi and Qingya, while Huzi guided the 4 pups. Together, the 6 figures and 5 dogs treaded through the morning dew towards the mountains behind the farm. The mist in the mountains had yet to dissipate, and the fragrant aroma of pine needles mingled with the moist scent of the earth, enveloping the air. Blackie, in a state of excitement, led the way ahead, his nose pressed to the ground, incessantly sniffing. "Xiao Ergu, do you think we can catch a wild boar?" Huzi inquired in a hushed tone. Gripping the stock of his rifle tightly, Lin Xiao gestured towards Blackie, saying, "Just observe its reaction. There must be substantial prey in these mountains." The old hunter once mentioned that Blackie, being a scent hound, is invaluable, adept at detecting scents in the air and tracking game with greater accuracy than human sight. The 4 younger ones are trailing hounds, perfectly suited to follow Blackie's lead, and today, they can learn how to cooperate with the lead dog in the hunt. As they ventured into a grove of pine trees, Blackie abruptly halted, his ears pressed flat against his head, emitting a low, rumbling whine, his tail stiff. Qingya immediately became alert, her nose to the ground, sniffing rapidly, while the 4 pups were stirred by the atmosphere, their ears perked up, gazing intently ahead. "Something's afoot." Lin Xiao swiftly grasped Huzi's shoulder, signaling him to crouch down, while he gradually raised his rifle, peering in the direction Blackie was fixated on. There, about 50 meters ahead, in the underbrush, a vague figure shifted, accompanied by grunting sounds. "It's a wild boar." Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he whispered to Huzi, "You provide cover. I'll assess the situation first." Crouching low, Lin Xiao stealthily approached, utilizing the pine trees as concealment, with Blackie and Qingya silently trailing behind. Upon reaching the edge of the thicket, Lin Xiao peeked in and was elated to see a hefty sow, weighing at least 300 pounds, rooting in the soil beside a small puddle with a half-grown piglet, about 70 to 80 pounds, frolicking around its mother, with the large one weighing over 300 pounds and the small one around 70 to 80. We'll have a grand feast. Lin Xiao quietly retreated, informing Hu Zi, let us have the pups practice today. You aim for the piglet, while I focus on the sow. If anything seems amiss, fire your shot. Hu Zi nodded eagerly, raising his rifle to target the distant piglet. Lin Xiao approached the hounds, gently untying the ropes around their necks, and spoke firmly to Blackie. Blackie, let us begin. Engage directly and lead them in the hunt. No sooner had he spoken than Blackie darted forward like a streak of yellow lightning, emitting a deep, menacing growl as he lunged at the sow, employing a lead dog-esque strategy to assert control over the main target. The sow, taken aback by the sudden assault, raised her head sharply, revealing her formidable tusks. Charging at Blackie. Quick on his feet, Blackie nimbly dodged the sow's attack and seized her left ear with his sharp teeth, embedding them deeply into her flesh. The sow, in pain, let out a piercing scream, wildly shaking her head in an attempt to dislodge Blackie. In that instant, Blackie emitted a short, abrupt bark, his signal for the other dogs to assist. Chinya, reacting swiftly, darted in from the side, leaping to grasp the sow by the nape of her neck. The other 3 yellow pups followed suit, 2 clamping onto the sow's front legs while 1 latched onto her hind leg, resolutely holding on. The mother wild boar was ensnared by 5 dogs, rendered immobile and forced to pivot in place, its tusks flailing wildly, yet never managing to strike the agile He Zi. Bravo! The command of He Zi was indeed masterful. Hu Zi watched, his blood racing, unable to restrain a shout. Lin Xiao quickly silenced him, urging, do not make a sound. Observe how He Zi leads the pack. With a firm grip on the boar's ear, He Zi adeptly adjusted its position, remaining within the creature's blind spot. Every few seconds, it would bark in varied tones to direct its companions. Short barks signaled tightening the grip, while longer ones indicated a change of position. Despite their youth, Chinya and the others accurately interpreted their leader's commands, adjusting their biting angles in accordance with He Zi's calls. Seizing a moment of hesitation from the mother boar, He Zi let out a sharp, extended bark, a signal for the final assault. Chinya immediately released its hold on the boar's neck and clamped down on its right front leg joint. The other 3 pups intensified their efforts, pulling the boar's limbs outward. In this opportune moment, He Zi yanked forcefully, tearing off the mother boar's left ear. Blood streamed down its cheek, inciting a furious response as it lunged forward, flinging the 2 pups clinging to its front leg aside. Be careful, Lin Xiao shouted, raising his gun to aim at the boar's head. However, he hesitated, wishing to grant the pups another chance to engage in the fray. The 2 pups, having been tossed aside, quickly regained their footing and charged once more, this time wisely opting to encircle the boar's belly, seeking an opportunity to attack. At that moment, a small yellow-haired wild boar suddenly charged in, its diminutive tusks aimed at one of the pups. Taken by surprise, the pup was sent tumbling. How dare you bully my dogs? Hu Zi bellowed, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the small yellow boar collapsed, blood gushing from its chest. Upon hearing the anguished cries of its companion, the mother boar thrashed violently, breaking free from Chinya's grip and darting towards Hu Zi. Not good, Lin Xiao cried out, preparing to fire, but then He Zi darted in from the side, clamping down on the mother boar's tail and pulling back with all its might. This was the duty of the lead dog, to proactively intercept the prey and protect its master in perilous moments. The momentum of the mother boar suddenly faltered, allowing Chinya and the remaining pups to leap forward, with Chinya seizing the opportunity to bite down on the boar's anus, a lethal hunting technique that would swiftly render the prey defenseless. Chinya has such intelligence. Lin Xiao could not help but exclaim. Though still young, Chinya demonstrated a superior understanding of collaboration with the lead dog, executing He Zi's commands with remarkable precision. The mother boar let out a piercing scream, its body convulsing violently, yet it continued to struggle in a desperate attempt to retaliate, spinning around to swipe at Chinya with its tusks. Return. Seeing this, Lin Xiao quickly whistled, the signal for retreat. He Zi immediately released its grip, stepping back 2 paces, while Chinya also let go, retreating alongside the 4 pups to Lin Xiao's side. Freed from restraint, the mother boar stumbled forward a few paces before collapsing with a thud, twitching a few times before lying still. Lin Xiao stepped forward and prodded the body of the mother wild boar with the barrel of his gun, confirming its lifelessness before letting out a sigh of relief. He then turned his attention to the 5 dogs. He Zi had a gash on his ear, blood streaming down, while Qingya limped with a tusk-inflicted wound on her front leg. The 4 puppies bore varying degrees of injury, yet their eyes sparkled with excitement as they circled around the mother boar incessantly. First, he tended to their wounds, followed by the disemboweling to feed the dogs. Lin Xiao retrieved the pre-prepared herbs from his backpack. These were the hemostatic herbs given to him by old Yang. After crushing them, he applied the mixture to the wounds with great efficacy. He began with Haizi, who lay docilely on the ground, allowing Lin Xiao to tend to him. When it was Qingya's turn, however, she stubbornly recoiled, nudging Lin Xiao's palm with her head, as if to communicate that she was fine. Do not be so proud. Lin Xiao crouched down and gently pressed her front leg. You have performed admirably today. This wound must be treated properly, or it may lead to lingering ailments. Qingya lowered her head, seemingly understanding, and permitted Lin Xiao to dress her injury. The 4 puppies gathered nearby, curiously observing, occasionally licking their own wounds. Once the dog's injuries were treated, Lin Xiao drew his deer bone knife from his waist and began to disembowel the mother boar. He made a long incision in her abdomen, extracting the warm entrails and placing them on the oilcloth he had prepared earlier. In a pack of hunting dogs, hierarchy is paramount. The lead dog must eat first, and Lin Xiao organized the others to follow suit, ensuring that they would heed commands during future hunts. He explained to Huzi that an old hunter had taught him the importance of protocol in feeding. The lead dog must consume the finest portions to establish authority, ensuring that the other dogs remain obedient. This is fundamental to hunting. Lin Xiao selected the fattiest piece of pig liver, the preferred delicacy of the hunting dogs, and tossed it to Haizi. Haizi picked up the liver and retreated to a nearby mound, savoring his meal while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. A natural instinct of a lead dog. Once Haizi had consumed a substantial portion, Lin Xiao offered a piece of pig heart to Qingya, rewarding her for her exceptional performance. Instead of eating immediately, Qingya placed the heart at Haizi's feet and gently nudged his chin. Only when Haizi acknowledged her with a nuzzle did she retreat to enjoy her prize. The remaining 3 puppies patiently awaited their turn until Lin Xiao divided the leftover entrails into 3 portions and tossed them their way before they pounced to feast. Look how clever Qingya is, showing respect to the lead dog, Lin Xiao remarked to Huzi with a smile, wiping his knife as he elucidated. The role of the lead dog extends beyond tracking and restraint. They must also command the helper dogs, assess danger, and protect their master and companions in critical moments. Helper dogs must learn and practice diligently, following the lead dog to master tactics. A dog like Qingya, brave yet respectful, will become a mainstay among the helper dogs in the future. Feeding them blood meals also cultivates their wild instincts. Domesticated dogs lose their hunting ferocity when overindulged on cooked food. Only those raised this way become true hunting dogs. Huzi nodded vigorously. No wonder Haizi was directing, while Qingya executed the ambush, and the puppies were nipping at legs. There is so much more to it than I realized. Lin Xiao smiled. Hunting dogs, much like humans, require structure and division of labor. Otherwise, they are but a disorganized mass, incapable of capturing prey and prone to injury. After a brief respite, the 2 began to process the wild boar. Lin Xiao skillfully used a deer bone knife to strip away the thick, durable hide, which, once tanned, could be fashioned into a fine leather coat. Meanwhile, Huzi wielded an axe, severing the boar's limbs for easier transport. At that moment, Haizi suddenly began to bark furiously at a thicket in the distance, prompting Qingya to perk up her ears in alertness. What was amiss? Lin Xiao quickly raised his gun, casting a vigilant gaze towards the underbrush. After a while, a familiar figure emerged from the thicket, a bamboo basket in hand. Old Yang, what brings you here? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. The visitor was indeed Yang Leaguai, one of the few elders at the farm knowledgeable about hunting dogs, who had previously accompanied hunters in the mountains. Leaning on his cane, Yang Leaguai approached slowly, and upon seeing the wild boar and the feeding hounds, his eyes lit up. Goodness, what a large boar. Lin Xiao, you've trained these dogs well. Haizi is really showing his prowess. Are you foraging for ginseng in the mountains, old Yang? Lin Xiao holstered his gun and stepped forward to assist Yang Leaguai. The old man nodded, his gaze falling upon the hunting dogs. Pointing to Qingya, he remarked, this black-haired pup is a fine specimen, respectful to the lead dog and precise in her biting position. With proper training, she could become a valuable asset among the hunting dogs. Haizi is particularly exceptional. Even while eating, he remains vigilant. This is the makings of a natural lead dog. Veteran hunters often say that lead dogs possess demeanor, while helper dogs exhibit tenacity. Your pack embodies both qualities. Indeed, Huzi chimed in excitedly. Old Yang, you must come for the housewarming toast tomorrow. Yang Leaguai smiled, replying, I will certainly be there. I have prepared a gift for your family, a ginseng I unearthed last year, infused in a medicinal wine. Just a dab on the beams during the housewarming will ward off evil and misfortune." As he spoke, he retrieved a wine gourd from his bamboo basket and handed it to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, old Yang, you are too kind." Yang Leaguai patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder. "You are a promising young man, not only leading the team, but also thriving at home. If you encounter any issues while foraging for ginseng, feel free to seek my assistance." Lin Xiao nodded. "Understood, old Yang. Take care on your way down. If it gets late, I can have Huzi escort you back." Once Yang Leaguai departed, the two resumed their task of processing the boar. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled an important matter. "Huzi, we can't lift this 300-pound sow by ourselves. We need to devise a plan." Huzi scratched his head thoughtfully. "Shall I go back and call for help?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "That would take over an hour. It would be too much of a delay. I have an idea. Let us construct a simple sled and enlist the dog's assistance." The two searched nearby for sturdy birch branches and chopped some thinner twigs, binding them together with hemp rope to create a rudimentary sled. Lin Xiao placed the sow onto the sled, securing it with rope, and also affixed the body of the smaller pig behind it. "Haizi, Qingya, come help pull the sled." Lin Xiao whistled, signaling the two dogs to grasp the hemp rope at the front of the sled. Immediately, Haizi and Qingya clamped down on the rope and pulled with all their might. The four young pups, not to be outdone, encircled the sled, occasionally nudging it forward with their heads. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Huzi pushed from behind, exerting effort to lift the sled up steep inclines. With their combined efforts, the sled moved steadily and at a commendable pace. Throughout the journey, Huzi consistently led the way, deftly guiding the direction while occasionally glancing back at the sled's condition. Qing'er remained vigilant beside him, warding off any potential ambush from wild beasts. Although the four young pups possessed limited strength, they exerted their utmost efforts to push the sled. Lin Xiao observed this scene with great satisfaction. After this practical experience, the five dogs had begun to exhibit the early traits of hunting hounds, instilling him with greater confidence for future hunts in the mountains. By the time they returned to the farm, it was already midday. In Lin Xiao's courtyard, Zhao Xiaolan was squatting at the entrance, preparing vegetables. Upon spotting the large wild boar on the sled, she quickly set aside her produce and approached, exclaiming, "Oh my, you truly caught a wild boar. This must weigh around 300 pounds. However, as she noticed the injuries on the hunting dogs, she promptly added, "Quick, fetch some warm water for the dogs. I will get the herbal ointment. We must prevent the wounds from becoming infected." Lin Xiao first unloaded the sled in a corner of the courtyard, then whistled. The five dogs immediately gathered around, with Huzi standing at the forefront, while Qing'er and the other three pups dutifully formed a line behind him. "First, let us clean the wounds and then allow them to rest," Lin Xiao instructed as he drew a bucket of warm water from the well. Zhao Xiaolan soon arrived with the herbal ointment and clean cloth strips. Lin Xiao called Huzi over first. Huzi obediently lay down, presenting his injured ear. Lin Xiao gently wiped the wound with the cloth soaked in warm water and then applied the herbal ointment. When it was Qing'er's turn, she too lay down obediently but couldn't help but shiver when he cleaned her front leg wound, though she didn't flinch away. The remaining three pups, witnessing their companion's compliance, followed suit, allowing Lin Xiao to tend to their injuries, and each one nuzzled his palm affectionately afterward. Zhao Xiaolan had already prepared a pot of hot water to scald the wild boar. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao retrieved a coarse earthen bowl from the house and poured in some millet porridge, mixing in finely chopped wild boar offal, and placed it on the stone table in the center of the courtyard. Huzi approached first. Upon calling his name, Huzi promptly walked over and began to eat. After Huzi had a couple of bites, Lin Xiao summoned Qing'er, who then dared to advance. Finally, the other three pups were allowed to eat. Yang Leaguai was right. The hierarchy among hunting dogs must be established from a young age. In matters of feeding, healing, and movement, there must be a sense of respect and order, ensuring they function cohesively during hunts. Huzi was assisting with the fire, and watching the dog's behavior, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao, your dogs are remarkably obedient. They exhibit more decorum than any in the village." While preparing the wild boar for scalding, Lin Xiao chuckled. The methods taught by old hunters are essential. Hunting dogs must be trained this way. Otherwise, during a hunt, they would scatter in different directions, failing to catch prey and risking injury from wild beasts. Just look at Huzi. Had he not seized the wild boar in time on the mountain, Qing'er might have been gored by its tusks. As he spoke, Huzi suddenly lifted his head and barked twice towards the courtyard entrance. Lin Xiao glanced up to see a neighbor's child approaching, curiously observing the wild boar. Recognizing the familiar face, Huzi ceased barking, demonstrating the wisdom of a lead dog, capable of alertness without resorting to aggression. As evening descended, the courtyard was filled with the tantalizing aroma of meat. Zhao Xiaolan had stewed a large pot of wild boar meat and had set aside some of the tenderloin, cut into small pieces and mixed with cornmeal, preparing a delightful dinner for the hunting dogs. Lin Xiao sat in the courtyard, gently polishing the collar of his dog, Haizi, made from deer hide. This collar, intricately engraved with the character for head, served both as a mark of identity and an acknowledgement of Haizi's status as the lead dog. Haizi lay by his feet, occasionally nudging Lin Xiao's hand with his head. Qingya and the other 3 pups lounged a short distance away. Qingya had brought a bone she had found and placed it before Haizi, prompting the latter to nudge her head with his nose. Their harmonious interaction was a delightful sight. Zhao Xiaolan emerged with a food bowl for the dogs, smiling as she remarked, Haizi is quite considerate of his younger siblings. Just earlier, when I divided the meat, he shared some from his bowl with the smallest one. Lin Xiao accepted the bowl and placed it before Haizi, who picked up a piece of meat and carried it over to the smallest pup, gently nudging it until the little one began to eat before returning to his own bowl. Qingya and the other 2 pups mimicked Haizi's actions, eagerly sharing their food. Watching this scene filled Lin Xiao with satisfaction. After their recent hunting expedition, not only had the pups honed their skills, but their camaraderie had deepened, making them his most dependable companions for future hunts. During dinner, Lin Xiao made a point to serve Huzi a piece of wild boar meat, saying, Thanks to you and Haizi, capturing that wild boar was no easy feat in a couple of days. We should take the dogs up the mountain again. Grandpa Yang mentioned a patch of mountain ginseng in the back hills, and we might just get lucky. If we find some good ginseng, we can sell it in town for some money and buy better furs for Haizi and the others. Huzi nodded enthusiastically while chewing, absolutely. With Haizi by our side, we are sure to have successful hunts from now on. As night fell, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Lin Xiao collected the sun-dried herbs and, upon exiting, noticed Haizi vigilantly lying at the gate while Qingya and the other pups curled up beside him in slumber. Approaching, Lin Xiao gently patted Haizi's head. Haizi opened his eyes to glance at him, nuzzled his palm, then closed his eyes again to resume his watch. Seated on the steps, Lin Xiao gazed at the pack of hunting dogs under the moonlight, his heart swelling with confidence. With such a well-trained group of hunting dogs, he felt emboldened for both hunting excursions and future endeavors. He thought of Su Yan, resolving that the next time he secured a good catch, he would bring her a taste of the spoils. Chapter 41. The Great Beam on April 18th, just as dawn began to break. Lin Xiao's courtyard was filled with the sounds of footsteps and chatter. Following the traditional customs of northeast China, the day for the Great Beam was chosen based on auspicious dates. April 18th, which phonetically signifies everything prosperous, was widely recognized by the elders of the farm as an excellent day. Zhao Xiaolan had risen at 3 in the morning, and the large iron pot in the kitchen was already glowing red hot. The 300 pounds of wild boar captured the previous day had been divided into several portions, with the richest cuts of pork belly and ribs soaking in clear water to remove the blood, preparing to be stewed in 2 large pots. Shower. Quickly bring me that bag of red dates and peanuts. Zhao Xiaolan, donned in a blue cloth apron and wielding a long-handled spoon, stirred the contents of the pot. Steam rising through the lid's crevice, carrying the fragrant aroma of pine wood smoke. Lin Xiao responded promptly, carrying a wooden box wrapped in red cloth from the main hall. Inside were red dates, peanuts, longan, and chestnuts, the 4 auspicious fruits essential for the beam raising, symbolizing early prosperity and familial harmony. Nearby, Master Wang, the carpenter, was tying red cloth with his apprentice around the large beam that had been transported from Changbai Mountain, robust as a bull's rim. Its surface was polished to a gleaming sheen, and at its center was affixed a red notice inscribed in cinnabar proclaiming the presence of Jiang Taigong, an important talisman for warding off malevolent spirits during the raising ceremony. Captain Lin, I have calculated the beam's position during the hoisting. The women and children must avoid the southwest corner, as it is the 3 killings area, which brings misfortune if disturbed. Master Wang advised earnestly while fashioning a bow with the red string. In northeastern customs, the harmony of yin and yang is paramount. One must not only select an auspicious day, but also consult the carpenter regarding the orientation. Women, especially pregnant ones, must be cautious and stay away during the hoisting, while children should be held by their elders and escorted indoors until the firecrackers cease. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Xiao turned to greet the villagers arriving in succession. The helping hands wore their finest attire. The men carried wooden beams and ropes, preparing to lift the main beam, while the women instinctively entered the kitchen, some gathering vegetables, others tending the fire, and some washing freshly cut chives from the garden, preparing to make dumplings filled with pork and chives for the beam raising, symbolizing reunion and prosperity. Tuozi donned a freshly made cotton shirt, welcoming guests at the courtyard entrance alongside Haizi and Qingya. Upon seeing familiar villagers, he called for them to enter, while Haizi, understanding and affectionate, leaned against the villagers' hands, prompting them to exclaim, "What a remarkably intelligent dog." At 7 in the morning, with the sun just cresting the treetops, Master Wang suddenly shouted, "The auspicious moment has arrived. Please bring forth the main beam." 8 robust men, already waiting outside, stepped forward. They were all strong laborers from the farm, each wearing a red belt and holding a wooden beam wrapped in red cloth. The beam was securely placed on the wooden supports, and Master Wang, wielding a new axe, struck 3 times at each end of the beam, singing a joyous song of raising. The first strike, the eastern wood brings blessings to descendants. The second strike, the southern fire brings warmth and prosperity. The third strike, the western gold fills the coffers. As the final notes of the song echoed, firecrackers erupted in celebration. Lin Xiao held a porcelain bowl filled with sorghum liquor, circling the beam 3 times before evenly sprinkling the liquor upon it in a ritual known as sacrificing the beam, honoring the spirit of the wood and beseeching stability for the beam and peace for the household. Lin Xiao stood by the scaffolding, cradling the box filled with 4 auspicious fruits, intently observing the progress of the beam's ascent. According to tradition, when the beam reached the rooftop, the eldest son of the household would scatter the 4 auspicious fruits from above, and the villagers and children below would scramble for them, as the more they gathered, the greater the family's fortune. Lift. At Master Wang's command, the 8 strong men synchronized their voices in a chant, gradually elevating the beam. Heave ho! Heave ho! The rhythmic chant resonated powerfully as the beam ascended steadily. Zhao Xiaolan and the other women had already retreated into the eastern wing according to custom, peering out through the windows to watch the proceedings. As the main beam was steadily placed upon the mortise and tenon structure of the roof ridge, Lin Xiao immediately scattered the festive treats among the crowd. The red dates and peanuts fell to the ground, and the children joyfully rushed to seize them, filling the courtyard with laughter and cheer. "Scatter the treats! Scatter the treats!" Lin Xiao shouted, his face beaming with delight. After the treats were thrown, Master Wang took up a hammer and drove wedges into both ends of the beam, reciting auspicious phrases with each strike. 1 strike for safety, 2 strikes for wealth, 3 strikes for a house full of descendants. With the final hammer's blow, the beam was securely fixed, and the villagers erupted into applause, the sound of firecrackers once again resounding, even louder than before. Lin Xiao then produced the red envelopes he had prepared earlier, distributing them to the 8 sturdy men who had hoisted the beam and the carpenter, each envelope containing 88 cents, symbolizing prosperity. With the completion of the beam-raising ceremony, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew increasingly vibrant. In the kitchen, the wild boar meat had been stewed to perfection. 2 large pots simmering with fragrant noodles absorbing the savory essence of the meat, the fatty cuts melting in the mouth while the lean meat became tender and flavorful. The women, led by Zhao Xiaolan, brought out the freshly wrapped dumplings, placing them in a large steamer. The aroma of the dumplings mingled with the scent of the wild boar, wafting far beyond the courtyard, enticing passers-by to peek inside. "Everyone, please take a seat. Don't be shy," Lin Xiao called from the center of the courtyard, holding up a sturdy porcelain bowl. "Today marks a momentous occasion for my family, the raising of the beam, and I am deeply grateful for your help. Allow me to toast first." With that, he downed the sorghum liquor in 1 gulp. The villagers raised their bowls, taking a sip regardless of their drinking prowess, and soon the tables were laden with dishes: wild boar meat with noodles, braised pork ribs, cold spinach salad, scrambled eggs, and freshly steamed white buns, each dish generously portioned. Just as Lin Xiao finished pouring wine for the villagers at the eastern table, Uncle Li at the western table clapped his hands and called out, "Lin Xiao, come over here. This wild boar meat is extraordinary, even more fragrant than at the town's restaurant. You must share a couple of drinks with me." Uncle Li, a seasoned farmer, had cultivated the land all his life and shared a long-standing friendship with Lin Xiao, always speaking his mind. Lin Xiao smiled as he approached with his wine bowl, saying, "Uncle Li, you should take it easy. After all, we'll need your help to build the chicken coop later." "Building a chicken coop? Nonsense." Uncle Li waved dismissively, lifting his wine bowl to clink with Lin Xiao's, downing nearly half in 1 go. "You're quite the achiever, not only leading the patrol team with vigor, but also bringing down such a large wild boar. Far better than my 2 lazy sons." Aunt Wang chimed in with a laugh. "Oh, Uncle Li, don't belittle your son. Wasn't he at Lin Xiao who helped fix your roof when it was leaking last time?" Laughter erupted among the crowd, and Uncle Li, not offended, chuckled as he scratched the back of his head. That's true. Lin Xiao has always been honest. When my old yellow cow fell into a ditch, he was the first to jump in and help push it out. Come, Lin Xiao, let me raise another toast to you. Wishing your new home a peaceful abode and blessings of new arrivals in the coming year. Lin Xiao hurriedly lifted his bowl. Thank you for your kind words, Uncle Li. Do enjoy the food. This rib is tender and perfect for your teeth, he said, placing a generous chunk of rib into Uncle Li's bowl. As the conversation unfolded, Huzi dashed over, clutching a steamed bun, his cheeks stuffed. Shower go. Zhang Diyi says he wants to play rock, paper, scissors with you. He just won 3 bowls of wine from Lu Shu and is quite pleased with himself. Zhang Diyi, the farm accountant, usually composed and refined, turned out to be quite adept at this game. As Lin Xiao approached Zhang Diyi's table, the latter stood up, thumping the table. Lin Xiao? We have a rule. The loser drinks a bowl, no cheating allowed. Lin Xiao chuckled, rolling up his sleeves. I wouldn't dare to cheat you, Zhang Diyi. However, you must grant me a slight advantage, for I cannot match your prowess in this game. The surrounding villagers quickly gathered, clapping and cheering. Zhang Diyi cleared his throat and extended his hand. Let us keep it simple. 5 kings. 6-6 sequence. Lin Xiao readily responded. And they exchanged words with fingers flying, initially evenly matched. However, within a couple of rounds, Lin Xiao deliberately lost a bowl. Haha, Lin Xiao, you lost. Zhang Diyi triumphantly lifted his chin, watching Lin Xiao drink. He then leaned in, lowering his voice. I've heard about your plans for contracting Yinhua Island. The commune is currently deliberating on it. I'll keep an eye on it and inform you as soon as I hear anything. Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Zhang Diyi, for your concern. Zhang Diyi waved his hand dismissively. We are all part of the same farm. It's only natural to support one another. When you successfully secure the contract, you must treat us to a celebratory drink. Upon hearing about the contract, the villagers gathered around. Lu Shu, an impatient fellow, spoke first. Lin Xiao, are you truly going to contract Yinhua Island? The water there is good, but no one dared to take it on before, fearing losses. Lin Xiao smiled as he explained. I have conducted my research. The waters of Yinhua Island are suitable for raising carp and soft-shelled turtles. With proper management, it will surely prosper. If I need extra hands, I will call on everyone for help. That sounds splendid. Uncle Li thumped his chest. My 2 boys are strong. Just give us a shout, and we'll be there in a jiffy. But you must provide the meals, like today's stewed wild boar. Laughter erupted among the crowd as Aunt Wang brought over freshly steamed dumplings. Enough talking, let us eat dumplings. They're just out of the pot, and still warm. Lin Xiao's mother's skills are far superior to mine. Zhao Xiaolan emerged from the kitchen, drying her hands, and smiled. Aunt Wang, spare me the praise. I could never master your pickled cabbage technique. Everyone, eat up before they cool down. She began distributing dumplings to the nearby children, who held their bowls, their mouths greased with oil. Some even ran outside with dumplings to share with Haizi and Xingya. Haizi, understanding, sniffed, but didn't eat, merely wagging his tail while watching the children, which made them giggle. Lin Jingwo raised his wine bowl and clinked it with Master Wang, the carpenter. Master Wang, we owe you a great deal. This beam is both stable and well-crafted. You've worked hard. Master Wang took a sip of wine, setting down the bowl. Old Lin, we go way back. There's no need for formality. Your house has a solid foundation, and the beam is well chosen. It will last for decades. By the way, when my son gets married next time, I'll need Lin Xiao to help make it a lively affair. Absolutely. Lin Xiao chimed in. Rest assured, Master Wang. I will bring along the brothers from the patrol team to ensure the wedding is a grand celebration. Master Wang beamed with delight, exclaiming, with your words, I am at ease. Come, Lin Xiao, allow me to raise a toast to you. May your future be as splendid as brocade. Lin Xiao promptly lifted his bowl, clinking it with Master Wang's before downing its contents in one gulp. As the evening progressed, the villagers grew increasingly animated. Some discussed this year's spring plowing, while others shared amusing anecdotes from their homes, and a few hummed along to the melodies emanating from the radio. Uncle Li, in high spirits, stood up to perform a segment of Northeast Air Rinjuan. Though his singing was not entirely on point, it garnered enthusiastic applause from the audience. Not to be outdone, Huzi seized a wooden stick, mimicking Lin Xiao's hunting pose, shouting charge, which sent everyone into fits of laughter. Before long, afternoon had slipped away, and the sun began its descent in the west, prompting the villagers to bid farewell one by one. Uncle Li and Uncle Lu insisted on staying to assist with the cleanup. They wielded brooms, meticulously sweeping up the remnants of firecracker paper scattered across the yard. Aunt Wang and several of the womenfolk helped Zhao Xiaolan clear the dishes, scrubbing pots and bowls until they gleamed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and Huzi divided the remaining wild boar meat and steamed buns into portions to deliver to the village's elderly residents. Lin Xiao, why have you left me with so much meat? I, an old woman, cannot consume it all, Grandma Zhang from the village remarked, her eyes glistening with gratitude as she accepted the meat. Lin Xiao replied with a smile, Grandma Zhang, please accept it. This is from my hunt with Huzi. There is plenty to go around. If you find it inconvenient to cook, you are welcome to dine at my home. My mother's cooking is quite delectable. Grandma Zhang nodded, wiping away her tears. Such a good boy, truly a kind-hearted child. Upon returning from their delivery, Lin Xiao found the yard nearly tidied. Uncle Li was assisting Lin Jiangwo in inspecting the stability of the roof beams, while Uncle Lu and Huzi were busy constructing a chicken coop in the yard. Zhao Xiulan emerged with freshly brewed tea to quench everyone's thirst. Thank you all for your hard work today. Please have some water and take a moment to rest. Uncle Li took a sip of tea and waved his hand dismissively. Oh, sister, no need for such formality. Once Lin Xiao takes over Goose Nest Island, we shall surely benefit from his good fortune. Lin Xiao approached the chicken coop, admiring Uncle Lu and Huzi's impressive handiwork. Uncle Lu, your craftsmanship is remarkable. This coop is significantly sturdier than the one I built before. Uncle Lu beamed with pride. Of course, I have ample experience in constructing chicken coops, ensuring that weasels cannot intrude. By the way, if you wish to raise ducks, I can assist you in building a duck shed as well. Once you take over Goose Nest Island, it would be perfect for raising some ducks. You are absolutely right. Lin Zhao's eyes lit up. I had intended to raise some ducks. The lush waters and grasses of Goose Nest Island are ideal for them. I will indeed require your guidance. Uncle Lu patted his chest confidently. No problem at all. I have raised ducks for over a decade and encountered every issue imaginable. I will ensure your ducks grow plump and healthy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the last group of villagers took their leave. Lin Jiangwo stood in the yard, surveying the spotless surroundings and the newly installed roof beams, a content smile gracing his face. Xiao'er, today was a success thanks to you. This beam-raising feast turned out to be even more lively than I had anticipated. Lin Xiao replied with a grin. Father, this is all thanks to everyone's help. Our future will only grow brighter. Huzi, wiping the sweat from his brow, rushed over and exclaimed, Brother Xiao, Dad, the chicken coop is finished. Let us go buy some chicks tomorrow. I have long wanted to raise them. When they start laying eggs, we can share some with Aunt and Grandma Zhang. Lin Xiao nodded. All right, let us go to the town tomorrow to purchase several dozens and a few ducks to raise together. Zhao Xiulan emerged from the house, holding a few freshly laundered garments, which she handed to Lin Xiao. Shower, these are the clothes you changed out of after your hunting trip yesterday. I have cleaned them for you. Tomorrow, while we are in town, I will also buy you a new shirt. You are the captain now. You must dress appropriately. Lin Xiao took the clothes, feeling a warmth in his heart. Mother, I have clothes to wear. There is no need to buy more. Zhao Xiulan shot him a stern glance. When I say to buy, you shall buy. Be obedient. Your father also needs a new outfit. Both of you should dress well. Lin Jiangwo chuckled. Your mother speaks wisely. Our lives have improved. It is time we dressed with a bit more elegance. I will accompany you to the town tomorrow and inquire with the clerk regarding the contract plan. Lin Xiao nodded. That sounds good, with you by my side. I feel much more assured. In the courtyard, Zi and Qingya lay on the ground, gnawing on the leftover bones from the villagers, while the 4 puppies frolicked around them. Lin Xiao approached and patted Zi on the head. Zi lifted his head, nudging Lin Xiao's palm with his nose. Qingya also came over, wagging her tail in delight. Observing this litter of understanding hunting dogs, Lin Xiao felt a swell of confidence, grateful for such a loving family, kind-hearted neighbors, and capable hunting dogs. The endeavor to contract Goose Nest Island would undoubtedly succeed. As evening descended, a delightful aroma wafted from the kitchen. Zhao Xiulan prepared a stew of wild boar meat with potatoes and sautéed some greens. Though simple, the meal was particularly delightful. Lin Jiangwo sipped on a small drink, discussing the details of the Goose Nest Island contract with Lin Xiao, while Huzi chatted about plans to buy chicks tomorrow amidst mouthfuls of food, filling the room with a warm atmosphere. After dinner, Lin Xiao assisted Zhao Xiulan in clearing the tableware, while Lin Jiangwo sat in the living room, admiring the newly installed beams with a satisfied smile. Huzi played with the hunting dogs in the yard, the moonlight bathing everything in a silvery glow. Shower. Come in and rest. I have saved you a bowl of soup. Zhao Xiulan's voice called from inside. Lin Xiao stood up and walked into the house, receiving the bowl of soup from his mother, rich with wild boar meat and a few red dates. He took a sip, warmth flowing from his throat to his stomach, feeling immensely comfortable. Mother, tomorrow I wish to visit Uncle Yang to inquire about ginseng gathering and, on the way, buy new clothes for you and father, Lin Xiao said. Zhao Xilan nodded. All right, let us also bring some of the stewed wild boar for Uncle Yang. He is alone at home and needs care. Do not spend too much on clothes. Just ensure they fit well. Lin Xiao acknowledged, secretly planning, gathering ginseng, buying chicks, drafting plans, applying for the contract, and training the hunting dogs. Although the days ahead would be busy, every step was filled with hope. As night deepened, the courtyard returned to tranquility. Lin Xiao lay in bed, listening to He Z's occasional soft bark from outside, and soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he saw the lake on Goose Nest Island teeming with swimming fish, ducks, and old turtles, while the chicks in the coop chirped merrily. The villagers were helping him manage the farm, each face radiating happiness. As the night grew late, the courtyard remained peaceful. Lin Xiao lay on his bed, listening to the occasional soft barking of Blackie outside the window, soon drifting into slumber. In his dream, he beheld the lake on Goose Nest Island, teeming with fish and turtles. The lakeside farmhouse was filled with guests, and the faces of the villagers radiated happiness. Su Yin stood beside him, both of them admiring the lively scene. Chapter 42. Ascending the mountain for bargains. Just 2 days had passed since the bustling festivities in the capital, yet a faint scent of firecrackers lingered in Lin Xiao's courtyard. This morning, he was training Blackie and Xingya in the yard, employing a burlap sack tied with hemp rope, filled with sun-dried rabbit meat, to practice the dog's tracking and pouncing coordination. As the lead dog, Blackie maintained a firm grasp on the rhythm, each bark resonating with undeniable authority, while Xingya and the 4 pups executed the commands with even greater finesse than during their previous wild boar hunt. Blackie, halt! At Lin Xiao's command, Blackie immediately ceased, crouching at his feet, panting with its tongue out, yet its ears remained alert. Xingya and the others followed suit, standing obediently behind Blackie, their eyes filled with reverence for Lin Xiao. Just then, a series of crisp footsteps echoed from the courtyard gate, followed by a familiar voice. Lin Xiao, are you home? Lin Xiao looked up to see Su Yin standing at the entrance, clad in a tailored khaki hunting outfit, cinched at the cuffs and pant legs to accentuate her sleek figure. She wore a pair of brand-new suede hiking boots and carried an olive-green canvas backpack, from which a pair of leather gloves dangled, exuding an air of meticulous preparation. The sunlight illuminated her face, enhancing the clarity of her features. Lin Xiao's heart stirred, and he quickly approached. Su Yin, is this attire meant for our mountain expedition today? Come in and have a seat. As Su Yin entered the courtyard, her gaze first swept over the pack of hunting dogs before settling on Lin Xiao, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. I can't hide anything from you. I have longed to accompany you on a hunting trip, so I specially commissioned someone in the provincial capital to procure this hunting outfit. I came here today to ask for an opportunity. She shook her backpack, revealing it contained water and provisions, along with a first aid kit, assuring him she would not be a burden. As she spoke, she tentatively reached out to pet Blackie's head. Before her hand could make contact, Blackie suddenly perked up its ears, emitting a low warning growl, its body tense and its gaze filled with evident hostility. Startled, Su Yin quickly withdrew her hand, offering an awkward smile. It's rather fierce, I assenti it? Lin Xiao hurriedly pressed Blackie's head down, softly chiding. Blackie, no rudeness, she is one of us. Blackie whined in discontent but obediently lowered its head, though its gaze remained fixed on Su Yin, ready to spring into action should she take another step forward. Lin Xiao, somewhat helpless, explained to Su Yin, Blackie has a fierce temperament. Aside from my parents and me, no one is allowed to touch it. Even Huzi can only pet its back, while its head and neck are strictly off limits. This is the wild nature of the lead dog and a testament to its loyalty to its master. It cannot be changed. Now I understand. Su Yin suddenly realized, and her interest was piqued. In the past, she had dealt with a case at the police station involving a hunter who had lost his dog. The old hunter had remarked that a true hunting dog is always loyal to its master, refusing to let outsiders touch it. To her surprise, He Z displayed an extraordinary understanding of this principle. She turned her gaze towards Xingya, this time refraining from reaching out, and instead smiled as she inquired. Is this Xingya? Last time, you mentioned its bravery in hunting. Xingya seemed to sense that Su Yin harbored no ill intentions. It wagged its tail but did not dare to approach, merely sniffing the air around her. Observing their interaction, Lin Xiao suddenly had a brilliant idea. The weather is quite pleasant today. I had originally planned to head up the mountain to check the traps I set earlier and perhaps hunt some game. If you have the time, would you care to join me? The scenery in the mountains is quite delightful. Su Yan's eyes lit up, and she eagerly nodded. Is that really possible? I've longed to witness the thrill of hunting, but I was concerned about being a bother. Not at all. Having more people makes it livelier. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. I'll go call Huzi. The 3 of us and 5 dogs will make for a perfect hunting party. By the way, do you know how to use a gun? Su Yin nodded. I learned at the police academy, though I lack practical experience. No worries. Just stick with me and you'll be safe, Lin Xiao assured her. He went inside to inform Zhao Xiaolan, who, upon hearing that Su Yin would be accompanying them up the mountain, looked at her professional hunting attire and remarked with a smile, this girl is quite determined. The trails in the mountains can be slippery, so do keep an eye on her. I'll prepare some warm corn cakes for you. They're delicious when you're hungry. Su Yin quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Annie. You're so thoughtful. My parents are in the provincial city, and I usually find myself alone in the county. I've always wanted to experience true hunting. Before long, Hu Zi arrived, shouldering a Type 38 rifle. Upon seeing Su Yin, he exclaimed in surprise. Officer Su is going hunting too. That's fantastic. With you around, we'll be much safer. Su Yin greeted him with a smile. Hu Zi attempted to bond with He Zi, but as he reached out to touch its back, He Zi shook itself and moved closer to Lin Xiao, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Thus, the trio and 5 dogs set off. Lin Xiao led the way with a standard rifle, while He Zi and Qing Yi scouted ahead, followed by 4 puppies, with Hu Zi and Su Yin trailing behind. Having ventured a short distance into the mountains, He Zi suddenly halted, barking twice at a thicket to the left. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, their movement by the traps. The group hurried over to discover an old oak tree where the steel trap Lin Xiao had set earlier had successfully ensnared a marten. The marten, with its deep brown fur and faintly white underbelly, was slightly smaller than a domestic cat and was currently struggling to escape, emitting sharp cries. Su Yin gasped. Is that a marten? I've heard that its fur is highly valuable, excellent material for fur coats. Indeed, a marten pelt can fetch 200 to 300 yuan in the county, and in the city, the price could double, Lin Xiao explained as he cautiously approached. Mindful not to damage the pelt. This trap was specially designed by me. It only constricts the neck, ensuring the fur remains unharmed. It seems our luck is quite favorable today, having made a catch so early in our expedition. He retrieved a pair of thick gloves from his backpack and, inching closer to the marten, seized its body during a moment of struggle while swiftly twisting its neck with his other hand. The marten convulsed a couple of times before falling still. Handle the sable fur with utmost care. One must not use a knife to cut it, but rather peel it starting from the mouth, Lin Xiao stated, as he retrieved a delicate deer bone knife from his waist, making a small incision at the corner of the sable's mouth before meticulously peeling the skin away. Su Yin and Hu Zi watched with rapt attention, and Su Yin could not help but inquire, why go through such trouble? Can't we simply strip the skin off? While working, Lin Xiao explained, the integrity of the sable fur is paramount. Skinning from the mouth leaves no knife marks, thus fetching a higher price. Moreover, the fur must be dried promptly to prevent mildew. Before long, an intact sable pelt was shed, which Lin Xiao propped open with prepared bamboo sticks, laying it out under the sun to dry. Let us conceal it in the treetops, Lin Xiao suggested, glancing around before pointing to a tall pine tree. Although the scent of the sable's blood is not strong, the wild beasts in the mountains possess keen senses. If detected, it may disturb our hunting later. Hu Zi volunteered. I'll climb. In a few agile movements, he ascended to a sturdy branch, securely tying the bamboo stick with the drying sable pelt, ensuring it was both hidden and well ventilated. After tending to the sable, the trio continued deeper into the mountains. This time, Su Yin took the initiative to walk beside Lin Xiao, her curiosity piqued. How do you typically locate your prey? Is it solely reliant on the dogs? Lin Xiao gestured towards He Zi, primarily with He Zi and Qing Yi. He Zi is adept at detecting scents in the air, while Qing Yi excels at tracking footprints on the ground. Their synergy ensures that no quarry escapes our notice. As they conversed, Qing Yi suddenly quickened its pace, pressing its nose to the ground, emitting urgent, rapid barks. He Zi immediately became alert, rushing to Qing Yi's side, and together they gazed intently towards the valley ahead. Lin Xiao swiftly made a gesture for silence, lowering his voice. We have substantial game. Follow me, but tread carefully. The 3 crouched low, trailing behind the dogs as they cautiously approached the valley. Peering through the dense underbrush, the sight before them rendered them breathless. In the grassy expanse at the valley's floor, 3 spotted deer were restlessly pacing, 2 robust adults with well-forked antlers, and a fawn closely trailing its mother. The deer's coats shimmered in the sunlight, their distinctive white spots standing out vividly. It's a spotted deer, Hu Zi exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, ready to raise his rifle. This is a valuable find. Venison, deer blood, and deer hides are all treasures. Lin Xiao firmly restrained his rifle, whispering, do not act impulsively. Observe their demeanor, something is amiss. Su Yin also discerned the unease, noting, they appear quite frightened, huddling closer together, as if surrounded by something. No sooner had she spoken than He Zi emitted a deep, throaty growl, a sound not meant to warn the prey, but rather imbued with a palpable fear of danger. Lin Xiao's heart raced. Whatever could instill fear in He Zi was certainly not an ordinary beast. Following He Zi's gaze, he observed the gradual emergence of brownish-red figures on the rocky flanks of the valley, creatures resembling wolves, yet smaller in stature, with upright ears, and most strikingly, a bushy red tail. Red dogs. Lin Xiao gasped, his expression turning grave. It was a pack of jackals, more ferocious than wolves. These creatures were known for their pack hunting prowess. Su Yin recognized the creature, her expression changing. I have seen this in my police academy textbooks. The biting force of the dhole is exceptionally strong, and their hierarchical structure is rigid. Their teamwork surpasses that of wolves, and once they set their sights on prey, escape is a rare occurrence. Hu Zi, too, was alarmed. What should we do? Should we run? Lin Xiao shook his head, carefully counting the dholes perched on the rocks. There are approximately 20, forming a moderately sized pack. Observe their positions. They have effectively blocked the escape route of the cicadere. If we run now, it will only draw their attention. It is wiser to wait and reap the benefits of their hunt. Su Yin immediately grasped his intention. You mean to wait until the dholes exhaust the cicadere before we strike? Lin Xiao nodded. Precisely. Though formidable, the dholes are no match for our firearms and 5 hunting dogs. If we seize the right moment, we can drive the dholes away and secure the cicadere, achieving 2 objectives with 1 effort. He turned to Hu Zi. Load the gun and aim at the foremost dhole. Wait for my command before firing. The 3 of them crouched behind the bushes, anxiously observing the movements in the valley. At that moment, the pack of dholes began their assault. The largest dhole stood atop the highest rock, emitting a sharp howl, the leader, responsible for orchestrating the hunt. At its call, a dozen dholes split into 3 teams, slowly encircling the cicadere from the left, right, and rear. The cicadere formed a defensive stance, with 2 adults shielding the fawns, lowering their heads and pointing their sharp antlers at the advancing dholes. One dhole lunged forward, only to be sent flying by the male deer's antlers, crashing to the ground with a pained yelp. However, this sacrifice did not deter the others. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. The leader howled again, this time with increased urgency. The pack altered their strategy, abandoning direct confrontation to quickly circle the cicadere, launching surprise attacks in search of weaknesses. Several dholes specifically targeted the fawns, attempting to separate them from the protective circle of the adults. The male and female deer, exhausted, tirelessly used their antlers and hooves to fend off the dholes, sweat beginning to bead on their foreheads. Suddenly, the leader dhole leaped down from the rock, aiming for the female deer's eyes, a common tactic to target the prey's vulnerable spots. The female deer instinctively turned her head to evade. But in that fleeting moment, another dhole dashed in from the side, sinking its teeth into her hind leg. The mother deer let out a pained cry, staggering slightly, and a gap appeared in their defensive formation. A few dholes seized the opportunity and darted in, lunging for the fawns. Seeing this, the male deer charged in a frenzy, using his antlers to toss the dholes aside, but not before one managed to bite into his abdomen, blood flowing forth. The fawn trembled in fear, tightly huddling behind its mother, who, despite her injured leg, desperately shielded it. The dholes' assault intensified, their roles clearly defined. Some distracted the prey from the front, while others attacked their limbs, and a few sought out wounds to tear at. The leader remained on the sidelines, observing and howling occasionally to adjust their tactics. Soon, both adult deer were battered and breathless, their speed diminishing, their defensive circle shrinking. Now is the moment. Lin Xiao issued a low shout and was the first to pull the trigger. With a resounding bang, the commanding leader of the wolves fell to the ground. His brain matter splattered. The pack was immediately thrown into disarray, halting their assault as they cautiously turned towards the source of the gunfire. Lin Xiao bellowed, "Tiger, take out the one on the left. Su Yin, aim for the right." Without hesitation, Tiger and Su Yin fired their weapons. One wolf was struck in the shoulder while another was hit in the abdomen, both collapsing in agony. Lin Xiao whistled sharply, yelling, "Blackie, go!" Blackie, unable to contain his eagerness, dashed forth like a flash of yellow lightning, lunging at the nearest wolf and sinking his teeth into its throat. Qingya and the 4 pups followed suit, engaging fiercely with the pack. Without their leader's guidance, the wolves, though still ferocious, had lost their coordination. As the lead dog, Blackie orchestrated the dogs into a tactical formation. He engaged the wolves head-on, while Qingya executed surprise attacks, and the 4 pups surrounded the stragglers. One wolf attempted to sneak up on Blackie from behind, but Qingya swiftly intervened, biting its tail. Seizing the opportunity, Blackie turned and severed its neck. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao and his companions remained vigilant, continuously firing and targeting the wolves' vital areas. Although Su Yan had limited combat experience, her aim was precise, and she dispatched 2 wolves in quick succession. Tiger displayed unparalleled bravery, firing a shot before charging in, using the butt of his rifle to smash the skull of an approaching wolf. The battle was exceptionally fierce. The wolves' teeth and claws were dangerously sharp, leaving several pups wounded. And Qingya suffered a bite on his front leg, bleeding profusely. Yet, they showed no signs of retreat, growing increasingly ferocious. Blackie, drenched in the wolf's blood, carried a wolf's corpse in his mouth, his eyes gleaming with primal ferocity. Before long, the pack suffered heavy casualties, with over 10 wolves lying dead. The remaining few, sensing defeat, howled mournfully and tucked their tails between their legs, attempting to flee. Lin Xiao called out, "Don't pursue them," fearing they might encounter another pack. The dogs ceased their chase. Blackie returned, triumphantly placing a wolf's body at Lin Xiao's feet, as if seeking praise. Lin Xiao approached and affectionately patted Blackie's head, saying, "Well done." He surveyed the fallen bodies. 8 wolves lay dead, and 3 were injured. Although the dog pack bore various wounds, none were life-threatening. Lin Xiao retrieved herbal remedies from his supplies to tend to the dog's injuries, while Su Yan and Tiger kept watch over the sick deer. The wolves' red tails were valuable trophies. Once he finished treating the dogs, he took out his deer bone knife and severed the tails from each deceased wolf. Experienced hunters would often hang these tails from their waists, both as a talisman and a testament to their hunting prowess. He strung the severed tails together and hung them prominently from his waist, a striking display of crimson. Next, he turned his attention to the sick deer. The 3 deer were utterly exhausted, collapsed on the ground, unable to move. Approaching the stag, Lin Xiao pulled 3 military canteens from his backpack, specially prepared for this purpose. Their wide mouths and good sealing made them perfect for collecting deer blood. He said to Su Yan, "Deer blood is a precious resource, but it should not be consumed directly. It is best to infuse it into medicinal wine, which is nourishing and can dispel cold while invigorating the blood. Once it's ready, I'll bring you a jar." Lin Xiao made a small incision on the neck of the stag with a bone knife. The crimson blood flowing gently into the water jug as Su Yan cautiously supported the vessel to prevent any spillage. The stag's blood filled the jug to the brim, while the doe's blood filled half a jug each. Lin Xiao secured the lid tightly, wrapping the jug in cloth before placing it in his backpack. This meticulous sealing would allow him to pour it into a wine jar with ginseng and goji berries upon returning, ready to be consumed in half a month. He then retrieved a length of rope he always carried, knowing the intact carcasses would fetch a good price. "Let us bind them first, and then we can call for help to carry the sled." After collecting the stag's blood, Lin Xiao proceeded to extract the entrails from the 3 deer. Laying them on the ground, he called to the pack of dogs, "Dinner time." Blackie was the first to approach, seizing a piece of liver, followed by Qingya, and then the 4 pups. Lin Xiao explained to Su Yan, "The hunting dogs eat the entrails of their prey to retain their wild instincts, making them more adept in the hunt. Moreover, it is customary for the lead dog to eat first, establishing its authority." Su Yan nodded, observing the dogs devouring their meal with fervor, unable to contain her admiration. "These dogs are truly perceptive. They can hunt and are so obedient to you." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Hunting dogs are like comrades. If you treat them well, they will return the favor with their lives." After dealing with the entrails, Lin Xiao skillfully stripped the deer hides. The soft texture of the spotted deer skin made it an excellent material for crafting leather garments, and it held significant value. Though the deer may lie heavy, we have the sled, and the dogs can assist in hauling. Lin Xiao patted a nearby tree trunk, determination shining in his eyes. "Tiger, go fetch the sleds we concealed in the ravine, and bring back the marten skins as well. Su Yan and I will secure the deer with the rope. The 3 of us, along with the dogs, will work together to pull." Tiger responded promptly, sprinting up the mountain, anticipating a bountiful catch. They had deliberately hidden 2 reinforced sleds nearby for such an occasion. Lin Xiao and Su Yan worked together, binding the 3 deer into stable bundles with sturdy mountain vines, leaving openings for the sled's ropes to be secured. Before long, Tiger returned, dragging 2 sleds, with the rolled-up marten skins slung over his back. "Brother Xiao, the sleds have arrived. The marten skins are also ready, perfectly dried." Lin Xiao nodded, and the 3 of them worked in unison to secure the largest stag and the fawn onto one sled, while the doe was secured separately. From his backpack, Lin Xiao produced a prepared tow rope, fastening one end to the iron ring at the front of the sled and distributing the other end to Tiger and Su Yan, while he took hold of the thickest main line in the center. "Blackie, Qingya, come here." Lin Xiao whistled, and the two dogs dashed to the sled. He attached short ropes to their collars, a skill honed through training, with the hunting dogs well-versed in assisting with lighter loads. On the count of 3, 1, 2, pull. Lin Xiao initiated the effort, with Tiger and Su Yin following closely behind. Blackie and Qingya lowered their heads and strained forward, while the 4 pups scampered around the sled, occasionally nudging its side as if to lend their strength. The sled began to glide slowly across the snowy terrain, although heavy. The lubrication of the snow and the combined efforts of all, both human and canine, ensured a steady pace. Sweat soon beaded on Su Yan's forehead. The sleeves of her hunting attire rolled up to reveal her slender yet powerful arms, her face a picture of earnest determination. Su Yan, if you're tired, just let me know, and we can take a break. Lin Xiao called out as he turned his head. Su Yan shook her head, smiling and catching her breath. It's fine. I still have plenty of energy. Back in police academy training, it was much more exhausting than this. By the time they returned to the farm, evening had already fallen. From a distance, the villagers spotted the trio, along with a dog, pulling 2 sleds laden with sika deer, and they hurried out of their homes to gather around, expressing their astonishment in waves. Goodness, Lin Xiao, the 3 of you are remarkable. You managed to bring back such a large sika deer all by yourselves. Tiger's strength truly takes after his father. Su Yin is no slouch either. She can pull such a heavy sled. Haizi and Qingya are indeed extraordinary dogs, even assisting in pulling the sled. The crowd parted to create a path, and Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiaolan had long been standing at the entrance, peering out. Upon seeing their son return safely with such a grand haul, they rushed over to greet them. Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiaolan beamed with joy at the sight of their bounty. Zhao Xiaolan quickly took Su Yan's hand. Su Yan, come inside and rest. You must be exhausted. I will prepare dinner for you all. Let us have some stewed deer meat. Su Yan smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie. My parents are in the provincial city, and I'm all alone in the county. There's no hot meal at the police station. I just wonder if there are any vacant rooms at the farm's guest house. Lin Xiao quickly responded. There must be available rooms at the guest house. I'll take you there to settle in, and we'll call you for dinner later. I'll infuse this deer blood in a jar of wine right away and bring it to you later. It's excellent for replenishing health. Zhao Xiaolan added, Yes, Su Yan. Don't eat dry rations at the guest house. Dine with us tonight. Afterward, Lin Xiao will ensure your safe return. Unable to decline, Su Yan finally agreed. That would be too much trouble for you, Auntie. Dinner was particularly lively, with Zhao Xiaolan preparing a pot brimming with stewed deer meat and sautéing 2 dishes of greens. Lin Jiangwo shared a couple of cups of homemade rice wine with Su Yan. After the meal, Lin Xiao escorted Su Yan to the guest house. The room was immaculate, furnished with a single bed, a table, and a thermos. After settling her belongings, they stood at the door, and Lin Xiao said, I'll come to wake you tomorrow morning, and we can explore the farm together. We'll have lunch before heading back to the county. Su Yan nodded, smiling. Sounds good. By the way, can I join the next hunting trip? Today was so much fun. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he eagerly nodded. Of course. You are always welcome. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao poured the deer blood from the thermos into the wine jar, adding ginseng and goji berries to steep, sealing it tightly before placing it in the cellar. Chapter 43. Selling deer meat in the city as dawn broke. Even before the farm's roosters began to crow, Lin Xiao's home was already bustling. Lin Jiangwo had risen early, setting up 2 sturdy wooden frames in the yard, designed specifically for the disassembly of large game, which had proven invaluable during the last wild boar hunt. Zhao Xiaolan was busy in the kitchen, boiling steaming water in a pot, with steam wafting through the kitchen window, condensing into a cloud of white mist in the crisp morning air. When Lin Xiao stepped out after freshening up, Tiger had already run over, brandishing a gleaming bone knife, his face alight with excitement. Brother Xiao, I've been waiting for this. We must be meticulous while disassembling the sika deer. We mustn't tear the hide. Lin Xiao nodded and retrieved a sturdy pair of cowhide gloves and a specially crafted deer bone knife from the room. Today will require some effort. We must first strip the deer hide, then separate the meat and collect the antlers. Be gentle, so as not to damage the valuable parts. The trio began with the largest stag. Lin Jiangwo and Huzi worked together to lift the stag onto a wooden frame, securing its limbs tightly with ropes. Wearing the gloves, Lin Xiao made a delicate incision on the stag's hind leg with the bone knife, then carefully peeled back the hide along the incision. The skin of the sika deer is quite thin, particularly around the abdomen, and requires utmost caution to avoid tearing. Lin Xiao's movements were extraordinarily gentle, the blade gliding along the junction of the hide and muscle with meticulous precision. Brother Xiao, your skill is truly remarkable, Huzi exclaimed, captivated by the display. You were not this adept at skinning wild boar the last time. Now, It seems effortless. Without lifting his gaze, Lin Xiao replied, deer hide is far more valuable than boar hide. A complete deer hide can fetch a considerable sum. Even a small cut can have its price. Su Yan arrived shortly thereafter, standing beside them for a moment before smiling. Lin Xiao, Huzi, I must return to the guest house to tidy up. There are matters at the office that require my attention. Please exercise caution while selling. Su Yan, what brings you here? Shouldn't you rest a little longer? Lin Xiao smiled as he looked up. Su Yan waved a notebook in her hand. I wanted to learn about the various uses of the deer parts. It will help me understand related cases better in the future. Also, I wish to lend a hand with tasks within my capacity. Zhao Xiaolan emerged from the kitchen, holding a clean cloth. Su girl, you needn't involve yourself. This work is both dirty and laborious. Here, help me lay this cloth on the table for the deer meat. Skinning the stag took nearly an hour, and when the complete hide was finally removed, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The hide, when unfurled, measured nearly 2 meters in length, its fur glossy with distinct white spots. However, there were a few small wounds on the waist, inflicted by wolves during an attack yesterday. Although not severe, they detracted from its appearance. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. What a pity. If it weren't for these wounds, it could sell for at least 100. The subsequent skinning of the doe and fawn proceeded much more smoothly. The doe had a small wound, while the fawn's hide remained pristine and its fur even more vibrant. Lin Xiao laid all 3 hides on a bamboo mat in the courtyard, gently wiping them with clean water before sprinkling a layer of fine salt to prevent decay and enhance the firmness of the hides. After drying for 2 to 3 days, they will be ready for sale, Lin Xiao explained. Once the hides were completed, they began to process the deer meat. Lin Xiao made an incision in the stag's chest cavity to extract the internal organs, a portion of which had already been fed to the dogs yesterday. The remaining organs were still quite fresh. Zhao Xiaolan cleaned the organs, intending to stew them for dinner. Lin Xiao then cut the meat into pieces following the muscle grain, placing them into clean bamboo baskets. This is the tenderloin, the most delicate part, ideal for stir-frying. This is the leg meat, firmer and suitable for stewing or making cured meat. And this is the rib meat, with some bone, particularly fragrant when stewed. As Lin Xiao divided the meat, he elaborated on the preferences of Chef Wang from the state-run restaurant, who particularly favored tenderloin and thigh meat. Last time, he mentioned that he would appreciate it if I reserved any excellent venison for him. Huzi was tasked with weighing the meat, loudly announcing the weight of each cut. Brother Xiao, 3 pounds of tenderloin, 15 pounds of thigh meat, 8 pounds of ribs. After separating the meat of the male and female deer, it was time to process the fawn. When Lin Xiao sliced open the fawn's head, he was suddenly dazzled by the sight of a pair of small antlers sprouting from it. Although only a few centimeters long, they were plump and covered in fine velvet. Deer velvet, Lin Xiao exclaimed excitedly. This was a prized find, far more valuable than venison. Su Yan quickly leaned in, curious, and asked, is this deer velvet? I've heard it's a highly revered tonic, particularly precious. Indeed, Lin Xiao carefully extracted the deer velvet, wrapping it in a clean cloth. This was first-growth velvet, of the finest quality, and since the fawn was male, its medicinal properties were even more potent. Old Zhou from the county particularly adored such treasures, and gifting them would surely enhance one's prestige. In addition to the velvet, the antlers of the male deer could not be overlooked. Lin Zhangwo meticulously chopped off the antlers with an axe. They were hard and branched, making excellent materials for handicrafts. This pair of antlers could fetch at least 50 yuan at the county's craft stores. Lin Xiangwo remarked, an old carpenter once visited the farm to collect them, claiming that antlers made for beautiful knife handles. The most astonishing find was the deer penis. Lin Xiao, while processing the male deer's reproductive organ, carefully extracted the deer penis, which measured over 30 centimeters in length and was robust. This item was also a sought-after tonic, rarer than deer velvet. Lin Xiao, brimming with excitement, declared, Old Zhou will definitely appreciate this. He mentioned before that he was willing to pay a high price if I could procure one. We should soak the deer penis in the blood wine. It will enhance its efficacy and increase its market value. By the time they finished dismantling the 3 spotted deer, it was well past 10 in the morning. Lin Xiao took stock of their bounty, 180 pounds of male deer meat, 240 pounds of female deer meat, 80 pounds of fawn meat, totaling 500 pounds of venison, 3 deer hides, 2 of which had minor wounds, while 1 was pristine, a pair of male deer antlers, 1 male deer penis, and a pair of fawn antlers. We're set to strike it rich. Huzi exclaimed, jumping with joy. With so much, we can at least sell it for 500 yuan. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, not just 500. The deer velvet and penis are worth a fortune. Combined with the venison and hides, we should make at least 800 yuan. He patted Huzi on the shoulder and said, "Come with me to the county to sell the goods today. It will be safer for both of us on the road." Huzi's eyes lit up as he thumped his chest and assured, "No problem, Brother Xiao. I promise to assist you well, without any mishaps." Zhao Xilan promptly prepared provisions and water for the two, soaking the deer penis in a jar of deer blood wine, sealing it tightly. "This wine with the deer penis will be even more nourishing. Old Zhou will surely like it. Please be careful on your journey. Look out for each other, and return early after selling the goods." Lin Jiangwo then borrowed a flatbed cart from the farm, and together father and son loaded the venison, hides, velvet, and antlers onto the cart, covering them with a canvas. The two set off, pushing the heavy flatbed cart, which, with the 500 pounds of venison and other items, weighed over 600 pounds. Lin Xiao led the way, gripping the main rope, while Huzi steadied the cart beside him. As they approached an incline, the duo synchronized their efforts, calling out encouragements to one another, gradually making their way towards the county town. Along the route, they encountered several fellow villagers, who, upon seeing them laden with goods, curiously inquired, "Lin Xiao, are you heading to the county town to sell your wares? With all that venison, you must stand to earn quite a sum." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, replying, "Thank you for your kind words. I hope to fetch a good price." After nearly 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived at the county town. Their first stop was the state-run restaurant, where Chef Wang had been waiting at the entrance. He had received a message from Lin Xiao the previous day, indicating that venison would be delivered today. Upon seeing the cart filled with venison, Chef Wang's eyes lit up, and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, you have finally arrived. I informed the manager yesterday to reserve a procurement slot for you." Lin Xiao unveiled the canvas covering, revealing the fresh venison inside. "Chef Wang, what do you think of this venison? It's all fresh, just processed this morning. I've set aside the tenderloin and leg meat for you." Chef Wang picked up a piece of tenderloin, sniffed it, and felt its texture, exclaiming, "Excellent meat. Truly exceptional. It's remarkably fresh, with no off-putting odor." "How much per pound?" 5 yuan per pound, Lin Xiao responded. "That's the wholesale price. If sold retail, it could fetch 8 yuan per pound, yielding a good profit." Chef Wang nodded in agreement. 5 yuan per pound is quite reasonable. Previously, I bought from other hunters for 6 yuan per pound. Your venison is of superior quality. I will take it all." He then turned to a waiter, instructing, "Go fetch the manager and have him settle the payment with Lin Xiao." The manager arrived promptly, and upon seeing the abundance of fresh venison, he expressed his satisfaction. "Lin Xiao, this venison is indeed impressive. In the future, ensure you reserve the good stuff for our restaurant. Our patrons particularly enjoy such game, and it sells exceptionally well." Lin Xiao quickly assured him, "Absolutely, in the future, I will bring you the best first." The manager had the waiter weigh the meat, 180 pounds of male deer meat, and 240 pounds of female deer meat, totaling 420 pounds. At 5 yuan per pound, the total came to 100 yuan. The manager calculated using an abacus and retrieved the amount from the safe, handing it to Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiao, please check it." Lin Xiao accepted the money, counted it, confirmed its accuracy, and promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, manager. And thank you, Chef Wang." Chef Wang discreetly pulled Lin Xiao aside, lowering his voice. "Lin Xiao, if you can procure wild boar or roe deer meat next time, please bring it to me, and I will pay you extra." Lin Xiao nodded. "No problem. When I hunt next, you will be the first to receive it." He then took a piece of tenderloin from the cart and handed it to Chef Wang, saying, "Chef Wang, this piece is for you. Take it home for your children to taste." Chef Wang hastily declined. "Oh, I couldn't possibly." Lin Xiao smiled. "It's nothing, just a token of goodwill." Departing from the state-run restaurant, they pushed the cart directly towards the state-run marketplace. Lao Zhou, the director there, was an old acquaintance of Lin Xiao's father. Since childhood, Lin Xiao had called him Uncle Zhou, and their bond was exceptionally close. Upon reaching the back door of the marketplace, the receiving clerk recognized them immediately and called out, "Director Zhou, Lin Xiao and Huzi have arrived." Lao Zhou, who was checking inventory with his ledger, immediately came out, beaming and waving, "Shower. I've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. A few days ago, your father mentioned to me that your hunting skills have remarkably improved." Lin Xiao lifted the canvas, revealing the fresh venison, deer hides, antlers, and a jar of wine infused with deer blood and tendons. "Uncle Zhou, take a look at these goods. I just processed them this morning, and they are quite fresh. We have 80 pounds of venison, 3 deer hides, a pair of young deer antlers, and this jar of deer blood wine infused with tendons." Uncle Zhou crouched down to inspect the venison, then lifted the antlers to his nose for a whiff, patting Lin Xiao's shoulder approvingly. "Excellent goods. Truly top-notch. This antler is from a young deer, isn't it? Its texture is remarkably rich." Just what the herbal medicine counter is in need of. He then uncorked the jar of wine, taking a sniff before chuckling. This deer blood wine with tendons is quite nourishing. My old man could really use this. I shall send it to him. Standing up, he promptly quoted a price. The venison is tenderer than that from an adult deer and can retail at $8 per pound. I'll give you $6 a pound, totaling $480 for the 80 pounds. Although the hides have a couple of minor blemishes, they are of good quality, so I'll offer $50. This pair of antlers is of exceptional quality. I'll give you $230. The antlers can fetch a good price as decorative items, so $50 for those as well. The deer blood wine, being rare due to the tendons, I'll offer $200. Altogether, that's $480 plus $50 plus $230 plus $50 plus $200, totaling $1,010. What do you think? Before Lin Xiao could respond, Tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, not expecting such a hefty sum. Lin Xiao chuckled and said, Brother Zhou, your price is too generous. The hides are flawed and cannot be worth this much. Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively, feigning displeasure. Come now. Why be so polite with me? I would never shortchange you. This price is calculated at the highest retail rate. Every cent is yours. Quickly, let the staff bring the goods inside. I will settle the bill. Knowing old Zhou's temperament, Lin Xiao ceased his objections and assisted the staff in moving the items. Meanwhile, old Zhou retrieved the cash from his office and, once the goods were moved, handed Lin Xiao a neat stack of crisp bills. Count it, $1,010. Not a cent more or less. Lin Xiao took the money and counted it, finding it to be exact, and promptly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhou, for always offering me such fair prices. Old Zhou patted his arm. No need to be formal with me. In the future, if you have good goods, bring them to me. The market has a high footfall. We have no worries selling quality items. Upon exiting the market, the two men pushed the empty flatbed cart to a secluded corner. Lin Xiao divided the money into 4 portions, taking one portion and handing it to Tiger. Tiger, you worked hard this time. This $275 is yours. Tiger quickly waved his hands. Brother Xiao, this is too much. I merely lent a hand. I cannot accept so much. Lin Xiao firmly placed the money in his hand, stating seriously, take it. We hunt and sell together. The profits must be shared equally. You helped with the wild boar hunt last time. You rightfully deserve a quarter this time. In the future, whenever we work together, the earnings will be split. With tears welling in his eyes, Tiger clutched the money. $275 was equivalent to half a year's wages for an ordinary worker at that time. He nodded vigorously. Brother Xiao, from now on, wherever you point, I will follow. Working with you is a sure path. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. Let us go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things. And I'll also get you some fabric to make a new outfit as a reward for this trip. 2 individuals pushed an empty flatbed cart to the supply and marketing cooperative. Lin Xiao purchased a piece of blue fabric for Zhao Xiaolan, a piece of gray fabric for Lin Zhengwo, and a thick dark blue cloth for Huzi, noting the cold weather and the need for a warm cotton-padded jacket. Huzi, feeling the fabric, chuckled and exclaimed, Thank you, Brother Xiao. I've never worn a new cotton coat in my life. Lin Xiao also bought some brown sugar and pastries, intending to bring them home for his parents to taste. After leaving the cooperative, the two visited a street stall and enjoyed steaming bowls of lamb noodles. Huzi savored his meal, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and mumbled, Brother Xiao, this trip has truly been a windfall. When I used to hunt with my father, I could sell no more than a few dozen yuan at most. But this time, I've earned so much. I can hardly believe it. Lin Xiao replied with a smile. It is merely our good fortune to have encountered a herd of roe deer. If we continue to hunt diligently and familiarize ourselves with the game trails, even greater rewards await us. Indeed, Huzi nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling. Hunting with you means not only securing good game, but also fetching handsome prices for it. From now on, I'll follow you wherever you go. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. As brothers united in purpose, we shall surely gather more impressive game. Once the snow deepens in a few days, the wild boars and roe deer will emerge in search of food, and we shall venture into the mountains again, striving to procure more substantial spoils. The more Huzi contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, slurping his noodles. I'll clean my hunting rifle and organize the traps at home as soon as I return. By the way, Brother Xiao, next time we enter the mountains, we should bring Haizi and Qingya. Their keen noses will undoubtedly assist us in locating larger game. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, Haizi and Qingya are our invaluable helpers. They must accompany us on our next expedition. The profits from this sale, after purchasing essentials for our families, shall be preserved as our hunting capital for acquiring better traps and ammunition. This will ensure a more secure hunting experience, he continued. Huzi eagerly replied, I'll heed your advice. With my 275 yuan, Aside from buying a new outfit for my parents and some floral fabric for my sister, the remainder will serve as our capital. Future purchases of ammunition and repairs for our rifles will come from here. Lin Xiao commended him. Your foresight is commendable. Our hunting endeavors must be strategic. We cannot venture blindly into the mountains. We must first survey the terrain to identify areas abundant with game, thus avoiding unnecessary detours. As they ate and conversed, they discussed the habits of mountain game and shared hunting techniques passed down from seasoned hunters. Huzi, having accompanied his father on hunts since childhood, was well versed in the local customs, while Lin Xiao had his own unique methods. Their exchange grew increasingly harmonious. After finishing their noodles, Huzi took the initiative to carry the empty flatbed cart, saying, "Brother Xiao, let me carry this. You've exerted the most effort this time. It's my turn to shoulder some of the work." By the time they returned to the farm, evening had fallen. Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiaolan had been waiting at the gate, and upon seeing the two return, they hurried over. Huzi, clutching the money, dashed to his mother, excitedly exclaiming, "Mother, I sold goods with Brother Xiao and earned money. He gave me 275 yuan. Huzi's mother was both astonished and elated, quickly pulling Lin Xiao aside to express her gratitude. "Lin Xiao, thank you so much for thinking of our Huzi." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Huzi put in a great deal of effort. This is rightfully his reward." Lin Jiangwo pulled him into the house, took the money, counted it, and a look of satisfaction spread across his face. 3,110 yuan. This is quite a substantial sum. Xiaojiao, your hunting skills are truly becoming more remarkable. I must tell you, set aside a portion of this money for hunting expenses, and save the rest for your future bride. During dinner, Zhao Xiaolan had stewed a pot brimming with venison and sautéed 2 green vegetables, deliberately serving a generous portion of leg meat to Huzi. "Huzi, eat more, you've worked hard this time. In the future, when you hunt with Lin Xiao, you must look out for each other and prioritize safety." Huzi, his mouth full, mumbled, "Understood. Auntie, I will take good care of Brother Xiaojiao." At the dining table, they discussed the day's sales. When they mentioned the good price given by Old Zhou, Lin Jiangwo chuckled and remarked, "Old Zhou is a genuine person. In the future, we should prioritize delivering good goods to him. We must not let his kindness go unappreciated." Zhao Xiaolan agreed, saying, "Indeed, we must be cautious when hunting in the mountains. Do not be greedy. Our family is doing well now. Safety is of utmost importance." Lin Xiao nodded, "Mother, I understand. In the future, I will be well prepared for mountain trips, bringing ample provisions and water, and I will ensure Huzi and I look out for each other, absolutely avoiding any risks. From the money earned this time, I plan to keep 500 yuan for hunting expenses to purchase new traps and ammunition, while the remainder I will hand over to father for safekeeping." After dinner, Huzi came to find Lin Xiao again. "Brother Xiaojiao, I spoke with my father. Next time we go into the mountains, let us head to the west slope. My father mentioned there is a patch of pine forest there, where roe deer often appear. Shall we go scout the area tomorrow to check the terrain?" Lin Xiao's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "Excellent idea. Tomorrow, let us bring Huzi along to the west slope to familiarize ourselves with the terrain and the traces of our prey. Once we are fully prepared, we will officially venture into the mountains." Huzi nodded enthusiastically. "All right. I'll come and call for you early tomorrow." After Huzi left, Lin Xiao returned to the house, took out paper and pen, and began recording the day's hunting yields and sales details. He intended to document each harvest and its selling price, so he could clearly discern which prey was more valuable and which locations had higher purchasing prices. After finishing the details, he took out his hunting rifle and meticulously cleaned it. This gun had been his companion for several years and was an excellent partner in his hunting endeavors. Once he finished cleaning the gun, he checked the traps, ropes, and tools to ensure that everything would be in perfect working condition for the next mountain expedition. At dawn the next day, Lin Xiao and Huzi each carried their rifles and led Huzi and Qingya towards the west slope. The mountain forest in the early morning was still shrouded in a thin mist, and the air was exceptionally fresh. Huzi and Qingya excitedly blazed the trail ahead, occasionally barking at the underbrush. Huzi walked alongside, pointing ahead and saying, "Brother Xiaojiao, the pine forest is just up ahead. My father said roe deer love to eat pine needles and seeds, so they must be active around here this season." Lin Xiao nodded, signaling Huzi to slow down. "Roe deer are timid and have keen hearing. We must tread lightly." He crouched down, carefully observing the ground, and soon discovered several fresh hoof prints. "Look, these are roe deer tracks, quite new," indicating they passed by not long ago. Huzi also halted, emitting a low growl towards the depths of the pine forest, his tail slightly raised, a signal of having detected prey. The two individuals exchanged a glance, excitement evident in their eyes, and cautiously followed Huzi deeper into the woods. Chapter 44. Encountering a pack of wolves, the morning mist in the pine forest had yet to dissipate, and fine snowflakes cascaded down the branches, settling on Lin Xiao's cotton hat, quickly forming a layer of frost. Haizi and Qingya crouched low, their noses pressed to the ground, sniffing intently. Their tails stood rigid like taut bowstrings as they discovered roe deer tracks extending through the carpet of pine needles, the direction of the hoofprints indicating that their prey lay not far ahead. Shower, listen. Haizi suddenly grasped Lin Xiao's arm, signaling him to be silent. Lin Xiao held his breath and, indeed, heard faint sounds of feeding ahead, intermingled with the characteristic short snorts of roe deer. He slowly parted the low pine branches before him, and, through the mist, discerned 3 roe deer gathered beneath an ancient pine tree, their heads bent as they feasted on the fallen pine seeds. Among them were 2 of medium size and a juvenile with a light brown coat, nestled beside its mother. Fortune smiles upon us. It's a small herd, Lin Xiao whispered to Haizi, simultaneously retrieving the brand-new semi-automatic rifle, a .56 caliber he had procured with the help of old Zhou. With considerable range and firepower, it boasted remarkable accuracy, capable of hitting its target within 50 meters. Haizi, in silent agreement, unslung the old .38 rifle from his shoulder, a weapon passed down from the village's seasoned hunters, albeit a bolt-action rifle. It still held considerable might. Lin Xiao gestured to Haizi, indicating that they should encircle the deer in a fan shape, aiming to close within 30 meters before firing. The roe deer were notoriously skittish. Even the slightest noise would send them fleeing in all directions. They crept forward, crouching low, their feet sinking into the thick blanket of snow. The snow barely reached their ankles, and each step echoed softly, resonating sharply in the stillness of the forest. Qingya and Haizi understood the gravity of the situation, lying low, only occasionally lifting their heads to monitor the movements of the deer. As they drew closer, Lin Xiao could clearly see the fine fur on the deer's ears. He quietly raised his rifle, aiming at the robust buck on the outer edge. Just as his finger was about to pull the trigger, Haizi suddenly sprang to his feet, barking ferociously towards the left side of the forest, his fur bristling and muscles taut. The 3 roe deer, startled, immediately lifted their heads and bolted towards the right valley. Lin Xiao cursed under his breath, about to give chase when he heard Haizi exclaim, "Xiao, wolves! A pack of wolves!" Turning to look, Lin Xiao saw 5 or 6 gray wolves appear on the ridge to the left. The lead wolf, particularly massive, its coat a dark gray, flecked with blood, clearly having just hunted. The pack was encircling them in a semicircle, their green eyes glinting menacingly in the mist, and their low howls chilled the air. This is bad. It's a wolf pack. Lin Xiao's heart raced as he grabbed Haizi and sprinted towards a pile of large rocks behind them. We must reach the boulder for cover. With their backs against the rock, they would not be flanked. Haizi's face drained of color, gripping his rifle tightly, stumbling to keep pace with Lin Xiao. Seeing their movement, the wolves quickened their pace, the lead black wolf now less than 50 meters away, the stench of blood wafting toward them. Just as they reached the shelter of the boulder, the black wolf lunged forward. Lin Xiao reacted with remarkable speed, raising his Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and aiming it squarely at the chest of the black wolf. A thunderous gunshot echoed through the air as the bullet found its mark, causing the wolf to momentarily freeze before crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground, convulsing twice before succumbing to death. The other wolves, initially taken aback, were soon driven into a frenzied madness by the scent of blood, charging towards the 2 men. Tiger steadied his nerves, raising his Mauser rifle to target a wolf at the forefront of the pack. Holding his breath, he squeezed the trigger, and the wolf fell lifelessly to the ground, staining the surrounding snow with its blood. "Brother Xiao, your aim is impeccable," Tiger exclaimed excitedly, swiftly working the bolt to chamber another round. Lin Xiao had already dispatched another wolf. The efficiency of his Type 56 spared him the need to reload, allowing for a significantly faster rate of fire compared to Tiger's Mauser. He quickly assessed his ammunition, discovering he had 10 rounds left, while Tiger had 5, totaling 15 rounds, more than sufficient to handle the remaining 4 wolves. "Don't rush. Aim carefully before firing," Lin Xiao cautioned, concerned that Tiger's excitement might lead him to waste bullets. "Understood." Tiger nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the remaining wolves. With the alpha black wolf down, the pack was visibly shaken, hesitating to advance recklessly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao retrieved matches and pre-prepared dry pine needles from his backpack, along with 2 flint stones, items he had thoughtfully packed before their journey to the mountains, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. He instructed Tiger to keep his rifle at the ready while he quickly piled the dry pine needles in front of a rock and struck a match to ignite them. The dry needles ignited swiftly, crackling, and producing an orange flame that dispelled some of the cold and caused the wolves to retreat a few paces. One larger wolf appeared to rally its comrades, howling a few times to organize an attack. Lin Xiao would not grant it the chance. He raised his Type 56 once more and fired, the bullet striking the wolf's foreleg with precision, causing it to howl in agony as it collapsed into the snow. Tiger took advantage of the moment to fire his weapon as well. Although he missed, the sound was enough to send the remaining wolves retreating in fear. Faced with the corpse of their fallen companion and the smoking guns in the hands of the two men, the remaining 3 wolves were filled with trepidation and dared not approach. Lin Xiao took a couple of steps forward, brandishing his rifle and bellowing at the pack, "Get lost!" The muzzle of his Type 56 was firmly directed at the remaining wolves, exuding an undeniable aura of intimidation. After a brief hesitation, the wolves, dragging their injured companion, turned tail and fled, disappearing deep into the forest. Tiger let out a long sigh of relief, sitting down heavily in the snow. "Brother Xiao, your Type 56 is extraordinary. Had we been armed with our old hunting rifle, we would have been in dire straits today. You did well too. Your first shot took down the lead black wolf. Otherwise, we would have encountered even greater trouble," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, joining Tiger in resting on the snowy ground. He inspected his weapon. The barrel of the Type 56 was slightly warm, having fired 3 shots in total, 2 wolves down and 1 injured. Tiger had fired twice, killing 1 wolf. Despite 1 shot going astray, it was commendable under such tense circumstances. "We should drag the wolf carcasses over. The pelts and meat can fetch a good price. We must not let them go to waste," Lin Xiao declared. The 2 men worked together to drag the 3 wolf carcasses to a large rock, covering them with snow for the time being. "Now, we need to locate some roe deer. We can deal with the wolf carcasses upon our return." Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings and soon discovered a spacious valley not far to his right, teeming with tender grass, an ideal habitat for roe deer. "Tiger, let us proceed towards the valley on the right." The startled roe deer might have fled in that direction. He patted Tiger on the shoulder, securing his firearm as they made their way toward the valley. As he glanced around, he noticed a dense thicket nearby, beyond which lay a steep slope. Although treacherous, once they ascended, it would be arduous for the wolf pack to pursue them. "Tiger, let us dash towards the thicket. There's a slope there. The wolves won't be able to follow," Lin Xiao exclaimed, seizing a handful of burning pine needles and hurling them towards the approaching wolves. The needles landed in the snow, quickly extinguishing, yet startling the pack momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao tugged on Tiger's arm, urging him towards the thicket. The black wolf, having regained its composure, led the pack in hot pursuit. Qingya and Haizi, witnessing the scene, immediately turned to confront the wolves, even daring to bite at the tail of one, buying precious time for Lin Xiao and Tiger. "Haizi, Qingya, come back quickly," Lin Xiao shouted, unwilling to allow his hunting dogs to sacrifice themselves in vain. Upon hearing his call, the dogs released their grip and hastily returned to Lin Xiao's side, following him into the thicket. The branches were thick, scratching their faces painfully, yet they pressed on, determined to reach the slope. As they reached the midpoint of the slope, Tiger's foot slipped, nearly causing him to fall. Lin Xiao quickly grasped his arm, pulling him back to safety. "Shower, I'm running out of strength," Tiger gasped. Lin Xiao glanced back to see the black wolf and its pack nearing the base of the slope, attempting to ascend, but the incline was too steep, causing them to slide back down after only a few steps. "Just hold on a little longer. We're almost at the top," Lin Xiao encouraged, retrieving the last bullet from his backpack and loading it into the chamber. He knew that once they reached the summit, they would be safe, supporting one another. They finally climbed to the top of the slope. At the summit lay a flat expanse, offering a panoramic view. The wolf pack lingered at the base for some time, emitting reluctant howls before ultimately retreating. The 2 men collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, their clothes drenched in sweat, shivering from the cold wind. Haizi and Qingya lay beside them, tongues lolling out as they panted. "Shower, that was truly perilous. We almost became a wolf snack," Tiger said, trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Xiao nodded, handing Tiger his water bottle. "Take a drink and rest for a moment. I never expected to encounter such a large pack of wolves. Fortunately, we reacted swiftly." He surveyed the environment and noticed an expansive valley on the other side of the slope, flourishing with tender grass, perfect for roe deer. "Tiger, look at that valley over there. There might be roe deer." Tiger's eyes brightened as he followed Lin Xiao's gaze. "Indeed, if we can hunt a roe deer, our expedition into the mountains will not have been in vain." After resting for a brief while to recuperate their strength, the 2 set off toward the valley. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by the sound of roe deer calling. Lin Xiao signaled for Tiger to crouch down and approach slowly. Sure enough, several roe deer, approximately 5 or 6 in number, were grazing with their heads down. Lin Xiao counted and noted that 2 of them were robust adult males. He quietly raised his shotgun, aiming at the nearest male roe deer. This time, he refrained from firing impulsively, instead waiting for the moment the deer lifted its head before pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the deer collapsed. The other deer, startled, scattered in all directions. Lin Xiao quickly urged Huzi, "Hurry, chase them down. We cannot let them escape." The two, accompanied by their hunting dogs, pursued the fleeing animals. Qingya and Haizi sprinted ahead, soon cornering a doe, barking ferociously and driving it into a secluded corner of the valley. Lin Xiao and Huzi rushed over. Huzi lifted his shotgun and struck the doe on the head with the butt of the gun. The doe fell to the ground, struggling momentarily before lying still. "Wonderful. We've bagged 2. Huzi exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Lin Xiao, relieved, acknowledged that despite encountering a pack of wolves, they not only escaped unscathed, but also managed to kill 3 wolves. Now, having captured 2 deer, their venture into the mountains was proving fruitful. They first secured the deer, then returned to carry the wolf carcasses, crafting a makeshift stretcher from branches to secure both the deer and the wolves. "We must descend quickly. Xiaomei is surely waiting for us at home. We cannot let her worry," Lin Xiao said, referring to his 12-year-old sister, Lin Xiaomei. Every time the two ventured into the mountains for hunting, she would wait at the village entrance until they returned before eating. The descent was easier than the ascent, and the two made their way slowly toward the farm, carrying the deer. Along the way, Huzi suddenly inquired, "Brother Xiao, when you threw the burning pine needles earlier, I thought we were done for. I never imagined it would actually scare the wolves away." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Though wolves are fierce, they possess weaknesses. They fear fire and loud noises. By exploiting their vulnerabilities, one can turn danger into safety. You are indeed impressive, Brother Xiao. Had I ventured into the mountains alone, I would have surely become wolf food," Huzi said sincerely. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "We are brothers. It is our duty to look out for one another. Our success in hunting the deer is also thanks to you. If you hadn't warned me about the wolves, we might have found ourselves surrounded." As they carefully descended the mountain with the stretcher, they reached the village entrance of the farm, where they spotted a little girl with a ponytail, tiptoeing and peering out. It was Lin Xiaomei. Upon seeing her brother's return, she joyfully ran over. Brother Huzi, you're back. I've heated the ginger soup 3 times." As she approached and noticed the stretcher bearing the deer and wolf carcasses, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, so many good things." Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiulan, hearing the commotion, also came out to greet them. Upon seeing the two and their catch, they hurried to assist. Zhao Xiulan grasped Lin Xiao's and Huzi's hands. "Feeling their clothes, you must be freezing. Come inside for some ginger soup. Xiaomei, bring out the soup." Lin Xiaomei replied eagerly and dashed indoors. Lin Jiangwo examined the catch and marveled. "These 2 roe deer are splendid, and the wolf's skin is intact. They are excellent trophies." Turning to Lin Xiao, he instructed, "First, let us get the game into the yard, then we'll warm up inside. There is no rush to process the catch." He inspected the 2 deer, smiling. "These deer are of good quality, with pristine fur and fresh meat. They should fetch at least 200 yuan. He then turned to Lin Xiao, advising, "Next time you venture into the mountains, be cautious. Avoid such reckless risks. If necessary, take a few more people along. Safety comes first." Lin Xiao nodded. "Father, I understand." This encounter with the wolf pack was perilous. It was thanks to the 56 rifle and tiger's marksmanship that we avoided danger. Zhao Xiulan had already brought in ginger soup and handed it to the two. "Quick, drink this ginger soup to ward off the chill. Xiaomei, go stoke the fire in the stove. I'm preparing stewed roe deer meat for you." Lin Xiaomei obediently responded and hurried to the kitchen. As the two sipped the warm ginger soup, they gradually warmed up, devouring steamed buns and cabbage tofu hungrily. The earlier fright and exhaustion had left them ravenous. After the meal, twilight had descended. Lin Xiao and Tiger began to process their catch. Lin Xiaomei brought over a small stool to assist, deftly passing tools and wiping away blood. Her movements belied her 12 years. "Brother, be gentle while skinning the roe deer. Uncle Li mentioned that an intact roe deer hide makes the warmest cloak," Lin Xiaomei said while handing over the scissors. Although she had not hunted in the mountains, her experiences at home had endowed her with considerable knowledge about handling game. The two carefully removed the roe deer hide, meticulously cleaning it with fresh water, sprinkling fine salt to preserve it, and then laying it out on a bamboo mat in the yard to dry. They similarly treated the wolf hide. Next, they began to portion the roe deer meat. The roe deer meat was more tender than venison, and Lin Xiao deliberately set aside a piece of the tenderloin, intending for his mother to prepare stir-fried meat strips for Xiaomei, her favorite dish. The wolf meat, being coarser, was reserved for their family or to sell to villagers who enjoyed game. Once they finished with the roe deer hide, Lin Xiao patted the skin and said to Tiger, "These two hides are of excellent quality. Once dried, we should have the tanner in town make us each a cloak. We won't fear the cold when hunting in the mountains this winter." Tiger's eyes brightened, and he nodded vigorously. "Absolutely, Brother Xiao, with a roe deer hide cloak. We won't need to bundle up in thick cotton jackets for the early spring market. Brother Xiao, shall we send the roe deer meat to the state-run restaurant tomorrow?" Master Wang specifically asked us to set aside any roe deer meat for him. Tiger suggested as he packed the portioned roe deer meat into a bamboo basket. Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, we shall go to the county town early tomorrow to deliver the roe deer meat. We will leave the wolf hide and meat at home for the next sale. By the way, this time when we sell the roe deer meat, according to our usual agreement, you will receive a quarter of the proceeds. The same goes for the wolf. Do not refuse." Tiger quickly waved his hand. "Brother Xiao, a quarter is too much. This time, it was your 56 rifle and courage that saved us. I only managed to take down one wolf. How can I take so much? Just give me a small fee for my trouble." Lin Xiao feigned anger. "What kind of talk is that? We ventured into the mountains together and put in the effort together. The last time we sold venison, it was a quarter. We cannot break the tradition. Besides, had you not taken down the lead black wolf with your first shot, how could we have escaped so swiftly? It is settled then. If you refuse again, you do not regard me as a brother." Unable to argue further, Tiger acquiesced. Lin Xiao Mei chimed in with a smile. "Tiger, you should listen to my brother. He cares for you the most. Tomorrow, while you go to the county town, I will watch over the wolf hides in the yard, ensuring they are not spoiled by wild cats or dogs." The three worked late into the night, finally finishing the processing of their catch. Lin Xiao placed the roe deer meat into the bamboo basket, covered it with canvas, and hung the wolf hide under the eaves to dry before returning inside to rest. Reclining upon his bed, he recalled the thrilling encounter with the wolf pack from earlier that day, still feeling a tinge of trepidation. However, glancing at the wolf pelts hanging in the moonlight outside his window, he felt a surge of happiness at the fruits of his labor. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Xiaomei rose early to prepare breakfast and assisted the two men in loading the roe deer meat onto the flatbed cart. "Brother, Tiger brother, be careful on the road and return early after selling the goods." She waved her small hand and called out. Lin Xiao nodded, ruffling his sister's hair. "Understood. I shall bring you back some malt candy." The two men set off, the flatbed cart laden with the flesh of two roe deer, weighing approximately 180 pounds, accompanied by some tools, not excessively heavy. Their teamwork was impeccable, one pulling at the front while the other pushed from behind. And they quickly arrived at the county town. They headed straight for the state-run restaurant, and upon reaching the back door, they found Master Wang waiting for them. The message Lin Xiao had sent through a contact the day before had informed him of their delivery of roe deer meat. "Lin Xiao, Tiger, you finally made it. I was just lamenting the lack of good ingredients." Master Wang exclaimed, lifting a piece of roe deer meat to his nose. "What fine meat. So fresh." The tender flesh of the roe deer was ideal for both braising and clear stewing, sure to delight the patrons. "How much per pound?" Lin Xiao replied. "Master Wang, as we are old acquaintances, let us settle on 35 yuan per pound. The total for these two deer comes to 630 yuan. But if you take them all, we can settle for 620 yuan. Master Wang swiftly interjected, "No need for a discount. I will pay the full 630 yuan. This price is fair and better than what I can get elsewhere." He turned to the waiter and instructed, "Go fetch the manager to settle the bill with Lin Xiao." The manager arrived promptly, satisfied with the roe deer meat, and quickly processed the payment of 630 yuan to Lin Xiao. Master Wang discreetly said to Lin Xiao, "Next time you catch any roe deer, do reserve some for me at this price. I won't haggle." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, Master Wang. I will bring the first catch to you next time." He took a piece of roe deer meat from the cart and handed it to Master Wang. "This piece is for you to enjoy at home." After some modest refusals, Master Wang ultimately accepted it. Upon leaving the state-run restaurant, the two did not visit the state-run store as they intended to keep the deer hides for capes, and went directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. At the cooperative, they procured various items. Lin Xiao bought malt candy and a piece of pink fabric for Lin Xiaomei, who had long desired a new floral cotton jacket. He also purchased a box of snowflake cream for Zhao Xiulan and a pack of cigarettes for Lin Zhengwo. Tiger bought a pound of brown sugar and a pair of cotton shoes for their mother. After completing their shopping, Lin Xiao counted out 157 yuan and 50 cents from the 630 yuan earned from selling the roe deer, handing it to Tiger. "This is 1/4 of the money. Keep it well. When we sell the wolf pelts and meat next time, we will split it this way." Tiger, with a hint of moisture in his eyes, clutched the money and said, "Brother Xiao, You always let me take the short end. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. Do not speak like that. We are brothers. The two men pushed the empty flatbed cart back and, passing a street-side snack stall, purchased 2 skewers of candied hawthorn to bring home for Xiaomei. Upon their return to the farm, Lin Xiaomei had been waiting at the village entrance. Upon seeing the candied hawthorn in their hands, she joyfully ran over. Lin Xiao handed her the treats and shared the news about the deer hides for capes, making her clap her hands in delight. That evening, Zhao Xiaolan prepared a pot of stewed roe deer meat and stir-fried Lin Xiaomei's favorite dish of roe deer with green peppers. At the dining table, Lin Xiaomei delicately savored malt sugar, occasionally serving pieces of roe deer meat to Lin Xiao and Huzi. Brother, Huzi, make sure to eat more to replenish your strength. Once the deer hide is dried, my mother and I will sew you cloaks. Huzi's mother approached with a bowl of homemade pickles, smiling as she said, Lin Xiao, thank you so much for not only taking Huzi hunting, but also sharing so much money with him. This child has had a tough life without a father, and it is a blessing to have such a good brother like you to look after him. Lin Xiao responded with a smile. Auntie, you are too kind. Huzi is quite capable and has assisted me greatly during our hunts. This is what he deserves. I will continue to take him hunting, and together we shall earn more and improve our lives. Lin Xiaomei chimed in. Huzi is truly impressive. Just last time, he helped me chase away the wild dogs that were bullying me. Laughter filled the air, creating a warm atmosphere at the table. After the meal, Huzi ran over to Lin Xiao. Brother Xiao, Uncle Li from the village said there's a herd of wild boars in the northern valley. Should we go check it out? Although wild boars are fierce, their meat is plentiful, and their hides are valuable. If we manage to catch one, we could sell it for a good price. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. Absolutely. Wild boars are indeed valuable, and their hides make exceptionally durable leather. Let's scout the area tomorrow and assess the situation before we venture into the mountains. Huzi exclaimed with excitement. Great. I'll come wake you up early tomorrow. By the way, Brother Xiao, we should bring extra ammunition and dry firewood this time, just in case we encounter a pack of wolves. Lin Xiao nodded. Yes. I will make sure to prepare. We also need to pack sufficient provisions and water if we encounter a large herd of wild boars. We may need to stay in the mountains for a day. After Huzi left, Lin Xiao returned to his house to prepare the necessary items for their scouting trip. He checked his hunting rifle and ammunition, gathered dry firewood, matches, provisions, and water, and included a sharp machete. Having completed these preparations, he lay down in bed, filled with anticipation. He understood that the path of hunting, though fraught with peril, would yield abundant rewards as long as he and Huzi looked out for one another. Alongside Huzi and Xingya. The next morning, before dawn broke, Lin Xiao and Huzi set off with their hunting dogs. The northern wind howled through the forest, carrying a biting chill, yet their hearts brimmed with enthusiasm. They were aware that the valley ahead might harbor fierce wild boars, but also abundant rewards awaited them. Their figures gradually faded into the morning mist, leaving behind a trail of varied footprints and the joyful barks of the hunting dogs. Chapter 45. The quest for the wild boar and the encounter with the expert at the ancient furnace in early May. The Northeast was experiencing the late spring season, with morning mist still lingering and the air imbued with the scent of damp earth. As Lin Xiao pushed open the courtyard door, he spotted Huzi standing outside with Huzi and Xingya, their pant legs splattered with mud, and the bag of provisions still steaming in his hands. Brother Xiao, Uncle Li mentioned that the wild boar herd in the northern gully has been nibbling on the newly sprouted oak saplings. If we head out early, we might just catch them. Huzi exclaimed, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement, while Huzi barked in agreement. Lin Xiao turned back to grab the hunting rifle leaning against the wall, checked the bullets in the chamber, and felt the hunting knife at his waist. Let us go. We can eat on the way. Zhao Xiaolan rushed out of the kitchen, handing each of them a rice ball wrapped in coarse cloth, filled with pickles and eggs, perfect for alleviating hunger. The morning dew in the mountains was heavy, and after donning their rubber boots, they decided to return early in case of rain, as the earthen Kong was already prepared at home, awaiting Grandpa Zhang to set it up. Lin Xiaomei also bounced out, stuffing 2 pairs of cloth shoes, lined with mugwort, into their backpacks. Brother, Tiger Brother, put these on. Your feet won't smell. As the two of them walked towards the northern ravine, their feet crunched on the fallen leaves, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness of the forest. Huzi and Xingya led the way, noses pressed to the ground, sniffing incessantly, occasionally barking at the depths of the dense thicket. After about an hour, Tiger suddenly pointed at a set of hoof prints the size of bowls in the muddy ground, exclaiming, Shower brother, look, it's a wild boar. A whole group. Scattered around the hoof prints were several chewed oak leaves, fresh and telling of their recent passage. Lin Xiao crouched down to examine the prints closely. The edges were still damp with fresh mud, and the scratches from the hooves were clearly visible. They must have passed just moments ago. Following the prints, they quickened their pace, venturing deeper into the thicket, where the trees grew denser and drops of dew occasionally fell from the branches onto their shoulders. After trekking approximately 3 miles, the sky suddenly darkened, a brisk wind swept through, and large raindrops began to pelt down. The hoof prints gradually faded in the muddy ground, ultimately vanishing in an open grove of oak trees, leaving behind only crushed oak leaves and a few tufts of pig hair. Where did they go? Tiger wiped the rainwater from his face and glanced around. Lin Xiao looked up at the sky, the dark clouds gathering thicker, the rain intensifying, and distant thunder rumbling ominously. They must have sought shelter in the caves across the mountain. It's protected from the wind and rain over there. The rain was falling heavily, and the mountain path would soon become slippery and treacherous. Continuing their pursuit could lead to falls, and encountering a flash flood would complicate matters further. He patted Tiger on the shoulder, suggesting they check the traps they had set. There were plenty of rabbits and roe deer in the northern ravine, and they couldn't return empty-handed. The two retraced their steps towards the location of the traps, the rain turning the mountain path into a quagmire, each step sinking them halfway up their feet. The first trap was set beneath an old oak tree, its steel wire glistening from the rain, but it was entirely empty. The second trap fared worse, the wire having been gnawed through by a yellow weasel, with fine-tooth marks left at the break. This little rascal is quite clever, always choosing the thinnest spots to bite. Tiger lamented as he picked up the broken wire, regretting the new rope he had specially replaced. Upon reaching the last trap, situated on a sunlit slope, Hazy suddenly began barking furiously at a thicket. Lin Xiao pushed aside the rain-soaked bushes to discover a plump roe deer caught in the trap, weighing around 70 to 80 pounds, struggling as the rain soaked its fur, clinging tightly to its body. What a find! This trip has not been in vain, Tiger exclaimed in excitement as he rushed to release the trap. Just as he pulled the roe deer out, a rabbit dashed from the nearby grass and accidentally tumbled into the spare trap beside it. A double harvest. Tiger grinned broadly, hurriedly stowing the roe deer and rabbit into a waterproof canvas backpack. As they made their way back, the rain showed no signs of letting up. Their thin garments were soon drenched, leaving them shivering from the cold. We must hurry, or the mountain path will become impassable, Lin Xiao urged. Lin Xiao quickened his pace, the two of them taking turns to carry the roe deer as they trudged home, each step a struggle against the muddy terrain. By the time they returned to the farm, it was already noon, and the rain continued to fall, forming shallow puddles in the yard. Grandpa Zhang was leading two villagers in mixing mud under the eaves of the new house. Upon seeing them return, he hurried over, exclaiming, "At last, you're back. Come inside, change into dry clothes, and warm up. The base for the Kong is all set. We've been waiting for you to lend a hand. Once the rain stops, we can start laying the Kong." Lin Xiao and Huzi handed over their catch to Zhao Shilan, sipped a bowl of hot ginger soup to warm themselves, and immediately went to assist with the Kong in the new house. The structure had been completed, with walls built of blue bricks and a wooden-beamed roof, while the window frames were covered with fresh hemp paper, emitting a delightful scent of new wood. Grandpa Zhang, a seasoned expert in laying kangs for nearly 30 years, had been responsible for the large kangs in the commune. In northeast China, laying a Kong requires much finesse. The southern Kong retains heat, while the northern one stays cool. The central Kong hole must be well ventilated. For your southern Kong, I will lay it as a return dragon Kong, allowing the smoke to circle 3 times, ensuring even warmth while conserving fuel. As he spoke, Grandpa Zhang mixed the yellow mud, incorporating finely chopped wheat straw to achieve the right consistency. Shower, you and Huzi should pass the Kong bricks. Make sure to select thoroughly sun-dried bricks from the sunny slope. These bricks are sturdy and won't crack when fired. He directed the process while squatting at the Kong hole, adjusting the gaps between the bricks. Lin Xiao and Huzi crouched beside the Kong, carefully handing over the dried bricks one by one, ensuring each was aligned and level, with no excessive gaps. The bricks needed to be laid as uniformly as a chessboard. Otherwise, the smoke would escape, resulting in uneven heating. Once the Kong bricks were laid, the most critical step was to carve the Kong hole. Grandpa Zhang used a small pick to draw a zigzag line on the bricks. The Kong hole must be shaped like this, allowing the smoke to enter from the head of the Kong, circulate around the hole 3 times, and then exit through the chimney. This ensures it heats slowly and cools gradually, keeping warmth throughout the night until dawn. Lin Xiao squeezed into the narrow Kong hole, working in a half-squat position as he meticulously molded the hole with the pick, leaving small ledges every half foot to slow down the smoke speed. Huzi, standing outside, passed tools and occasionally poked his head in, asking, "Shower, do you want to switch?" My back is stronger than yours. They toiled until after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, finally completing the Kong hole. Grandpa Zhang inserted a long bamboo pole into the hole and listened to the sound it made, nodding in approval. Clear. He then applied a layer of yellow mud over the Kong's surface, ready for the trial burn. Lin Xiao and Lin Xiao worked together to spread the prepared mud over the Kong, smoothing it repeatedly with a wooden trowel until it gleamed like a polished mirror. The surface needed to be smooth, otherwise it would be uncomfortable when laying the Kong mat, and cleaning would be a challenge later on. Grandpa Zhang offered guidance, advising them to let it dry for half an hour before testing the burn with soft wood, as hardwood could easily crack the bricks. While waiting for the Kong's surface to dry, Lin Xiao pondered two matters. First, the 3 wolf pelts soaking in lime water had been there for 3 days and were ready for tanning. Second, the small incense burner he had exchanged from the peddler needed an expert's opinion. He recalled that Su Yan worked at the county police station and had seen much of the world. Perhaps she could assist him. After greeting Lin Xiao, I mentioned my intention to visit the county town, hoping to pay a visit to Su Yan and entrust her with the incense burner. Lin Xiao nodded and advised, "The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Be cautious on the snowy roads and bring back 2 lengths of blue cloth for your mother," and Xiao made him make new cotton jackets. I agreed and then briefed Hu Zi about the task of tanning the wolf skin. "I will head to the county town first. You should take the wolf skin out of the wooden basin and wash it thoroughly. When I return, we will work the leather together. Mix the Glauber's salt and cornmeal in a ratio of 3:1, and my father will guide you." Hu Zi patted his chest, assuring me, "Rest assured, Brother Xiao. I will handle it well." I then entered the house, carefully dragging out a wooden box from beneath the bed. I gently tucked the incense burner, wrapped in cotton, into my embrace, along with some money and dried provisions, and donned a warm cotton jacket before stepping outside. Upon reaching the village entrance, the rain had lessened somewhat, and I encountered Uncle Wang from the neighboring village, who was heading to the county town with a donkey cart covered in waterproof oilcloth. I waved eagerly. "Uncle Wang, could you give me a lift to the county town?" He readily agreed. "Hop on, Xiao, it's on my way." I climbed onto the cart, finding shelter beneath the oilcloth as it clattered towards the county town, splashing through puddles and sending up sprays of muddy water. The air was fresh with the scent of rain, yet it could not quell the anticipation in my heart. By the time we arrived at the county police station, it was already afternoon. The rain had ceased, and sunlight broke through the clouds, rendering the atmosphere exceptionally refreshing. I brushed off the mud from my clothes and hesitated at the entrance for a moment. Just as I was about to enter, I saw Su Yan emerge, clad in a dark blue police uniform, holding a briefcase, seemingly on her way out. "Lin Xiao, what brings you here?" she asked, surprised to see me. "In such heavy rain. Did you come all the way from the farm? Come inside and warm up. Your pants are soaked." Following her into the reception room of the police station, I accepted the warm tea she offered, cradling it in my hands to warm them. "I came today partly to see you and partly to ask for your assistance with something," I explained, retrieving the wooden box from my coat and carefully opening it to place the incense burner on the table. I traded this for bear meat with the elderly gentleman at the farm. It doesn't seem like an ordinary item. It has the inscription made during the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty on the bottom. I'm not knowledgeable in this regard, but I've heard you have considerable experience, so I hoped you could take a look. If it's possible to find someone knowledgeable about antiques to appraise it, that would be even better." Su Yan leaned in closer, her expression growing serious as she took a magnifying glass from a drawer to examine it closely. "This inscription is indeed from the Xuande period of the Ming dynasty. The design resembles the Xuande furnace my grandfather mentioned to me. My grandfather, Su Zhenhai, was previously the director of the County Cultural Center and assisted the Provincial Museum with organizing materials after his retirement. He has a long-standing friendship with advisor Chen Jingshan, an authority on Ming and Qing bronze artifacts, who happens to be in the county town today for business and is staying at my grandfather's house." She looked up at me. "If you trust me, I can take you to my grandfather's house and have advisor Chen help with the appraisal. It would also be a chance for my grandfather to meet you, this little hunter." I nodded vigorously. "I trust you completely. I'm grateful for your help. I just want to understand its origins. I have no intention of selling it. If it indeed has a history, I would like to keep it as a family heirloom." Su Yan smiled as she carefully placed the incense burner in a sealed bag. "It's no trouble at all. Advisor Chen loves studying these old artifacts. I need to deliver some snacks to my grandfather. Let us go together. By the way, do you need anything to bring into the city? I can help you carry it later." Lin Xiao recalled his father's instructions. "Could you please buy me 2 lengths of blue cloth, along with some needles and thread? For my mother and Xiao Mei?" He took out some money and handed it to Su Yan, saying, "If it's not enough, you can cover it for now, and I'll pay you back later." Su Yan counted the money and replied, "It's sufficient. I'll use the extra to buy some fruit candies, which Xiao Mei will surely enjoy. She locked the office door and rode her sidecar motorcycle, hurrying Lin Xiao to her grandfather's house. Sitting comfortably in the warm sidecar, Lin Xiao gazed at the snowflakes drifting outside, feeling quite at ease. Su Yin chatted with him as she drove. Consultant Chun has dedicated his life to studying the Xuanda furnace and has collected numerous replicas at home. If this incense burner turns out to be authentic, he would be particularly delighted. But do not feel anxious. He is just an old scholar, very approachable. Upon arriving at Su Yan's grandfather's home, as they pushed open the courtyard gate, they were greeted by the fragrant aroma of tea. Su Jinhai was seated in the main room, drinking tea with an elderly gentleman with graying hair. Noticing Su Yin and Lin Xiao's entrance, Su Jinhai smiled and waved. Yin Yin, you're back. This must be the Lin Xiao you often mention, right? Come in and sit. Su Yin quickly introduced them. Grandpa? This is Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, this is my grandfather. And this gentleman is Consultant Chen Jingshan from the Provincial Museum. Lin Xiao promptly stepped forward to greet them. Hello, Grandpa Su, and hello, Consultant Chen. Chen Jingshan looked Lin Xiao over, his gaze falling on the sealed bag in Su Yan's hand, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Su Yan handed the sealed bag to Chen Jingshan. Grandpa Chen, this is Lin Xiao's incense burner. He mentioned that the base is inscribed with made during the Xuanda reign of the Ming dynasty and would like your assistance in authenticating it. As soon as Chen Jingshan heard Xuanda furnace, he immediately perked up, donning his reading glasses and carefully opening the sealed bag. The moment the incense burner was taken out, Chen Jingshan gasped, examining it closely, running his fingers gently over the entwined lotus pattern on the body, scrutinizing the base's inscription with a magnifying glass, and lightly tapping the wall of the burner to listen to its sound, his expression growing increasingly serious. Jinhai, come quickly and take a look. Chen Jingshan's voice trembled slightly. This could very well be a genuine Xuanda furnace. Su Jinhai hurried over, and the two examined the incense burner for quite some time. Su Jinhai remarked, Old Chun, look at the patina, it is as smooth as jade, which cannot be achieved without several hundred years of cultivation. The lines of the entwined lotus pattern are fluid and strong, characteristic of the Xuanda style. Such craftsmanship cannot be replicated. Chen Jingshan set down the magnifying glass and turned to Lin Xiao. Young comrade, how did you come by this incense burner? Lin Xiao recounted in detail how he exchanged half a bear's meat with a traveling merchant for it. Chen Jingshan nodded repeatedly. There are hidden talents among the common folk. It is astonishing to find such a precious item in the countryside. Chen Jingshan began to enlighten Lin Xiao. This is the ear-shaped burner from the Xuanda furnaces. Compact and exquisitely crafted, once used as a palace writing implement. It was ordered to be cast in the 3rd year of the Xuanda reign by Emperor Xuanzong. Utilizing windmilled copper from Siam, enriched with gold, silver, and 6 other metals, and refined through 12 smelting processes, resulting in a dense and weighty material. Feel it. Does it not feel substantially heavier than it appears? Lin Xiao took the incense burner, and indeed it was quite hefty. Chen Jingshan continued. The Xuanda furnace was only cast for 3 years, with a total production of merely several thousand pieces. Due to the turmoil at the end of the Ming dynasty, most were lost, leaving fewer than 100 surviving today, most of which reside in museums, with very few genuine pieces in private hands. Su Yin curiously inquired, Grandpa Chun, how much is this incense burner worth? Chen Jingshan smiled and remarked, currently, in the realm of antiques, a standard authentic Xuanda furnace fetches over 10,000. This exquisite ear-shaped furnace, in good condition, is valued at no less than 15 to 20,000. Should it reach Hong Kong or abroad, the price could multiply several times. Lin Xiao, taken aback by this revelation, quickly resolved, Thank you, Consultant Chen. Regardless of its worth, I intend to keep it as a family heirloom. It embodies the legacy of our ancestors, and I have no intention of selling it. A glimmer of approval flickered in Chen Jingshan's eyes as he chuckled. Well said, young man. Such a fine piece indeed deserves to be passed down, far more meaningful than exchanging it for money. However, I would like to discuss its provenance with you, to enrich my research. If you're willing, I can arrange for a folk antique collection certificate, which will aid in its preservation. Lin Xiao readily agreed. Thank you so much. Consultant Shun, once I finish the household tasks of preparing the Kong and tanning the wolf skin, I will come to speak with you in detail. Su Jinhai invited both men to dinner, during which Su Yin prepared several dishes. Throughout the meal, Su Jinhai shared numerous amusing anecdotes from the mountains, frequently praising Lin Xiao's hunting skills upon learning of them. After dinner, Su Yin handed Lin Xiao the blue fabric, needles, and fruit candies. Carefully wrapping the incense burner and presenting it to her, be cautious on your way back. If you need any assistance, feel free to find me at the police station. As Lin Xiao clutched the incense burner and other belongings, she rode back to the farm in Uncle Wang's donkey cart, the sky already darkening. Upon entering the courtyard, she caught a whiff of a savory aroma, and Huzi rushed to greet her. Brother Xiao, you're finally back. I've washed and laid out the wolf skin. Just waiting for you to knead it. Grandpa Zhang has nearly finished preparing the Kong and is testing it now. Entering the new house, Lin Xiao observed smoke curling from the chimney. With Grandpa Zhang feeling the surface of the Kong, you returned just in time, Xiao. Feel this temperature, it's quite even. Tomorrow, we can dry the Kong mat. Lin Jiangwo took the blue fabric from his son, his face beaming with joy. Perfect. Tomorrow, let your mother tailor new garments for you and Xiaomei. Lin Xiao placed the incense burner back into the wooden box and shared the authentication news with her family, emphasizing her desire to keep it as a family treasure. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. Xiao, you are right. This old item is a matter of fate. It must be cherished and passed down to future generations. Don't forget to thank Su Yin and consultant Chen. Zhao Xiaolan served the stewed roe deer meat and stir-fried greens, and the family gathered around a makeshift table for dinner. Outside, the rainbow had yet to fade, while the interior was warm and filled with a homely atmosphere. At the dinner table, Grandpa Zhang recounted the traditional practices of preparing the Kong. In northeast China, we select clear days from late spring to early summer for laying the Kong. The practice in late spring ensures a cool summer and warm winter. The first fire must be kindled with auspicious wood. Poplar branches are vibrant with yang energy, while willow branches bring peace to the home. I have prepared them specially. The first night after laying the Kong, we must stay on it to warm it, preventing cracks. Lin Jiangwo nodded affirmatively. We must adhere to the old ways. Huzi leaned in, saying, Brother Xiao, once the rain stops tomorrow, we will knead the wolf's skin, and afterward, we can set traps for wild boars. When the weather clears, the wild boars from the southern gully will surely come out in search of food. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao and Huzi began the process of tanning the wolf's skin. The two of them squatted beside the wooden planks in the yard, sprinkling a mixture of Glauber salt and cornmeal onto the flesh side of the wolf's skin, vigorously kneading in the direction of the fur. The wolf's skin was thick, and the edges proved difficult to manipulate, resulting in beads of sweat forming on their brows in no time. Brother Xiao, this is even more exhausting than chasing wild boars. Huzi exclaimed, wiping his sweat. Lin Xiao chuckled. Wolfskin is remarkably durable. Once softened, it can be fashioned into a vest, allowing us to carry branches in the mountains without fear of tearing. Lin Jiangwo interjected, every inch must be kneaded, otherwise it will become stiff. After kneading, let it sunbathe for 2 days, and it will be ready. The two labored for an entire morning, finally managing to prepare 3 wolf pelts, which they hung on the drying line. Lin Xiaomei, holding the fruit candies Su Yin had given her, skipped over cheerfully. Brother, the Kong in the new house is completely dry. Mother wants you to lay the Kong mat. As Lin Xiao stepped into the new house, he found that Lin Jiangwo had already laid the Kong mat made from sorghum stalks, exuding a delightful aroma. Lin Xiaomei placed her hand-embroidered pillow covers on the bed and stuck the candy wrappers on the window glass, their vibrant colors creating a beautiful display. When Sister Su visits next time, we must show her our new home. Observing the freshly arranged new house, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of contentment. The neatly arranged Kong radiated warmth. The sun-dried wolf pelts were on the verge of becoming durable vests, and the precious Xuanda furnace now boasted a verified provenance, solidifying his resolve to collect it. With brothers like Huzi and friends like Su Yin, life shimmered like a rainbow after rain, growing increasingly vibrant and prosperous. He gazed toward the distant mountains, where wild boar traces could be found, and endless hope awaited him. Huzi clapped him on the shoulder. Shower in 2 days. We can turn the wolf pelts into vests, and then we'll set out to catch wild boars. Once we've caught some, we must invite Sister Su over for a feast. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, his eyes brimming with dreams of the future. Chapter 46. Purchasing a television, the May sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the newly laid Kong mat, suffused with the subtle fragrance of sorghum stalks. Lin Xiao reached out to touch the Kong's surface. The warmth spread from his fingertips to his heart. Indeed, the Kong, crafted with care by old Zhang, could retain heat from a single fire for an entire day, with even the edges radiating a consistent warmth. Lin Xiaomei was squatting beside the Kong, unfolding the new bedding she had neatly prepared the night before, the floral-patterned quilt appearing particularly vibrant under the sunlight. Brother, this Kong will surely be comfortable to sleep on. Once we buy a television, we can relax here and watch programs, much better than squeezing into the commune courtyard. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, his gaze drifting to the corner of the main room where the furs were piled and the wooden box containing the Xuanda furnace rested. Since returning from the county with the authentication, He had carefully wrapped the incense burner in thick red silk and placed it at the bottom of the box, securing it with a grinding stone atop the lid. This treasure was to be passed down through generations and required proper care. Over the past 6 months, he had accompanied Huzi into the mountains for hunting, selling furs and game, accumulating a significant sum of money, complemented by his previous earnings from ginseng sales, totaling over 1,500 yuan, ample enough to purchase some decent home appliances. "Shower, let us go." Huzi's voice called from outside the courtyard, accompanied by Huzi's cheerful barking. Lin Xiao quickly stepped out of the house to see Huzi with a bulging cloth bag slung over his shoulder and holding an oiled paper bag in his hand, his face alight with excitement. "My mother made scallion pancakes for us to take as provisions, and she asked me to bring you too," Huzi exclaimed, shoving the oiled paper bag towards him. "Let us hurry. If we delay, Uncle Zhou's shop will be crowded." He continued, "I promised my mother I would buy her some floral fabric to make a new coat today, and I'll also get a radio so she can listen to operas while doing her needlework." Lin Jiangwo emerged from the kitchen, handing Lin Xiao a cloth bag. "This contains 1,000 yuan. Take it." Securing a television ticket is no easy task. Old Zhou manages logistics at the supply and marketing cooperative and knows many people. Speak to him earnestly. When purchasing, select an 18-inch model, either the Panda brand or the Peony brand, both of which are reputable in quality. I have heard that television prices have decreased somewhat this year, yet one must still prepare ample funds. As for the sewing machine, opt for the Butterfly brand. Your mother has long anticipated this for several years." He paused momentarily, then produced a few crumpled ration tickets, stating that the city restaurants require them. "Do not deprive yourself. Indulge in something nice with Huzi at noon." Zhao Xiaolan also emerged, repeatedly advising, "Choose sturdy fabric, make a dark blue Zhongshan suit for your father, and select vibrant colors for the floral fabric requested by Xiaomei. Additionally, procure a piece for Huzi as well, as a token of gratitude for his frequent companionship in the mountains." Huzi quickly waved his hands. "Aunt, you don't need to get one for me. I can manage on my own." Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder. "What else with the formality? Let us go together and choose." The two of them led the donkey, Huzi, towards the village entrance. Upon reaching the crossroads, they encountered Uncle Wang, who was driving a donkey cart. "Shower, Huzi. Heading into the city? Perfect timing. I'm off to pick up some goods. I can give you a ride." Uncle Wang smiled as he parked the cart by the roadside. The two expressed their gratitude and climbed into the cart, which was filled with dry hay. The donkey cart ambled towards the county town, with fresh green willows lining the roadside and the wheat seedlings in the fields displaying a lush green hue. The air fragrant with the scent of wheat and earth. "Shower, do you think Uncle Zhou might have television tickets?" Huzi pondered, nervously fiddling with the money in his cloth bag. In northeast China in 1980, televisions remained a rarity. They not only demanded a hefty price, but also required tickets for purchase, making it difficult for common families to acquire one even if they had the means. Uncle Zhou was a well-known resourceful figure near the farm. He had previously served as an official in the commune and later transferred to the county supply and marketing cooperative, where he often had access to coveted merchandise tickets. "Rest assured, last year I delivered a complete fox fur to Uncle Zhou. He owes me a favor," Lin Xiao remarked, taking a bite of the scallion pancake, the savory aroma mingling with that of sesame in his mouth. "If all else fails, we can wait a few more days. He will surely find a way. Which brand of radio do you wish to purchase?" Huzi's eyes brightened. "I've inquired, and the Hongding brand is excellent. The sound is clear and durable, priced at just over 80 yuan. I have saved up for half a year, and it's just enough." After over an hour, the donkey cart finally arrived in the county town. The two bid farewell to Uncle Wang and headed straight for the supply and marketing cooperative. The county town was considerably livelier than the farm, with shops lining the streets adorned with brand new signs, bicycles weaving through the crowds, and an occasional jeep passing by. A long queue formed at the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, primarily comprised of villagers seeking scarce goods. Uncle Zhou's logistics office was situated in the backyard of the cooperative, a modest brick building adorned with several distribution maps of farming tools. As Lin Xiao pushed open the door, the fragrant aroma of tea greeted him. Uncle Zhou was seated at a table, engaged in conversation over tea. Upon noticing Lin Xiao and Huzi's arrival, Uncle Zhou's eyes lit up, and he promptly stood up. "Shower, you've arrived. Come, sit down." He poured them both a cup of hot tea. "I anticipated your visit. The new Kong pan is ready, and I assume you wish to acquire some items?" Lin Xiao accepted the teacup and got straight to the point. "Uncle Zhou, I'd like to inquire if you have any television tickets available. I wish to purchase an 18-inch color television, preferably the Panda brand." Uncle Zhou stroked the stubble on his chin, contemplating for a moment. "Indeed, television tickets are scarce. I allocated 5 last month, all of which were taken by the commune officials. However, do not fret. I am close friends with old Lee at the Regional Supply and Marketing Cooperative. He has a quota this month. I will call him this afternoon to inquire. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy. Then I will trouble Uncle Zhou. No matter the cost, I am willing to wait. Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively. Why be so polite? Last year, the fox fur you gave me, I made a vest for my grandson, and he became quite the sensation at school. He turned to Huzi. Are you also here to purchase something? Is it to buy cloth for your mother's clothing? Huzi nodded eagerly. Hello, Uncle Zhou. I want to buy a piece of floral fabric and a red lamp radio. Old Zhou chuckled. The radio is easy. We have stock at the counter. As for the fabric, we just received a batch of Shanghai-produced corduroy today, vibrant in color and durable, perfect for making jackets. I'll write you a note so you won't have to queue at the counter. He picked up a pen, scribbled a note, and handed it to Huzi. Go ahead. I'll have a chat with Xiao for a bit. Huzi took the note, excitedly bid farewell to the two, and hurried off to the front counter. Old Zhou watched Huzi's retreating figure, sighing, this boy is truly filial. His mother is unwell, and he supports the family all on his own. Xiao, you have certainly made quite a bit this past 6 months. To buy a television is still a rarity around here. Lin Xiao smiled. I've been fortunate, encountering some good fortune in the mountains and saved up a bit, wanting my family to enjoy some comforts. They sipped tea and chatted for a while until Old Zhou stood up to make a phone call. Before long, he returned with a smile. It's done. Old Lee said a batch of 18-inch Panda brand color televisions will arrive the day after tomorrow, and he reserved one for me. Now that the policies have relaxed somewhat, the price is much more reasonable than last year, regularly priced at 720, but since I mentioned you are my nephew's good brother, he has given it to you for 700 flat, and even waived the ticket fee. That's a solid discount. Lin Xiao quickly stood to express his gratitude. Thank you so much, Uncle Zhou. 700 is just perfect. I'll come to collect it first thing the day after tomorrow. Old Zhou waved his hand. No rush. I'll have the warehouse set it aside for you. By the way, would you like to buy a sewing machine? I happen to have 2 tickets for the Butterfly brand, priced at 180 each, which is 20 cheaper than the counter. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Yes, of course. My mother has longed for a sewing machine for over a decade. Uncle Zhou, you are truly a timely blessing. He quickly pulled out the money. Here's the 700 for the television and 180 for the sewing machine. Please take it. Old Zhou accepted the money, counted it, and issued Lin Xiao 2 receipts. You can pick up the television the day after tomorrow, and the sewing machine can be brought out from the warehouse right now. Would you like me to help you find a 3-wheeler to take it home? Lin Xiao quickly replied. No need to trouble you, Uncle Zhou. Huzi and I will find a donkey cart. Old Zhou smiled. Then I'll have Xiao Wang from the warehouse help carry it to the front. The two followed Xiao Wang to the warehouse to retrieve the sewing machine. As they reached the front yard, they spotted Huzi holding a radio and a bag of fabric, eagerly waiting by the counter. Brother Xiao, I bought the radio, Huzi exclaimed, shaking the radio in his hand and showing off the piece of floral fabric. Look at this beautiful color. Lin Xiao leaned in for a closer look. The bag contained a pink corduroy printed with delicate peach blossom patterns, indeed vibrant. Xiao Wang brought out the sewing machine, which was a brand new butterfly model, its silver gray body gleaming and still carrying a faint scent of machine oil. Lin Xiao tested it. The pedal was light and the stitches were perfectly even. How wonderful. My mother will surely be delighted. Lin Xiao caressed the sewing machine, his heart brimming with joy. Huzi circled around the sewing machine twice, exclaiming, Xiao, it will be much more convenient for Andy to make clothes now. No more hand sewing required. Let us fetch the fabric. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. Lin Xiao placed the sewing machine in the corner and followed Huzi towards the fabric counter. The counter was adorned with an array of fabrics, pure cotton, corduroy, and quality polyester, all in a spectrum of colors. Upon seeing the note from Old Zhou, the sales clerk greeted them with enthusiasm. Comrade, what fabric do you need? We have just received some Shanghai-produced quality polyester, perfect for summer garments, as well as corduroy, which is durable and resilient. Lin Xiao pointed to the quality polyester and requested, please give me 6 feet of dark blue quality polyester for my father, to make a Zhongshan suit. For my mother, 6 feet of blue corduroy, to craft a jacket. And for Xiao Mei, 6 feet of floral quality polyester. She adores vibrant colors. He paused, and then pointed to a piece of deep gray corduroy, adding, and 6 feet of that for Huzi, to make a jacket as well. Huzi quickly protested, Xiao, there's no need to get me anything. I can buy it myself. Lin Xiao clapped him on the shoulder, saying, what are you being so polite for? You helped me a great deal last time with the wolf. Consider this fabric my gratitude. The sales clerk smiled, remarking, this comrade is truly generous. The prices were calculated, dark blue quality polyester at 1.2 yuan per foot, blue corduroy at 0. 9 yuan per foot, floral quality polyester at 1. 1 yuan per foot, and deep gray corduroy at 0. 9 yuan per foot, totaling 24. 6 yuan. Lin Xiao handed over the money, and the clerk efficiently cut the fabric, wrapped it in craft paper, and secured it with string. After purchasing the fabric, they proceeded to acquire some needles, threads, soap, and other daily necessities. Remembering Xiao Mei's desire for a hairpin, Lin Xiao selected a red plastic one adorned with tiny faux gemstones from the department counter. "Shower, you are truly kind to Xiao Mei," Huzi remarked enviously. Lin Xiao smiled, replying, "She is my only sister. After all, I must cherish her." As they returned to the supply and marketing cooperative's courtyard, old Zhou had already arranged a tricycle for them. "This is my nephew's tricycle. He will take you back to the farm, and I have already covered the fare," old Zhou said, patting the driver on the shoulder. "Xiao Zhu, ensure their safe return. Drive carefully." The driver nodded earnestly. "Uncle, you can rest assured. I will guarantee their safe arrival." They loaded the sewing machine, fabric, and daily necessities onto the tricycle. Lin Xiao bid farewell to old Zhou, saying, "Uncle Zhou, I will come to collect the television early the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your help." Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "Do not worry. I will keep it for you. Tell your father to come to the county town for a drink when he has the time." The tricycle started up and rumbled towards the farm. Huzi sat in the back, holding the radio, occasionally turning it on to listen, his face lit with joy. By the time they returned to the farm, it was already afternoon. As the tricycle approached the village entrance, a crowd of villagers gathered around. "Shower has bought a sewing machine. Is that the Butterfly brand? How fashionable." The villagers chattered excitedly, their eyes filled with envy. Lin Jiangwo and Zhao Xiulan hurried over, and upon seeing the brand new sewing machine, Zhao Xiulan's eyes glistened with tears. "This machine looks splendid. It will be so much easier to make clothes now." Meanwhile, Huzi dashed towards home, shouting, "Mother, I've brought back a radio and fabric for you." As Huzi's mother emerged from the house, she caught sight of the radio in her son's hands and hurriedly took it from him, gently caressing it. "This must have cost quite a bit, my child. Why don't you save some money?" Huzi smiled and replied, "Mother, I have saved for half a year. Now you can listen to operas while doing your needlework. I also brought back a piece of floral fabric to make you a new jacket." As Huzi's mother gazed at the fabric in the bundle, tears of joy welled up in her eyes. "Wonderful, wonderful. I shall get started on it right away." In the yard of Lin Zhao's home, a crowd had gathered, with old Zhang circling around a sewing machine. "This machine is truly remarkable. No more hand sewing for us. It will save us a great deal of effort." "Shower, when will we get the television? You must invite me over to watch it." Lin Xiao chuckled. "We will pick it up the day after tomorrow. Everyone is welcome to come and watch." The villagers eagerly agreed, their laughter and chatter filling the air. That evening, Zhao Xiulan spread the fabric she had brought back across the heated bed, meticulously measuring the dimensions. Lin Jiangwo sat nearby, puffing on his pipe. "Shower, you are right to spend the money that needs to be spent. 700 yuan for an 18-inch Panda television is a bargain we could hardly have dreamed of last year. Once we have the television, we will be the first family in the farm to own one." Lin Xiaomei, holding a new hairpin, stood in front of the mirror, admiring herself. "Brother, will we be able to watch the Red Lantern when the television arrives? I didn't finish watching it at the commune courtyard last time." Lin Xiao nodded yes. "We shall watch the entire episode together." The next morning, Zhao Xiulan began sewing the clothes. The new sewing machine worked splendidly, its rhythmic clicking echoing in the yard. Lin Xiao and Huzi went out to dry the tanned wolf skins, which had completely dried, their fur gleaming and soft to the touch. "Brother Shower, the wolf skin will surely make a warm vest. Once the clothes are finished, I shall help you sew it," Huzi remarked. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "All right, I will make one for you as well." In the afternoon, Lin Xiao went up the mountain to check the traps he had set earlier, yielding 2 rabbits and a wild chicken. Upon returning home, he spotted old Zhou's nephew, Xiao Zhuzi, arriving on a tricycle, holding a television ticket. "Brother Shower, my uncle sent me to deliver this television ticket. He will be waiting for you at the supply and marketing cooperative early tomorrow morning to pick up the television." Lin Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude and poured a cup of hot tea for Xiao Zhuzi. The following morning, Lin Xiao and Huzi rode on Xiao Zhuzi's tricycle to the county town to collect the television. Upon arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, old Zhou was already waiting at the entrance, holding a delivery slip. "Come, I will take you to the warehouse." He led the two into the storeroom, where a brand new 18-inch Panda color television sat on the shelf, its black body still adorned with a protective film on the screen. The warehouse staff carefully brought out the television, plugged it in, and tested it. The image was sharp and the sound clear. "No issues here. This is the best model. Only your Uncle Zhou could secure such a fine item for 700 yuan, old Zhou chuckled. Lin Xiao paid for it. cradling the television carefully as they placed it on the tricycle. Passing by the general store, Lin Xiao bought some fruit candies and sunflower seeds to entertain the villagers that evening. Upon returning to the farm, the villagers had already gathered at the village entrance. As they beheld the television in the tricycle, they flocked around, exclaiming, "Is this really a television? How extravagant! Quickly, let us move it inside and see if we can watch something." Lin Xiao and Huzi carefully maneuvered the television into the house, placing it upon the table in the main room. Xiaozhu assisted in connecting the antenna and powering it on, and a clear image promptly appeared on the screen, broadcasting the news network. The villagers crowded into the main room, some seated on the Kong while others stood, their eyes fixated on the screen, faces brimming with curiosity and excitement. Lin Xiaomei distributed fruit candies and sunflower seeds, filling the courtyard with joyful laughter. Uncle Zhang remarked with a smile, "This television is truly splendid. It's much clearer than at the commune courtyard." Lin Jiangwo surveyed the room packed with villagers, his heart swelling with pride. That evening, the Red Lantern commenced its broadcast, captivating the audience. When Li Yuha made her entrance, applause erupted from the crowd. Sitting at the edge of the Kong, Lin Xiao gazed at the smiling faces of his family and neighbors, feeling a profound sense of contentment. The new Kong radiated warmth, the television showcased remarkable programs, and the new sewing machine awaited in the corner, eager to create more garments. Chapter 47. After the Rain. Seeking ginseng in the ancient cave, the Japanese army secretly hid gold. For 7 consecutive days, a persistent drizzle had soaked the entire farm. Lin Xiao sat in a bamboo chair in the main room, observing the gentle patter of rain against the window, his hands caressing a semi-automatic rifle. Its body polished to a gleaming shine, the dark blue metal glinting coldly in the dim light. In the corner of the room, the Panda television was covered with a dust cloth. Just 2 weeks prior, the villagers had crowded around it to watch the Red Lantern for 3 nights. However, the recent heavy rain had disrupted the signal, and so it had remained idle. "Brother, Mother wants you to air out the bedding. If you leave it damp, it will mold." Lin Xiaomei emerged from the inner room, her school uniform sleeves stained with ink. She was in her first year of high school in the county, and on rainy days, she couldn't ride her bike, relying instead on their father, Lin Jiangwo, to ferry her back and forth on his bicycle after work. Lin Xiao acknowledged her and rose, reaching out to touch the newly made Kong. While it still held warmth, the bedding had absorbed moisture. He decided to wait for clearer skies to dry it out, knowing that doing so now would be futile. As he folded the bedding and gazed out the window, he thought that if the rain continued, the hazelnut mushrooms on the mountain would surely rot in the ground. Zhao Xiulan entered with freshly steamed corn cakes, steam enveloping them with a delightful aroma. "What's the rush? Once the sun is out, I'll make you oil cakes for provisions. Enjoy a good hike with Huzi in the mountains." Suddenly, Huzi's voice rang out from outside the courtyard, mingling with the barks of Blackie and 3 half-grown hunting dogs. "Shower, look what I've brought you." He lifted his raincoat to reveal a bamboo basket containing several plump mushrooms and a bundle of purslane. "My mother went to check on the rice and gathered this by the field ridge. It will be perfect for stir-frying tonight." He wiped the raindrops from his face, his eyes shining. "The sky is clearing to the west. I asked the village doctor, and he assured me that tomorrow will be a bright sunny day." Lin Xiao accepted the bamboo basket, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. Just in time, Old Yang mentioned that there's an old ginseng patch beneath Eagle Beak Peak. His father once unearthed a 7-tailed ginseng root there. "Let us test our luck tomorrow. It's a hidden spot, not easily found by ordinary folk." "Agreed," Huzi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "I'll head back to sharpen my hunting knife, prepare some insect powder, and pack a little salt and matches. That should suffice if we need to stay overnight." Lin Xiao added, "And let us take a sturdy hemp rope and a crowbar in case we encounter wild boars." The two made plans to meet at the village entrance at dawn, and Huzi, clutching 2 corn cakes, led the hunting dogs homeward. Perhaps it is indeed as the two had hoped. The following day, just as dawn began to break, golden rays of sunlight pierced through the cloud cover, casting a warm glow upon the damp courtyard walls, which refracted the light into a myriad of glimmers. The air was imbued with the fragrant essence of earth and fresh grass, while the distant mountains, washed clean by the rain, appeared so verdant that one could almost envision the essence of life oozing from them. Zhao Xiulan had already prepared a stack of oil cakes and boiled 6 tea eggs, wrapping them in oiled paper and placing them into a cloth bag. The mountain paths were treacherous. It was wise to avoid confrontation with large trucks. Though your 56 rifle was indeed reliable, caution was still paramount. She filled the 2 water flasks with hot water and tucked in a packet of brown sugar, wrapping the ginseng in it for preservation. Lin Jiangwo emerged as well, patting the 56 rifle in Lin Zhao's hands. Ensure your weapon is in perfect condition and that you have ample ammunition. As the logistics team leader, it is entirely reasonable for you to conduct an investigation in the mountains. No one would question it. The two of them set off towards the mountains, with Heisey leading the way, for hunting dogs flanking them on either side, occasionally lowering their heads to sniff the ground, halting to bark at any suspicious traces. These little fellows are growing remarkably fast. Huzi chuckled. Lin Xiao clutched the rudimentary map sketched by Old Yang, the charcoal markings clear, the crooked pine at Eagle Beak Peak, the babbling mountain spring, and a massive stone resembling a reclining cow. Old Yang had mentioned that the ginseng patch lay behind the reclining cow stone, in the sheltered, fertile soil, ideal for nurturing ginseng. He gazed upwards. The silhouette of Eagle Beak Peak was strikingly vivid in the sunlight, its rocky summit resembling an eagle poised for flight, emanating an aura of grandeur. Upon entering the mountains, the ground was slick with moisture, and their pant legs quickly became speckled with mud. After about an hour of trekking, they arrived at the mountain spring, just as they were about to rest and hydrate, when Heisey suddenly began barking furiously at the thicket to their right. The four hunting dogs immediately surrounded the area, their fur bristling, alert and watchful. Something is amiss. Lin Xiao instantly raised his .56 rifle, resting the stock against his shoulder. Signaling Huzi to remain still, he cautiously parted the underbrush, revealing a trembling fawn nestled within, its right hind leg stained with blood, as if it had been bitten by a wolf or fox. It was an injured fawn. Lin Xiao lowered his weapon, retrieving the hemostatic herbs prepared by Zhao Xiulan from his bag, mashing them to apply on the fawn's wound, then simply bandaging it with a strip of cloth. The fawn, with a wary glance at the two, gradually rose to its feet, limping away into the dense forest. Brother Xiao, if it were anyone else, they would have captured it for a stew. Only you possess such kindness, Huzi remarked. Lin Xiao smiled gently. Life in the mountains is not easy for any creature. Moreover, this fawn has yet to mature. It deserves a chance at life. The two gathered their belongings and continued their ascent towards Eagle Beak Peak. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, the trees grew denser, with fallen leaves accumulating to knee height. The post-rain forest was particularly serene, the only sounds being their footsteps and the panting of the hunting dogs. Approaching the reclining cow stone, Heisey abruptly halted, barking at a rock face with an unusual sense of unease. Lin Xiao and Huzi exchanged a glance. The rock wall was entwined with vines, blending seamlessly with the surrounding stones. Without the dog's alertness, it would have gone unnoticed. Let us investigate. Lin Xiao grasped his .56 rifle firmly, its barrel pointed downward for protection, and cautiously approached the rock face. He used his machete to sever the vines, revealing the true nature of the rock wall. It bore unmistakable signs of human excavation, concealing a cave entrance blocked by 3 large stones, leaving only a narrow gap. This is a cave, Huzi exclaimed. We hunters set up shelters in the mountains. Who would go to the trouble of carving out a cave? Lin Xiao observed intently. Though the excavation marks were aged, their edges were too precise to have been made by ordinary tools. This was not hewn by hunters. He pushed the stone, but it remained immovable. Tiger, lend me a hand, he urged, as they employed a crowbar together. After nearly half an hour of strenuous effort, they finally shifted the stone aside, revealing an entrance of considerable height. A dark, damp scent wafted out from within. Lin Xiao retrieved a match from his cloth bag and ignited a prepared torch, testing the air first. If the flame extinguished, they could not enter. He extended the torch into the opening. The flame danced steadily without a flicker. Safe. He signaled for the hunting dog to remain at the entrance for vigilance while he held the torch aloft, leading the way, with Tiger gripping his hunting knife behind him, cautiously advancing into the cavern. The cave floor was remarkably even, with faint engravings adorning the walls. After walking approximately 20 meters, the space ahead abruptly widened. Lin Xiao raised the torch, and his breath caught in his throat. Neatly arranged against the wall were a dozen oil barrels, their surfaces bearing indistinct Japanese characters, and emblazoned with the circular emblem of the Imperial Japanese Army. These leftovers from the little devils, Tiger whispered, his voice tinged with astonishment. As they ventured deeper, they paused, their breaths hitching at the sight before them. In a space of over 30 square meters stood more than 20 camphor-wood boxes, their surfaces painted red with Japanese inscriptions. The copper locks, though rusted, remained steadfast. Surely, this cannot be munitions? Tiger gripped his hunting knife tighter, his voice trembling. Lin Xiao motioned for silence, and Pride opened the nearest box. With a clang, the copper lock fell to the ground, and a golden glow surged forth, dazzling their eyes. The box was filled with gold bars wrapped in oil paper, each approximately a pound in weight, meticulously stacked. Lin Xiao's heart raced. My goodness, it's gold, Tiger exclaimed, his voice quaking with excitement, reaching out to touch it. Lin Xiao quickly intervened. Do not touch. Let us check the other boxes first. They pried open 2 more, each containing the same gold bars, estimating the total to be over 1,000 pounds. Tiger squatted beside the box, murmuring, "How much could this be worth, Brother Xiao? We're going to be rich." Lin Xiao's gaze shifted to 5 larger wooden boxes on the opposite side, each more than double the size of the gold-filled ones. Together, they pried one open, revealing a thick layer of dry straw concealing various items. Lin Xiao picked one up, peeling away the straw to unveil a blue-green porcelain vase, its body adorned with entwined lotus patterns, the glaze vibrant, with a square mark at the base indicating the Yongle period. Isn't this blue and white porcelain? Tiger leaned closer, recalling that the County Cultural Museum had similar pieces, deemed antiques of significant value. Lin Xiao's fingers traced the cool, glossy surface, while Tiger rummaged through other porcelain items. He swiftly snatched a palm-sized blue and white bowl from the straw pile, slipping it into the compartment of his backpack. This delicate piece was convenient to carry. Even if discovered, he could claim it as an ordinary relic found in the mountains. They continued to search through several more boxes, uncovering porcelain plates and jars, each intricately painted with landscapes and floral motifs, all bearing dynasty marks at the base. These treasures were plundered from our China by the little devils. Lin Xiao whispered, "If we report all these treasures, we may not receive any tangible benefits. I will take a gold bar in this small bowl. You should select a small item to hide as well. We shall report only these finds, as it is neither illegal nor will it prevent us from keeping a memento." Tiger's eyes brightened, and he nodded eagerly, quickly retrieving a palm-sized gold ingot to hide in his pocket. Lin Xiao cautioned, "This matter must remain between us. Do not speak of it to anyone, not even to our families." The 2 individuals securely locked the open box, using stones to seal the entrance, and then re-wrapped the vines to restore it to its original state, leaving no trace for even the hunting dogs to detect. Upon exiting the cave, sunlight warmed their bodies, and only then did they dare to exhale deeply. "How should we explain this when we report?" Huzi inquired. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, suggesting, "Let us say we stumbled upon it while pursuing a roe deer, led here by the hunting dogs. Keep it natural and avoid any inconsistencies." The duo resumed their journey towards the ginseng field, their steps noticeably lighter. Behind the shady slope of the cow stone, they indeed found something valuable. The soil, softened by the rain, revealed the red, fibrous roots of ginseng peeking through. "Brother Xiao, there's a large one here," Huzi suddenly exclaimed. Lin Xiao rushed over to see the ginseng, its leaves sprawling like a palm, with a prominent root indicating its age. He carefully extracted a small trowel and a bamboo stick, meticulously digging as ginseng abhors brute force. He gently teased the soil away to avoid damaging the roots. After a painstaking half-hour, a complete ginseng root emerged, palm-sized, with all its fibrous roots intact, still coated in fresh earth, exuding a subtle fragrance of medicinal herbs. At least 12 or 13 years. Lin Xiao wrapped it in brown sugar and placed it in a wooden box. Indeed, old Yang had not deceived them. They continued their search, yielding 3 smaller ginseng roots, though not as aged, still worth a considerable sum. After checking the traps they had set earlier, they discovered 2 rabbits and a wild chicken ensnared. "What a bountiful day!" Huzi exclaimed, beaming with joy as he carried their haul. "With the ginseng and the treasures secured, I can bring some supplements home for my mother." Lin Xiao clapped him on the shoulder. "Let us head back first. Tomorrow I will go to the county town to find Su Yan and have her contact Advisor Chen. He is from the Provincial Museum, knowledgeable in this field, and can assist us in our endeavors." By the time they returned home, evening had descended. Zhao Xiaolan's eyes sparkled upon seeing the ginseng. "The quality is excellent. Once dried, it will bolster your father's health. He has been working late guarding the forest farm and is truly worn out." Lin Xiao recounted the discovery of the cave, omitting any mention of personal gain, merely stating the intent to report as the logistics team leader. Lin Zhangwo's expression turned serious. "You did well. Reporting under your official capacity is entirely appropriate. It may even earn you some recognition and bring honor to the logistics team." Early the next morning, Lin Xiao rode his bicycle to the county town. As the logistics team leader, he reported directly to the county's Armed Forces Department, fortuitously encountering a familiar officer, Wang. "Officer Wang, during my reconnaissance in the mountains yesterday, I discovered a hidden cache left behind by the Japanese, containing a substantial amount of gold and artifacts." Lin Xiao succinctly outlined the situation. "I have secured the site and would like to request your assistance in coordinating with the museum personnel for evaluation and retrieval." Wang's face registered shock as he absorbed the information, promptly escalating the matter to his superiors. Half an hour later, A leader arrived in person to inquire about the details and subsequently placed a call to the provincial museum. "Captain Lin, you've made a significant discovery," the leader exclaimed, patting his shoulder. "Advisor Chun from the museum is a relic appraisal expert. He has stated that he will bring a team this afternoon, and we will dispatch 2 soldiers to assist you in securing the site." Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief. "Thank you, sir. I will return to prepare and guide them this afternoon." In the afternoon, Advisor Chen arrived with 2 museum staff members and 2 soldiers from the armed forces at Washington. Lin Jiangwo and the village head also arrived to assist. After a brief discussion, Lin Xiao led the group into the mountains. Upon reaching the cave, Lin Xiao moved the stones aside, and Advisor Chun, flashlight in hand, entered the cave. Upon spotting the oil barrels and wooden boxes, his voice trembled with excitement. "Indeed. It's just as I suspected. This is the logistics supply box of the Japanese Guangdong Army. Captain Lin, you have truly been of immense help." Opening the golden box, Advisor Chen picked up a gold ingot and examined it with a magnifying glass. The purity is exceptionally high, extracted from northeastern minerals. Upon seeing the blue and white porcelain, his hands trembled even more. A double-branch lotus vase from the Yongle period and a landscape plate from the Xuande era, all of which are national treasures. The staff hurriedly took photographs for documentation, while the police cordoned off the area. Advisor Chun grasped Lin Xiao's hand. "Captain Lin, you have achieved great merit. These are irrefutable evidence of the invasion, holding significant importance for the study of wartime history. I will petition the provincial authorities to commend you and the logistics team." Lin Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. The weight that had hung over his heart finally lifted. The concealed items remained undiscovered, and he could still bring honor to the logistics team, which was truly fitting. In the following days, personnel from the provincial museum and police arrived in succession to inventory and transport the artifacts. County leaders also attended, holding a special commendation ceremony to award Lin Xiao a certificate for outstanding contributions to artifact protection along with a monetary reward of 500 yuan, and presenting the logistics team with a banner recognizing them as an advanced collective. As one of the discoverers, Huzi was also honored with the title of active participant in artifact protection and received a reward of 300 yuan. News of the event reached Kaoshan village, where villagers gathered to witness the excitement. Uncle Zhang patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. "Shower, you truly live up to being the captain of the logistics team. Discovering such a significant secret and reporting it properly has brought glory to our village." Lin Jiangwo looked at the certificate and banner on the wall, his smile nearly reaching his ears. "Our son is indeed exceptional. Choosing him as the captain was a wise decision." A few days later, Advisor Chun made a special trip from the provincial capital to present Lin Xiao with an honorary curator certificate from the provincial museum, along with the commendation document from the province. "Captain Lin, your commendation application has been approved, granting you a 3rd-class merit. The logistics team has also been recognized as a provincial advanced collective, which is a tremendous honor." He spent half the day discussing artifact knowledge with Lin Xiao, who took the opportunity to present the previously acquired Xuande furnace for consultation, and Advisor Chun, without suspicion, believed that Lin Xiao had no other treasures hidden away. After bidding farewell to Advisor Chun, Lin Xiao retrieved the hidden gold ingots and blue and white bowl, wrapped them in red silk, and placed them in the wooden box that contained the Xuande furnace, then pressed a grinding stone on top. This box was hidden under the bed, the safest place. Huzi secretly gave his mother the gold bar, claiming it was money from hunting, and the old lady beamed with joy, immediately tearing off a piece of floral cloth to make herself a new jacket. "Shower, congratulations on your 3rd-class merit." Huzi came to find him with his newly sharpened hunting knife, eager for their trip to Eagle's Beak Peak for hunting the next day. "Having heard of a wild boar herd in the area, let's hunt a big one to celebrate, for you and the logistics team." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Picking up his Type 56 rifle, which had once helped him fend off wolves and protect the forest, and now had achieved merit. In the future, the logistics team's work would still rely on it to maintain order. Early the next morning, the two set off for Eagle's Beak Peak with their hunting dog. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting mottled shadows on the ground. As Lin Xiao gazed at the familiar mountains and forests ahead, his heart brimmed with hope. The logistics team had achieved recognition, he had earned merit, and with family heirlooms hidden away, life would only grow more prosperous. Indeed, the mountains of this farm concealed boundless prospects. Chapter 48. Preparing to raise rabbits 3 days after the commendation ceremony. At the break of dawn, Lin Xiao awoke. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting delicate speckles of light on the edge of the calm. He turned over and gazed at the certificate of merit for outstanding individual contributions to cultural relics preservation and the banner of excellence awarded to the joint logistics team hanging on the wall, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. This expedition into the cave not only brought him honor, but also discreetly concealed some treasures. Life was truly becoming increasingly promising. Rising to neatly fold the bedding, Lin Xiao took up the 56 rifle leaning against the corner, habitually checking the chamber and magazine. As the captain of the joint logistics team, maintaining his firearm was a daily necessity, especially since this gun had accompanied him through numerous achievements, becoming an old companion. The barking of Blackie echoed from the yard, soon followed by the familiar call of Huzi. "Shower, are you up? Going up the mountain today?" Lin Xiao swiftly stepped out of the house, spotting Huzi standing at the gate with a hunting knife in hand, accompanied by Blackie and 4 half-grown hunting dogs. These 5 dogs were the remnants of the last wolf pack hunt, with Blackie leading the way. The 4 little ones, having undergone over 6 months of training, had developed discipline and were all in high spirits. "I just woke up and was pondering a trip up the mountain," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "I've been busy with the handover of cultural relics these past few days, and Haven T ventured into the mountains. It's just the right time to check if the traps have yielded anything." "That would be splendid," Huzi exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "My mother mentioned yesterday that if we could catch a few rabbits, it would be perfect for a stew." As the two were conversing, Lin Xiaomei's voice emerged from the inner room. She rushed out with her backpack, her ponytail swaying. "Brother, Huzi, are you going up the mountain?" "Yes, what is up?" Lin Xiao ruffled his sister's hair. "Are you hoping I'll bring back some wild fruits?" Lin Xiaomei shook her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. "No. Brother, can you bring back 2 live rabbits? One of my classmates has a pet white rabbit. It's exceptionally cute, and I want to raise one too." "Raise rabbits?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but then an idea sparked in his mind. He was well acquainted with rabbits, which were abundant in the mountains and reproduced rapidly. They reached sexual maturity in just 3 to 4 months, with a litter yielding 7 to 8 offspring, capable of several litters a year. If he were to raise a group, not only could they provide sustenance, but they could also be sold, proving far more reliable than mere hunting. Huzi was equally astonished. "Xiaomei, what is so great about raising rabbits? Once they grow up, they still need to be killed for food." Lin Xiaomei pouted. "I want to kill them. I just want to keep them as pets. When they have baby rabbits, I can give some to my classmates." Zhao Xiaolan, carrying breakfast, chimed in with a smile. "You child, whether it's raising or not, if you can catch some live ones, let your brother bring them back for you." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao decisively declared, "All right, I'll catch you 2 live ones." He turned to Huzi, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Huzi, today let us not focus solely on trapping rabbits for dinner. Let us catch a few live ones, ideally 1 male and 1 female. "I have an idea." Huzi, sensing his enthusiasm, eagerly inquired, "What is the idea?" "Just tell me, Shower. We can renovate the yard of that old house at the east end of the village for raising rabbits," Lin Xiao suggested. "Rabbits breed quickly and are easy to manage. Once their numbers increase, apart from providing for ourselves, we can take some to the county town to sell. If the market is favorable, it could yield even more than hunting. If it grows successful, we can give some breeding rabbits to the villagers, helping everyone earn a bit more." Huzi's eyes brightened. "That is a brilliant idea. Shower, you truly possess foresight. The old house stands vacant, yet the spacious yard holds potential for transformation. My mother once raised chickens and possesses a modicum of knowledge about husbandry. Thus, I shall enlist her assistance when the time comes, ensuring no challenges arise." Zhao Xiaolan nodded in agreement, asserting, "This notion is sound. Rabbits have a varied diet. A little wild grass and some bran will suffice for feeding, keeping expenses minimal." As Lin Jiangwo returned home from his shift at the security department, he fortuitously overheard their conversation and joined in, expressing his approval. "I think it's a splendid idea. The policies are increasingly supportive, encouraging everyone to pursue side ventures." As the captain of the joint logistics team, leading by example in animal husbandry not only sets a precedent for the villagers, but also augments the team's income, a dual benefit. Without further ado, Lin Xiao and Huzi hurriedly consumed their breakfast and began assembling their tools. Lin Xiao retrieved coarse hemp rope and iron wire from his home, along with several slender wooden sticks, ideal materials for crafting snares. Huzi returned home to gather corn cobs and wheat bran, intending to use them as bait for the rabbits. "Brother Xiao, where shall we set our snares?" Huzi inquired, carrying his supplies. "To the birch forest on the western slope," Lin Xiao replied. "That area is abundant in grass and rabbits, with a level terrain conducive for setting traps. If we place enough snares, we should aim to catch a dozen or so, allowing for a swift start. With tools in tow and their hunting dog accompanying them, The two made their way towards the western slope. Upon reaching the village entrance, they encountered Uncle Zhang, who was laden with firewood on his way home. Xiao, Huzi, are you heading to the mountains? Uncle Zhang inquired with a smile. Lin Xiao paused to share his plan for rabbit husbandry. After listening, Uncle Zhang enthusiastically praised, "What a splendid idea. Xiao, you are truly ambitious, thinking of the community. Should you succeed, I would be the first to volunteer to join you. Rest assured, Uncle, once we have bred the rabbits, I will ensure you receive 2 breeding rabbits first," Lin Xiao replied with a grin. After bidding farewell to Uncle Zhang, the two hastened towards the birch forest. The birch forest on the western slope was indeed as renowned as its reputation suggested. Upon reaching the edge of the forest, they spotted several gray rabbits frolicking among the grasses. Hazy, their dog, instinctively crouched to chase, and the 4 younger hunting dogs quickly gathered around. However, Lin Xiao promptly admonished, "Do not pursue. We must avoid startling the rabbits, or we will be unable to set our traps today." The two then found a flat area to begin crafting their snares. Lin Xiao bent the iron wire into a circle approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, securing one end to a wooden stick while tying the other end to the hemp rope, subsequently scattering corn cobs around. This snare was positioned about 5 centimeters above the ground, allowing the rabbit to struggle and tighten the snare without causing injury. As Lin Xiao worked, he explained the process to Huzi. Huzi quickly grasped the technique, and soon they were collaborating efficiently. Lin Xiao focused on crafting the snares, while Huzi tracked rabbit droppings and hoof prints, selecting the paths frequently traversed by the rabbits. The 5 hunting dogs spread out to keep watch, with Hazy perched above as a lookout, while the 4 younger dogs alternated sniffing the surroundings to deter weasels, foxes, and other predators from tampering with their traps. Unbeknownst to them, the sun rose high in the sky, and they had successfully set over 40 snares along 3 animal paths. "Let us take a break and have a bite to eat," Lin Xiao suggested, pulling out some oil cakes from his bag and offering one to Huzi. The two sat beneath the shade of a tree, eating while observing the activity around the snares. "Brother Xiao, how long do you think it will take before we see results from raising these rabbits?" Huzi asked, taking a bite of the oil cake. "If all goes well, we could see a litter in as little as 3 months, Lin Xiao replied. Lin Xiao said, "By then, we will have dozens of rabbits, selling some while keeping others to expand our scale." Just as he spoke, Hazy suddenly began barking furiously at a nearby snare, and 4 half-grown hunting dogs quickly surrounded the area, growling lowly at the grass thicket. The two hurried over and found a gray rabbit ensnared by its hind leg. Struggling helplessly, Lin Xiao cautiously approached, gripping the nape of the rabbit's neck, and gently released the snare. "Look at this snare, it fits just right, and it hasn't harmed it." He retrieved 2 pre-made bamboo cages from his cloth bag, placing the rabbit into one and hanging a fresh alfalfa leaf at the entrance. "Wonderful. We've made our debut," Huzi exclaimed, slapping his thigh with excitement. With their first catch secured, the two felt a surge of confidence. As the afternoon sun began to wane, their catches became increasingly abundant, often capturing 2 or 3 rabbits after finishing a single animal trail. Hazy and the hunting dogs grew more astute. Upon discovering a trapped rabbit, they would merely encircle it and growl, refraining from any reckless biting. By the time they descended the mountain in the evening, both bamboo cages were filled to the brim, totaling 8 rabbits, 5 males and 3 females. Lin Xiaomei had been waiting eagerly at the village entrance. Upon spotting the cages from afar, she joyfully bounded over, clapping her hands in delight. "Brother, tiger brother, you truly caught live rabbits." She tiptoed to peer into the cage, reaching out to touch them, yet hesitating for fear of startling them, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Zhao Xiaolan also came out upon hearing the commotion, wiping flour from her hands to take a closer look. "These rabbits are splendid specimens, with glossy fur and bright eyes. They are robust indeed. Shower, the old yard can be utilized once tidied up. Tomorrow, I will assist your father in clearing the weeds." That very evening, Lin Xiao and Huzi moved the bamboo cages to the old yard, temporarily erecting a rain shelter with a few wooden planks, laying dry straw on the ground to accommodate the rabbits for the night. Lin Xiaomei thoughtfully brought a bowl of warm water-soaked wheat bran, squatting by the cage to watch the rabbits eat, softly murmuring, "Eat well and grow fast. This will be your home from now on." The next morning, just as dawn began to break, Lin Xiao and Huzi set off for the old yard with a sickle and a hoe. This yard had been left behind by Lin Xiao's grandfather. The blue brick walls remained sturdy, though the ground was overrun with clover and dogtail grass, and the corners were cluttered with old farming tools. They first cleared the weeds, then prepared a small side room in the corner of the yard to serve as a rabbit house, ventilated yet sheltered from the rain. Lin Xiao remarked as he swung the hoe, digging deep to uproot the clover, ensuring they removed it entirely to prevent regrowth. Meanwhile, Huzi busied himself in the side room, moving a dusty old wooden cabinet to the corner and sweeping away cobwebs and shards of tile from the floor. As they worked diligently, Lin Xiao arrived on his bicycle. A bundle of thick iron wire and several pine poles strapped to the back. I arranged with the forestry station to bring back some scrap material to enclose the rabbit cage. These pine poles are sturdy. If we tie them together and wrap them in wire, the rabbits won't be able to break free. Hazy, along with the 4 hunting dogs, followed closely behind, lying at the entrance of the yard, vigilantly watching passers-by. Shower, the rabbit cage needs to be elevated, otherwise, rainwater will accumulate, and the rabbits could fall ill. Lin Xiao squatted down, constructing a simple framework with the pine poles. I saw a ranger at the forestry station build a chicken coop, so I'm following that model. Leaving the bottom open for ventilation and placing bamboo boards on top as the floor. Listening to the reasoning presented, Lin Xiao promptly sought bamboo strips and hemp ropes. The father and son collaborated to bind the framework, while Huzi busily shaved bamboo boards nearby. Sunlight filtered through the surrounding walls, illuminating the courtyard with a vibrant atmosphere of industriousness. At noon, Zhao Xiaolan brought over a meal, and the 3 of them squatted in the courtyard to eat. Lin Xiao took a mouthful of rice and pointed towards the side room, saying, "This afternoon, let's lay the bamboo boards properly, and then use iron wire to divide it into several compartments. The male and female rabbits must be kept separately, otherwise, before they have the chance to breed, they might start fighting." Huzi nodded while chewing on a steamed bun. My mother always said that when raising poultry and livestock, one must segregate them into groups. This afternoon, I'll go cut some fresh alfalfa to change their feed. By the time the sun had tilted in the afternoon, the rabbit shelter was finally completed. The cages for the 3 compartments were neatly arranged in the side room, each lined with dry straw, and a movable bamboo door hung at the entrance. In the corner, improvised feeding and watering troughs fashioned from broken bowls were placed. Lin Xiao and Huzi carefully placed the 8 rabbits they had caught in the morning into the cages, adding alfalfa and soaked bran. Watching the rabbits timidly start to eat, both of them smiled. "Tomorrow, let us venture into the mountains for another day, aiming to catch a few more, so we can gather a stable starting population of around 15 or 16, Lin Xiao declared. Early the next morning, the 2 ventured into the mountains once more, accompanied by 5 hunting dogs. With the experience from the previous day, they chose the dense mixed woods on the southern slope, where the underbrush was thicker, providing better concealment for the rabbits. Hazy and the hunting dogs played a pivotal role, as the 4 half-grown hunting dogs tracked the scent to several rabbit burrows. Lin Xiao and Huzi set traps near the animal trails, achieving greater efficiency than the day before. By the time they descended in the evening, they had captured 5 more rabbits, 3 males and 2 females. On the 3rd day, they rose particularly early, arriving at the hazelnut forest on the northern slope before the rabbits emerged to forage. The rabbits here were notably plump from their diet of hazelnuts. Hazy directly located the trail of a large group of rabbits, approximately 20 to 30 gray rabbits foraging beneath the hazelnut trees. The 2 dared not disturb them, instead setting over 50 traps along 3 animal trails outside the group's activity range, then retreated to a distant ridge to await their catch. As the sun rose high, the 2 estimated the rabbits had begun their activities and proceeded to gather the traps with the hunting dogs. This time, their yield was quite bountiful, capturing 3 robust male rabbits. On their way back, Huzi counted the rabbits in the cage, excitedly exclaiming, "Brother Xiao," with the ones from the past 2 days. "We now have a total of 16, 10 males and 6 females, which is just perfect for a breeding group." Lin Xiao gazed at the inquisitive rabbits peeking out from the bamboo cage, then glanced at the 5 hunting dogs wagging their tails beside him. Feeling a profound sense of accomplishment, the warm sunlight enveloped him, and he smiled, saying, "Let us return to the village. We'll place the rabbits in their new shelter. And thus, our breeding venture shall officially commence today." Chapter 48. Farewell. The day after the 16 rabbits settled into the old courtyard shelter, Lin Xiao rose early to provide them with freshly cut alfalfa and to inspect the sturdiness of the cages once more. Observing the curious gray rabbits poking their heads out, his heart, which should have been filled with joy, felt heavy with an unshakable worry. It had been nearly half a month since he last saw Su Yin following the report of the artifacts. Noticing Lin Xiao's distracted demeanor, Zhao Xiaolan pushed a bowl of millet porridge towards him, saying, "Eat your meal and take a trip to the city. Buy a new dictionary for Xiaomei and go see that girl Su. Last time, when someone helped you contact Consultant Chun, you didn't properly express your gratitude." Lin Xiao raised his head, only to catch the glimmer of amusement in his mother's eyes. His ears turned slightly red as he mumbled a response, hastily finishing his meal before pushing his bicycle towards the county town. The early summer breeze carried the fragrance of wheat fields, while the rural dirt road was warmed by the sun. The bicycle wheels crunched over the gravel, producing a faint squeaking sound. Lin Xiao pedaled with his body, yet his thoughts drifted far away. His interactions with Su Yin were not frequent, but they always seemed to think of each other at crucial moments. When she helped coordinate supplies for the forest farm during the wolf pack encirclement, or when she contacted experts upon discovering relics, even when he caught a cold. She had someone bring him 2 packets of cold medicine. He was not oblivious. He understood the light in Su Yan's eyes when she looked at him. However, the identity of the joint logistics team leader and the small plot of land in the mountain village made him feel unworthy of someone working at the county police station. Yet, these feelings could not be suppressed, akin to spring grass breaking through the soil, unknowingly spreading throughout his heart. Upon entering the county town, Lin Xiao first went to the bookstore to pick out the latest edition of the New Chinese Dictionary for Xiao Mei. Then he detoured to the corner pastry shop to buy 2 pounds of peach crisps, which Su Yin loved, having mentioned it casually before. Her grandmother in the provincial city always made them, but it was rare to find authentic ones in the county town. Clutching the oil paper-wrapped peach crisps, he stood at the entrance of the police station, taking a deep breath before pushing the door open. The duty officer, Old Zhang, spotted him and waved with a smile. "Captain Lin is here. Su girl is inside packing up. You should go in." Lin Xiao's heart sank. The phrase packing up felt like a small stone, causing him unease. He hurried to Su Yan's desk, where he saw her placing a stack of documents into a metal cabinet, with a half-open suitcase on the table. "Su Yan," Lin Xiao called softly, placing the peach crisps on the corner of the desk. Su Yan turned around, and a flicker of surprise crossed her face upon seeing him, quickly overshadowed by a shadow of sadness as she forced a smile. "What brings you here?" Her voice was slightly hoarse, and the redness at the corners of her eyes indicated she had been crying recently. Lin Xiao's heart sank further as he pointed to the suitcase on the desk. "Are you going far away?" Su Yin lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously tracing the handle of the metal cabinet. After a long pause, she lifted her gaze and retrieved a neatly folded paper from the drawer, handing it to him. "A transfer order from the provincial department. I have to report to the provincial police bureau next Monday." "The provincial city?" Lin Xiao's fingers trembled slightly as he held the transfer order, the 2 bold red characters on the paper stinging his eyes. He had long known Su Yin had connections. Her father was an official in the provincial city. But he never expected this day to arrive so swiftly. This was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Su Yin, yet a lump formed in his throat, rendering him unable to utter even a congratulatory word. "My father arranged this through connections, saying the positions in the provincial city offer better prospects." Su Yan's voice was soft. Her gaze locked onto his eyes. "Lin Xiao, I don't want to go." This declaration struck Lin Xiao like thunder, leaving his mind in a whirl. He abruptly looked up, locking eyes with her filled with anticipation, where he saw reluctance, anxiety, and a hint of emotion he dared not explore. The office was silent. The cicadas outside sounded distant. Lin Xiao's heart raced as if it would shatter his chest. He longed to grasp her hand and plead her not to leave. Yet, the words that escaped his lips turned into a dry question. "When did you decide this?" Su Yin gave a bitter smile. "The transfer order arrived yesterday. I pondered over it all night, yet I still wish to hear your thoughts." She took a step closer, the distance between them short enough for him to catch the faint scent of soapberry in her hair. "Lin Xiao," her voice quivered with suppressed tears. "If you utter just one word against my departure, I shall tell my father I will remain in the county, that I will stay here." These words fell upon Lin Xiao's heart like a scalding stone. Could he dare to say it? Certainly. But could he bring himself to do so? He could not. He understood all too well what opportunities in the provincial city represented, a future that countless individuals would vie for, often at great cost. Su Yin was young and capable. She deserved to shine in a broader world rather than be confined to this small county, tending to a rabbit farm with him, leading a life that was all too foreseeable. In his past life, he had witnessed many young women forsake their futures for love, only to see their brilliance wither away amidst the mundane struggles of daily life, their hearts filled with resentment. He could not allow Su Yin to become one of them. He was the captain of the logistics team, a leader responsible for the villagers' aquaculture. Yet what did all this mean in the face of the opportunities in the provincial city? Merely trifles. Why was he silent? Su Yan's tears finally fell, striking his hand with a warmth that made him flinch. Lin Xiao abruptly turned away, unable to bear the sight of her tears, his most formidable weakness. He recalled the first time he saw her, at the Forest Farms Awards ceremony, standing on stage in her uniform, reading the commendation with bright eyes and spirited demeanor. A girl like her should not be burdened by him. "Congratulations, Su Yin." Lin Xiao forced a smile, his voice barely concealing its rasp. "How wonderful the provincial city is." So much more promising than our place. You should go. This is a good thing. Upon uttering these words, he felt something within him shatter. A pain that rendered him breathless. Su-Yan's sobs ceased abruptly. She stared at him, her hopeful gaze gradually shifting to disappointment, until only cold despair remained. Lin Xiao. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Do you truly want me to leave? Am I so insignificant in your heart? How could she be insignificant? She was so important that he would willingly give her everything he had. But it was precisely because she was important that he could not delay her. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his palms, using the pain to maintain clarity. This is not a matter of importance. It's about the future. If you stay here, what prospects await you? The provincial city is where you truly belong. Where I truly belong. Su-Yan laughed, tears streaming down her face. I thought the place where I belong is wherever you are. Lin Xiao, I once believed you were different from others. Yet you are no different from those who only value their futures. She seized the luggage roll from the table, wiping her tears fiercely, and turned to leave. Lin Xiao watched her retreating figure, his feet feeling as heavy as lead. How he longed to chase after her, to embrace her, and express how deeply he cared. Yet, his feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground, unable to move an inch. Old Zhang peeked in at the door, sighed softly, and shook his head gently. Su-Yan. Lin Xiao finally called her name. Su-Yan halted in her tracks, but did not turn back. He hurried forward and pressed the 2 pounds of peach crisps into her hand. Eat on the way, and take care of yourself once you reach the provincial city. Su-Yan's shoulders trembled slightly as she clutched the oiled paper bag tightly in her hands, her voice muffled. It's none of your business. With that, she turned her back and exited the police station. Lin Xiao stood rooted to the spot, watching her figure vanish around the street corner. And tears could no longer be restrained as they fell. The sunlight flooding the office was bright, yet it failed to penetrate the gloom residing within his heart. The order on the desk lay open, the words glaring and sharp, a cruel reminder of the heart-wrenching decision he had just made. Unsure of how long he had stood there, old Zhang approached and patted his shoulder. Captain Lin, I know you are doing this for her own good. The young lady is still naive. She will understand in time. Lin Xiao forced a bitter smile, nodded, and picked up the dictionary on the table, wandering out of the police station in a daze. Pushing his bicycle, he did not immediately return home, but instead meandered along the main road of the county town. Vendors called out their wares from the roadside. Children played and chased each other, and everything was as lively as ever, yet his world felt eerily silent. He recalled the first time Su-Yan had entered the mountains with him. During a similar early summer, she wore sneakers, trailed behind him, asking questions with innocent curiosity. Her face illuminated by the sunlight, more radiant than the wildflowers by the roadside. He remembered the day they discovered the relics. She had rushed over upon receiving a call. Her eyes filled with concern upon seeing him. He thought of the time he had caught a cold, and she had sent medicine through someone, accompanied by a note reminding him to take the medication on time and drink plenty of warm water. He recalled how, after the last commendation ceremony, she had secretly slipped him a piece of candy, saying, "Congratulations on your great achievement." Those fleeting moments replayed in his mind like snippets from a film, each frame sweet yet, at this moment, transforming into barbs that pierced his heart. He had not been devoid of selfish desires. He wished to keep her by his side, to see her smile every day, and to witness the prosperity of Kaoshan village alongside her. Yet, he could not afford to be so selfish. Having witnessed the vicissitudes of life, he understood how tumultuous the tides of the era could be. In this day and age, a job in the provincial capital could significantly alter one's destiny. Su-Yan had such an opportunity, and he could not allow his own feelings to sabotage her future. He could wait until he became strong enough to be worthy of her promising path. But Su-Yan could not afford to wait. Her youth should not be squandered in anticipation. Upon reaching the bridge at the edge of the county town, Lin Xiao halted, gazing at the river flowing beneath. The water gushed forth, carrying fallen leaves and duckweed, rushing eastward, much like Su-Yan's future, which could only move forward, never to retreat. He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the traces of tears from his face, and inhaled the moisture-laden air deeply. It's not like we won't see each other again, he murmured, as if to console himself. Once I establish my aquaculture, once I have the means, I can also go to the provincial capital. Indeed, transportation had become increasingly convenient. With the provincial capital merely a few hundred kilometers away from the county town, they would always be able to meet, rather than a brief separation. He longed for the next time they met to present himself in a more admirable light, rather than in his current state, lacking the confidence even to plead for her to stay. As he rode his bicycle homeward, the sun had already dipped low in the west, casting a long shadow behind him. Passing by the village's small shop, he purchased a pack of cigarettes, a habit he had learned in his past life. seeking solace in them during moments of sorrow. Lighting a cigarette, the acrid taste caused him to cough, yet it also cleared the fog in his mind considerably. Upon returning home, the yard was enveloped in tranquility. Xiaomei was engrossed in her homework, Zhao Xiulan was feeding the rabbits, and Lin Zhengwo sat in the living room, perusing the newspaper. Noticing his arrival, Zhao Xiulan hurried over, asking, "Why are you back so late? How is Su girl?" Lin Xiao feigned composure. "She asked to be transferred back to the provincial capital. I merely escorted her." Zhao Xiulan's smile faltered, and she sighed, "Ah, I knew that girl was a scion of the provincial capital, bound to return eventually. Shower, do not be too disheartened. Fate cannot be forced." Lin Xiao nodded silently and walked directly into his room. Closing the door, he leaned against it, finally shedding all pretense. He dragged out a wooden box from beneath the bed, unlocked it, revealing the treasures he had concealed: a gold ingot, a blue and white porcelain bowl, and a Xuan censer. These were his secrets, the foundation of his future. He grasped the gold ingot. Its weight offered him a sense of reassurance. The purity of the gold was exceedingly high, and at current market rates, it could fetch at least 1,000. However, selling it was not an option. The atmosphere was tense, and producing such a substantial amount of gold would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Moreover, the value of gold was on the rise, and retaining it would only increase its worth. The porcelain bowl was even more untouchable. Having consulted advisor Chen, he knew it was an authentic piece from the Yongle period of the Ming dynasty, worth a fortune. Given the stringent regulations surrounding cultural relics, the illicit trade of such artifacts was a criminal offense, especially for something so precious. Once sold, it could easily be traced back. He could only regard it as a family heirloom, destined to be passed down through generations. As for the Xuan censer, patience was paramount. Advisor Chen had mentioned that the market for Xuan censers would experience a surge in the late 1990s. Selling it now would yield only a fraction of its worth. With memories from his past life, he was aware of the market trends for the coming decades. With patience, this incense burner would yield unforeseen profits. Capital must be accumulated gradually through one's own efforts. Lin Xiao returned each precious item to the wooden box and locked it securely. He recalled the novels he had read in his previous life, where protagonists swiftly rose to prominence with foresight, proclaiming the cycles of fortune. However, he did not desire such fleeting glory. What he sought was enduring stability. With an omniscient perspective, he recognized the future opportunities: the wave of individual entrepreneurship in the late 1980s, the bullish stock market of the 1990s, and the internet revolution of the 21st century. These were all chances he could seize. Yet now, he needed to focus on laying a solid foundation. Rabbit farming was his first step. If he could successfully raise the rabbits and accumulate his initial capital, he would be able to ride the waves of the era, advancing step by step. He approached the window and gazed at the rabbit hutch in the yard. Under the moonlight, the hutch's outline was faintly visible. The rabbits inside were likely asleep, with occasional soft sounds breaking the silence. This was his hope, the starting point of his capital accumulation. Although the possibility of love was lost, he could not wallow in sorrow. Time waits for no one, and the tide of the times would not pause for his grief. "Su Yin, wait for me." Lin Xiao whispered to the moonlight. "When I am strong enough, I shall seek you out in the provincial capital. At that moment, I shall demonstrate to you that I have not betrayed your expectations, nor have I squandered my life." His gaze gradually grew resolute, although sadness lingered. It was accompanied by a newfound resilience and determination. The following morning, Lin Xiao rose early as usual, tending to the rabbits and cleaning their hutch with practiced focus. When Huzi came to visit, he worried that Lin Xiao might be disheartened due to Su Yan's departure, but upon witnessing his industriousness, he sighed in relief. "Shower, it's good to see you well. My mother said we should gather some bitter lettuce today. The rabbits adore it, and it grows quickly." "Sounds great," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, picking up a sickle as he followed Huzi outside. As they passed by Grandpa Zhang's house, they saw him squatting at the entrance, weaving bamboo baskets. He looked up and called out with a smile, "Shower, Huzi, off to cut grass? I must tell you, my 2 hens have started laying eggs. When your rabbits give birth, let us trade." "Absolutely, Grandpa," Lin Xiao responded cheerfully. The sunlight bathed them in warmth. He understood that life must go on. Sorrow was but a fleeting emotion. As long as he persisted and diligently accumulated resources, the future held boundless possibilities. Su Yan's departure was not the conclusion of his journey, but rather a catalyst propelling him to strive harder. The two ascended the hillside, gazing at the sprawling fields of vibrant bitter lettuce. Huzi bent down to cut the grass, humming a tune. "Shower, once our rabbits multiply, we should raise some chickens and ducks, transforming the old courtyard into a grand farm. Then, we shall become the wealthiest in the entire commune." Lin Xiao chuckled, His eyes rekindled with light. Not just the commune. We shall expand our business to the county and even the provincial city. He bent to harvest a handful of the tender lettuce, dewdrops glistening on the leaves. These droplets mirrored the hope within his heart, small yet radiant under the sun's embrace. He recalled Su Yan's silhouette as she departed, the disappointment reflected in her eyes. He understood that this silence and release were for the promise of a better reunion in the future. He would carry this sense of regret and motivation, striving against the tides of time. He believed that one day, he would stand on higher ground, smiling as he declared, "I have succeeded." After finishing the grass cutting, Lin Xiao made a special trip to the rabbit hutch, meticulously inspecting each cage. A few of the female rabbits were noticeably plump, likely to give birth shortly. He filled the feeding trough with fresh bitter lettuce, watching the rabbits joyfully feast as the clouds of gloom within him gradually dissipated. During dinner, Lin Xiao shared his plans to expand the breeding operation with his family. Lin Zhengwo set down his chopsticks and nodded in approval. "I support you. There are many idle plots of land at the plantation. I can speak to the manager about renting one for your breeding farm. As the captain of the logistics team, applying for a side business support policy should be manageable." Chapter 49. The plan to raise roe deer 5 days after Su Yan's departure. Lin Xiao finally emerged from the shadows of heartbreak. Just as dawn broke, he polished his rifle to a gleaming shine, checked the hunting knife at his waist and the bag slung over his back, and solemnly addressed his reflection in the mirror. "Lin Xiao, do not be sentimental. Your future is far more significant than romantic entanglements." In the yard, Hazy was already prepared with 4 half-grown hunting dogs, wagging their tails and nudging his pant leg in anticipation. "Brother, are you truly going up the mountain?" As Lin Xiaomei brought out the freshly heated corn porridge. Their mother advised her to take a few days off to avoid exhaustion. Lin Xiao took the bowl of porridge, finished it in a few gulps, and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair, assuring her, "It's nothing. A bit of movement is quite refreshing. When I return, I'll catch a wild chicken for you and stew it with mushrooms." Zhao Xiaolan followed him out, stuffing 2 steamed buns into his bag, saying, "The earlier you leave, the sooner you'll return. Don't be reckless if you encounter a big catch. The joint logistics team is still waiting for the captain to take command." "Understood, mother." Lin Xiao waved his hand and set off towards the eastern mountains with 5 hunting dogs. The early summer landscape of the eastern mountains was lush and vibrant, the scent of pine needles mingling with the fragrance of wildflowers wafting toward him. The dewdrops in the forest dampened his pant legs, their cool touch invigorating his spirit. At this time of year, he would typically be tending to the rabbit hutch or discussing feed with Huzi, rarely having the opportunity to hunt alone in the mountains. The eastern mountains were the traditional hunting grounds for the residents of the nearby village, and Lin Xiao had roamed these areas since childhood. Well aware of the animal trails and water sources, able to navigate them even with his eyes closed. He did not rush to set traps, but allowed Hazy to lead the hunting dogs to scout ahead. The 5 dogs worked in perfect harmony. Hazy was keenly attuned to sense and excelled at tracking, while the 4 young hounds were adept at cornering prey, making escape nearly impossible for any quarry. After about an hour of walking, Hazy suddenly halted in a hollow, growling lowly at a thicket. Lin Xiao promptly raised his rifle, signaling for the dogs to remain quiet. He carefully parted the underbrush and caught sight of a mature roe deer, its head bent as it grazed on tender grass, its robust frame and light brown coat shimmering in the sunlight. What a remarkable find! Lin Xiao marveled internally. Roe deer had peculiar habits. In winter, when food was scarce, they roamed widely and were easily trapped. However, during summer, with an abundance of vegetation, they tended to conceal themselves deep within the mountains, rarely appearing in the lowland areas. Moreover, this particular deer seemed to be a juvenile, which typically would have heightened its vigilance. He refrained from shooting. While the meat would be tender and selling it could yield a modest sum, capturing it alive might prove far more advantageous. Quietly, Lin Xiao retreated and retrieved a pre-prepared large live trap from his bag, securing it with vines along the deer's likely path, while scattering some dried cornmeal around the area. Having set everything up, he concealed himself behind a distant rock with the hunting dogs. The deer, sensing something amiss, raised its head in caution but, seeing no immediate threat, returned to grazing. As it leisurely moved toward the trap, the moment it stepped into the snare, Lin Xiao swiftly tugged on the rope, tightening the trap around its hind leg. "Success!" Lin Xiao exclaimed softly, rushing forward with the dogs. The startled deer struggled desperately, but it was unable to escape the trap. Lin Xiao approached quickly, grasping the skin at the back of the deer's neck while pressing down on its body. It was indeed a subadult, not overly strong, making it manageable. At that moment, a thought suddenly exploded in Lin Xiao's mind. Raising roe deer, while rabbits and chickens reproduce quickly, Their profit margins were far too low. Selling a rabbit at maturity barely fetched 10 or 8 yuan. Relying on such livestock to accumulate capital would take an eternity. However, the roe deer is distinct. It is a delicacy among wild game, renowned for its tender meat and rich nutritional value. With the recent relaxation of policies and the improving quality of life for city dwellers, there is a growing willingness to invest generously in such delicacies. More importantly, the mountains and forests surrounding Kaoshan village are abundant with roe deer, ensuring a steady supply. The forest farm has vast tracts of idle woodland, perfectly suited for establishing a roe deer farm. Furthermore, as herbivores, roe deer have low feed costs, and mastering the breeding techniques will undoubtedly prove far more profitable than raising rabbits. Once this idea took root, it proliferated like wild grass, quickening his heartbeat. This was it. Lin Xiao resolved to act, swiftly shedding his outer garment to blindfold the deer. Covering an animal's eyes reduces its struggle, an age-old tactic passed down by seasoned hunters. He secured the live trap and instructed He Zi to lead the way, while 4 hunting dogs flanked them cautiously as they descended the mountain. As they passed by, curious villagers gathered upon seeing him with a live roe deer. Xiao, how did you manage that? Capturing a roe deer in summer? With a stroke of luck. I just happened upon it. Lin Xiao responded with a smile, his pace unbroken. He had no time to explain. He needed to return home quickly, settle the deer, and then seek out Hu Zi and Lao Zhou. Hu Zi, with his considerable strength, could assist in managing the premises, while Lao Zhou, possessing extensive connections, might help him acquire breeding techniques. Upon reaching home, Lin Xiao confined the roe deer in an empty rabbit cage in the old courtyard, adding some fresh grass and water. Just as he finished, Hu Zi arrived, brandishing a sickle. Xiao, I heard from the villagers that you've captured a live roe deer. Is it true? Upon seeing the deer in the cage, his eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, it's enormous. That's enough for us to feast several times. Who said we were eating it? Lin Xiao playfully smacked him. I intend to raise it. Not just that, but to establish a roe deer farm for large-scale breeding. He excitedly shared his plans with Hu Zi, growing more animated with each word. Imagine, a single roe deer could sell for at least 200 yuan at market. Raise 100, and that's 20,000. It's far superior to rabbit farming. Hu Zi's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Xiao, your idea is brilliant. I'm in. Just tell me what to do, and I'll follow your lead. First, head to Dongshan and set out several large live traps. Aim to catch 3 to 5 roe deer, preferably 1 male and 4 females, to establish a breeding stock. Lin Xiao instructed, remember, they must be alive, do not harm them. Got it. Hu Zi exclaimed, shouldering the trap bag and dashing off. I'll ensure I bring back a few robust ones. Watching Hu Zi's retreating figure, Lin Xiao smiled, turned back into the house to change into clean clothes, pocketed the modest sum of 500 yuan, and pedaled his bicycle toward the county town to seek out Lao Zhou. Later, during their conversation, Lin Xiao learned that Lao Zhou had become the director of the state-run commercial center by the age of 30, not solely due to his capabilities, but also because his father held a leadership position in the city, granting him considerable connections. As Lin Xiao aimed to raise roe deer, he was especially in need of expertise and market access. Turning to Lao Zhou for assistance was undoubtedly a wise choice. The state-run commercial center is situated in the heart of the county town. Upon arriving at the entrance, the attending security guard warmly greeted him. Director Lin, welcome. Director Zhou is in his office. Let me take you there. Following the guard into the commercial center, Lin Xiao observed the bustling crowd and the shelves brimming with a plethora of goods, an unimaginable sight just a few years prior. Now, with improved policies, the business was thriving more than ever. Old Zhou's office is located on the second floor of a shopping mall, adorned in a rather simplistic manner, featuring merely a desk, a filing cabinet, and 2 wooden chairs. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's entrance, Old Zhou promptly set aside his abacus and exclaimed, Lin Xiao, what a rare visitor. What brings you here today? Do you have some fine goods to sell? He was well aware that Lin Xiao frequently ventured into the mountains for hunting and occasionally brought him some game. Brother Zhou, I'm not here to sell anything this time. Rather, I seek your assistance, Lin Xiao replied as he took a seat, articulating his aspirations of raising roe deer in detail, including his plans and the challenges he currently faced. I have the space and the breeding stock, but I lack the technical expertise and initial funding. Given your extensive network, could you help me connect with experts from the Agricultural Research Institute? After listening, Old Zhou lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, remaining silent. Lin Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety, knowing that Old Zhou was a businessman who weighed every endeavor against its potential returns. He hastily added, Brother Zhou, I assure you, raising roe deer holds great promise. With the improving living standards in the city, people are eager for unique delicacies, and deer meat will undoubtedly sell well. If you are willing to invest, we can go into partnership and share the profits. There's no need to split it evenly. Old Joe chuckled suddenly. I see you are a person of action. Your previous work with cultural relics and the rabbit breeding venture clearly demonstrate your ingenuity and determination. I'm in for the roe deer project. He paused before continuing. I will contribute 3,000. How much will you invest? I'll handle the sales since I am well acquainted with the restaurants and shops in the city. As for the technical aspects, you need not worry. My spouse works at the Agricultural Research Institute, specializing in the domestication of wild animals. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had not anticipated old Joe's straightforwardness. Not only was he willing to invest, but he also resolved the technical issue. He quickly stood up, exclaiming, Brother Joe, thank you so much. I have saved over 5,000, which will suffice as initial funding. He had initially thought old Joe might merely connect him with someone, but he never expected such a generous investment, which was a significant boon for him. This savings had been accumulated over the past 2 years from hunting, selling mountain goods, and a reward for his contributions to cultural relics, untouched and reserved for a grand endeavor. 5,000 is sufficient. Old Joe waved his hand dismissively. You handle the site and the breeding. I will take care of the sales. As for the profits, how about a 2/8 split? That won't do. Lin Xiao promptly objected. Brother Joe, you are providing both funding and sales. How can you take only 20%? It should be at least 40-60, with you receiving the lesser share. Old Joe laughed heartily. I know you are sincere. Let's settle on a 3/7 split then. My investment is based on my faith in you, not merely for this small profit. If you can establish the roe deer farm successfully, we can collaborate on more ventures in the future. Seeing old Joe's resolute stance, Lin Xiao reluctantly acquiesced. All right, Brother Joe, I assure you I will not let you down. Come, I will take you to meet my wife, old Joe said, donning his coat. She happens to be off today and is at home. She can discuss the important considerations for raising roe deer with you and provide you with a breeding plan. Lin Xiao hurriedly followed, filled with gratitude. He had anticipated facing numerous challenges, but the process had unfolded smoothly. With old Joe's support, the endeavor of raising roe deer was already halfway to success. Old Joe's residence was situated in the Cadres housing complex in the county, a quaint 2-story villa surrounded by a garden blooming with various flowers and plants. The door was opened by a woman dressed in a white shirt, exuding a gentle demeanor. Upon seeing Mr. Zhou, she smiled and inquired back again, and who might this be? Mr. Zhou introduced, this is Lin Xiao, the captain of the logistics team, a remarkably capable young man. Lin Xiao responded, hello, sisterly, with a prompt greeting. Li Hui smiled and nodded, ushering them into the house. I heard from Jianbin that you are interested in raising roe deer. That's a commendable idea, as roe deer hold significant economic value and are highly adaptable, making them suitable for mountainous regions. However, unlike rabbits, roe deer are wild animals and present certain challenges in domestication. She retrieved a substantial volume titled Wild Animal Breeding Techniques from her study. Flipping to the chapter on roe deer cultivation, you see, roe deer thrive in quiet environments. Therefore, you should select a site far from residential areas and construct tall fences to prevent their escape. Regarding their diet, during summer, they can be fed fresh grass and leaves, while in winter, dried hay and corn stalks should suffice, supplemented with some concentrated feed to ensure balanced nutrition. Most importantly, disease prevention is crucial. As roe deer are susceptible to parasitic infections, regular deworming and site disinfection are essential. Lin Xiao listened intently, committing the vital information to memory, concerned he might forget. Li Hui took out paper and pen, sketching a simple layout for the roe deer facility. This area is for resting, this is the feeding zone, and this is the activity space. These 3 areas should be separated for easier management. When selecting roe deer, it's best to choose healthy adults. Ideally 1 male to 4 females, which yields the highest reproductive rate. Thank you so much, sisterly. With this plan, I feel much more confident, Lin Xiao expressed gratefully. Li Hui smiled, you're welcome. I also hope you can establish the roe deer facility, as it would provide our Agricultural Research Institute with a case study on wild animal domestication. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to call me or visit me directly at the Institute. Leaving Mr. Zhou's home, Lin Xiao felt much more assured. With the technical guidance secured, along with funding and market access, all that remained was to finalize the site. He rode his bicycle directly to the farm. Upon entering Grandpa Sen's home, Lin Zhouya poured Lin Xiao a cup of hot tea. I heard you've recently embarked on rabbit farming? You even attended a recognition ceremony, bringing honor to our Lin family. You must have come to discuss something important today? Lin Xiao took a sip of tea and earnestly shared his plan to raise roe deer. Grandpa San, I wish to lease that idle forest land adjacent to the brick kiln, about 30 acres, conveniently located next to the kiln for easier management. That brick kiln has been abandoned for several years. I intend to repurpose the building inside into a resting area and feed storage for the roe deer. Lin Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully, pausing before responding. He was aware of that forest land, which lay beside the derelict brick kiln, lying fallow for years, serving little purpose apart from growing some wild grass. The building of the brick kiln had indeed been used for a long time. Noticing his hesitation, Lin Xiao quickly added, "Grandpa-san, I am partnering with Director Zhou from the state-owned commercial market in the county. His wife is a technician at the Agricultural Research Institute, specializing in wild animal domestication, so we have solid technical backing. We will construct high-standard fences to ensure that the roe deer do not escape and damage the crops. Once the facility is established, it will also provide several job opportunities for the farm workers, thereby alleviating some of the farm-s burdens." Zhou Jianbin, he is indeed a capable young man, his father being a leader in the city, quite reliable. Lin Shui banged the table, declaring, "All right, I agree to this. The rent for the land will be set at 20 yuan per year, and you may freely use the brick kiln house. Water and electricity will be charged at cost. However, let me be clear, you must take good care of the premises and refrain from any damage. Rest assured, third grandfather, I will certainly protect the site. If the farm needs it, I will vacate it immediately," Lin Xiao hastily assured him. "Moreover, once the roe deer are ready for market, I will prioritize reserving some fine meat for our fellow villagers as a token of my goodwill." Lin Shui chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Do I lack that little meat of yours? What matters most is that you have ideas and are willing to work," he continued. "So, tomorrow I will have the accountant assist you with the lease formalities. For now, let me take you to see the site and identify the boundaries." As Lin Xiao followed his third grandfather to inspect the land, he felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him. The setting sun elongated their shadows, and the silhouette of the brick kiln was distinctly visible in the distance. The 30 acres of woodland lay to the east of the kiln, gently sloping, sheltered from the wind, and basking in sunlight, with a small stream meandering nearby, providing ample water, a veritable paradise for breeding. Lin Wenshan pointed to the boundary of the woodland. "From this old locust tree to that stone pillar over there, it measures exactly 30 acres. The boundaries are clear, so there will be no disputes with others." They approached the derelict brick kiln, its chimney still standing tall, surrounded by 5 brick houses. Although the roofs showed signs of wear, the walls remained sturdy. Pushing open the door to one room, Lin Xiao observed, "This used to be the workers' dormitory. It can still accommodate people. The 2 rooms over there can be converted into feed storage, and the large room at the back can be transformed into a warm shelter for the roe deer." Gazing at the site before him, Lin Xiao's mind began to formulate preliminary plans, and he smiled. "Third grandfather, this site is perfect. Once the paperwork is completed tomorrow, I will commence preparations for building the fence and repairing the houses." Chapter 51. The fiery commencement. Early the next morning, after confirming the site with his third grandfather, Lin Xiao rose with the dawn's first light. Instead of rushing to the farm to handle the paperwork, he first visited the old courtyard to check on the roe deer in the breeding cage. The deer seemed lively, nibbling on fresh alfalfa, merely glancing up at him with a wary eye before returning to its meal. It appeared to be adapting well. Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, refilling the water trough and scattering some softened bran. Just as he finished, he heard the excited barking of Blackie outside the gate, followed by Tiger's boisterous call, "Xiao, come out and lend a hand. The harvest is plentiful." Elated, Lin Xiao hurried outside to find Tiger shouldering a large bamboo cage and carrying 2 small woven baskets. Beads of sweat dotting his forehead, yet his face radiated joy. 5 hunting dogs surrounded him, wagging their tails and clutching bits of grass in their mouths, clearly having just returned from the mountains. "How was it? Did I disappoint you?" Tiger set the cage down and lifted the burlap covering, revealing 2 roe deer within. One was roughly the same size as the previous one, with a glossy coat, a mature doe, while beside it huddled a tiny fawn, its fur fluffy, eyes not fully open, seeking refuge in its mother's embrace. The larger one was caught, and the smaller one followed its mother. Seeing her captured, it just squatted beside her and wouldn't leave, so I took it back with me. Lin Xiao crouched down to examine the situation closely. The hind leg of the doe was slightly marked by the snare, though fortunately, no bones were injured. The fawn, albeit timid, breathed steadily and appeared quite healthy. "Well done, my boy." Lin Xiao patted Tiger's shoulder. This doe was of breeding age, and with this fawn, our genetic stock would be more stable. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the small basket in Tiger's hand. "What do you have there?" Tiger eagerly presented the basket, exclaiming, "Guess." Lin Xiao lifted the cloth covering the basket, and a soft grunt immediately resonated from within. Two tiny, palm-sized piglets were huddled together, their delicate pink noses twitching adorably. Piglets? Where did you get these? Lin Xiao was both astonished and delighted. In these times, pork was a precious commodity. If they could rear a few pigs, it would yield a considerable profit. On the way down the mountain, they encountered Wang, the hunter from Donggo, who was in pursuit of a large wild boar. Tiger took a sip of the cool water Lin Xiao offered and excitedly recounted, "That boar must weigh over 300 pounds. Wang couldn't handle it alone. I took my hunting dogs to assist him, and after a great deal of effort, we finally brought it down. According to the mountain's customs, those who witnessed the hunt share in the spoils. He promised me half of the pork, but since it would be difficult to store, I spotted these two little piglets and traded with him." Lin Xiao's joy grew with each word. "You clever lad. These piglets look robust. By the end of the year, they could easily weigh over 100 pounds. We have a pig pen in the old yard. Let's put them there for now. Once we finish our current tasks, I'll head to town to buy 2 more for mother, so we can raise them together." Zhao Xiaolan, hearing the commotion, emerged from the house, and her eyes lit up at the sight of the piglets. "These little ones are full of spirit. I'll go clean the pig pen and lay down some dry straw to ensure they grow plump and healthy." The group worked together harmoniously. Lin Xiao and Tiger placed the newly caught doe and fawn in a separate rabbit cage, wary of potential conflicts with adult deer, thus necessitating temporary isolation. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaolan took a basin of water to clean the pig pen, with Lin Xiaomei skipping behind her, eager to gather vegetable leaves for the piglets. The courtyard buzzed with lively activity, dispelling the previous gloom following Su Yan's departure. "Brother Xiao, we now have 3 deer, 1 male and 2 females, along with this fawn. Is our genetic stock sufficient?" Tiger squatted by the cage, watching the fawn nurse, casually inquiring. Lin Xiao shook his head. "Not quite. Sisterly mentioned that the optimal breeding ratio is 1 male to 4 females, so we still need to catch 2 more does. But there's no hurry. Let's first prepare the enclosure. We can't keep them in the rabbit cage indefinitely." After arranging their new acquisitions, Lin Xiao tucked the leasing agreement into his pocket and headed straight to the farm to finalize the paperwork. Lin Zhuya had already made arrangements, and the accountant, not asking many questions, swiftly completed the necessary procedures, handing over the agreement stamped with the farm's seal. Shower. The farm manager specifically instructed that water and electricity bills can be settled quarterly, no need for advance payment. If you require any tools from the farm, feel free to borrow them. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude, feeling a sense of security as he held the agreement. This 30 acres of woodland and brick kiln had finally been rightfully allocated for his use. Upon exiting the farm, Lin Xiao did not return home immediately, but instead made his way towards the staff dormitory. The individual Lin, a venerable master bricklayer in his 50s, is renowned for his exceptional craftsmanship. He possesses a remarkable ability not only to construct walls and buildings, but also to repair roofs and build stoves. In the past, when new homes were erected in the village, he was frequently called upon to oversee the work, as he is known for his integrity and fair pricing. Lin's home is situated at the easternmost end of the dormitory, where his yard is cluttered with bricks, tiles, and tools. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Lin opened it to find Lin Xiao, who greeted him with a smile. "Xiao, you have come. I heard you are venturing into deer farming, partnering with Director Zhou. Truly impressive." "Master Lin, I have come for that very purpose," Lin Xiao stated directly. "The brick kiln structure requires repairs, and we need to build a fence. I would like to invite you to lead the project and gather a few reliable hands. The pay will be calculated at 1 yuan per day, including a meal. What do you think? 1 yuan? That is quite a generous offer." Lin's eyes brightened, for in these times, the average daily wage for a laborer is merely 8 dimes, without meals included. He promptly agreed. "No problem. I will find people for you first thing tomorrow. They are all seasoned workers from the farm, skilled and efficient. Please, outline the specifics so I can have a clear understanding." Lin Xiao produced a planning diagram drawn by Li Hui. "You see, these 5 brick rooms, the 2 easternmost will be converted into a feed room and a tool room, requiring roof repairs and solid ground. The middle 2 will serve as dormitories for future caretakers. The largest western room will be transformed into a warm shelter for the deer, necessitating several partitions to create individual spaces for the does to give birth. The fence will be constructed along the boundary indicated by Grandpa San, 3 meters high, using wooden posts and barbed wire, with the base buried deeper to prevent the deer from digging out." Lin listened attentively, nodding occasionally. "This plan is sound. The warm shelter must have ventilation openings, otherwise it will be stifling in winter. The feed room requires moisture proofing, or the feed will spoil easily. The wooden post for the fence should be made of pine, as it is rot-resistant and will last for several years. Rest assured, I will bring all the necessary tools tomorrow to assess the damages and compile a materials list. Having finalized the repair plans, Lin Xiao felt a weight lift from his shoulders. He rode his bicycle to the farm and found his father, Lin Xiao, on duty at the guardhouse. "Father, I need to discuss something with you." Lin Xiao explained the deer farming project and the site plans. "I need to build a fence and require approximately 50 pine posts, each 2.5 meters long. Could you speak with the farm director to sell them to me at cost?" Upon hearing this was a serious matter, Lin Xiao immediately set down his newspaper. "Pine posts are no issue. I am well acquainted with Director Wang, and he will certainly accommodate you. However, for such a quantity, you will need a vehicle to transport them. I will make a request this afternoon and have Master Zhang, the transport worker, deliver them to you tomorrow." Pausing, he added, "Your mother and I have discussed it and decided to provide you with our savings as working capital. If it falls short, you can borrow from relatives." "Father, that is unnecessary." Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands. "I have over 5,000 on my own, plus the 3,000 from old Zhou. That will suffice. Please keep your and mother's funds for your retirement. Do not worry about me." Lin Xiao looked at his son with pride. "Good lad. You are responsible." "Very well. I will take care of the posts and ensure they are delivered first thing tomorrow. If you need assistance, I can adjust my schedule with my colleagues." Upon returning home, Lin Xiao found the yard already teeming with people. Zhao Xiaolan had just slain an old hen and was brewing a fragrant chicken soup. When Huzi shared news of the piglet with the villagers, curiosity piqued, and they flocked to witness the spectacle. Elder Zhang, gently stroking the piglet, chuckled, "Shower. It seems you are embarking on a grand venture. Raising both deer and pigs, you must include all of us in your endeavors." "Rest assured, sir. Once the site is ready, I will certainly invite everyone to lend a hand." Lin Xiao responded with a smile. During dinner, Lin Xiao informed everyone about the construction set to commence the following day. Huzi volunteered, "Brother Xiao, tomorrow I shall go to the mountain to gather some thatch for the roof repairs. My mother suggested I bring extra provisions for a shared lunch." Lin Xiaomei raised her hand. "I will join as well. I can help wash vegetables and prepare the meal." Lin Xiao nodded approvingly. "Very well. Let us collaborate tomorrow and strive to complete the site swiftly." At dawn the next day, as the first light broke, the brick kiln site buzzed with activity. Lin Imin arrived punctually with 5 farm workers, each bearing a tool bag and wielding a trowel and hammer. Lin Xiao accompanied Master Zhang from the forest, with a truck loaded with 50 sturdy pine posts and several rolls of wire mesh. Huzi, carrying a sickle, led a few young villagers to gather thatch. Zhao Xiaolan and Lin Xiaomei set up a simple stove beside the brick kiln, preparing lunch. After unloading the materials, they divided tasks. Lin Xiao stood at the center of the site, proclaiming, "Master Lin, please take 2 individuals to repair the house. First the roof, then the partitions. The rest shall assist me in unloading the posts to prepare for the fence." "No problem," Master Zhang replied, and everyone promptly set to work. While unloading the posts, Lin Xiao deliberately selected the sturdiest ones, embedding 2 at the entrance of the warm shelter to create a rudimentary door frame. "This frame needs to be robust. We will require it for transporting feed, ensuring it accommodates a cart," Lin Xiao explained as he worked. Master Zhang advised from the side, "When burying, add some gravel to compact it, otherwise it may lean." Following his guidance, Lin Xiao ensured the posts were planted firmly and upright. Meanwhile, Lin Imin and his crew had begun repairing the roof. They removed the damaged tiles, replacing them with new ones, filling the gaps with a mixture of mud, and then layering the thatch Huzi had gathered, securing it with ropes. "The thatch must be thick for warmth in winter," Lin Imin called from the rooftop. "How high should the partition be, Xiao?" 1.5 meters will suffice," Lin Xiao responded. "It needs to divide the space while allowing the deer to move freely." By noon, Zhao Xiaolan's meal was ready. Chicken soup, scrambled eggs, cold cucumbers, and a large basin of corn cakes filled the air with delightful aromas. Everyone set aside their tasks and gathered around the stove, devouring the meal eagerly. Aunt Zhao's cooking is truly exceptional, far better than the cafeteria's offerings, a farm worker exclaimed cheerfully. Zhao Xiaolan waved her hand with a smile. "If it's delicious, then eat your fill. You'll need your strength for the afternoon's work." After a brief half-hour respite, they returned to their tasks. Lin Xiao led the team in digging post holes for the fence, every 2 meters apart and 1 meter deep, then embedding the pine posts and compacting them with hammers. Master Zhang instructed everyone on how to stretch the wire mesh, emphasizing that it should be wrapped 3 layers thick, with the top layer tilted inward to prevent the deer from escaping. As he spoke, he demonstrated the technique, ensuring that the joints were tightly bound with iron wire, leaving no gaps. Huzi, having finished cutting the reeds, came over to assist in pulling the wire mesh. With his considerable strength, he grasped one end of the wire mesh and pulled it forward vigorously, quickly leveling it out. Shower, once this roe deer enclosure is established, how many roe deer will we need to raise? Huzai inquired as he worked. Let's start with 20 and test the waters, Lin Xiao replied, adding that once the techniques were refined, they would expand the scale. At that point, we can construct a biogas pit, utilizing the deer manure as raw material, which is both environmentally friendly and serves for lighting and cooking. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the entrance of the brick kiln, and upon looking up, they saw Grandpa Lin Xiao approaching, accompanied by 2 farm employees carrying several bags. Grandpa, what brings you here? Lin Xiao hurriedly welcomed him. I came to check on the progress and to bring you some supplies, Lin Wenshan replied with a smile. This is freshly harvested corn from the farm for your feed, and a few bags of cement for the ground, which is sturdier than mud. Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you so much, Grandpa. You've truly been a tremendous help. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively, taking a tour around the brick kiln and nodding in satisfaction at the enthusiasm displayed by everyone. Very good, very good. The progress is quite swift. I've informed the farm that if you need corn, straw, or other feed, they will prioritize your requests at cost price. That is fantastic. Lin Xiao quickly expressed his gratitude. With the farm's support, the feed issue was largely resolved. Before leaving, Lin Xiao specifically pulled Lin Xiao aside. Shower. Raising roe deer is a novel endeavor. Ensure you communicate frequently with Technician Li and avoid rash actions. If funds become insufficient, let me know, and the farm can assist you. I understand, Grandpa. Rest assured, Lin Xiao said, touched by the support of so many elders and fellow villagers, which bolstered his confidence in establishing the roe deer enclosure. In the following days, the changes at the brick kiln became increasingly pronounced. The roof was repaired, eliminating concerns of leaks. The partitions for the warming shed were constructed, dividing it into 6 small rooms, and the fences were erected, with 3-meter-high wire mesh encircling 30 acres of woodland, forming a sturdy barrier. Lin Xiao also dug a small water pool in the middle of the woodland, channeling water from a nearby stream for the roe deer to drink. On the 5th day, Old Zhou arrived with Li Hui. Upon seeing the transformed brick kiln, Old Zhou patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder with a smile. Shower, your efficiency is commendable. This is much faster than I anticipated. Li Hui diligently inspected the warming shed and the fence, occasionally nodding in approval. Everything looks good, quite professional. The ventilation openings in the warming shed are appropriately sized. The fence is sufficiently high, and the base is buried deep enough to prevent the deer from escaping. She walked over to the water pool, examining the water quality. The water is very clean, but it should be changed regularly to prevent bacterial growth. Tomorrow, I will bring some deworming medication to disinfect the area, after which we can relocate the roe deer. Lin Xiao nodded eagerly. I appreciate your help, Sister Li. I will follow your guidance. Old Zhou, meanwhile, was surveying the surroundings. I've already secured the sales channels. I've signed agreements with 3 major restaurants in the county. As soon as the roe deer are ready for market, they will purchase them at 15 yuan per pound. Once we scale up, I will reach out to the provincial cities' markets. That afternoon, Lin Xiao and Huzai moved the 3 roe deer from the old yard to the new enclosure. At the moment the cage door was unlatched, the adult roe deer cautiously surveyed its surroundings before stepping gingerly out of the enclosure and meandering through the forest. The fawn closely followed its mother, curiously observing the new environment. Upon spotting a water pool, the mother deer led her young one over for a drink, exuding an air of contentment. Wonderful. They are adapting quite well, Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Li Hui, standing nearby, reminded him, in the initial days, refrain from feeding them too much concentrated feed. Allow them to acclimate to the grass first. Monitor their feces daily, and if anything seems amiss, contact me promptly. I will remember this, Sister Li, Lin Xiao responded earnestly, noting everything in a dedicated notebook to track the roe deer's feeding habits and health. After relocating the deer, Lin Xiao fulfilled his promise and went to the town to purchase 2 piglets for Zhao Xiulan. Upon seeing the piglets, Zhao Xiulan beamed with delight, exclaiming, "These little creatures are so robust. They perfectly match the 2 from Tiger. I will take good care of them and have them ready for slaughter by year-end to improve our meals." Lin Xiaomei then named the 4 piglets, Hung Hung, Gigi, Lulu, and Dudu, and she visited them daily after school to feed them. Once the roe deer enclosure was complete, Lin Xiao remained industrious. Each morning, he would inspect the deer enclosure, replenish their feed, and change their water, all while learning wall construction and roofing skills from Lin Aimin. In the afternoons, he ventured into the mountains with Tiger to set traps for capturing more deer. His persistent efforts bore fruit as he successfully caught 2 female roe deer. finally assembling a breeding stock of 1 male and 4 females. In the evenings, he diligently studied the husbandry manual provided by Li Hui, filling an entire thick notebook with notes. One day, while Lin Xiao was feeding the deer, Haizi suddenly began to growl at something beyond the enclosure. Looking up, he saw Wang Chong, a member of the joint task force who had previously assisted in hunting down a wolf pack. "Brother Xiao," Wang Chong called as he approached. "The advisor from the county's armed forces is here to speak with you." Lin Xiao felt a surge of curiosity and quickly followed Wang Chong to the village office. Upon seeing the advisor, Lin Xiao promptly saluted, "Advisor Wang, what brings you here?" With a smile, the advisor waved his hand dismissively. "I come bearing good news. The higher-ups have heard about your initiative in farming and how you've been helping our fellow villagers find employment. They are quite impressed. After careful consideration, they have decided to award you the title of Youth Entrepreneurial Leader, along with a grant of 1,000 yuan for your business." Stunned, Lin Xiao had not anticipated such recognition for his deer farming endeavor. The advisor handed him the certificate and the monetary reward, encouraging him, "Xiao, keep up the excellent work. The higher-ups have great expectations for you. Should you encounter any challenges, do not hesitate to reach out to the armed forces. We plan to report your achievements to the city, so others can learn from your example." "Thank you, Advisor Wang. I am grateful for the support from the higher-ups," Lin Xiao replied, exhilarated. With this 1,000 yuan, he could purchase additional farming equipment. Upon returning from the village office, Lin Xiao held the certificate and the cash, his heart brimming with excitement. He hung the certificate in the dormitory of the deer enclosure and then took the money to the county town, where he bought a small grinder. With this grinder, he could process corn and straw into feed, making it both convenient and cost-effective. Old Zhou, upon seeing the grinder, chuckled. "Xiao, your mind works swiftly. With this, the feed issue will be completely resolved." Back at the deer enclosure, Lin Xiao installed the grinder and tested its effectiveness. The corn was quickly transformed into a fine powder. Huzi gazed at the crusher, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Xiao, go! With this contraption, feeding the roe deer and pigs will be so much more convenient. My mother will no longer have to toil away grinding corn." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "In the future, we shall acquire even more equipment, transforming the roe deer farm into a modern breeding facility." That evening, Lin Xiao convened a small meeting in the dormitory of the roe deer farm, attended by Huzi, Lin and 2 farm workers responsible for daily feeding. With the site established and the breeding stock secured, the focus now shifted to meticulous management. Lin Xiao produced his notebook. "Huzi, you are in charge of daily mountain grass cutting to ensure a steady supply of feed. Master Lin, you will oversee the maintenance of the premises, promptly repairing any damages. And you 2 brothers will handle daily feeding, water changes, cleaning of waste, and monitoring the health of the roe deer, reporting any issues immediately." Everyone responded in unison. And Huzi raised his hand, suggesting, "Xiao, go. I propose we maintain an attendance ledger, recording who did what and for how long, ensuring fairness and transparency." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. "That's an excellent idea. We shall implement it as Huzi suggested. When salaries are distributed each month, bonuses will be awarded based on attendance and performance, rewarding those who excel." After the meeting, Lin Xiao sat alone in the dormitory, gazing out at the moonlight. The roe deer farm was serene, occasionally punctuated by the soft sounds of the deer. He took out a photograph of Su Yin, a memento from the last commendation ceremony, where they had posed together. Su Yin, clad in her police uniform, radiated joy. "Su Yin, look, I have accomplished it," Lin Xiao whispered. "Once the roe deer farm becomes profitable, I will journey to the provincial city to show you my achievements." He carefully placed the photo back into his wallet and resumed studying the breeding manual. He understood that this farm was merely the beginning. He aimed to seize the opportunities presented by the reform and opening up policies, accumulating more capital to venture into greater enterprises. With memories of his past life guiding him, he recognized the future opportunities that awaited. As long as he remained grounded and progressed step by step, he would one day rise to greater heights. The next morning, Lin Xiao visited the town bank, depositing the 3,000 yuan from Old Zhou alongside his own 5,000, opening a joint account as Old Zhou had suggested, ensuring transparency for both parties. He then purchased corn and premium feed to transport back to the roe deer farm. Upon returning, he encountered Li Hui, who arrived with a thermal box. "I've brought some vaccines for the roe deer. Administering these will help prevent infectious diseases." Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude as he assisted Li Hui in vaccinating each deer. While administering the shots, Li Hui remarked, "Next month, the female roe deer will come into heat. At that time, we need to place the males and females together and observe closely. If any fighting occurs, we must separate them immediately." Chapter 52. Encountering a bear in the deep mountains, a life-and-death struggle to avert crisis as the final coat of preservative paint on the roe deer farm's fence dried. Lin Xiao pulled Huzi along into the mountains. They still needed one adult female roe deer. Li Hui had mentioned that the breeding season would commence in half a month, necessitating a complete group of 1 male and 4 females, or they would have to wait until the next year. Just as dawn broke, the two set out, carrying hunting rifles and gear, with He Zi trailing behind, accompanied by 4 hunting dogs whose tails stood straight, clearly eager for the hunt ahead. Shower go. Shall we search around the western ditch today? As Huzi trod upon the gravel by the roadside, chewing on a blade of foxtail grass. He recalled the last time he had spotted a herd of roe deer there, at least 5 or 6, all does. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. The gentle slopes of Shigo, adorned with lush vegetation, were indeed a favored haunt for the roe deer. He tightened the straps of his .56 rifle, fully loaded with cartridges. This firearm, a piece of equipment from the Joint Logistics Team, was ideal for both self-defense and hunting, far superior to the rustic guns of seasoned hunters. The path into the mountains grew increasingly narrow, flanked by trees laden with foliage. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Suddenly, He halted, growling towards a thicket ahead, his ears pressed flat against his head. Instinctively, Lin Xiao raised his hand to signal Huzi to crouch, while he slowly lifted his rifle, following Hezi's gaze. The thicket remained eerily silent, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze. What is happening? Huzi whispered, instinctively reaching for the hunting knife at his waist. Lin Xiao shook his head, indicating silence, and gently parted the branches in front of him. Just then, a cacophony of frantic barking erupted from the direction ahead, mingled with human shouts, filled with terror. Alarm coursed through Lin Xiao. Someone was in danger. He urgently beckoned Huzi. Hurry, let us investigate. The pair dashed forward with Hezi, running approximately 200 meters before the sight before them drew a sharp intake of breath. In an open valley, a formidable black bear, weighing over 300 pounds, was furiously flailing its claws, while 3 lifeless hunting dogs lay on the ground, their bodies a gruesome sight. The remaining 3 dogs, albeit valiantly attempting to bite at the bear's hind legs, were nearing exhaustion. One had a long gash across its abdomen, blood streaming down its fur. The bear's left shoulder bore a bullet wound, still bleeding, which only incited its fury further. It whirled around and struck the foremost dog with a swift swipe, sending the creature hurtling like a rag doll against a nearby tree, silencing it forever. Old 3. A piercing cry rang out. Lin Xiao turned to see 3 men clad in hunting attire, wielding an antiquated shotgun, firing at the bear. Yet the weapon's feeble firepower proved ineffective. The bullets merely grazed the bear's thick hide, failing to inflict any fatal damage, instead inciting its wrath. The man referred to as Old 3 lay on the ground, a pool of blood spreading beside his head, his hunting rifle discarded nearby, eyes half open, breathing shallowly, clearly gravely injured. Among the other 2 men, one was tall with a scarred face, gritting his teeth as he loaded bullets into the old shotgun. The other, slightly shorter, bore claw marks on his arm, blood flowing freely, yet he remained fixated on the bear, his rifle trembling in his hands, reluctant to fire for fear of hitting the still battling dogs. It's the Chun brothers from the neighboring farm. Huzi recognized them. The eldest, Chun Wenyong, the second, Chun Wenjun, and the youngest, Chun Wenji, all renowned hunters. Lin Xiao had heard of them. It was said they had hunted alongside their father since childhood, possessing exceptional marksmanship. Who would have thought they would find themselves in peril against a black bear today? As the bear dispatched the last of the hunting dogs, it turned, its blood-red eyes locking onto the Chun brothers, advancing slowly, its breath hissing ominously. It was a fight for survival. Chun Wenyong let out a fierce roar, raising his old shotgun and aiming it at the head of the black bear, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet whizzed past the bear's ear, striking a nearby stone and sparking a shower of embers. The black bear, thoroughly enraged, quickened its pace and lunged towards Chun Wenyong. In a frantic attempt, Chun Wenyong fired again, but was a moment too late. The bear's claws were already swinging towards him. At that crucial moment, Lin Xiao decisively pulled the trigger. The power of the .56 caliber was far superior to that of the old shotgun, and the bullet, accompanied by a piercing whistle, struck the bear's right front leg with precision. The bear howled in agony, its furious charge towards Chun Wenyong momentarily halted. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Wenyong rolled aside, narrowly evading a fatal blow, though he was still caught by the bear's claw, which shredded his clothing and left 3 deep gashes on his arm. Shower. Aim for its eyes. Huzi, now alert, raised his own rifle and fired at the bear's head. The firepower was significantly stronger than a typical rural gun. Although the bullet missed a vital spot, it successfully drew the bear's attention. The black bear turned and charged towards Lin Xiao and Huzi, its massive body shaking the ground with each step, saliva mixed with blood dripping from its mouth, emitting a foul stench. Lin Xiao did not dare to underestimate the creature. He understood that the bear's thick skin and robust flesh could not be subdued by ordinary wounds. He swiftly changed the magazine, aiming at the bear's left eye. As it leapt towards him, he pulled the trigger once more. Bang! The bullet struck true, and the bear's left eye erupted in a burst of crimson. With a heart-wrenching howl, the bear lost its sense of direction, spinning wildly in place and flailing its claws. Now was the moment. Chen Wenyong sprang to his feet, suppressing the excruciating pain in his arm, and aimed his old shotgun at the bear's wound, firing twice in quick succession. The bullets burrowed into the old injury on the bear's shoulder, further slowing its movements. Huzi seized the chance to maneuver behind the bear, raising his hunting knife and plunging it forcefully into the joint of its rear leg. With a sickening squelch, the knife nearly buried itself entirely. The bear, in pain, kicked Huzi away, sending him crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Xiao rushed forward, pulling Huzi to his feet. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Xiao, just a bit sore." Huzi rubbed his backside, retrieving the fallen rural gun and charging back into the fray. Though the bear had lost an eye and sustained severe injuries, it remained fierce, lunging once more at Chen Wenyong, who could not evade in time and was knocked to the ground, his shotgun flying from his grasp. "Second brother," Chen Wenyong shouted as he rushed forward, wrapping his arms around the bear's hind leg in a desperate attempt to pull it away. The bear, now restrained, swung around, fixating its remaining eye on Chen Wenyong, opening its massive jaws to bite. At that instant, Lin Xiao leapt onto the bear's back, gripping its body tightly with his legs, raising his shotgun and aiming at the back of its skull, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed through the valley, causing the massive black bear to tremble violently before its frantic movements abruptly ceased. It shook its enormous head and collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before becoming silent. Lin Xiao jumped down from the bear's back, panting heavily, his shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to his back. Chen Wenyong and Chen Wenjun slumped to the ground, still in shock as they gazed at the fallen beast, rendered speechless. Third brother, Chen Wenyong suddenly came to his senses, scrambling over to Chen Wenji's side, cradling his head. "Third brother, how are you? Please don't scare me." Chen Wenji's eyes had lost their luster, his breathing weak, and blood continued to flow from the wound on his head. Chen Wenjun rushed over as well, pulling a clean cloth from his pocket in an attempt to staunch the bleeding, but it proved futile, quickly becoming saturated with blood. Lin Xiao and Huzi approached, and upon witnessing Chen Wenji's grave injuries, their hearts sank. The head is a vital area. With such a wound, the prognosis seemed dire. "Quickly, to the hospital," Lin Xiao declared decisively. "Huzi, you go fetch our bicycles. Brother Chen Wenyong, you and I will carry third brother. Brother Chen Wenjun, gather our things. We must hurry to the Linchong hospital." Everyone sprang into action. Lin Xiao and Chen Wenyong carefully lifted Chen Wenji, while Huzi dashed back to the mountain entrance to retrieve the bicycles. Chen Wenji's body was heavy, and it wasn't long before Lin Xiao and Chen Wenyong were drenched in sweat. As they cradled Chen Wenji, he weakly uttered, "Brother." Tears streamed down Chen Wenyong's face as he choked out, "Third brother, hang in there. We will be at the hospital soon. Our mother is waiting for you to come home." Huzi returned, pushing 2 bicycles, and Lin Xiao and Chen Wenyong placed Chen Wenji on the rear seat of one bicycle, securing him with rope. Chen Wenyong rode one bicycle while Lin Xiao rode the other, with Huzi and Chen Wenjun following closely behind, steadying Chen Wenji to prevent him from falling. They raced towards the Linchong hospital. Along the way, Chen Wenyong intermittently recounted the events to Lin Xiao. It turned out that the 3 Chen brothers had ventured into the mountains in search of roe deer and had unexpectedly encountered the black bear in the valley. Initially, they believed that with 6 hunting dogs and 3 old rifles, they could subdue the beast. However, during the skirmish, Chen Wenyong's rifle jammed. This critical malfunction allowed the bear to exploit the opening and charge at them madly. Within mere minutes, 5 of the 6 hunting dogs had perished, and Chen Wenji had sustained a head injury from the bear's assault. Had Lin Xiao and Huzi not arrived in time, the 3 brothers would likely have met a tragic fate. "Lin brothers, Huzi brother, we owe you our lives today. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have perished." Chen Wenyong expressed his gratitude. "You played a crucial role in bringing down that bear, and by rights, the spoils should belong to you. Once third brother recovers, I will bring you some bear meat and bear bile." Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, let us not discuss that now. Saving third brother is our priority. We will address the bear matter later. They hurried on, finally reaching the Lichong hospital around noon. The hospital was modest, staffed by only 2 doctors and 3 nurses. Upon seeing Chun Wenji's injuries, the doctors swiftly wheeled him into the emergency room. The crowd anxiously awaited outside, while Chun Wenyong paced back and forth in the corridor, his hands clasped together, murmuring repeatedly, "Heaven, please let the third brother be safe." An hour later, the emergency room door swung open, and the doctor, removing his mask, shook his head, his face etched with sorrow. "I am sorry, we did all we could." The victim suffered severe cranial fractures and excessive intracranial bleeding. "We could not save him." "No." Chun Wenyong's legs buckled beneath him as he collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chun Wenjun stood frozen, tears streaming down his face like pearls from a broken string, whispering, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Lin Xiao and Huzi also fell silent. Though not intimately acquainted with Chun Wenji, witnessing a vibrant life extinguished before their eyes weighed heavily on their hearts. Huzi lowered his head, kicking at the stones on the ground, his eyes reddening. Lin Xiao placed a comforting hand on Chun Wenyong's shoulder, seeking words of solace but found himself at a loss. In the face of life and death, any expression seemed utterly inadequate. After a considerable time, Chun Wenyong gradually regained his composure, wiping away his tears. He stood up and deeply bowed to Lin Xiao and Huzi. "Brother Lin, Brother Huzi, today's kindness will forever be etched in our hearts. Although we could not save the third brother, it was your assistance that brought down the bear. We cannot accept it. Once we manage the third brother's affairs, I shall deliver the entire bear to you." "Brother, that is not acceptable." Lin Xiao quickly supported him. "We merely lend a hand. How can we accept your bear? Moreover, the third brother requires a proper burial. The bear meat and gall can be sold to cover his funeral expenses, with the remainder for his wife and children. We truly cannot accept it." "No, you must." Chun Wenyong insisted firmly. "This is our heartfelt intention. If you refuse, it is as if you disdain us." The two were at an impasse for quite some time. Ultimately, Lin Xiao, unable to withstand Chun Wenyong's resolve, conceded, "All right, brother. Let us do this. We will only take 4 bear paws, just to savor the taste. The remaining bear meat, gall, and skin will be left for you. This is already the maximum we can accept. If you insist further, we shall truly take our leave." Seeing Lin Xiao's steadfastness, Chun Wenyong nodded in agreement. "Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. The 4 bear paws will be yours, and the rest we shall keep." They assisted the Chun brothers in contacting the workers from the forest farm to transport Chun Wenji's body back home. The Chun family's circumstances were not affluent. Their modest earthen dwelling contained only a few pieces of worn furniture. Upon hearing the news, Chun Wenji's wife fainted on the spot, and upon regaining consciousness, she clung to her husband's lifeless body, wailing in anguish. Witnessing this scene, Lin Xiao and Huzi felt an even heavier weight in their hearts. After offering a few words of comfort to the Chun brothers, Lin Xiao and Huzi prepared to head home. Chun Wenyong handed Lin Xiao the 4 prepared bear paws, wrapped in burlap, pressing them into his hands. "Brother Lin, take these. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to approach us. We would face any peril without a moment's hesitation." Lin Xiao accepted the bear paws, nodding solemnly. "Brother, I offer my condolences. Should you require assistance, please do not hesitate to let us know." As they walked homeward, both remained silent, the earlier excitement now replaced by a profound heaviness. The setting sun elongated their shadows, while the wild grass by the roadside swayed in the breeze, exuding a particular desolation. Huzi kicked a small stone on the ground and murmured, "Shower, hunting is truly perilous. Chun Sen has just perished, leaving behind a wife and children." Lin Xiao sighed deeply, remaining silent. He had witnessed countless farewells in his past life, yet experiencing such a tragedy firsthand was still profoundly disheartening. In this era, relying on the mountains for sustenance, hunting was the sole livelihood for many hunters. However, hunting inherently entailed confronting danger. One could easily lose their life in the mountains. Chun Wenji was neither the first nor the last to meet such a fate. "But we have no alternative," Lin Xiao softly remarked. "If we do not hunt, how can we earn money? Without income, how can we engage in farming? How can we improve our lives?" Huzi lowered his head and murmured, "I understand, yet I still feel afraid." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "Do not fear. When we venture into the mountains to hunt, let us be more vigilant and avoid provoking formidable beasts. Once the roe deer farm becomes profitable, we shall no longer need to rely on hunting for our survival." Upon returning home, darkness had already descended. Zhao Xiaolan, noticing the somber expressions on their faces and the burlap bag they carried, hurriedly inquired, "What happened? Is everything all right?" What is this? Lin Xiao recounted their encounter with the black bear and the Chun brothers to his mother. After listening, Zhao Xiaolan lamented, "What a tragedy. Chun family's youngest is barely over 30, such a pity." Chapter 53. Braised bear paw. The following morning, Lin Xiao deliberately selected the largest bear paw, washed it clean with fresh water, wrapped it in 2 layers of clean burlap, and set off towards the county town. Old Zhou had resolved significant issues regarding technology and sales for him. He felt it was only fitting to deliver such a rare item to him first. As the state-run store opened its doors, Lin Xiao arrived promptly. The security guard on duty, recognizing him, greeted him with a smile. "Captain Lin, are you looking for Director Zhou? He just arrived at his office and is reviewing reports." Lin Xiao nodded and quietly entered the office building. The door to old Zhou's office was ajar, and the sound of an abacus clicking could be heard from within. "Zhou Gu, are you busy?" Lin Xiao asked as he pushed the door open. Old Zhou looked up, and upon seeing him, immediately set aside the abacus. "Xiao, you're here. Please, take a seat. Everything is fine at the roe deer farm, I hope?" "Indeed, all is well," Lin Xiao replied, placing the bear paw on the desk. "We encountered some trouble in the mountains yesterday and dealt with a black bear. This is the bear paw. I brought it for you to sample." Old Zhou's eyes lit up as he reached out to touch the bear paw. "Goodness, what a substantial bear paw. This is a rare delicacy. It's difficult to acquire even with money. Why don't you keep it to nourish your family? There are still 3 at home. It is sufficient," Lin Xiao smiled. "Were it not for your assistance, I would not have been able to establish the roe deer farm. This offering is but a small token of gratitude." Old Zhou, no longer polite, placed the bear paw in the cabinet. "Then I shall graciously accept it. By the way, I spoke with Sister Li from the Agricultural Science Institute. She has contacted an expert from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences, who will come next week to conduct a health check on the roe deer and provide guidance on breeding techniques. The sources for wild boars and pheasants have also been secured and will be delivered in a few days." "Really? That's fantastic," Lin Xiao exclaimed with delight. "Zhou Gu, thank you so much for your help. I feel like I am always troubling you. We are partners. There is no need for such formality." Old Zhou waved his hand. "When the experts arrive, make sure to consult them thoroughly to solidify your breeding techniques. There is no rush to expand. First, we must lay a solid foundation." After a brief discussion with Old Zhou regarding the plans for the roe deer farm, Lin Xiao rose to take his leave. Accompanying him to the door, Old Zhou suddenly recalled something. "By the way, the food processing factory in the county has contacted me. They are interested in collaborating with us to develop canned roe deer meat. Once the deer are ready for market, we can certainly give it a try." "That sounds splendid." Lin Xiao eagerly agreed, recognizing it as a valuable opportunity to significantly expand their market reach. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao found a large iron pot set up in the yard, with Zhao Xiaolan squatting by the stove, tending to the fire as steam rose from the boiling water. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's return, she quickly stood up. "Xiao, you're finally back. Hurry, bring me the bear paws. The water has just reached a boil. Perfect for deherring." Lin Xiao retrieved the remaining 3 bear paws, placing them in a wooden basin in the yard. Zhao Xiaolan fetched a small stool and soaked the bear paws in warm water for 10 minutes before gently scraping off the fine hairs with a knife. Preparing bear paws is indeed a meticulous task that cannot be rushed. As she scraped, Zhao Xiaolan explained, "First, we must soak them in warm water to soften the hair roots, allowing for a thorough cleaning. Otherwise, they will emit a foul odor during cooking." Lin Xiaomei squatted beside her, curiously observing. "Mother, is it very laborious to scrape the hairs off such tough bear paws?" "Even if it is laborious, we must ensure they are thoroughly cleaned," Zhao Xiaolan replied with a smile. "These bear paws are a delicacy. Your grandfather once hunted a black bear in the mountains, and I prepared it just like this. The flavor was simply exquisite." Once the fine hairs were removed, Zhao Xiaolan placed the bear paws into the boiling pot, adding slices of ginger and sections of green onion, bringing it to a vigorous boil. This step is essential for blanching, as it helps to expel the blood and impurities from the bear paws. She covered the pot and added a few more pieces of firewood, letting it simmer for half an hour before retrieving the paws and soaking them in cold water, ensuring they were thoroughly cooled before deboning. Tiger also approached, squatting by the stove to help with the fire. "Annie, there are so many intricacies involved in preparing bear paws?" he inquired. "I thought you could just stew them directly." "Stewing them directly won't suffice," Zhao Xiaolan explained. "Bear paws contain a lot of tendons. If not handled properly, they will turn out tough and stringy, unpalatable. You all must lend a hand when it comes time to deb one." After half an hour, Zhao Xiaolan lifted the pot lid, and a wave of steam enveloped her. She prodded the bear paws with chopsticks, finding them sufficiently tender, and used a slotted spoon to lift them out, placing them into a nearby basin of cold water. They would need to soak for 2 hours to cool completely, making it easier to extract the bones. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she instructed, "Shower. Go check on the roe deer farm. Tiger, help me tidy up the yard." Lin Xiao nodded and turned to head to the roe deer farm. The 2 staff members responsible for feeding the roe deer were busy replenishing their food. Upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, they greeted him promptly. "Captain Lin, you're here today. The roe deer are particularly lively. That little fawn has been running around with its mother several times." Lin Xiao stepped into the enclosure, scrutinizing the condition of the deer. Seeing that they were all healthy brought him a sense of relief. "Captain Lin, I heard you and Brother Tiger encountered a black bear yesterday?" One of the staff members whispered. "I heard from the people at the forest farm that Chen's third son didn't make it. It's truly unfortunate." Lin Xiao sighed. "Indeed. Hunting is fraught with danger. In the future, when you venture into the mountains, be sure to prioritize safety and never go alone." The staff nodded earnestly. "Understood, Captain Lin. We will be careful." After spending over an hour at the roe deer farm, Lin Xiao returned home. As I approached the entrance, I observed Zhao Xiulan and Huzi diligently working around a bear paw. The paw had already soaked and cooled, and Zhao Xiulan carefully sliced along the seams with a knife, gently extracting the bones. Once the bones were removed, only the tendons and flesh remained, rendering it more tender when stewed. "It's easier to cook this way," Zhao Xiulan remarked as she continued her task. Lin Xiao stepped forward to assist, holding the bear paw steady to facilitate her work. After extracting the bones, Zhao Xiulan chopped the paw into evenly sized pieces and placed them into a basin, soaking them in clean water. "We need to soak it for about an hour to draw out the blood. This ensures there is no unpleasant odor when stewed," she explained. "Once soaked, we will marinate it with cooking wine and ginger slices for half an hour to enhance the flavor." Just then, a commotion erupted from outside the courtyard. Lin Xiao looked up to see Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun carrying something wrapped in red cloth, followed by several farm employees, each holding various items, all making their way toward the courtyard. "Lin, are you home?" Chun Wenyong called out loudly. Lin Xiao hurried to greet them. "Elder brother Chun, second brother Chun. What brings you here? Come in and sit." Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun set down their burdens and unveiled the red cloth, revealing a pig's head weighing over 20 pounds, festively adorned with a piece of red cloth in its mouth. "Lin, brother, Huzi, brother. We have come to express our gratitude today," Chun Wenyong said earnestly. Zhao Xiulan quickly stepped forward, and upon seeing the pig's head and the items in their hands, she remarked, "Elder brother Chun, you are too kind. We are all from the same village. Helping each other is only right. Why bring so much? Aunt, this is different." Chun Wenjun replied. "If it weren't for Lin and Huzi, we would have lost our lives long ago. This is hardly anything." According to the customs of Kaoshan village, the most solemn gesture of gratitude is to present a pig's head, accompanied by wine and pastries. Not only did Chun Wenyong bring the pig's head, but he also brought 2 jars of white liquor, a basket of eggs, and several pounds of brown sugar, items that were quite rare in that era. The accompanying farm workers brought along vegetables and fruits from their own harvest, evidently to lend support. "Lin, this pig's head was specially purchased from the town. It's the fattest one we could find," Chun Wenyong stated. "As per our customs, presenting a pig's head is the highest form of gratitude. I hope you will not find it lacking." Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Elder brother Chun, you are too gracious. How could I possibly complain? Please, come inside." Once everyone entered the house, Zhao Xiulan promptly brewed tea, while Lin Xiaomei served sunflower seeds and peanuts. After taking a sip of tea, Chun Wenyong sighed. "The funeral for the third brother has been completed, thanks to the help of our fellow villagers. In the past few days, my second brother and I have discussed that we will no longer venture into the mountains for hunting. It is far too perilous." Lin Xiao felt a spark of inspiration and promptly said, "Elder brother Chun, second brother Chun, I have a proposition. I am planning to expand my roe deer farm to include wild boars and pheasants, and I am in need of experienced individuals to assist. If you are willing to join me, I can offer you a monthly salary of 30 yuan, with food and lodging provided. What do you think?" Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun exchanged glances, both seeing surprise reflected in each other's eyes. "Lin, is this for real?" Chun Wenyong exclaimed. "We have never raised such animals. We fear we might not do it well. It's quite all right. I have invited an expert from the Agricultural Science Institute who will teach you the techniques of animal husbandry." Lin Xiao remarked, "You are seasoned hunters, well acquainted with animal behavior, and I am confident you will excel in this endeavor." "That is splendid," Chun Wenjun exclaimed with enthusiasm. "We were quite worried about our future livelihoods, and we never expected you, Brother Lin, to consider us. We shall follow your lead and ensure our work is performed with utmost diligence." Chun Wenyong nodded eagerly, adding, "Indeed, Brother Lin. Rest assured that my brother and I will devote ourselves wholeheartedly and will never slack off. Zhao Xiaolan chimed in with a smile. Eldest brother Chun, second brother Chun. Should you join us, we will be like family. If any difficulties arise, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Chun Wenyong, touched by her words, replied, Auntie. Brother Lin, you are truly kind-hearted. If the third brother were aware of this, he would undoubtedly be grateful to you. After discussing matters concerning the deer farm for a while, Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun prepared to take their leave. Lin Xiao offered to have them stay for dinner. But Chun Wenyong waved his hand dismissively, saying, No, Brother Lin, we have some matters to attend to at home. Once we have settled everything, we shall come to work tomorrow. Lin Xiao did not press further and accompanied them to the door, saying, Very well. I will have Huzi prepare 2 dormitory rooms for you. You can come directly tomorrow. Once the Chun brothers departed, Zhao Xiaolan hurried to prepare the bear paws. The soaked bear paws had been drained of moisture, and she swiftly caught a laying hen from the chicken coop in the backyard, cleaned it with efficiency, and chopped it into sizable pieces, placing them into a large iron pot. She added ample water and brought it to a vigorous boil, skimming off the foam before reducing the heat to a gentle simmer. This would serve as the base broth for the bear paws. The art of simmering bear paws relies heavily on freshness, and the broth from the hen enhances the flavor remarkably. Later, she would add the bear paws and mushrooms, creating an aroma that could waft 2 miles away. As Zhao Xiaolan continued to stoke the fire, she added the bear paws to a bowl, incorporated 2 spoonfuls of cooking wine, slices of ginger, and segments of green onion, mixing them well before allowing them to marinate for half an hour to eliminate any gamey taste. Lin Xiaomei joined in to assist, washing potatoes and cutting them into evenly sized chunks. Mother, how long must we simmer the bear paws? I can hardly wait to taste them. Patience, dear, Zhao Xiaolan chuckled, gently tapping her forehead. They must simmer for at least 3 hours to ensure the tendons become tender and delectable. It's still afternoon, so we will have to wait until evening to indulge. After half an hour, the aroma of the hen filled the courtyard. Zhao Xiaolan added the marinated bear paws into the pot with the simmering hen, along with a few slices of ginger, several star anise, and some cinnamon, bringing it back to a boil. With the hen's essence already infused in the broth, she covered the pot, added more kindling to the fire, and began with high heat before transitioning to a slow simmer for 3 hours. This meticulous process would yield bear paws that were both tender and fragrant, imbued with the essence of the chicken broth. Huzi remained busy, chopping wood and tending the fire. Auntie, my mother says that adding sun-dried hazel mushrooms to bear paws enhances the flavor exponentially. He exclaimed, We have some from last year. I will fetch some. Indeed. The freshness of hazel mushrooms combined with the hen and bear paws creates a perfect harmony. Zhao Xiaolan responded with a smile. Hurry back with them. Once soaked and cleaned, they will be ready for the pot. Huzi dashed home and returned with a bag of sun-dried hazel mushrooms. Zhao Xiaolan soaked them in warm water, carefully rinsed away the grit from their stems, and after squeezing out the excess water, placed them into the pot. Now, they awaited the slow simmer, which, when the time was right, would guarantee a dish far superior to that of any city restaurant. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and called for Uncle Zhang and Master Lin to come over for dinner in the evening, hoping to create a lively atmosphere. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Sure, I will go invite them. He first proceeded to Uncle Zhang's home, where he found Uncle Zhang weaving bamboo baskets in the yard. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, he promptly set aside his work. Shower, do you need something? Lin Xiao replied, Uncle Zhang, I'm making a bear paw stew tonight and would like to invite you to join us. Uncle Zhang's eyes brightened. Oh, bear paw? That's a delicacy. I will definitely come. Sorry for the trouble. Next, he visited Lin Imin's house, where Lin Imin was making revisions to the blueprints for the brick kiln. Upon Lin Xiao's arrival, he smiled and said, Shower, is there something wrong with the kiln? Lin Xiao responded, No, Master Lin, I am preparing bear paw stew tonight, and I would love for you to join us. You've worked hard lately, and I would like to share a few drinks with you. Lin Imin quickly put down his blueprints. Oh, I really can't accept that. I'm just doing some work, and you're treating me so lavishly. Please don't be modest, Master Lin, Lin Xiao insisted. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to repair the kiln so swiftly. You must come tonight. We need to discuss the expansion plans. Upon returning home, the bear paw had been simmering for over 2 hours. The enticing aroma of the bear paw, hen, and hazelnuts wafted through the air, enticing the neighbor's dog to bark excitedly outside. Zhao Xiaolan lifted the pot lid and prodded the bear paw with chopsticks. Seeing it was tender and ready, she added the pre-cut potato chunks and 2 spoonfuls of salt for seasoning. After simmering for another half hour, the potatoes would be perfect, having absorbed the rich broth. She covered the pot and instructed Lin Xiao, Go set the table and bring out 2 jars of white wine. Lin Xiao hurriedly prepared the table, setting out the finest coarse porcelain bowls and chopsticks, and fetched 2 jars of homemade mountain grape wine from the cellar. This wine, with its low alcohol content and fruity aroma, was ideal for pairing with stews. Meanwhile, Kuzi assisted Zhao Xiaolan in ladling the stew into a large basin, golden, tender bear paw, the hen's meat falling off the bone, hazelnuts soaked with broth, and the potatoes soft and fluffy. Merely gazing at the dish was enough to make one salivate. Just as they placed the dishes on the table, Uncle Zhang and Lin Aimin arrived. Uncle Zhang brought with him a string of his homemade cured meat, while Lin Aimin carried a jar of his herbal wine. "Shower, this is my homemade cured meat, just a little something to add to your meal," Uncle Zhang said with a smile. Lin Aimin chimed in, "This is my herbal wine, infused with mountain herbs. It will ward off the chill and pairs perfectly with bear paw." "Uncle Zhang, Master Lin, you are too kind." Zhao Xiaolan quickly accepted the offerings. "Please, sit down. The hen, hazelnuts, and bear paw stew is freshly made. Enjoy it while it's hot." Everyone gathered around the table, and Lin Xiao poured each of them a cup of mountain grape wine. Uncle Zhang picked up a piece of bear paw and spooned some broth, savoring it slowly. A satisfied smile spreading across his face. "This is incredible. The soup is so fresh it could make one's eyebrows fall off. And the bear paw melts in the mouth, even more authentic than what I enjoyed during my youth with the old hunters." Lin Aimin also took a bite of the hazelnuts and chicken and remarked, "Auntie, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. The hen's broth as a base, combined with the hazelnuts, brings out the bear paw's flavor perfectly, with no hint of fishiness whatsoever. Shower, you are indeed fortunate." Zhao Xiaolan smiled and waved her hand. "It's just prepared using the methods passed down from the elders. Please, eat as much as you like. There's plenty more in the pot." As the gathering indulged in drinks and lively conversation, Uncle Zhang inquired about the state of the roe deer farm. "Shower, when do you plan to expand the roe deer farm? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Although I am advanced in years, I can still manage light tasks," he remarked. Lin Xiao promptly replied, "Uncle Zhang, please do not be modest. Once the experts from the Provincial Academy of Agricultural Sciences arrive and provide their guidance, we will commence the expansion. I will certainly need your help then." Lin Aimin added, "I have already drafted the blueprints for the expansion, clearly marking the site planning and construction of buildings. As long as the funds and materials are in place, I assure you it will be completed within a month." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. There will be no issues with the funds and materials. Old Zhou has already made the necessary arrangements. Once the experts have finished their guidance, we shall begin our work. Huzi interjected, "Shower, our roe deer farm is still in need of breeding stock. Brother Chun and his companions are skilled hunters. It would be splendid if they could assist in capturing live ones." Lin Zhao's eyes brightened with a spark of inspiration, and before he could voice his thoughts, the voices of brothers Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun could be heard from outside the gate. As the conversation flowed effortlessly from the expansion of the roe deer farm to future developments, Uncle Zhang expressed his admiration. "Shower, you have a promising future ahead. In the past, the people of Kaoshan village relied solely on hunting in the mountains for their livelihood, which posed great risks and offered unstable income. Now that you are engaged in farming, not only can you earn for yourself, but you can also uplift the community. This truly is a great service to Kaoshan village." Lin Xiao replied, "Uncle Zhang, I too am from Kaoshan village, and it is my duty to do something for my fellow villagers. Once the farm expands, I plan to recruit more villagers to assist, ensuring everyone can enjoy a stable income without the peril of venturing into the mountains to hunt." Lin Aimin nodded in agreement. Shower is right. With the improved policies, there are opportunities for those willing to work hard. If your farming venture succeeds, our lives in Kaoshan village will undoubtedly improve. Should you need any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost. As the evening wore on, with drinks flowing and laughter echoing, a rosy hue appeared on everyone's faces. Suddenly, Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun arrived, carrying a basket of freshly picked wild vegetables. "Lin brothers, we heard you were stewing bear paw, so we came to take a look," Chun Wenyong said with a smile. "These are the wild vegetables we just gathered to add to your feast. Brother Chun, Brother Air, please come in and have a seat." Lin Xiao quickly stood to offer them a place, pouring each a glass of wine. "I actually have something I wish to discuss with you." Chun Wenyong took the cup and downed it in one gulp. "Whatever you need. Brother Lin, just say the word. We will not hesitate if it is within our means." Lin Xiao set down his cup and spoke earnestly. "My roe deer farm is still in need of breeding stock, and as seasoned hunters, you possess far superior skills in capturing live roe deer than we do. I would like to propose that whenever you venture into the mountains and encounter roe deer, you attempt to capture them alive. I will purchase them at 150 yuan each, which is far more lucrative than selling the meat, and it is safer as well." This will also provide you with a more stable livelihood. 150 yuan each. Both Chen Wenyong and Chen Wenjun were taken aback, for at that time, a roe deer carcass sold for merely 120 to 130 yuan, and capturing a live one yielded only 100 yuan. This was truly a fortuitous opportunity. Chen Wenyong excitedly tightened his grip on the cup. Brother Lin, you are truly looking out for us. Although capturing live roe deer requires considerable effort, we possess the requisite experience. By employing live traps in conjunction with hunting dogs, we are certain to succeed in capturing them alive. Henceforth, we shall exclusively assist you in securing live roe deer, ensuring no mishaps occur. Chen Wenjun nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed, Brother Lin, we shall prepare the live traps tomorrow, striving to bring back several female roe deer for you as soon as possible. After conversing for a while longer, the gathering disbanded late into the night. Once the guests departed, Lin Xiao and Zhao Xiaolan began tidying the table, while Lin Xiaomei had already succumbed to slumber atop it. Shower, should your breeding farm come to fruition, I shall be at ease, Zhao Xiaolan expressed with heartfelt sentiment. I always worried about the dangers you faced while hunting in the mountains, but now, with a stable livelihood, I need no longer live in constant trepidation. Mother, you need not worry. I will ensure the breeding farm thrives, Lin Xiao reassured her, gently resting his hand upon her shoulder. Our lives will only improve from here on, and I intend to provide you and father with a comfortable life, allowing my sister to attend the finest school. Tears glistened in Zhao Xiaolan's eyes as she nodded in affirmation. Very well, mother trusts you. After clearing the table, Lin Xiao returned to his chamber. He retrieved his notebook and diligently recorded the day's events, outlining his future endeavors, welcoming Chen Wenyong and Chen Wenjun to their positions tomorrow, traveling to the county town the day after to procure materials for the expansion, and the subsequent day welcoming experts from the Provincial Agricultural Science Institute for technical guidance. Gazing at the comprehensive plan, Lin Xiao felt invigorated, fully aware that the development of the breeding farm would not be without its challenges. Nevertheless, he felt undaunted. Bolstered by the support of his family and the assistance of partners like Old Zhou, Uncle Zhang, and Lin Aimin, as well as the experienced employees, Chen Wenyong and Chen Wenjun. Most importantly, he possessed an unwavering spirit and a resolute determination to alter the fates of himself and his fellow villagers. Chapter 54. The bounty of fishing at Wild Goose Island 3 days after the Bear Paw Feast. Lin Xiao observed the increasingly robust roe deer at the farm, contemplating ways to enhance his income. Recently, he had heard from Uncle Zhang that the waters around Wild Goose Island had stabilized, and the fish in the lake were thriving, accompanied by a considerable number of wild ducks nesting and laying eggs on the island. Early that morning, he enlisted the help of Huzi, shouldering a fishing net, armed with a spear and several large bamboo baskets, and set off for Wild Goose Island. Situated over 10 miles from Hongqi Farm, Wild Goose Island is a riverine island formed by sediment from a tributary of the Songhua River. The island is lush with reeds, surrounded by expansive waters teeming with aquatic vegetation, making it a veritable paradise for fish and waterfowl. Upon their arrival at the island's edge, just after dawn, the morning mist still lingered, and a thin veil of moisture hovered above the water's surface, accompanied by the melodious calls of wild ducks in the distance. Shower. Look at that water surface. Are there not fish surfacing? Huzi exclaimed excitedly, pointing to a nearby area. Lin Xiao followed his gaze, observing fish fins breaking the surface, sending ripples outward. Those are silver carp foraging. This lake surely harbors an abundance of fish, he remarked. Let us first cast the large net to encircle the area, and then use the scoop net to gather our catch. This way, we can maximize our haul. The two worked in tandem, with Lin Xiao managing the wooden raft to spread the net, while Huzi pulled the other end from the shore. The raft, constructed from sturdy fir logs that Lin Xiao had borrowed from the farm, was remarkably stable. Lin Xiao stood upon the wooden raft, gripping one end of the fishing net. With a vigorous flick, the net unfurled like a colossal umbrella, soaring through the air before plunging into the water with a resounding splash, sending up a spray of droplets. Su, tighten it. Lin Xiao called out from the raft, gradually maneuvering it to spread the net, forming an expansive encirclement. Su, firmly anchored on the shore, bent at the waist like a bow as he pulled the net taut. Once the net was fully cast, Lin Xiao navigated the raft back to the bank, where he and Su commenced the slow process of retrieving the net. Barely had they begun to gather the net when an immense force tugged from beneath the surface. Brother Xiao, there's a big fish, Su exclaimed excitedly, exerting all his might to pull back. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth, gripping the net tightly as they worked in tandem, drawing the net towards the shore. As the net gradually tightened, the water erupted with a flurry of splashes, revealing countless fish thrashing within, accompanied by the sound of their desperate struggle. My goodness, look at all these fish. Su gasped, his eyes widening at the sight. The net contained hefty grass carp weighing several pounds, their golden scales shimmering in the sunlight, robust carp thrashing vigorously, attempting to break free, and most notably, several large silver carp, their massive heads and plump bodies weighing over 20 pounds each. The two exerted tremendous effort to haul the net ashore. Lin Xiao picked up a landing net and carefully scooped the fish from the net, placing them into a nearby bamboo basket. This grass carp must weigh at least 15 pounds, enough for us to enjoy several meals, Lin Xiao remarked with a smile. Su busily untangled the fish from the net, repeatedly exclaiming, "We've struck it rich, Brother Xiao, we've really struck it rich." Just as they finished sorting the fish, Lin Xiao suddenly noticed movement among the reeds at the water's edge. He signaled for Su to be quiet, then cautiously approached. Parting the reeds, he discovered several wild ducks nestled in their nest, which already housed a dozen pristine white duck eggs. Upon noticing their intruder, the ducks quacked loudly and flapped their wings, taking flight. "Wow, wild duck eggs!" Su exclaimed, joining Lin Xiao in delight. "These wild duck eggs are larger than domestic ones. They would make a delicious stir-fry." Lin Xiao gingerly collected the wild duck eggs, placing them into his cloth pouch. "Let us leave a few behind for the ducks to continue their nesting. Otherwise, we want to have as many next year," he advised. Su nodded in agreement. "You always think ahead, Brother Xiao." No sooner had they secured the wild duck eggs than they heard a sudden splash from the water. Lin Xiao looked up to see a large old turtle leisurely swimming not far off, its shell as large as a basin. An old turtle. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly grabbed his spear and stealthily approached. The turtle seemed to sense the impending danger and quickened its pace. Trying to escape? Not so easily, Lin Xiao thought, seizing the moment to hurl the spear with precision, striking the turtle's shell. The turtle flailed in pain, desperately attempting to dislodge the spear. Lin Xiao rushed forward, grasping the wooden handle of the spear, and with a mighty pull, dragged the turtle onto the shore. This old turtle must weigh at least 10 pounds. What a prize! Lin Xiao exclaimed, placing the turtle into the bamboo basket. In the ensuing hours, the two cast their nets several times, each attempt yielding considerable rewards. The bamboo basket soon brimmed with fish, including grass carp, 3-line silver carp, and several large soft-shelled turtles. They also gathered a substantial amount of wild duck eggs, filling their cloth bag to the brim. By the time the sun reached its zenith, both men were drenched in sweat, their stomachs beginning to grumble. "Brother Xiao, let us take a break and have something to eat before we continue," suggested Huzi, pulling 2 cornmeal buns from his backpack and handing one to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted the bun, breaking it in half and savoring it with the cool boiled water they had brought along. "Today's catch is impressive. If we can sell these fish and wild duck eggs, it will amount to a significant income," Lin Xiao remarked as he ate. "Let us return early this afternoon and take the fish to that new private restaurant in the county, Lu. I've heard that many leaders dine there, and they must be in need of fresh, quality goods." Huzi's eyes brightened. "Indeed, it's the one called Lu. I heard from the farm folks that the restaurant is lavishly decorated and the prices are astonishingly high, focusing solely on premium ingredients. They will undoubtedly require these fresh wild fish and duck eggs. If we could establish a long-term partnership with them, we needn't to worry about sales in the future." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. "That was precisely my thought. Old Zhou knows many people in the county and is familiar with the owner of Lu. I will call him as soon as we return and ask for his assistance in making an introduction." After their lunch, the two cast their nets one last time, reaping a few large carp and 3-line silver carp before they contentedly packed their belongings to head home. They secured the bamboo basket filled with fish and turtles onto the wooden raft, with Lin Xiao propelling it forward while Huzi pushed from the bank, gradually making their way back. Throughout their journey, they exchanged laughter and dreams of a prosperous life collaborating with the state-run restaurant. By the time they returned home, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Zhao Xiaolan spotted the 2 men returning with their bounty and hurried to greet them. "Xiao, Huzi, you're back. So many fish and wild duck eggs. This is wonderful." Lin Xiaomei also approached, curiously peering into the basket. "Brother, this fish is enormous, taller than I am. Mother, please sort through the fish and wild duck eggs, selecting the freshest and largest ones for us to deliver to Lu in the county," Lin Xiao instructed. "I'll make a call to old Zhou to ask for his assistance in notifying the restaurant staff." Zhao Xiaolan nodded in agreement. "All right, you can count on me. I'll take care of everything here." Lin Xiao swiftly made his way to the Hongqi farm office, greeted the staff on duty, and picked up the phone to call old Zhou. After a few rings, old Zhou's voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" "Brother Zhou, it's me, Lin Xiao," he replied, Today, Huzi and I caught a considerable amount of wild fish and duck eggs at Yinhua Island, and we wish to deliver them to Zhu Xianlu in the county to sell. Since you are acquainted with their owner, could you assist us in making an introduction? Old Joe chuckled. What a coincidence. I dined with Boss Lu from Zhu Xianlu just yesterday. He mentioned that the restaurant has been thriving lately, with numerous leaders from the county and district choosing it as their regular dining spot. Yet they are struggling to secure a stable source of fresh wild ingredients. If you prepare the fish and duck eggs and mention that I referred you, he will surely take notice. Should a long-term collaboration be established, you will no longer have to worry about selling your quality goods. Wonderful, Brother Zhou, thank you so much. Lin Xiao exclaimed with excitement. Let us deliver the fish at once. Once the deal is finalized, I shall elaborate further. Very well, do exercise caution on the road. The etiquette at Jushin Building is rather strict. Speak courteously, for Boss Lu places great importance on the quality of ingredients, Old Joe advised. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to call me. After hanging up, Lin Xiao felt reassured and hurried home, where he and Huzi began selecting fish and wild duck eggs. The two chose several of the largest grass carp, bighead carp, and three-lined fish, along with a few sizable soft-shelled turtles and a basket of fresh wild duck eggs, placing them into two large bamboo baskets. They then set off towards the county town on their bicycles. The county town lay over 30 miles from Hongqi Farm, and after more than an hour of cycling, they finally arrived at Jushin Building. The establishment indeed boasted an impressive facade, with its red-painted doors adorned with brass rings, and a gilded plaque hanging above. Several jeeps were parked outside, indicating that patrons of significance were dining there. Just as Lin Xiao and Huzi approached the entrance with their bicycles, they were intercepted by a doorman clad in a crisp suit. What brings you here? This is a high-end restaurant. Unauthorized individuals are not permitted inside. Comrade, we have come to deliver wild fish and duck eggs, as introduced by Director Zhou Mingyuan. We seek Boss Lu, Lin Xiao replied courteously, deliberately mentioning Old Zhou's name. The doorman scrutinized the two, and upon confirming the freshness of the fish and the vitality of the duck eggs, he did not dare delay. Please wait here. I will inform Boss Lu. Before long, a middle-aged man in a satin jacket with a crew cut approached briskly. He was Lu Dihai, the proprietor of Jushin Building. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Huzi, a broad smile spread across his face. You must be Lin Xiao from Hongqi Farm. Mingyuan has spoken highly of you, mentioning your excellent wild ingredients. Please, come in. Come in. Following Lu Dihai into the restaurant's rear yard, where the ingredient inspection area was located, Lin Xiao and Huzi unloaded the fish and duck eggs from the bamboo baskets. Lu Dihai crouched down, hefting a grass carp before inspecting a duck egg, cracking it open slightly to observe the yolk and bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Satisfied, he clapped his hands together, exclaiming, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. The vitality of this wild fish and the freshness of these duck eggs far surpass anything I procure from elsewhere. Lin, how do you intend to price these?" Feeling confident, Lin Xiao replied calmly, "Boss Lu, the grass carp, and three-lined fish are all purely wild, priced at 2 yuan per jean. The bighead carp at 1 yuan and 50 cents per jean, the soft-shelled turtles, sourced from the lakebed, at 6 yuan per jean, and the wild duck eggs at 60 cents each. If you find this agreeable, we can deliver the freshest catch to you daily, ensuring they are all freshly caught, with no farm products mixed in." Lu Dihai pondered for a moment, his eyes darting thoughtfully. This pricing is reasonable, considering these are genuine wild ingredients. How about this? I will purchase the grass carp, and three-lined fish at 2 yuan and 20 cents per jean, the bighead carp at 1 yuan and 60 cents, the soft-shelled turtles at 6 yuan and 50 cents, and the wild duck eggs at 70 cents each. From now on, I would like you to deliver 60 jean of fish and 30 wild duck eggs daily. Should you have wild vegetables or wild chickens, include those as well, and I will offer you the best prices. He paused, lowering his voice. This restaurant hosts leaders daily, and we are in need of authentic wild ingredients like yours. As long as the quality is guaranteed, money is of no concern. Lin Xiao and Huzi exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's surprise. The price was significantly higher than they had anticipated. That's wonderful, Boss Lu, thank you. Lin Xiao exclaimed eagerly. We will deliver the goods to you first thing tomorrow morning, ensuring they are all freshly caught, leaving you utterly satisfied. Lu Dihai chuckled, giving Lin Xiao a reassuring pat on the shoulder. No need for thanks. We are in this together for mutual benefit. My restaurant relies on quality ingredients to thrive, and you need a good market for your exceptional produce, don't you? He summoned the accountant to settle the bill for Lin Xiao. In the future, deliver directly to Chef Wang in the kitchen. He will verify the quality according to this standard and settle payments daily without delay. Lin Xiao nodded promptly. Understood, Boss Lu, we will remember that. The accountant quickly calculated the total. 30 pounds of grass carp, and 3-spot gurami sold for 66 yuan. 20 pounds of silver carp sold for 32 yuan. 10 pounds of soft-shelled turtle sold for 65 yuan. And 50 wild duck eggs for 35 yuan. The grand total was 198 yuan. A considerable sum at the time, particularly at Hongqi Farm, equivalent to over half a month's salary for an ordinary worker. Clutching the hefty bills, Lin Xiao and Huzi were overjoyed. Lu Dihai personally escorted them to the door, handing them 2 packs of cigarettes. Lin, my brother, may our cooperation be fruitful. If you come across particularly rare game, such as roe deer or wild boar, reserve them for me. I will offer you double the price. Lin Xiao gratefully accepted the cigarettes, assuring him, absolutely, Boss Lu, rest assured. After expressing their gratitude, the two departed from Juxian building on their bicycles. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Xiao and Huzi visited the supply and marketing cooperative to buy 2 pounds of brown sugar for Zhao Xiaolan, a comic book for Lin Xiaomei, and a new cotton shirt for Huzi. The remaining funds were carefully tucked away in Lin Xiao's pocket, intended for the expansion of the roe deer farm. By the time they returned home, it was already past 7 in the evening. Zhao Xiaolan and Lin Xiaomei were waiting for them in the courtyard, and upon their arrival, rushed forward, asking, "So did you sell it?" Lin Xiao raised the money in his hand, grinning, "Yes, we sold it, and even secured a long-term partnership with Juxian Building. Many leaders dine there, and they recognize our wild ingredients, so our income will be stable from now on." Zhao Xiaolan took the money, counting it with trembling hands. Her excitement palpable. "That's wonderful, Xiao, you truly are capable. With this stable income, our family's future looks increasingly promising." Lin Xiaomei, holding the comic book her brother had bought for her, jumped with joy. "Thank you, brother, I love it so much." Huzi, holding the new shirt Lin Xiao had gifted him, bashfully remarked, "Xiao, why did you buy me such an expensive shirt? I don't need something so nice." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. "Now that we can earn money, it's time to improve our lives. If we work hard, even better days await us." During dinner, Zhao Xiaolan prepared a lavish spread, featuring steamed grass carp, braised carp, and stir-fried wild duck eggs. The family gathered around the table, savoring the meal with delight. Lin Xiao recounted his discussions with manager Wang about their collaboration, while Zhao Xiaolan continuously reminded him, "Xiao, make sure the deliveries are always fresh. We cannot jeopardize our reputation." Lin Xiao nodded. "Mother, you can rest assured. I understand the importance." After dinner, Lin Xiao was sitting in the courtyard, enjoying the cool evening air, when suddenly a child from the neighboring house dashed over, exclaiming, "Brother Lin Xiao, you have a letter." Lin Xiao quickly took the letter, glancing at the sender's address on the envelope, and his heart sank. It was from Su Yin. The elegant handwriting unmistakably belonged to her. Su Yin was Lin Xiao's high school classmate and his first love. They had shared a deep bond in high school, promising to attend university together. However, Lin Xiao, burdened by his family's financial struggles, could not pursue higher education and returned to the mountain village to make a living by hunting. While Su Yin succeeded in gaining admission to a prestigious university in the provincial city, severing their connection, Lin Xiao never anticipated that Su Yin would suddenly reach out to him. Holding the letter, Lin Xiao felt a tumult of emotions. He retreated to his room, closed the door, and sat at his desk, gripping the letter but hesitating to open it. He could already imagine its contents, likely inquiries about his well-being and expressions of concern for his life. Yet, he was merely an ordinary hunter now. While Su Yin was a student at a distinguished university, the chasm between their worlds felt insurmountable. Huzi noticed Lin Xiao's unease and knocked on his door. "Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Is something bothering you?" Lin Xiao quickly tucked the letter into his drawer and opened the door. "It's nothing, Huzi, just a bit tired. You should get some rest. We have an early delivery tomorrow." Huzi cast a puzzled glance at him, but seeing Lin Xiao's reluctance to elaborate, he nodded. "All right, Brother Xiao, you take care and rest early." Once Huzi departed, Lin Xiao returned to the desk and retrieved Su Yan's letter from the drawer. He stared at the familiar handwriting for an extended period, his heart wrestling with conflicting emotions. He yearned to open the letter, to discover how Su Yan was faring and whether she had forgotten him. Yet, he was also terrified of the prospect, afraid of seeing her concern, afraid it would compel him to seek her out, and fearful that their reunion would be fraught with awkwardness. He reflected on his current life, the plans for the hunting grounds, and the commitments he had made to Huzi, Lao Zhou, and others. His present ambition was to cultivate the hunting grounds, uplift his fellow villagers towards prosperity, and ensure a better life for his family. The worlds of Su Yin and himself had diverged completely. They could never return to the past. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao placed the letter back into the drawer and locked it away. He understood that this was not the time for sentimental musings. He must concentrate on his endeavors. Perhaps, in the future, when he had successfully developed the hunting grounds and established sufficient strength, he might find the courage to confront Su Yin and their shared history. That night, as Lin Xiao lay in bed, he tossed and turned, sleep eluding him. Su Yan's image lingered in his mind, and memories from high school resurfaced, their strolls around campus, studying together in the library, and running on the playground. A pang of nostalgia washed over him. Yet, he quickly adjusted his mindset, reminding himself that his current efforts were for the future. With unwavering perseverance, he believed he would one day realize his dreams. The following morning, Lin Xiao rose early alongside Huzi. They prepared the fish and wild duck eggs for delivery and rode their bicycles towards the county town. All the while, Lin Xiao exuded vigor, showing no trace of the inner turmoil he had felt the night before. He understood that a new day had dawned, bringing with it more pressing matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the Juxian building, Chef Wang was already awaiting them in the acceptance area. He inspected the fish, checking its gills, and sniffed the wild duck eggs, expressing his satisfaction. Excellent, just as fresh as yesterday. Boss Lu specifically instructed that you may accept the goods directly without detailed inspection. After settling the payment for the two, he added, Boss Lu mentioned that if there are any special game delicacies requested by the leadership, he will inform you in advance, so please prepare accordingly. After delivering the goods, Lin Xiao and Huzi visited the roe deer enclosure. The two staff members responsible for feeding the roe deer were seasoned employees of the Hongqi farm. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, they greeted him eagerly. Captain Lin, you've come. They informed him. Yesterday, Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun came by and said they are ready with the live traps. They'll be entering the mountains today to catch live roe deer. Lin Xiao nodded approvingly. Good, ensure their safety. If they encounter any dangers, have them contact me immediately. The staff nodded in agreement. Understood, Captain Lin. We will relay your message. After spending some time at the roe deer enclosure, Lin Xiao and Huzi returned home. As they reached the door, they spotted Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun returning, carrying live traps, their faces beaming with smiles, clearly having had a fruitful day. Lin, we caught a female roe deer today, alive and well. Chun Wenyong exclaimed. We've already placed her in a cage. Come take a look. Following the two to the yard, Lin Xiao observed a large cage where a female roe deer was restlessly pacing, robust in build and with a lustrous coat. Indeed, this female roe deer is quite healthy. She makes for a fine specimen, Lin Xiao remarked, pleased. He retrieved a 100 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Chun Wenyong. This is for you. Keep up the good work. I will purchase any live roe deer you catch at this price. Chun Wenyong accepted the money, his excitement palpable. Thank you, Lin. We will head into the mountains again tomorrow, aiming to catch several more. Lin Xiao nodded. Certainly, but do prioritize safety and do not take unnecessary risks. If you encounter any large game, ensure your own safety first. We cannot afford any mishaps like last time. Both Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun quickly nodded. Understood, Lin. We will be careful. After bidding farewell to Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun, Lin Xiao was filled with myriad emotions. Not only had he established a roe deer enclosure, but he had also secured a long-term collaboration with the state-run restaurant. With the assistance of the Chun brothers in capturing live roe deer, everything was progressing favorably. Although the shadow of Su Yin lingered in his heart, he was resolute that with continued effort, he would one day possess the fortitude to confront both the past and the future. Chapter 55. Urgent mission after delivering the day's catch to the Juxian building. Lin Xiao pedaled his bicycle toward the Hongqi farm, his mind racing with calculations. The recent days of fishing with Huzi had proven lucrative. However, the roe deer enclosure required vigilant oversight, and he needed to keep an eye on the Chun brothers as they ventured into the mountains to catch live roe deer. Juggling both tasks was proving to be quite a challenge. The fish schools at Yinhua Island were thriving, and if he could rally the villagers to join in the fishing efforts, he could coordinate the purchases and deliver them to the restaurant, thus saving himself some labor while providing the villagers with additional income, an endeavor that would yield benefits on multiple fronts. As he entered the farm's gates, he spotted Old Man Zhang squatting by the grain-drying area, smoking, with several employees gathered around him engaged in light conversation. The topic revolving around Lin Xiao and Huzi's profitable fishing venture. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he pushed his bike closer. Old Man Zhang, gentlemen, I see you are all here. Upon seeing him, Old Zhang promptly rose, exclaiming, Xiao, you have returned. Did you fare well at the gathering of Virtue's Pavilion today? Indeed. Quite well. Boss Lu is even urging us to increase our catch, Lin Xiao replied, deliberately raising his voice as he mingled with the crowd. I find myself overwhelmed with work, I must tend to the deer enclosure while also managing the fishing. I wish to discuss something with everyone. Many of our fellow villagers are proficient in fishing. If you all are willing to venture to Goose Nest Island to catch fish, I shall uniformly purchase them at 70 cents per pound. I will then deliver the catch to the restaurant, and after accounting for transportation costs and losses, I will distribute the remaining profits as dividends to everyone. What do you think? The crowd erupted with excitement. Old Lee, one of the workers, rubbed his hands together and inquired, "Xiao, is this true? 70 cents per pound? We usually sell at the market for just over 50 cents. Your offer is quite fair, not a penny less, and if sales are good, we can even share in the profits." Lin Xiao assured them, "I have signed a long-term supply agreement with Boss Lu. He requires 60 pounds of fish daily, with plans for increased demand in the future. I will buy as much as you catch, paying on the same day, without delay." Old Zhang stroked his beard and nodded. Xiao is a reliable lad. Last year, when he repaired the deer enclosure, our villagers did not suffer any losses. There are indeed plenty of fish at Goose Nest Island. In my youth, I could catch 20 to 30 pounds in a day. Now, though I am older, I can still manage to catch some small fish and shrimp. Beside him, Huzi's father chimed in. "I will go with my son Huzi and bring along a few young men. We will ensure you have enough catch every day." Before long, over a dozen households had signed up. Lin Xiao immediately arranged for everyone to gather at the farm gate early the next morning to head to Goose Nest Island together. He promised to provide fishing nets and bamboo baskets, and they would weigh and settle accounts at the threshing yard upon their return. As the group dispersed, Old Zhang pulled Lin Xiao aside and cautioned, "Xiao, you must ensure the quality of the fish. The Gathering of Virtues Pavilion is an upscale establishment. If the fish are not fresh, it will tarnish your reputation." Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I have informed everyone that I will only purchase freshly caught live fish. Dead or spoiled fish will not be accepted." Upon returning home, Lin Xiao shared this news with Zhao Xiulan. She immediately sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "This is wonderful. Just the other day, I heard Aunt Wang next door lamenting about school fees for her child and worrying about finances. With your initiative, everyone will have an additional source of income." Lin Xiaomei clung to Lin Zhao's arm, saying, "Brother, I want to go collect wild duck eggs too. I made quite a bit of money from the last batch, and I want to save up for a fountain pen." Lin Xiao chuckled as he playfully ruffled her hair. "All right, but you must stay close to Old Zhang and not wander off." That evening, Lin Xiao retrieved all 5 fishing nets from home and borrowed 10 new ones from the farm's warehouse, diligently inspecting and repairing them overnight. Huzi also came to assist, cleaning the bamboo baskets and lining the bottoms with water plants. "Brother Xiao, this way the fish will not perish easily, allowing us to sell them for a better price." Lin Xiao nodded appreciatively. "You are quite thoughtful. Tomorrow, you should take a few young lads to paddle the wooden raft and cast the nets, while the elderly and women can gather wild duck eggs and fish for the smaller catch." The following morning, just as dawn broke, over 30 individuals of all ages had assembled at the farm gate. Lin Xiao distributed the fishing nets and bamboo baskets, reiterating the safety precautions. "Do not venture into deep waters, and look out for one another while fishing. If you encounter a large haul, do not struggle. Call for help first." The crowd responded in unison, and together they set off towards Goose Nest Island, their spirits high. Upon reaching the island's edge, Lin Xiao arranged the tasks as previously planned, directing Huzi to lead 5 young men and setting 3 wooden rafts to cast a large net, while Grandpa Zhang accompanied the elderly and women at the shore to fish with smaller nets and collect wild duck eggs. As anticipated, the waters around Yanhua Island teemed with fish. Upon retrieving the first net, they caught over 10 pounds of grass carp and carp, eliciting cheers of delight from the group. Lin Xiaomei, alongside Aunt Wang, gathered wild duck eggs in the reeds, quickly filling a basket, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Xiao moved deftly between the shore and the rafts, assisting with net retrieval and inspecting the fish's quality. Noticing a young man had caught a large catfish weighing over 20 pounds, he promptly cautioned, "Be careful not to damage the fish scales. Zhu Xianlu values appearance above all." The young man slowed his motions, carefully placing the fish into a bamboo basket. Meanwhile, Grandpa Zhang directed, "The water is shallower over there. There are many carp. Cast the net in that direction." As midday approached, with the sun perched high overhead, Lin Xiao called for a break for lunch. The group settled along the shore, sharing their homemade steamed buns and pickles. Aunt Wang handed Lin Xiao a wild duck egg, saying, "Xiao, give this a try. It's freshly gathered. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have such a bountiful harvest." Lin Xiao accepted the duck egg with a smile, replying, "Auntie, this is the result of our collective efforts. If we continue working together, our lives will surely prosper." The afternoon yielded even greater rewards. Huzi and his companions cast their large net, capturing a magnificent grass carp weighing over 30 pounds, its golden scales shimmering. Truly a king among fish. Lin Xiao weighed the fish, contemplating, delivering this to Juxian Lu will surely delight Boss Lu. Perhaps I can negotiate a higher price. By evening, everyone's bamboo baskets were brimming. They had amassed over 200 pounds of fish and more than 300 wild duck eggs. Upon returning to the farm's threshing yard, Lin Xiao had already set up the scales, with a table nearby adorned with writing materials and a cash box. Zhao Xiaolan and Huzi's mother managed the accounts while Lin Xiao personally handled the weighing. Uncle Li, the grass carp weighs 15 pounds and the carp 8 pounds, totaling 23 pounds. At 70 cents per pound, that amounts to 16 yuan. Here you go. As he weighed and reported the numbers, Zhao Xiaolan diligently recorded them. While Huzi's mother retrieved the cash from the box to hand over, Uncle Li accepted the money, counting it with trembling hands, exclaiming, "This is over 3 yuan more than what I earned selling at the market. Shower, we will return tomorrow." Others gathered around, each taking their turn to weigh and collect their payments, the threshing yard alive with laughter and joy. Aunt Wang, upon receiving her payment, grasped Lin Xiaomei's hand, saying, "Your brother is truly a good child. Now my children's tuition is assured." Once all the villagers received their payments, Lin Xiao tallied the results: 230 pounds of fish and 320 wild duck eggs. According to the agreement with Juxian Lu, the fish could be sold for 424 yuan and 80 cents, while the wild duck eggs would fetch 224 yuan, totaling 648 yuan and 80 cents. After deducting 161 yuan for the villagers, 10 yuan for net damage, and 20 yuan for transportation, his net profit amounted to 477 yuan and 80 cents, with over 20 pounds of fish and 30 wild duck eggs reserved for personal consumption. This business is truly lucrative, Huzi exclaimed as he helped pack up the scales. Shower, at this rate, we could earn over 4,000 yuan in a month. More than running a factory. Lin Xiao chuckled, shaking his head. We must not focus solely on immediate gains. We must build our reputation. Tomorrow, we shall deliver that large grass carp exclusively to Boss Lu, informing him that it has been specially reserved for him, in hopes that he will take extra care of our business. That evening, Lin Xiao meticulously sorted the fish and wild duck eggs, selecting the large grass carp to be kept in a wooden basin filled with clean water. Zhao Xiaolan prepared a pot of egg noodles, and as Lin Xiao dined, he instructed Huzi, "Early tomorrow morning, you should first deliver the ordinary fish and wild duck eggs to Juxian Building. I will take this large grass carp to meet Boss Lu to discuss increasing our orders. Also, make sure to visit the antler farm. If Brother Chun Wenyong has returned, tell him to come find me at home." At dawn the following day, just as Lin Xiao was placing the large grass carp into a specially designed water bag, he noticed the farm's correspondent hurrying towards him on a bicycle, a small red flag affixed to the rear. "Comrade Lin Xiao, urgent notice from the commune's armed forces." The correspondent dismounted swiftly, producing a note from his bag and handing it to Lin Xiao, instructing him to attend a meeting at the commune's armed forces, bringing 3 days' worth of provisions and weapons, ensuring his arrival before 10 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xiao felt a sudden pang of unease as he examined the note, which contained only a few terse lines. "Emergency meeting, bring provisions and weapons, punctual attendance required," signed by the commune's armed forces. His brow furrowed. The urgency of the armed forces summons, along with the demand for weapons and provisions, indicated that the matter at hand was of great significance. Could there be an incident at the border? Or perhaps a large-scale wild animal disturbance in the mountains? "Comrade correspondent, do you have any idea what this is about?" Lin Xiao inquired hastily. The correspondent shook his head. "I am not informed, merely tasked with delivering the notice. However, I saw that hunters from other farms have also received this notice, so it seems to be a serious matter. You should prepare quickly and not be late." With that, he remounted his bicycle and hurried off to the next household. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Xiaolan rushed out of the house. "Shower, what is happening? Is there trouble?" Lin Xiao handed her the note, speaking in a low voice. "The commune's armed forces have summoned me for a meeting requiring provisions and weapons, but I do not yet know the reason." Zhao Xiaolan's expression shifted. "Weapons? Could there be significant trouble in the mountains?" Lin Xiao reassured her. "Mother, do not worry. It is likely just a routine joint defense drill. I will prepare, and I leave the household in your care." Lin Xiao swiftly entered the room, dragging out a locked wooden box from beneath the bed, a weapon case specially assigned by the county. Upon opening it, he found a well-maintained Type 56 semi-automatic rifle resting quietly inside, alongside a Type 54 pistol and 2 magazines filled with ammunition. These firearms had been issued to him during the county's commendation of his contributions to forest protection, and he kept them secured, only to be used in emergencies. He carefully inspected the rifle's chamber, slung it over his shoulder, tucked the pistol at his waist, and stowed the ammunition magazines into a pouch. He also retrieved several changes of clothes from the cabinet, packing them into a canvas bag. Zhao Xiaolan had already boiled a dozen eggs and prepared over 20 cornmeal pancakes, wrapping them in oiled paper and placing them into the canvas bag. Be cautious on your journey. If there is any danger, do not be reckless. I understand, mother. Lin Xiao replied, shouldering the canvas bag and grasping the hunting rifle. Just as he was about to step outside, he saw Huzi approaching on his bicycle. Shower. I was just about to deliver the fish. Where are you headed? Lin Xiao explained the situation, and Huzi's expression also changed. Do you want me to accompany you? Lin Xiao shook his head. No need. They probably won't allow outsiders at the meeting. At home, I entrust everything to you. Ensure that the fish arrives punctually at Jushin Building, and inform Boss Lu that I have an urgent matter to attend to. We can discuss the increase in quantity later. Keep a vigilant watch over the area near the roe deer grounds. If Brother Chun Wenyong captures a live roe deer, confine it in a cage until I return to handle it. Rest assured, for I shall manage everything at home. Tiger patted his chest in assurance, declaring that he would check the roe deer grounds thrice daily and that the fish would indeed be delivered on time. Should any situation arise, I will promptly convey a message to you at the commune. Lin Xiao nodded and added a reminder. If the villagers inquire about my whereabouts, simply state that I am attending to matters at the commune. Do not mention anything regarding weapons to prevent causing panic. Lin Xiaomei emerged, tugging at Lin Xiao's sleeve. Brother, when will you return? I am frightened. Lin Xiao crouched down and gently patted her head. I will be back soon. You must listen to mother while I am away and refrain from wandering about. When I return, I shall buy you a new school bag. With tears in her eyes, Lin Xiaomei nodded and released her hold. Lin Xiao shouldered his 56-style semi-automatic rifle, secured a 54-style pistol at his waist, and slung a canvas bag over his back. After casting a final glance at his family, he turned and strode away. Upon exiting the farm's gate, he spotted Wang Dashan, the militia captain from the neighboring Hongxing farm, also making his way towards the commune with a rifle slung over his shoulder. The two were old acquaintances, having participated together in militia training at the county level previously. Lin Xiao, have you received the notice as well? Wang Dashan called out. Lin Xiao quickened his pace to catch up. Indeed. Do you have any idea what it pertains to? I'm not certain, Wang Dashan replied in a hushed tone. But I heard from relatives at the commune that there has been an incident in Fuyuan. Armed intruders have crossed the border and are in collusion with local spies, intending to steal secrets from our military factory. The border troops discovered them and broke them up, and now they are fleeing into the mountains in our direction. Wang Dashan's voice dropped further. Perhaps we are to assist the militia in searching the mountains for these intruders. A heavy weight settled in Lin Xiao's heart. Border-crossing bandits alongside spies was no trivial matter. These individuals were armed and ruthless, and the search operation would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. As they proceeded towards the commune, they encountered several other militia members from different farms, all of whom were also summoned for a meeting, each carrying a rifle and bearing serious expressions. Discussions ensued among them, with some claiming there were 5 or 6 bandits, all armed with submachine guns. Others speculated that the spies had secret strongholds in the mountains. Still others mentioned that the border troops had encircled the area, awaiting the militia's cooperation to narrow down the search. Lin Xiao remained silent during the discussions, contemplating how, if a search for bandits were indeed to take place, he might leverage the terrain to ensure his own safety while conducting an effective search. For he was exceedingly familiar with the surrounding mountains and forests. The commune was over 50 li from Hongqi Farm. The two rode their bicycles for more than 2 hours before finally arriving at the Armed Forces Department of the commune. In the courtyard, more than 20 bicycles were already parked, and over 20 militia members stood within, each carrying a rifle and wearing grave expressions. An officer from the Armed Forces Department was registering attendance. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, he promptly said, "Comrade Lin Xiao, hurry and sign in. You are the last one we were waiting for. The leaders from the county's Armed Forces Department have already arrived, and the meeting is about to commence." After signing in, Lin Xiao found a spot to stand. Wang Dashan leaned in closer. "Look, the border troops' jeep has arrived, and they brought military dogs. This must be a significant matter." Lin Xiao approached the entrance of the courtyard, and, indeed, 3 green jeeps emblazoned with the insignia of the Border Defense Armed Police were parked outside. Several soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms stood by the vehicles, accompanied by military dogs. A wave of heaviness washed over him. The presence of the armed police and their canine companions indicated that the criminals were indeed lurking nearby, and the task of apprehending them would be formidable. Before long, a middle-aged man in camouflage, adorned with the insignia of a lieutenant colonel, entered, followed by several officials in military and police attire. The assembly fell silent, all eyes fixed upon the middle-aged man. Ascending the steps, he surveyed the crowd and spoke in a grave tone. "Everyone, please be quiet. I am Minister Zhang from the County Armed Forces, and beside me is Captain Li from the Border Defense Armed Police. We have convened you here to convey an urgent directive from higher authorities regarding a significant mission." Minister Zhang paused momentarily, his voice taking on a serious tone. "Just last night, 5 cross-border bandits illegally entered through the Fuyuan port, meeting with 3 spies who had been lying in wait in our county. Their objective is to steal confidential information regarding the development of new machine tools at our county's military factory. Fortunately, the border troops detected them in time. During the attempt to apprehend them, the bandits resisted fiercely and subsequently scattered. Currently, 6 bandits have fled into the southern mountainous region of our county, and 2 spies remain at large, their identities unknown. Each of these criminals is armed with a Type 54 pistol and grenades, rendering them extremely dangerous. The higher authorities have ordered us to immediately organize a capable militia to assist the Border Defense Armed Police in a mountain search operation. We must capture all bandits and spies within 48 hours. We cannot allow them to escape the mountains with sensitive information." A collective gasp swept through the crowd. They had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. The presence of cross-border bandits and undercover spies, armed with firearms and explosives, posed a threat far greater than encountering wild beasts. Lin Xiao's heart grew heavy as well. These desperate fugitives would undoubtedly resort to any means to evade capture. A slight misstep during the search could lead to fatal consequences, and the 48-hour deadline loomed perilously close. The terrain of the southern mountains was complex, making the task of locating the targets within such a short time frame exceedingly challenging. "Everyone, do not panic." Minister Zhang, noticing the tension among the group, spoke in a calm yet firm voice. "This operation will be led by Captain Li of the Border Defense Armed Police, with our militia providing support. Your familiarity with the local terrain is your greatest asset. Your primary responsibilities will be to guide the police officers in searching critical areas, assist in establishing blockades, and immediately report any sightings via radio. Do not fire without authorization. Wait for support from the police forces." Captain Li added, "Although the bandits are fierce, they are unfamiliar with the terrain. We have sealed off all routes out of the mountains. They are akin to fish in a barrel. Remember, safety comes first. Report any sightings before attempting to act. Do not play the hero." Subsequently, Minister Zhang unfurled a large topographical map on the long table in the center of the courtyard, indicating the details. This is a comprehensive topographical map of the southern mountainous region. According to information provided by the border troops, the bandits were last seen near Eagle Beak Cliff. We will divide into 4 search teams, each comprising 5 militia members paired with 2 armed police officers and 1 military dog, simultaneously entering the mountains from the east, west, south, and north, gradually compressing towards the core area of Eagle Beak Cliff to form an impenetrable encirclement. Minister Zhang pointed at the red mark on the map. "Comrade Lin Xiao, you are a key member of the militia at Hongqi Farm. Last year, you excelled in the county's militia terrain assessment, securing first place. You possess the most intimate knowledge of the topography around Eagle Beak Cliff. You will lead the first team into the mountains from the eastern approach, which is the steepest and most likely area for the bandits to conceal themselves. Your task is to focus on searching several natural caves at Eagle Beak Cliff. Ensure a thorough examination. Comrade Wang Dashan, you will lead the second team from the northern route, responsible for searching the Falling Leaves Valley area, which is densely vegetated and offers ample hiding spots. The third team will approach from the south, while the fourth team will advance from the west. The only exit from the mountains, requiring careful defense and blockade. Is that clear to everyone?" "Understood." The group responded in unison, their voices resonating with determination. Lin Xiao felt a clear strategy forming in his mind. The eastern side of Eagle Beak Cliff indeed featured a complex terrain with 3 concealed natural caves, the largest of which delved deep into the mountain, presenting numerous pathways and serving as an excellent hiding spot. He contemplated proposing to the armed police soldiers in his group to first seal the cave entrances and then use smoke grenades to flush the bandits out, thereby avoiding direct confrontation and potential casualties. Minister Zhang continued to elaborate on the operational details. Each team is equipped with 2 walkie-talkies, one for the team leader and one to be held by the armed police soldier, ensuring real-time communication. Upon spotting a target, immediately call Eagle, and we will dispatch support promptly. Each person will receive 4 grenades and a first aid kit. Self-defense against bandit resistance is permitted, but you must report first. The search operation will commence today at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and conclude the day after tomorrow at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The mission must be completed within 48 hours. Now, disperse. Each team should promptly collect their gear from Captain Li and gather in the courtyard in 10 minutes for departure. As the meeting concluded, the group sprang into action, swiftly moving toward the equipment distribution point in the corner of the courtyard. Upon arriving at the distribution point, Captain Li personally handed Lin Xiao a set of gear. Comrade Lin Xiao, your task is the most challenging, so I am providing you with an additional night vision device. The caves at Eagle Beak Cliff are quite deep, and you must conduct inspections even at night. Here are the photographs of the bandits. There are 6 in total. Remember their distinguishing features, particularly the tall one with a scar on his left cheek. He is a habitual offender with 3 lives on his hands. Lin Xiao accepted the equipment, nodding solemnly as he carefully examined the photographs, imprinting the bandits' appearances firmly in his memory. Just as he tucked the photographs into his pocket, the 4 militia members from his group and 2 armed police soldiers approached him. The 2 armed police officers were clad in camouflage uniforms, shouldering submachine guns and adorned with ammunition pouches. The lead soldier, Chen Feng, a private with a sharp gaze akin to that of an eagle, spoke. Team leader Lin, we have just surveyed the terrain, and the eastern caves are indeed critical. Our plan is to first establish a perimeter and then send 1 person in for reconnaissance. Do you think this is feasible? Lin Xiao shook his head, pointing at the cave markings on the map. This main cave has 3 exits. Reconnaissance would be too perilous. I suggest we block the other 2 exits with branches, leaving only the main entrance open. Then, we can place grenades at the entrance and throw a smoke grenade inside. The bandits will surely be forced out by the smoke, at which point we can ambush and capture them. Chen Feng's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. That's an excellent plan. It is much safer than a forced entry. Team leader Lin, it seems we will truly be relying on you this time. As Lin Xiao was about to speak, Minister Zhang and Captain Li approached. Minister Zhang glanced at his watch and inquired, is everyone from each group assembled? The officer in charge of counting quickly responded, report, Minister. All 4 groups are present, and the equipment has been distributed. Minister Zhang nodded, stepped before the ranks, and proclaimed, comrades. This mission pertains to national secrets and the safety of our citizens. The responsibility is immense. I trust that each of you will overcome the challenges ahead and successfully accomplish the tasks assigned by our superiors. Now let us embark. With Minister Zhang's command, the 4 search teams lined up neatly and followed the border defense armed police towards the military trucks parked outside the courtyard. 4 green military trucks stood ready, their cargo beds lined with thick straw and machine guns mounted on either side. Several armed police soldiers stood vigil at the edges of the trucks, creating an atmosphere so serious it was almost suffocating. Lin Xiao, accompanied by 4 militia members and 2 armed police soldiers from the first group, boarded the foremost truck. Chen Feng helped Lin Xiao secure his canvas bag in the corner of the cargo area and remarked with a smile, Group Leader Lin, this truck may jolt, but it is far quicker than walking. We will reach the assembly point at the Fuyuan border in just 2 hours. Lin Xiao nodded, retrieving the night vision goggles from his backpack. He scrutinized the sleek, black device, its lens emitting a faint blue glow. It was his first encounter with such sophisticated military equipment, and he couldn't help but wipe the dust off the lens with his sleeve. These night vision goggles could clearly see objects within 50 meters at night, proving invaluable should they encounter a surprise attack from bandits. Chen Feng leaned in, pointing to Lin Xiao's Type 54 pistol at his waist. Your pistol is well maintained. During our last drill, a militia member's pistol jammed, which nearly led to a significant incident. Lin Xiao promptly stowed away the night vision goggles and checked the safety of his pistol. I keep it clean, and we received special training when the county distributed them. You can rest assured. The truck's engine roared to life, the wheels crunching over the dirt road of the commune, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the cargo area, the militia members and armed police soldiers remained silent. Some leaned against the side of the truck with their eyes closed in repose, while others focused on cleaning their weapons. Only the rumble of the wheels and the whistling of the wind echoed in their ears. Lin Xiao watched the poplar trees whiz by outside, his mind reflecting on the terrain of Heihu Ko, where he had visited the 3 caves. The largest, known as Tiger Mouth Cave, was concealed behind vines, featuring a narrow passage leading deep into the mountain. If bandits were to hide within, they would indeed be a formidable adversary. After leaving the commune, the truck transitioned onto a bumpy gravel road, causing the vehicle to shake violently. The militia member beside Lin Xiao, Old Li, lost his balance and nearly fell, but Lin Xiao managed to catch him just in time. This road is too rough, Old Li complained, rubbing his waist. It's worse than the last time I went to the county to haul fertilizer. Chen Feng chuckled. Once we reach the border highway ahead, it will improve. It's a newly paved asphalt road, and the ride will be much smoother. Indeed, half an hour later, The truck hit the asphalt road, and the jolting lessened significantly. Lin Xiao took out corn flatbreads made by Zhao Shilan from his backpack and distributed them among the group. Here, have something to stave off hunger. We don't know when we'll get our next meal. The others accepted the flatbreads and began to eat, accompanied by the cool boiled water they had brought along. Old Li took a hearty bite of the pancake and mumbled, "Sister-in-law's pancakes are truly fragrant, while the ones my wife makes are as hard as stones." Laughter erupted in the truck, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. The vehicle journeyed southward, and as they approached the border, the number of military vehicles increased. With Border Patrol soldiers in camouflage uniforms occasionally spotted patrolling the roadside, Lin Xiao observed that red banners warning against border-crossing militants were hung on the utility poles. And in the distance, makeshift lookout towers were visible atop the mountains, indicating that border security had been elevated to the highest alert level. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the truck arrived at the assembly point near the Fuyuan border. This was an expansive riverside area, already dotted with over a dozen green military tents, surrounded by deep trenches, and several radio operators busily maneuvered with their equipment. The distant black tiger mouth loomed vaguely, resembling a poised tiger ready to pounce, its dark cliffs sharp and formidable. "All teams assemble." A commanding voice rang out, prompting everyone to hastily disembark and line up. A tall officer adorned with the insignia of a colonel approached, his dark skin and a faint scar on his face accentuating his hawk-like gaze. He was none other than Commander Wang, the overall leader of this search operation. Minister Zhang and Captain Li promptly stepped forward to salute, and after returning the gesture, Commander Wang's eyes swept over the ranks as he spoke gravely. "Comrades, welcome to this search mission. I hereby announce the division of tasks." Pointing to a terrain map beside him, Commander Wang explained, "The border police and the field army will be responsible for the core search area, specifically the cave clusters at Black Tiger Mouth and Fallen Leaf Valley, where the bandits are most likely to be hiding. Your militia comrades, well acquainted with the local terrain, will oversee perimeter security and assist in the search. The eastern perimeter of Black Tiger Mouth, the western mountain exit, and the northern reed marsh are all under your jurisdiction. Entry and exit of any unauthorized personnel is strictly prohibited. Any suspicious targets must be reported immediately, and no independent actions are allowed." At this juncture, Commander Wang cast a special glance at Lin Xiao. "Comrade Lin Xiao, your first team will be responsible for the eastern perimeter of Black Tiger Mouth, where 3 paths lead to the core area. It is imperative to construct fortifications and maintain a 24-hour watch. Here is your military-grade binoculars, with 8 times magnification, capable of detecting movements within 2 kilometers." A radio operator handed over a sleek black binoculars, which Lin Xiao eagerly accepted with both hands. It was far more sophisticated than any civilian model he had encountered. The body was etched with anti-slip patterns, and it felt substantial in his grasp. He couldn't resist bringing it to his eyes to test it out. The soldiers on the lookout tower were vividly clear, even their insignias discernible, causing his eyes to sparkle with excitement. "I assure you, we will accomplish the mission." Lin Xiao saluted earnestly, slinging the binoculars around his neck, his heart soaring with joy at possessing authentic military gear, more coveted than his night vision device. Commander Wang nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Now each team, collect your tools and proceed immediately to the designated areas to construct the fortifications. The security deployment must be completed before nightfall." Lin Xiao led his team to the assigned area on the eastern side of Black Tiger Mouth, where indeed 3 winding paths led to the mountain caves, flanked by dense thickets that could easily be exploited by bandits as a point of infiltration. "Let's divide the tasks," he announced. Lin Xiao pointed towards the path and said, "Comrade Shinfeng, you and 2 armed police soldiers will be responsible for the first path, constructing a shooting cover. Laoli, you will take 2 militia members to dig trenches on the second path. The rest will accompany me to the third path to set up barbed wire and warning stakes." The group immediately sprang into action, collecting shovels, picks, barbed wire, and wooden stakes before dispersing to construct fortifications. Lin Xiao led his team to the third path, which was the steepest, with a cliff at the edge, making it the most challenging area to defend. "Let us dig the trench," Lin Xiao exclaimed, driving his shovel forcefully into the ground. The trench was to be 1.5 meters deep and half a meter wide, with a shooting hole every 3 meters. The others followed Lin Xiao's lead, and the clanking sound of shovels and picks striking rocks echoed through the valley. The soil in the mountains was hard and interspersed with gravel, causing beads of sweat to form quickly. Lin Xiao stripped off his outer coat, revealing his strong arms. And with each swing of the shovel, a large chunk of earth was displaced. Meanwhile, the sounds of construction from Chun Feng's team reached them. They were stacking stones to build a shooting cover, coating the exterior with mud for camouflage and ballistic protection. Laoli was also busy on the second path digging trenches while setting up tripwire flares along the roadside. As soon as someone tripped the wire, the flares would shoot up into the sky. The midday sun was harsh, scorching the skin. Zhao Xiaolan's egg pies came in handy, and Lin Xiao allowed everyone to take turns resting and replenishing their energy with the eggs. "Xiao Ergu, look over there," suddenly shouted a militia member on lookout, pointing towards the distant hillside. Lin Xiao quickly grabbed the binoculars and spotted a small wild boar grazing on the wild grass, not very large, weighing just over 50 kilograms. "What a find. We'll have meat," Chen Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he raised his submachine gun to take aim. Lin Xiao hurriedly restrained him, saying, "Don't use the submachine gun. It will make too much noise and alert the search teams in the core area. Use my pistol." Lin Xiao drew his Type 54 pistol, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the wild boar. Having hunted in the mountains before, he was confident in his marksmanship. With a sharp crack, the bullet struck the wild boar's leg with precision, causing it to cry out in pain and fall, struggling on the ground. Two militia members dashed over, binding the wild boar with rope and bringing it back. "Team leader Lin, your shooting is truly remarkable," Chen Feng praised. "More impressive than our sharpshooters." Lin Xiao smiled as he holstered his pistol. "It's a skill honed from hunting in the mountains. Tonight, we'll enhance our meal with roasted wild boar." The group erupted in cheers, their spirits lifted even higher. By evening, the fortifications along the three paths were completed. The shooting cover on the first path was solidly built with stones and camouflaged with branches. The trench on the second path wound intricately, with shooting holes facing the entrance, and the tripwire flares were also set. The third path not only had a trench dug, but also featured barbed wire at the entrance, with ropes secured along the cliffside for vigilance. When Captain Wang came to inspect, he was pleased to see the fortifications so well constructed and patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "Comrade Lin Xiao, your group has the best fortifications among all the militia teams. With you around, I feel at ease." After dark, a bonfire was lit at the assembly point, and each group took turns to collect their rations. Lin Xiao instructed Old Li and two militia members to remain on guard, while he took the others to the bonfire to prepare the wild boar meat. Chen Feng retrieved a military dagger from his backpack, skillfully skinning and chopping the meat into pieces before skewering them with branches and placing them over the fire to roast. Before long, the enticing aroma of the wild boar wafted through the air, the dripping fat sizzling on the flames, drawing the surrounding soldiers closer. "Team leader Lin, could we have a taste?" called out a militia member from the adjacent group, grinning. Lin Xiao generously replied, "Come, everyone, have a taste. There's plenty for all." As they gathered around the bonfire, feasting on the roasted wild boar, they engaged in lively conversation. On guard duty by the fire was a seasoned border guard known as Old Zheng, his face lined with wrinkles and his hair peppered with gray. Having served for 20 years at the border and possessing a wealth of experience. "Uncle Zheng, after so many years at the border, have you encountered any peculiar happenings?" Lin Xiao inquired, offering him a piece of the golden brown roasted meat. Old Zheng accepted the meat, took a bite, and slowly began to recount. "Oh, there are many strange tales. Just near Black Tiger Mouth, there used to be temples of the 5 immortals: Fox Immortal, Yellow Immortal, White Immortal, Willow Immortal, and Gray Immortal, all of whom had their devotees. The Yellow Immortal, which is the weasel, is particularly mystical and should not be trifled with." The crowd grew intrigued, drawing closer to listen to Old Zheng's stories. He set down the meat and continued leisurely. 10 years ago, a hunter attempted to catch a weasel at Black Tiger Mouth, only to break his leg that very night, and all his chickens were killed. On another occasion, during a military exercise, a new recruit shot at a weasel, and suddenly, his gun jammed during the drill, nearly causing a catastrophic malfunction. From that day forth, we understood that the weasels in these mountains are not to be disturbed. Is it really that sinister? Chen Feng expressed skepticism, sharing, "I've shot weasels during drills before, and nothing unusual happened." Old Zheng chuckled. "That's because you haven't encountered one with true spirit. The weasels at Eagle Beak Cliff are different. They say they have been blessed by old hunters and possess human-like understanding. If you don't provoke them, they might even keep watch over the movements in the mountains. But if you anger them, they could haunt you for a lifetime." Lin Xiao listened with great interest, having hunted in the mountains before. He had seen numerous weasels, but had never encountered the situations Old Zheng described. Old Li chimed in, "When I was a child, my grandfather told me that the Yellow Immortal could enchant people. Once, our village's old Wang was enchanted, hugging a tree and declaring himself a weasel, only to awaken after a long while." The conversation grew more animated, the atmosphere around the bonfire exuberant. By 10 o'clock that night, it was Lin Xiao's turn for guard duty, and the others reluctantly dispersed. Lin Xiao implemented a shift system, pairing 2 members for 2-hour rotations. With him and Chun Feng assigned to the first shift. They carried lanterns and weapons as they patrolled the 3 narrow paths. The night in the mountains was exceptionally tranquil, filled only with the sounds of insects and the wind rustling through the leaves. The lantern's glow cast long shadows on the path, while Lin Xiao, with binoculars in hand, periodically scanned the surroundings. Chun Feng, gripping his submachine gun, attentively listened to the sounds in the vicinity. Team leader Lin, is the weasel Uncle Zheng mentioned really that formidable? Chun Feng whispered, clearly intrigued by old Zheng's tale. Lin Xiao smiled and remarked, it is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it entirely. The creatures of the mountains possess a certain spirit. As long as we do not provoke them, they shall not cause us any trouble. Just as he spoke, a rustling sound suddenly emerged from the nearby thicket. The 2 immediately halted, extinguishing their lantern and holding their breath. Lin Xiao grasped his binoculars and peered into the bushes under the moonlight, revealing a yellow figure moving within. It was small in size, with a notably long tail, a yellow weasel. It's a yellow weasel, Chun Feng whispered, preparing to raise his submachine gun. Lin Xiao quickly restrained him. Do not fire. Uncle Zheng has warned us not to provoke it. Yet, the weasel seemed unafraid of humans, emerging from the thicket and standing on the path, observing the 2 men. The moonlight cast an eerie glow upon its form. Chun Feng's heart raced, mistaking it for a scout sent by bandits. In a moment of panic, his hand trembled, and he inadvertently pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunfire reverberated through the mountains, startling the birds into flight. The weasel squeaked in fright, swiftly retreating into the brush, vanishing without a trace. Lin Xiao quickly covered Chun Feng's mouth, exclaiming, have you lost your mind? What if the bandits are alerted by such a loud noise? Indeed. It was not long before an urgent whistle and shouts of soldiers echoed from the distant assembly point. Who fired? What is happening? Lin Xiao urgently called out in the direction of the assembly point. It's fine. It was a false alarm. We shot at a yellow weasel. Soon, Captain Wang arrived with several soldiers, all armed and alert. What is going on? Have you spotted the bandits? Lin Xiao quickly explained, Captain Wang, my apologies. While on duty, we encountered a yellow weasel, and young Chun, in a moment of anxiety, mistakenly fired the weapon, causing a disturbance. Chun Feng added hastily, it's my fault. I was too nervous. It won't happen again. Captain Wang furrowed his brow, examining the spent shell on the ground and glancing towards the thicket. In a somber tone, he stated, in border operations, every gunshot could determine the success or failure of our mission. Should such a misjudgment occur again, it will be dealt with severely. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Yes, Captain Wang, we assure you it will not happen again. Captain Wang did not elaborate further and returned with his soldiers, reminding them to heighten their vigilance and avoid any further mishaps. Once he departed, Chun Feng sheepishly scratched his head. Group leader Lin, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I nearly jeopardized everything. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. It's all right. Just be more cautious next time. Nighttime in these mountains can indeed be tense. Let's remain vigilant during our patrols and avoid further misjudgments. The 2 reignited the lantern and continued their patrol, this time with heightened caution, even softening their footsteps. In the latter half of the night, it was old Li's turn along with a militia member to keep watch, while Lin Xiao and Chun Feng returned to their makeshift tent to rest. The tent was lined with straw. Though modest, it was far better than being outside. Chun Feng lay on the straw, tossing and turning, and quietly said, Group leader Lin, do you think that weasel might seek revenge on us? The things Uncle Zheng mentioned make me increasingly uneasy. Lin Xiao chuckled. Do not overthink it. The weasel is merely an animal. It will be lucky to escape. How could it possibly seek revenge on you? Once again, we stand here to apprehend the bandits and safeguard the nation's secrets, even if there exists some supernatural presence. It shall not trouble us. Chun Feng nodded, seemingly reassured, and before long, he began to emit even breaths of slumber. However, Lin Xiao found himself unable to sleep. He picked up the military binoculars and approached the tent entrance, gazing in the direction of Heihu Ko. In the moonlight, the outline of Heihu Ko appeared particularly distinct, with the cave's entrance shrouded in darkness, leaving him to ponder whether bandits lay within. He reminisced about his mother and sister at home, as well as thoughts of Huzi and the villagers. He also considered Lu, the owner of Jushin Lu, and resolved that upon the completion of this mission, he must discuss increasing supply quantities with him to improve the livelihoods of the villagers. In the early hours of dawn, a light rain began to fall in the mountains, the gentle patter creating a rhythmic sound upon the tent. Suddenly, Lin Xiao heard footsteps outside and swiftly grasped his handgun, alertly inquiring, "Who goes there?" "It's me, old Li," came the reply from outside. Team leader Lin. The rain has intensified, and there is quite a bit of water accumulating in the trench. Should we take a look? Lin Xiao quickly donned his jacket and exited the tent. The rain indeed poured, chilling him to the bone as it struck his face. He and Old Li took shovels and hurried to the trench, discovering it was already half a meter deep with water. And the shooting holes had become somewhat deformed from the rain's onslaught. This is bad. If this continues, the fortifications will be washed away, Lin Xiao exclaimed, immediately rousing the others in the tent. Get up. The rain is damaging the fortifications. We must repair them at once. The group hurriedly arose, tools in hand, and rushed to the trench. Lin Xiao directed, Xiao Chun, take 2 people to dig drainage ditches and expel the water from the trench. Old Li, you lead 2 others to patch the shooting holes. The rest will assist me in reinforcing the trench embankment. Everyone collaborated, braving the rain to commence repairs. The downpour soaked their clothing, causing them to shiver from the cold, yet no one complained, fully aware of the fortification's significance. If the bandits chose to break through under the cover of the rainy night, the consequences would be dire without proper defenses. While Chen Feng was digging the drainage ditch, he encountered a small mishap. The mountains were strewn with stones, and when his shovel struck one, it reverberated painfully through his hands, revealing that the stone was harder than steel. This stone is tougher than rebar. He grimaced, eliciting laughter from the others. Observing this, Lin Xiao rummaged through his backpack and handed him a small pickaxe. Use this. It works better for chiseling along the stone seams. Chen Feng tried it, and indeed, found it much more effective. Before long, he had chiseled out a gap, allowing the water in the trench to flow out gradually. As Old Li repaired the shooting holes, he intentionally mixed some dry grass into the mud, asserting that this would prevent cracking. He shared, when we built the reservoir, the old craftsman always did it this way. It's 10 times sturdier than pure mud. The others followed his method, and the repaired shooting holes turned out to be both solid and level. While reinforcing the trench embankment, Lin Xiao noticed a few clusters of wild vines at the cliff's edge. A spark of inspiration struck him. He instructed everyone to cut down the vines and weave them into a net-like structure to bind on the outer side of the embankment. This would not only hold the soil, but also provide camouflage. What a brilliant idea, Chen Feng praised. Even if the bandits look from afar, they will merely perceive it as ordinary underbrush. By the time dawn approached, the repairs were finally complete. The group collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted and drenched, resembling drowned rats, yet gazing upon the intact fortifications with expressions of satisfaction. As dawn broke, the rain ceased, and a gentle mist enveloped the mountains, infusing the air with the earthy fragrance of soil and wild grasses. Colonel Wang arrived to inspect the fortifications and was pleasantly surprised to find not only that Lin Xiao's constructions were intact, but also that they featured ingenious camouflage made from wild vines. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, Comrade Lin Xiao, your execution is not only commendable, but also adaptable. This camouflage is remarkable. I nearly overlooked it myself. He knelt down to touch the shooting hole mixed with dry grass and continued, Comrade Lao Li's craftsmanship is equally impressive, sturdier than what our engineering battalion has constructed. Lao Li, feeling bashful, scratched his head and replied, it's just the clumsy methods of a farmer. As long as it serves its purpose, that's sufficient. Before departing, Colonel Wang specifically requested Lao Zhang to share some amusing tales from the border with Lin Xiao's team. As a means of relaxation for everyone, Lao Zhang settled on a stone, leisurely packing his pipe with tobacco. If we're to discuss the peculiarities of the border, 3 days and nights wouldn't suffice. Let's take last winter, for instance. I was on duty at the observation tower with a few soldiers when, in the dead of night, we heard a commotion outside. Thinking it was bandits, we armed ourselves and stepped out, only to discover a herd of roe deer feasting on the hay beneath the tower. The lead deer even locked eyes with us, showing no fear whatsoever. I have seen roe deer before, but to hear of one daring to meet the gaze of a soldier is a first, exclaimed Lao Li, his eyes wide with curiosity. What happened next? Did you chase them away? Lao Zheng lit his pipe, took a draw, and chuckled. Chase them away? The snow was falling heavily, and there was no food in the mountains. They were undoubtedly starving. We tossed some corn stalks their way, and they quietly munched away, even nodding at us as if to express their gratitude. They continued to visit every few days until spring arrived and the snow melted. Intrigued, Lin Xiao inquired, Uncle Lao Zhang, apart from the roe deer, are there other animals that frequently visit? Lao Zhang tapped his pipe and replied, Oh, there are plenty. Once, a fox came to the outpost carrying an injured kid, whimpering at the entrance. We discovered the little one had been caught in a trap. The medic bandaged its wounds and even fed it some meat. Afterwards, that old fox would often leave a wild rabbit or a few game hens at our outpost as a token of gratitude. Do foxes really express gratitude? Chen Feng asked. Astonished. During my time in the military, I heard veterans say that foxes are the most cunning. I never imagined they could possess such humanity. Lao Zheng smiled. The creatures of the mountains have a certain spirit. If you treat them well, they will remember you. There was another amusing incident when we set up an observation point and witnessed a weasel in a tussle with a hedgehog. The weasel attempted to bite the hedgehog, but ended up spinning in circles from the quills, eventually storming off after circling the hedgehog 3 times. Looking much like a sulking child. The group erupted in laughter, with Chen Feng chuckling. So that weasel from yesterday, not holding a grudge, was actually showing mercy. Lao Zheng joined in the laughter, of course. If you haven't truly harmed it, it certainly wouldn't trouble you. By the way, there was another incident last summer when a Soviet herdsman crossed the border with his flock. When we discovered him, he was grazing alongside our sheep, claiming that the rain had misaligned the border markers, and he hadn't seen clearly. We assisted him in straightening the boundary marker and even shared a meal together. Before he departed, he insisted on giving us a piece of butter, claiming it was handmade by his wife. Is such a thing possible? Lin Xiao found it intriguing. Did you maintain contact afterward? Old Zheng nodded. Indeed, he visited again this spring, bringing us some Russian chocolates, and we reciprocated with several bags of tea leaves. The folks living along the border genuinely yearn for peace. No one desires conflict. As they spoke, the militia member on watch called out, Uncle Zheng, team leader Lin, look. There are a few wild chickens over there. Everyone looked up to see several vividly colored wild chickens pecking at the grass nearby, completely oblivious to their presence. Old Zheng chuckled. These mountain wild chickens are not afraid of humans. If it were any other time, we could catch a couple for roasting. The taste is exquisite. However, since we are on duty now, we cannot shoot indiscriminately. Lin Xiao nodded. The mission is paramount. When we return, I will take everyone into the mountains to catch a few. Let them savor my culinary skills. Old Li rubbed his hands together and said, that sounds splendid. I've heard tales of Brother Zhao's hunting prowess, yet I have never had the chance to witness it. Old Zheng stood up, brushing off the dirt from his clothes. Well, the stories have been told, and I must return to the outpost. Stay vigilant, and call for me if anything arises. After Old Zheng departed, Lin Xiao reorganized the watch duties. Xiao Chun will lead 2 individuals to guard the first path, using binoculars to monitor any activity on the mountain. Old Li will take 2 to secure the second path, checking the tripwire signal flares to ensure they aren't damaged by the rain. The remaining personnel will accompany me on the third path. We will remain alert while taking this opportunity to reinforce our fortifications. An extra layer of security is always beneficial. The group promptly sprang into action. Chen Feng led his team up the nearby hill, where the view was broader, allowing them to clearly observe the entire expanse of the Black Tiger mouth. Old Li crouched down, meticulously inspecting the wires of the tripwire signal flares, ensuring each one was secure and reliable. Lin Xiao, with his team, stacked another layer of sandbags outside the trench and inserted some fresh branches atop the sandbags for enhanced camouflage. Brother Xiao, look over there. A militia member pointed in the distance, claiming to have spotted a rabbit. Lin Xiao followed his indication and indeed saw a gray rabbit hopping across the grass. He smiled and remarked, the mountains are abundant with game. Once our mission is accomplished, we shall indulge in a proper hunt to improve our rations. Just then, Chen Feng descended from the hill, exclaiming, Team Leader Lin. Commander Wang has sent word that there are new developments in the core area search and has instructed us to heighten our vigilance to prevent the bandits from exploiting the chaos to escape. Lin Xiao immediately adopted a serious demeanor, commanding everyone, positions, everyone, load your weapons and remain alert. Xiao Chun, continue your observation from the hill. Report any movement immediately. The group responded in unison, returning to their posts. Lin Xiao approached the trench, picked up the military binoculars, and gazed toward the Black Tiger mouth. The fog had dissipated, revealing every blade of grass and tree on the mountain, as the search forces in the core area fanned out in a semicircle, gradually advancing toward the Tiger Mouth cave. The atmosphere grew tense, for he knew a critical standoff was about to ensue. Chapter 57. Discovery of the bandits' secret passage deep within the Black Tiger's mouth. The main cavern was suffused with the dim, flickering light of a kerosene lamp, casting shadows that danced upon the rocky walls. 23 bandits clad in camouflage dispersed throughout the chamber. Some leaned against the walls tending to their weapons, while others squatted on the ground gnawing on hard black bread. The air was thick with a suffocating melange of sweat, gunpowder, and the musty scent of stale bread. At the center of the cavern, upon a flat rock, sat a man with a pronounced nose and piercing blue eyes. His hair was cropped short, and a long scar ran from his brow to his chin on the left side of his face, lending him a particularly menacing appearance. He toyed with an AKM assault rifle, its body polished to a sheen, the muzzle pointed to the ground, yet his finger rested ever so lightly on the trigger guard. His vigilant gaze sweeping across every individual in the chamber. He was the leader of this band of miscreants, codenamed White Bear, a Soviet raised on the northeastern border, speaking the local dialect more fluently than the natives. Everyone, hold on. White Bear's voice broke the oppressive silence, low and gravelly, tinged with a hint of a northeastern accent. You all heard the gunfire outside. It wasn't our people. I suspect it was the border guards mistaking something. But it indicates they have encircled the Black Tiger's mouth like a drum. A lanky bandit quickly set down his bread and leaned in. Boss, should we leave now? We could sneak out via the back path and reach the Songhua River before dark. This bandit, known as Juzi, was a local and a former hunter who had turned to smuggling and was now wanted. He had sought refuge with White Bear, serving as a guide for the group. White Bear shot him a glare, slapping the AKM against his thigh. What are you panicking for? If we leave now, we'd run straight into their guns. The border guards haven't reached the main cave yet. We still have time to prepare. Rising, he strode to the cavern wall and kicked a seemingly insignificant rock, which slowly shifted to reveal a dark opening behind it. This passage had been excavated 3 years prior. Behind the main chamber lay 3 diverging routes. The left and right were dead ends, used for storage and tending to the wounded, while the central path led to the back cliff, known only to their group. Everyone gathered around, curious about the concealed entrance. White Bear produced a crumpled map from his pocket, unfurling it upon the stone, and pointed to a marked location. At the end of this path lies a cliff, beneath which flows the Songhua River. Our rubber dinghies are concealed by the riverbank. If we cannot hold the main cave, we will break out through here, take the dinghies downstream, and rendezvous with our contacts at the meeting point. Juzi leaned closer to inspect the map, perplexed. Boss, this path is so narrow that only one person can pass through. If the border guards secure the exit, wouldn't we be trapped like fish in a barrel? White Bear let out a cold laugh, drawing a military knife from his waist and plunging it into the map at the cliff's location. They won't anticipate that we have this escape route. Even if they do, the rapids below the cliff would deter them from easily descending to set up defenses. Moreover, I have already stationed 3 lookout points along the path. We will detect any approach immediately. As he spoke, the White Bear dragged an iron box from beneath the rocks and opened it, revealing a neatly arranged assortment of AKM assault rifles, grenades, ammunition, and military binoculars. He picked up a rifle and handed it to a burly thug beside him. Iron Bull, you and 5 others will guard the main entrance. Dig firing holes into the rock walls on either side of the entrance and bind explosives to the boulder at the entrance. If the border guards break in, we'll detonate the boulder to block their path. Iron Bull accepted the rifle and nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Chief, they won't return. The White Bear then took 3 handguns and handed them to a nimble little thug. Monkey, you and 3 others will secure the middle path, keeping a vigilant eye on the main hall. If the main entrance cannot hold, let them in. We'll ambush them in the side path, utilizing the terrain to wear them down. Monkey grinned as he accepted the handguns. Chief, this is my specialty. I guarantee they'll come in, but won't get out. Finally, the White Bear picked up a pair of binoculars and handed them to Juzi. You and 4 others will guard the narrow path at the back cliff. Place 1 person at each lookout point, and you will personally oversee the exit of the path, using the binoculars to observe the river. If you notice anything unusual, signal us immediately. Juzi hesitated as he took the binoculars. Chief, is 4 enough? If the border guards find the path, we won't be able to hold them off. The White Bear patted his shoulder, speaking with a serious tone. The terrain of the path is complex. Easy to defend, but difficult to attack, and they won't expect us to break out from there. 4 is sufficient. Remember, unless absolutely necessary, do not fire. Just signal us. After assigning the defensive tasks, the White Bear retrieved several packs of compressed biscuits and water bottles from the iron box, distributing them to everyone. Make sure you're well fed and hydrated, and check your weapons. The border guards may launch an attack at any moment. Our mission is to hold them off until dark. And as long as we can carry the secrets out, each of you will receive 10-fold the reward. Upon hearing this, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly gathered their weapons and supplies, moving to execute the White Bear's plans. Iron Bull and his team busied themselves at the main entrance, digging firing holes in the rock wall and securing explosives to the boulder with ropes, concealing the fuses behind nearby rocks. Monkey and his crew set traps in the middle path, planting sharpened stakes in the ground, camouflaged with branches and leaves. Anyone who stepped on them would be grievously injured. Meanwhile, Juzi led his men into the middle path toward the narrow path at the back cliff. The White Bear remained in the main hall, studying the map intently, his brow slightly furrowed. This mission was proving to be more arduous than he had anticipated. He had initially thought they could stealthily procure the secrets, but upon securing them, they were unexpectedly discovered by the border guards, forcing them to flee into the jaws of danger, with their numbers dwindled from over 30 to just 23. He understood that if they failed to break out, not only would they forfeit their rewards, but their lives would also be lost here. "Chief, everything is arranged." Iron Bull returned from the main entrance, his face smeared with dirt. "The firing holes are dug, and the explosives are secured. As soon as they approach, we'll show them what we're made of." The polar bear nodded and approached the main cave entrance, peering through the freshly excavated shooting hole. Outside the entrance lay a dense thicket, and beyond it, a steep hillside. If the border guards attempted to breach their defenses, they would have to traverse this underbrush, making them perfect targets. "Excellent," the polar bear remarked with satisfaction. "Go fetch a few bundles of hay and stack them at the entrance. If they use tear gas, we can ignite the hay and disperse the smoke." Iron Bull promptly agreed and turned to gather the hay. The polar bear then made his way to the supply storage path, checking the first aid kits and ammunition to ensure there was enough to last until nightfall. Meanwhile, in the trench on the eastern side of Black Tiger Pass, Lin Xiao was meticulously observing the terrain through a military telescope. Earlier that morning, Commander Wang had dispatched word that there were new developments in the core area's search, and the armed police had begun to advance towards the Tiger Cave. Likely preparing for an assault by noon, Lin Xiao dared not let his guard down, personally leading 2 militia members on patrol along the third path, adjacent to the cliff, which was the most likely escape route for the bandits. "Brother Xiao, you've been watching for half an hour. Aren't your eyes tired?" The militia member, Xiao Zhang, quipped. "This military telescope is something else. It's far clearer than the old one at my home." Lin Xiao did not respond, his gaze still fixed on the telescope. The more critical the moment, the more vigilance was required. The bandits were desperate men, certain to seek an opportunity to break through. "We must not allow them to escape." Xiao Zhang nodded, falling silent as he picked up his rifle, remaining alert to the surroundings. Lin Xiao slowly adjusted the telescope's lens, shifting his focus from the Tiger Cave to the adjacent cliff. The cliff face was adorned with vines and rocks, appearing barren, devoid of any hiding spots. However, Lin Xiao knew that such cliffs often concealed narrow paths. During his hunting days, he had encountered numerous secret passages carved by hunters in similar cliffs. As he moved the lens to the middle upper section of the cliff, Lin Xiao suddenly halted, his brow furrowing. He noticed a section of vines that was a different hue from the surrounding foliage, as if tampered with. He quickly adjusted the telescope's focus for a clearer view. And indeed, behind that patch of vines, a narrow path faintly revealed itself, with a shadowy figure briefly flitting past before disappearing behind the vines. "Xiao Zhang, come take a look," Lin Xiao urged, handing the telescope to Xiao Zhang while indicating the location on the cliff where he had seen the path. "There's a narrow trail, and I think I just saw a figure." Xiao Zhang eagerly accepted the telescope, scanning in the direction Lin Xiao pointed. But after a lengthy observation, he replied with confusion, "Brother Xiao, I don't see anything." "Are you sure you're not seeing things?" Lin Xiao remained silent, taking back the telescope and readjusting the focus. This time, he scrutinized more carefully, and soon enough, another figure appeared on the path, holding something and seemingly surveying the river below. Lin Xiao's heart sank. He concluded that it was a lookout for the bandits, and this path was undoubtedly their escape route. "Quick, bring me the walkie-talkie," Lin Xiao exclaimed urgently. Xiao Zhang quickly retrieved the walkie-talkie from his backpack and handed it to Lin Xiao, pressing the communication button. Lin Xiao shouted into the device, "Eagle, Eagle, this is Lin Xiao from Group 1, urgent situation report." The voice of Commander Wang resonated through the radio. "Comrade Lin Xiao, please respond." Lin Xiao swiftly replied, "Commander Wang, a secret path has been discovered on the eastern cliff of the Black Tiger Mouth, where bandits are stationed as lookouts. It appears to be a potential escape route for them. The path is located in the upper section of the cliff, concealed by vines, and seems to lead towards the Songhua River." There was a brief silence on the radio, followed by Commander Wang's serious tone. "Comrade Lin Xiao, are you certain? Did you see correctly?" Lin Xiao affirmed, "I am certain. I observed silhouettes with a military telescope. The path is cleverly camouflaged by the vines and is quite hidden." "Good," Commander Wang responded. "I will immediately notify the forward armed police unit to halt their advance. You are to take your team and head to the base of the cliff at once, securing the exit of the path. Ensure no bandits escape through there. I have arranged for a squad of armed police to arrive in 10 minutes to support you. Ensure the task is completed." Lin Xiao solemnly replied, disconnecting the radio. He called out to Xiao Zhang and another militiaman, "Xiao Li, Xiao Zhang, Xiao Li, follow me. We must secure the path's exit at the base of the cliff. The rest will remain in the trench under Old Li's command, heightening vigilance and ensuring no one strays from their post. Understood. The group responded in unison. Lin Xiao, along with Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li, armed themselves and dashed towards the base of the cliff. The area below was a dense forest, and beyond it lay the broad, swiftly flowing Songhua River. Lin Xiao understood that if the bandits descended the path, they would likely traverse through the forest before attempting to escape downstream in inflatable boats. The trio swiftly navigated through the woods, arriving at a flat area at the cliff's base. Lin Xiao assessed the terrain and instructed Xiao Zhang, "Take position behind the large tree on the left, aiming your rifle at the path's exit. Fire a warning shot if any bandits descend. Xiao Li, take cover behind the rock on the right, and keep an eye on the river to prevent any bandits from escaping on boats. I will position myself in the center, using my binoculars to monitor the situation on the path and relay information to you." The two quickly followed Lin Xiao's orders, finding concealed positions and aiming their rifles at the path's exit. Lin Xiao leaned against a large rock, raising his binoculars to observe the path once more. This time, he saw two bandits on guard, one with binoculars scanning the river, while the other held an AKM rifle, vigilantly watching below. "Xiao Zhang, there are two sentries on the path, both armed with AKM rifles. Stay concealed," Lin Xiao whispered. Xiao Zhang nodded, shrinking back behind the tree, exposing only the muzzle of his rifle and his eyes. Lin Xiao knew that they must exercise caution. The bandits possessed superior firepower, and the treacherous terrain of the path meant that any reckless gunfire would only alert the bandits and allow them to escape. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. Lin Xiao turned his gaze warily to see a squad leader of the armed police approaching with 9 soldiers, each bearing AKM rifles, their belts laden with magazines and grenades, their expressions serious. "Comrade Lin Xiao, we've arrived," the squad leader called as he reached Lin Xiao's side and saluted. "Commander Wang has ordered us to follow your lead and secure this path." Lin Xiao promptly returned the salute, gesturing towards the narrow path on the cliffside. "Squad leader, there are 2 bandits on guard along the path, and there are surely more above. This trail leads to the Songhua River, and the bandits may attempt to escape via rubber boats. Our mission is to secure the exit and wait for the main force to arrive before launching a counterattack." The armed police squad leader nodded and addressed the soldiers behind him. "Listen up, divide into 3 groups of 3, each assigned to guard the left, center, and right flanks. Maintain concealment and refrain from firing without orders." The soldiers immediately sprang into action, following the squad leader's directions to find concealed positions, forming a fan-shaped encirclement to firmly secure the path's exit. Meanwhile, on the slope before the Tiger's Mouth cave, the armed police soldiers were crouched low, inching closer to the cave entrance. Captain Li, binoculars in hand, surveyed the situation at the cave mouth, noticing that the surrounding bushes had been cleared, revealing an open area, indicative that the bandits had prepared for defense. "All groups, maintain distance and advance slowly," Captain Li commanded over the radio. "Snipers, be prepared to destroy any shooting holes the moment they are spotted." 2 snipers lay on the slope, rifles aimed towards the cave entrance. Just as the soldiers were poised to launch their assault, Captain Li's radio crackled to life with the voice of Commander Wang. "Captain Li, halt the attack. Comrade Lin Xiao has discovered a secret path on the cliff that the bandits may use for escape. I have dispatched troops to secure the exit, but we need you to divert the bandits' attention so they remain unaware that we know about the path." Captain Li was taken aback, but quickly replied, "Understood, Commander Wang. We will feign an impending attack to distract the bandits." After disconnecting, he shouted to his soldiers, "All groups, cease advancement and take cover. Snipers, observe closely and do not reveal our position." The soldiers halted, dropping to the ground, concealed among the bushes. Captain Li raised his binoculars once more to scrutinize the cave entrance, where he discerned the faint movement of gun muzzles. Evidently, the bandits were also warily monitoring the outside. Captain Li understood that the crucial task at hand was to convince the bandits that an attack was imminent, thereby buying Lin Xiao and his team time to secure the path's exit. "Communications officer, connect me to Commander Wang," he instructed. The officer quickly established the link, and Captain Li spoke into the radio. "Commander Wang, we are concealed and feigning readiness for an assault. I suggest sending a small squad to flank from the side and quietly approach the cave entrance, coordinating with the front forces for a simultaneous attack to distract the bandits." Commander Wang's voice responded, "Excellent idea. I will immediately dispatch a small squad to flank around. They will reach the designated position in 20 minutes. I will signal you, and we shall launch our assault together to seize the cave entrance." Captain Li nodded, "Understood. We will be prepared." After ending the transmission, he addressed his soldiers, "Listen up. We will launch our attack in 20 minutes. The frontal forces will draw the bandits' fire, while the flanking squad will storm the cave entrance and create an opening. The sniper's mission was to dismantle the bandits' shooting holes and heavy fire points, clearing the path for the troops to advance. The soldiers nodded in agreement, beginning to check their weaponry, loading bullets into magazines and fastening grenades around their waists, fully prepared for the impending assault. The sniper adjusted the focus of his rifle, aiming at the most conspicuous shooting hole. The moment a bandit showed his head, he would be struck down immediately. Inside the den, White Bear paced anxiously. He had dispatched 2 scouts to observe the movements of the border troops outside, but half an hour had passed with no sign of their return. A gnawing sense of foreboding filled him, as if something were amiss. Suddenly, the scouts returned. Iron Bull rushed in through the main entrance, followed by 2 panting bandits. Both wore expressions of terror, and one of them exclaimed, "Chief, it's bad. The border troops are everywhere. There are at least a company of soldiers lying on the hillside, seemingly poised to launch an attack." White Bear's heart sank. He approached the entrance, peering through the shooting hole. Indeed, shadows of numerous figures could be faintly discerned amid the underbrush on the hillside, their rifles directed towards the den. The atmosphere fraught with tension. "What is there to panic about?" White Bear said in a deep voice. "We have our fortifications and explosives. It won't be so easy for them to breach our defenses." Iron Bull, reinforce the entrance's defenses and prepare all the grenades. Iron Bull promptly complied and turned to make arrangements. White Bear then addressed the monkey beside him. "Monkey, take 2 men to the small path at the back cliff and check if there's any activity near Air Juzi's area. If the border troops launch a fierce attack, we'll break through from there." The monkey nodded and with 2 others, slipped into the side path. Before long, the monkey returned, a hint of relief on his face. "Chief, everything is normal near Air Juzi's side. There is no activity below the cliff, and the river is quite calm. It seems the border troops haven't even considered this direction." White Bear's taut nerves eased slightly, a cold smile curling his lips. "I told you they wouldn't anticipate our backup plan. Keep an eye on the main entrance. As long as we hold out until nightfall, we can escape unnoticed." He approached the main entrance again, gazing through the shooting hole, where the border troops remained concealed among the underbrush, occasionally shifting as they prepared for their offensive. White Bear shouted back, "Iron Bull, double-check the fuses of the explosives to ensure everything is in perfect order. Monkey, take 2 men to reinforce the traps in the side path. Don't let the border troops find an opening." The 2 responded in unison and went about their tasks. The bandits in the den breathed a sigh of relief. Some leaned against the rock walls smoking, while others quietly discussed plans for their escape. Unbeknownst to them, an invisible net had quietly spread beneath the dense forest at the cliff's base. White Bear resumed his seat on the rock, examining the map intently, his fingers gliding between the markings of Black Tiger Mouth and the Songhua River. He calculated the time. 3 hours remained until darkness fell. As long as the intensity of the border troops' assault did not exceed expectations, with the fortifications at the entrance and the traps along the side path, holding out until nightfall was entirely feasible. He retrieved a compressed biscuit from a tin box, chewing slowly, his eyes reflecting a steadfast certainty of a successful breakout. The preparations are complete. Once the cord is pulled, the massive stone at the entrance will undoubtedly seal the passage. Iron Bull returned, dust clinging to his face, reporting that the trap had been reinforced, with sharpened stakes now featuring additional barbs. Any wild boar that ventures in would surely be injured. The White Bear nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us find a place to rest and regain our strength. When the border guards arrive, we shall show them the severity of our resolve." Meanwhile, concealed at the base of the cliff, Lin Xiao observed the activity at the small path's exit through binoculars. The 2 sentinels on the path maintained their original stances. One peered through binoculars at the river, while the other leaned against a rock, smoking and occasionally exchanging quiet words, evidently unaware of the ambush below. Lin Xiao gestured for silence to the armed police squad leader beside him, silently indicating that the bandits remained oblivious and that they should continue to conceal themselves. The squad leader nodded gently, signaling to the soldiers behind him to adjust their ambush formation. The left group withdrew 2 meters deeper into the woods, utilizing the tree trunks to conceal their forms. The right group pressed close to the rock, their rifles aimed at the narrow exit of the path. The middle group lay concealed in the grass, targeting the sentinels, poised to eliminate them at the signal to attack. The soldiers moved with grace, their footsteps barely disturbing the fallen leaves, their sounds entirely masked by the breeze rustling through the trees. Lin Xiao again focused his binoculars on the path, noticing Air Juzi approaching from a side route, a water bottle in hand, which he handed to the sentinel. The 3 engaged in hushed conversation, with Air Juzi gesturing towards the river and then the sky, seemingly commenting on the pleasant weather ideal for crossing the river at night. Lin Xiao smirked inwardly. These bandits remained blissfully unaware that their every action was being meticulously observed. He glanced at his military watch. 5 minutes remained until the assault time agreed upon with Commander Wang. Squad leader, the radio has signal, whispered Xiao Zhang, passing the radio to Lin Xiao. Pressing the talk button, Lin Xiao heard Commander Wang's steady voice. Comrade Lin Xiao, the side team is in position. We will launch the full assault in 10 minutes. Remember, your task is to firmly secure the path's exit. Not a single bandit must escape. Ensure the mission is accomplished. Lin Xiao responded quietly, terminating the call and signaling the group to prepare for combat. The soldiers tightened their grips on their rifles, fingers resting on the trigger guards, their gazes sharp as eagles, locking onto the path's exit. Leaning against a large rock, Lin Xiao clearly saw through the binoculars that Air Zhuzi had returned to the side path. The two sentinels resumed their vigilance, one scanning the river, the other focusing on the hillside, entirely oblivious to the lethal ambush below. In the distance, on the hillside, Captain Li was observing the entrance's defenses through his binoculars. Faintly visible through the shooting holes, the movement of rifle barrels indicated that the bandits were prepared for a stubborn resistance. He spoke into the radio. All teams, be advised. Snipers lock onto the shooting holes. Rocket launcher operators prepare to destroy the left flank's fire point. Fire coverage in 3 minutes. Charge in 5. The sniper swiftly adjusted his focus, the crosshairs firmly locking onto the most conspicuous shooting hole. The rocket launcher operator hoisted the weapon, aiming at the rocks to the left of the opening. The frontline soldiers meticulously checked their magazines, clutching grenades in their hands, waiting solely for the signal to act. Meanwhile, a small squad concealed themselves on the hillside to the right of the cave entrance, poised to launch a surprise assault as the main force provided covering fire. Catching the bandits off guard. Inside the cave, White Bear suddenly rose, seemingly sensing something amiss. He approached the main entrance, straining to listen, faintly detecting the sound of metal clinking from the hillside. Iron Bull, go check the situation outside. Iron Bull hurried to the shooting hole. But as he poked his head out, he was immediately targeted by the sniper's scope, prompting him to hastily retreat. Nothing's moving outside. It might just be branches swaying in the wind, he reported. White Bear furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling anxiety. However, after a thorough observation, he found no anomalies and reluctantly dismissed his concerns. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao and the armed police soldiers were fully prepared, their weapons aimed meticulously at the narrow pathway's exit. The border troops on the hillside had also entered their final countdown. The rocket's tail flame poised to streak across the sky. A meticulously orchestrated assault was on the verge of erupting amidst the silence of Black Tiger Mouth. Chapter 58. Wealth brings firepower. Coverage. The air at Black Tiger Mouth seemed to solidify, filled only with the rustling of dry leaves swept by the river breeze and the soldiers' restrained breaths. Just as Lin Xiao's military watch marked the designated time, Commander Wang's command reverberated through the communication devices of various operational units. Commenced the general assault. On the hillside, 3 RPG rocket launchers simultaneously shed their concealment, their barrels tracing cold arcs in the sunlight, precisely targeting 3 critical positions at the cave entrance, the cluster of shooting holes on the left, the explosives fixed point on the right, and the massive boulder's foundation above meant for sealing the entrance. The operators executed their movements with fluid grace, flipping the safety, loading ammunition, and calculating wind speed, all completed in less than 3 seconds, a testament to their years of honing their skills along the border. Fire. Captain Li's command had barely left his lips when 3 rockets, trailing orange flames, surged from the barrels, weaving a fiery web in the air. The bandits at the entrance barely heard the faint sound of the rocket launchers being readied before the first rocket precisely penetrated the largest shooting hole on the left. A tremendous explosion resonated, shattering the rock face, sending debris mingled with shattered gun barrels and the bandit screams erupting into the air, transforming the shooting hole into a gaping, smoke-filled cavity. The second rocket struck the detonator of the explosives on the right, triggering a chain reaction that sent a massive shockwave toppling the half-ton boulder, which tumbled down the hillside, raising a cloud of dust and rendering the intended trap to seal the entrance utterly ineffective. The third rocket skimmed past the cave's upper edge, collapsing the vine-covered layer above, and beneath the exposed rock face, a 3-meter-wide breach had been torn open in the cave's defensive works. Charge! Captain Li's voice rang out, and like an arrow released from its bow, he leapt from his hiding spot, his Type 56 submachine gun unleashing a torrent of fire, accurately suppressing the remaining fire points at the cave entrance. The warriors, long poised for action, immediately formed a tactical wedge. The 3 soldiers at the forefront brandished riot shields, which were instantly peppered with bullets from the assailants, yet remained steadfast. The soldiers at the rear took cover behind the shields, advancing forward in alternating succession, each step meticulously calculated to land on designated safe points, maintaining a 2-meter distance between one another to minimize casualties while establishing a seamless crossfire network. The sniper on the hillside consistently delivered high-frequency fire, the muted yet precise crack of the M24 rifle resonating through the air. As a bandit cautiously emerged from the rubble of a collapsed shooting hole, attempting to gauge the situation outside, the sniper's crosshairs firmly locked onto his forehead. In an instant, the rifle fired, and the bandit's head slumped lifelessly. Within a mere minute, 3 assailants who dared to resist from their positions were dispatched, plunging the entryway into silence. "Left flank maneuver," commanded Captain Li with unwavering authority, issuing directives through his radio. 2 soldiers wielding breaching hammers rushed to the side of the entrance, launching an assault on the partially obstructed opening. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy breaching hammer struck the rock face repeatedly, dislodging loose debris and widening the gap to 5 meters. Simultaneously, 3 soldiers from the left flank stealthily scaled the vines along the rock wall, positioning themselves above the entrance, and sequentially tossed 3 grenades into the cave. The ensuing explosions echoed within, accompanied by the anguished cries of the bandits and the sound of collapsing fortifications. Inside the tiger's mouth cave, the white bear had just stuffed a compressed biscuit into his mouth when the deafening explosions sent him crashing to the ground. A kerosene lamp shattered against the rock wall, its dim lights swiftly engulfed by smoke, leaving only the sunlight streaming in from outside to outline the dust. "What is happening?" he screamed, scrambling to his feet. Just as he grasped his AKM rifle, he saw Iron Bull stumble in, bloodied and disoriented, his left arm grotesquely twisted. "They're using heavy fire. The entrance is compromised." Iron Bull's voice quivered with panic, and as he finished speaking, a hail of bullets forced him to take cover behind the rock wall. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire and the bandit screams, as the traps laid at the crossroads had yet to be triggered, swiftly eliminated by the soldiers' grenades, splintering sharpened wooden stakes into mere splinters. The white bear's pupils dilated in shock as debris rained down upon his shoulder, inflicting a sharp pain. He could hardly fathom the ferocity and precision of the border guards' attack. What had seemed an impregnable fortress just moments ago now resembled a sieve. "Monkeys, hold the crossroads. Use grenades. Block with stones. Even if it costs us everything, buy me 10 minutes. He bellowed, seizing a confidential dossier from the corner, his fingers leaving deep imprints on the bag. He turned to his 3 most trusted bandits, shouting, "Follow me. We'll break through the secret passage. If anyone falters, I'll take them out first." The 3, seasoned outlaws with bloodied hands, immediately discarded their rations and excess ammunition, retaining only an AKM rifle and 4 grenades, closely trailing behind the white bear as they crouched and slipped into the middle path. The monkey at the fork in the road did not dare to delay. He swiftly divided the remaining 8 bandits into 2 groups. One group of 4 stationed themselves at the entrance of the fork, pulling the fuses of their grenades halfway out and gripping them tightly as makeshift traps. The other 4 moved the massive stones piled on either side of the cave walls to erect a temporary barricade, with the muzzles of their AKM rifles peering through the crevices, aimed at the entrance. "Listen closely. If the border guards come in, kill them one by one. As long as we can hold out until the boss breaks through, we will have a way out." The monkey's voice trembled with tension, yet still conveyed a fierce determination. He tucked a grenade into his waist and tightly gripped his rifle, his eyes fixed intently on the shifting shadows at the entrance. In less than 30 seconds, Captain Li led his soldiers into the main chamber. "Watch out for traps," Captain Li shouted, but one soldier inadvertently kicked a hidden fuse buried beneath the rubble. "Be careful." Captain Li instinctively pushed the soldier aside while raising a blast shield in front of himself. With a deafening roar, the grenade exploded before the shield, the immense shockwave forcing Captain Li to stagger back 3 steps. The shield bore a deep dent, but successfully protected the soldiers behind him. "Use the flamethrowers." Captain Li wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and called to his comrades. 2 soldiers equipped with flamethrowers stepped forward, unleashing torrents of searing flames toward the entrance of the fork. The fire quickly consumed the makeshift barricade. The crackling of burning would intertwining with the anguished screams of the bandits, while the once dominant gunfire became sporadic. The monkey's hair was singed away halfway as he emerged from the inferno, clutching his smoking arm. Just as he was about to detonate the grenade at his waist, Captain Li precisely shot his wrist, causing the grenade to tumble to the ground. A quick reacting soldier kicked it into an open space, triggering a massive blast that sent the monkey crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Eliminate the remaining enemies." Search every corner, Captain Li commanded, and the soldiers immediately dispersed, conducting a thorough search of the main chamber and the two side paths. One bandit, hiding behind a wooden crate in the supplies cave, attempted to use an injured accomplice as a hostage but was blinded by the soldiers' powerful flashlights. Seizing the moment of confusion, two soldiers pounced, disarming him and swiftly subduing him within 3 seconds. Another bandit darted into a chamber stocked with explosives, intending to detonate the remaining explosives in a final act of desperation. The searching soldier decisively fired, the bullet piercing his wrist and averting a catastrophe. The leader has fled. Bai Xiong escaped down the middle path. A captured bandit cried out in despair as he realized the situation. Captain Li's heart tightened. He immediately shouted into the intercom, "Attention, all units. Bandit leader Bai Xiong has escaped with 3 trusted followers through the secret passage in the middle path, likely heading towards the rear cliff near the Songhua River. Requesting support at the ambush point." After relaying the message, he and 4 soldiers raced toward the middle path, observing the discarded ammunition and bloodstains left by the fleeing bandits, indicating a hasty retreat. The leader has run away. Bai Xiong has escaped. Someone shouted, and the previously defiant bandits instantly lost their will to fight. Some dropped their weapons and crouched down, covering their heads, while others attempted to hide in the supply caves on either side, only to be swiftly apprehended by soldiers who had already encircled them. As Tai Nyo was about to enter the left chamber, he was swiftly tackled to the ground by a soldier from the armed police, cold handcuffs instantly locking around his wrists. In less than 10 minutes, the main hall and 2 branches had been completely secured, leaving only the hidden passage of the central branch undiscovered. Meanwhile, at the ambush point below the cliff, Lin Xiao was intently observing the movements at the exit of the path through his binoculars. The continuous sound of explosions had thrown the 2 sentinels on alert into a state of panic. One raised his weapon and fired erratically towards the cave entrance, while the other frequently launched signal flares in an attempt to communicate within the cave, yet received no response. "Brother Xiao, it seems like they made a breakthrough at the entrance," Xiao Zhang whispered excitedly, as the distant gunfire noticeably diminished, allowing faint shouts from the soldiers to be heard. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, he noticed the vines at the path's exit suddenly shake violently, and 4 dark figures stumbled out. The leader, with a high nose and blue eyes, bore a conspicuous scar on his left cheek under the sunlight. It was the bandit leader, Bai Xiong. He tightly clutched a black document bag, followed by 3 henchmen, each panting heavily and bearing wounds, evidently having fled in haste. "Targets sighted. Prepare for combat," Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice, his finger resting on the trigger guard. The armed police squad leader quickly identified the target as well. He raised his right hand, signaling everyone to remain still. It was only when Bai Xiong and his men reached the open ground below the path, just 20 meters away from the ambush circle, that he sharply waved his arm. "Fire!" The bullets, already primed and ready, instantly wove a deadly web of fire, catching the 3 henchmen off guard and bringing them down on the spot. Bai Xiong reacted with remarkable speed. At the sound of gunfire, he leapt towards a nearby rock, the bullets striking where he had just stood, sending sparks flying. Seeing his 3 confidants sprawled in a pool of blood, a glint of ferocity crossed his eyes as he grabbed an AKM rifle from the ground, only to discover that the magazine had fallen during their escape. "Don't run. Drop your weapon," the armed police squad leader shouted, cautiously approaching with 2 soldiers. Bai Xiong gritted his teeth, hoisting one of his fallen comrades' bodies before him as a shield. Inching towards the Songhua River, a military dagger now inexplicably in his hand. "If anyone dares to come closer, I will kill him," he roared in fluent Northeast dialect, his eyes filled with madness. "Everyone, hold your positions," Lin Xiao suddenly called out, having noticed that Bai Xiong's left hand was tightly gripping the black document bag, evidently containing something of great importance. A reckless attack might prompt him to destroy the documents out of desperation. He possesses the document bag, likely a secret. "We must stabilize the situation first," Lin Xiao signaled to the armed police squad leader, gradually lowering his weapon. "Bai Xiong, you are surrounded. Resistance is futile. Surrendering will allow for leniency." Bai Xiong scoffed coldly, pressing the dagger against the throat of the corpse. "Enough with the nonsense. Prepare me a rubber boat, or I'll throw this body down and ensure you can never recover the secrets." As he spoke, he slowly retreated towards the riverbank, the gravel beneath his feet crunching with each cautious step. "What should we do, Brother Xiao? Are we really supposed to prepare him a rubber boat?" Xiao Zhang asked anxiously. Lin Xiao shook his head, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Xiong's movements. "He is stalling for time. And the rubber boats by the riverbank have likely long been secured by our men. Observe his right hand. The grip on the dagger appears rigid, indicating a possible injury to his arm. At that moment, Captain Li, accompanied by several soldiers, sprinted from the woods. Just as he was about to call out, Lin Xiao gestured for him to halt. Upon seeing the 3 corpses on the ground and the hostage being held, Captain Li quickly grasped the situation, signaling his men to spread out and form a larger encirclement. "I will give you 1 final minute." Bai Xiong's voice trembled. He sensed more and more guns aimed at him, and the pain from his arm wound intensified, weakening his grip on the dagger. In a sudden burst of desperation, he shoved the corpse towards the approaching soldiers and turned to dash towards the reeds by the riverbank. "Fire a warning shot," the squad leader commanded, bullets splashing into the water near Bai Xiong's feet. Nevertheless, he showed no signs of slowing down, and as he neared the reeds, Lin Xiao recalled his instincts as a hunter. Prey often retaliates when cornered. He shouted, "Beware of a counterattack. Do not pursue too closely." No sooner had he spoken than Bai Xiong abruptly spun around, retrieving a pistol from beneath the corpse and aiming it at the soldier at the forefront. In a split second, Lin Xiao pulled the trigger, the bullet striking Bai Xiong's wrist with precision, causing the pistol to clatter to the ground. Bai Xiong let out a piercing scream, clutching his bleeding wrist, yet he remained defiant, reaching for a stone to throw. "Subdue him," Captain Li bellowed, and 2 soldiers lunged forward, pinning Bai Xiong to the ground. He struggled fiercely, shouting, "I am a Soviet citizen. You have no right to arrest me." Lin Xiao approached, and, noticing the undamaged briefcase in Bai Xiong's possession, breathed a sigh of relief. "Bind him, and keep a close watch on the briefcase," he instructed the soldiers. Just as they retrieved handcuffs to secure Bai Xiong, Lin Xiao suddenly called out, "Wait." He recalled that one of the 3 bandits had seemed to move slightly when he fell. He hastily made his way to the corpse, gently prodding it with the barrel of his rifle. The man's eyes flew open, and he was about to pull the pin on a grenade. Acting swiftly, Lin Xiao kicked the grenade from his hand while shouting, "There's a live one." The squad leader immediately pounced on the bandit feigning death, subduing him. It turned out he had only been shot in the shoulder, taking advantage of the chaos to pretend to be dead in preparation for a surprise attack. Lin Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow and addressed the group. "These bandits are desperate, whether they are corpses or wounded. We must conduct thorough checks and remain vigilant." The soldiers promptly complied, meticulously examining the 3 bodies. They confirmed that 2 were indeed deceased, while the 3rd still had a faint pulse and required immediate first aid. Observing this, Bai Xiong's madness gradually faded, replaced by despair. He realized that his meticulously crafted escape plan had ultimately failed. At this moment, Commander Wang arrived with a communications officer. Seeing Bai Xiong pinned to the ground and the briefcase intact, he quickly approached, personally inspecting the seal on the briefcase. After confirming it had not been tampered with, he exhaled deeply and clapped Lin Xiao on the shoulder, saying, "Comrade Lin Xiao, you have rendered a great service. Had you not secured this position, allowing Bai Xiong to abscond with the classified documents, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Lin Xiao hastily rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothing. "Commander Wang, you flatter me. This is merely our duty as a team, and we owe much to the cooperation of the armed police comrades. If it weren't for Captain Li and his team's swift control of the main cave, the white bear would not have panicked and fled this way so quickly." Commander Wang waved his hand with a smile, his gaze filled with admiration. "I have witnessed your skills firsthand. Not only is your marksmanship precise, but your keen perception is commendable. Just now, you discerned the white bear's ruse of feigning death and countered it with remarkable accuracy. Even disarming him with finesse, your abilities surpass many seasoned veterans. I have conferred with Captain Li and submitted a preliminary report to higher authorities, expressing my desire to enlist you directly into the Border Special Operations Unit. What do you think?" Lin Xiao promptly saluted. "This is the result of everyone's collective efforts. Without the cooperation of the armed police comrades, we would not have captured the white bear." Commander Wang nodded and addressed his aide. "Immediately inform the higher-ups that the bandit extermination mission has been successfully completed. The bandit leader, the white bear, has been captured alive, and the confidential documents remain intact." Just as the aide was about to relay the orders, a voice called out, "Commander, there is movement on the river." Everyone turned their gaze toward the water, spotting 3 rubber boats slowly approaching from downstream. The individuals aboard were dressed in civilian attire and wielding binoculars, evidently comrades of the white bear come to provide assistance. "Reinforcements from the bandits," Captain Li shouted. "Snipers, prepare." Hearing this, Lin Xiao momentarily froze, a conflicted expression crossing his face. He scratched his head and said, "Commander Wang, I appreciate your high regard, and I sincerely admire the soldiers of our border defense. I understand the magnitude of the responsibility to protect our homeland. However, having grown up in the mountains, I am accustomed to a life of freedom, rising late and lacking punctuality. The strict discipline of the military might be too much for me to adapt to. I fear I would not only hinder the team, but also waste your valuable opportunity for training." Commander Wang was taken aback by his refusal, his smile faltering briefly before he regained his composure. "I see, so your concern lies with discipline. Rest assured, while military discipline is indeed stringent, it is not devoid of humanity. With your talent, as long as you are willing to learn diligently, you will adapt in less than a month. Moreover, although the training in the Special Operations Unit is arduous, the rewards are substantial, providing a promising future for both you and your family." Lin Xiao shook his head resolutely, yet respectfully replied, "It is not that I am unwilling, Commander Wang. My mother is elderly and in poor health, and I am the only male in the family. Should I enlist, I would be unable to care for her. Furthermore, while I may possess some skills in hunting, tracking a beast in the mountains is one thing. Keeping pace with professional training in the military is another. Please reserve this opportunity for a more suitable young candidate." Commander Wang studied Lin Xiao for a few seconds, noticing the sincerity in his eyes, which indicated he was not merely deflecting the offer. He patted Lin Xiao on the arm. "Since you have your difficulties, I will not press the issue. However, let me make this clear. The door of our border defense is always open to you. Whenever you have a change of heart, feel free to seek me out." Lin Xiao quickly rendered a somewhat awkward salute. "Thank you, Commander Wang. Regardless of whether I am a soldier, as long as there is a need at the border, I, Lin Xiao, am always at your service. I am intimately familiar with the mountains and waters of the Black Tiger Mouth area, and should there be a mission for mountain searches or tracking, I will surely be the first to volunteer." Commander Wang nodded in satisfaction, turning to his aide and instructing him to meticulously account for the prisoners and seized supplies, particularly that document bag, which must be escorted back to headquarters by a dedicated individual. He further directed the patrol team on the river to bring back the captured bandits, indicating that they would gather here and await the arrival of subsequent troops before executing a unified withdrawal. The aide promptly departed, while Lin Xiao approached Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li, observing the excitement etched on their faces. With a smile, he remarked that their mission had been accomplished, and it was time to return to their squad's position, as he suspected old Li and the others were still concerned about them. Xiao Zhang and Xiao Li nodded eagerly, and the trio walked side by side towards the trench on the eastern side of the Black Tiger Mouth, where the distant river breeze continued to caress the reeds, slowly replacing the acrid scent of gunpowder with the fragrant aroma of fresh grass. Chapter 59. Yangtze River 750. As the morning light at Black Tiger Mouth carried a crispness, filtering through the sparse tree tops and illuminating the trench, Lin Xiao assisted the soldiers in tallying the captured ammunition. Commander Wang had personally arranged for a truck to transport them back to the Hongqi farm, the truck bed piled high with confiscated weapon crates. Old Li, Xiao Zhang, and several militia members huddled in one corner, excitedly recounting the events of the previous day's battle, while Lin Xiao leaned against the side of the truck, his eyelids growing heavy. After 2 days and nights without sleep, first on guard duty and then engaged in life-or-death ambushes, his nerves had been stretched taut like a drawn bowstring. Now that the mission had concluded successfully, the tension released abruptly, and exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The truck rattled over the pockmarked dirt road, the rhythmic jolting reminiscent of the lullabies his mother would hum during his childhood. Gradually, Lin Xiao's head began to droop, and before he knew it, he had succumbed to slumber, dreaming of herds of roe deer bounding through the forest. "Shower, we're home." Xiao Zhang's voice jolted Lin Xiao awake. The truck had already halted beneath the old locust tree at the farm entrance. Rubbing his eyes, Lin Xiao flung open the truck door and leaped down, only to stumble as the familiar scent of soil, mingled with wisps of cooking smoke, enveloped him, instantly reviving his senses. "Mother, I'm back." Lin Xiao pushed open the wooden gate of his home, startling the flock of chickens in the yard into a flurry. Wang Xiulan was seated by the stove, tending to the fire, while his father, Lin Zhengwo, emerged from the inner room, holding a porcelain jug and a freshly polished hunting knife. Having just returned from his shift at the forest guardhouse, he had ensured the knife Lin Xiao frequently used was gleaming in anticipation of his son's return. "Welcome back," Lin Zhengwo boomed, stepping forward to pat Lin Xiao's back. His gaze briefly scanned the scratches on his son's arms, his brow furrowing slightly, yet he refrained from probing further, simply suggesting, "Go wash up. Your mother has prepared chicken stewed with mushrooms. I will cook up some of that wild rabbit meat you love." "I'm fine. Just a bit tired," Lin Xiao replied with a smile, bending down to help his mother pick up the fire tongs. "What is simmering? It smells delightful." Wang Xiulan wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, reproaching him gently. "What else could it be but your favorite chicken stewed with mushrooms? It's been simmering all morning, just waiting for your return. Hurry and wash up. I've heated water for you, and there are clean clothes ready." In the small shed beside the kitchen, a wooden basin filled with warm water awaited, accompanied by neatly folded coarse cloth garments. Lin Xiao shed his soiled camouflage uniform, steeping himself in the comforting heat of the water, feeling the weariness dissipate gradually through his pores. As the water gradually cooled, he dried himself off and donned fresh clothing. Upon stepping into the main room, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of chicken stew with mushrooms. He scooped up a bowl and devoured 2 servings voraciously before collapsing onto the calm, oblivious to the sound of his mother tidying up the dishes. His slumber was particularly deep, and Lin Xiao found himself in the breeding shed on the hillside behind his home, where over 30 adult roe deer were grazing on the specially formulated fodder he had prepared. Their coats gleamed in the sunlight, while more than 20 fawns frolicked around, some daring enough to nuzzle his hand with their damp noses. Not far away, at the foot of the mountain, his sister Xiao Mei stood in a pristine polyester shirt, holding aloft a university acceptance letter, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Brother, I got into the university in the provincial capital." Lin Xiao approached her with a smile, intending to ruffle her hair, when he spotted a familiar figure by the lake. Su Yan, dressed in a light blue dress with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, was bending down, gazing at the swimming fish in the water. "Su Yan," Lin Xiao called out, hastening toward the lakeshore, but no matter how swiftly he moved, the distance between them remained unchanged. Just as he was about to catch up, a deafening crack of firecrackers erupted, sending ripples across the lake's surface, and the scene before him shattered like broken glass. "Shower, wake up. The county leaders have arrived." Hu Zi's booming voice echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by the persistent sound of firecrackers. Lin Xiao jolted upright, rubbing his eyes. The sunlight was already streaming onto the edge of the calm, and the wall clock indicated it was 10 in the morning. Only then did he realize he had slept for over 10 hours. "Don't panic. Let your brother get dressed first." Wang Xiulan's voice rang out from the courtyard, laced with barely contained laughter. Lin Xiao hurriedly grabbed a garment from beside him and hastily put it on. Just as he fastened the last button, Hu Zi burst into the room, his face flushed with excitement, struggling to articulate his words. "Shower. The head of the county's armed forces has come personally. He even brought a drum team. They said they are here to commend you." Following Hu Zi outside, Lin Xiao was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The courtyard was teeming with villagers, with the former village chief at the forefront, flanked by several individuals in military attire. Leading them was a middle-aged man in his 50s, adorned with the insignia of 2 bars and 4 stars, Zhang Jianjun, the head of the county's armed forces. The drum team played a lively rhythm, and the firecrackers continued to pop, the smell of gunpowder mingling with the laughter of the villagers, creating an atmosphere as festive as a New Year celebration. "Comrade Lin Xiao," Zhang Jianjun exclaimed upon spotting him, striding forward with a smile and extending his hand. "I am Zhang Jianjun from the county's armed forces, here to deliver a congratulatory message." Lin Xiao quickly grasped the minister's hand, feeling its strength, a testament to years of wielding a firearm. "Hello, Minister Zhang," Lin Xiao replied, somewhat shy, still disoriented from his dreams and the bustling commotion around him. Wang Xiulan approached with a tray of tea, her smile wide. "Minister Zhang, please come in and have a cup of hot tea." Zhang Jianjun waved his hand, signaling the drum team to cease their performance. He took a red brocade box and a document from his aide, cleared his throat, and addressed the gathered villagers with a booming voice. "Dear villagers, today, on behalf of the county's armed forces, I am here to commend Comrade Lin Xiao from Hongqi Farm. During the recent mission to eradicate bandits in the Black Tiger Mouth, Comrade Lin Xiao distinguished himself remarkably. With his exceptional ability to assess the terrain, he uncovered the bandits' secret passages and delivered precise strikes against their leader during an ambush, successfully seizing confidential documents and thereby contributing significantly to the successful completion of the mission." The villagers erupted in enthusiastic applause, and the old village chief excitedly pounded his thigh, exclaiming, "I knew this lad Lin Xiao would achieve great things." After a brief pause, Zhang Jianjun continued, following a decision by the higher authorities. "Comrade Lin Xiao is awarded a 3rd-class merit citation. He is to be appointed as the deputy commander of the county militia training team, a position that primarily involves overseeing wilderness survival and shooting training for our militia without the need for daily attendance. Just report for duty when called. Additionally, he will receive a cash reward of 2,000 yuan and a Changjiang 750 sidecar motorcycle." As soon as the announcement was made, the villagers' applause grew even louder, and some began to whistle in excitement. Hu Zi rushed to Lin Xiao's side, vigorously patting his shoulder. "Brother Xiao, you're amazing. A deputy commander, and a motorcycle too." Xiaomei squeezed through the crowd, her eyes sparkling. Brother, you're incredible. Zhang Jianjun opened a brocade box, revealing a third-class merit medal and a certificate of honor. He personally pinned the medal onto Lin Xiao's chest and handed him the certificate, saying, Comrade Lin Xiao, I hope you cherish this honor and continue to shine in your new role, contributing to the security of our county's borders. Lin Xiao solemnly saluted. I promise to fulfill my duties. The sunlight glinted off the medal, casting a radiant glow that illuminated his face with solemnity. The officer directed 2 soldiers to push a brand-new Changjiang 750 sidecar motorcycle into the courtyard. The motorcycle, clad in glossy black, sported a red silk ribbon at the front. With a spacious sidecar and clearly visible tread patterns on its wheels, exuding an aura of vitality. This motorcycle is yours. All the paperwork is in order. And you can ride it right away, Zhang Jianjun said, patting the handlebars. It performs excellently and can handle mountain roads, making your trips to the county and patrols much easier. Lin Xiao approached the motorcycle, reaching out to touch the seat, which was thickly padded and carried the distinctive scent of new leather. He had seen postal workers riding such motorcycles in the commune before, dreaming of owning one to facilitate hunting and transporting fodder for the roe deer. Now, that dream had materialized. Thank you, Minister Zhang, and thank you to the organization, Lin Xiao said, his voice tinged with excitement. 2,000 yuan was a considerable sum at that time, enough to construct several new shelters for the roe deer breeding pens. Not to mention the practical motorcycle. Zhang Jianjun exchanged a few more words with Lin Zhangwo and his wife, praising them for raising such a fine son. Lin Zhangwo, shaking Minister Zhang's hand, humbly insisted, it's all him. He diligently studies and spends every day in the mountains, hunting and caring for the roe deer. We are simply grateful to assist the troops. The old village chief and the villagers eagerly approached to congratulate Lin Xiao. Uncle Li clasped Lin Xiao's hand, saying, Lin Xiao, if you encounter any difficulties while hunting in the mountains, just call out. We'll come to help. And if you need assistance with the roe deer pens, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly, absolutely. Once the roe deer are ready for market, I'll treat everyone to roe deer meat. Huzi circled around the motorcycle, occasionally feeling the handlebars and peering at the sidecar, his mouth incessantly murmuring. This motorcycle is truly impressive. Even newer than the one used by the commune's postal worker. Lin Xiao, observing his excitement, chuckled and said, Huzi, wait a moment, I'll take you for a ride. Huzi immediately looked up, his eyes wide with astonishment. Really? Brother Xiao? Can I sit? Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. Of course, the sidecar is reserved just for you. Minister Zhang and his entourage lingered in the courtyard for over half an hour before heading to the farm's drying yard to address the militiamen, after which they departed with their group. Once the convoy had left, Lin Xiao returned to the courtyard where the villagers had not yet dispersed, all gathered around the motorcycle, buzzing with chatter. Brother Xiao, give it a try. Someone shouted, and the crowd quickly echoed the sentiment. Lin Xiao retrieved the key from the bag provided by the advisor, inserted it into the lock, and with a gentle twist, the motorcycle roared to life, emitting a faint plume of blue smoke from the exhaust. The villagers instinctively stepped back, their faces alight with curiosity and excitement. Grasping the handlebars, Lin Xiao slowly released the clutch, and the motorcycle glided forward, completing a lap around the courtyard before coming to a steady halt before the onlookers. So stable, the old party secretary exclaimed, prompting another round of applause. Xiaomei, Huzi, get on. Lin Xiao called out. Xiaomei hesitated. Brother, I think I'll stay back. There is still work to do at home. Wang Xilan approached, giving her a gentle nudge. Go on, go for a ride with your brother. I can handle the chores. With that, Xiaomei smiled and climbed into the sidecar, while Huzi eagerly sat down beside her, patting the space next to him. Xiaomei, hurry up, it's so comfortable. Lin Xiao revved the motorcycle again and headed towards the main road outside the farm. The rumble of the engine echoed loudly along the tranquil village path, drawing the attention of villagers working nearby. Huzi leaned out, excitedly waving at the villagers, while Xiaomei held onto the edge of the sidecar, the wind tousling her hair, her face radiant with joy. Continuing along the main road, they soon reached a small river adjacent to the farm. Lin Xiao slowed the motorcycle, navigating along the riverside path. The water was crystal clear, revealing the riverbed, while willows swayed gently in the breeze, and a few ducks leisurely paddled by. Brother Xiao, this motorcycle is so fast, much quicker than walking. Huzi shouted, his voice brimming with exhilaration. Lin Xiao laughed. This is just the beginning. Once we hit the main road, it can go even faster. Xiaomei gazed at the riverside scenery and softly remarked, Brother, with this motorcycle, it'll be so much easier for you to feed the deer in the breeding shed on the back mountain and go hunting. You won't have to haul the unicycle back and forth anymore. The motorcycle crossed a small bridge and arrived at a wide expanse of rice fields. The golden ears of rice swayed in the wind, resembling a shimmering sea of gold. Lin Xiao halted the motorcycle, and the three of them disembarked. Standing on the ridge of the field, this year's rice is thriving. It's another bountiful harvest. Brother Xiao, now that you've become the deputy team leader, does that mean you won't be able to go hunting in the mountains every day or look after the deer anymore? Huzi suddenly asked, a hint of disappointment on his face. He cherished the moments spent with Lin Xiao in the mountains, learning hunting skills and helping tend to the deer pen, always returning with a bountiful catch. Lin Xiao reassured him, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, this deputy position is merely ceremonial. There is no need for me to go every day. In our daily lives, we engage in hunting and feeding the roe deer, only venturing into town during militia training or when tasked with duties, which does not impede our affairs. In a couple of days, I shall take you deep into the mountains to seek out a herd of wild boars, while also observing the roaming grounds of the roe deer. Huzi immediately brightened with excitement. Really? Brother Xiaojiao, that sounds splendid. I aspire to become a sharpshooter like you. Lin Xiao chuckled and nodded. As long as you learn diligently. You certainly can. Xiaomei looked at the two and remarked with a smile. Huzi, if you wish to be a sharpshooter, you must heed my brother's words and refrain from being mischievous. Huzi scratched his head and smiled shyly. The trio lingered on the ridge for a while before riding their motorcycle to the foot of a nearby mountain. This was a familiar hunting ground for Lin Xiao. Every blade of grass and tree known to him. He halted the motorcycle and pointed towards a grove atop the mountain, saying, I used to set traps in that grove. I would catch rabbits or wild chickens every time. Huzi gazed in the indicated direction, his eyes filled with longing. Brother Xiaojiao, when you have time, let us hunt there again. Absolutely, Lin Xiao nodded, his gaze shifting towards the back mountain of his home. Once we finish constructing the new breeding shed, we shall venture into the deep mountains to capture a few wild roe deer to improve our breed. At that time, our herd could swell to 100. Huzi's eyes widened in astonishment. 100? That would be fantastic. We could establish a roe deer breeding farm, selling roe deer meat and hides. We would surely make a fortune. Lin Xiao chuckled as he playfully tapped his head. First, let us focus on the tasks at hand. Once the roe deer herd stabilizes, we can contemplate expanding operations. As the sun gradually dipped towards the horizon, the sky was painted with a warm orange glow. Lin Xiao revved the motorcycle, bringing Xiaomei and Huzi homeward. Along the way, their laughter echoed as the roar of the motorcycle faded into the evening sky. Upon returning home, Wang Xiulan had prepared dinner. A small table in the yard was adorned with stir-fried eggs, stewed potatoes, and a bowl of chicken with mushrooms, all dishes that Lin Xiao cherished. Wash your hands and come to eat, Wang Xiulan urged as she served Lin Xiao a bowl of rice. While Lin Zhengwo placed the stir-fried wild rabbit meat on the table and poured 2 cups of wine from a flask. Come, drink with your father to celebrate your achievement. Lin Xiao accepted the cup, clinking it with his father's before downing it in one gulp. The savory flavor of the rabbit meat melded with the familiar taste of his mother's chicken stew, evoking a profound sense of home. Lin Zhengwo gazed at his son, his eyes brimming with pride. Dinner concluded amidst a warm atmosphere. After the meal, Lin Xiao sat on a stone bench in the yard, gazing at the stars above. The motorcycle rested in the yard, bathed in soft silver moonlight. He touched the military honor badge on his chest, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. This appointment as deputy regiment leader not only bestowed upon him an honor, but also did not hinder his primary pursuits. Hunting in the mountains would be more convenient with a motorcycle, and the funds for raising roe deer were secured, achieving a perfect balance. He knew that in the days ahead, he would continue to immerse himself in the mountains, either hunting with Huzi or tending to the roe deer in the breeding shed, occasionally visiting the militia to impart lessons. Such a life was truly to his liking. Xiaomei approached with a steaming cup of tea, extending it to Lin Xiao. Brother, the weather has turned chilly. You should drink some hot tea. Lin Xiao accepted the cup, feeling warmth radiate from his palms to his heart. Xiaomei, focus on your studies. If you get into university, I will support your education, he said, gazing at his sister. Xiaomei nodded earnestly. Brother, I will work hard and not let you down. At that moment, Huzi joined them, clutching a bullet casing, a token gifted to him by a soldier during today's commendation ceremony. Brother Xiao, this casing is for you, a keepsake. By the way, are we heading to the mountains tomorrow? I heard there are wild deer in the Dongshan area. Lin Xiao took the casing, still faintly scented with gunpowder, and replied with a smile, of course. But first, let us check on the deer pen and add some fodder. Then we can head to Dongshan to search for wild deer. In the future, we will hunt while tending to the deer pen. Our lives will surely flourish. As night fell and the villagers returned home, tranquility enveloped the courtyard. Lin Xiao rose and walked to his motorcycle, gently caressing the handlebars. He understood that starting tomorrow, his life would continue as it always had, rooted in these mountains. His role as deputy regiment leader was merely an embellishment. Hunting and raising deer were his true foundations. With the support of his parents and sister, the assistance of Huzi, and a motorcycle capable of traversing the mountains, he was confident in expanding the deer farm and continuing to protect the forests of his homeland through his hunting skills. Upon returning indoors, Lin Xiao carefully placed his military medal and honor certificate in a drawer, then handed 2,000 yuan in cash to his mother. Wang Xiulan accepted the money, wrapping it meticulously before placing it in a compartment of the wardrobe. This money will be for expanding the deer pen and purchasing quality fodder. Your father and I can manage Xiaomei's tuition, she assured him. Lin Xiao smiled. Mother, there's no need to be frugal. Once I hunt a deer tomorrow, I can earn more. As he lay in bed, Lin Xiao reflected on the day's events, from the dream of the deer herd to the surprise of the commendation and the joy of riding his motorcycle. Each moment was vivid in his mind. He recognized that all of this was validation for him, yet he would not alter his pace of life. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow on the floor. Lin Xiao closed his eyes with a smile, soon drifting into slumber. This time, his dreams were free of distractions, focusing solely on him and Huzi hunting in the mountains, their motorcycle laden with game, while the deer in the pen grazed leisurely. His parents stood at the courtyard gate, smiling and waving at him. Chapter 60. Blood battle with the brown bear as dawn broke softly. Lin Xiao was awakened by the barking of dogs in the courtyard. The morning mist lingered outside, imbued with the unique dampness of the mountains. Huzi stood at the courtyard gate, rifle in hand, flanked by 4 robust hunting dogs. Haizi sat calmly on the ground, while Qingya circled around Huzi's legs, occasionally sniffing the air. The other 2 yellow dogs, Da Huang and Huang, were eager to join, wagging their tails in excitement. Brother Xiao, everything is ready. Huzi shook the cloth bag on his back, which contained some flatbreads, a water flask, and a flint. Last night, I inquired with Uncle Li, and it seems no one had ventured to the northern mountains, as it is said to be densely forested and overgrown, perhaps hiding some significant treasures. Lin Xiao nodded, fastening his gleaming hunting knife at his waist, and checked his 56 style semi-automatic rifle once more. The magazine was fully loaded. Let us proceed to the back mountain to check the traps before heading towards the northern mountains. In the back mountains roe deer breeding pen, over 30 adult roe deer were leisurely munching on their feed, while Lin Zhengwo was sweeping the pen with a broom. Father, we are heading into the mountains. We will return later, Lin Xiao greeted his father, casually adding some freshly cut tinder grass for the deer. Lin Zhengwo looked up and cautioned. Be careful in the northern mountains. I've heard that hunters have previously spotted large brown bears there. If anything goes awry, return promptly and do not be reckless. Understood, father, Lin Xiao replied, taking Huzi and the hunting dogs into the forest. After traversing the familiar mountain path for over half an hour, they arrived at the spot where they had previously set traps. Lin Xiao crouched down, meticulously examining the snare on the tree trunk. The snare was intact, yet there were no signs of any prey. After inspecting 5 or 6 traps, they encountered the same disheartening situation, not even a single rabbit caught. Strange. There used to be plenty of roe deer in this area. Why have they all disappeared recently? Huzi scratched his head in confusion. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, standing up to gaze deeper into the forest. It is likely that the gunfire from the recent bandit eradication startled the wildlife, driving them deeper into the mountains. Let us head northward to try our luck. Since no one has been there, we might find a herd of roe deer, and we can also look for wild ginseng. The summer ginseng has just begun to bloom, making it quite easy to locate. Huzi's eyes brightened at the prospect, and he nodded eagerly. Absolutely. If we can dig up a few old ginseng roots and catch a roe deer, we will strike it rich. With their hunting dogs in tow, the two ventured toward the northern mountains. The northern mountains extended from the peak, where they had previously hunted the far eastern leopard, the terrain becoming steeper and the foliage denser. Sunlight filtered through the layers of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground, while the air was infused with the scent of pine needles and decaying leaves. The hunting dogs forged ahead, with Haizi occasionally pausing to sniff the ground. His ears perked up in alertness. After walking for over an hour, Lin Xiao suddenly raised his hand to signal a stop. Their movement. Huzi immediately held his breath, gripping his hunting rifle tightly. Haizi crouched low, growling towards a thicket ahead, while Qingya had also ceased her playful demeanor, intently focusing in the same direction. Following the gaze of the hunting dog, Lin Xiao spotted several grouse pecking at pine seeds within the bushes, their feathers a mottled brown, glistening in the sunlight. Do not shoot. Use a rock, Lin Xiao whispered, bending down to pick up a fist-sized stone, aiming for the largest grouse, and hurled it with force. The stone struck the grouse's wing accurately, causing it to screech and flap its wings in a desperate attempt to flee. Qingya dashed forward like an arrow, swiftly grasping its neck. The other grouse, startled, took flight, but Lin Xiao quickly seized another stone and brought down another bird. Da Huang and Huang also joined in the chase, soon returning with another grouse. Not a bad haul. 3 grouse will be sufficient for our lunch. Lin Xiao chuckled as he picked up the birds and stashed them in the cloth bag. At that moment, Huzi suddenly tugged at his arm, pointing to the sky. Shower. Look. Lin Xiao raised his head and beheld a flock of vividly colored birds soaring overhead. Their feathers a slate gray adorned with crimson markings, none other than the rare flying dragons of the northeastern forests. It's a flying dragon. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly raised his hunting rifle. Yet, the flying dragons were swift and high, and before he could take aim, they vanished deep into the thicket. What a pity, I missed, Huzi lamented. Lin Xiao, stowing away his rifle, replied, no matter, the flying dragons are highly alert. Just seeing them is a fortune in itself. It's nearly noon. Let us find a spot to rest and boil some water for flatbreads. The two continued onward for several hundred meters until they reached a sheltered hollow in the mountains, beside a crystal-clear stream. Lin Xiao set down his backpack and fetched his water bottle to fill it at the stream, while Huzi gathered dry twigs, stacking them to prepare a fire. Just as Lin Xiao struck a spark to ignite the fire and planned to set his kettle over it, Hazy suddenly began to bark furiously towards the northwest. His voice urgent and fierce, his fur bristling in alarm. Qingya and the other 2 yellow dogs joined in with low growls, their bodies taut and ready to charge. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Xiao. His years of hunting experience told him the dogs had detected a large prey. He immediately stood, hand resting on his hunting knife, and instructed Huzi, keep your rifle ready. We may have big game. Huzi, not daring to delay, swiftly raised his rifle and disengaged the safety. Lin Xiao crouched low, meticulously examining the ground for tracks. There, in the soil, he spotted a series of enormous paw prints, each as large as a palm, with distinct claw marks. It's a bear. Lin Xiao's expression grew grave. Such large prints could only belong to a mature grizzly. He glanced at the wind direction, realizing that he and Huzi were downwind, and the bear had yet to notice their presence. Release the dogs. Let us follow them, Lin Xiao commanded in a low voice. Loosening the leashes of the hunting dogs, Hazy took off first, with Qingya and the 2 yellow dogs hot on his heels, racing towards the northwest. Lin Xiao and Huzi followed closely behind, moving lightly to avoid making a sound. Branches in the forest scraped against their cheeks, leaving a stinging sensation. But neither dared to lose focus, their eyes fixed intently on the silhouettes of the hunting dogs ahead. After approximately 10 minutes of running, the dogs suddenly halted, crouching low to the ground, only their heads visible as they growled towards a thicket. Lin Xiao and Huzi quickly lowered themselves, inching forward. Through the gaps in the underbrush, Lin Xiao caught sight of a massive yellow figure, lying on the ground, gnawing on something. The creature was colossal, at least the size of a calf. Its brown fur glistening in the sunlight, with a large head and paws as thick as a child's arms. My goodness, it's enormous. Huzi gasped, his voice trembling. Lin Xiao gripped his rifle tightly, his heart racing. This grizzly must weigh at least 1,000 pounds, larger than the one they had hunted the previous year. Just its paw could crush bone with a single swipe. Stay silent. This beast possesses immense lethality. We must strike decisively, or we shall meet our end here, Lin Xiao whispered, pulling Hazy back to prevent any rash advances. The grizzly seemed to sense something amiss, pausing its feeding to lift its head and survey its surroundings. Lin Xiao and Huzi immediately held their breath, lying motionless on the ground, blending into the surrounding environment with the help of the dense thicket. The brown bear observed for a moment, failing to detect any anomalies, before lowering its head to resume gnawing, producing crunching sounds as it seemingly chewed on the bones of its prey. Huzi, take out the iron-tipped spear, Lin Xiao signaled with his eyes. I will shoot it in the head. If it doesn't go down, the spear will be more effective at close range. Its hide is too thick for the bullet to penetrate. Huzi promptly unstrapped the iron-tipped spear from his back. A meter-long jujube wood rod with a sharp iron tip equipped with barbs, designed specifically for confronting large beasts. He gripped the spear tightly, his palms slick with cold sweat. The 2 men stealthily advanced, drawing nearer to the brown bear, now within 20 meters. Lin Xiao raised his hunting rifle, aiming at the bear's head. His finger poised on the trigger, ready to fire when suddenly, a wild rabbit darted from the adjacent underbrush, colliding directly with Qingya. Instinctively, Qingya let out a loud cry. the sound reverberating in the stillness of the forest. The brown bear abruptly lifted its head, directing its fierce, small eyes toward the source of the noise. Locking onto Lin Xiao and Huzi's position. This was bad. They had been discovered. Lin Xiao inwardly cursed and, in a moment of desperation, pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the woods, but the complex terrain and dim light caused the bullet to miss the bear's head, striking its right shoulder instead, blood gushing forth instantly. Fire! Aim for its head, Lin Xiao shouted. Huzi immediately fired as well. Bang! The bullet grazed the bear's head, nicking its right ear and tearing away a small patch of fur. This completely enraged the brown bear. It emitted a deafening roar, rising to its feet and charging toward the two men, its massive body snapping branches with each thunderous step. Release the dogs, Lin Xiao shouted, waving his hand at the hunting dogs. Huzi was the first to charge, sinking his teeth into the bear's leg, while Qingya employed its unique tactic, darting behind the bear to pounce on its rear. Dahu and Eru also joined the fray, each clamping onto one of the bear's legs in an attempt to slow its momentum. The bear roared in pain, raising its enormous paw to swipe at Huzi, who nimbly dodged, the paw crashing down to leave a deep crater in the ground. Qingya's tactic proved effective, forcing the bear to halt and turn to confront its rear adversary. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao sprang up and sprinted toward a nearby large tree to change his shooting angle. Huzi followed suit, flanking the bear to create a pincer movement. As Qingya saw the bear turn, it lunged again, but the bear, clearly an old and experienced creature, suddenly sat down, attempting to crush Qingya beneath its weight. Terrified, Qingya leapt back just in time, narrowly escaping a swipe that left tufts of fur scattered behind. Be careful, this bear is cunning, Lin Xiao shouted, concerned about accidentally hitting the dogs and temporarily abandoning his shot. Huzi, aim for its belly. It's a large target, you can surely hit it, Lin Xiao called out to Huzi. The skin of the brown bear's abdomen is relatively thin and extensive, making it a more accessible target. Tiger nodded, raised his hunting rifle, and aimed at the bear's belly. As the brown bear stood to attack Da Huang, he abruptly pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet struck the bear's abdomen with precision, causing blood to spurt forth. The brown bear let out a wretched howl, becoming increasingly frenzied. It swatted Da Huang aside, who yelped and rolled far away, struggling to rise only to discover a leg was broken. Da Huang! Tiger cried out in anguish, firing again but missing the beast. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity to call back Huzi, shouting, Go assist Qingya? Do not let it approach the bear's front. Huzi dashed forward, joining forces with Qingya to circle behind the brown bear, persistently harassing it. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, steadying his mind, and aimed for the bear's head. At that moment, the bear writhed in pain from its abdominal wound, exposing its head to Lin Xiao's line of sight. Bang! 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 Lin Xiao fired 3 consecutive shots, each bullet finding its mark on the bear's right face, rendering it a bloody mess, teeth and shattered bone mingling with blood. The bear momentarily faltered, its massive form swaying before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Is it dead? Tiger gasped, cautiously approaching. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Just as he was about to speak, the bear began to stir. It was still alive. The brown bear suddenly rolled over and charged at Lin Xiao, moving with a speed that belied its injuries. Lin Xiao's rebirth had sharpened his senses far beyond the ordinary. He instinctively rolled aside to evade the bear's lunge. However, in the chaos, his rifle fell to the ground, pinned beneath the bear's bulk. Seeing that it had missed Lin Xiao, the bear turned to pounce again, its massive claws slicing through the air, poised to strike. Xiao, be careful, Tiger shouted, raising his iron-tipped spear and charging with all his might toward the bear. The bear, fixated on Lin Xiao, failed to notice Tiger's approach. Seizing the moment, Tiger thrust the spear forcefully into the bear's rear, its barbs seizing the bear's entrails. The bear emitted a chilling scream, its movements abruptly halting as it whirled around, shaking off Tiger, who quickly retreated to grab his rifle. Lin Xiao seized the opportunity, drawing his Type 54 pistol and aiming at the bear's head, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The magazine emptied, riddling the bear's head with bullets, blood and brain matter spilling onto the ground. This time, the bear lay still, its immense body collapsing, twitching a few times before becoming lifeless. Lin Xiao hurried to Tiger's side, helping him up. Tiger, are you all right? Tiger smiled. Xiao, I'm fine. Just a bit numb. He then approached Da Huang, who had a broken leg but could still move, albeit cautiously. It's all right now, everyone is safe. Lin Xiao sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, feeling utterly drained, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. After a brief respite of several minutes, Lin Xiao rose to his feet, and surveyed the fallen brown bear on the ground. The summer heat was oppressive if he did not act swiftly. The carcass would soon become unbearable. He extracted his hunting knife from his cloth bag and instructed Huzi, "Stay here and keep watch while I extract the bear's gallbladder and skin it. This bear is too large for the two of us to carry back. I will descend the mountain to fetch a tricycle and summon a few villagers to assist with a bullock cart." Huzi nodded, leaning against a tree to rest. Approaching the brown bear, Lin Xiao carefully made an incision in its abdomen with the hunting knife, gingerly extracting the gallbladder. This gallbladder, a deep green and the size of a fist, glistened in the sunlight. Though not as valuable as a copper gallbladder, it was still a rare medicinal ingredient that could fetch a good price. Lin Xiao wrapped the gallbladder in cloth and tucked it into his bosom. The dogs had also worked hard. He tossed the entrails to them, discarding the heart and liver for Blacksea, and even sliced off several choice pieces of meat, ensuring they had earned their keep today. Next came the arduous task of skinning. The bear's hide was thick and tough, and it took all of Lin Xiao's strength to separate the skin from the flesh using his knife. He began at the bear's head, gradually peeling the skin downward. The sharp knife seemed to possess a life of its own in his hands, deftly slicing through the connective tissues. Huzi, standing nearby, periodically handed Lin Xiao the water flask, allowing him to take a sip and catch his breath. After nearly an hour of labor, Lin Xiao finally removed the entire bear hide. He spread the hide on the ground and propped it up with branches to prevent it from getting dirty. He then examined the bear's meat, which was tender and flavorful. While not as delicate as roe deer meat, it was still a rare delicacy. "Huzi, I am heading down now. Wait here. Make a fire and roast some of the tender meat. If any other wild beasts approach, fire a warning shot," Lin Xiao instructed. Picking up his hunting rifle and sprinting down the mountain. The descent was significantly quicker than the ascent. Lin Xiao returned to the farm in just over half an hour. In the yard, Lin Jiangwo was feeding hay to the roe deer. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, drenched in blood, he was taken aback. "What happened? Are you hurt?" "Father, I'm fine. It's bear blood," Lin Xiao replied, panting. "I hunted a massive brown bear weighing over 1,000 pounds on the North Mountain. It's too large for me to carry back. Quickly summon Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, and the others. We need 2 bullock carts, and I will fetch a tricycle. Let us go retrieve it together." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiangwo's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, I'll go call them right away." He set down the hay and hurried towards the neighbor's house. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao went to the yard and started the Longjiang 750 sidecar motorcycle, its thunderous roar echoing across the farm. Shortly after, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, and several strong villagers arrived, each carrying a shoulder pole and rope. "Lin Xiao, did you really take down a giant brown bear?" Uncle Li inquired with palpable enthusiasm. Lin Xiao nodded. "Why would I deceive you? Let us hurry. Huzi is alone on the mountain, and it's not safe." The villagers eagerly climbed onto the bullock carts, with Lin Xiao leading the way on his motorcycle toward the North Mountain. The motorcycle's rumbling shattered the rural tranquility, as the villagers on the carts excitedly speculated about what this over 1,000-pound brown bear would look like. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they parked the bullock carts and followed Lin Xiao up the slope. From a distance, Huzi heard a commotion and shouted down the mountain, "Xiao, you have arrived." The group hastened their steps and, upon reaching the hollow, were astonished to find the massive carcass of a brown bear lying on the ground. "Goodness gracious, what a colossal bear! In all my years, I have never encountered one so large," Uncle Wang exclaimed, reaching out to touch the bear's body, his face etched with shock. "Stop gaping and hurry to divide the meat. Load it onto the ox cart," Lin Xiao commanded. Only then did the crowd snap back to reality, swiftly grabbing yokes and ropes to commence the butchering of the bear. Lin Jiangwo, seasoned in such endeavors, directed the others as they cut the meat into chunks, each weighing several dozen pounds, securely binding them with ropes before hoisting them onto the cart. The bear's hide was carefully rolled up and placed in the sidecar of a motorcycle, while Huang cradled it and stowed it in the cart. After nearly 2 hours of labor, they finally loaded all the bear meat onto the ox cart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow across the sky, Lin Xiao rode the motorcycle ahead, guiding 2 carts brimming with bear meat towards the farm. On the ox cart, the villagers joyfully sang folk songs, while hunting dogs playfully trotted alongside. Lin Xiao glanced back towards the northern mountain, filled with myriad thoughts. This hunting expedition had been fraught with peril, yet yielded abundant rewards. Not only did they procure precious bear bile and hide, but they could also allow the villagers to savor the taste of bear meat. Such a life, albeit dangerous, was undeniably filled with excitement. Chapter 61. Huzi's heart stirred as the wheels of the ox cart rolled over the dirt path leading to the farm. The setting sun cast its last golden rays upon the wooden gate. Lin Xiao led the way on his motorcycle, with the entire bear hide coiled in the cart. Its lingering scent of fur provoking the dogs along the roadside to bark incessantly. The bear meat on the cart was covered with a reed mat, blood seeping through and pooling on the cart floor, yet this did not dampen the villagers' spirits. Word of their return had spread swiftly, and now smoke billowed from the chimneys of every home. Men, women, and children gathered by the roadside, craning their necks in anticipation of the ox cart's arrival. "Xiao is back," someone shouted, prompting the crowd to surge forward. Lin Xiao steadied his motorcycle and, as he dismounted, was immediately encircled by the villagers, all eagerly inquiring about the hunting adventure. Lin Jiangwo waved his hand and declared loudly, "Everyone listen, my son is preparing to distribute bear meat. There is plenty to go around. Each family will receive 5 pounds. And those who are elderly, weak, or unwell will receive an additional 2 pounds. Please line up, one by one." Before long, 2 wooden boards were set up in the courtyard. Lin Xiao and Uncle Li wielded cleavers, meticulously slicing the bear meat into uniform chunks. The meat gleamed a vivid red, its robust marbling infused with the freshness of the hunt. Wang Xiulan brought forth a basin of clean water, occasionally wiping the cleaver, while murmuring, "This bear meat should be soaked in cold water for half a day, with some hawthorn added to eliminate the gamey odor. When stewing, toss in some yellow beans for a tender and fragrant dish." The villagers formed a line, holding enamel bowls or earthenware dishes, each face adorned with smiles. When their turn arrived, they would request Lin Xiao to cut a bit more lean meat. "Xiao, your skills are truly commendable," Grandfather Zhang said, weighing the chunk of meat in his hands with satisfaction. "Last winter, you retrieved bear bile, and now you've taken down such a large bear. Remarkable indeed." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Uncle Zhang, you are too kind. In the future, when we venture into the mountains for hunting, I will surely remember everyone." After distributing the bear meat, a substantial portion remained. Lin Xiao wiped his hands and said to his mother, "Mother, let us stew a large pot of bear meat tonight and invite the comrades from the educated youth station. I heard from old Li that many educated youths will be returning to the city soon, and it is likely that they won't have the chance to taste this mountain bear meat again." Wang Xiulan nodded. "I've been thinking about that. I will go start the fire now, fry a few eggs, and prepare a cucumber salad so that the children can eat well." Huzi leaned against the courtyard wall, tending to the fire. Lin Xiao urged him to deliver a message to the educated youth station, and Huzi instantly perked up, dashing off with the note Lin Xiao had written. The educated youth station was not far from the farm, situated in a few tiled houses at the eastern end of the village, where over a dozen educated youths from Shanghai and Beijing resided. Upon hearing about the bear meat feast, the educated youths were filled with excitement, abandoning their farming tasks to follow Huzi. Soon, 3 tables were set up in the courtyard, with the educated youths and Lin Xiao's family gathering around. The bear meat had simmered to tenderness in the large pot, its aroma wafting throughout the courtyard, mingling with the fragrance of yellow beans, making mouths water. Wang Xiulan served each person a generous bowl of bear meat, cheerfully exclaiming, "Children, eat up. There's plenty more if you need." The educated youths devoured the meal with gusto, continually praising, "Auntie, your bear meat stew is exquisite. It's even better than the red braised meat in the city." Lin Xiao chuckled and waved his hand, pouring everyone a cup of his homemade rice wine. "Take your time to enjoy. A sip of wine will help cut the richness. Once you return to the city, you won't be able to savor such authentic mountain flavors." During the meal, a young female educated youth dressed in blue work clothes caught Lin Xiao's attention. Unlike the other girls who were animated and chatty, she quietly enjoyed her food, occasionally offering a piece of meat to her companions, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Though not striking in appearance, her skin bore a sun-kissed hue from years of labor, yet her bright eyes radiated a sense of pragmatism. Lin Xiao discreetly inquired of the nearby Xiao Li, "Who is that girl? I haven't seen her before." Xiao Li, with his mouth full of bear meat, mumbled, "Her name is Zheng Yun. She is an educated youth from Shanghai and has been here for 3 years. She doesn't talk much, but she works exceptionally hard. Whether it's in the fields or feeding pigs, she outperforms us male educated youths. I heard she will be returning to the city soon and is worried about finding work." Lin Xiao nodded, refraining from further questions, but noting how Huzi's gaze occasionally drifted toward Zheng Yun, his eyes reflecting a mix of curiosity and shyness. Huzi had previously devoted himself to hunting alongside Lin Xiao, rarely interacting with those at the educated youth station. This was the first time he seemed so attentive to a girl. The dinner lasted until late into the night, with the educated youths reluctantly departing. As Zheng Yun was leaving, she made it a point to thank Wang Xiulan, saying, "Auntie, thank you for your hospitality. I had a wonderful time today." Wang Xiulan grasped her hand, smiling, come visit often. If you return to the city, don't forget the flavors of our farm. In the following days, Lin Xiao refrained from hunting and focused on processing the bear skin and bile. The bear skin was thick and large. Following his father's instructions, Lin Xiao first scraped off the flesh, then soaked the skin in brine for 2 days before applying the tanning solution and hanging it out to dry in the courtyard. The bear gallbladder was suspended by a thread and hung beneath a well-ventilated eave to dry in the shade, ensuring its medicinal efficacy. After 5 days, the bear hide was thoroughly tanned, becoming soft and glossy, its fur still vibrant, laid out on the ground like a magnificent carpet. The bear gallbladder was also dried, taking on a dark green hue and a plump shape. Lin Xiao rolled up the bear hide, binding it with a rope, and carefully wrapped the bear gallbladder in cloth before placing it in his satchel. He mounted his motorcycle and headed to the county town. In the office of the state-run store in the county town, old Zhou was sipping tea. Upon seeing Lin Xiao push the door open, he immediately set down his pen and greeted him with a smile. Lin Xiao, my dear brother, what a rare visit. You're not here to discuss the roe deer, are you? You seem to have something else of value. Lin Xiao placed the bear hide and gallbladder on the desk. Brother Zhou, this is freshly tanned brown bear hide. The fur is largely intact, barring a few bullet holes, and here is a gallbladder that has dried perfectly. You have extensive connections. I'm handing it over to you to see who you can sell it to. You can decide on the price, and while you're at it, please keep an eye out for a telescope. I was quite envious during the last operation against the bandits. Old Zhou picked up the gallbladder, taking it to the window for a closer inspection, then felt the texture of the bear hide, nodding in approval. Excellent goods. This bear hide would be worth a fortune as a coat, and the bear gallbladder is a rare medicinal material. I'll take it. Lin Xiao pulled up a chair and accepted the enamel cup that old Zhou handed him. Old Zhou opened his notebook to calculate, extending a finger, 1,000 yuan. And don't even think about refusing. You've been overseeing the roe deer side, and this year you've brought me quite a few treasures, which has profited me greatly. The old man has also benefited from it. I owe you a great favor. Let us not complicate our brotherhood with unnecessary formalities. Lin Xiao felt a warmth in his heart and nodded in agreement. All right, brother Zhou, you're generous. I'll accept the money. Old Zhou smiled, patting him on the shoulder. That is splendid. Having received the money, Lin Xiao did not linger in the county town, but rode his motorcycle back to the farm. Upon entering the yard, he spotted Huzi squatting at the entrance, holding a dogtail grass, looking troubled. Lin Xiao chuckled. Huzi, what are you doing squatting here? Are your hands itching to venture into the mountains for a hunt? Huzi stood up, scratching his head, his face flushed, stammering. Brother Xiao, I have something to discuss with you. Sensing his concern, Lin Xiao pulled him into the house and offered him a cigarette. Speak freely. There is no need for formality with me. Huzi lit the cigarette, took a puff, and mustered his courage. Brother Xiao, I've developed feelings for Zhengyun. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. That is wonderful. Zhengyun is a fine girl, diligent and practical. You two are quite suited for one another. So, did you fall for her after just one meeting? Huzi's face turned even redder as he looked down, kicking a pebble on the ground. I just feel she is quite different. She doesn't fuss over her appearance like other girls. During meals, she even helped my aunt gather firewood. But my family is poor, and I haven't had much education, just a hunter. How could she ever fancy me? Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. Don't underestimate yourself. Over the past half year, you've hunted alongside me and saved up over 2,000 yuan, which is more than many workers earn. Moreover, you're honest and hardworking. Any woman would be fortunate to marry you. As for Zhengyun, I've noticed she isn't the type to seek vanity. She values character much more. Huzi's eyes brightened. Really? Shower, do you think she will like me? Lin Xiao nodded. I cannot guarantee anything, but I can inquire on your behalf. I am familiar with Xiao Li from the youth commune. He has a good relationship with Zhengyun, and I will ask him to gauge her feelings. Huzi, filled with excitement, grasped Lin Xiao's hand. Thank you so much, Xiao. If I can marry Zhengyun, I will never forget your kindness for the rest of my life. That very afternoon, Lin Xiao sought out Xiao Li. Upon hearing the news, Xiao Li chuckled and playfully punched him. Your brother has good taste. Zhengyun is indeed a fine girl, although her family situation is rather challenging. She has confided in me that she has an older brother and 3 younger siblings, and they have no stable place to live or job prospects. She expressed her desire to find a reliable person and would be willing to stay at the farm. Lin Xiao felt reassured and quickly inquired. What impression does she have of Huzi? They just met today, and Huzi hardly spoke to her. Xiao Li pondered for a moment. She shouldn't feel any aversion. I mentioned Huzi to her, describing him as honest and skilled in hunting, and that he has saved quite a bit of money. She did not object, and even asked if he was the young man who helped his aunt chop wood today. indicating she has some recollection of him. Upon returning from the commune, Lin Xiao relayed the situation to Huzi, who was so elated that he couldn't sleep all night. The next morning, he rushed to town to purchase a piece of floral fabric and 2 pounds of fruit candies to gift to Zheng Yun. Lin Xiao chuckled, "Don't rush. Let Xiaoli break the ice with her first. Once she is mentally prepared, you can engage in a proper conversation with her. Good things take time, be patient." Observing Huzi, who was at a loss while clutching the floral fabric, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled Su Yan. Su Yan had sent him 3 or 4 letters, in which she expressed her concern for him, inquiring if hunting was tiring and how the farming of roe deer was progressing. She even mentioned that the bookstore in the county had new books on breeding techniques and asked if he wanted her to send one. Lin Xiao had not responded until now. Seeing Huzi's eagerness sparked a realization within him. Out of courtesy, he should reply, especially since the roe deer farming had started to show promise, and he was earning a bit more from selling the villagers' fish. He felt he had gained some confidence. Even maintaining a normal correspondence with Su Yan seemed to bring him a glimmer of hope. Returning to his room, Lin Xiao retrieved Su Yan's letter from the drawer. The handwriting on the paper was elegant, and the words exuded warmth. He suddenly felt that he could no longer delay. Su Yan was a wonderful girl, and now that he had the means to provide her a better life, he owed her a response. Sitting at his desk, he took out a fresh sheet of paper and a fountain pen, hovering the nib above the page for a moment before finally allowing it to touch down. He began with a sincere apology. "Dear comrade Su Yan, I apologize for my delayed response. I encountered a large brown bear while hunting in the mountains recently, and upon my return, I was preoccupied with processing the bear meat and hide, which prevented me from writing sooner. I hope you understand." He then updated her on his current situation. The roe deer farming collaboration with Old Zhou is going quite smoothly. Regarding the breeding technique book you mentioned last time, if it's convenient, could you please keep an eye out for it? If you find a suitable one, let me know, and I will send you the money. Finally, he expressed his concern for her well-being. "Have you settled in well? As the weather gets warmer, please take care of your health. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out." Upon completion, he meticulously read through the letter, feeling that the tone was excessively abrupt. He added a concluding remark, "If you have the chance to return, I shall take you hunting." After finalizing the letter, Lin Xiao carefully reviewed it once more. Finding certain phrases too candid, he amended a few sentences before sealing it in an envelope and affixing a stamp. As he held the letter, he approached the courtyard gate, just in time to see Huzi grinning foolishly, likely because Zheng Yun did not seem to harbor any disdain for him. Early the next morning, Lin Xiao rode his motorcycle to the county town to mail the letter. Along the way, he observed the villagers diligently weeding and managing irrigation in the fields, their faces adorned with the promise of a bountiful harvest. In the breeding shed, the roe deer grazed leisurely on fodder, with over a dozen robust adults and 3 lively, adorable fawns. Lin Xiao felt a swell of hope. He knew his life was steadily improving, with both love and career destined to flourish in these mountains. After mailing the letter, Lin Xiao did not return home immediately. Instead, he ventured to a bookstore in the county town to purchase several study materials for Xiaomei. She was diligent and hardworking, achieving commendable grades, and he hoped she would gain admission to her desired university, allowing her to escape the confines of the mountains and explore the wider world. Exiting the bookstore, basking in the perfect sunlight, Lin Xiao mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the farm. The rumble of the engine echoed through the streets, carrying his aspirations for the future as he sped onward. Upon his return to the farm, the sun dipped low on the horizon. Lin Xiao settled onto a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the evening glow painting the sky. Wang Xiulan brought him a bowl of mung bean soup and placed it before him. "Shower, have some soup to cool off. You seem to be in good spirits lately. Is there something joyful afoot?" Lin Xiao accepted the soup, took a sip, and smiled. "Our lives have undergone a tremendous transformation over the past 6 months. Xiaomei has successfully entered high school, and Huzi has found a girl he likes. Life is improving splendidly." Wang Xiulan chuckled, "Indeed. Speaking of which, how are things progressing with Miss Su?" Lin Xiao deflected, replying, "We are merely good friends." His mother, sensing something amiss, refrained from further inquiry and retreated to the kitchen to prepare water for washing up. As night fell, tranquility enveloped the courtyard once more. Chapter 62. Su Yan's engagement. After the excitement of hunting the great brown bear, life on the farm returned to a state of calm. Lin Xiao squatted in the courtyard, tending to the injured leg of Huang, applying a pale yellow herbal ointment to the bandaged cloth, which emitted a faint, bitter aroma. Huang lay on the ground, its tail weakly sweeping the earth. The injury from the bear's blow had yet to fully heal, causing a slight limp in its gait. "Just hang in there. It will get better in a few days," Lin Xiao murmured gently, stroking Huang's ear, feeling a deep sense of guilt, if not for his need for protection. Huang would not have sustained such a severe injury. Huzi sat nearby, playfully teasing a little rabbit set aside for Xiao Mei with a twig, his face betraying uncontainable delight. Ever since Lin Xiao had asked Xiao Li to inquire about Zheng Yun's feelings, Huzi had frequently taken the opportunity to converse with her under the pretense of assisting the youth in farm work. That very morning, he had even gone to town specifically to buy a piece of floral fabric, which he entrusted to Xiao Li for delivery to Zheng Yun, returning in a state of distracted anticipation. Brother Xiao, do you think Zheng Yun will like the fabric? Huzi asked again, a hint of nervousness in his tone. With a wry smile, Lin Xiao replied, whether she likes it or not, we'll find out when Xiao Li returns. Moreover, relying on others to relay messages is not a viable solution. Next time, you should deliver it yourself. He discarded the soiled cloth strips into the garbage bin, stood up, and brushed off the dust from his clothing. For the time being, Huang and Haizi should refrain from venturing into the mountains and focus on recovering at home. The deer breeding farm requires additional supplies, and I must keep a closer watch on it, which conveniently provides me with a respite. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao devoted more of his energy to the deer breeding endeavor. He employed several local villagers and constructed 2 new shelters adjacent to the original breeding pen, enclosing a larger activity area. Every day before dawn, he would check on the deer's condition, replenish their feed, and clean the shelters. Occasionally, he would consult old Zhou's wife in the county regarding issues encountered during the breeding process. One midday, while Lin Xiao was administering deworming medicine to the fawns, he heard a familiar call from outside the yard. Lin Xiao, are you home? He looked up to see the Chun brothers steering a bullock cart, which was laden with 3 adult deer, standing at the entrance and smiling as they waved. Half of the deer in the breeding farm had been purchased from them. Brother Chun, Brother Air, please come in. Lin Xiao quickly welcomed them, assisting in unloading the deer from the cart. The 3 deer were robust, their coats gleaming, clearly indicative of meticulous care. These are a few deer we've saved up for you to use for breeding, Brother Chun remarked, handing over a cigarette with a grin. Thanks to you, we've managed to find work after you saved us. Even the widow and her child from the 3rd family have begun to prosper. We owe you our gratitude. Next time, let us go hunting together. I've heard there are plenty of wild boars near Farm 855. Lin Xiao paid them, invited the brothers to stay for dinner, and asked his mother to prepare a chicken for the meal. At the dining table, the Chun brothers discussed the recent hunting trends, sharing amusing tales from the mountains and the splendid catches they had made. When it was time to leave, Lin Xiao filled 2 bags with candies and biscuits for them, along with some money for the widow and her child from the 3rd family. As days turned into months, autumn gradually embraced the landscape, transforming the foliage into a tapestry of golden hues that cascaded with the breeze, carpeting the ground like a thick rug. Huang's injury had completely healed, and he accompanied Lin Xiao to the breeding pen daily to help oversee the deer. Haizi would occasionally wander into the nearby woods to hunt for rabbits and wild chickens. The relationship between Huzi and Zheng Yun had also progressed significantly. Zheng Yun ultimately decided to remain at the farm. Huzi would visit her daily, assisting with fieldwork, and in the evenings, he would escort her back to the youth commune. The young people at the commune often teased them, declaring them a match made in heaven, to which Zheng Yun would blush and lower her gaze, yet never refute. Lin Xiao felt genuine happiness for Huzi as he observed their interactions. Gradually, the vibrant youth commune began to quiet, with many young people returning to the city, leaving only Zheng Yun and 2 others who had yet to finalize their paperwork. Weeds began to overgrow in the yard. Lin Xiao would occasionally visit the commune, engaging them in conversations about hunting and breeding. Zheng Yun and another youth would listen intently, their eyes reflecting dreams of the future. In moments of leisure, Lin Xiao often thought of Su Yan. Since he had sent her a letter last time, there had been no response, as if it had vanished into the abyss. Every day, he would visit the dispatch room at the farm, returning each time with a sense of disappointment. Initially, he consoled himself with the thought that Su Yan might be too preoccupied to respond. However, he gradually ceased to entertain such hopes, a nagging premonition settling in his heart that perhaps, between them, a future was truly unattainable. That afternoon, as Lin Xiao was adding fodder for the roe deer in the breeding shed, Xiao Mei rushed in with her backpack, a letter clutched in her hand. Brother, your letter. It's from the city. Lin Xiao's heart leapt suddenly, causing the fodder in his hands to tumble to the ground. He hurried over, accepting the letter, the familiar, elegant handwriting on the envelope catching his eye. It was Su Yan's correspondence. His hands trembled slightly as he sought out a secluded corner, carefully opening the envelope. Inside, besides a sheet of letter paper, lay a golden embossed invitation adorned with exquisite patterns, strikingly vivid. He took a deep breath and unfolded the letter. Su Yan's handwriting remained graceful, though it bore an air of gravity. Comrade Lin Xiao, seeing your words is akin to meeting you. I apologize for the delay in my response. Much has transpired at home during this time. Ever since I sent you my last letter, I have been awaiting your reply. But it never arrived. My family introduced me to several suitors, yet my heart lingered on you, and I turned them all down. Upon receiving your letter, and noting your silence regarding our feelings, I realized that perhaps we are indeed incompatible. I know you are a good man, skilled in hunting and managing livestock. Yet the disparity in our backgrounds is insurmountable. My parents have always wished for me to find a match of equal standing. They say you are merely a hunter, unable to provide the life I desire. Through family introductions, I have met Comrade Li from the provincial government, a man of integrity who treats me well. We are preparing to become engaged on the 18th of the 12th lunar month, and I have sent you an invitation in the hope that you might attend. The letter concluded abruptly, lacking a signature, with only a small, handwritten note, wishing you well. Lin Xiao set the letter down and picked up the golden invitation, which stated that the engagement ceremony would take place on December 18, 1980, and cordially invited Mr. Lin Xiao to attend, signed by Su Yan and Li Jianguo. At that moment, snow began to fall from the sky, 1 flake, 2 flakes, and soon it transformed into a heavy snowfall. The first snow of 1980 arrived without warning. The snowflakes landed on Lin Xiao's face, icy and piercing, yet he remained oblivious. He recalled their first encounter by the lake, beneath the willow tree, where she wore a white dress, resembling a blooming lotus. He remembered the letter she had sent him, filled with concern and care. He thought of his own carefully composed letter, hesitant to reveal even a fraction of his feelings. It dawned on him that from the very beginning, they inhabited different worlds. She was a city girl, residing in a spacious, well-lit home, engrossed in books he had never read, while he wished only to be a hunter in the mountains. Caring for his mother, father, and sister, having once thrived in the city, yet lacking familial warmth. Lin Xiao let out a bitter smile, tucking the letter and invitation close to his heart, before turning to head home. The snow has blanketed the ground in a pristine white, and his footprints are etched deeply and shallowly in the snow, soon to be concealed by fresh flakes. The roe deer in the breeding shed seemed to sense the chill, emitting faint sounds, yet Lin Xiao is too preoccupied to attend to them. His heart feels as though it is gripped by an invisible hand, causing him to gasp for breath. Upon returning home, he finds Lin Jianguo and Wang Xiulan in the kitchen preparing a meal. Noticing Lin Xiao enter, covered in snow and pale-faced, they hurriedly inquire, "What is the matter? Why aren't you dressed warmly in this frigid weather?" Lin Xiao shakes his head in silence and walks straight into his room, closing the door behind him. Seated at his desk, he places the letter and invitation before him, gazing vacantly at the heavy snowfall outside. The snowflakes land on the window pane, swiftly melting into droplets that obscure the view. He reflects on the tumultuous year since his rebirth. So much has transpired. His father has not met the same fate as in his previous life, but instead thrives as a security guard at the timber yard. His mother, far from succumbing to despair, manages the household with a smile gracing her face. And Xiao Mei has successfully entered high school, excelling academically, with prospects of attending university and escaping this mountainous region. In his past life, he was utterly alone, with a deceased father, a mother lost to grief, and a sister who, lacking funds for education, married an alcoholic from a neighboring village, leading a life of unbearable hardship. In this incarnation, he has altered the fate of his family, granting them a life of comfort. He had hoped to change his own destiny with Su Yan, yet it ultimately remains unfulfilled. "Brother, dinner is ready," Xiao Mei's voice calls from outside, laced with concern. Lin Xiao rises, rubs his reddened eyes, opens the door, and forces a calm facade, saying, "I'm coming." At the dining table, Wang Xiulan observes his pallor and cautiously asks, "Did you receive a letter from Miss Su?" Lin Xiao nods, picks up his chopsticks, but finds the food tasteless. "What did she say?" Wang Xiulan presses, while Lin Jianguo gently pulls her arm, signaling her to refrain from further inquiries. Lin Xiao sets down his chopsticks and softly reveals, she is getting engaged on the 18th of the 12th month, to someone from the provincial government compound. Wang Xiulan's expression shifts dramatically. She opens her mouth to speak, but words fail her. Lin Jianguo exhales deeply and pours Lin Xiao a glass of liquor, saying, "Have a drink to warm yourself." Lin Xiao raises the cup and downs it in one go. The sharp liquor burns his throat, causing discomfort, yet it brings him a semblance of clarity. After the meal, Lin Xiao steps outside, where the snow continues to fall, enveloping the entire farm in a silvery cloak. Hu Zi and Zheng Yun are in the yard shoveling snow, and upon seeing Lin Xiao, Hu Zi calls out cheerfully, "Brother Xiao, come help us." Lin Xiao approaches, picks up a broom, and joins them in their task. Zheng Yun glances at him, hesitating to speak, but ultimately remains silent. Brother Xiao, Zheng Yun and I have decided to get married after the new year, Hu Zi suddenly announces, his face alight with joy. Lin Xiao is momentarily taken aback, then smiles and replies, that sounds wonderful. I'll arrange a grand wedding for you both. Zheng Yun blushes, lowering her head, yet her broom moves with renewed vigor. Once the snow is cleared, Lin Xiao returns indoors, locking the letter and invitation away in a drawer. He understood that Su Yin was merely a fleeting presence in his life, and their destined connection had reached its conclusion. Although a profound sorrow lingered in his heart, he bore no regrets. At the very least, he had strived earnestly and transformed both his own fate and that of his family. In the ensuing days, Lin Xiao dedicated all his energy to his work, conducting outdoor training for the militia in the county, patrolling the farm's perimeter for any signs of large beasts, and addressing the encroachment of wild boars descending from the mountains. Xiao Mei discerned his sentiments, and, upon returning home from school each day, regaled him with amusing anecdotes from her day, while also preparing a warm cup of tea for him. Wang Xilan, too, endeavored to lift his spirits by crafting delightful meals in a variety of styles. Lin Jiangwo frequently invited him to the forest, engaging him in conversations about hunting, and suggested that once the snow ceased, they should venture into the mountains together. On the first day after the snowfall, Lin Xiao, accompanied by He Zi and Huang, ventured into the mountains. The forest lay blanketed in pristine white, enveloped in an enchanting silence, broken only by the crunch of snow beneath their feet. He Zi and Huang frolicked excitedly in the snow, chasing after rabbits and pheasants, while Lin Xiao trailed behind, observing the familiar woodland, his sorrow gradually dissipating. By midday, Lin Xiao had successfully hunted a pheasant and 2 rabbits. He settled on the snow-covered ground and kindled a fire, the flames dancing and casting a warm glow upon his face. After preparing the game, he skewered the pheasant and rabbits over the fire, and the delectable aroma soon wafted through the air. Savoring the roasted delicacies while sipping on the rice wine he had brought along, Lin Xiao felt his heart slowly find tranquility. He recognized that life was long, and there would be many transient encounters. Su Yin was but one among them. He still had family, friends, a profound love for the mountains, and a thriving career. As long as he continued to strive, brighter days awaited him. During dinner, the family gathered around, enjoying the roasted pheasant and stewed rabbit while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Xiao Mei shared that her recent exam scores had been excellent and that her teacher had praised her. Wang Xilan mentioned she had sewn several quilts for Hu Zi and Zheng Yun, intended for their future wedding. Listening to his family's chatter and witnessing the smiles on their faces, Lin Xiao suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Though Su Yin's departure had cast a shadow over him, it had also illuminated the truth that genuine happiness lay not in possessing a grand romance, but in the companionship of family and the pursuit of a cherished vocation. As night deepened, Lin Xiao lay in bed, listening to the wind outside his window. The snow began to fall once more, lightly tapping against the glass. Memories of Su Yin's letter and the gilded invitation flooded his mind, yet the pain he once felt had faded, replaced by a gentle sense of acceptance. He understood that starting tomorrow, he would continue to live fully, hunt diligently, care for the roe deer, and safeguard his family and the beloved mountains. In this year of rebirth, he had lost love but gained familial bonds and a prosperous career. He believed that as long as he persevered, even greater surprises awaited him in the future. Outside, the snow fell heavier, blanketing the entire farm and veiling the sadness within his heart. This new life, much like the vast expanse of white snow, was pure and brimming with hope. Chapter 63. Seeking help in the city. The first snow of 1980 fell for 3 consecutive days. And it was not until the dawn of the 4th day that the winds gradually subsided and the snow finally relented. Lin Xiao pushed open the door, and a sharp chill rushed in, bringing with it the refreshing scent characteristic of the aftermath of snowfall. The entire Hongqi farm lay blanketed beneath a thick layer of white snow. The rooftops, treetops, and field ridges were all draped in a pristine white. The sunlight poured onto the snow-covered ground, reflecting a blinding brilliance that compelled one to squint. The snow in the courtyard was half a foot deep, and after helping to clear the snow at Tiger's home, Hu Zi and Zheng Yungang arrived with brooms in hand to assist. The two exchanged hushed conversations now and then, with Zheng Yun's cheeks flushed from the cold, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth. Xiao Mei, enjoying a holiday at home, also brandished a small broom, trailing closely behind Zheng Yun, occasionally inquiring about this and that, and sharing amusing anecdotes from school, their camaraderie blossoming remarkably. Upon seeing Lin Xiao emerge, Hu Zi straightened up and called out, "Shower, you're awake. The snow is truly heavy. Zheng Yun and I finished cleaning at home and came over. Xiaomei is here to lend a hand too. Lin Xiao rubbed his hands together, exhaling a puff of white vapor. You all take a break. I'll check on the breeding shed. He trudged through the thick snow, each step a mix of deep and shallow, making his way towards the breeding shed at the west end of the village. The villagers along the route were busy shoveling snow, greeting Lin Xiao with warmth and respect, their words imbued with admiration for him. Since Lin Xiao had ventured into roe deer farming, not only had he prospered, but he had also inspired many villagers to follow suit, improving their livelihoods considerably. As he approached the breeding shed, the sounds of roe deer calls reached his ears. Lin Xiao quickened his pace, pushing open the canvas door of the shed, where a mixed aroma of fodder and animal scents enveloped him. The temperature inside was markedly warmer than outside, with a dozen adult roe deer gathered around the feeding trough, while several fawns frolicked nearby, their coats glistening under the dim light. 2 hired villagers were busy cleaning the shed, and upon noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, they paused their work. Brother Lin Xiao, you're here. The snow has stopped, and the roe deer seem more lively. We added some bean cake for them yesterday, and they devoured it eagerly. Lin Xiao nodded, walked over to the feeding trough to inspect, and upon seeing that the fodder was still plentiful, he crouched down to observe the roe deer's condition closely. The adult roe deer appeared robust with glossy coats, and the fawns were lively and energetic, a testament to the attentive care they had received. However, as he gazed at the increasing number of roe deer, Lin Xiao's brow began to furrow. Initially, there had only been 7 or 8 roe deer in the shed, manageable with just 2 hired hands, but now the population had multiplied significantly, with numerous fawns added to the mix. The tasks of feeding, cleaning, and disease prevention had grown increasingly burdensome, and relying solely on these 2 untrained villagers was insufficient, let alone for more meticulous management. You all continue your work. I'll make a trip to the county town, Lin Xiao instructed briefly before exiting the breeding shed. He understood that the pressing matter now was to find skilled technical and management personnel. Without them, expanding the roe deer farming operation would be impossible, and mismanagement could lead to serious issues. When it came to finding someone, the first person who came to his mind was old Zhou, who served as the director at the state-run store in the county town and had extensive connections that might prove beneficial. Upon returning home, Lin Xiao quickly had a light breakfast, donned a thick cotton jacket, and rode his motorcycle towards the county town. The road, coated with a thin layer of ice after the snowfall, caused the motorcycle to skid slightly, compelling Lin Xiao to reduce his speed. What should have been a 30-minute journey extended to over an hour before he finally reached the county town. The state-run store had just opened its doors, and old Zhou was directing the staff to organize the shelves. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, old Zhou immediately set aside his tasks, greeting him with a warm smile. Lin Xiao, my young brother, what brings you out on such a cold day? Has something happened with the roe deer? Lin Xiao shook his head and followed old Zhou into the office, rubbing his numbed hands together. Brother Zhou, I am here to discuss serious matters. Our roe deer farming has encountered some challenges. Old Zhou poured Lin Xiao a cup of hot tea and handed him a cigarette, saying, take your time, speak slowly. Is it a health issue with the deer? It's not a health concern, Lin Xiao replied, taking a sip of the steaming tea, the warmth flowing down his throat into his belly. It's a matter of manpower. The number of roe deer is increasing, and relying solely on the few locals we have hired from the farm is insufficient. Moreover, they lack professional breeding knowledge and are incapable of managing disease prevention and breeding. I urgently need skilled technical and managerial personnel. Old Zhou, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation. Indeed, it is challenging to find qualified breeding professionals. There are a few knowledgeable individuals at the agricultural technology station in the county town, but they are formal employees and unlikely to transfer easily. However, old Zhou's expression brightened. Your sister-in-law works at the county agricultural bureau, doesn't she? They are currently conducting rural breeding technology training. Perhaps we could recruit a few experienced technicians from there or obtain technical support. Lin Xiao's heart leapt with joy. Really? That would be splendid. If I can secure technical support from the agricultural bureau, I will feel much more assured. Old Zhou patted him on the shoulder. Don't rush. I will talk to your sister-in-law tonight. She is familiar with the folks at the agricultural technology station and should be able to assist. By the way, do you have any thoughts on managerial talent? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao replied, I have someone in mind, Zheng Yun. She is a well-educated young woman, diligent and responsible. Recently, she has been helping Hu Zi at the farm and has been exposed to breeding matters. If she could attend a management training program and then oversee the daily management of the breeding facility, it would undoubtedly work out well. Old Zhou nodded in agreement. That is a splendid idea. A well-educated young person learns quickly. I believe my wife can secure a training slot, and I'll inquire about it for you. That sounds excellent. Lin Xiao responded eagerly. The two continued discussing the expansion of the breeding facility, with old Zhou offering to coordinate the building materials at a significantly lower cost than market rates, to which Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. At noon, old Zhou invited Lin Xiao to lunch at a nearby small restaurant. Just after they placed their orders, old Zhou's wife, Sister Li, hurriedly entered. Dressed in a blue official uniform, she exuded an air of competence. Upon spotting Lin Xiao, she smiled and said, "Xiao Lin, old Zhou has informed me about your roe deer farming situation. I've managed to gather some information. There is a technician named Wang at the Agricultural Technology Station who previously worked at a provincial breeding base and possesses extensive experience. He is currently looking to visit rural farms for guidance, and I mentioned your situation to him. He is willing to make time to visit you." Lin Xiao quickly rose to express his gratitude. "Thank you, sister. I truly appreciate your help." Sister Li waved her hand dismissively. "No need for such formality. If your breeding project can succeed, it will be a great benefit for our county. Regarding the training slots, I happen to have an opportunity for a managerial training program at the Regional Agricultural School, commencing next month for a duration of 1 month. It would be perfect for the young lady you mentioned, Zheng Yun. This is splendid. A great burden has finally been lifted from Lin Xiao's heart. I will inform Zheng Yun right away. I shall cover her tuition and living expenses." Old Zhou chuckled, saying, "You are quite generous. But if Zheng Yun successfully completes the course and helps you manage the breeding shed, this amount of money is insignificant." The three continued to dine and chat, finalizing the arrangements for technician Wang to visit the farm for guidance next Monday, with Sister Li assisting Zheng Yun in completing the training paperwork. After the meal, Lin Xiao did not return to the farm immediately. Instead, he ventured to the wild rabbit breeding area in the courtyard of the old house. The few wild rabbits he had captured from the mountains, after more than half a year of breeding, had multiplied to over 200. Wild rabbits possess strong adaptability and rapid reproduction rates, requiring only simple feed such as grass, vegetable leaves, and corn stalks, resulting in low costs. As Lin Xiao observed the lively rabbits in their cages, an idea began to form in his mind. By the time he returned to the farm, it was already afternoon. Lin Xiao first sought out Hu Zi and Zheng Yun to inform her about the training opportunity. Zheng Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Brother Lin Xiao, is this true? I can really attend the Regional Agricultural School for training?" Lin Xiao nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true. Sister Li has already completed the paperwork for you. The class begins next month, and for the first month, you will study the foundational knowledge of breeding under Technician Wang, ensuring you can keep up when the time comes." Hu Zi, equally excited, exclaimed, "That is fantastic. Zheng Yun, when you return, you will be the intellectual of our farm." Zheng Yun's cheeks flushed, overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, tears welling in her eyes. She had never imagined that as a young intellectual, she would have the opportunity to receive training at a professional school. Lin Xiao patted her shoulder, saying, "Study diligently. The breeding shed will depend on you in the future." After ensuring Zheng Yun's arrangements were in order, Lin Xiao sought out the farm's elder secretary, his great-grandfather Lin Shui. Lin Shui was busy organizing the farm's records in his office. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he promptly set down his pen and rose to offer a seat. "Lin Xiao, what brings you here today? Is there an issue with the breeding shed?" Lin Xiao explained the situation regarding the wild rabbit breeding and proposed selling breeding pairs at 5 yuan each to the villagers as a collective side business for the farm, while he would manage the procurement and sale at 1 yuan per pound. Lin Shui's eyes brightened at this suggestion, his abacus momentarily forgotten. "Lin Xiao, this is an excellent idea. The villagers are eager to engage in side businesses to increase their income, yet they lack proper avenues. Wild rabbit breeding is low cost and yields quick results, making it ideal for everyone. I will call the announcer right away to gather the villagers at the drying yard for a meeting to finalize this plan." As dusk approached, the farm's loudspeaker announced a meeting for the villagers at the drying yard. Lin Xiao and Zhang Jingguo stood on the earthen platform, watching the villagers arrive in succession. Filled with anticipation, Zhang Jingguo conveyed Lin Xiao's idea to the crowd, which immediately sparked lively discussions among the villagers. 5 yuan for a breeding pair? How affordable! This young man Lin Xiao is truly considerate, thinking of us villagers. I have an idle pig pen that could be transformed into a rabbit hutch. As Lin Xiao waited for everyone to settle down, he proclaimed loudly, "Dear villagers, the breeding rabbits are priced at 5 yuan per pair, and I will only charge the cost price. I will purchase all the rabbits you raise at a rate of 1 yuan per gene, regardless of market fluctuations. I assure you, I will buy them. Our Hongqi farm is a collective. True prosperity is only achieved when we all thrive together." As soon as he finished speaking, the threshing ground erupted with enthusiastic applause. Villagers eagerly raised their hands to sign up, and within half an hour, over 200 breeding rabbits were reserved. Grandpa Zhang pushed his way to the front, excitedly exclaiming, "Xiao heir, you have truly done a great service for our villagers. Now we will have our own side business." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Grandpa Zhang, if you have any issues with raising rabbits in the future, feel free to come to me. I have hired a technician to provide guidance." After the meeting, Lin Xiao returned home to find Wang Xiulan cooking in the kitchen. Seeing him back, she smiled and said, "I heard from Uncle Zhang that you distributed wild rabbits for the villagers to raise. That's a splendid idea. Now the villagers have more hope for the future." Lin Xiao nodded, leaning against the kitchen doorframe. "Mother, I plan to go hunting in the mountains tomorrow. After the snow, animal tracks are evident, and I might encounter some big game." Wang Xiulan's expression changed instantly. "In this cold weather, it's dangerous to venture into the mountains. Besides, you haven't had a proper rest in ages. Can't you skip it?" Lin Xiao understood his mother's concern and walked over to pat her shoulder. "Don't worry, mother. I will bring Air Huang and Hei Zi. Nothing will happen. I haven't been to the mountains in a long time, and I'm itching to go. Besides, our meat supply is running low, and I want to bring back some wild game to improve our meals." Lin Zhangwo, sitting nearby and smoking, remained silent for a moment before saying, "Hunting after the snow does make it easier to find prey, but it also increases the risk of encountering wolves and wild boars. Be cautious and return early." Lin Xiao nodded. "I understand. Father, I will be careful." The next morning, Lin Xiao rose particularly early. Wang Xiulan had already prepared breakfast, boiling several eggs, steaming buns, and packing a jug of hot water along with a bag of provisions for him. Lin Xiao donned a thick cotton jacket, a cotton hat, and gloves, slinging his hunting rifle over his back, securing a machete at his waist, and placing a compass in his pocket. It was essential to have a compass in the snow-covered mountains to avoid getting lost. The 5 hunting dogs at home were already waiting at the gate. With Xiang Hei Zi at the forefront, ears perked up with alertness, and Air Huang, De Hui, and De Huang pacing excitedly by the side, wagging their tails and circling around him as soon as they saw Lin Xiao. Tiger arrived punctually, holding a Type 38 rifle, with a knife at his waist and a cloth bag for carrying game slung over his shoulder. "Brother Xiao heir, I'm here. After so many years of teaming up, we will surely return with a bountiful haul this time." Lin Xiao patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Absolutely." Tiger nodded and skillfully fell into step beside Lin Xiao. Together, with the 5 dogs, they trudged through the thick snow toward the forested mountains. The snow-laden forest was particularly tranquil, with only the crunching of their footsteps in the snow and the soft sounds of snowflakes falling from the branches. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the branches, casting dappled shadows upon the snowy ground. With their noses pressed to the earth, the dogs, Xiang Haizi and Xiang Qingmai, lead the way, meticulously sniffing for the scent of prey. Their olfactory senses are extraordinarily acute, capable of detecting even the faintest aroma buried beneath the snow. Meanwhile, the other dogs, Air Huang, De Hui, and De Huang, stand guard on either side, occasionally lifting their heads to survey the surroundings. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi trail behind, their eyes scanning the area vigilantly. The footprints in the snow are distinctly visible, those of rabbits, wild chickens, and some unknown small birds. However, none of these are of interest to Lin Xiao. He seeks larger game, such as wild boars, roe deer, or even elk. After approximately an hour of trekking, Xiang Haizi suddenly halts, barking softly at a nearby grove of pine trees, its tail stiff and ears pressed firmly against its head. Lin Xiao quickly gestures for Hu Zi to crouch down, while he slowly rises to follow the direction of Haizi's gaze. Deep within the pine forest, he spots several enormous hoof prints embedded deeply in the snow, circular in shape with clear edges, larger than the mouth of a bowl. Scattered around are patches of freshly turned earth, indicative of wild boar activity. "It's a wild boar," Lin Xiao whispers, a flicker of excitement sparking in his eyes. He examines the prints closely, noting their freshness, likely made not long ago, and the considerable number suggests a group of wild boars. He instructs Hu Zi, "Stay here. I will check ahead. If danger arises, flee down the mountain at once." Hu Zi shakes his head vehemently. "No, Xiao, I'm coming with you." Lin Xiao glares at him, insisting, "Listen to me. A group of wild boars can be perilous, especially sows with piglets, who are highly aggressive. Remain here to assist. Should I encounter trouble, at least there will be someone to alert others." Reluctantly, Hu Zi nods. "Then you must be careful." With 5 hunting dogs in tow, Lin Xiao cautiously follows the hoof prints. The snow in the pine forest is deeper, reaching his ankles, and snow occasionally tumbles from the branches, landing on his head and shoulders. After traversing about 200 meters, Lin Xiao hears grunting sounds ahead, accompanied by the snapping of branches. He signals the dogs to halt and hides behind a large tree, peering out. Before him, in a clearing, a group of wild boars is foraging through the snow. There are 7 or 8 in total, including 2 large male boars, their tusks protruding and their deep brown fur stark against the white snow. Several sows are accompanied by a few piglets, the little ones fluffy and trailing behind their mothers, occasionally rooting through the snow for grass roots. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao slowly raises his rifle, aiming at the largest male boar. The creature is bent low, its back fully exposed to Lin Xiao's line of sight. Holding his breath, he gently squeezes the trigger. The sharp report of the gun shatters the tranquility of the forest. The male boar lets out a piercing cry, staggering momentarily before turning fiercely toward Lin Xiao and charging in his direction. Lin Xiao swiftly steps back, raising his rifle once more in preparation to shoot. While Hu Zi emerges from behind the tree, gripping his rifle tightly, ready to support at a moment's notice. 5 hunting dogs lunged forward in an instant, while He Zi and Qingya barked fiercely at the wild boar's eyes to create a distraction. Huang, De Hui, and De Huang circled around the boar's legs, attempting to impede its movement. Enraged, the wild boar lowered its head and charged wildly with its sharp tusks. Huang, caught off guard, stumbled from the impact but fortunately remained unscathed due to his tough skin and robust physique. At the moment when the boar's momentum slightly waned, Lin Xiao pulled the trigger once more, the bullet striking the boar's head with precision. The boar let out a tragic cry, collapsing heavily onto the snow, convulsing a few times before lying still. Hu Zi, wielding a Type 38 rifle, skillfully took down a smaller yellow-haired boar, witnessing their companion's demise. The remaining wild boars scattered in fear, with the sow leading her piglets deep into the pine forest, quickly disappearing from sight. Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. It had truly been a perilous moment. Had he been a moment slower, the boar might have charged him. Hearing the gunfire, Hu Zi hurried over. Xiao Erge, are you all right? Upon seeing the large boar on the ground, Hu Zi's eyes widened in amazement. My heavens, such a colossal boar. At least 300 pounds. Lin Xiao chuckled. Fortune smiles upon us. Today we shall return laden with bounty. Together, they turned the boar over to inspect the wound, confirming it had succumbed to its injuries. At that moment, Qingya, lowering her head, began to bark furiously towards the depths of the pine forest, her tail rigid and her gaze alert. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi exchanged a glance and swiftly raised their rifles, peering in the direction of Qingya's attention. After a brief interval, a rustling sound emerged from the forest, and a roe deer dashed out, startled at the sight of Lin Xiao and Hu Zi. It immediately turned to flee. A roe deer. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gave chase. Hu Zi followed closely behind, while the 5 hunting dogs executed their roles with precision. He Zi and Qingya led the charge to intercept, while the other 3 dogs flanked from behind. The roe deer sprinted swiftly across the snowy terrain, but Lin Xiao and Hu Zi, seasoned partners in hunting, moved in perfect harmony, and with the dogs' relentless pursuit, they soon cornered the deer in a clearing. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xiao raised his rifle and successfully struck the deer's hind leg. The roe deer collapsed, struggling briefly before becoming still. Splendid. Another roe deer caught. Hu Zi exclaimed with enthusiasm. Lin Xiao approached the fallen creature to examine it. It was an adult female roe deer, not small in stature. The 2 men eviscerated both the deer and the boar, feeding the entrails to the dogs, and then gathered some branches to fashion a makeshift sled, placing the boar and roe deer atop it to haul down the mountain. On their descent, they encountered a flock of wild chickens, and Lin Xiao shot down 3 with his rifle. By the time they returned to the farm, it was already afternoon. The villagers, upon seeing Lin Xiao and Hu Zi dragging such substantial game, gathered around, praising Lin Xiao's hunting prowess. That evening, Hu Zi's mother joined them to assist in stewing the meat, and as they savored the delectable wild boar and roe deer, accompanied by homemade rice wine, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. Zheng Yun also arrived, sitting beside Hu Zi with a bashful smile. As Lin Xiao took in the scene before him, his heart swelled with a comforting warmth. This was the life he desired: family in good health, harmonious neighbors, and a prosperous career. As night deepened, the villagers gradually dispersed. Lin Xiao sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, gazing at the stars above, feeling an unusual sense of tranquility envelop him. He was aware that Technician Wang would arrive the following day, and Zheng Yun's training was about to commence. The rabbit farming initiative had already been set in motion, and everything was progressing positively. He held a firm belief that as long as he continued to exert effort, the days at Hongqi Farm would undoubtedly improve, and the future for himself and his family would grow increasingly bright. Chapter 64. Tiger's engagement. The news of hunting wild boars and roe deer resonated throughout Hongqi Farm for an entire night. By dawn the next day, Lin Xiao's yard was bustling with activity. Villagers arrived, carrying homemade pickled vegetables, sun-dried beans, and freshly dug potatoes from the cellar, all eager to lend a hand. For it was well known that Lin Xiao was organizing an engagement banquet for Tiger and Zheng Yun. Standing at the center of the yard, Lin Xiao directed several young men in the processing of the game. The large male wild boar, freshly skinned, hung on a makeshift wooden rack, its dark red meat glistening. The roe deer had also been meticulously prepared, its tender meat a rare delicacy sought after by Northeasterners in winter. Uncle Zhang, please cut this roe deer meat into cubes. We will prepare braised roe deer. Aunt Li, kindly chop the wild boar meat into filling for our pickled cabbage dumplings. As Lin Xiao spoke, he handed over the 20-odd rabbits he had just received from the villagers to his mother, Wang Xiulan. Mother, please process these rabbits with Tiger's mother. Half for marinated rabbit and half for stewed potatoes. Wang Xiulan, donning an apron and wielding a knife, assured him, rest assured, it will be done perfectly. Tiger's mother approached, carrying a basket of eggs. Shower. Your mother and I were thinking of steaming a couple of pots of cornbread and frying some pickled vegetable pockets to ensure there's enough for everyone. Lin Xiao nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Annie. Today's banquet must be lively. We cannot let Zheng Yun feel slighted. In a corner of the yard, Tiger, blushing, was offering Zheng Yun warm water. Zheng Yun was clad in a brand-new floral cotton jacket, its stitching neat and delicate, with a small circle of plum blossoms embroidered around the collar. This exquisite fabric had been chosen by Tiger during his last visit to town, and Aunt Zhang, the most skilled seamstress at the farm, had crafted it for her. Around her neck was a fluffy fox fur scarf, a special acquisition from Tiger's hunting efforts over the past 6 months, expertly tanned by a furrier. The gentle breeze caused the fox fur to sway lightly, enhancing the rosy glow of her cheeks. Don't just stand there, take a break. We've got this, Zheng Yun softly suggested, adjusting her scarf with a tender gaze. Tiger scratched his head. I'm not tired. I need to keep an eye on things so the villagers don't wear themselves out. In truth, he was more anxious than anyone else, frequently glancing towards the main room where his newly purchased sewing machine and radio awaited him. Items he had acquired with the 2,000 yuan he saved from hunting. The sewing machine was intended for Zheng Yun's use, while the radio was meant to bring some lively ambience to the engagement banquet. According to the engagement customs in northeast China, the groom was expected to present 3 gold items and 1 silver item to the bride's family. However, in the context of the farm in 1980, resources were limited, and Tiger had thoughtfully planned his offerings. In addition to the new cotton jacket and fox fur scarf, he had asked Lin Xiao to find a Shanghai brand watch from the county's secondhand market, a task Lin Xiao had undertaken 3 times before successfully locating a quality piece. Tiger, don't be nervous. You will personally put this on Zheng Yun later, Lin Xiao said, handing over the watch wrapped in a red cloth, patting his arm before turning to assist with the preparations. Huzi accepted the cloth bag, his hands trembling, and hastily tucked it into his bosom, feeling the warmth against his chest, akin to cradling his own fervent affections. By noon, the courtyard was adorned with tables, lacking proper tablecloths, which were substituted with freshly washed coarse linen, and instead of exquisite utensils, the largest coarse porcelain bowls and enamel basins from the home were employed. The radio in the main room was blaring the East is red, its volume turned to the maximum, attracting the curiosity of several villagers who peeked in to witness the novelty. Is this truly a radio? It can emit human voices. Huzi has indeed prospered. Such an item is rare, even in the county town. The villagers arrived in succession, each bearing humble gifts. Uncle Zhang brought a bottle of homemade rice wine. Aunt Li presented a bag of fried melon seeds, and even the most impoverished, Grandma Wang, who relied on social security, tremulously offered a pair of handmade cloth shoes, declaring them as an engagement gift for Zheng Yun. Zheng Yun busily attended to everyone, her brand-new cotton coat standing out amidst the crowd, and her smile unwavering. Before the formal commencement of the engagement banquet, the old secretary, Lin Shui, stood up, holding an enamel jar filled with rice wine. Dear villagers, today marks a splendid occasion for our farm, as Huzi and the young lady Zheng Yun become engaged. Huzi is a sincere lad, and Zheng Yun is quite capable. They are indeed a match made in heaven. I shall raise a toast to them, wishing them a harmonious union and a bountiful family. With that, he tilted back the jar and drank its contents, prompting applause from the villagers, filling the courtyard with laughter and joy. Next came the pivotal moment of the engagement ceremony, the exchange of vows. Huzi, cradling a cup of warm water, approached his parents, with Zheng Yun following closely. Prior to this, Zheng Yun had communicated with her parents via letter, who had assured her that the engagement was a minor ritual and that they would personally preside over the formal wedding. encouraging her to follow Huzi with ease. "Father, mother," Zheng Yun softly called, her voice tinged with shyness. Huzi's mother, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears and quickly retrieved a red cloth bag from her pocket, revealing a silver ring. Though simple in design, it was her cherished heirloom. She gently placed the ring on Zheng Yun's finger, saying, "Good child, from now on, we are family." Seizing the moment, Huzi carefully presented a Shanghai brand watch, fastening it around Zheng Yun's wrist, ensuring she could keep track of time for work and meals. Zheng Yun gazed down at the watch, its ticking echoing in her heart, causing her eyes to glisten with tears. Following the exchange ceremony, the dishes were gradually brought to the table. The first dish was braised roe deer meat, tender and flavorful. Enveloped in a rich sauce, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions, the aroma instantly wafting through the courtyard. The second dish was sauced rabbit, its vibrant red hue enticing and increasingly savory with each bite. Yet the most beloved were the sour cabbage and pork dumplings, filled with tender, juicy wild boar meat paired with the crispness of sour cabbage, a single bite warming the very soul. Furthermore, there were stewed potatoes with rabbit, stir-fried green beans with wild boar, and cold shredded sour cabbage, each dish generously portioned and piled high in the coarse porcelain bowls. The villagers feasted with fervor, continually praising the meal. "This roe deer meat is truly tender, even more delicious than what we have at New Year." Indeed, Lin Xiao's hunting skills are beyond compare, and with his breeding abilities, our farm's future is surely bright. A young lad voraciously devoured dumplings, mumbling indistinctly, "In all my years, I have never tasted such delectable dumplings. Wild boar meat truly is exceptional." Zheng Yun sat beside Suzy, holding her chopsticks yet hardly touching her meal, as she gazed upon the lively scene before her. Observing the satisfied smiles of her fellow villagers, her heart swelled with emotion. After spending so many years at the youth station, she had never imagined she could find such a home on the farm. Suzy, sensing her thoughts, placed a generous piece of the largest roe deer meat into her bowl, urging, "Hurry and eat. This roe deer meat is nourishing. It won't taste as good once it cools down." Zheng Yun nodded, taking small bites, her eyes glistening with moisture. Suzy raised his wine cup, toasting each table, while Lin Xiao assisted by replenishing the drinks. When they reached Grandpa Zhang's table, the elder grasped Suzy's hand and exclaimed, "Suzy, your engagement with Zheng Yun is truly a match made in heaven. You are a sincere lad, adept at hunting and hard work, and you are generous enough to provide for Zheng Yun. You will surely ensure her a good life." Suzy scratched his head and chuckled. "Grandpa Zhang, I only wish for her happiness. I will need to consult you more about raising rabbits. Let us earn money together." The villagers, upon hearing this, applauded enthusiastically, and the atmosphere in the courtyard grew even more jubilant. The banquet continued until dusk, when the villagers gradually dispersed. Suzy and Zheng Yun remained to help tidy up, while Lin Xiao excused himself and returned indoors. "Thank you for today. I am very happy," Zheng Yun said softly as she wiped the table. Suzy paused in his task and looked at her, replying, "I am even happier. The day after tomorrow, Brother Lin Xiao will take you to the county for your registration. This month's training is crucial. With your education, mastering management knowledge will enable our breeding facility to thrive, which is also a safeguard for both of us." Zheng Yun nodded. "I understand. I will study diligently and not let you down. Please keep an eye on the breeding facility and don't overexert yourself." Suzy pulled out a bundle of money from his pocket and handed it to her. "Here are 500 yuan. Take it for living expenses. I have quite a bit saved up, and after selling the bear skin, I made over 200. The breeding facility will be well funded, so don't hesitate to spend in the county." Zheng Yun quickly declined. "That's too much. I have enough. Take it." Suzy insisted, placing the money in her hands. "From now on, we are family. My money is yours. Focus on your studies, and I will take care of everything at home. When you return, we will manage the breeding facility together, and once we save enough, we will hold a grand wedding. Your parents will come, and it will be splendid." Zheng Yun looked at the money in her hands and then into Suzy's earnest eyes, her throat tightening as she nodded. "I understand. I will study hard." The following day, Lin Xiao took Zheng Yun to the county, purchasing her a new outfit and some daily necessities. Old Zhou and Sister Li also came to bid farewell, with Sister Li presenting Zheng Yun with a new quilt. "Zheng Yun, when you reach school, study well. If you encounter any difficulties, write to me, and both Lin Xiao and I will assist you." Zheng Yun gratefully replied, "Thank you, sister. I will study diligently." On the third morning, Lin Xiao rode his motorcycle, taking Zheng Yun to the district agricultural school. Suzy accompanied them to the farm gate, repeatedly reminding Zheng Yun, "Take good care of yourself at school, eat on time, and don't be stingy with spending. I will write to you often." Zheng Yun nodded, Her eyes reddened, yet she valiantly refrained from tears. I understand. You must take care of yourself too. Do not overexert yourself at the breeding shed. The motorcycle traversed the snow-laden road, with Jingyun seated at the back, tightly grasping the thick cotton cushion that Huzi had prepared for her in advance. Huzi specifically asked me to look after you on the way, Lin Xiao remarked occasionally. Zheng Yun responded softly, her heart filled with thoughts of Huzi, who had risen at dawn to change the motorcycle's antifreeze oil, meticulously mended her luggage, and repeatedly advised Lin Xiao to drive carefully. Lin Xiao, thank you, Zheng Yun said quietly, and please extend my gratitude to Huzi. He has done so much for me. Lin Xiao smiled. As long as you two are well, that is enough. Study diligently once you arrive at school. Huzi is waiting for you at the farm. Upon reaching the entrance of the agricultural school, Lin Xiao assisted Zheng Yun with her enrollment procedures and escorted her to the dormitory. The dormitory consisted of a room shared by 6 individuals with bunk beds. Though modest, it was quite clean. This is Technician Wan's address. If you have any questions regarding breeding, do not hesitate to consult him. He is more than willing to help. Lin Xiao handed Zheng Yun a note bearing the address. As he departed the school, Zheng Yun stood at the entrance, waving farewell until the silhouette of the motorcycle vanished into the distance. She then turned and walked into the dormitory, tightly clutching the note Lin Xiao had given her, silently resolving to study earnestly, not to disappoint Lin Xiao and Huzi's expectations, and to return one day to contribute to the farm's development, ensuring a prosperous life for everyone. Lin Xiao rode back on the motorcycle. The sky after the snowfall was exceptionally blue, with sunlight spilling onto the snow-covered ground, reflecting dazzling brilliance. The fields and woodlands along the roadside were draped in white, and he pondered the images of Huzi and Zheng Yun, feeling a profound sense of reassurance. Zheng Yun had embarked on her studies, while Huzi managed the farm meticulously. The breeding of wild rabbits was well underway, and the deer breeding was steadily progressing. Everything was developing in a positive direction. He believed that the futures of Huzi and Zheng Yun, as well as the tomorrow of Hongqi Farm, would be even brighter. Chapter 65. Lynx attacks. The snow of 1980 seemed determined to envelop all of northeast China in its icy grasp. Since Zheng Yun reported to the regional agricultural school, the snow had scarcely ceased. Initially a mere flurry, it soon transformed into relentless heavy snowfall, blanketing the world in a shroud of white, obscuring even the once clear outlines of the mountains and forests. Lin Xiao stood at the courtyard entrance, watching the snowflakes descend like cotton, the accumulation already surpassing his knees. With each step, he found himself sinking deep into the snow. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck him. It was in such a winter that his father, Lin Jiangwo, had succumbed to an old ailment, exacerbated by the biting cold and a lack of medical care, passing before spring arrived. Father, mother. Lin Xiao abruptly turned and dashed into the house, his voice tinged with an imperceptible panic. Lin Jiangwo was seated on the kong, twisting straw into ropes, preparing to craft new feeding troughs for the deer at the breeding shed, while Wang Xiulan was stitching shoe soles. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's voice, both looked up, concern etched on their faces. What is the matter? Why the sudden commotion? Lin Jiangwo set down the straw rope, observing his son's reddened eyes, a wave of unease washing over him. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, burying the memories of his past life deep within his heart. He remarked that this snowfall was significantly heavier than in previous years, posing a potential disaster. Father, mother, this snow is unusual. If it continues like this, we may face road closures and mountain blockages. The firewood will be insufficient, the houses will leak snow, and our fellow villagers will suffer. I must visit the commune. As the deputy captain of the militia and the leader of the joint patrol team, this matter falls under my jurisdiction. Lin Jiangwo, who had spent years in the forest, was particularly attuned to changes in the weather. He moved to the window and opened it slightly, allowing the biting cold wind mixed with snowflakes to strike his face painfully. You are right. This snow is indeed ominous. He furrowed his brow and stated, in all my years at the forest, I have never witnessed such heavy snowfall. You go to the commune. I will check the roof of the livestock shed to ensure it doesn't collapse under the weight of the snow. Wang Xiulan quickly added, I will move the firewood under the eaves and steam a few batches of buns. If the roads do become impassable, we will have provisions. Without delay, Lin Xiao donned his thickest cotton coat, put on his fox fur hat, and bundled up his ears and face securely. He hopped on his motorcycle and sped towards the commune. The snow was so thick that the motorcycle could barely move, and he ultimately parked it by the roadside. Trudging through the deep snow towards the commune, what would usually take half an hour took him over an hour, his entire body coated in ice, with frost forming on his eyebrows and beard, resembling a snowman. In the commune office, Secretary Zhao Deshan was frowning as he perused the meteorological report. Upon seeing Lin Xiao enter, he quickly rose. Lin Xiao? What brings you here? This snow makes the roads exceedingly dangerous. Lin Xiao stamped the snow off his feet and rubbed his numbed hands, replying, Secretary Zhao, we can no longer delay. If we do not issue disaster prevention orders soon, our villagers will face calamity. In my past life, I sensed that the snowfall would intensify and temperatures would plummet, leading to a shortage of firewood, collapsing houses, and potentially cutting off supplies. Zhao Deshan, a pragmatic man, had already sensed the abnormality of the snow but had not yet resolved to mobilize the entire village for disaster prevention. Lin Xiao's words resonated deeply with him. You are right. We cannot wait any longer. You are the deputy captain of the militia and the leader of the joint patrol team. I will assign you tasks. I will immediately instruct the announcer to notify each village to organize firewood storage, repair houses, and stockpile food. You will oversee disaster prevention for Hongqi Farm and the surrounding villages. Should you require any coordination from the commune, do not hesitate to let me know. Understood. Lin Xiao nodded. There is one more matter. The 5 guarantee households and those in difficulty may lack the means to prepare sufficient firewood or repair their homes. I suggest the commune allocate some supplies, and if necessary, I will cover the costs until spring when they can repay me after selling rabbits. Zhao Deshan, touched, patted Lin Xiao's shoulder. Lin Xiao, your idea is commendable. To think of the villagers at such a critical moment shows you are a worthy deputy captain. I will coordinate the commune's supplies. The issue of the struggling households is entrusted to you. After leaving the commune, Lin Xiao headed directly to the farm's broadcasting room. The announcer, a young woman, quickly poured him a cup of hot water upon seeing him shivering. After taking a sip to warm himself, Lin Xiao addressed the microphone. Attention! Dear villagers, please be advised. Continuous heavy snowfall and severe temperature drops are anticipated, which may lead to snow disasters. Everyone, please take immediate action to stockpile sufficient firewood and food, and check your homes for snow leaks to make timely repairs. Those in the 5 guarantees and the needy households need not worry. My comrades and I will come to assist you. The announcement reverberated through every corner of the farm, and upon hearing the notification, the villagers sprang into action. Men hoisted ladders to clear the rooftops of accumulated snow and repair leaks. Women busied themselves at home, preparing meals and relocating food and firewood to safe locations. Children eagerly helped, gathering twigs and passing tools. Lin Xiao, accompanied by the militia and joint patrol team members, visited each household to assess the situation. Upon reaching the home of Grandma Wang, a recipient of the 5 guarantees, Lin Xiao noticed the elder standing at the door, looking troubled. The roof of Grandma Wang's house, thatched with straw and mud, sagged under the weight of the snow, with several leaks. Do not worry, Grandma Wang. We are here to help, Lin Xiao reassured her, directing his team to clear the snow from the roof and patch the leaks with fresh straw and mud. He also had his team deliver 2 bundles of firewood and a bag of flour to her. Here, take these for now. If you need more, just let me know, he said. Tears of gratitude welled in Grandma Wang's eyes as she grasped Lin Xiao's hand. Oh, dear Xiao, you are truly a kind-hearted child. Without you, I would not know what to do. Next, they visited Uncle Zhang, a struggling household. Uncle Zhang, with a disability, lived with his young son, and their firewood was only sufficient for 2 days, with their food supplies dwindling. Lin Xiao arranged for his team to repair the roof and provided Uncle Zhang with 3 bundles of firewood, 20 pounds of cornmeal, and 5 pounds of pork. Uncle Zhang, this is a personal advance from me. You can repay it when spring arrives and you sell the rabbits. There is no rush, he offered. Uncle Zhang expressed his gratitude fervently. Brother Lin Xiao, thank you. You have truly saved our lives. Thus, Lin Xiao and his team toiled for 2 full days, assisting 5 households receiving the 5 guarantees and 8 struggling families in repairing their homes and delivering ample firewood and food. The villagers also mobilized. Some families piled firewood higher than their homes. Others filled their cellars with potatoes and cabbages, while some sealed their windows tightly with plastic sheets to prevent the cold wind from seeping in. The entire farm was enveloped in a tense atmosphere of disaster preparedness, yet it radiated a warm sense of unity. On the 3rd day at noon, as the snowfall lightened slightly, Lin Xiao and Hu Zi were reinforcing the roof of the breeding shed when they suddenly spotted the farm's correspondent hastily approaching on a bicycle, with a farm worker seated on the back, both covered in snow and appearing pale. Brother Lin Xiao, something terrible has happened at the farm, the correspondent exclaimed, dismounting the bike and panting heavily. A sense of dread gripped Lin Xiao as he quickly inquired, what has happened? Please, take your time. The farm worker took a moment to catch his breath before responding. Captain Lin Xiao, one of our farm workers, Old Li. was attacked by a wild beast this morning while patrolling the mountains. He is currently in the medical room at the farm, and his injuries are severe. The farm leadership has sent us to ask you and Uncle Lin to come and take a look. Uncle Lin is an old hunter and might be able to identify the beast. What? Lin Xiao's expression shifted drastically. Where's my father? Is he at the farm? Uncle Lin served as the gatekeeper at the forest farm, and after the incident, his superiors summoned him. Upon examining old Li's injury, he remarked that it resembled a wound inflicted by a lynx, urging us to hurry and fetch you to lead the security team up the mountain to drive it away. One of the workers urged. Lin Xiao was well aware of the lynx's ferocity. In the northeast, it was colloquially referred to as the tiger cub, significantly larger than a common cat. Moving with lightning speed and possessing claws sharp enough to effortlessly tear through animal hide. Even ordinary hunting dogs stood no chance against it, and should it harm someone, it was likely to strike again. Tiger, come with me. Lin Xiao had no time to ponder further. He seized the nearby Type 56 rifle and tightened the belt of his machete. Go fetch He Zi, Qingya, and the other 3 dogs. Bring along 2 bundles of hemp rope and several torches, and don't forget your 38 rifle. Tiger understood the urgency and promptly dashed off to gather the dogs and retrieve the firearm. Lin Xiao then addressed the communications officer. You should return and inform the forest farm leadership that we will arrive shortly. Ensure the medical staff takes good care of old Li. I will bring some medicinal supplies. A few minutes later, Lin Xiao and Tiger, accompanied by 5 hunting dogs, followed the communications officer towards the forest farm. The snow made progress cumbersome, with each step a mix of deep and shallow impressions in the ground, while the dogs led the way, noses to the earth, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anxiety. He was concerned for old Li's injuries and apprehensive about the lynx potentially striking again. The forest farm had several scattered households nearby, and should the lynx venture into the residential area, the consequences could be dire. As they traversed the path, they spotted Lin Jiangwo hurrying towards them, his expression grave, clutching a blood-stained cloth. Father, what is the situation? Is old Li all right? Lin Xiao inquired urgently. Lin Jiangwo shook his head. The injuries are severe. He has 3 deep gashes on his body. Fortunately, none struck vital areas. The medical staff has bandaged him, but he has lost considerable blood and remains unconscious. He handed the cloth to Lin Xiao. Take a look at this. It was torn from old Li's clothing. It bears claw marks and a small amount of fur. I'm certain it belongs to a lynx. Lin Xiao accepted the cloth, scrutinizing it closely. The fabric displayed 3 distinct claw marks, each the size of a palm, with deep impressions at the tips and a few grayish-white short hairs adhering to it. Having hunted for years, he recognized the characteristics of various wild animals and immediately identified these as unmistakably those of a lynx. The heavy snowfall had driven the lynx down from the mountains in search of food, leading it to encounter old Li during his patrol, resulting in the attack. Lin Jiangwo sighed. This creature holds grudges and is exceedingly fierce. Since it didn't kill this time, it may very well return. The forest farm leadership has already consented to allow you to lead the security team up the mountain. If possible, drive it away. If not, you are authorized to eliminate it. It must not be allowed to harm anyone again. Understood, Lin Xiao nodded. Are the security personnel prepared? Have they brought sufficient weapons and equipment? They are ready. There are 8 of them, all equipped with hunting rifles and machetes, along with torches and hemp rope. Waiting at the entrance of the forest farm, Lin Jiangwo replied. The group quickened their pace and soon arrived at the forest farm entrance. Indeed, 8 members of the security team stood ready, each clad in thick padded jackets, rifles in hand, their faces etched with tension. The forest director, Wang Chong, a man in his 50s, hurriedly approached upon seeing Lin Xiao. Comrade Lin Xiao, you have arrived. Old Lin mentioned your exceptional hunting skills. We must rely on you to deal with the lynx. Lin Xiao shook his hand and replied, Director Wang, first, let us examine old Li's injuries, and then we shall investigate the scene of the incident to ascertain the lynx's range of activities. Wang Chong nodded in agreement. Certainly. I have already secured the area where the incident occurred. No one dares to disturb it. The group first proceeded to the infirmary of the forest station. The infirmary was modest, featuring only a single bed and a medicine cabinet. Old Li lay on the bed, his complexion as pale as parchment, covered with a thick blanket, his arms and chest bandaged with blood-soaked gauze. A doctor clad in a white coat was tending to old Li's wounds, and, upon noticing Lin Xiao and the others, quietly remarked, the wounds have been treated and a tetanus shot administered, but he has lost too much blood and requires ample rest. Lin Xiao retrieved a bottle of herbal ointment from his backpack. This is a traditional remedy from my family, excellent for stopping bleeding and reducing inflammation. Please apply it to old Li. The doctor accepted the bottle, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon leaving the infirmary, Wang Chong led Lin Xiao and his companions towards the scene of the incident. The site was located in a pine forest on the western side of the forest station, approximately 2 miles from the dormitory. In the distance, Lin Xiao discerned a circle of rope surrounding the area, with several forest workers standing guard to prevent any tampering with the scene. This is the spot. Old Li was attacked here around 7 in the morning. It was a passing worker who discovered him and brought him back. Wang Chong indicated the pine forest ahead. Lin Xiao instructed the others to wait outside while he, along with Lin Jiangwo and Huzi, ventured into the secured area. The traces in the snow were distinctly visible, marked by a chaotic array of footprints and signs of struggle. Lin Xiao crouched down to examine the prints closely. The lynx's tracks were considerably larger than those of a cat, resembling a star shape, with each print spaced over a meter apart, indicating its remarkable leaping ability. Scattered grayish-white fur lay beside the footprints, identical to the hair found on the previous cloth. Look here, Lin Jiangwo pointed to a crushed bush. The lynx must have been hiding here to ambush Old Li. The machete that Old Li had been holding had fallen here, suggesting he had fought back, yet was unable to overpower the lynx. Following Lin Jiangwo's direction, Lin Xiao observed a low pine tree snapped in half, with a bloodied machete lying in the snow, several lynx hairs still clinging to the blade. Huzi also crouched down to inspect the traces in the snow. Brother Xiao noticed the bloodstains. They extend from here to over there, indicating that Old Li ran a considerable distance after being attacked. The lynx pursued him for about 50 meters before ceasing the chase. Lin Xiao nodded, rising to gaze in the direction the lynx had fled. There, in the snow, lay a clear trail of lynx footprints leading deep into the pine forest, vanishing into the dense foliage. This lynx is quite substantial. Judging by the tracks, it weighs at least 70 to 80 pounds, Lin Xiao deduced. It appears to be an adult male lynx. With the heavy snowfall, the wild rabbits and pheasants in the mountains have sought shelter, leaving it without food. It must have come near the forest station in search of sustenance and encountered Old Li while he was patrolling, mistaking him for prey. Lin Jiangwo added that the lynx generally does not attack humans unless it is extremely hungry or feels threatened. Its recent assault on Old Li indicates it has likely become desperate with hunger and may continue to roam in the vicinity. Lin Xiao stood up, brushed the snow off his clothing, and firmly grasped his rifle. Su, take the rifle properly, and along with Haizi and Qingya, follow the lynx's tracks to investigate which direction it has fled. Exercise caution, maintain your distance, and if you detect any sign of its presence, do not act recklessly. Return immediately to report. Su nodded, raised his rifle, and whistled. Haizi and Qingya promptly rushed to his side, keenly observing the depths of the pine forest as they followed him deeper into the woods. Lin Xiao then turned to the security personnel outside and addressed them. Everyone, please come in. I will brief you on the situation regarding the site investigation. This lynx is quite large, estimated to weigh around 70 to 80 pounds based on its tracks. It is an adult male, swift in movement with sharp claws. Judging from Old Li's injuries and the signs of struggle at the scene, it exhibits extreme aggression. Everyone must exercise utmost caution during our upcoming actions. Keep your weapons ready and remain vigilant. The leader of the security team, a man in his 30s named Lu Gang, furrowed his brow and said, Captain Lin, this lynx sounds quite fierce. Will our hunting dogs be able to handle it? Lin Xiao gestured toward the 2 dogs, Huang, Da Huai, and Da Huang, keeping his rifle aimed towards the depths of the pine forest. These 3 dogs are trained helpers. They have accompanied me in hunts for wolves and wild boars, so they are experienced. Su will lead 2 dogs to scout ahead. The rest of us will split into 2 groups. One will follow me along the tracks to support Su, while the other, led by team leader Lu, will patrol the surrounding forest and nearby villages to prevent the lynx from returning and causing harm. Lu Gang nodded and immediately called for the team to check their weapons. All right, we will follow your orders. Lin Xiao then spoke to Wang Chong. Director Wang, please arrange for someone to notify the surrounding villages, using loudspeakers to repeatedly emphasize that solo mountain excursions are strictly prohibited for the time being, particularly for farmers returning home late. They must travel in groups. At night, ensure all doors and windows are secured, and keep a close watch on the elderly and children. If any signs of the lynx are detected, shoot to alert us, and our patrol team will respond promptly. Wang Chong quickly replied, I will make the arrangements right away. Lin Jiangwo approached Lin Xiao, observing as Tsu and the hunting dogs disappeared into the forest, and whispered, in this snowy weather, the tracks are clear, but they can also easily reveal our presence. When you follow them, take your time. The lynx is quite cunning and may attempt a surprise attack. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the rifle, his gaze sharp as it scanned every trace at the scene. I understand, father. You will accompany team leader Lu's patrol, focusing on guarding the dormitory and surrounding residential areas. I will keep watch here. Chapter 66. A fruitless patrol turns fortuitous. Tsu, accompanied by Haizi and Qingya, had only ventured a few steps into the pine forest when he turned back, his rifle resting on his shoulder, a look of confusion on his face. Brother Xiao, I have heard elders refer to the lynx as lynx tiger cub since I was a child, but it doesn't resemble a tiger at all. Why is it called that? Lin Xiao was bending down to examine the paw prints left by the lynx when he straightened up upon hearing a remark. He pointed to the distinct star-shaped marks in the snow, saying, "You might not be aware, but the name tiger cub is not arbitrary. It conceals the wisdom of our old hunters from northeast China." The members of the security team gathered around, clearly intrigued by the topic. Lin Xiao squatted down and drew a rough outline in the snow with a stick. Look, although the lynx is considerably smaller than a tiger, weighing only around 70 to 80 pounds at maturity, with the largest exceeding 100, it shares many behavioral traits with the tiger. Both are solitary creatures, typically avoiding companionship except during mating season. They prefer to ambush their prey, stealthily approaching before pouncing to deliver a lethal bite to the throat or a swift blow to shatter the prey's spine. Lin Jiangwo added from the side. What is even more crucial is its ferocity and combat prowess. Among the beasts of our northeastern forests, aside from the tiger and black bear, the lynx is the most formidable. Its claws are sharper than a kitchen knife, retractable and agile, capable of easily tearing through the hides of roe deer and elk. Even wolves will steer clear of an adult lynx. The elders say it possesses the body of a wildcat and the courage of a tiger. Calling it tiger cub is both a tribute to its ferocity and a reminder for us hunters to treat it with the same caution as we would a tiger. What distinguishes it from a wildcat? A young member of the security team inquired. Lin Xiao pointed to the fur on the ground. Observe this fur. The lynx's coat is thick and dense, grayish-white with black spots in winter and grayish-brown in summer, providing excellent insulation against the harsh cold of -30 to 40 degrees. Whereas the wildcat's fur is much thinner and leans towards a yellow hue. The most conspicuous difference is the ears. The lynx has tufts of black fur at the tips, resembling little antennas, which serve as auditory enhancers, allowing it to precisely detect surrounding sounds, a feature absent in wildcats. Haizi stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder it could leap over a meter in a single bound, faster than us. What does it typically eat? Why does it descend from the mountains to harm people when the snow is heavy? It primarily preys on small to medium-sized animals such as wild rabbits, pheasants, and roe deer, Lin Xiao explained. During summer and autumn, when food is abundant, it stays deep in the mountains. However, this year, the snowfall has been excessive, driving the wild rabbits into snow burrows and the pheasants into sheltered thickets, leaving it famished and compelled to venture into areas inhabited by humans. The forest has plenty of pine seeds and stored timber, which attract small animals, drawing it near, where it then encountered Old Li on patrol. Lin Jiangwo sighed. This creature holds grudges. Once it has tasted human flesh or harbored animosity, it will return repeatedly. Our task is either to drive it far away or eliminate it. We cannot leave it as a future threat. Lin Xiao nodded and stood up. All right, now that everyone understands the lynx's nature, our actions will be more assured. First, let us equip the dogs. The lynx's claws are exceedingly sharp, and we must prevent them from getting injured unnecessarily. With that, Lin Xiao retrieved several pieces of armor crafted from wild boar skin from his backpack. This was specially made by Wang Xilan, utilizing the thickest hide from the last large wild boar they hunted, treated to be tough and durable, with several leather straps sewn on for fastening. This is intended for Haizi and Qingya, who serve as the scouts, adept at tracking and navigating, and are most likely to encounter a lynx. The three items are designated for Huang, Dahuai, and Dahuang, who assist the hounds by surrounding and restraining. Lin Xiao distributed the leather armor to Haizi, securing it tightly around the vital areas of the chest and back. Haizi and several team members worked together to don the leather armor on the 5 hunting dogs. After Haizi put on the armor, he moved his limbs a few times and seemed quite pleased, wagging his tail and rubbing against Lin Xiao's leg. Lin Xiao then retrieved 2 wolf fur coats from his backpack, handing one to Haizi. This was skinned from a wolf during last year's hunt, and my mother stitched it into a coat. It is thick and warm, and importantly, the wolf fur is durable enough to withstand a lynx's claws. We can wear the coat inside out, with the fur facing outward, allowing for camouflage and an additional layer of protection. Once they donned the wolf fur coats, they appeared significantly taller. The coats reached down to their knees, and the sleeves were crafted long enough to protect their wrists. Lin Xiao checked the chamber of his .56 semi-automatic rifle, loading the bullets and disengaging the safety. My 56 semi-automatic is powerful and suitable for long-range shooting and intimidation. Huzi's 38 rifle has strong penetration and high accuracy, ideal for precise close-range strikes. When we scout ahead, Huzi will take the lead while I follow 3 meters behind you. And the dogs will fan out, remaining vigilant. Lu Gang quickly interjected, Captain Lin Xiao, we should accompany you. More hands mean more strength. Lin Xiao shook his head. No, your task is of greater importance. There are 3 scattered villages around the forest, and a dozen small cabins of forest watchers that must be guarded. If the lynx does not retreat into the depths of the mountains, but instead returns to harm someone, the consequences would be dire. Divide into 3 groups of 2. Take torches and hunting dogs, and patrol every hour. If anything arises, fire a warning shot immediately. Lu Gang understood Lin Xiao's reasoning and ceased to insist. Then you must be cautious. We will check in with you every half hour via radio. If we cannot reach you, we will bring reinforcements immediately. Lin Xiao nodded. Pulling out the walkie-talkie he had purchased with old Joe during a trip to the county, not anticipating its significant utility this time. All right, maintain open communication. With all preparations complete, Lin Xiao whistled, and Haizi and Qingya immediately dashed ahead, their noses close to the ground as they began to track the lynx's footprints. Huzi, wielding the 38 rifle, followed closely behind, treading lightly to minimize noise. Lin Xiao trailed Huzi, his 56 semi-automatic always aimed forward, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings for any movement. Huang, Dahuai, and Dahuang spread out on either side of the two, pausing occasionally to sniff the air. Their ears perked up to catch any faint sounds. The snow in the pine forest was deeper, reaching up to their thighs, making each step a considerable effort. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the pine branches, casting mottled shadows on the snow, while the cold wind whistled through the trees, resembling the growls of a wild beast. As Lin Xiao walked, he observed the environment around him. The lynx's footprints were clearly visible in the snow, with an even stride indicating a steady pace and no signs of panic. Occasionally, there were indications of broken branches nearby, suggesting that the creature was of significant size and had brushed against the low shrubs as it passed. Xiao, look here. Suddenly halting, Huzi pointed at the snow-covered ground ahead. Lin Xiao hurried over and discovered a pool of fresh blood in the snow, its vibrant red hue still unfrozen. Beside the blood were several strands of grayish-white fur, identical to those he had seen earlier on a piece of cloth. It was the blood of a lynx. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. It must have been injured. Perhaps old Li had inadvertently cut it with a machete during the struggle. A voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Xiao, what is the situation? Have you found any traces? Lin Xiao replied into the device. Father, I have discovered the blood of a lynx. It is wounded and likely hasn't gone far. We shall continue the pursuit, but please remain vigilant on your end. Good. Be cautious. A wounded beast can be more ferocious. Lin Zhengwo cautioned. Following the trail of blood and paw prints, they ventured deeper into the mountains, where the trees grew denser and the snow thicker. After about an hour of trekking, the blood trail gradually faded, ultimately vanishing in a patch of snow smoothed by the wind, likely obscured by the snowfall. Haizi and Qingya barked excitedly at a nearby spruce forest, their tails stiff with anticipation, yet after advancing several more steps, they could find no further sign of the lynx. Lin Xiao quickly signaled for everyone to halt and lowered his voice. This creature is exceedingly cunning. After sustaining injury, it has become even more cautious. It is likely seeking a place to conceal itself. Huzi, let us refrain from delving further. The mountain paths are numerous, and with the snow covering them, retracing our steps may prove challenging. We shall not pursue any longer. Let us withdraw. He whistled to call back the hunting dogs. Knowing that this lynx was a wily survivor of the old forest, and if they continued the search, nightfall would render their exit perilous. Huzi kicked the snow beneath him in frustration. After a whole afternoon of effort, we didn't even catch a glimpse of it. It's infuriating to let it escape. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder reassuringly. We can ascertain it has retreated deeper into the mountains and will not return to the forest farm to harm anyone in the near future. So our efforts were not in vain. Tomorrow, let us bring more people and thoroughly search the nearby caves where it might be hiding. He inspected the hunting dogs. Aside from their paws being dusted with snow, they appeared lively, which relieved him as he led the way down the mountain. By now, it was past 4 in the afternoon, the sun sinking gradually in the west, casting an increasingly dim light across the forest, and the temperature had dropped considerably. Lin Xiao spoke into the walkie-talkie. Father, we have driven the lynx into the depths of the mountains. Being injured, it will not emerge for a while. We are preparing to return. How is everything on your end? All is well here. Proceed with caution on your way back. And make sure to exit the mountains before nightfall. Lin Zhengwo responded. The 2 men, accompanied by the hunting dogs, began their descent, finding the return journey easier than the ascent, though the thick snow still slowed their pace. As Huzi walked, he grumbled, after all this effort, "We haven't even completely chased away the lynx. It's truly disheartening." Lin Xiao chuckled lightly, driving it into the depths of the mountains. Ensuring it won't dare to harm anyone for the time being is quite commendable. Tomorrow, when we bring the security team and the hunting dogs, we will surely resolve the matter thoroughly. Just as they reached a grove of birch trees, Huzi abruptly stopped and pointed at a branch ahead. "Xiao, what is that?" Following Huzi's gaze, Lin Xiao beheld several vividly colored birds perched upon the branch of a birch tree. The birds were relatively small, roughly the size of a fist, adorned with chestnut-red plumage and a white underbelly, perched on a branch pecking at tree seeds. "It's a flying dragon," Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he lowered his voice. "This is a rare find. The meat is tender and more fragrant than venison." The flying dragon, scientifically known as the flower-tailed hazel hen, is a precious bird native to the northeastern forests, renowned for its delectable flesh and rich nutrition, previously reserved for royalty and nobility. Due to its vibrant feathers that resemble a rainbow in flight, the locals affectionately refer to it as the flying dragon. Huzi raised his Type 38 rifle, ready to fire, but Lin Xiao quickly restrained his hand. "Don't use your gun. The Type 38 has excessive penetrating power that may shatter the branch and scare away the others. My 56 semi-automatic is too fierce. One shot would turn the flying dragon into minced meat, leaving only feathers scattered." Huzi, puzzled, inquired, "Then what should we do? We can't just let them fly away." Lin Xiao chuckled, extending his hand. "Hand me your Type 38. I'll take the shot. Though the Type 38 is powerful, it is less so than the 56. If I aim for the wing, I can bring it down without ruining the meat." Huzi promptly passed the Type 38 to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took the rifle, scrutinized it carefully, then found a suitable position to crouch and aimed at the largest flying dragon on the branch. He held his breath and gently squeezed the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the flying dragon's wing with precision. The creature let out a piercing cry, tumbling from the branch and landing in the snow, flapping its wings desperately, yet unable to take flight. Huzi was the quickest to react, darting like a shadow and swiftly retrieving the flying dragon, placing it obediently at Lin Xiao's feet. Lin Xiao picked up the bird, examining it. Its wing was broken, but its body remained intact, still struggling vigorously. "Perfect." Lin Xiao beamed. "Tonight we shall feast. Let us have Mother Stew the flying dragon." Huzi chimed in excitedly. "That is fantastic. I've never eaten a flying dragon in my life." The other flying dragons, startled by the gunshot, took to the skies, fluttering away into the woods. Lin Xiao stowed the flying dragon in his backpack and said to Huzi, "Let us hurry down the mountain. We must reach home before dark. Tomorrow, we'll bring more people to search the mountain and ensure we deal with that lynx." The two quickened their pace, accompanied by the hunting dog, descending the mountain. By this time, the sun had set, and the forest grew dimmer. The biting cold wind mingled with snowflakes, stinging their faces. Upon reaching the logging area, Lin Jiangwo, Lu Gang, and others awaited their return. Seeing the two safely back, Lin Jiangwo sighed in relief. "How did it go? Did you drive off the lynx?" Lin Xiao nodded. "We chased it deep into the mountains. It was injured and won't emerge for a while. We'll return tomorrow with more people to continue the search. By the way, Father, look what we've brought back." Lin Xiao retrieved the flying dragon from his backpack and presented it to Lin Jiangwo. Lin Jiangwo's eyes lit up upon seeing the flying dragon. "What a find. You managed to catch a flying dragon. This is a rarity. Just one is perfect for a pot of soup, especially paired with some hazel mushrooms." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "That's exactly what I was thinking. It may be just one, but it will make a nourishing broth. We should head back now and return early tomorrow with everyone for the search." Lu Gang quickly added, "Captain Lin Xiao, you've both worked hard. Tomorrow morning, we shall await your arrival here." Two individuals, accompanied by a hunting dog, made their way to the farm, returning home as the night had fully descended. Wang Xiulan stood anxiously at the door, and upon seeing them return, she hurried forward. "At last, you are back. You must be famished. I have prepared some meals for you." Lin Xiao raised the flying dragon in his hand. "Mother, behold what we have brought back. Tonight, we shall stew the flying dragon." Wang Xiulan, astonished at the sight of the flying dragon, exclaimed, "Oh my, it is indeed a flying dragon. Such a prized possession. It must be prepared with great care." She promptly took the flying dragon and entered the kitchen. Lin Xiao and Huzi washed their hands and settled down to rest on the kong. Wang Xiulan handled the flying dragon with exceptional diligence, first plucking the feathers meticulously along the grain, even scalding the fine down with boiling water to cleanse it thoroughly. Next, She made an incision along the abdomen to extract the entrails, leaving only the cleaned gizzard. While burying the remainder in a corner of the yard to eliminate the strong odor, it would serve as fertilizer come spring. Instead of chopping the flying dragon, she submerged it whole in warm water for half an hour to draw out the blood, rinsing it repeatedly with fresh water. On the stove, the iron pot was gently warming. Wang Xiaolan refrained from adding lard, opting instead for half a ladle of clear water, placing the entire flying dragon into the pot, along with 2 slices of ginger and a smashed green onion. Once the pot reached a boil, she skimmed off the foam. The stew required a clear broth, allowing the inherent flavors to develop. As she spoke, she replaced the firewood in the stove with slow-burning hardwood, ensuring a low flame to gradually extract the essence from the meat into the broth. The meat would become tender, yielding a nourishing soup. Lin Xiao rummaged through the cellar and produced a small bag of dried hazel mushrooms, foraged in the autumn, which, when rehydrated, imparted a unique earthy aroma to enhance the soup. Lin Xiao squeezed the excess water from the rehydrated hazel mushrooms, tearing them into small pieces and handing them to Wang Xiaolan. "Mother, add these hazel mushrooms. They will intensify the flavor." Wang Xiaolan accepted the mushrooms and, after allowing the flying dragon to stew for a full hour until the broth turned a milky white, added the mushrooms. After an additional half hour of simmering, the mushrooms would absorb the flavors of the broth. She added a piece of pine wood to the fire, reserving the vegetables to be added last. For prolonged cooking would render them mushy. They were best enjoyed when crisp. Huzi, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen, could not help but swallow hard. "And this fragrance is even more delightful than the stewed pork during the new year." Wang Xiaolan chuckled. "In a moment, I shall serve you 2 hearty bowls to warm your chilled body from today." Huzi seized a small stool and settled by the stove, assisting with the firewood. "And if I catch another flying dragon in the future, I shall stew it just as you do, to nourish Zheng Yun as well." Wang Xiaolan guided him step by step. "Remember, the flying dragon soup must be clear, fresh, and pure. Avoid heavy spices like Sichuan pepper and star anise, for they will overshadow its natural flavor. Stew it whole until the meat separates from the bone, then add the ingredients. And the vegetables should only be added at the very end, just enough to retain their crispness." The aroma of the flying dragon gradually filled the air, a rich blend of meatiness intertwined with the fragrance of spices, permeating the entire house and even wafting into the yard. The hunting dogs in the yard paced restlessly, barking fervently at the kitchen, clearly enticed by the delectable scent. Wang Xiaolan laughed, saying, "These dogs are also salivating. Once it's ready, we shall set aside some meat scraps for them." After simmering for another half hour, Wang Xiaolan lifted the pot lid, and an irresistible aroma enveloped her senses. A creamy layer of oil floated atop the soup, its rich fragrance of hazelnuts mingling with the savory scent of meat, tantalizing her nose. She meticulously placed the freshly washed vegetable hearts into the pot, stirring gently with a spoon. Once the greens turned a vibrant emerald, she extinguished the flame and removed the pot from the heat. Lin Jiangwo leaned closer, nodding in approval as he observed the exquisite flying dragon soup. "This broth is authentic. The meat is tender, and the soup is fresh, just what those 2 boys need to regain their strength." Wang Xiaolan fetched 3 sturdy porcelain bowls, ladling generous portions of soup into each. She added succulent pieces of braised flying dragon meat, several hazelnuts soaked in the broth, and a few sprigs of verdant vegetable hearts. Lin Xiao blew on the steaming liquid before taking a sip. The delightful flavor cascaded from his tongue to his stomach, instantly warming him and dispelling the chill that had clung to him from the snowy afternoon. "So delicious," Huzi exclaimed, eagerly drinking from his bowl, wincing at the heat but unwilling to set it down. "This soup nourishes the soul. The greens infused with the broth are even tastier than the meat." Lin Jiangwo savored his soup leisurely, occasionally picking up a chopstick to enjoy the hazelnuts, a look of contentment adorning his face. "This is indeed the treasure of our northeastern forests. A sip of this broth is worth a dozen medicines." The 3 friends gathered around the Kong table, relishing the flying dragon stew while discussing their plans for the mountain search the following day. Lin Xiao stated, "Tomorrow, we'll bring 8 members from the security team, along with the 2 of us, totaling 10 individuals. We'll take 10 hunting dogs and split into 2 groups. One will search from the front, and the other will flank from the side. We must locate that lynx." Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. "I will accompany you. I'm well acquainted with that forest and can help track its trail." Huzi chimed in, "I've cleaned the rifle and stocked up on ammunition. We will certainly take down that lynx tomorrow." Lin Xiao took another sip of the flying dragon soup, its exquisite flavors warming him to the core. "Rest assured, we will succeed tomorrow. Let us finish our meal and get some rest to replenish our energy for the task ahead." After finishing his bowl of soup, all three felt a light sheen of sweat break out. Lin Xiao divided the remaining soup and vegetables, leaving no morsel behind. Huzi helped clear the dishes before heading home, still murmuring about the need to find the lynx the next day. Lin Xiao distributed the braised flying dragon bones to the hunting dogs, watching them gnaw contentedly, while he settled down on the Kong, polishing his rifle. Although they had not found the lynx today, they had at least confirmed its whereabouts and unexpectedly enjoyed a warming bowl of flying dragon soup. He patted the bullet pouch in his pocket, feeling reassured about thoroughly searching the forest perimeter with his companions tomorrow. He was determined to find that injured lynx. Outside, the snow continued to fall, but the warmth and aroma within the house made the cold night feel particularly comforting. Chapter 67. The lynx strikes again in the village. Winter mornings in the northeast dawn early. Just past 3 o'clock, the sky outside began to brighten faintly, the snow reflecting a dim light that rendered the courtyard vaguely visible. Lin Xiao was stirred awake by the soft barking of the hunting dogs outside. A quick check revealed Huzi was already gone. It was clear he had rushed to feed the dogs in preparation for the mountain search. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, donned his wolf fur coat, and as he opened the door, a shiver coursed through him. Temperatures plummeting to over 30 degrees below zero sliced like a knife against his skin, freezing the breath in his nostrils into white frost. Shower. Everything is ready. Tiger led Black and Xingya over, the rifle in his hands polished to a gleam, with a non-slip cloth wrapped around the stock. In the courtyard, a Changjiang 750 motorcycle stood parked, an asset of the logistical patrol team, specifically requested by Lin Xiao from the commune. Riding through the snow was significantly faster than walking. The sidecar of the motorcycle was laden with hemp rope, torches, a first aid kit, and 2 bags of frozen corn cakes, intended for their lunch. Wang Xiulan emerged with 2 bowls of steaming millet porridge, chattering reminders. Drink the porridge while it's hot to fill your stomach. The wind is strong today. Make sure to wear your ear protectors, or you'll freeze your ears. If you can't find it, return early and don't venture too deep into the mountains. Lin Xiao accepted the bowl and drank it down in a few hearty gulps, warmth cascading down his throat into his stomach, reassuring his mother, rest assured. We have walkie-talkies to stay in touch with father and the security department. Tiger finished his porridge in a rush, placing the bowl on the stove. Aunt, we are off now. We'll bring you good news tonight. Lin Xiao started the motorcycle, the engine's throaty roar shattering the morning stillness. The hound in the sidecar barked excitedly, its paws scratching against the metal. The motorcycle rolled over the snow, leaving deep tire tracks as it headed towards the forest station. As the daylight grew brighter, the trees along the roadside were draped in a silvery cloak, thick snow clinging to the branches, which would tumble down with every gust of wind, resembling scattered silver coins upon the ground. In less than half an hour, the motorcycle reached the entrance of the forest station. Lin Zhangwo and Lu Gang, accompanied by security team members, were already waiting, each bundled tightly against the cold, their hunting rifles slung over their shoulders. Shower Tiger, you've arrived. Lin Zhangwo approached with a grave expression. Last night, the northwestern wind blew fiercely. The tracks on the west slope are likely covered, making the search more challenging. Lin Xiao nodded, dismounting to check their gear. No problem. We will first investigate the site on the west slope. If the tracks are gone, we will search northward. The lynx is injured and won't move swiftly. It must be hiding in the sheltered areas nearby. Lu, the team leader, replied promptly, rest assured. We have divided into 3 patrol groups and will communicate with you every half hour. The motorcycle traveled along the forest station's rudimentary road heading west. Upon reaching its end, the 2 dismounted and, accompanied by the hound, began their ascent up the mountain. Indeed, the snow on the west slope was in disarray. The once clear lynx tracks now reduced to scattered remnants, swiftly vanishing into the expanse of white. Black and Xingya lay low in the snow, their noses twitching as they sniffed, occasionally barking towards the north, yet failing to establish a clear tracking direction. The wind had dispersed the scent. Lin Xiao crouched down, feeling the snow's surface. Beneath it lay a thin layer of ice, incapable of retaining footprints. They could only search northward, where several rocky caves and piles of stones, frequented by wild beasts, awaited. Without further hesitation, the 2 set forth towards the north. Tiger led the way, wielding a stick to clear obstructing branches, while Lin Xiao followed, his rifle trained ahead, eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The mountain winds howled more fiercely than below, sweeping through the trees like a mournful wail. The snow had reached only to the upper thigh, and with each step, one had to first extract the leg before pressing it down, resulting in a laborious journey of alternating depths. The hunting dogs forged ahead, their thick pads treading silently upon the snow, ears perked high to capture even the faintest sounds. After more than an hour of trudging, The sweat on their bodies had soaked through their undergarments, and the biting cold wind made their backs feel as if they were pierced by ice. Shower, let us take a break. Huzi leaned against a pine tree, gasping for breath, the frosty air crystallizing on his eyebrows. In this cursed weather, each step feels like 3 breaths. It's more exhausting than hunting. Lin Xiao also paused, retrieving a water bottle from his backpack, twisting off the cap to sip some warm water. Let us rest for 10 minutes and have some flatbreads to replenish our strength. He broke off a hardened cornmeal flatbread into small pieces, sharing it with Huzi and the hunting dogs, and began to nibble on his portion. The flatbread was dry and tough, requiring effort to chew, yet it served as a filling sustenance, a staple for northeasterners during winter excursions. After their respite, the two resumed their search northward. The forest was dense, the snow deep, with pine and birch trees growing thickly, allowing little sunlight to penetrate the canopy. And the ground snow remained frozen year-round, crunching underfoot. As Lin Xiao walked, he observed his surroundings. Lynxes favored hiding in wind-sheltered caves or the roots of large trees, especially when injured, requiring warmth for refuge. He instructed the hunting dogs to focus their search in such areas while he remained vigilant for any movement in the trees. Lynxes were adept climbers and sometimes lay in wait on branches to ambush their prey. Unbeknownst to them, noon approached, the sun now directly overhead, yet offering no warmth. Resembling a frigid moon suspended in the sky, they found a wind-sheltered rocky outcrop to rest, consuming a bit of flatbread and sipping warm water. Lin Xiao activated the walkie-talkie to contact Lu Gang. Captain Lu, we are resting at the northern cliff and have yet to find any signs of the lynx. Everything appears normal in the vicinity. Lu Gang's voice crackled through the device. Received. Everything is normal on our end as well. No abnormalities detected. Shower. Do you think the lynx has not strayed too far? Huzi, gnawing on the flatbread, expressed his concern. We've searched all morning without even a trace. Lin Xiao wiped the crumbs from his mouth, gesturing towards the distant mountains. It cannot have gone far. It has an injury on its left front leg. Look over there at the hollow. There are several abandoned hunters' cabins. Let us check there this afternoon. It may be hiding inside to recuperate. Just as they had settled into their brief respite, Lin Xiao's walkie-talkie suddenly blared to life. Lu Gang's voice urgent and frantic. Captain Lin. Captain Lin. Emergency situation. There has been an incident at Farm 887. The lynx has descended and attacked. Lin Xiao's heart sank, and he quickly pressed the talk button. Captain Lu, please elaborate. How severe are the injuries? Where's the lynx now? The voice over the radio trembled, clearly terrified. The lynx first assaulted a household near Farm 887 at dawn, slaughtering a dozen chickens in their coop. It then lay in wait nearby, and by 6 or 7 in the morning, it encountered a brother and sister gathering firewood. The brother fainted from fear, while the sister sustained a claw wound on her right shoulder while trying to protect him. After injuring them, it bolted into the pig pen of the farm, killing a hefty pig weighing over 200 pounds. The villagers, alerted by the commotion, managed to drive it off. What? Lin Xiao's complexion paled, and he sprang to his feet. Farm 887. That's a full 60 miles from the western slope. The beast has traversed such a distance in a single night, and it dares to attack humans. It seems it has a taste for flesh. Huzi, filled with urgency, seized his rifle and rushed outside, exclaiming, Shower, quickly. We must rescue the siblings. Lin Jingwo's voice emanated from the intercom. Shower. I have already dispatched someone to take the siblings to the Lin Farm Hospital. You must hurry to the 887 farm and coordinate with the local security chief to ascertain the lynx's whereabouts. Understood. Father, Captain Lu. We are heading to the 887 farm at once. Lin Xiao shouted into the intercom, pulling Huzi along as they sprinted down the mountain. Quickly, let us take the motorcycle. It will expedite our journey. The hunting dogs, sensing the tension, followed closely behind, racing towards the motorcycle. The snow flew up beneath their feet as they disregarded the biting cold, reaching the base of the mountain in one breath. They leaped onto the motorcycle and sped towards the 887 farm. The Changjiang 750 roared across the snow, with the dogs barking furiously in the sidecar. The engine's growl intertwining with the rushing wind. Lin Xiao twisted the throttle to its maximum. The motorcycle darted like a streak of black lightning over the snow, heading for the 887 farm. A mix of anxiety and rage swelled within him. This injured lynx, instead of retreating to heal, had grown more ferocious, attacking chicken coops and pigsties, and now humans, clearly perceiving them as prey. Such a beast must not be allowed to roam free. After more than an hour, the motorcycle finally arrived at the 887 farm. A crowd had gathered at the village entrance, each face marked with fear, pointing at the bloodstains and feathers scattered on the ground. As Lin Xiao and Huzi approached on the motorcycle, the crowd automatically parted to let them through. A tall man clad in a military coat stepped forward. "You must be Captain Lin Xiao. I am Zhang Taizhu, the local security chief." "Captain Zhang, what is the situation? Are the siblings unharmed? Which way did the lynx flee?" Lin Xiao dismounted and immediately got to the point. Zhang Taizhu sighed, his expression grave. "The siblings have been taken to the Lin Farm Hospital. The doctor reported that the sister suffered scratches on her shoulder. Thankfully, her winter clothing absorbed much of the impact, sparing her bones. Though she lost quite a bit of blood, she has been bandaged. The brother merely experienced shock, but he has since awoken and is fine." He gestured towards the west of the village. After attacking the siblings, the lynx bit a pig and was chased away by the villagers armed with hoes and poles, fleeing towards the Wild Wolf Gorge to the west. This area used to be a wolf den. About 5 or 6 years ago, there was an organized hunt that eradicated the wolves, hence its name. The forest inside is dense, with snow even thicker than here, filled with scattered rocks and caves, ideal for wild beasts to conceal themselves. Wild Wolf Gorge. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. He had heard of this place. Its treacherous terrain is heavily wooded, allowing little sunlight to penetrate, making it easy to become lost even during the day, let alone at night. Zhang Taizhu noticed his concern. "Captain Lin, I understand your urgency, but the Wild Wolf Gorge is perilous. It is already past 2 in the afternoon. In northeast China, it grows dark by 4 or 5. You won't have much time to search before you must exit, making it easier for the lynx to ambush you." Huzi exclaimed in distress. "We cannot simply allow it to remain hidden. What if it emerges to attack again?" Zhang Taizhu hastily remarked. "We have stationed personnel at the village entrance, patrolling every hour. Should it dare to emerge, we will fire a warning shot. I propose that you rest at the farm for the night. Tomorrow, just before dawn, we will enter to search. The light will be favorable, and we will have ample time to locate it." Lin Xiao retrieved his walkie-talkie to communicate the situation to Lin Zhangwo and Lu Gang. Lin Zhangwo also advised Xiao. "Captain Zhang's suggestion is prudent. The terrain of Wolf Valley is treacherous at night. You should rest and regain your strength. Tomorrow morning, we will bring reinforcements to ensure that this beast is eliminated." After contemplating, Lin Xiao conceded that there was no better alternative and nodded. "All right, Captain Zhang, please arrange a place for us to rest and provide us with some food. We will eat and then rest, entering the mountains early tomorrow." Zhang Taizhu promptly replied, "I have already prepared everything. My wife has stewed pork with cabbage and steamed buns. There's more than enough. The resting area is in the house next door. The heated Kong will keep you warm." He led the two towards the village, where numerous villagers approached to inquire about the situation. Upon seeing Lin Xiao and Huzi with their firearms, their eyes were filled with anticipation. "Captain Lin, you must ensure that beast is slain. It is terrifying. We can no longer let our children go outside." Lin Xiao reassured them. "Rest assured, folks, we will resolve this matter tomorrow and ensure it no longer poses a threat." Upon arriving at Zhang Tiezhu's home, his wife had already set the table. A large bowl of pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli, glistening with oil and exuding an enticing aroma, a steamer filled with fluffy white buns, and a plate of pickled radishes, crisp and refreshing. Having gone a day without food, the two disregarded any formalities, picking up the buns and devouring the meal eagerly. Zhang Taizhu, sitting nearby, poured them each a bowl of hot water. "Captain Lin, what exactly is this lynx? Why is it so ferocious? We have never encountered such a creature at the farm before." While eating, Lin Xiao explained, "This is the lynx from the northeastern forests, also known as the tiger cub. It is exceedingly fierce, with claws sharper than a kitchen knife, feared even by wolves. This year, the snow has been heavy, leaving it hungry as it descended from the mountains. It previously injured someone at the logging site and has now come here, clearly perceiving human activity as a hunting ground." Huzi took a large bite of his bun, declaring, "That beast dares to harm children. When I see it tomorrow, my first shot will be aimed at its head, leaving it no chance." After dinner, Zhang Taizhu led the two to the adjacent room. The heated Kong was blisteringly warm, covered with thick bedding, and the corner was stacked with firewood, sufficient for warmth throughout the night. "Captain Lin, Brother Huzi, you should rest early. I will wake you at 3 tomorrow morning." Zhang Taizhu closed the door and stepped outside. Lin Xiao and Huzi, foregoing any washing up, shed their outer garments and lay down on the Kong, fatigue washing over them. Yet neither could sleep as thoughts of the search operation the following day occupied their minds. "Brother Xiao, how will we search the mountain tomorrow? Wolf Valley is vast." Huzi's voice echoed in the darkness. Lin Xiao gazed at the beams of the ceiling and slowly replied, "Tomorrow, we will borrow 2 seasoned hunters from Captain Zhang. They are familiar with the terrain of Wolf Valley. We will split into 2 groups. One will search inward from the valley entrance, while the other will flank from the side, cutting off its escape route. The hounds led the way, with us trailing behind. Upon sighting the lynx, we must not hesitate. We shall fire to kill, for this creature has become a menace, and leaving it alive poses a grave danger. Tiger nodded solemnly, his rifle meticulously loaded, aimed at the beast's head, ensuring a lethal shot. Lin Xiao added, "Moreover, the snow in Wolf Valley is deep, concealing numerous traps and abandoned hunting pits. Tread carefully to avoid falling in. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, fire a warning shot, and we shall support one another." After a brief conversation, weariness began to settle in. Outside, the wind howled, snowflakes tapping against the papered window, creating a soft rustling sound. The hounds curled up at the doorway, occasionally issuing low growls, vigilantly guarding the entrance. Lin Xiao felt the cool metal of the 56 rifle beneath his pillow, which, despite its chill, instilled a profound sense of security in him. He understood that tomorrow's mountain search would be fraught with challenges, yet for the safety of the villagers and to prevent further injuries, he must locate and eliminate that lynx. Regardless of the peril involved, uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Lin Xiao was roused by a series of knocks. "Captain Lin, Brother Tiger, wake up. It's 3 o'clock. Dawn is approaching." It was Zhang Tieju's voice. Lin Xiao hastily shook Tiger awake, and the two donned their clothing before stepping outside. Indeed, the sky was beginning to lighten, the snow reflecting a faint glow, revealing the distant outlines of the mountains. Zhang Tieju approached with 2 men clad in leather coats. "Captain Lin, these are Uncle Li and Uncle Wang, seasoned hunters from the farm. Both are in their 50s, having spent their lives hunting around Wolf Valley, familiar with the terrain and experienced in winter ascents." Uncle Li and Uncle Wang, both in their early 50s, bore the marks of time on their weathered faces. With only a hint of gray in their hair, yet their spirits were undaunted. They held well-maintained vintage rifles and sported polished hunting knives and deer-hide gloves at their waists. "Rest assured, Captain Lin and Brother Tiger, we can navigate the caves of Wolf Valley with our eyes closed. That lynx, injured, won't stray far. It will likely seek refuge in a warm spot to recuperate. We will surely track it down," Uncle Li proclaimed, his voice resonant, calloused hands revealing years of wielding a rifle and chopping wood. Zhang Tieju brought forth the breakfast, already prepared. "Hurry, eat while it's warm." It consisted of steamed buns and pork with cabbage. The two quickly consumed a few bites before beginning to gather their gear. Lin Xiao checked the ammunition for the 56 rifle and loaded fresh rounds into Tiger's rifle. Uncle Li and Uncle Wang inspected their guns, loading them with buckshot, optimal for close-range hunting in wooded areas. "Are we all prepared?" Lin Xiao inquired. Everyone nodded, gripping their rifles tightly, their gazes resolute. Lin Xiao inhaled deeply, the frigid air filling his lungs, instantly awakening him. "Let us depart. Our destination is Wolf Valley. We must eradicate that lynx. It must not harm anyone further." The group set forth toward Wolf Valley. The dawn brightened, a pale light illuminating the eastern sky, gradually tinged with soft hues of red. The biting wind continued to howl. Yet within each heart burned a fierce determination. For the injured siblings and the villagers of the farm, they must eliminate this ruthless lynx today. The silhouette of Wolf Valley becomes increasingly distinct. The densely forested mountains blanketed in snow resemble a slumbering behemoth, awaiting their arrival. Chapter 68. Blood battle with the lynx. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Wolf Valley remains shrouded in the lingering chill of the night. The snowlight casts a ghostly pallor over the scattered stones at the valley's entrance, while the wind weaves through the bare treetops, emitting mournful, eerie sounds akin to the howls of wolves from years past. Lin Xiao grips the stock of his semi-automatic rifle, the calluses on his palm brushing against the frigid metal. Behind him are Huzi, Uncle Li, Uncle Wang, and 5 hunting dogs arranged in a fan formation, their paws silent upon the snow. Qingya and Haizi lead the way, raising their heads and lowering them in vigilance, with the 3 hunting dogs flanking them, a traditional formation passed down from seasoned hunters to thwart ambushes by wild beasts. "Captain Lin, stay close." Uncle Li calls from the front, wielding a machete to clear the obstructing branches, causing snow to cascade down like gentle rain. The valley splits into 3 paths. The injured lynx would surely take the sheltered western route. There are several rocky caves and a patch of pine forest there, both warm and concealing. Uncle Wang adds from the other side. The western path has a slope of loose stones. The snow is shallow, and since there was no wind last night, we might find tracks. Lin Xiao nods, instructing Huzi to disengage the safety on his rifle. "Huzi, stay next to Uncle Li. The accuracy of the semi-automatic rifle is paramount. If ambushed, aim for the legs first. I'll bring up the rear with Uncle Wang. Let the hunting dogs follow Qingya's lead." Her nose is more acute than Heizi's, and no scent of a wounded beast shall escape her. Huzi promptly complies. Resting the rifle stock against his shoulder, his gaze fixed intently on the woods ahead, breathing softly. Indeed, the snow on the western path proves less deep. The wind is sheltered by the towering cliffs on either side, revealing sporadic traces of wildlife on the ground. Suddenly, Qingya halts, her nose pressed to the earth, her tail stiff and straight, barking toward the woods ahead. Heizi approaches to sniff as well, joining in a chorus of barks, the fur on his ears standing erect. Something's amiss. Uncle Li crouches down, his machete held defensively before him. A fresh scent of beast lingers, mingled with blood. Lin Xiao gestures for everyone to pause, then stealthily creeps forward a few steps. 20 meters away, a dismembered roe deer lies in the snow, its neck savagely bitten through, entrails scattered about. With the blood upon the snow yet to fully freeze, a dark crimson hue. Beside the carcass are tufts of grayish-white fur, identical to the ones discovered earlier at the forest farm, along with several distinct claw prints. The impression of the left front paw notably shallower than the other three. It is indeed the injured lynx, freshly killed not long ago. Uncle Wang leans in, pointing to the bite marks on the roe deer's body. Look at the crushing power. It shattered the deer's leg bones. No other beast possesses such strength other than the lynx. It must have relied solely on its right side to feed, as the meat on the left side remains largely untouched. Lin Xiao crouches down to feel the temperature of the roe deer. There is still a trace of warmth. Perhaps it was killed no more than half an hour ago. It cannot have fled far. Qingya search. At Lin Xiao's command, Qingya immediately darts forward, her nose skimming the ground as she sniffs rapidly, pausing intermittently to bark at the trees above. Heizi follows closely, his eyes scanning the treetops warily. The lynx is adept at climbing trees, and seasoned hunters always keep their gaze on both the heavens and the earth. Holding the Type 38 rifle, Tiger felt the sweat pooling in his palms. This was his inaugural encounter with such a ferocious beast. The memories of the injuries sustained by him and his sister last night loomed vividly in his mind, igniting a mix of fear and anger within him. The group followed Qingya deeper into the woods, where the snow thickened, reaching up to their calves. Uncle Li narrated as they walked. The lynx, you see, does not venture far after a hearty meal. It prefers to climb a large tree to rest, allowing it to observe its surroundings while avoiding ambushes from other predators. This grove of pine trees, aged for decades, with dense branches, suited the creature perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, Qingya suddenly began barking furiously at an ancient pine tree that could be embraced by two people, her tail pointed rigidly at the trunk, her claws scratching the snow with a crisp sound. It's up there. Lin Xiao immediately raised his rifle, aligning his aim with the tree trunk, following Qingya's direction. Thick snow had accumulated on the branches of the old pine, and at a height of 7 or 8 meters, a grayish-white shape shifted. It was the very lynx that had attacked. Crouched among the branches, it raised its injured front legs slightly, clearly in pain. But its golden eyes glinted menacingly in the sunlight reflecting off the snow, fixated on the group below, emitting a low, rumbling growl, its sharp, black ears standing erect. By heavens, it's well hidden. Uncle Wang cursed, raising his shotgun, ready to fire. Lin Xiao quickly restrained his hand, urging, don't shoot. The branches will obstruct the shot, and it may provoke the beast. The lynx was swifter than a monkey in climbing trees. If cornered, it could leap down to ambush. Just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, the lynx let out a ferocious roar and suddenly leaped from the branches, aiming for the nearest target, Tiger, whom it deemed the weakest link. The grayish-white figure arced through the air, its claws slicing toward Tiger's head. Be careful, Lin Xiao shouted, raising his weapon to fire. The sharp crack of the .56 caliber rifle echoed through the woods, the bullet whisking past the lynx's hind leg, striking the tree trunk and splintering wood. Startled by the gunshot, the lynx hesitated mid-air, adjusting its position, and upon landing, collided with Huang, who was charging forward. Wearing a boarskin armor, Huang was enscathed by the lynx's claws and immediately snapped at its neck, while Hui and Huang rushed to join the fray, forming a circle around the lynx, barking and biting ferociously. Tiger, drenched in cold sweat from fear, finally regained his composure and aimed his rifle, but hesitated, fearing to hit Huang. Aim for its left front leg. It's injured and can't exert much power, Lin Xiao urged, raising his own gun. Yet the three dogs and the lynx were entangled, leaving no clear angle for a shot. Although the lynx's left front leg was wounded, its movements remained swift. It violently shook its head to evade Huang's attack and raised its right paw, striking Hui with a forceful blow. Hui yelped in pain, sent flying over a meter before crashing into a tree, blood frothing from its mouth. the armor torn with a deep gash. Dahui. Lin Xiao's eyes reddened with anguish. Disregarding the need to shoot, he drew his machete and charged forward. Uncle Li and Uncle Wang also sprang into action, brandishing their machetes as they encircled the lynx, coordinating their strikes from both sides. Realizing it was outmatched, the lynx abandoned its assault on Dahui and swiftly ascended the tree, its claws scraping against the trunk, climbing swiftly to a branch over 3 meters high. Turning back to roar at the group, its mouth stained with Dahui's blood. Do not let it catch its breath. Uncle Li sprang into action, wielding his knife to strike at the lynx's paw, but only succeeded in slicing through empty air, the blade crashing against the tree trunk, sending a jolt through his hand. Meanwhile, Uncle Wang picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the lynx, which merely roared in response, showing no sign of concern. Lin Xiao, panting heavily, gazed up at the lynx perched in the tree, cursing under his breath at its cunning. It was well aware of the hunting dogs and humans below, cleverly remaining aloft until they let their guard down for a surprise attack. Huzi, shoot at its paw with the rifle. Force it down, Lin Xiao shouted. Huzi quickly raised his gun, aimed at the lynx's right paw gripping a branch, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, the bullet struck precisely beside the lynx's paw, snapping the branch and causing the lynx to lose its balance, nearly tumbling from the tree. It let out an enraged roar, its front left leg aching, yet it clung tightly to another branch, its golden eyes glinting with fury, fixated on Huzi. At that moment, the lynx suddenly leapt down from the tree, targeting not Huzi, but the injured Dahui. Dahui lay on the ground, still recovering, oblivious to the impending pounce of the lynx. In a flash, Qinya dashed in from the side, lunging at the lynx's eyes. The lynx, taken aback by the small hound's ferocity, swiftly turned its head to evade, but its claw grazed Qinya's ear, leaving a bloody gash. Qinya yelped in pain but refused to retreat, continuing to bark fiercely at the lynx. Well done, Lin Xiao shouted, seizing the opportunity to aim his gun at the lynx's body. However, the lynx was too swift, darting deeper into the woods. Despite its injury, it moved with remarkable speed. Chase it. Don't let it escape. Lin Xiao led the charge, the hunting dogs following closely, Black Z sprinting ahead, clinging tenaciously to the lynx's tail. The lynx, feeling the bite from Black Z, turned to attack, but Black Z nimbly dodged aside, avoiding the lynx's strike. Qinya seized the moment to leap onto the lynx's back, sinking its teeth into the creature. The lynx thrashed wildly, attempting to dislodge Qinya, but the little hound held on fiercely, its teeth embedded in the lynx's flesh. Lin Xiao took advantage of the chaos, closing in and raising his knife to slash at the lynx's neck. Sensing danger, the lynx whirled around, its claws slashing toward Lin Xiao's arm. He hurriedly retreated, but was still a moment too late. The sleeve of his wolf fur coat was shredded, 3 deep gashes appearing on his arm, blood oozing forth, causing him to wince in pain. Shower, Huzi shouted, rushing forward with his rifle raised, firing a shot at the lynx's left front leg. The bullet struck true, and the lynx let out a horrific cry, its leg rendered useless, collapsing onto the snow. Yet, it refused to concede, snapping its jaws at the advancing Uncle Li. Uncle Li swiftly raised his knife to defend himself, the blade clattering against the lynx's teeth. Seizing the moment, Uncle Wang circled around to the lynx's rear, raising his knife to strike down upon its back. With a sickening thud, the knife plunged deep into the lynx's flesh, blood spraying onto Uncle Wang. The lynx, in agony, thrashed wildly, breaking free from Uncle Li's grasp, and turned to pounce on Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang had no time to evade. He was pounced upon by the lynx, its claws firmly pressing against his chest as it opened its mouth to bite at his neck. Old Wang, Uncle Li shouted, swinging his knife towards the lynx's head. Forced to release Uncle Wang, the lynx turned to evade Uncle Li's blade, only to be bitten on the hind leg by the approaching Huang and Da Huang. Lin Xiao, enduring the pain in his arm, raised his rifle and pulled the trigger at the lynx's head. With a resounding bang, the bullet struck the lynx's skull with precision, causing its body to stiffen momentarily before collapsing heavily onto the snow, convulsing a few times before lying still. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group as they slumped onto the snowy ground, gasping for breath. Lin Xiao glanced at his arm, where 3 deep gashes exposed bone, blood saturating the sleeve of his wolf fur coat, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Tiger hurriedly unfastened his coarse cloth belt and rummaged through his backpack for a clean piece of thick cotton cloth, rushing over and urging, "Shower, quickly wrap this. Stop the bleeding first." Uncle Li also approached, pulling out a small handful of dried hemostatic herbs from his pocket and sprinkling them onto Lin Xiao's wound. "This is a hemostatic herb from the mountains. Crush it and apply it. It works wonders." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, allowing Tiger to wrap the coarse cotton around his wound, tightening the belt to temporarily staunch the bleeding. Uncle Wong had several scratches on his chest from the lynx. But fortunately, his thick cotton coat had spared his bones from harm, and he used a piece of coarse cloth to wipe away the oozing blood. Don't mind me. Check on De Hui and Qinya, Lin Xiao said through gritted teeth. Tiger rushed over to assess the hunting dog's injuries. De Hui had a large gash on his back, flesh exposed, breathing faintly. Qinya's ear was also bleeding, but he seemed relatively alert, limping over to De Hui's side and whimpering softly. Tiger, with reddened eyes, used the remaining cotton cloth to bandage Qinya's ear, then turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Shower, De Hui's wounds are too severe, the bleeding won't stop." Lin Xiao clenched his teeth, standing up and walking to the lynx's carcass, drawing his knife from his waist. "We cannot waste this beast's skin and meat. The pelt can be made into a vest, and the meat will nourish the hunting dogs." Enduring the intense pain in his arm, he crouched down and began to skin and gut the lynx. The lynx's pelt was thick and dense, providing excellent warmth for winter. Lin Xiao carefully made an incision along the abdomen, slowly separating the skin from the flesh. Seeing this, Uncle Li and Uncle Wong joined to assist, and together they skillfully removed the lynx's hide, discarding the entrails for the dogs to eat, leaving the remaining bloody meat hanging from a tree. Lin Xiao placed the lynx's pelt and meat into his backpack, then walked over to De Hui, gently stroking his head. "Hold on, I will take you for treatment." After resting for over half an hour, the distant roar of a motorcycle finally echoed through the air. Lin Jiangwo arrived, accompanied by security team members. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's blood-soaked cloth and the nearly lifeless De Hui on the ground, his expression darkened instantly. "Quick, get in the car. We need to go to the forest hospital." The team members hurriedly approached, carefully lifting De Hui into the truck bed while assisting Lin Xiao and Uncle Wong into the vehicle. Just as Lin Xiao settled himself, he grasped Lin Jiangwo's arm. "Dad, take a detour on the way to the hospital. First, go to the commune veterinary station and find Dr. Zhang. De Hui's injuries are too severe. He needs stitches. Whether he survives depends on this." Lin Jiangwo nodded hastily, assuring, "Rest assured, I will make the arrangements immediately." He shouted to the driver, "Take me to the veterinary station." The motorcycle swiftly turned around, heading towards the commune's veterinary station. Lin Xiao leaned against the sidecar, gazing at the feeble breaths of the large gray dog in his arms. His heart twisted with anxiety. Next to him, Huzi clutched Qinya tightly, continuously smoothing her fur. Chapter 69. Recovery inside the earthen hut of the forest hospital. The mingled scents of disinfectant and coal smoke permeated the air. The doctor, using sterilized scissors that had been boiled, cut through the coarse cotton cloth wrapped around Lin Xiao's arm. Upon revealing 3 deep wounds that exposed bone, he could not help but gasp in shock. "These claws are vicious. Any deeper and it would have damaged the bone." Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, allowing the doctor to cleanse the wounds with saline. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead from the pain, yet he uttered not a single sound. Compared to the large gray's injuries, this pain was trivial. "You'll need a few stitches, but there's no anesthetic, so bear with it," the doctor informed him, retrieving a surgical needle the size of a sewing needle, sterilizing it over an alcohol lamp before threading it with coarse hemp. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement, while Huzi firmly held his shoulder, advising, "Shower. If it hurts, just shout. Don't hold it in." Lin Xiao managed a faint smile, intending to reassure him that it was nothing. But the excruciating sting of the needle piercing through flesh made his vision blur. He bit down on the towel in his mouth, his knuckles turning white, and only relaxed his grip once the doctor completed the final stitch, his back soaked with sweat from the hospital gown. The doctor applied herbal ointment to the wounds, carefully wrapping them in clean gauze, repeatedly instructing, "Keep it dry, change the dressing every 3 days, and take 2 anti-inflammatory pills daily without fail." As Lin Xiao acknowledged, the ward door swung open, revealing Lin Jiangwo, who entered cradling the large gray dog. His face bore signs of fatigue, but was illuminated with a hint of joy. "Shower. Veterinarian Zhang has stitched up 8 stitches. He said the wounds were treated in time. Whether it survives depends on its strength over the next few days. If it endures, it will be fine." Lin Xiao quickly sat up, disregarding the pain in his arm, leaning closer to observe the large gray. The dog lay in Lin Jiangwo's arms, its eyes half closed, its back swathed in thick gauze. Its breaths remained shallow, yet upon seeing Lin Xiao, it exerted the effort to wag its tail weakly. Lin Xiao reached out to stroke its head, his voice hoarse. "Good boy, you're strong. We'll get through this together." Huzi leaned in with Qingya, whose ears had also received 2 stitches, and at that moment, she nudged the large gray's paw with her head, whimpering softly. Upon exiting the hospital, Huzi had already brought the Changjiang 750 motorcycle to the entrance, the sidecar lined with thick, old cotton jackets. Lin Jiangwo carefully assisted Lin Xiao into the sidecar, then placed the large gray beside him, taking the driver's seat himself, while Huzi settled beside Lin Xiao, with Qingya curled up at their feet. Snow began to fall again, delicate flakes landing on their faces, chilling to the bone. Lin Jiangwo started the motorcycle, the engine's roar shattering the stillness. As Lin Xiao leaned against Huzi, cradling the drowsy large gray protectively, he silently vowed to care for it diligently. Upon arriving home, Wang Xiulan had already been waiting at the door. Upon seeing the bandages on Lin Xiao's arm and the nearly lifeless large gray, tears immediately streamed down her face. "My son, what suffering have you endured?" Wang Xiulan promptly took the items from Lin Jiangwo's hands, ushering everyone inside. The heated bed in the room radiated warmth as Wang Xiulan cleared the coziest spot, laying down a thick layer of dry straw and an old cotton jacket, cautiously placing the great gray upon it. "I shall prepare a cornmeal porridge and simmer some meat broth to nourish you and great gray," she declared, wiping her tears before retreating to the kitchen. Lin Xiao sat beside the bed, gently stroking great gray's back, while Qingya curled up next to it, resembling a small sentinel guarding its companion. In the days that followed, Lin Xiao became the devoted caretaker of the bed. Each day before dawn, he bore the pain in his arms to rise and assist Wang Xiulan in tending the fire, observing as she softened the cornmeal with boiling water, mixing it with chopped meat broth and ground anti-inflammatory tablets, carefully feeding it to Great Gray. Initially, Great Gray refused to eat, prompting Lin Xiao to use a small spoon to gradually coax it, wiping its mouth clean with a towel afterward. He remained by the bed until it fell asleep, reluctant to leave its side. During the day, Lin Xiao diligently changed Great Gray's dressings. Mimicking the actions of a physician, he gently removed the old gauze, cleaned the area around the wound with warm water, applied a fresh herbal ointment, and rewrapped the bandage. Each time he changed the dressing, Great Gray trembled in pain, yet never struggled, nuzzling Lin Xiao's hand as if to offer comfort. Witnessing its suffering filled Lin Xiao with both sorrow and urgency. He made daily visits to the village shop to call the veterinarian, seeking advice on caring for an injured hunting dog. On the third day of changing the bandages, Lin Xiao was delighted to discover that Great Gray's wound no longer bled, and the surrounding swelling had significantly diminished. When he fed it the cornmeal porridge, to his astonishment, it opened its mouth willingly, consuming nearly half a bowl. "Mother, Great Gray is eating," Lin Xiao exclaimed joyfully, prompting Wang Xiulan to rush over. Upon witnessing Great Gray eagerly devouring the porridge, her face lit up with delight. "Wonderful. This child is going to recover." By the fifth day, Great Gray could finally manage to stand, albeit unsteadily. It wobbled to the edge of the bed, wagging its tail at Lin Xiao, then slowly made its way to the door to relieve itself before shakily returning to the bed. Lin Xiao, overwhelmed with emotion, nearly shed tears, eagerly sharing the good news with Lin Jiangwo, who was outside shoveling snow. Upon hearing the news, Lin Jiangwo dropped his broom and rushed inside to see Great Gray, bursting into laughter. What a resilient little fellow. All the care was worth it. 1 week later, one morning, as Lin Xiao was feeding Great Gray meat broth soaked in cornmeal, the dog suddenly sprang to its feet, barking excitedly at the door. Lin Xiao looked up to see old Zhou entering, dressed in a thick military coat and carrying a cloth bag. "Lin Xiao, I heard you accomplished a great deed. I came specifically to see you," old Zhou exclaimed, astounded at the visibly improved Great Gray on the bed. "Incredible. This dog has truly come back to life. A true miracle." Lin Xiao promptly invited old Zhou to sit, while Wang Xiulan poured him a bowl of hot water. After taking a sip, old Zhou retrieved an envelope from his bag. "This is the money from selling the lynx pelt, arranged through my friend at the first shop in the city, totaling 528 yuan. Please count it." Lin Xiao took the envelope, feeling its weight, a mixture of surprise and joy swelling within him. Over $500 was indeed a substantial sum at that time, sufficient to cover the family's expenses for half a year. "Uncle Zhou, thank you so much," Lin Xiao exclaimed eagerly. Old Zhou waved his hand dismissively. "What are you thanking me for? This is rightfully yours. That lynx pelt is of the finest quality. The wealthy in the city are clamoring for it. By the way, your father specifically sent the lynx meat to the injured siblings at Farm 887, saying that since you risked your safety to save the child, it is only fitting to provide them with this meat to help them recover. The children's parents insisted I bring you some eggs as a token of gratitude for saving their child." As he spoke, old Zhou retrieved a basket of eggs from his cloth bag and placed it beside the Kong. Gazing at the eggs, Lin Xiao felt warmth in his heart. "Uncle Zhou, you are exceedingly thoughtful. Old Zhou continued discussing the circumstances of the farm and the community. Now, everyone in the village is aware that you killed the ferocious lynx. They regard you as a hero. As for your roe deer breeding farm, I've already arranged for its expansion. 3 new shelters have been constructed, and several new breeding deer have been introduced. There are now over 20 robust deer in the farm. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of happiness. He had previously conferred with Old Zhou about expanding the roe deer farm, and he was pleasantly surprised that Old Zhou had managed everything so efficiently during his recovery. Uncle Zhou, I truly appreciate your efforts. Once I'm healed, I shall visit the breeding farm, Lin Xiao stated. Old Zhou chuckled, no rush. Focus on your recovery. The farm is under my watchful eye. I have arranged for 2 diligent villagers to assist in caring for the deer, ensuring they receive fresh fodder and cornmeal daily. Rest assured, Old Zhou lingered in the house for over an hour, discussing various matters concerning the breeding farm and the commune before finally preparing to leave. As he patted Lin Xiao's shoulder, he urged, take good care of yourself. Once you're well, we can strategize further to expand the roe deer farm, aiming to sell in the city and help the villagers prosper. Lin Xiao nodded, seeing Old Zhou to the door and watching as his figure faded into the snow. His spirits lifted considerably. He felt more motivated to care for Big Gray. Under Lin Xiao's attentive care, Big Gray's recovery accelerated. By the 10th day, he could slowly wander in the yard, and by the 15th day, he was basking in the sun at the door alongside Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's wound also healed remarkably well, with the doctor noting his youth and robust constitution, resulting in a recovery much swifter than anticipated. By the 20th day, he was nearly fully healed, though still unable to engage in heavy labor. During these 20 days, the snow fell increasingly thick, blanketing the entire village in a plush layer, resembling a fairy tale world from a distance. Every day, Lin Xiao would stand at the door, gazing at the roe deer breeding farm. The new shelters had been completed, and from his home, he could see villagers clad in thick cotton coats, shoveling snow and feeding the deer. Lin Jiangwo would visit the breeding farm daily and return to inform Lin Xiao of its status. The deer were thriving, and the newly introduced breeding deer had acclimatized well, soon ready for breeding. On the 21st day, Lin Xiao was finally able to engage in light work. His first task was to visit the roe deer breeding farm. Upon hearing that he was to visit the breeding farm, Huzi made a special trip to accompany him. The two trudged through the thick snow, gradually making their way to the farm. Inside the breeding facility, several roe deer were leisurely munching on hay. Upon Lin Xiao's entrance, they lifted their heads to gaze at him, as if they recognized him. The local villager responsible for the care of the deer hurried over upon seeing Lin Xiao. Captain Lin Xiao, it's wonderful to finally see you. Thanks to you, these roe deer have thrived remarkably. As Lin Xiao stepped into the shelter, he meticulously observed each deer. Their coats were lustrous, and they had grown significantly in size. Upon his approach, they exhibited no fear. Instead, they moved closer, seeking his affection. Lin Xiao gently patted the head of a young roe deer, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He conversed with the villager for quite some time, inquiring about the deer's diet and health, while also reminding them to ensure the shelter was warm during winter to protect the deer from the cold. On the way back from the breeding farm, Lin Xiao and Huzi engaged in cheerful conversation. Huzi excitedly exclaimed, "Xiao go, once your injury is fully healed, let us go hunting in the mountains. This time, we'll aim for a wild boar to give Dehui and Qingyu a hearty feast." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. "That sounds splendid. However, we must wait until spring. It's too perilous to venture into the mountains during winter. By the way, Zhengyun should be returning soon, right?" Upon mentioning Zhengyun, Huzi's face flushed. "Yes, she said she would be back in a few days. I've already gone to the commune station to meet her twice." Unexpectedly, the following morning, Huzi joyfully burst in, shouting, "Xiao go, Zhengyun is back. I brought her here." Lin Xiao quickly descended from his bed and approached the door. There stood Huzi beside a girl clad in a blue cotton jacket, with 2 braided pigtails and a gentle smile. Zhengyun. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, she hurried forward. "Lin Xiao go, I heard you were injured, so I rushed back to check on you." Lin Xiao warmly invited them inside. Wang Xiulan, upon spotting Zhengyun, was overjoyed. "Little Yun is back. Come in and warm up. I'll go prepare a meal. Let us have something special today." Zhengyun quickly replied, "Auntie, there's no need to trouble yourself. I merely came to see Lin Xiaogu and Dehui." As she stepped into the room, she was astonished to see Dehui, full of vitality on the bed. "Dehui has recovered. This is wonderful. I was so worried about him while I was in the city." Zhengyun retrieved a cloth bag from her backpack and handed it to Lin Xiao. "Lin Xiaogu, this is some anti-inflammatory medicine and fish liver oil I bought for you in the city. The doctor said it would aid in your recovery. And this is some beef jerky for Dehui. I heard hunting dogs love it." Lin Xiao accepted the bag, deeply touched. Thank you, Xiao Yun, for bringing us these thoughtful gifts. Huzi, scratching his head bashfully, added, I told her Hui was injured, and she made sure to buy these things. During lunch, Zheng Yun shared her experiences in the city. She had spent a month at the agricultural college learning roe deer breeding techniques, covering everything from selection and feeding to disease prevention, and she had excelled in her final examination. Lin Xiaogu, with the solid foundation you've established for your roe deer breeding farm, I spoke with my teacher at the academy, and they mentioned that our northeastern climate is particularly suited for raising roe deer. With the right techniques, we could significantly scale up. Zheng Yun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Currently, the restaurants and meat processing plants in the city were in dire need of game meat. The tender and nourishing roe deer meat was particularly sought after, and the pelts were also in high demand for fur. Let us first stabilize our operations, she proposed, and then reach out to the buyers in the city. We are certain to fetch a handsome price. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened at her words. I share the same sentiment. Old Zhou has mentioned this to me as well. But we were uncertain how to contact the city buyers. Zheng Yun smiled and replied, I know several merchants in the city who deal in game and pelts. They are quite reliable. After a couple of days' rest, I shall contact them to explore potential collaboration. Lin Zhangwo chimed in with delight. That is wonderful. With your assistance, our breeding farm is bound to flourish. After dinner, Zheng Yun accompanied Lin Xiao and Huzi to the roe deer breeding farm. Upon entering, she retrieved a notebook from her backpack, filled with notes on breeding essentials, and began to reference it as they walked. Lin Xiao, the spacing between these pens is too close, leading to poor ventilation, which could make the deer susceptible to respiratory diseases. She pointed out the gaps between the enclosures. We can install a row of adjustable ventilation windows on the roofs. They can be closed during the cold and opened in warmer weather, ensuring warmth while allowing for airflow. Approaching the feeding trough, she picked up a handful of fodder and sniffed it. The fodder is somewhat dry. During winter, the deer are prone to constipation due to lack of water. We should mix in some warm water-soaked cornmeal and add chopped carrot tops for additional vitamins and to stimulate their appetite. Both Lin Xiao and Huzi found Zheng Yun's insights to be well-founded, and they immediately began discussing the renovation plans with the local villagers responsible for the deer. Zheng Yun then opened her notebook again and elaborated on the daily management of the roe deer. Every morning, we must first observe the deer's vitality. Those that appear lethargic or refuse to eat should be isolated. The feeding and watering troughs must be cleaned daily, and during winter, avoid using freezing water. Breeding females should be fed separately, supplemented with half a kilogram of soybean meal for nutrition. In another fortnight, they will be ready for mating. She spoke with great detail and even demonstrated how to assess the health of the deer. The villagers nodded in agreement, occasionally asking questions, to which Zheng Yun responded with clarity, integrating her classroom knowledge with practical insights. Chapter 70. Stewed frog. Just a month after the onset of winter, the biting cold of northeast China descended upon the land, blanketing the valleys with snow half a foot deep. Stepping onto it would submerge one up to their calves, while the wind sliced against the skin like a blade. Lin Zhao's arm had fully healed, and Hui had regained his former vigor. Chasing after Qinya in the yard daily, his paws crunching on the frozen ground, tail erect like a little flag. Huzi, having restrained his hunting urges throughout much of autumn, could no longer contain his excitement and pestered Lin Xiao daily. Brother Xiao, with winter just beginning, the wild beasts are fattening up, the meat is at its finest. Let us venture into the mountains and try our luck. We could bring back a roe deer for stew. One morning, just as dawn began to break, Huzi appeared at the doorstep, carrying a hunting rifle, a machete, and 2 empty burlap bags. Lin Xiao was already prepared, wrapped in a thick wolf fur coat, crafted by a tanner from a wolf he had hunted last year. The fur was dense and warm, shielding him from the wind. A machete was secured at his waist, and he held Hui and Qinya by his side. Lin Zhangwo emerged from the house, handing him an oil paper package containing warm cornmeal cakes, along with a thermos of hot water. It's cold up in the mountains. Don't get frostbite. Wang Xiulan chimed in with a cautionary note. Don't venture too deep into the mountains. The snow has melted, and the paths are slippery. Go early and return early. Understood, mother. Lin Xiao took the oil paper package and hung the water kettle at his waist. The two of them led the hunting dogs towards the eastern mountain, with Hui and Qinya excitedly running ahead, their tails wagging joyfully. The melting snow soaked through their cotton shoes, sending a chill creeping up from their soles, numbing their toes. Yet the wolf fur coat kept them snug and warm above the waist. The willow branches by the roadside stood bare, cloaked in a layer of white frost, rustling in the wind, while snowflakes cascaded down the trunks, accumulating into small mounds on the ground that crunched underfoot. The eastern mountain was the most frequented hunting ground surrounding the forest, home to roe deer, wild rabbits, and mountain chickens, with the occasional wild boar. The two ascended the snow-covered slope, the fur collar of the wolf coat brushing against their cheeks, while their breath crystallized into frost upon their brows and stubble. Dahui and Chinya forged ahead, noses twitching and ears perked, keenly attuned to every sound in the forest. The snow barely reached their shins. Yet they ran with alacrity, leaving a neat trail of paw prints in the snow. Xiao, look at that tree. Huzi suddenly pointed to a birch tree ahead, lowering his voice. Lin Xiao followed his gaze and noticed several fresh scratches on the trunk, where a patch of bark had been rubbed off, revealing the tender hue beneath. It was a sign of a roe deer, freshly made. Lin Xiao crouched down and touched the hoof prints in the snow. Based on their size, it was an adult roe deer, likely nearby. The two immediately held their breath, leading the hunting dogs behind a tree, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. They waited for a full half-hour, yet there was no sight of the deer. Huzi, feeling a bit disheartened, huffed warm breath into his hands, rubbing them together. Why is this deer so cunning? Shouldn't it be out looking for food now that winter has just begun? Lin Xiao chuckled softly, stamping his numbed feet. The fresh snow has masked their scent, making them more alert. Besides, with the cold, they prefer to rest in sheltered spots. Let us move further up the mountain and see if we can find a rabbit burrow. They are particularly plump at this time. The two continued their ascent. The trees growing denser on the mountaintop, thick layers of snow blanketing the pine needles, which fell in soft cascades upon contact, chilling against their necks. After more than an hour, the hunting dogs had only discovered a few rabbit burrows, all covered in snow and completely empty, not even startling a single mountain chicken. Leaning against a pine tree, Huzi gasped for breath, puffs of white vapor swirling. In this wretched weather, the beasts have all hidden away to escape the cold. My toes are nearly numb. Lin Xiao felt fatigued as well. He retrieved the oil paper package from his chest, still warm with the heat of the cornmeal cakes, and shared a piece with Huzi. Let us eat something to warm ourselves and replenish our energy. The snow isn't too deep yet. But once the heavy snows seal the mountain, hunting will become even more challenging. Patience is key. The two sat on the snow-covered ground, munching on the cakes, while the hunting dogs rested beside them. Suddenly, Dahui perked up his ears and began barking fiercely towards the direction of the mountain hollow, with Chinya joining in. Tail straightened. Something's afoot. Lin Xiao immediately rose, gripping his hunting rifle tightly. Huzi hastily set down his cake, raised his rifle, and followed Lin Xiao towards the hollow. Inside the hollow lay a clearing, with a small waterhole at its center. At this moment, the waterhole was thoroughly frozen, the ice thick enough to bear weight. The edges, shaped by the wind, were adorned with a layer of fluffy white frost, while beneath the ice, shadowy hints of dark green water could be discerned. Dahui and Chinya were barking furiously at a section of the ice, their claws scratching the surface and leaving faint marks. As Lin Xiao approached, he noticed several small holes frozen in the ice, the surrounding area darker than elsewhere, faint movements visible beneath the surface. Look, it's the forest frogs, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Huzi leaned in closer, rubbing his frozen hands as he gazed at the hole. Aren't these creatures supposed to burrow into the mud for hibernation once winter sets in? How can we see them moving with such thick ice? Lin Xiao crouched down, pointing at the water hole. These forest frogs are clever. They know to burrow into the warmer waters. Beneath this water hole lies a thermal spring, keeping the temperature just above freezing. They gather in the mud here for their winter slumber. In the thinner areas of ice, their shadows can be seen. It's still early in winter, so they haven't entered a deep sleep yet and might stir occasionally. He unsheathed a machete from his waist and gently began to chip away at the ice. The ice wasn't overly thick, and in no time, he created a small opening. Warm water seeped through, revealing several fist-sized forest frogs curled up in the mud, covered in a thin layer of mucus. Due to the stable water temperature, the mucus remained unfrozen, their deep brown coloration blending seamlessly with the mud, making them nearly undetectable. Look at this forest frog. It's just entered winter with ample fat reserves. Its belly is full of nourishment. The meat is exceptionally tender, more so than venison. A stew made from these would not only warm you, but also replenish your energy and vitality, perfect for your stiffened body. Lin Xiao remarked as he carefully reached into the ice hole to catch one. The forest frog, having wintered in warm water, still possessed a hint of vitality. As Lin Xiao grasped it, it gently kicked its legs and emitted a faint croaking sound. Lin Xiao held the frog up for Huzi to see. Look at its size. It's noticeably larger than those in autumn, its skin smooth and taut without a wrinkle. This is a well-fed adult forest frog, truly a treasure. In the past, when villagers struggled against the winter cold, they would come to such thermal springs to chip ice and catch forest frogs, simmering a pot of soup that would warm them through and through. Hu Zi felt invigorated, his frozen limbs now agile, and hurriedly retrieved a cloth bag from his backpack. Squatting down to assist, Lin Xiao instructed him, use the machete to gently chisel the ice, ensuring not to disturb the water too much so as not to startle them. Be gentle when grabbing, so as not to remove the mucus, as it enhances the flavor in the stew. Also, avoid catching the smaller ones. Leave them for next year's reproduction. We only need the adults for our meals. The two worked in tandem, Lin Xiao chiseling the ice and Hu Zi capturing the frogs, while De Hui and Qingya stood watch nearby, vigilant against any approaching beasts. Around the thermal spring, numerous ice holes were present. Though their hands grew red from the cold, their enthusiasm only heightened as they continued to catch frogs for over an hour, filling 2 large bags, estimating they had caught 50 or 60 frogs. Lin Xiao glanced at the sky. The sun had risen high but offered little warmth. That should suffice. It will be enough for several meals for both our families. Any more would be excessive. We must leave some for next year's breeding. Winter has just begun, and we can always return for more. Hu Zi gazed longingly at the water hole. These are so rare, even more fragrant than venison. I wish we could catch a few more. Lin Xiao gently patted his shoulder, saying, the treasures of the mountains should be used sparingly. A slow and steady approach is best. We can come back next winter to catch more. The two tightened their cloth bag and slung it over their shoulders as they made their way home. The biting cold wind stung their faces, yet their hearts felt warm. Along the path, Hu Zi, stamping his frozen feet, inquired, Brother Xiao, how should we stew these forest frogs to make them delicious? I've only had them once, and my mother made a bland summer stew. Lin Xiao chuckled. The forest frogs in summer can't compare to the plumpness of those in winter. For us Northeasterners, we must stew them in soy sauce during the winter, using the fermented yellow bean paste my mother prepared, along with some ginger slices and scallions to ward off the cold. The aroma of the sauce enveloping the fresh flavor, with the meat so tender it melts in your mouth, will leave you feeling thoroughly warmed. That is the true essence. Upon returning home, Wang Xiulan was tending to the fire by the stove, with billowing white smoke rising from the chimney. Spotting the two with their cloth bag, she hurried out, rubbing her hands together. What treasures have you brought back? Your faces are so red from the cold. Lin Xiao raised the bag before her. Mother, look. These forest frogs were caught while breaking the ice at the waterhole. Just as winter begins, they are especially plump. He continued, today, we shall stew them in soy sauce. Perfect for warming us and satisfying our cravings. Wang Xiulan's eyes brightened at the sight of the frogs. Goodness, these are winter's delicacies. Come inside to warm up. I'll fetch some yellow bean paste from the jar and heat some water for you to warm your hands. Lin Xiao and Hu Zi poured the frogs into a basin, rinsing them with clean water. Lin Xiao instructed Hu Zi on how to prepare the frogs. First, soak them in clean water for half an hour to let them expel the mud from their insides. Then, grasp the head with your left hand and hold the hind legs with your right, giving a gentle twist to extract the entrails. Be careful not to rupture the gallbladder, or the meat will turn bitter. Hu Zi learned quickly and soon mastered the technique. As they worked on the frogs, they chatted. Hu Zi, rubbing his hands, remarked, Brother Xiao, how fortunate we are to catch so many frogs on such a cold day. Once they are stewed, I must take some to my mother for her to enjoy as well. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Of course, with so many frogs, we cannot possibly consume them all ourselves. We should share some with our neighbors to help them warm up in this cold weather. Once they had finished preparing the frogs, Lin Xiao scooped a generous spoonful of yellow bean paste from the jar. This paste had been fermented by Wang Xiulan last autumn using locally sourced yellow soybeans, sun-dried for over 3 months, resulting in a deep red color and a rich, savory aroma. He placed the paste in a bowl, adding a bit of warm water to dissolve it, and then sliced some ginger and chopped scallions, along with 2 dried chili peppers, breaking them into segments. The Northeast style of soy sauce stew emphasizes a salty flavor with a hint of spiciness, which helps eliminate any fishy taste while enhancing the freshness. In the kitchen, the fire in the stove blazed brightly, and the iron pot glowed red-hot, filling the room with warmth. Wang Xiulan poured some lard into the pot. This fat had been rendered from a freshly slaughtered pig at the onset of winter, solidifying to a snowy white, and when melted, exuded a rich, meaty aroma. Once the oil was hot and smoking, she added the ginger slices, scallion segments, and dried chilies, sizzling them to release their fragrance. Then she poured in the prepared yellow bean paste, letting it simmer slowly over low heat. In winter, stews need to have a robust flavor to ward off the chill. The sauce must be simmered thoroughly for it to be aromatic. We cannot rush. Wang Xiulan stirred the sauce with a spatula, and after 2 or 3 minutes of simmering, its color deepened and the aroma intensified, wafting throughout the yard. Once the sauce was ready, Wang Xiaolan added 2 bowls of clear water to the pot and brought it to a boil over high heat. Huzi nestled at the doorway, captivated by the aroma of the sauce, unable to restrain a swallow. "Auntie, it smells divine. Just from inhaling this sauce, I could devour 2 cornmeal pancakes." Wang Xiaolan chuckled in response. "Patience, dear. Once the frog stew is ready, I guarantee you will have your fill." Lin Xiao stood nearby, assisting by passing items. A hint of soot clinging to the fur collar of his wolf skin coat, which he brushed off absent-mindedly, his gaze fixed on the bubbling pot of sauce, his eyes brimming with anticipation. As the sauce reached a boil, Wang Xiaolan added the prepared frogs into the pot, gently stirring with a spatula to ensure each frog was enveloped in the flavorful broth. Frogs are tender and should be simmered over medium heat for just a quarter of an hour. Any longer, and the meat would become disintegrated. Lin Xiao, recalling the many times he had savored sauce-stewed frogs with his grandfather during his childhood, stood by, offering reminders. Wang Xiaolan nodded, slightly reducing the fire in the stove to maintain a steady boil without overflowing, the sauce bubbling vigorously, extracting all the essence from the frogs. During the cooking time, Lin Jiangwo returned from the breeding farm. As he entered the courtyard, the delectable aroma greeted him, prompting him to shake off the snow from his feet as he stepped into the kitchen. What delightful dish is being prepared? It smells fantastic. On such a cold day, the scent is warming. Lin Xiao beamed. "Father, today we ventured into the mountains and broke ice at the water pond to catch frogs. We're making sauce-stewed frogs. Do give it a taste." Lin Jiangwo exclaimed joyfully. "Good lad. You know how to find good food. These early winter frogs are the most nourishing. The deer at the farm are thriving. I just added an extra layer of straw curtains to their shelter to keep them warm in this chill, lest they lose their condition." After a quarter of an hour, the sauce-stewed frogs were finally ready. Wang Xiaolan lifted the pot's lid, and a rich, savory fragrance enveloped the air as the frogs glistened in a deep crimson hue, their bellies slightly swollen. The sauce thickened just enough to cling to their surfaces. Wang Xiaolan picked one up with chopsticks, blowing gently on it before offering it to Lin Xiao. "You try first. How is the seasoning?" Lin Xiao took a bite, and the sauce's richness unfurled in his mouth, followed by the frog's tender flesh, springy yet not tough, devoid of any fishy taste. He nodded enthusiastically. "It's exquisite, mother. The seasoning is perfect, even better than what grandfather used to make." Gathered around the Kong table, Wang Xiaolan presented the sauce-stewed frogs, accompanied by a plate of scrambled eggs, a sliced cucumber, and a dish of homemade pickled vegetables, creating a delightful spread. Lin Xiao served the largest frog to Wang Xiaolan, then offered one each to Lin Jiangwo and Huzi. "Quick, taste this. The flavor is unparalleled." Huzi, unable to contain his eagerness, took a bite, and the sauce and freshness exploded in his mouth, causing him to gasp yet unwilling to spit it out. "It's so delicious. Even better than pheasant. The meat is as tender as tofu, infused with the sauce's flavor. It's divine." Lin Jiangwo also selected a frog, savoring it slowly, nodding in approval. "The flavor is authentic. In the past, when I hunted with your grandfather during winter, if we encountered freezing rain and could not walk, we would seek out these ponds with hot springs to break the ice and catch frogs. Back then, we had no lard. We used pork cracklings to stir-fry the sauce. But it never tasted this fragrant." Wang Xiaolan chuckled. "Now that life is better, we lack for nothing. This lard is freshly rendered, incredibly fragrant. Next time, let us add some pork belly for an even richer flavor and to make more broth to warm you both." She offered another frog to Lin Xiao. "You've both been out in the cold for half the day. Eat up. These frogs are highly nourishing and excellent for warding off the chill." Lin Xiao bit into the frog meat, feeling the delightful flavor wafting up to his senses. The rich, savory sauce enveloped the tender meat, its flavor intensifying with each bite, even seeping into the crevices of the bones. Consuming it warmed him thoroughly, dissipating the chill that had clung to him on the mountain. He paired the dish with a generous portion of cornmeal flatbread and savored another sip of the steaming sauce. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, prompting him to hastily remove his wolfskin coat and drape it over the edge of the heated bed. "Mother, next time we catch those forest frogs, let us follow your suggestion and stew them with pork belly. It will undoubtedly taste even better. And the broth will be perfect for soaking the flatbread," Lin Xiao remarked while enjoying his meal. As the group dined and conversed, Huzi, cradling his bowl, exclaimed, "Auntie, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. This frog stew is far tastier than what my mother makes. The next time Brother Xiao catches some, I'll be back for another feast." Wang Xiaolan chuckled in response. "You little rascal, just come over if you want to eat. Next time, I'll have Xiao catch more to send some to your mother as well. Lin Jiangwo, puffing on his cigarette, noted, with the cold settling in. We must keep a close watch on the deer at the farm. I intend to gather more hay and reinforce the shelter to ensure they don't suffer from the frost. They spent over an hour enjoying the meal, and the large basin of frog stew was devoured down to the last drop. Even the remnants of the sauce were used by Huzi to soak his flatbread. Patting his round belly, he contentedly burped. That was delicious. This is the best meal I've ever had. Lin Xiao laughed, saying, in a few days, let us try our luck in the mountains again. If we manage to catch some wild rabbits, we'll prepare a spicy stir-fried rabbit dish to satisfy your cravings. After the meal, Huzi took home a half bag of forest frogs, calling back, Brother Xiao, be sure to take me along next time you go frog catching. Lin Xiao and Lin Jiangwo settled on the heated bed, discussing matters concerning the deer farm. Lin Jiangwo, smoking his pipe, commented, with the cold, we need to stockpile sufficient fodder for the deer. I've noticed the hay in the shelter is dwindling in a couple of days. Let's go cut some in the mountains and buy some cornmeal to mix in their feed. This will help them grow strong. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Yes? I'll accompany you to cut the grass. We should also inspect the shelter for any drafts and patch up any gaps to ensure it's warmer. He rose and stepped outside, gazing at the distant mountains. The world was blanketed in white, the cold wind whistling through the treetops, and thick ice coated the ponds. Glimmering in the sunlight, he understood that this was merely the onset of winter, yet he believed that as long as their family worked together, the winter solstice had passed. With the snow in the eastern mountains nearly reaching knee height, the wind howling through the air with an eerie wail. Lin Xiao had just helped his father apply the final layer of mud to the deer shelter when Uncle Li from the 6th farm stumbled into the yard. Bundled in a tattered coat, his face a deep shade of purple from the cold and etched with urgency. Lin Xiao's father. Lin Xiao? This is bad. The wild boars have come down from the mountain. Lin Jiangwo quickly handed Uncle Li a bowl of hot water, but in his haste, Uncle Li burned his mouth. Grimacing yet eager to continue, last night, a herd of wild boars invaded the farm, wreaking havoc in the newly tilled wheat field at the east end. The Zhang family's cabbage cellar was breached, and their entire stock of cabbage has been devoured. Moreover, the Wang family's wall has collapsed halfway, spilling their stored potatoes everywhere, all of which have become the wild boar's feast. As winter's chill settled in, Lin Xiao felt a heaviness in his heart. He had heard from fellow villagers that this year the mountains would be blanketed in a heavy snowfall, making prey scarce. He feared that wild beasts would descend from the hills in search of food, but he never anticipated their arrival would be so swift, nor that the threat would come from the fiercest of them all, the wild boar. He inquired, Uncle Li, how many have you seen? Have they caused any harm? Uncle Li wiped the snow from his face and replied, there must be over a dozen adults, along with 4 or 5 young ones. Thankfully, no one dared to venture out last night. Otherwise, there would have surely been trouble. That pack is still roaming around the outskirts. Who would dare to go out now? Wang Xiaolan was also alarmed. What are we to do? We still have the fodder for the roe deer piled outside, if the wild boars root through it. What will the deer eat this winter? Lin Xiao furrowed his brow in contemplation and said solemnly, Father, Uncle Li, we cannot let these wild boars remain. The longer we wait, the bolder they become, and they will eventually harm someone. I will call Huzi and the Chen brothers. We shall take our hunting dogs and deal with this pack of wild boars. Lin Jiangwo nodded in agreement. I will join you. The hides of wild boars are tough, and it won't suffice for just you young men alone. The hunting rifles at home have been cleaned, and the ammunition is well stocked. We should also take some machetes and ropes. The sooner we set out, the sooner we shall return. With that, Lin Jiangwo turned to retrieve the hunting rifle, while Lin Xiao hurried to Huzi's home. Huzi lived next door, and his hunting skills were reliable, providing an extra layer of assurance. Upon hearing of the wild boar's descent, Huzi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grabbed his rifle and rushed outside. Shower, I've been waiting for this day. The last time we caught the forest frogs left me wanting more. This time, I must face the wild boars. Qingya and Dahui joined in the excitement, their tails wagging joyfully. The two then proceeded to the Chun household, where the brothers Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun, seasoned hunters familiar with the terrain, readily agreed to join the hunt upon hearing of the wild boars. They grabbed their rifles and machetes and followed suit. The group gathered at the village entrance, where Lin Jiangwo assessed their equipment: 4 hunting rifles, 6 machetes, 2 bundles of sturdy hemp rope, and a military shovel that Lin Xiao had borrowed from the Forest Protection Department for digging traps. Dahui and Qingya led the way, while the Chun brothers, well acquainted with the terrain of the 6th field, took the lead. Lin Xiao, the wild boars were seen earlier today in the wheat fields on the west slope. That area is open, with several earth mounds perfect for setting traps. As they made their way toward the 6th field, They encountered the aftermath of the wild boar's rampage. The wheat shoots uprooted and scattered across the ground. The earthen walls of farms bore gaping holes. With cabbage leaves and potato peels strewn about, some households even found their woodpiles toppled. The extent of the wild boar's destruction was evident. Uncle Lee pointed towards a distant moving shadow. "Look over there." The group quickly took cover behind an earth mound and followed Uncle Lee's direction. Indeed, a dozen wild boars were foraging in the wheat field. The adult boars were robust, their brownish-black bristles matted with snow and mud, their tusks exposed, presenting a fearsome sight. A few young ones trailed behind the adults, occasionally nibbling on the exposed wheat shoots. Lin Xiao counted. There were 15 adult boars and 4 young ones. Just as Uncle Lee had said, the numbers were overwhelming. A direct confrontation would not suffice. They would need to employ traps. Lin Xiao lowered his voice and said, "Uncle Lee, could you please return and summon the able-bodied men from the division to assist in digging the traps? Many hands make light work. Brother Wenyong, Brother Wenjun, let us first select a suitable location and mark the lines. Huzi, you and my father should keep an eye on this spot with the hunting dogs. Ensure the wild boars do not escape and remain undisturbed." He pointed to a low-lying area at the foot of the slope. That spot is lower in elevation, and if the wild boars venture there, they will fall directly into the traps. We shall dig 5 deep pits, aligned in a straight line, spaced 3 meters apart. Each pit will be 3 meters deep and 4 meters wide. With such dimensions, a full-grown wild boar will certainly be unable to climb out. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao, along with Chun Wenyong and Chun Wenjun, began to outline the 5 4-meter square pits in the hollow with machetes. Before long, Uncle Lee returned with over 20 strong men from the division, each wielding shovels and picks, with some even carrying bundles of firewood. The biting cold rendered the ground hard as stone, and each strike of the pick only left a pale mark. Chun Wenyong spat in frustration. This wretched land is harder than rock. Anticipating the difficulty, Lin Xiao instructed everyone to stack the firewood within the outlines of each pit and set it ablaze. After roasting for a full 20 minutes, the frozen earth became somewhat pliable, making the digging gradually easier. The traps needed to be 3 meters deep to be effective, and the 4-meter square dimensions had to be precise. Otherwise, they would not be able to contain the herd of wild boars. The young men worked in cooperation, with the stronger individuals using picks to break the frozen ground, while the nimble-handed ones shoveled the earth out with shovels. Women also arrived to assist, bringing hot water for warmth and cornmeal cakes for sustenance. Lin Xiao, Chun Wenyong, and Chun Wenjun took charge, ensuring that each trap met the required specifications. Chun Wenjun used his machete to clear away the surrounding weeds and stones, piling the excavated frozen earth around the traps to form half-meter-high earthen mounds. This would not only obscure visibility, but also guide the wild boars toward the traps. The dogs, De Hui and Qinya, occasionally trotted over to sniff the traps before scampering off to patrol the perimeter, as if dutifully keeping watch. Midway through their task, Huzi rushed over and whispered, "Shower. Several wild boars are approaching." Lin Xiao quickly instructed everyone to hide in the nearby woods, with the young men gripping their picks and shovels tightly. Not daring to make a sound, 3 adult wild boars ambled toward the hollow, their noses sniffing the ground. Upon reaching the earthen mound, they paused to rub against it. Lin Xiao's heart raced. He clutched the .56 semi-automatic rifle on his back, a weapon he always carried, as it possessed far greater firepower than a hunting rifle, specifically reserved for such formidable creatures. Fortunately, the wild boars merely passed by, sniffed a few times, and then turned away, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. After laboring for more than 3 hours, the 5 pits, each 3 meters deep and 4 meters wide, were finally completed. Lin Xiao instructed the group to lay a layer of sturdy twigs over the traps, securely binding them with vines, and finally covering everything with a thick layer of snow and dry grass. From a distance, the ground appeared indistinguishable from its surroundings, with even the earthen mounds concealed under the snow, leaving no trace of the traps. The preparations for the traps were complete. Everyone had worked hard. Lin Xiao clasped his hands together in greeting to the villagers, then summoned the hunters to allocate tasks. My father and brother Wenyong took the hunting dogs and began driving the wild boars from the eastern wheat fields toward the lowland. Brother Wenjun and Huzi stood guard on the western side, igniting torches to prevent the boars from fleeing into the mountains. I took my post on the earthen slope behind the traps, ready to eliminate any escapees, particularly the largest boar, the king of the wild. Once the assignments were made, everyone took their positions. Lin Jiangwo and Chun De stealthily maneuvered with the hunting dogs to the eastern edge of the wheat fields. Lin Jiangwo picked up the firecrackers, remnants from the New Year celebrations, which he never anticipated would prove useful now. He ignited the firecrackers, their crackling sounds shattering the tranquility of the forest. The wild boars, startled by the sudden commotion, raised their heads and began to look around. Dahui and Qinya seized the opportunity to bark furiously and charged toward the boars. Boom! Lin Xiao fired another shot, the bullet striking the ground beside a wild boar, sending up a spray of snow. The boars, now in a frenzy, scattered in panic. Lin Xiao and Chun urged the hunting dogs onward, shouting as they drove the boars toward the lowland. In the west, Chen Er and Huzi also sprang into action, waving their torches and calling out to steer the boars away from the mountains. A dozen boars, disoriented, sprinted toward the lowland. Lin Xiao crouched on the slope, intently watching the herd, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. As the first wild boar plunged into the lowland, a loud splash echoed, followed by its anguished cries. Soon after, the second and third boars fell into the trap, filling it with a cacophony of roars and struggles. Yet, 10 more wild boars hesitated at the edge of the trap. Uncertain after witnessing their companions fall, Lin Xiao quickly fired his gun, the bullet striking a boar's leg. The injured boar squealed in pain, igniting its primal instincts, and charged toward Lin Xiao, followed by the others. Alarmed, Lin Xiao shouted and leaped down from the slope, raising his hunting rifle to fire again, bringing another boar crashing to the ground. Huzi and Chun Wenjun rushed over, firing at the boars. Chun Wenjun's aim was precise. He shot one boar directly in the head, and it collapsed instantly. However, the momentum of the boar herd was overwhelming. The largest boar, clearly the king of the wild, was significantly larger than the others. Its bristles nearly black, tusks long and sharp, with pine needles and dirt clinging to its shoulders, an evident survivor of many battles, charged toward Huzi. Huzi dodged just in time, but slipped on the snow, nearly being trampled. Huzi, be careful, Lin Xiao shouted, swiftly raising his 56 rifle and taking aim at the boar king's head. Bang! The bullet struck its forehead but ricocheted off the thick bone armor, leaving only a streak of blood. The boar king, enraged by the pain, turned and charged at Lin Xiao, its hooves flying, sending snow flying half a meter high. Lin Xiao had no time to adjust his stance and could only roll to the side to evade the charge, the boar king's tusks grazing his wolf fur coat, tearing a long gash that exposed the cotton stuffing within. Lin Jiangwo and Chun Wenyong also arrived, and the four of them encircled the boar king and the remaining wild boars, forming a tight perimeter. Dahui and Qinya barked furiously at the boar king, occasionally darting forward to nip at its hind legs, disrupting its movements. The boar king, in a fit of rage, tossed its head violently and charged against a nearby tree, producing a sharp crack as the thick trunk bent under the force, causing snow to cascade from the leaves. It turned its head, its blood-red eyes fixated on Lin Xiao, clearly remembering the earlier gunfire, and charged at him once more. The boar king's skull was too thick for a frontal shot to be effective. He would have to wait until it was closer to strike. Lin Xiao shouted, quickly retreating behind a large tree, gripping his firearm tightly. His gaze locked onto the boar king. The force of its charge intensified, the ground trembling beneath its weight. Just as the boar king was about to reach the tree, Lin Xiao swiftly sidestepped and leaned out, the barrel of his gun nearly brushing against the boar's face as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The second shot struck the boar king in the eye, blood gushing forth instantly, and the creature let out a piercing howl, its massive body losing balance and crashing into the tree. Yet it was not dead. It struggled to rise, blood streaming from its blinded eye, a grotesque sight. Seizing the opportunity, Chun Wenyong circled behind the boar king, raising his machete to strike at its hind leg. With a sickening thud, the blade sank into the flesh, blood pouring forth immediately. In agony, the boar king thrashed wildly, turning to charge at Chun Wenyong, who narrowly evaded its tusks. Huzi and Lin Jiangwo also advanced, swinging their machetes to divert the boar king's attention. Lin Xiao seized this fleeting moment, dashing forward to aim the barrel of his firearm at the gaping wound in the boar king's eye, resolutely pulling the trigger for the third time. Bang! The bullet penetrated the wound, obliterating the boar's skull and splattering blood and brain matter across the snow. The massive body of the boar king trembled, its forelegs buckling, and with a thunderous crash, it fell into the snow, convulsing briefly before lying still. At last, Lin Xiao exhaled a sigh of relief, his hands still trembling from the harrowing ordeal. Each of those 3 shots had been perilously close to disaster. Any misstep could have led to grievous injury from the boar king. Dahui and Qinya hurried to the fallen beast, barking triumphantly at its corpse as if declaring their victory. With the boar king vanquished, the remaining wild boars became disoriented, leaderless, and scattered in chaos. Lin Xiao and the others coordinated their efforts, Some fired their weapons while others wielded machetes, with Dahui and Qingyu assisting by occasionally bringing down smaller boars. After more than half an hour of intense battle, the 6 remaining adult wild boars and 4 smaller ones were finally subdued, leaving the snow littered with their carcasses and blood, staining the pristine white. Exhausted, the group collapsed in the snow, gasping for breath. Lin Xiao's wolf fur coat had been torn by the boar king, and a small cut from a tusk bled on his arm. Hu Zi's face was flushed from the cold, his hunting rifle still trembling in his hands. Chen Dazhu rubbed his sore arms, exclaiming, "That boar king was fierce. I nearly didn't make it out alive." Lin Jiangwo inspected the wild boars trapped in the snare, 5 adults still struggling within. Unable to escape due to the depth and width of the trap, only able to emit desperate cries. He chuckled and said, "Indeed, strength lies in numbers." With such a vast trap, not only wild boars, but even a herd of roe deer could be halted. These 5 live ones will surely provide a sumptuous feast for our fellow villagers. Lin Xiao nodded, rising to his feet as he declared, "First, let us bind the wild boar trapped inside. Then we shall carry the wild boars outside back to the distribution area. With so many wild boars, their hides can be sold, and their meat shared among the villagers, thus ridding us of a great nuisance. Thank you all for your hard work." The young men who had previously dug the trap soon gathered around. United in purpose, they secured the wild boar within the trap with sturdy ropes, using a robust wooden lever to hoist the boars up in groups. The sheer size of the wild boars required 5 or 6 individuals to lift a single adult. Fortunately, the group was large, and they took turns, gradually transporting the boars to the distribution area. Dahui and Qingyu trailed beside them, occasionally sniffing at the carcasses, then darting ahead to clear the path, as if to boast of their contributions. Upon returning to the 6th distribution area, the villagers had already gathered at the village entrance. Upon seeing the group returning with so many wild boars, they erupted in cheers. Uncle Li rushed over, shaking Lin Xiao's hand with palpable excitement. "Lin Xiao, I cannot thank you enough. At last, we have rid ourselves of this menace." Lin Xiao smiled, replying, "This is the result of our collective effort. With so many wild boars, we can share them among the villagers, ensuring everyone enjoys a bountiful year ahead." The villagers busily transported the wild boars to the drying ground, while Lin Jiangwo and several local elders took charge of the distribution. The adult wild boars were substantial, allowing for each family to receive a hefty portion, though smaller. The young ones were more tender and designated for families with children. Lin Xiao specifically reserved the meat of the boar king for the injured Zhang and Wang families, stating, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, your families have suffered greatly. The boar king's meat is the most nourishing, perfect for restoring your children's health." Wang Xiulan also arrived to assist, bringing hot water and clean cloths to tend to Lin Xiao and the injured villagers. Noticing a wound on Lin Xiao's arm, she expressed her concern. "You mustn't exert yourself so next time. It's far too dangerous." Lin Xiao reassured her with a smile. "Mother, it is but a minor injury. Just look at how many wild boars there are. We shall have enough to eat for several days and even prepare some cured meat for the new year." As the villagers divided the wild boars, they expressed their gratitude towards Lin Xiao and his companions. Someone proposed, "Lin Xiao, given your exceptional hunting skills, why not become our hunting captain for the distribution area? If any beasts descend the mountains again, we shall heed your command." The crowd readily agreed. But Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands. "I merely lent a helping hand. If anyone requires assistance in the future, let us discuss it together." As dusk fell, the fragrant aroma of pork wafted through the distribution area. Lin Xiao's family had prepared a large pot of wild boar stew, adding potatoes and vermicelli. The savory scent permeating the courtyard. Hu Zi and the Chun brothers stayed at Lin's house for dinner, gathering around the heated table, savoring the wild boar meat, sipping warm corn porridge, and recounting the thrilling experiences of their wild boar hunt earlier in the day. With a piece of wild boar meat in hand, Hu Zi exclaimed, "Brother Xiao, today was absolutely exhilarating. Next time, if wild boars descend again, let us hunt once more." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Let us hope there are no more wild boars descending. The villagers have suffered too great a loss. However, if other game presents itself, we shall venture to the mountains once more in search of fortune." Lin Jiangwo took a sip of wine and remarked, "The snowfall this year is heavy, making it difficult to find game in the mountains. We should prepare in advance and dig a few more traps, just in case." After their meal, Lin Xiao and his father went to inspect the roe deer breeding farm. Upon seeing that the hay was intact and the deer were leisurely grazing in the shelter, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief. Lin Jiangwo suggested, "Let us dig a few traps around the breeding farm and reinforce the walls to protect the deer from wild beasts." Lin Xiao nodded, contemplating taking action the next day. As they exited the farm, snow began to fall again, the delicate flakes landing on their faces, chilling them to the bone. Lin Xiao gazed at the warm glow emanating from the homes in the village, listening to the distant sounds of laughter and joy, feeling a warmth in his heart. He understood that as long as the villagers united in their efforts, no challenge was insurmountable. Although this winter was cold, the hunting season infused the village with warmth and hope. Chapter 72. A person found by the roadside. 3 days had passed since the wild boar hunt. Yet the villagers of the 6th Division continued to speak fondly of Lin Xiao. The threshing yard was filled with cured wild boar meat, and the aroma of cooking meat wafted from every chimney. Just as Lin Xiao helped Chen Wenyong rebuild the wall of his home, a messenger from the logging team arrived, riding an old bicycle, braving the cold wind. The bicycle bell jingled incessantly. Lin Xiao. Is Comrade Lin Xiao here? An urgent message from the county armed forces. Lin Xiao hurried to greet him. The messenger pulled a letter, sealed with the red emblem of the county armed forces, from his canvas bag and handed it to him, saying, "The county militia is holding an emergency meeting. You, as deputy commander, must report to the county armed forces by tomorrow morning for important work directives." Lin Jiangwo leaned in and inquired, "What kind of meeting is so urgent? Is something serious happening?" The messenger shook his head. "I'm not sure of the details. Only that it relates to winter safety, and the deputy commander must attend the meeting punctually." After bidding farewell to the messenger, Lin Xiao opened the envelope to find a neatly printed meeting notice, signed by the county People's Armed Forces, dated yesterday. Wang Xiulan frowned and said, "In this bitter cold, it's over 30 miles to the county and back. The roads are thick with snow and slippery. You must be cautious." Lin Xiao smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, mother. I'll set off early and take my time." He planned to purchase some New Year goods in the county and buy a piece of floral fabric for his sister Lin Xiao to make a new dress. Early the next morning, before dawn, Lin Xiao rose from bed. Wang Xiulan had prepared corn porridge and steamed several white buns, a rare treat saved for the new year, specifically for Lin Xiao to take on his journey. Clad in a thick wolf fur coat, with the 54 caliber pistol provided by the armed forces secured at his waist for protection, he packed the buns and pickles his mother had prepared into a cloth bag, tucking it close to his body for warmth. In the yard stood a dark green Changjiang 750 motorcycle, a special provision from the armed forces during the last militia commendation. Its body polished to a shine and equipped with a sidecar. Lin Jiangwo accompanied him to the door, advising, "Listen more and speak less during the meeting. The leaders from the armed forces are experienced. Don't be hasty. Ride slowly. The roads are slippery with snow, so be careful." Lin Xiao nodded, donned his helmet, and mounted the motorcycle. With a turn of the key, the engine roared to life, its sound piercing the tranquil morning air. The snow had fallen throughout the night, thickening the layer on the road. He maneuvered the throttle with utmost caution, the wheels of his motorcycle leaving 2 distinct trails as they pressed through the snow. The power of the Changjiang 750 was substantial. It glided smoothly even on the snowy terrain, significantly faster than walking. In the distance, the mountains were draped in a white blanket, leaving only the dark silhouettes of tree trunks visible, resembling an ink wash painting. Within less than an hour, Lin Xiao reached the outskirts of the county town. The county was bustling compared to the forest farm. Shops lining the streets were open, with piles of swept snow at their entrances. Pedestrians, bundled in thick cotton coats, hurried along, tucking their necks in against the cold. He parked his motorcycle in the designated area outside the armed forces office. Upon seeing his vehicle and credentials, the sentry greeted him with a smile and a salute. "Good morning, Deputy Commander Lin." Lin Xiao returned the gesture and followed the sentry into the meeting room. The meeting room was already occupied by several individuals, all heads of militia groups from various townships and forest farms. Lin Xiao scanned the room and recognized a few familiar faces from previous militia training sessions. He chose a seat towards the back and had just settled in when the county's armed forces minister, Zhang Jianjun, entered, followed by several staff members. Minister Zhang, in his 50s, was tall and weathered, bearing the marks of a veteran who had transitioned from military life. "Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting," Minister Zhang declared in a resonant voice, imbued with the authority characteristic of a military man. "The purpose of today's gathering is to outline the winter safety precautions." This winter was notably colder than previous years, with heavy snowfall causing wildlife in the mountains to descend in search of food, leading to an increasing number of disturbances. 3 townships had already reported incidents involving wild boars and wolves attacking people and property. As he spoke, Minister Zhang revealed a blackboard behind him, chalked with the damage reports from various townships. Donggo Township, where wild boars had ravaged 20 acres of wheat and injured 1 person, Kaoshan Village, where a pack of wolves had attacked sheep, killing over 30, and Heshi Town, where a black bear had collapsed a house, fortunately without casualties. Lin Xiao felt a weight in his heart. He had not anticipated that other areas, apart from their forest farm, were also grappling with wildlife encroachment, and in fact, their situations were more dire. The safety of our citizens' lives and property is paramount. Minister Zhang slammed his hand on the table. Our militia's duty is to protect our homeland and safeguard our fellow townsfolk. Effective immediately. Each unit must establish patrol teams to monitor the villages and the peripheries of the forest farms daily. We must organize the community to set traps and erect barriers to prevent wildlife intrusions. Furthermore, we must conduct awareness campaigns, advising the townsfolk to refrain from venturing out alone. Especially at night, should any signs of wild animals be discovered, it is imperative to report promptly and mobilize forces to eliminate the threat, ensuring that no harm comes to our people. Subsequently, the various staff members elaborated on the planned patrol routes, trap-setting protocols, and emergency response procedures. Lin Xiao listened intently, taking notes in a notebook he had specifically brought from home, which had previously belonged to his sister Lin Xiao, with arithmetic problems inscribed on the back page. When it was time for the heads of the militia groups to speak, Lin Xiao stood and recounted the incident of the wild boar hunt in the 6th district, particularly emphasizing the experience of organizing the community to dig large traps. Minister Zhang responded with evident approval, stating, "Comrade Lin Xiao, you have done excellently. It is essential to mobilize and rely on the community. Strength lies in numbers. The 3-meter deep, 4-meter square pit you excavated proved to be quite effective. We should compile this experience and distribute it to various units for reference." Lin Xiao promptly remarked, "This is the result of our fellow villagers' collective efforts. We merely organized the initiative." The heads of other townships eagerly posed questions, and Lin Xiao patiently addressed their inquiries about the placement and concealment of the traps. The meeting extended until after 2 o'clock in the afternoon, at which point Minister Zhang invited everyone to the Armed Forces canteen for a simple lunch of stir-fried dishes and steamed buns. Though the flavors were modest, they were filling. After the meal, Lin Xiao visited the supply and marketing cooperative in the county town to purchase some New Year's goods. He bought 2 pounds of premium Longjing tea for his parents, a piece of imported pink floral fabric, and 2 boxes of fruit candies for his sister, as well as some finely packaged salt and soy sauce, items that could not be found at the forest farm. Having earned a considerable sum from his sika deer breeding business, he found these purchases effortless. When he paid, he effortlessly produced a thick wad of cash from his wallet, causing the cashier to glance at him in surprise. Placing his purchases in the side compartment of his motorcycle, Lin Xiao glanced at the sky and decided to return early, hoping to finalize the militia's arrangements before nightfall. The journey back required even greater caution. The sun hung low in the west, the temperature dropping rapidly, and the biting cold wind felt like a knife against his face. Lin Xiao raised the collar of his wolf fur coat higher and slowed his speed as he rode forward. As he approached a ridge about 7 or 8 miles from the forest farm, he faintly heard a weak moaning sound emanating from the nearby woods. Alarmed, Lin Xiao instinctively reached for the .54 pistol at his waist. This remote area had recently experienced a sighting of wild animals descending from the mountains, and he feared someone might be in danger. He steadied his motorcycle, removed the key, and tucked it into his pocket as he followed the sound. Parting the branches at the roadside, he discovered a person curled up in the snow. Lin Xiao hurried over and crouched down for a closer look. It was a young woman, clad in a thin blue work uniform, with nothing but a patched autumn shirt underneath. Her pants were equally insubstantial, and she wore a pair of tattered rubber shoes, the soles worn through and revealing her frostbitten toes. Her hair was disheveled, her face smeared with snow and dirt, her lips cracked and bleeding, and her eyes tightly shut as she emitted faint groans. Lin Xiao reached out to feel her forehead, which was burning hot, and then touched her hand, which was icy cold. Miss, please wake up." He gently shook her. The young woman slowly opened her eyes, her gaze unfocused. She glanced at Lin Xiao, her lips moved, but no sound emerged, and then she fell unconscious again. Lin Xiao's heart sank, judging by her attire and appearance. She resembled a sent-down youth. In recent years, many young people had been sent to various forest farms and rural areas. However, he had no idea which youth group she belonged to or how she ended up here alone. The situation was urgent, and time was of the essence. Lin Xiao removed the cloth bag from his back and placed it in the side compartment, then carefully lifted the young woman into his arms. She was remarkably light, her frail frame reduced to mere bones, and he could distinctly feel her trembling. He took off his wolf fur coat and wrapped it around her, using the cloth bag to cover her feet, and gently placed her into the motorcycle's side compartment. He then took his seat at the handlebars. Starting the engine and heading toward the county town, which lay over 20 miles away, even farther from the forest farm. His only option was to take her to the county hospital first. Driving cautiously with a passenger, Lin Xiao kept the speed deliberately low, striving to maintain stability in the sidecar. The woman lay within, occasionally emitting faint groans, her feverish breath seeping through the wolf fur coat, heightening his anxiety. After more than half an hour, Lin Xiao arrived at the county hospital. He gingerly lifted the woman from the sidecar and rushed into the emergency room, where the attending physician promptly approached, inquiring about the situation. Lin Xiao hastily responded, "Doctor, she collapsed by the roadside, has a fever, her body is icy. And it seems she is both starved and frozen." The doctor quickly placed the woman on the examination table, took out a stethoscope to listen to her heart, and checked her pulse, his brow furrowing in concern. "First, let's measure her temperature and draw some blood for tests. Xiaozhong, fetch a thermometer and blood collection needles." The nurse swiftly returned with the necessary items. After measuring her temperature, it registered a concerning 39.5 degrees Celsius. As the doctor administered intravenous fluids, he remarked, "The patient is suffering from severe malnutrition compounded by a cold, along with hypoglycemia. Fortunately, she was brought in on time. Had it been any later, it could have been perilous. Her feet are severely frostbitten, and given the state of her shoes, it seems she must have walked a considerable distance." Lin Xiao gazed at the woman's worn-out rubber shoes, feeling a pang of sorrow. How far must one traverse to wear down the soles so? Once the floor was set up, the doctor instructed Lin Xiao to complete the admission paperwork. Lin Xiao touched the wallet in his pocket, reassured by the funds it contained to cover all expenses. He followed the nurse to the payment window, promptly handing over 500 yuan as a deposit for a private room. Noticing his generosity, the doctor's demeanor became even more accommodating. "She needs ample rest now. Please procure some light food for her. Once she awakens, it will help replenish her strength." Lin Xiao nodded, requesting the nurse to keep an eye on her, before stepping out of the hospital to find a nearby eatery. The restaurant was warm, and the owner, a kindly matron, noticed Lin Xiao covered in snow and exclaimed, "Young man, come in and warm up. What would you like to eat?" Lin Xiao replied, "A bowl of millet porridge, please, something light, along with 2 steamed buns." The matron observed him and asked, "Is this for that young lady? I saw you carry her into the hospital." Lin Xiao confirmed, and she sighed, "That girl seems quite unfortunate. I'll give you a little extra porridge and some brown sugar to help her recover." The millet porridge was thick and steaming, and the matron even packed it in an insulated container. After paying, Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, ma'am." She waved her hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Everyone faces difficulties when out in the world. Hurry and take it to the girl while it's hot." Carrying the insulated container, Lin Xiao returned to the hospital, where the woman remained unconscious, her eyes tightly shut, her brows slightly knitted as if trapped in a nightmare. Lin Xiao settled into the chair beside her bed, observing her. She appeared quite young, perhaps only 18 or 19, with fair skin. Despite the dirt smudged across her face, her delicate features were evident. Lin Xiao pondered her background. What commune was she from? How had she ended up alone in the desolate mountains? He rummaged through her pocket, hoping to find identification or letters, but instead discovered a crumpled note bearing an address, a commune in a neighboring county, and a name, Shingu. Shinjelin contemplated the name, and gradually deduced that it likely belonged to a young intellectual from a neighboring county, though he could not fathom why she had come here. He approached the doctor, holding the slip of paper, and inquired, "Doctor, could you assist me in reaching out to the intellectual point in the neighboring county? This young lady hails from there. Her name is Shingu." The doctor shook his head. "It is nearly closing time, and the post office is already shut. There is no way to make contact. You will have to wait until tomorrow when we can make a call." As time slipped away, the evening sky darkened, leaving only a solitary desk lamp illuminating the ward. Lin Xiao pinned a note to his family, enlisting the nurse's help to deliver it to the communications officer at the logging site, who happened to still be in the county town and planned to return to the logging site early the next morning. The note conveyed that he had matters to attend to in the county town and would return a day later, assuring his parents not to worry. He remained by Su Wanqing's bedside, occasionally brushing his fingers against her forehead. Her fever had subsided somewhat, yet she was still burning hot. When the nurse arrived to change the four, she remarked, "Her condition has stabilized considerably. She should awaken soon. You have had a long day. Would you like to rest in the chair beside you?" Lin Xiao shook his head. "I will wait a little longer. I shall rest once she awakens." As night fell around 8 o'clock, Su Wanqing remained unconscious. Lin Xiao gazed out the window, noting that snow had begun to fall again, this time quite heavily, indicating that returning to the logging site tonight would be impossible. Remembering that Su Wanqing was clad only in thin garments and lacked appropriate footwear, He resolved to return to the logging site to retrieve some of his sister's old clothes. Though the garments bore patches, they were clean and would certainly provide more warmth than what Su Wanqing was currently wearing. He sought out the duty nurse and, with sincere earnestness, said, "Nurse, I kindly ask you to keep a close eye on Shungu in bed 3. If she awakens, please offer her some millet porridge. I shall return shortly with some clothing and will come back first thing in the morning." As he spoke, he extracted 10 yuan from his wallet and handed it over as a token of appreciation for her efforts. The nurse quickly waved her hand. "I cannot accept this money. Caring for patients is my responsibility. Rest assured, I will take good care of her when she wakes." Lin Xiao replied gratefully, "Thank you, nurse. I truly appreciate your help." Upon exiting the hospital, the snow had intensified, with accumulation now surpassing his ankles. Lin Xiao had left his wolf fur coat in the ward, although it was somewhat chilly. The warmth from the motorcycle's engine enveloped him as he mounted it. He tightened his cotton jacket and started the Changjiang 750, heading towards the logging site. The wheels churned through the snow, sending up plumes of frost, as he thought of Shungu waiting for clothes at the hospital, pressing the throttle with steady resolve. In less than an hour, Lin Xiao arrived at the logging site, where he spotted Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan anxiously pacing by the entrance. Upon hearing the motorcycle, they rushed to greet him. "Son, why have you returned so late? Was the meeting unsatisfactory?" Lin Xiao steadied the bike, removed his helmet, and, too frozen to articulate a response, simply waved his hand as he stepped inside. Once inside, the warm air enveloped Lin Xiao, instantly easing his tension. He stomped the snow from his feet and removed his shoes, allowing the melted snow to trickle down. Wang Xiulan hurriedly brought a basin of hot water. "Quickly, soak your feet. You must be frozen. Where is your wolf fur coat?" As he soaked his feet, Lin Xiao recounted his encounter with Shungu. After listening, Wang Xiulan sighed. "That young lady is truly unfortunate. Quickly find Xiao Xiao's old clothes, select a few warm pieces, and locate a pair of cotton shoes. If that's not possible, purchase her a new pair, as we can easily afford it." Lin Xiao, upon hearing that her brother had rescued a female educated youth, hurried over to assist, rummaging through her wardrobe to produce several thick cotton jackets and trousers. "Brother, these are a few pieces I wore last year. They are well made and warm, albeit a bit small. She is thinner than I am, so she should fit into them." Lin Xiao observed that the garments were crafted from clean, fine cotton fabric adorned with simple embroidery, and remarked, "These are quite good. Now, let us find a pair of cotton shoes." Lin Xiao then retrieved a pair of red cotton shoes, made for her by Wang Xiulan last year, with plum blossoms embroidered on the upper and nearly unworn. Wang Xiulan neatly folded the clothes and shoes, placing them into a new coarse cloth bag, and then produced several steamed buns and a packet of high-quality brown sugar. "Take this along for the girl as breakfast. She can drink the brown sugar dissolved in water to replenish her energy and blood. If necessary, we can buy her some malt extract in the county tomorrow. It is nutritious." Lin Xiao nodded, accepting the cloth bag, feeling warmth in her heart. After soaking her feet, Lin Xiao had a little food before retiring to bed, utterly exhausted. She fell asleep shortly after lying down, planning in her mind to deliver the clothes early the next morning and then gather the militia members to discuss winter patrols. Chapter 73, Attracting Talent as Dawn Broke. With the chickens yet to crow, Lin Xiao awoke. The snowfall outside had ceased, and a faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, streaming through the window and casting a soft, pale blue glow on the snow-covered ground. Rubbing her eyes, she sat up, feeling the warmth of the cloth bag she had tucked under her arm last night, containing clothes for Shungu and the brown sugar buns prepared by her mother. "Awake so early?" Wang Xiulan's voice called from the outer room, and moments later, the door curtain was lifted as she entered with a basin of hot water. "I've boiled the water for you. Wash up, have some hot porridge, and then set off. I've boiled 2 eggs for that girl, peeled and placed in a thermos, so they don't get cold on the way." Lin Xiao took the basin of hot water, smiling as she replied, "Mother, you are so considerate. Even more so than I am." After washing up, Lin Xiao drank 2 bowls of corn porridge, packed the thermos and cloth bag, and hurried out of the courtyard. The snow on the Longjiang 750 motorcycle had been cleared by Lin Jiangwo, its dark green body gleaming with a steady luster in the morning light. "Take it slow on the road. If the girl is in good condition, ask her what her plans are," Lin Jiangwo said, leaning against the doorframe, broom in hand. "There's no rush with the militia. Let us first ensure the girl is settled." Lin Xiao nodded, donned her helmet, and mounted the motorcycle, which roared to life with a couple of revs. The morning air was particularly brisk, seeping into her lungs like shards of ice. Yet the sun was beginning to rise over the distant peaks, casting a golden sheen on the snowy landscape. She dared not drive too fast. the sound of the tires crunching through the snow resonating sharply in the stillness of the morning. Less than an hour later, she arrived at the county entrance. Not far from the hospital, there was a breakfast stall run by an elderly couple, exuding steam. Lin Xiao stopped her motorcycle and approached, saying, "Sir, I would like 2 bowls of soy milk and 4 freshly steamed meat buns, please." The old man chuckled and replied, "Certainly. Deputy Team Leader, good morning. I saw you riding the motorcycle to take the girl to the hospital yesterday." Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the old gentleman recognized him. Likely because he often bought breakfast here when he visited the county. After paying for the steamed buns and soy milk, Lin Xiao took the items and headed towards the hospital. Upon entering the inpatient department building, he was greeted by a faint scent of disinfectant, a stark contrast to the warmth of home. The duty nurse noticed him and cheerfully called out, "Comrade Lin, you're here." Miss Shen in bed 3 woke up early this morning and has already freshened up. She seems much better. Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him and promptly replied, "That's wonderful. Thank you for looking after her." As he approached the door to the hospital room, Lin Xiao gently knocked. A clear yet slightly hoarse voice responded from within, "Come in." The moment he opened the door, he was struck by the transformation of the girl in the bed. She was no longer the dirt-covered, unconscious figure from the day before. Shingu had washed her face, and her previously grimy cheeks now appeared clean, revealing her delicate features. Her skin was alabaster, reminiscent of porcelain that had long been deprived of sunlight, though it bore a faint waxen hue due to malnutrition. Her long, raven hair was simply tied back into a ponytail, with a few stray strands framing her face, accentuating her large, expressive eyes, which resembled dark grapes submerged in water, radiating an ethereal vitality. She was still clad in the hospital gown, which hung loosely on her frail frame, yet she no longer appeared as disheveled as the day prior. "Brother Lin?" Shingu exclaimed upon seeing him, her surprise evident as she attempted to rise from the bed. Lin Xiao gently pressed her back down, saying, "Don't get up. You've just woken up and your body is still weak. Just sit comfortably." He placed the breakfast in a cloth bag on the bedside table, opening the thermal bag. "I bought soy milk and meat buns from the entrance, along with a boiled egg that my mother prepared for you. Please eat while it's warm." He handed her a set of his sister's clothes, freshly laundered. "Change into these when you're ready. They'll be much warmer than the hospital gown." As Shungu gazed at the steaming breakfast on the bedside table, tears welled in her eyes. She bit her lip and softly said, "Brother Lin, thank you so much for your kindness yesterday, and to your mother as well. I truly don't know how to repay you." Lin Xiao smiled as he handed her the soy milk. "No need for thanks. We all have our struggles. Just eat before it cools down." Cradling the warm soy milk in her hands, Shingu took a small sip, the warmth cascading down her throat and dispelling the chill within her. She picked up a meat bun and took a delicate bite, savoring the flavor. It had been so long since she had tasted something so delightful that her eyes began to glisten once more. Lin Xiao sat in a nearby chair, observing her as she nibbled, reminiscent of his sister Lin Xiao during her childhood, carefully savoring treats, reluctant to consume them too quickly for fear of finishing them too soon. After Shingu finished 2 buns and a bowl of soy milk, Lin Xiao handed her the cloth bag. "The clothes are inside. I'll step outside and watch the door while you change." He added, "There are shoes in there as well. They belong to my sister. Try them on to see if they fit." Shingu accepted the bag gratefully, saying, "Thank you, Brother Lin. I'm sorry for the trouble." Lin Xiao smiled, turned, and left the room, quietly closing the door behind him. The corridor was tranquil, with only the faint sound of pages turning from the nurse's station. Leaning against the wall, Lin Xiao pondered the circumstances surrounding Shingu. "Yesterday, I discovered a note in her pocket that mentioned the youth station in a neighboring county. How could she possibly have ended up here? Moreover, judging by her appearance, it seemed she had not left deliberately, but rather had encountered some form of distress." Before long, the door to the ward opened, and Shingu emerged. She wore Lin Xiao's blue cotton jacket and black cotton pants, although the clothing was slightly small. It fit her slender frame perfectly. On her feet were a pair of red cotton shoes embroidered with plum blossoms, which helped her frostbitten toes regain their color. Shingu, with a hint of embarrassment, lowered her head and twisted the hem of her garment, saying, "Brother Lin, the clothes fit well." "Thank you." Lin Xiao assessed her from head to toe and smiled. "As long as it fits well, that's all that matters. Quickly, return to your bed and don't catch a chill." They returned to the ward, where Lin Xiao poured her a cup of hot water before inquiring, "Miss Shun, yesterday I found a note in your pocket with the address of the Hongxing Youth Station in the neighboring county. How did you come from there to faint on the mountains of our county?" Upon hearing the name of the Hongxing Youth Station, Shun Ji's expression darkened, and the cup in her hands trembled slightly, causing hot water to splash onto her wrist, yet she remained oblivious. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke. Her voice thick with suppressed sobs. I came from the Hongxing Youth Station, but I no longer have a place to go. Lin Xiao's heart sank, and he quickly replied, Don't rush, take your time. If you're facing difficulties, perhaps I can be of assistance. Xinge lifted her head, her eyes brimming with tears that fell into the cup, creating ripples. Taking a deep breath, she began to recount her story. Shen Ji's family originally resided in the provincial capital, where her father owned a watch shop and her mother managed the household. Their circumstances were relatively comfortable, qualifying them as a petite bourgeois family in that era. However, when she turned 15, due to the issues surrounding their bourgeois status, their watch shop was shut down, and her parents were sent to the countryside for labor reform. Consequently, she was assigned to the youth station in the neighboring county at the age of 18. When I first arrived at the youth station, I knew nothing. Farming, pig raising, fetching water. I had to learn everything. Xinge wiped her tears, her voice hoarse. Although it was difficult, I held on to hope, thinking that once my parents were rehabilitated, we could reunite as a family. I scrimped and saved, hoarding the grain coupons I received each month to send to my parents. Yet fate played a cruel trick on her. Last winter, the youth station received a letter from the area where Shun Ji's parents had been sent, stating that they had tragically perished in a landslide. Upon hearing this news, Shun Gu fainted on the spot, and when she regained consciousness, she was bedridden for an entire month. Although her fellow youth companions were not particularly close to her, they took turns caring for her, bringing her water and food. As spring arrived, the youth began to return home, one by one leaving the station, some to the big cities, others to seek refuge with relatives. Shenji's voice grew increasingly faint. I too wish to return home, but I have no home left. My parents are gone, and our old house in the provincial capital has been seized. I don't even have a place to stay. The leaders at the youth station said my status is poor and refused to issue me a return certificate, even suspending my rations. With her rations depleted, Xinge could only survive on a meager supply of wild vegetables and the grain tickets left by her companions. As winter swiftly approached, the temperature dropped ominously, and she was still clad in the thin garments of summer, her food long since exhausted. In desperation, she unearthed the solitary piece of jewelry her mother had entrusted her with, a silver hairpin, intending to sell it in the neighboring county town for some money to procure food and warmer clothing. I had never ventured to the county town before. I only heard vague directions from the people at the commune, Xinge remarked with a bitter smile. That morning, before dawn, I set off, walking the entire day only to discover by evening that I had taken a wrong turn. It was not until I encountered a local woodcutter that I realized I had wandered into your county. Panic set in upon realizing her misdirection. And though she wished to retrace her steps, darkness had already enveloped the mountains, rendering them cold and treacherous. She had no choice but to seek refuge in a cave for the night. At first light, she resumed her journey, hoping to find a village to inquire about the correct path, but the farther she walked, the more lost she became. Her strength waned, having gone 2 days without food, relying solely on snowmelt to stave off hunger. Yesterday morning, she recounted, I could barely move. I spotted a ridge in the distance and thought that if I could climb over it, I might find a village. Gritting my teeth, I began to ascend. Halfway up, however, I became dizzy and weak, and before I knew it, I collapsed by the roadside. Had I not encountered you, Brother Lin, I might have frozen to death there. Overwhelmed by her recollections, Xinge could no longer contain her emotions, burying her face in the hospital bed and weeping softly. Her frail form appeared even more delicate under the sunlight, her shoulders trembling slightly. Lin Xiao, seated beside her, felt a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated that this seemingly graceful young woman had endured such hardships. The weight of her unfortunate circumstances, being the child of deceased parents and homeless, was a cruel burden for a girl of merely 18 or 19. Handing her a handkerchief, Lin Xiao gently reassured her, Do not cry. It is all in the past now. You are safe, and the priority is for you to regain your health. We will find solutions for the future as time unfolds. Xinge accepted the handkerchief, wiped her tears, and looked up at him. Brother Lin, I realize I have caused you trouble. Once I am well, I will sell the silver hairpin to repay you for the hospital and medical expenses. Lin Xiao waved his hand dismissively. There is no rush regarding the finances, and there is no need for you to sell the hairpin. It is a cherished memento from your mother and should not be part of a transaction. I have already settled the hospital fees. You should focus on your recovery. After a moment's contemplation, he added, If you will not mind, once you are better, you can stay at our forest farm for a while. We have extra rooms. And my mother would be delighted to have a girl like you around to keep my sister company. Xinge stared at him in disbelief. Brother Lin, are you serious? With my background, would my presence at your forest farm be a burden to your family? Lin Xiao chuckled warmly. Times are changing, and policies are becoming more lenient. What does it matter if your background is less than ideal? You have done nothing wrong. The folks at our farm are simple and will not concern themselves with such matters. In truth, Lin Xiao had his own considerations as well. Shen Gu, a well-educated youth, possessed a commendable ability to read and write, and was certainly adept at accounting. The hunting ground for roe deer, which she was associated with, was in dire need of someone with her skills. Previously, she had managed the accounts during her spare time, but the busyness often led to confusion, muddling the records of incoming and outgoing goods. If Shen Gu could remain to assist with the bookkeeping and registration, it would not only resolve her housing predicament, but also alleviate some of her burdens, achieving a delightful dual purpose. Thank you ever so much, Brother Lin, Shen Gu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with renewed hope. I can assist with chores, cook meals, do laundry, and even feed the pigs. I'm capable of anything. Lin Xiao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for you to handle those trivial tasks. My mother manages such affairs. He continued, I have an idea. I've established a roe deer breeding farm, and I am in need of a literate individual to manage the accounts and documentation. If you are willing, once you regain your strength, you could come to help out there. I can offer you a monthly salary along with food and lodging. Shin Ji's eyes brightened, and she nodded eagerly. I am willing. During my time at the youth station, I assisted the accountant with work points and bookkeeping, so I am quite capable. She had not anticipated her education would become so beneficial, nor did she foresee such a stable job opportunity. Her voice trembled with excitement as she assured him, Brother Lin, you can rest assured that I will perform my duties diligently and will not make any mistakes. Seeing the smile on her face, Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief. This arrangement would allow Shen Gu to find her footing at the farm, while also bringing more order to his roe deer breeding operation, a perfect solution indeed. As they conversed, the doctor entered to examine Shen Gu. With a smile, he remarked, your recovery is progressing well. The fever has subsided. A few more days of intravenous fluids for observation. And if all remains well, you will be discharged. Lin Xiao promptly inquired, Doctor, will her frostbite pose any issues? Is there a risk of long-term effects? The doctor reassured him, it's merely a mild frostbite. Applying some ointment will suffice. Just ensure she keeps warm in the future. After the doctor departed, Lin Xiao decided to return to the farm to inform his father, Lin Jiangwo, about Shun Ji's assistance at the breeding ground. He bid farewell to Shen Gu. Rest well. I will return shortly after speaking with my father and arranging a place for you to stay. Shen Gu nodded quickly. Brother Lin, please be careful on your way. Lin Xiao hastened out of the hospital, mounted his motorcycle, and soon arrived home. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's proposal, Lin Jiangwo immediately agreed. This is a splendid idea. The accounts at the breeding ground certainly require a reliable person. This girl seems grounded. She will do just fine. I will prepare the west wing and heat some water so that she can stay comfortably tonight. After catching his breath, Lin Xiao rode back to the county town. Upon returning to the ward, he found Shen Gu lost in thought, and she quickly sat up straight upon his arrival. Lin Xiao smiled and said, I've arranged your accommodation. The west wing is warm and ready for you. My father also approved the arrangement for the breeding ground, 20 yuan per month for your salary, along with food and lodging. What do you think? Shen Gu quickly replied, that is too much, Brother Lin. 10 yuan would suffice. I have no worries, so I cannot accept so much. Lin Xiao waved his hand. We shall settle on 20. That is what you deserve. By the way, you still have belongings at the youth station, correct? I will take you back the day after tomorrow to collect them. Afterward, we can head straight to the breeding ground for you to familiarize yourself with the environment. At noon, Lin Xiao visited the hospital cafeteria to procure a meal, which included braised pork, stir-fried greens, and rice. In recent days, Shen Gu has been consuming only light meals. Upon catching sight of the braised pork, her eyes sparkled with delight, yet she shyly remarked, Brother Lin, there is no need to order such exquisite dishes. It would be too extravagant. Lin Xiao pushed the braised pork towards her, saying, your health is fragile, and you require nourishment. Please eat up. My mother has said that you need to be well-fed and plump in order to teach effectively. After the meal, Lin Xiao went to the supply store to purchase some daily necessities for Shen Gu, a toothbrush, toothpaste, a towel, and a box of moisturizing cream. Overwhelmed by these tokens of care, Shen Gu found herself at a loss for words. Since the passing of her parents, no one had shown her such concern. Lin Xiao then extracted 50 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the bedside table, saying, take this money to buy something nourishing for yourself. If you need anything else, feel free to purchase it. He added, I will come to fetch you the day after tomorrow, and we will go to the youth station together to collect your belongings. Shen Gu hastily declined, but Lin Xiao insisted, pressing the money into her hands. Accept it as an advance on your wages. Taking good care of your health will give you the strength to work. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao visited the county's armed forces department, where he explained Shun Ji's situation to Minister Zhang, hoping to request assistance in obtaining a temporary identification certificate for her, facilitating her residency and employment at the logging site. Upon hearing Shun Ji's plight, Minister Zhang expressed his sympathy and said, "This young lady has faced considerable challenges. The stringent regulations regarding social status are not as rigid as they once were. I will assist you in obtaining her identification, and it will be delivered to you by tomorrow." Lin Xiao promptly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Minister Zhang. I appreciate your help." Exiting the Armed Forces Department, Lin Xiao proceeded to the youth office, where he informed the staff about Shun Ji's employment at the local logging site to preclude any potential inquiries from the youth station. The staff, upon reviewing Lin Xiao's militia deputy leader credentials and learning of Shun Gu's stable job, did not impose further difficulties. They merely registered the information, assuring him they would communicate with the Hongxing youth station. With a sigh of relief, Lin Xiao finally felt at ease. Upon returning to the hospital, he found Shun Gu reclining on her bed, perusing the book Fundamentals of Accounting, which Lin Xiao had carefully selected for her that morning, intending for her to familiarize herself with bookkeeping concepts. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping her in a golden halo as she read intently, her brows slightly furrowed, occasionally tracing her finger on the quilt to jot down notes on the concepts she found perplexing. Lin Xiao refrained from interrupting her, gently placing the apples he had bought on the bedside table, and took a seat beside her, quietly observing. After a while, Shun Gu lifted her gaze and, spotting Lin Xiao, offered an embarrassed smile, saying, "Brother Lin, you're back. This book is wonderful. I've read several pages and learned quite a bit." "Thank you." Lin Xiao responded, "I'm glad you like it. If you encounter anything unclear, I will procure additional books for you." He continued, "By the way, I have spoken to Minister Zhang regarding your identification. It will be ready by tomorrow, facilitating your work and daily life." Shun Gu expressed her heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Brother Lin, you have done so much for me. I truly do not know how to repay you." Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "There is no need to speak of repayment. Simply work diligently, in the future will suffice. Now, let me share some details about the deer farm, so you can be prepared." Lin Xiao recounted to Shun Gu the scale of the roe deer farm, detailing the number of deer, their daily feeding routine, the logistics of incoming and outgoing shipments, as well as a general overview of the financial records, primarily tracking fluctuations in deer numbers, feed procurement expenses, and the income from selling deer meat and hides. The accounts need not be overly complex, yet clarity is essential. The Chun brothers assisted on-site, being straightforward and reliable. Any uncertainties could be directed towards them. Shun Gu listened attentively, even retrieving a small notebook from his pocket to jot down notes. He inquired, "Brother Lin, is the feed procurement handled by a fixed supplier? Are receipts required for the accounts?" Lin Xiao nodded. "We consistently purchase from Uncle Wang. Receipts are provided each time. Just keep them and attach them to the ledger." Lin Xiao then shared the history of the farm, spoke of the simplicity and kindness of the local villagers, described the roe deer breeding facility at the 6th section, and recounted the previous wild boar hunt. Shun Gu remained engaged, occasionally asking questions. "Brother Lin, how old are the children at the farm? Do they have textbooks?" Lin Xiao replied, "The older ones are in their teens, while the younger ones are about 5 or 6. Previously, the villagers took turns teaching them a few characters. There were no textbooks. Once you arrive, we can find a way to procure some." As evening approached, Lin Xiao noticed the waning light and told Shun Gu, "I will return to the farm tonight. I will have my mother prepare some chicken soup for you, which she will deliver tomorrow morning. I have already spoken with the nurse here. If you need anything, just call her." Shun Gu promptly nodded. "Brother Lin, you need not trouble Andy for the soup. I am feeling much better." Lin Xiao smiled. "Nourishment aids recovery. Do as I say." After giving a few more instructions to the on-duty nurse, he mounted his motorcycle and returned to the farm. Indeed, Wang Xiaolan was busy in the kitchen. Upon seeing him return, she remarked, "The chicken soup is simmering, with some goji berries added. It will be perfectly warmed for delivery tomorrow morning. The west wing has been tidied up, with fresh bedding laid out. Do take a look." Lin Xiao inspected the west wing and found it cozy, the bedding neatly arranged, and he nodded in satisfaction. That night, lying in bed, Lin Xiao contemplated Shun Ji's situation, feeling significantly reassured. This young woman had a tragic background, yet her resilient spirit and education would undoubtedly prove invaluable at the roe deer farm. Previously, he had single-handedly managed both the farm and the militia, often overwhelmed with responsibilities. Now, with Shun Gu handling the accounts, he could breathe a little easier and devote more attention to the militia's winter preparations against wild beasts. He recalled Minister Zhang's remarks during the meeting and resolved to arrange the patrol team the following day after delivering the soup, as it could not be delayed. The next morning, Lin Xiao carried the chicken soup in a thermos to the hospital. Upon arriving at the ward, he saw Minister Zhang's aide entering with an envelope containing Shun Ji's temporary identification. As she gazed at the photograph on the ID, tears streamed down her face. This was her first official identification since her parents' passing, signifying a newfound stability in her life. Lin Xiao poured the soup into a bowl and handed it to her. "Drink it while it's hot. My mother simmered it all night to nourish you." Xingu accepted the bowl, savoring the delicious soup, tears falling into it, yet feeling it was the most exquisite broth she had ever tasted. After the doctor's examination, he declared Shinji's recovery satisfactory, and she was cleared for discharge. Lin Xiao completed the necessary paperwork, gathered her belongings, and supported her as they exited the hospital. "First, stay at my home for a couple of days to acclimate to the environment. The day after tomorrow, we shall go to the youth point to retrieve your belongings." Lin Xiao placed the items in the sidecar of the motorcycle and assisted Xingu in mounting it. Xingu nodded, her hands tightly gripping the sidecar's handlebars, her heart brimming with anticipation for the future. As the motorcycle entered the timber yard, Xingu spotted Lin Jiangwo and Wang Xiulan welcoming her at the entrance, prompting her to hurriedly disembark from the sidecar. Wang Xiulan swiftly approached, taking her hand and exclaiming, "My dear girl, you have finally arrived. Come inside and warm up. The Kong is nice and toasty." Xingu bashfully replied, "I apologize for the trouble, uncle and auntie." Upon entering the house, Wang Xiulan poured her a cup of warm water and presented a sweater she had knitted herself, saying, "Try this on and see if it fits. I estimated the size based on your figure." Xingu donned the sweater, which fit perfectly, filling her with a comforting warmth. At noon, Wang Xiulan prepared a sumptuous meal featuring braised pork, scrambled eggs, and stewed cabbage, home-cooked dishes that Xingu had not savored in quite some time. Lin Xiao eagerly took Xinji's hand, chattering animatedly about the amusing happenings at the timber yard, mentioning how Uncle Chen Wenyong was an adept hunter and how the winter snow could create enormous snowmen. Observing the warmth and enthusiasm of this family, Xingu felt her unease gradually dissipate. She realized she had finally found a place to call home. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao took Xingu on a tour of the roe deer enclosure. Brother Chen Wenyong was busy feeding the deer when he noticed Lin Xiao and Xingu's arrival, promptly greeting them. "Lin Xiao? Is this the young lady who will be managing the accounts?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Indeed, from now on, the accounts will be handled by her, so please cooperate." Chen Wenyong quickly assured, "Rest assured, all receipts will be kept for the young lady." Xingu observed the deer in the enclosure and glanced at the feed storage, diligently inquiring about the daily feeding amounts from Chen Wenyong. Lin Xiao stood by, watching with a smile. With Xunji's assistance, the roe deer enclosure was sure to thrive. And this winter would undoubtedly be extraordinary.